How terrifying would it be for a ruthless capitalist to assist an ancient dynasty? Not only would various tricks be played, shocking everyone, but it would also make the reigning empress tremble in fear, even causing her own father to feel his scalp tingle and shiver. All because you transmigrated into the top official second generation of the Great Gon dynasty, where every day is filled with eating, drinking, gambling, and cheating. However, the original owner of this body unexpectedly removed the dynasty's recruitment list that day. This move has become a laughingstock for everyone. Upon learning of this, the father was furious and shouted, "The crime of deceiving the emperor! How dare my son!" Upon hearing this, the Lu family sent Lu Ruyan to break off the engagement. You were indifferent, straightened out all memories, and immediately said to your father, "Now the court of the Great Gon dynasty is decaying. The princes are vying for power, and the aristocrats are numerous. I am determined to restore the former glory of the family and seek your approval." Gao Feng looked at you in shock. Is this still the playboy young master who eats, drinks, and enjoys all day long? Ignoring his father's shock, you thought to yourself, others may not be able to pick the talents listed on the imperial list, so what do I have to fear? The next day, in the court, the empress scanned the courtiers with her phoenix eyes and spoke lightly. Today, I am recruiting talents from all over the world, and I will give a topic to Gao Yang, the son of the High Minister. Answer well, and you will be greatly rewarded. If you personally kill the entire family of your enemy, feeling relieved as you look at the bodies on the ground, but then you find a child in the house, what would you do? As soon as the question was asked, the courtiers pondered, marveling at the seemingly easy question that actually contained profound implications. A moment of contemplation later, you smiled and said, I would say, remember my face, because next time we meet, I won't show any mercy. After the empress heard this, she felt disappointed and somewhat disinterested. She thought to herself that this was the son of an enemy, and she had witnessed the entire family being wiped out. If the grass was not cut at the root, would he come back for revenge in 10 or 20 years? For the sake of righteousness and kindness, putting the entire family in danger seemed too foolish in the eyes of the empress. Just as she was about to dismiss you with a wave of her hand, she heard your voice again. After saying this, I will turn and leave, then suddenly turned back and laughed loudly. Kid, we meet again. Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials looked towards the direction where you were, with a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, someone stood up and said, Your Majesty, killing without reason is unnecessary. The enmity of the past is enough with bodies lying everywhere. A child without weapons, if killed indiscriminately, would be too cruel. Such a cold-blooded person, once in power, will surely bring disaster to the land. As soon as the words fell, your father Gao Feng's face looked extremely ugly. You thought to yourself that the Gao family had been lying low for too long, and now anyone dared to throw stones at them in this court. But the empress was not in a hurry. Her phoenix eyes looked at you, eager to know how you would respond. You calmly looked at the person and said, I presume this is the newly appointed top scholar of our dynasty, Cui Xinghe. Scholar Cui is upright and admirable, but I, as a commoner, cannot let him go and let my family live in anxiety for the next decade. Cui Xinghe anxiously said, How do you know that he will seek revenge in a decade? If the boy's father had understood the principle of cutting grass and rooting out the weeds, why did the tragedy of the family happen today? On the contrary, if we do not cut the grass and root out the weeds now, in a few years, another tragedy may befall the Gao family. I may live with guilt for the rest of my life, but I cannot let my family suffer. Cutting grass and rooting out the weeds, this is the principle his father taught him. As soon as these words were spoken, Cui Xinghe's pupils shrank, but Empress Feng's eyes were filled with a hint of brilliance. You continued, if a commoner were to face this situation, not only would he be given a few pieces of silver and allowed to leave, but he would also be observed to see where he goes to seek refuge or who takes him away, and then be eliminated altogether. As soon as the words fell, the entire court was shocked. In just a few words, the officials felt a bone-chilling coldness, and even the forces opposing the Gao family were shaken to the core. The Gao family, a century-old noble family, still had such cunning descendants. On the other hand, the empress, sitting high on the dragon platform, looked at you with interest. Your answer to the first question pleases us, but the first question was just a small test from us. Becoming an official of Great Gon is not so simple. We have another question, not only for the son of the High Minister, but also for all the esteemed ministers to speak freely. Those who satisfy us will be greatly rewarded. Upon this statement, some officials of low status brightened up and jumped into action. If he can be reused by Wujiu, he will be able to rise to great heights. Wujiu light voice. You are a foreign tea merchants. In the poor mountains of Jiangnan contracted a barren mountain, but want to plant tea. You have to first open up the land. But the local people are incredibly lazy. Not only do not want to open up the land, even if the recruitment of a few people, The work is also incredibly lazy. Look at the days of planting tea is getting closer and closer. How should this be? As Wu Jiao spoke faintly. For a moment, the civil and military officials all frowned. This question is one of her finale. And those who can deliver a perfect answer sheet must have amazing talent. Her phoenix eyes swept across the courtroom, and the 100 officials bowed their heads in unison. Even Cui Xinghe frowned. This question, on the contrary, is somewhat difficult to solve. Foreign tea merchants traveled to the poor mountains in the south of the Yangtze River and contracted barren mountains. There are three difficulties in this. First, foreign tea merchants are not familiar with the area and do not have much support other than money. Secondly, the local people are lazy by nature, and it is hard to recruit people to open up the land because it is hard and tiring unless they are recruited with big wages. Thirdly, even if the people are recruited at great cost, they will still be passive. Wu Jiao wanted not only a solution to the matter, but an optimal answer that demonstrated competence. This question, very challenging. Wang Zhong was not clear about the twists and turns. He spoke straight out. Your Majesty, what's so difficult about this? If there's no one to pay double the wages, then double, triple the wages, with heavy money, are you afraid that no people will respond to open up the land? Wu Jiao shook his head. Wang Lao General, this is not true. Both businessmen, since the heavy profit, triple the wages, certainly the people respond. But the cost is not a substantial increase? Furthermore, as I said, the people are mostly lazy even if they go to work, and the tea merchants have no roots in Jiangnan, making it difficult to restrain them. So what is the solution? Wang Zhong's face changed when he heard this. He was still thinking a little too shallowly. It was poor consideration on my part, but this question, Your Majesty, is too difficult. The local area is poor and mountainous, and the people are lazy by nature. So if the wages are not raised, how can the people respond? And laziness is more human nature. The local poor mountains, the people must be even more lazy. This passive labor is simply difficult to curb. This question, there is no solution. When Wang Zhong said this, the 100 officials nodded their heads. That's exactly what they had in mind. Wu Jiao's face was cold, and a thick majesty permeated his body. She faintly said, since we are selecting great talents for the country and the people, how can it be too simple? The world of Deqian is full of political affairs that are more difficult to handle than this. So should we just leave them all alone? Last general wouldn't dare. Wang Zhong hurriedly knelt down. At this moment, under the rich majesty surrounding Wu Jiao, the 100 officials bowed their heads. Wu Jiao continued. This question, it is not difficult to open up the land. It is not difficult to plant the land, but it is difficult to minimize the cost and complete the opening of the land at the fastest speed. Cui Aiqing, you are my great Qian scholar. It is said that at the age of 8 years old, you compose poetry. At the age of 12 years old, you read the scriptures. You are one of the 4 great talents of Chang'an. Your literary skills are amazing. Do you have an explanation? Wu Jiao asked lightly, her gaze falling on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe's brows knit tightly before he shook his head with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, I have yet to think of a good answer. But give me another incense stick of time and I will definitely be able to give your Majesty a satisfactory answer. The program he had in mind, although a bit more brilliant than Wang Zhong, certainly could not satisfy Wu Jiao. He needs to think again. Wu Jiao's eyes were cold, and she just said lightly, then Cui Aiqing, think again. Immediately afterward, she turned her eyes to a great scholar with gray hair. Elder Zhou, you are a university scholar of the Hanlin Academy, a giant in the literary world of our great Qian. Do you have a solution? Elder Zhou's body was stunned. Then he shook his head in some embarrassment. The old minister has not yet come up with a better idea. What he was thinking was similar to what Wang Zhong was thinking, and that was to raise the money. This, however, was clearly overruled by Wu Jiao. The coldness in Wu Jiao's eyes intensified, but it just didn't show. Finally, she turned her eyes to Gao Yang and faintly said, Gao Yang, do you have a solution? Gao Yang shook his head. I have to think about it too. Although he looked at Cui Xinghe with displeasure. This Cui Xinghe was, after all, a scholarly talent. What's more, this Master Zhou is not simple. A great scholar of the Hanlin Academy, a giant in the literary world. They all had to think about it, and if he blurted it out off the top of his head, it would be too offensive. Although he looked at these two people with displeasure, there was no need to make enemies in public. This was not in line with Gao Yang's previous life as a human being. The corners of Wu Jiao's mouth hooked up. Oh, you uncovered the imperial edict of seeking wisdom. I can be different to you than others. If you can't think of anything, then I can punish you for the crime of deceiving the king. Where are the black ice guards? Wu Jiao said majestically. Outside the hall, several sword-wielding forbidden soldiers walked into the hall, their faces full of ice. Summit's body trembled. The crime of deceiving the king. That will affect the entire Gao family. The Gao family's 100-year foundation. Could it be ruined just like this? He was just about to step forward to apologize when he heard a voice from behind him. Your Majesty, the herborist has suddenly thought of a few ploys that seem to solve this problem. Gao Feng turned back in shock and looked at Gao Yang, and the father and son's gazes met in the air in a meaningful way. It was a scene that he had déjà vu. The corners of Wu Jiao's mouth hooked up, spitting out words like gold. Speak, if this plan, to my satisfaction, then you Gao Yang not only no fault, but also reward. The gazes of the 100 officials focused on Gao Yang's body, and compared to the scorn at the very beginning, after Gao Yang's plan to cut off the roots, they were obviously much more scornful. I'm afraid this son's scheme is a bit sinister. Gao Yang's voice resounded within the Golden Palace. From the standpoint of the tea merchant, his objective is simple. Hire people at low prices to open up the land and do it as fast as possible. But most of the local people are lazy. Open up the land and tired and bitter. Even if you hire people at a large price, tea merchants in the local and no prestige, the people will only 3 days to fish 2 days to sun nets. To get what you want, then you have to play with human nature. The strawman's method is simple. Just one bureau. This game is called by the grassroots as the monkey play game. Wu Jiao sat up straight, a pair of phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang. She pressed, how do you play with human nature and how do you make a game of it? If I were a tea merchant, I would start by hiring a dozen or so people to clear the land at 3 or 5 times the labor cost. Gao Yang's voice resounded through the Golden Palace, and Wu Jiao's brows furrowed. That's it? This general thought you had some brilliant plan, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. Wang Zhong had a snicker on his face. What playing with human nature and making a bureau? He really thought that Gao Yang had thought of a solution, but after half a day, it was still hiring people at high prices. Cui Xinghao also shook his head to himself. Gao Yang's face did not change color. Continued. The first few days of time to make the people focus on reclamation. The people, if they are lazy, sleep, just chide full of anxiety, disguise like a little. The people are lazy and mostly shady, and even to them I look like a funny monkey when I jump up and down in a hurry, or even snicker a few times in secret and continue on my way. But after a few days, I'll bury a few pieces of gold in this barren mountain, and this game will be complete. As the last sentence fell, the empress instantly sat up straight, a pair of gazes tinged with shock. Within the barren mountains, the gold is buried. This was a wonderful plan, and she even already knew what Gao Yang would do next. The 100 officials were also in an uproar. Gao Yang continued calmly. The gold was buried in the barren mountains, and the previous people had been concentrating on reclaiming a place. So once it was going to be dug up, it simply couldn't be hidden from the rest of the people. Even if the people who dug out the gold were quicker in their eyes, they could not hide it from the people who labored together. Once the argument started, I took the opportunity to ask them to hand over the gold with a face full of nervousness, and even give them some more silver so that they wouldn't disclose the news that they had dug up the gold from the mountain, lest people come to fight over it. With this behavior, it won't take more than a few hours for the news of a gold mine under the barren mountain to spread through the village. All it takes is 1 or 2 pieces of gold and the evil of human nature is exposed. These people who witnessed the digging of gold, under the temptation of the gold mine, must not be able to sit still, such as the ants on the hot pot restless. Digging to the gold of the people will mobilize a family of children to sneak up the mountain. This is human nature. The rumor mill will be more and more intensified, this time without wages. There are a family of children all carry hose up the mountain all night to dig the ground. When these words came out, the 100 officials shook and looked at Gao Yang one after another. The root cause of the people's laziness is that it is hard and tiring to open up the land, and there is no incentive to do so even if the wages are tripled. But if you think that there is a gold mine under the barren mountain, driven by rumors, especially by the first person, the villagers will go forward to dig the mountain in a swarm, in the vain hope of getting rich overnight. Even after Cui Xinghao figured it out, he had to say something wonderful. While there are still flaws in this plan, it definitely has the potential to work. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang with a stunned face, his eyes glaring round. Is this his peak, son? You're getting the hang of it? Brilliant. Using gold to evoke human greed, causing the whole village, old and young, to go up to the mountains to clear the land, followed by burying gold in different places on the mountain at random to convince the people that there is a gold mine under the barren mountain, which not only saves a lot of labor money for opening up the land, but the villagers will also open up the land all night long. The son of Squire Gao has not disappointed me. This is a wonderful plan, Wu Jiao said in admiration, those phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang with satisfaction. Gao Yang laughed. Your Majesty, wait, this game is not over here. On the contrary, the most sinister part is just beginning. Wu Jiao sniffed and was a bit surprised. The most sinister part is just beginning? The 100 officials were also stunned. having reached the goal of quickly opening up the land. And this was just the beginning? Poor mountains and remote areas, the people are lazy, the local magistrate must not be able to get any oil and water, a high probability that he is a corrupt official. Before doing the bureau, it is perfectly possible to bribe with heavy money. With the help of the magistrate, this game will be twice as effective. Gao Feng's face changed as he reprimanded, "Sinful son, what are you babbling about?" But Wu Jiao waved her hand. "No harm done, not to mention that this is hypothetical. Even in the poor mountains of my great Qian, are there still few corrupt officials?" "Gao Yang, go on, what about after bribing the magistrate?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "The barren mountain according to the laws of Daqian is the private territory of the tea merchants. The villagers went up to the mountain to dig for gold all night long, which has already violated the laws of Daqian. If I were a tea merchant, I would immediately report it to the government and send officials and soldiers to take the people and order them to hand over the gold they dug up. The people are jealous, and most of them cannot see that others are doing well, so they must report to each other." Wang Zhong's scalp was numb and his eyes were stunned. Not a penny was paid, but the people were allowed to open up the desert for free, and even the gold that was dug out had to be returned. This plan, it's too poisonous. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang with a horrified expression. Wu Jiao also nodded her head in admiration. Bribe the magistrate first, then utilize the evil of human nature to get back the gold that was put in earlier. This plan is slightly sinister, but it accomplishes the most efficient opening of the land with the least amount of labor. It's still not a bad idea. Cui Xinghe's face was gloomy. He was one of the 4 great geniuses of Chang'an, the eldest son of the 7 surnames and 5 hopes of the Cui clan, and the scholar of the current dynasty. But at this moment, he was robbed of the limelight by Gao Yang. It was hard for him to accept. He said in a deep voice, "Bribing the magistrate. It's not a small amount. At best the villagers will just return the gold. But is it worth it to risk killing your head?" Gao Yang laughed. "Lord Cui, is there less collusion between officials and business in the world? Who will go up and bribe with heavy money? Clean officials and corrupt officials. The folk will know when they walk around. And the poison of this plan is more than that. If these gold, outside is gold, inside is copper?" At these words, Cui Xinghe's face changed wildly. To the barren mountain within the gold to lure the village full of young and old night digging mountain to open up the land is also even so. Can this gold still be gold on the outside and copper on the inside? And can a man be so mischievous? The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at Gao Yang, his insides trembling furiously. On the dragon chair, Empress Wu Jiao was also filled with emotion and shock. Gold on the outside, copper on the inside. Tough enough. Gao Yang walked idly on the golden palace as if he were walking on the ground. This confident and flamboyant appearance was very wanton. But at this moment, no one opened their mouths to rebuke. Gao Yang had a faint smile on his face. As long as there is a county magistrate to cooperate, it is perfectly possible to cut the gold returned on the spot, and then backtrack on the villagers stealing the gold, and be tortured in court. How can ordinary villagers resist the harsh punishment? With just a few large tortures, these villagers who dug up the gold will be bent over backwards, and by this time, even if they understand all this, it will be too late. Without silver to repay them, they will have to sign a deed of sale and be tea slaves for life. Of course, if I were that tea merchant, I would definitely guard against retaliation, traveling with a few more guards, and at the same time promise these tea slaves who sold their bodies, as long as they work for me for another 5 years, 10 years, they will return to their freedom, and the harder they work, the faster they return to their freedom. After making money and doing more and more business, in order to facilitate the transportation of tea, you can also build a road and a bridge. Of course, the public must claim that it is convenient for the villagers to travel, and this can also harvest a reputation as a great benefactor. This statement was made. Inside the Golden Palace, a needle could be heard. The civil and military officials stared at Gao Yang in unison, their lips buzzing. In their hearts, a monstrous wave was set off. Even the Empress's hand couldn't help but clench the dragon chair, her gaze staring straight at Gao Yang. This answer, even for her, the questioner, was shocked. In her mind, this question was a test of reaction time and her mastery of human nature. The chaos in the world has been entrenched for a long time, and it is difficult to eradicate it by conventional means. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary people and extraordinary means. Only by utilizing the evil of human nature can one rule the country and pacify the world, and become a capable ruler of the world for her Wuju. The question, the test is about the control of human nature, and a single increase in wages is destined to be an inferior means, burying gold in the deserted mountains, or by means of rumors and the like. She had thought about, in her mind, that was the perfect answer. However, she did not expect that Gao Yang had a follow-up means to bribe the county magistrate first in a poor mountainous area. Then copper was used as gold. false accusations were made, confessions were tortured, and the people who dug up the gold became slaves. And this guy is also very thoughtful. Give a period of time, so that these people sold into slavery have a hope, not to fish death net broken, an extremely dirty bureau, and at the end of the day, he, Gao Yang, actually became the local do-gooder. Gao Yang delivered a satisfactory answer to her. No wonder this game is called the monkey game. The people treat the tea traders as monkeys, but they don't realize that they themselves are the funny monkeys. This son, even if he does not enter the court as an official, he must not be allowed to go into business. The empress made a decision in her heart that if he went into business, I don't know how many people would be played to death. Cui Xinghe was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Gao Yang would give an answer so quickly. He began to ponder the feasibility of this, but the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Gao Feng also turned back incredulously and stared at Gao Yang, his insides trembling furiously. Such a sinister and cunning person. Is he really the descendant of his Gao family's centuries-old general? This kind of poisonous plan, not to mention the other ministers in the Golden Palace, even he as a father is a little afraid. Gao Yang's gaze fell on Wu Zhou's body, and he said with some regret, Your Majesty, time is too tight. There are still some loopholes in this game. If you can give the grass people some more time, this game will be more perfect. Gao Yang was a bit unfortunate. He was a perfectionist when it came to making a game. In his eyes, this issue of Wu Zhou was a typical bureau. The inning was still a little rough and he wasn't very happy with it. This statement was made. The 100 officials instantly had their scalps tingling and their eyes wide. They looked at Gao Yang with shock written all over their faces. This bureau can be made even more perfect? This imperfect bureau all cost a small amount of labor to complete the opening, and incidentally pitched a group of people as tea slaves. What if this is perfect? Are those people still alive? This son, he is too ruthless. A group of ministers thought in unison in their hearts. Master Zhou was trembling with anger as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, this game is too sinister. Please punish Gao Yang severely. I second the motion. I second the motion. Some of the courtiers stood out and bent down towards Wu Zhou. Gao Feng's face turned suddenly cold, and his gaze swept the group of ministers. Most of them were political enemies of his Gao family. The Gao family is still too low-key. Any cat or dog would dare to stand up and make a fuss. He hurriedly stepped forward, arched his hand and said, as the saying goes, the plan is not good or bad. All lies in the idea of the person who uses the plan. The canine son of this plan, although slightly poisonous, but please your majesty to understand. Cui Xinghe's face changed. The empress has just ascended to the throne right now. The middle secretary is responsible for drafting the imperial decree, which is extremely important, and it is just vacant at the moment. I thought that this Zhongshu sheriff, the heart of the female emperor's side, was bound to be him, the current scholar. It turned out that a Gao Yan was killed at the crucial time. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I also agree with Master Zhou's words. This plan is too poisonous to be adopted. Wu Zhou's phoenix eyes swept over a group of ministers with cold eyes. Since you all feel that this plan is too poisonous, do you all have a better plan than this? At these words, Elder Zhou and Cui Xinghe's faces changed in unison. If they had a plan, they would have said so long ago. Wu Zhou's face was icy cold. A domineering aura permeated his body. In my eyes, the plan is not good or bad. The plan that can achieve its purpose, that is a good plan. Squire Gao's son Gao Yang's ploy, although a bit vicious, but from the perspective of a tea merchant, sensible and reasonable, and even the best way. If all people in the world are blameless, then how can there be corrupt officials? Ruling a big country is like keeping a small one. All the corrupt officials in the world are evil-minded people, so we should use evil plans on the evil people. What's more, Squire Gao's son, to be able to make such poisonous plans in such a short period of time shows his talent. These words carried some knock to the 100 officials, and Elder Zhou and Cui Xinghe hurriedly bowed their heads. I am tired. Leave the court. After saying that, Wu Zhou's face was absolutely beautiful and she straightly got up and left. Gao Yang instantly froze for a moment. That's a run? Where's the promised reward? Without 10,000 taels of gold, at least come with 2 beautiful women. This empress, she's so uncouth. As Gao Yang's heart sputtered for a while, the 100 officials looked at each other in disbelief as they all turned their marvelous gazes towards Gao Yang. Everyone knew that today's incident would surely spread throughout Chang'an at the fastest speed possible. Outside the Golden Palace, the 100 officials are talking about it. Gao Yang followed behind Peak. The golden sunlight on his body was so warm that he could hardly open his eyes. A wave of relief washed over him. Today's danger has been completely lifted. He also didn't expect the Empress to be so fond of poisonous plans. But coincidentally, he couldn't handle the big plans for the sake of the country and the people. But what a poisonous plan. He has a big belly. In this regard, It is no exaggeration to say that he is a professional. Lord Father, the Empress did not give her a caning, so the child has passed this hurdle, and when I return to my home later, I won't still be beaten, right? Gao Yang asked tentatively. Dingui Gongfu, the family style has always been to talk with a stick. Aha! Today your performance, for father is very satisfied. Summit's voice came through, only it was odd, like he was hiding something, but Gao Yang didn't think much of it, instead longing for the days to come. The old man is the minister of the household department of the current dynasty, and the grandfather is the state minister of the current dynasty, which is obviously the top official second generation of Diqian. In his last life, if he had such an illustrious status, then why would he bother to delve into making a game? In this great Qian there may still be a need for the imperial examinations, but if it were in the latter days, one could simply write my Grand Duke Master and Squire Father. I can't say anything else, but the essay contest is sure to be firmly in the top few places, unless the articles entered are my Prime Minister's old man, my Emperor's grandfather. Otherwise the irony is to win the title. He had a new life, and a distinguished status that made him stand out in the whole of Chang'an. This if you do not hook rail listening to music, hooking up with the flower girl, simply sorry for their own identity of this dude. Ancient greenhouses, must go and feel the feeling. Just as Gao Yang was pondering, the peak in front of him came to a violent stop. Gao Yang didn't react and directly hit the peak. A raw pain shot through his forehead, causing Gao Yang to reach out and rub it. Just looking up, Summit's eyes were staring right back at him. Those eyes, full of complexity. Dad, what's wrong with you? Gao Yang got a little nervous. Was it because Peak was getting angrier and angrier, or was he going to beat him up? But Summit just looked at him and didn't say a word. This made Gao Yang panic even more. After a long time, Gao Feng reached out and patted Gao Yang's shoulder. As the old saying goes, fighting tigers is like fighting brothers. Going into battle is like fighting sons. For my father to be a father for the first time, there must be some shortcomings. You, don't take it too much to heart. After saying that, Summit turned around and left. His back was stretched out in the light of the golden sun, like he was going to buy oranges. It was Gao Yang who was confused. What does Summit mean by this? Just as Gao Feng and Gao Yang slowly stepped back, the events that happened in the courtroom today also spread throughout Chang'an City at the fastest speed. In particular, the two main questions of the Empress, as well as Gao Yang's two main replies, spread out with lightning speed. This speed was even faster than Gao Yang's speed back to his house. State House. I have been on horseback for 50 years for the Great Qian. Through life and death. Take my armor. I want to face the Holy Spirit. Deep inside the inner mansion, in a room that was ancient and old, but showed as much murderous aura as possible, an old voice rang out. The Gao family's ministers heard the sound and held up a red-aged iron armor. Although these Gao family ministries did not say a word, they acted ably, and the killing intent of killing from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood permeated their bodies. It's all good at first glance. At this moment, they all looked towards an old man of about 70. The old man had a majestic face and wore a purple robe. Just standing there, one could not help but want to kneel down. Gao Tianlong, the first person in the Dacian military, 50 years of military service, the real ruthless man who killed from the pile of dead people, single-handedly built this foundation. Although he was old, just standing there, his body was like a sharp sword, and one could not open his eyes. Old Duke, although the Grand Duke has been ridiculous in the past, he has never done anything so out of character. And today, when he took the liberty of uncovering His Majesty's request for a virtuous edict, I'm only afraid that there is someone behind the scenes who is pushing for it. On the side, wearing grey robes, Dinggua Gongfu housekeeper Fu Bo worriedly opened his mouth. Gao Tianlong's face was ancient and unperturbed, but his eyes radiated a chill that no one could look directly at. Unusual juniors playing around, not as skilled as others to bring shame to my Gao family. The old man is just targeting Yanger today. It's obvious that someone wants to take advantage of the new emperor's ascension to the throne to turn on my Gao family. In order to save Yanger, old me will have to make a trip to the palace. But I don't know. This old face is still worth a few bucks. Gao Tianlong spoke with a cold face. He had only 3 sons in his life, and only his eldest son, Summit, was ranked as a minister of the Ministry of Revenue and had some success. The other 2 sons, the second son of Gao Lingyuan ran to the border of the Great Qian, to a place of the county. The third son of Gao Tiansong into the Dingyuan army, as a vice-general. This is for a state house where the offspring are already going downhill. As for the grandchildren generation, that is even more needless to say. A colorful dude. The eldest grandson Gao Yang, that is even more dude in the dude. Asshole in the asshole. The Gao family seemed to be a big family, but it was actually already very dangerous. In Gao Tianlong's opinion, today was going to decide the fate of the Gao family. But when he came out, no matter if it was the 100 officials or the empress, they all had to give him a few points. Now he was only waiting for news to come from the court, and then he would go to the palace to face the saint. Hey, it's bad luck for the family. Gao Tianlong inwardly sighed twice, but right at this moment, a voice violently resounded throughout the state duke's mansion. There's good news and bad news. Old lord, there's good news and bad news. Suddenly, the underling came flying in. Good news. Where is there any good news in the Gao family today? A flash of self-deprecation flashed across Gao Tianlong's face full of majesty. The district Song family dared to withdraw from the marriage in public, so it was evident that the prestige of the Dingwa Gongfu was already low to the ground. The Grand Duke uncovered His Majesty's edict of courting the wise and managed to pass His Majesty's test at the Golden Palace, and now the entire capital is spreading the word about the Grand Duke's brilliant plan. When these words came out, Gao Tianlong's hand that was stroking his beard exerted a force that almost tore off several strands of his beard. What do you mean? Yanger passed His Majesty's test and my Gao family was not chastised? Gao Tianlong's stern gaze suddenly looked over with incredulity. This matter is being rumored throughout the capital. There will never be any falsehoods. Everyone says that the Grand Duke is hiding his clumsiness, and he's still hiding it very deeply. Gao Tianlong laughed out loud with bravado. Dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The son of a mouse can make holes. How could the descendants of old Gao Tianlong's descendants really be that ridiculous? What about the bad news? Gao Tianlong asked again, his face full of anticipation. The bad news is that the plans the Grand Duke came up with were all poisonous. Even Her Majesty the Empress was silent for a long time, and the people were even in a state of rebuke, saying that the Grand Duke was really vicious. Then, the attendant colorfully told the Empress's question and then Gao Yang's answer one by one. The ministry on the side is also full of consternation, not only letting the people open the desert for free, but also backtracking and turning them into free tea slaves. And finally, it was crowned as a great kindness. Tough. It's too hard. At this moment, even Elder Duke Gao, who had seen too many dirty and poisonous schemes, was silent. This eldest grandson of his is more toxic than anyone else. Song house, fake mountains and water, and maidservants walking back and forth on the promenade. Song Qingqing was sitting on the bench, her stunningly beautiful face devoid of any expression. When she saw the middle-aged man outside the door walk in, Song Qingqing also hurriedly got up. Lord Father, how will His Majesty chastise the Dingwa Gongfu? Song Qingqing asked out loud. Song Li glanced at Song Qingqing and didn't answer directly, but asked in a deep voice, the marriage is back? These words made Song Qingqing smell a hint of a bad premonition. She nodded and said, the Duke of Dingwa did not come forward. Squire Gao was furious at what he heard and said that this matter would not end well. Father asked this, but what has changed in the courtroom? Song Li's face was ugly as he said, that Gao Yang has been hiding his clumsiness. He does have a bit of skill, and the Duke of Ding managed to turn the danger into a victory. What? Song Qingqing's face was stunned. When told everything, Song Qingqing was also very surprised, but she quickly smiled and spoke. Why should Lord Father worry? As His Majesty has not rewarded him in public, it means that he has not made a choice. Gao Yang loves me like a treasure. The whole Chang'an is known. There is still room for mediation in this matter. Besides, the world of Deqian, the world of families, with my daughter's ability, she will definitely find a talented person with the talent of helping the world. 100 times better than Gao Yang, to shine my Song family lintel. After all, the Duke of Dingwa is old, and it's not a pity to give it up. Song Qingqing's crisp voice rang out, and Song Li's heart settled a little. At this time, Gao Yang and Gao Feng also got off the carriage and pushed open the gate of the State Duke's mansion. Summit pulled a face and headed straight for the inner mansion. Gao Yang, on the other hand, also walked towards his room. Duke Ding is the first of the 6 dukes of Qiandai. A distinguished identity, coupled with Gao Tianlong is like a god of war. A lifetime of rare defeats, took a lot of rewards. Inside the high house, it was simply huge. Based on his memory, Gao Yang bypassed a few rockeries and walked along the long corridor from the outer mansion to the inner mansion, eventually reaching his room. Gao Yang directly flung himself towards his own bed. The dry mattress simply caused every cell in his body to emit a greedy want. Yes, after lying on the bed in a most comfortable position, Gao Yang began to calculate in his heart. Although the Gao family is going downhill, but after all, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. A family of state officials, a third-grade official. This identity is enough to make him walk horizontally in Chang'an. Now, just by hugging the Empress's big white leg, then his little life in Chang'an was simply unthinkable. It was so cozy and comfortable. I also don't know what position the Empress will reward an official. Both traveled through the ancient times. As a 7-foot man, should build a career and make some achievements. Just as Gao Yang was rambling, the door of the room was violently pushed open. A little girl with a ponytail who looked to be about 6 or 7 years old came into view. The little girl's face was watery and her eyes were ebony and round. Upon seeing Gao Yang, the little girl immediately wailed, "Woo woo, brother, why aren't you dead?" Gao Feng made his way to a room in the very center of the inner mansion. He quickly pushed open the room before respectfully saluting Gao Tianlong. "Greetings, Lord Father. Dakian is ruled by filial piety, and the juniors must respectfully salute their elders when they see them." Gao Tianlong's face was expressionless as he was fiddling with the chessboard. "I know all about Younger. This sinful son is hiding deep enough. But what happened today is not only a good thing for this sinful son, but also a good thing for my Gao family." Gao Feng, however, was worried, but His Majesty has not rewarded him, which means that the dust has not settled yet. Gao Tianlong fiddled with the chessboard while saying, "Younger is stubborn and notorious. Originally, this Chui family's Chui Xinghe was already the best candidate in the Empress's heart, but halfway through the process, Younger was killed. Chui Xinghe is a scholar of Dakian. Not only is he well versed in the scriptures, he is also well versed in the way of ruling the country. It's quite normal for His Majesty to hesitate. According to my understanding of His Majesty still has a test specific to the ruling of the country between Chui Xinghe and Younger. His Majesty's ambition today is no less than that of the late emperor." Gao Feng's brows furrowed. According to what father said, if Younger can't defeat that Chui Xinghe, won't it still be difficult to escape the chastisement? That's not necessarily true. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. "Lord Father has confidence in Younger?" Gao Tianlong nodded with a burst of emotion. "The old man has lived for almost 70 years and has been through 3 emperors, so what dirty ploys have I not seen before? But it's the first time I've seen one as venomous as this. Younger, it might surprise us again, just ruining the old man's reputation." Gao Feng sniffed and nodded with deep empathy. "Besides, as long as the old man is still alive, he can always save his life, and it's not bad to toss him around while he's still alive." Gao Feng said in a deep voice, "Lord Father, there's one more thing. Today Song Li's daughter Song Qingqing personally came up to the door to withdraw her marriage. There's quite a discussion in Xiang'an. What should we do about this? My Dinghua Gongfu's marriage is not that good to retreat. Song family is both unkind. Then I will not blame me for being unrighteous. Song family's juniors in the army, all of them kicked out. Not one of them will stay. I think that's such a great shame. The old man is mad. His Majesty will not say anything. Let's not talk about this first. Life should be timely and joyful. Come and play chess." Gao Tianlong pointed at the chessboard and said. Gao Feng's face changed as if he was facing an enemy. "Father, isn't it not good for you, a great Qian chess sage, to bully a stinky chess player like me?" Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and laughed. "Count on your kid to talk. Would the old man bully a junior? Let you have a son first." Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Gao Feng could only sit down, but he couldn't help but remind. "Lord Father, let's make a deal first. If we lose the key, no one is allowed to hit anyone with the chessboard." The Imperial Palace. Phoenix Luan Palace. Wu Jiu wore a golden-colored pure-blooded dragon robe with an ice-cold face. "Your Majesty, are you still thinking of Squire Gao's son?" On the side, Shang Wanwaner, dressed in a dark green robe, opened her mouth and asked. Wu Jiu nodded. "Chang'an rumors are misleading. This kind of poisonous ploy can't be done by an ordinary dude. Even I have never seen such a poisonous ploy." On the side, Shang Wanwaner also nodded with deep empathy. She was also suddenly shocked when she first heard of these 2 poisonous plans. This Gao Yang's take on human nature, especially human evil, is simply terrifying. If your Majesty uses it well, this Gao Yang will certainly be a great talent for Great Qian. Wu Jiu was a bit surprised. Shang Wanwan airs pride. She knew it very well. In the whole of Deqian, there aren't many people who can get such a high evaluation from Shang Wanwan air. Then, in your opinion, which is stronger, Gao Yang or Chui Xinghe? Who will be able to assist me in creating a wave of hegemony that has never been seen before or since? Wu Jiu suddenly asked, a domineering aura stronger than a man's pervading her eyes. Shang Wanwaner answered without hesitation. Chui family, Chui Xinghe. Seemingly a bit surprised, Wu Jiu voiced out, "You're so confident in Chui Xinghe?" Shang Wanwaner said with an unchanged face. Chui Xinghe is not only a scholar of the dynasty, but also a pillar of the country's grain. His theory of governance has eloquently stated the ills of our Great Qian. If your Majesty wants to create a foundation for the ages, Chui Xinghe should be the first choice. Musashi's face was expressionless, her eyes looking out. "But I am more optimistic about this Gao Yang. I have a hunch that he is the one I am looking for." Shang Wanwaner's heroic face was filled with disbelief. "Your Majesty, this Gao Yang is full of bad deeds, although he is good at grasping people's hearts. But in terms of ruling the country, how can he be compared to Chui scholar?" Wu Jiu picked up a Zhengbiao and said lightly, "Who is stronger or weaker? We'll know once we try it." This year, Many places in Ardakian have suffered great disasters. Public opinion is boiling. The county magistrate of Linjiang City, Du Jiang, has submitted a report that grain merchants all over Linjiang City are stocking up on grain, and the price of grain has begun to soar, making it difficult to curb it. By no coincidence, not far away, the city of Qingshui has also suffered a great disaster, and the price of food has risen, making it difficult for the people to afford it. Shang Wanwan's eyes burst as she understood what Wu Jiu meant, only to see Wu Jiu's icy cold words. Prepare a decree to grant Duke Ding's house Gao Yang the right to supervise the royal historian and take over all matters of Linjiang City's size, and to grant Shui's house Cui Xinghua the position of supervising the royal historian of Qingshui City and take over all matters of Qingshui City's size. I want them to level the price of grain as fast as possible and return peace to the local people. Shang Wanwan was filled with shock when she heard this, but she quickly bowed her head and began to formulate her decree. Your Majesty, Shang Wanwan brought the prepared imperial decree to Wu Jiu. Cui Xinghua knows the measure and has the means. Qingshui City can't go out of order with him in the town, but beside Gao Yang, you'll follow along and go forward. If it is true that I have misread the situation, you will make a timely move to prevent further deterioration of the situation. But this son is different from normal people, so don't make a move until it is absolutely necessary. Go and proclaim the decree. The disaster waits for no one, and tell them to set out at once. After Wu Jiu finished speaking, Shang Wanwan hurried out of the palace. After everything goes quiet, Wu Jiu stood inside the golden palace with her arms crossed, her eyes looking through the window at the entire Diqian. This glance, as if across time and space, Wu Jiu saw the mountains, rivers and white rivers of Diqian, the people of the world. She muttered to herself, Father, I will prove to the world that a woman can be an emperor, and that a woman is just as capable of leading Great Qian to greatness. Not only will I make Great Qian strong, I will conquer the 7 kingdoms and end this chaotic world that has lasted for 600 years. Wu Jiu's voice was cold, with unprecedented determination. Choi's house, Emperor Fengtian Changyun, called said, the world's catastrophe, the Qingshui city disaster like fire. Cui family Cui Xinghua, there are the talent of the gods of the earth and grain. I special order Cui Xinghua for the temporary supervision of the imperial censor, in charge of the size of the city of Qingshui matters, the fastest possible speed to level the price of food, but also the people's peace of mind. Immediately set out without delay. No mistakes. Cui Xinghua was wearing an official robe, his handsome face full of excitement. I, Cui Xinghua, accept the decree and will do my best. He received the holy decree with excitement in his heart. His Majesty has given orders. Please also ask Lord Cui to simply pack up and set off immediately. Wanner still has important matters to attend to, so she will take her leave first. Shang Wanner said, and left in another direction with another holy decree. Cui Xinghua noticed that there was another imperial decree, and his pupils shrank, looking again at the direction Shang Wanner had left. That's the direction of the Dinghui Gongfu. His face sank suddenly. On the side, a middle-aged man with a majestic face came to Cui Xinghwa's side. He was clearly the head of the Cui family of the 7 surnames and 5 hopes in the world. Cui Jian, if this official is correct, this is an examination of you and that Gao Yang by the empress. Whether or not my Cui family can gain the trust of the empress and move to the next level in this Diqian, it all depends on you. Cui Xinghua nodded heavily. In terms of plotting and scheming, my son may not be as good as that Gao Yang, but in terms of governing the country, 100 of him would not be as good as my son, and the price of grain in Qingshui City will be lowered within 15 days. Father, just wait for good news from my child. Cui Jian nodded with satisfaction. My son Xinghua has the appearance of a prime minister. Dinghui Gongfu. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know whether the little girl was caring about herself or cursing herself. The little girl's name is Gao Ling, the daughter of his second uncle Gao Changlin, and she has been close to him since she was a child. Therefore, Gao Yang still felt that children's words were not harmful. As soon as he pulled Gao Ling over, he pinched that plump little meaty face. Linger, you're so filial to me. Gao Ling blinked, not yet able to comprehend the irony of Hyo dying on me. She said with teary eyes, Brother, I heard the servants in the residence say that you have indiscriminately revealed the imperial decree and will be executed. Is this true? It dawned on Gao Yang that he knew it. What kind of bad thoughts can a kid have? Before Gao Yang could open his mouth, Gao Ling added pitifully, Big brother, the peach blossom pastry at the east end of the city. You promised to buy it for Linger to eat. So buy it for Linger first, or else if Big brother is executed, who will Linger find to buy it? The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched as his eyes swept everywhere. Gao Ling asked with some caution, Big brother, what are you looking for? Big brother felt the need to make your childhood a little more memorable. Where's my cane? In the next second, Gao Ling was like a slippery loach, pulling out his legs and running. Big brother, Linger was wrong. Don't run. If I don't beat you up today, I, Gao Yang, will change my name to Gao Maru. Gao Yang immediately went after him. Maybe it's because he's crossed over. Or maybe it's because he was alone and didn't feel the warmth of a family in his last life. He didn't feel half as uncomfortable after crossing over. On the contrary, he was familiar and close to everything in the Gao mansion. The holy decree has arrived. Gao Yang had just grabbed Gao Ling when he heard this sound of an imperial decree that resounded through almost the entire Dingwei Gongfu. Gao Yang's face was happy. Letting go of Gao Ling, who was carrying him like a chicken. Let you off the hook first. Let's see what the Empress has rewarded you with. Dingwei Gongfu, outer courtyard. Shangwan Wanner was holding a golden silk imperial decree, followed by 10 or so palace forbidden soldiers behind her. Her absolutely beautiful face without any expression. As soon as the imperial decree arrived, the Duke of Ding's family all kneeled down to receive the decree. But there is only one exception. That is, standing in the forefront wearing a rough long shirt, full of not angry and authoritative Duke Dingwei Gao Tianlong. He only bent over slightly. Yet no one would feel bad about it, because it was a privilege that had been earned with his life by fighting for Great Qian for 50 years. Cao Yang naturally does not have any privileges, although he very much hates the kneeling down to receive the decree of Deqian. But people in ancient times have to bow their heads. This was the first time he had met his grandfather, who was the noble first general of the Great Qian dynasty, since he had crossed over. Although his hair was white and he didn't say a word, a powerful majesty permeated his body, which made people not dare to look directly at him. Thus, Gao Yang was sizing up Gao Tianlong with a squint. Sinful son, receive the decree, need to lower the head. Respectfully, do not fall a disrespect to His Majesty's charge. That can be exiled to the Lingnan area, Gao Feng said in a low voice. He had endured half a day, but finally couldn't endure it anymore. The sinful son was looking left and right, just like a curious baby. The old master wasn't a stunning beauty. Did she need him to ogle her like that? Besides, this holy decree is not necessarily a good thing. This kind of sniffing is simply the opposite of the idle look inside the golden palace. Gao Yang could only lower his head and obediently accept the decree. Shangwan Wanner opened the imperial decree, said aloud, by the heavenly emperor, called, the world disaster, Linjiang city disaster like fire, Dingwei Gong's grandson Gao Yang, the talent of the gods and goddesses of the earth and grain. I special ordered Gao Yang for the temporary supervision of the imperial censor, in charge of the size of the city of Linjiang matters, to the fastest possible speed leveling the price of food, but also the people's peace of mind. Immediately set off. There shall be no mistake. Sheen this, Gao Yang, accept the decree and give thanks. When the holy decree came out, Summit's pupils shrunk. Even Gao Tianlong's eyes in front of him sharpened steeply. Gao Yang first froze, then respectfully said, Gao Yang, thank you for your majesty's holy grace. He received the imperial decree with a helpless smile on his face. Originally he thought it was an appointment decree from the Empress, but now it seems that the Empress's big white legs are not so good to hug. This is clearly from the theory to the practical operation of the country. If this cannot be the fastest speed to reduce the price of food, then he will also be in the heart of the Empress of this name. However, he also really marveled at Wu Jiu's boldness, using the lives of a city's people as an opportunity for him to practice. Aren't you afraid he'll screw up? Gao Feng looked at Shangwan Wanner and said in shock, with the skills of the sinful son, how can he be qualified for the position of supervising the imperial inspector? The people of a city, by no means half nonsense. Shangwan Wanner's face was icy cold. The thought that she also had to follow Gao Yang on this trip to a competition where the outcome was destined to be already divided. She was also quite dissatisfied in her heart. She didn't mean to look down on Gao Yang, it was just a fact that in her mind, compared to Cui Xinghe, Gao Yang couldn't possibly win. Squire Gao, this is all His Majesty's will, and you know His Majesty's nature. No one can change it. Then, Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang and said, the disaster is urgent. My humble servant is waiting outside, but please ask Imperial Historian Gao to pack up and leave quickly. Saying that, Shangwan Wanner turned straight around. Gao Tianlong turned back to Gao Yang. His majestic face was devoid of any expression. The disaster is like a fire. Quickly pack your bags and hurry. This is His Majesty's test for you. If you succeed, you will soar to the heavens. But you have to keep in mind that you would rather not do anything than make a mistake, so that even if it doesn't work out, old man will be able to save one of your little lives. Whether it's a blessing or a curse is up to you. After saying that, Gao Tianlong directly turned around and walked towards the inner mansion. Although his tone was cold, Gao Yang still felt a wave of concern. He turned forward to pack his bags. There wasn't really much to collect. It's like a business trip where you are fed and housed, and you only have to pack a few sets of dry clothes. Therefore, After slightly ordering the maid to collect a few pieces of clothing, Gao Yang pushed the door open. But just as he pushed open the door, he saw Gao Feng with a tightly tensed face, and his mother Li, who was full of nobility. Li's face was full of heartache when she saw Gao Yang. Linjiang City is more than 200 miles away from Chang'an. On this journey, it's inevitable to suffer. Greenie, you follow Yanger and take care of him, a delicate young girl in green hurriedly answered. Yes, with a fair face, full of tenderness. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. This mother of his, so sweet. Greenie blinked her timid gaze at Gao Yang, only feeling that Gao Yang's eyes were as frightening as a tiger, leopard, and jackal. On the side, Gao Ling bounced up and handed over a small package. Her tender little face was full of reluctance. Big brother, this is peach blossom crisp. Take it and eat it on your way. Gao Ling's face was filled with heartache, but without hesitation, she shoved the package into Gao Yang's hand. On the side, a youth younger than him with a bit of a gangly look on his face then spoke. Brother, once you're gone, you'll have to go for at least half a month. A month? Don't worry. The little lady you often take care of in the Rouge Pavilion in the capital. My brother will take care of it for you. You don't have to worry about it. The person who spoke was his own brother, the second son of Summit, Gao Changwen. Upon hearing this, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Before he could say anything, Peak was the first to be filled with violent anger. Sinful animal. Within 3 breaths. Get lost. As soon as Gao Changwen saw his old man's anger, he was immediately frightened and ran towards the outside of the mansion. While running, he also shouted, Big brother, don't worry, thy woman. I shall take more care of her. Summit closed his eyes in pain. He shouldn't have craved that shiver in the first place, or his daily blood pressure wouldn't have spiked. There is no need for your father to be angry. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. When my child returns, I will properly discipline Changwen and make him change his ways. Gao Yang smiled and opened his mouth. Gao Feng suppressed the mouthful of old blood in his heart, and said after a long time, this is an opportunity and a crisis. Nowadays Chang'an is surging with dark currents. If you don't have a grasp on it, then do what your grandfather said. The Gao family will be able to shelter you after all. Remember, don't try to show off and make things go out of control. It was like something had touched Gao Yang inside. A mother who worries about her son's journey and sends her personal maidservant to her mother. And a sister who sends her favorite peach blossom pastry. Ko Changman doesn't count. Father Peak although a mouth a sinful son. But whether it is the Golden Palace, or now always protect him. Grandfather Gao Tianlong although not good at talking, but the same protection. In his previous life, what he lacked was unexpectedly made up for after crossing over. Gao Yang smiled and said, the eagles will eventually spread their wings. And how can they lift their wings and look down on the world when they are under the shelter of the family all day long? In today's world, His Majesty has just ascended to the throne. It is the time when talents are needed. If I can be reused by the Empress, I shall continue the centuries of splendor of the Duke of Ding's house. This light sentence, however, caused Peak to be stunned, and relief appeared in his eyes. District Linjiang City grain prices, within 10 days will be reduced. The father of the adults will be in this Chang'an waiting for the child's good news. The future of this large high family, it should be carried by a new person. The child goes. Gao Yang finished sparingly and bowed respectfully towards Gao Feng and Li, then turned to leave. Greenie, on the other hand, picked up the parcel and followed behind Gao Yang with the same steps. The new emperor ascended to the throne. The regime is in turmoil. Although the Gao family has 3 generations of generals, noble as one of the 6 princes of Dingguagong, but also suffered from too many people who have the intention to watch. There are few in Chang'an who want the Gao family to fall. In order to live this life in peace and keep this hard-won peace, the Empress's big white leg must be held. On this trip, if he, Gao Yang, doesn't play the death of this group of grain merchants in Linjiang City who took advantage of the opportunity to make a national fortune, then he, Gao Yang, might as well find a piece of bean curd and run headlong into it. Behind him, Gao Feng watched Gao Yang's back and smiled with relief. God, after all, has sheltered my Gao family. But then he immediately said angrily, pass on my order to ground that sinful animal, and he can't take a single step away from the Dingwa Gongfu until Yanga returns. Otherwise, I'll break his 3 legs. Outside the Duke of Ding's residence, a carriage, and a dozen or so forbidden soldiers were waiting. Seeing this, Gao Yang directly brought Green Luo into the carriage, but when he saw Shangguan Wanner's exquisite face, he was filled with surprise. Why is Lord Shangguan here? Shangguan Wanner sat upright, her pretty face icy. His Majesty has decreed and ordered me to accompany you to Linjiang City. Gao Yang understood after a little thought. He sat down graciously and nodded. That's right, after all, it's the people of a city that can't afford to slip up. Shangguan Wanner was a bit surprised, her beautiful eyes falling on Gao Yang. She didn't expect that Gao Yang would realize so quickly the purpose of Wu Jiu sending her to follow her forward. Duke Gao is indeed smart. No wonder His Majesty thinks so highly of him. Shang Wanwaner slowly spoke. Hard to blame? Valuable? It seems that I'm not the only one in His Majesty's test. If I'm not mistaken, there's also Scholar Chui, right? At these words, Shang Wanwaner's face changed wildly. Subconsciously, she asked, how do you know? Upon seeing Shang Wanwaner's reaction, Gao Yang understood everything. He asked calmly, how much power do I have on this trip? Shang Wanwaner answered back in a deep voice, the supervising royal historian, on behalf of His Majesty, patrols the world and holds the power of life and death. Everything in Linjiang City, from the county magistrate down to the people, Duke Gao can command, and that includes you? Shang Wanwaner hesitated for a moment and nodded. Judging from the edict, unless Gao Yang goes too far, she will have to listen to Gao Yang's command as well. Lord Shangwan, look at the leg. Gao Yang suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Shang Wanwaner's face changed wildly, and almost the entire temperature inside the carriage plummeted by 8 degrees. Mr. Gao, isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Gao Yang touched his nose. Solid. This Shang Wanwan heir holds the imperial sword from Wujiu, but as long as he is the boss in Linjiang City, that's a good thing to do. A group of grain merchants, who are making a fortune from the national tragedy, have raised the price of grain in a big way. His eyes revealed a coldness. Feeling the atmosphere inside the carriage, Greenie's pretty face blanched as she carefully turned her two straight, slender legs sideways towards Gao Yang. Grand Duke, would you like to take a look at the slave girl's leg first? A few people were speechless relative to each other. The carriage quickly made its way out of Chang'an City, and after taking a few more glances at Greenie's beautiful legs, Gao Yang lifted off the carriage and gazed at the Chang'an City that stood majestically in the distance. 2 days later, Linjiang City. Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang City, stood at the entrance of the county office with a group of officials, imperial court officials. How long before they arrive? Du Jiang asked in a deep voice. On the side, the master with a mustache looked into the distance and said, County Magistrate Du is not in a hurry. The imperial historian reckons he'll be here soon. Grain prices are soaring. Qian, Zhao, Han, Lin, 4 major grain merchants are more cunning than one. All of them are shady. The price of grain has risen from 41 a bucket to 101 a bucket, a full 61. The people can no longer afford it. This magistrate, how can I not be in a hurry? Du Jiang's eyes could not hide his exhaustion as he spoke of this. In these few days, he had almost exhausted his means, but even with the opening of the barn, the price of food was still rising uncontrollably. He was all but near despair. Merchants and businessmen are only interested in profit, and when they meet the continuous rainstorm disaster in Linjiang City, how can they not make a wave of national tragedy money ruthlessly? For now, he could only pin his hopes on the imperial historian sent by the court. Otherwise, I'm afraid that hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City will starve. Lord Du, there are people from afar. Suddenly, the master's voice rang out. Du Jiang looked up and saw that not far from the end of the road, in the middle of dozens of generals clad in battle armor riding war horses, a carriage came slowly. When the carriage stopped, Gao Yang lifted the curtain and stepped off the carriage, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Finally, Gao Yang's gaze sized up Du Jiang, looking at his 40s, wearing a blue robe, his eyes suffused with red blood, obviously busy these past few days. On the side, Shang Wanwaner held the imperial decree and said in a cold voice, Lord Du, this is the female emperor's special order to monitor the imperial censor, specifically responsible for the Linjiang City catastrophe. From this moment onwards, the size of the affairs of Linjiang City will be under the control of Duke Gao. Du Jiang received the holy decree and looked shocked after confirming its authenticity. Isn't it a joke that Gao Yang is so young to be responsible for the life and death of hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City? But with the holy decree in hand, even though Du Jiang was disgruntled, he had no choice but to endure it. My humble servant, Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang City, pays his respects to Mr. Gao. Du Jiang bowed respectfully, unable to hide the exhaustion on his face. There is no need to be polite. Lord Du. Gao Yang smiled and waved his hand, then straightened up and said, this Gongzi was delayed on the road for 2 days, 1 to go and 1 to return. How is the situation within Linjiang City now? Du Jiang's heart was slightly stabilized. Gao Yang first arrived in Linjiang City. At least this attitude is still good. Sir Gao, please come inside. Du Jiang reached out and invited Gao Yang inside the county office. As he walked, he said, in these few days, the torrential rain has stopped for the first time. Linjiang City is close to the river, and it is already prone to rain, and by this torrential rain, the people's grain has failed this year. Within Linjiang City, The major grain merchants took advantage of the opportunity to frantically stock up on grain, causing the price of grain to skyrocket from 40 cents a dipper to 100 cents a dipper in just 10 days. And if it weren't for this official's order to open the warehouses and release the grain, the price of grain would still have skyrocketed. In addition, the heavy rain has caused some farmland outside the city to be washed away. The people are homeless, and a large number of refugees have entered Linjiang City, which urgently needs to be resettled, or else there is a fear of riots. When Shangguanwaner heard this, her brows furrowed and she couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Linjiang City of everything, far more serious than the Zhangbiao. Now not only to quickly reduce the price of food in the capital, but also to resettle the victims, which cannot be said to be difficult. Mr. Gao, how should we crack this game in front of us? Du Jiang asked out loud. Gao Yang's face was expressionless and he kept listening quietly until he heard Du Jiang's voice. Then he hooked a smile and said, "This game, it's not hard to crack." This statement was made. Not only Shangguanwaner looked at Gao Yang in shock, but Du Jiang on the side was even more astonished. I also request that Imperial Magistrate Gao not spare any advice. And my humble servant thanks Mr. Gao on behalf of the 100,000 people of Linjiang City. Du Jiang bent down and bowed respectfully. This is enough to see that this Du Jiang is a parent official who is dedicated to the people. Gao Yang gazed at the skinny and bony refugees outside the county office as he leisurely said, "First, close the Linjiang City granary." This statement was made. Shangguanwaner was stunned. Du Jiang was filled with consternation, then said with a voice of anger, "Is eunuch Gao not intentionally poking fun at my humble servant? Right now, when we open the granary and release the grain, it is still difficult to curb the price of grain in Linjiang City, let alone closing the granary. I am only afraid that once the county magistrate's order is issued, the price of grain in the city will instantly break through 101 a bucket. How can the people afford to buy food at such astronomical prices?" Du Jiang only felt that the Gao Yang in front of him must be crazy. What kind of bad idea is this? Shangguanwaner also looked puzzled, but she did not make a sound. Wu Jiao commanded, "Linjiang City, large and small affairs, all to Gao Yang, until the last resort. She shall not interfere." Gao Yang's face was calm, and he said lightly, "Dechen has either been in drought or cloudy and rainy for the past few years, and I don't have much of a grain harvest in Dechen. How much grain is left in the granaries of Linjiang City? Is it enough to feed the 100,000 people of Linjiang City for 5 days?" At this statement, Du Jiang instantly froze. No, not enough, but once the granary is closed, the price of food in Linjiang City is bound to skyrocket again, and won't the people be even more unable to afford food? I beg your pardon for your humble servant's difficulty in agreeing with Mr. Gao's words. Gao Yang gazed straight at Du Jiang. Even if we continue to open the barn and release grain, at a price of 101 a bucket, how many people do you think can afford to buy it? Lord Du? Du Jiang's face changed wildly. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Gao Yang continue. And, this Gongzi is not explaining to you, but ordering. You don't have a choice. The words were overbearing and disdainful. Filled with a sense of unquestioning, Du Jiang clenched his fists, but Gao Yang had an imperial decree in his hand, and if he dared to disobey, Gao Yang could even cut him with a sword. My humble servant will immediately send men to close the grain silos in Linjiang City and post a list. But, Mr. Gao should think about it. Once the price of food in the city skyrockets and is difficult to curb this responsibility. Du Jiang's voice carried some threat as he was reminding Gao Yang to consider the consequences of his actions. Gao Yang put his hands in the air and said, "If the price of grain in Linjiang City doesn't drop within 7 days, this prince will bear all the consequences, even if it's my lord's life." Chapter 10 Feast for the 4 major grain merchants. At these words, Du Jiang's face changed. He looked at the extremely confident face in front of him and grimaced. In his opinion, this Gao Yang must be a person who was selling his name and fame, and he didn't know what means he had used to gain the trust of Her Majesty the Empress. The people of a city, the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, can't be so reckless. Once the people are really dying, what good is your life alone? Du Jiang made up his mind inwardly. If the situation was uncontrollable, he would take this person down even if he spelled out that he didn't want his black hat, even though he had the Empress behind him, even though he had monstrous power. But in his Du Jiang's mind, the lives of the people were above all else. Only now, he would see what Gao Yang was going to do. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang and spoke out. "Bring the map of the area around Linjiang City." With a glance from Du Jiang, one of his men quickly brought a map. The map was spread out on the table, and the geographical location of the entire Linjiang City was all clear at a glance. With a cursory glance, Gao Yang frowned. How is grain generally transported in Linjiang City? When Du Jiang heard this question, he despised Gao Yang more and more in his heart. He coldly said, "Naturally, They are transported by both land and water. But Linjiang City is known for its proximity to the Qingshui River, so waterway transportation is more frequent, quicker in time, and with less wear and tear. Does Mr. Gao already have a brilliant plan in mind? Du Jiang spoke out directly, a pair of hawkish eyes looking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang's fingers traced over the places where the Qingshui River flowed one by one as the corners of his lips hooked up slightly. He did not directly answer Du Jiang's question, but instead asked out loud, "Do you know about the several largest grain merchants in Linjiang City? County Magistrate Du, Qian, Zhao, Han, Lin. 4 big. There are 4 families in this Linjiang City entrenched for 100 years. The strength of the powerful. To take advantage of this catastrophe, but also a crazy sweep of food on the market, so that some of the local small grain merchants have to follow the trend of grain. The big hair national disaster wealth. This has also led to the fact that in just a few dozen days, the price of grain in Linjiang City has nearly doubled. But right now, His Majesty has just ascended to the throne. And Linjiang City is a tough city, so we can't forcefully suppress it, or else we're afraid of chaos. And when that happens, I'm afraid the consequences will be too much for anyone to bear." Gao Yang smiled faintly. "Please ask County Magistrate Du to prepare a table of good wine and good food, and invite the 4 great families of Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin for my son." Du Jiang shook his head more and more. "Gao Gongzi, your move is not a lie. The next official has long been used, but the results are quite small. The merchants and businessmen are heavy profit, caught this heavenly opportunity to hoard food in a big way. They will never be so easy to loosen their lips. Just do it." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he directly stepped into the government office. Du Jiang gazed at Gao Yang's back and whisked his sleeves away in anger. Then this official will see what Mr. Gao's tactics are. On the side, Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang and did not make a sound. Only, a pang of curiosity ran through her mind as to what Gao Yang was trying to do. Linjiang City. The Lin family. As a centuries-old family in Linjiang City, the Lin family residence, with its deep courtyards and staggered fake mountains and water, was like a scaled-down version of a mountain and river scroll. The lake pavilion is located in the center of the pool. With octagonal flying eaves and ancient colors, the pavilion is beautifully decorated with carved beams and painted beams, and a carp is competing to leap out, showing all the prosperity. Elder Lin. Lord Du has sent word that the imperial court has sent an imperial official to take over all matters of Linjiang City, large and small, and has specially summoned us to go. I'm afraid it's to lower the price of grain. What should we do? Inside the lake pavilion, the 3 middle-aged men were centered around an older man, who wore elaborate robes, the collars and cuffs of which were encrusted with precious jewels and gold filigree. The Qin family head couldn't help but open his mouth, a wave of sorrow on his face. Upon hearing the news, Lin Lao's face was calm and steady as he spoke out. "A district to a banquet. What are you afraid of? If he says lower the price of food, we lower the price of food?" Lin Lao snorted, scanning the 3, "as long as we are united." The great Qian for years of natural disasters. Linjiang City grain storehouse by no means much stock. The grain storehouse to put how much food? We eat how much? This Linjiang City grain prices not only cannot fall down, it can be completely up to 110 won a bucket. As long as we grasp this opportunity, it's enough for us to have no worries about our offspring. Upon hearing this, a touch of greed appeared in the eyes of all the people. 111 cents a bucket. According to the stock of grain they now had in their hands, that was an astronomical amount of silver. Elder Lin is right. As long as we are united, the empress has just ascended to the throne. How dare they force their way in? But the Zhao family head with a big mole on his face was a bit worried. "I heard that this new inspector general is very young and came from Chang'an. I'm afraid he has a big background. If we don't give face like this, if we anger the big shots in Chang'an, I'm afraid we'll be doomed." Elder Lin's face changed when he heard this. However, he still said, "The empress has ascended to the throne, and this world is ultimately about law." But what the Zhao family master said is also reasonable, and the arrival of the inspector general is something that should be given some face. Now the price of grain in Linjiang City is 100 cents a bucket. Later at the dinner party, we will lower it by another 5 cents. This 5 cents, even if it's for the face of the inspector general. But I'll say in advance that if anyone gets in my way, I'll never stop. A flash of sternness flashed across Elder Lin's eyes. What Elder Lin said? We are the only ones who look up to Elder Lin. As long as we are of one mind, we will have the final say on the price of grain in this Linjiang City. The 3 men agreed in unison. A smile appeared in Elder Lin's eyes as he straightened his slightly wrinkled robe, changed into an ordinary robe and accompanied the old man to the banquet. The crowd looked down at the flashy robes they were wearing, revealing a look of dawning realization. What Elder Lin said is very true. It's still Elder Lin who has superior means. The backyard of the county courthouse. Gao Yang sat on the main seat. Shangguan and Du Jiang sat to his left and right, and behind him stood Green Luo. The table in front of him was filled with good wine and meat, colorful and delicious. Gao Yang tapped his fingers on the table if anything, slowly and rhythmically. Du Jiang couldn't help but say, "Mr. Gao, these grain merchants are all old foxes. If you want them to lower the price, I'm afraid it's more difficult than killing them. At most they will lower the price by 5 cents. 5 is already their limit." Du Jianjian held out a palm, looking agitated. "Du magistrate, calm your mind. As a parent official of a county, if even you are in disarray, how else can you equalize the price of food?" Gao Yang spoke faintly. This Du Jiang is a good parent official, but too impatient. This time, it's a lesson for him. Du Jiang was abruptly reprimanded and his face turned blue. Then this official will wait to see Imperial Magistrate Gao's tactics. At this time, the accompanying generals walked in quickly and said, "Lord Imperial Historian, the 4 great family heads of Qian Zhaohanlin have arrived. Pass." Along with Gao Yang's voice, soon, the family heads of the 4 major families of Qian Zhaohanlin walked in. "We pay our respects to the High Priestess. We pay our respects to the High Priestess." Several people shouted in unison. Gao Yang swept his gaze over and couldn't help but smile. "I have heard that the 4 great families of Qian Zhaohanlin have been in Linjiang City for 100 years, and are famously wealthy merchants for hundreds of miles nearby, so why are they so despondent when I see them today?" Shangguan was also disgusted, obviously rich on one side, but deliberately wearing this quaint robes that only lower-class people wear. The intent, it's so obvious. But she was also a little worried that Gao Yang's idea of trying to lower the price of grain today was only going to fizzle out. Lin Lao bent down and said in a non-condescending manner, "Gao Royal Historian is unaware that Linjiang City has been hit by heavy rains and the good land has been destroyed, resulting in displaced people all over the place and the people have no food to eat, so we are really saddened by this. During this period of time consecutive porridge, but also out of a large sum of silver relief. Now long ago to make ends meet ah." Seeing Lin Lao voiced, the other 3 big masters echoed in succession. "In these few years, Dakian has been plagued by natural disasters. The people are suffering. We are the local rich gentry, loved by the people of a party. How can we just sit back and do nothing? But under the generosity of the money, we have almost run out of food ah. The pressure is much less on us now that Imperial Inspector Gao has arrived." This comment made Du Jiang couldn't help but want to brush his sleeve away. It's shameless. These several big mansions, extremely prosperous, not even inferior to Chang'an's State Duke's mansion, the mansion to raise hundreds of people, but where they take out the hoarded food, Linjiang City people will not be without food to eat. Shameless. Damn these merchants. Du Jiangyi was about to blow a gasket. However, Gao Yang was not the least bit angered. He just said indifferently, "The 4 great family heads are noble and have a compassionate heart. Gao Yang admires them. It's just that this eunuch has been assigned by the empress to take over all matters, large and small, in Linjiang City." Realizing something, Lin Lao looked at the other 3 and took the lead. "The imperial magistrate has descended on Linjiang City. My Lin family should show their sincerity, and would like to lower themselves by 5 cents and sell grain at a loss. The Qian family too. So is the Zhao family. So is the Han family." A few people looked like they were gritting their teeth and losing money. Du Jiang wasn't surprised in the slightest. No one knew the faces of these big rich businessmen better than him. Gao Yang shook his head. 5 cents down on yourself? Lin Lao's face was ugly. He didn't expect Gao Yang to have such a big appetite. A bucket of grain lowered 5 This is behind tens of thousands of taels of silver hit the water. 8 What does the royal historian think? Elder Lin said in a deep voice. Gao Yang still shook his head. Hiss. The 4 major grain merchants' faces were all ugly to the extreme. This Gao Yang is forcing them to tear their faces off. Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang with a cold smile on his face. This was not too different from what he expected. He wanted to see what Gao Yang should do. Just when Lin was about to brush his sleeves away, Gao Yang coldly spoke. "This official wants all the grain in your hands to be raised to 150 a bucket, only high and not low. If anyone dares to sell grain below 150 a bucket, this official will kill them. It shall not be less than 150 a bucket?" The crowd was all stunned at these words. Lin Lao's beard trembled and almost tore all the beard off his chin. His wrinkled old face filled with shock. The other 3 major grain merchant family heads were also incomparably stunned as they looked at Gao Yang. For a moment, the entire county courthouse was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, even forgot to speak. It was because Gao Yang's words were completely out of their expectation. Du Jiang was originally prepared to see how Gao Yang would deal with this group of difficult grain merchants and get them to drop a few more texts from their mouths. As a result, Gao Yang did not have the slightest intention of lowering the price. On the contrary, he directly raised the price of grain, and in one breath, from the current price of 101 per bucket, which was already unaffordable to many ordinary people. It directly soared to 151 per bucket. These merchants are not even allowed to sell low-priced grain. What is Gao Yang trying to do? Is he trying to starve the entire population of Linjiang City? Du Jiang was filled with anger. But the four major grain merchants were here, and Gao Yang had taken over all the small and large affairs of Linjiang City. Even if he had a great dissatisfaction, he could not question Gao Yang in front of the four major grain merchants. To do otherwise is a cardinal sin of contempt of a superior officer. Shang Wanwana was also taken aback, her beautiful eyes full of incomprehension. Didn't they come to Jiancheng to lower the price of food? And from the previous test, Gao Yang should know very well in his heart that this was a test from the empress. It even concerns the entire Dinghui Gongfu. Instead of thinking about how to lower the price of food, why does Gao Yang want to raise the price of food? And it's still such a horrible number. Shang Wanwan couldn't figure it out at all. She had followed the empress in her reign for 2 months, and had seen too many officials, sinister ones, venomous ones, and upright ones who dealt with them impartially. But it was the first time he had seen an unorthodox official like Gao Yang. Lin Lao was full of shock, with incredulity in his eyes. Gao Royal Historian. I may be getting old and my ears are not working well. What did you just say? That we should not sell grain below 150 a bucket? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other three great lords all looked at Gao Yang in unison. Gao Yang's fingers tapped slowly on the table as he laughed faintly. Is it hard to understand what this gonzi means? 151 for a bucket. Whoever dares to sell grain below this price and lets my lord find out about it, then his head will not be guaranteed. This time, do you hear me clearly? Seeing that Gao Yang was once again sure, even though the several people were even more sophisticated, they couldn't help but reveal smiles on their faces. Never thought that things would turn around and Gao Yang summoned them to come and had no intention of lowering the price. Instead, he's going to give them a price increase, or an outlandish one. It's 150 cents a bucket. There will be astronomical profits behind this horrific figure. And, who in the entire Linjiang City didn't know that most of the food was controlled by their four great families? The price of grain soared more than double all the way up to 100 a bucket. It's given them a bad name. But this time, this is the county magistrate hard and fast rule. Must be higher than 150 a bucket to sell grain, which will not be their turn to take the blame. Both making a lot of money and not having to take the blame himself. Lin Lao couldn't wait to laugh out loud. He's lived most of his life and there's such a good thing under the sky? But the more ecstatic he became, the calmer he became. Lin Lao's cloudy old eyes exploded with a stream of light. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Royal Historian, will this matter be posted on the list? Accompanied by Lin Lao's words, the heads of the Qian, Han, and Zhao families all turned their gazes towards Gao Yang. There was the same glint in their eyes. Post the list, announced the whole city. That's the nail in the coffin. Otherwise when Gao Yang changed his face, it's them who will be screwed. All of us here are human beings, so how could we not be cautious? Gao Yang looked deep into Lin Lao's eyes and nodded. After this meal, the list that the price of grain shall not be sold at a price lower than 150 per bucket will be posted on every street in Linjiang City. Elder Lin looked towards the other three great families, and they were completely settled in their hearts. Today, a heavenly fortune came to their four big bodies. If this is not properly grasped, simply ashamed of the ancestors down 100 years of foundation. The next meal was a meal where the others barely moved their chopsticks except for Gao Yang who ate with great gusto. But some of the horse's ass, in the mouths of Elder Lin and the three great lords, was simply like a torrent of continuous water. Soon, the four major grain merchants excused themselves in unison. Elder Lin, what is this new imperial historian thinking? He didn't even order us to lower the price of grain, but instead raised it to 150 a bucket. Could there be a problem? Outside the county courthouse, the Qin family head couldn't help but say. Lin Lao let out a cold snort. I've lived half my life. What kind of situation have I not seen? I've never seen food prices skyrocket and be able to fall again. Regardless of what this Gao imperial historian has in mind, this has nothing to do with us. At the moment, it's only right to take advantage of this great opportunity to make a big profit. Such a heavenly opportunity, but whoever seizes it, the family will not worry for 100 years. And no matter what kind of chaos Linjiang City has become, this has nothing to do with us. Because we abide by the county office. A heavenly fortune is right in front of us. If you still hesitate, you are really confused to the extreme. As soon as these words came out, the head of the Qian family hastened to make amends. Elder Lin rests his anger. It's just that I've lived half my life and have never seen such a good thing, so I'm a bit worried. But according to what Elder Lin said, this is truly a splash of riches. My Qian family only looks up to Elder Lin. The Zhao clan, Han clan's two great masters also said. The four great clans of Linjiang City have always advanced and retreated in the same direction. What Elder Lin wants to do next? we will definitely follow. When Elder Lin heard the words of a few people, his deep gaze looked at the pedestrians on the streets of Linjiang City, and his cloudy old eyes erupted with endless greed. While the county office list has not yet been posted, quickly sweep up all the grain on the surface of Linjiang City at a price of 100 cents a bucket. Then sit back and wait for the price of food to skyrocket. The county government list. The price of food can never be only 150 won a bucket. Chaotic food prices do not talk about the top. The people cannot live. And then the higher the price of food will have to smash pots and pans to buy. Elder Lin's voice carried a chill. The price of food. Not to mention 150 won a bucket. Even if it breaks through 100 won a bucket, Linjiang City will be starved. There will be tens of thousands of people starved to death. Then, not to mention 150 won a bucket, or even higher, in just 10 days and half a month, it would be a real hell on earth. But whether it was Elder Lin or the other three major grain merchants, all of them were expressionless, and all they had in their eyes was greed. What's it to them if the people live or die in such a chaotic world? For them, seizing the opportunity well and making a big fortune in the country's difficulties is the way to go. In Linjiang City, food prices are set to skyrocket unimaginably. Inside the county courthouse, Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang with a face full of incredulity. Royal historian Gao, do you really want to post the list that the price of grain must not be sold at a price lower than 150 a bucket all over Linjiang City? Du Jiang was filled with anger. He thought Gao Yang must be crazy. It's not even enough to talk to the four major grain merchants like this, but they actually have to post a list, posting it all over Linjiang City. Once the list is out, there is no turning back. Even once this list comes out, Linjiang County Office will become a target, and the people's angry saliva can spray them to death. What's more, isn't their goal to lower food prices? Why did Goyang raise the price of food? Or a sky-high price? Only after a long time did Gao Yang slowly look at Du Jiang. Lord do as this official says. Other than that, it's not your place to ask. Gao Yang's gaze was cold. Du Jiang was trembling. His eyes stared at Gao Yang in death, a stabbing pain in his heart. The empress was famous in her whole life, but why did she send such a big talker to come? Does he know what the price of grain is at 150 cents a bucket? Why not eat minced meat? That's why you don't eat mincemeat. Only this word remained in Du Jiang's mind. How could the children of big shots in Chang'an City, who were born with golden keys since childhood, know the hardships of ordinary people? This was a disaster for Linjiang City, and even more so for countless people. But Du Jiang still wanted to work hard to try hard. So he was the parent official of hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City, and he had to be able to afford this black hat on his head. He asked, word for word, my lord, do you know the consequences of this? Once the list is out, in less than 10 days and half a month, Linjiang City will surely be an inferno on earth. Countless people will starve to death alive, and even their wives will be separated, and it is not impossible for them to feed their children easily. Du Jiang clenched his teeth and knelt down on one knee. Since I was born, I'm more than 36 years old. I'm a proud person. I've never begged for anything, but today, I'm begging your excellency to take back your order. The price of grain has reached 151 for a bucket, so apart from merchants and traders, it's impossible for the common people to afford to buy it. Gao Yan looked at Du Jiang, his eyes not fluctuating in the slightest. He knows that this Du Jiang is a parent official who is dedicated to the people, and after returning to the capital this time, he will also uplift Du Jiang. But if Linjiang City wants to lower the price of food, it must do what he says. The county office has ears through the walls, and until he is absolutely sure of his intentions, he must not say anything. He could only mention Du Jiang. Lord Du, if you want to lower the price of food, you don't necessarily have to desperately suppress the price of food. Knowing that the stronger the spring is suppressed, the more terrifying the rebound will be. After 7 days, everything will be fine. My lord will not joke with his life. After saying that, Gao Yang straightly stepped away from the county office. After eating and drinking, he had business to attend to. Today's Qianlong suffered from torrential rains. Not only Linjiang City, a city, the entire Guangyang County 16 cities have suffered a catastrophe. It was only the city of Linjiang that suffered the worst disaster. The whole body will be affected by one hair, and countless people are destined to be displaced. Lowering food prices is just one of them. The most important thing at the moment is for the people to be able to survive the catastrophe and even make money. What should he do? Gao Yang stood at the entrance to the inner courtyard of the prefectural government office, looking outward, caught up in thought. Behind him, Du Jiang was so angry that he was trembling. He had trouble understanding. Du Jiang, ruling 12 years, seen too many means, has never heard of raising the price of food can reduce the price of food means. This is an arrogant and know-nothing nut job. He will pay dearly. Before Du Jiang could return to his senses, he only heard Gao Yang's voice ring out. Lord Du, take this official around. This official sees that this government office is in disrepair. In a few days when the price of food has fallen, it can be renovated and refurbished. Du Zhang's eyes changed drastically when he heard this. The people can't survive anymore. But this Gao Yang still wants to renovate the government offices? What's the difference between that and fish and meat? But before he could say anything, Gao Yang took the lead with Greenie and walked out of the government office. Lord Shangguan, are you really going to sit back and watch the people of Linjiang City suffer? Du Zhang placed his last hope on Shangguan Wanner. Shangguan Wanner was a big redhead beside the empress, and as long as Shangguan Wanner made a move, this could still be stopped. Shangguan Wanner gazed at the direction Gao Yang had left, and a tangle appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. But it was someone else. She, Shangguan Wanner, would definitely stop it, but it was Gao Yang who was the one who started the monkey game in the Golden Palace, completely out of the ordinary. Is Gao Yang a dude? From the past, Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, was not only a dude, but also a complete asshole. Yet he was by no means acting like a fool. He should be well aware of the embarrassing situation faced by the Duke of Dinghua. Shangguan Wanner's absolutely beautiful face flashed with a touch of determination. His Majesty the Empress has ordered that all matters of Linjiang City, both large and small, are to be placed at the disposal of Mr. Gao. But if the situation is urgent and uncontrollable, I will step in and stop it. After saying that, Shangguan Wanner then left with a big stride as well. After Du Jiang heard these words, he said painfully, I'm only afraid that it will be too late by then. This matter, we must inform His Majesty as fast as possible. If we let him fool around like this again, the hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City will be finished. Du Jiang's eyes were firm, and he shouted outward, fetch my pen and ink. This official is going to make a report overnight, and impeach this bureaucrat with 800 miles of expedited impeachment. 2 days later, report. Linjiang City's 800-mile emergency report, accompanied by a voice. Guards clad in black armor hurriedly stepped into the palace, followed by kneeling and holding up a zhenzhua. Linjiang City? 800 miles of urgent reports? Wu Jiu wore a golden-colored dragon robe, her phoenix eyes carrying the majesty of looking out of the world. And when she heard the name of the place Linjiang City, her frown furiously loosened. Present. Wu Jiu put down the folders she was reviewing in her hands, and a rare smile hung on her face. Linjiang City, this is Gao Yang's territory. Even though a few days have passed, Wu Jiu can't help but be shocked when she thinks of the Golden Palace. When Gao Yang lightly threw out the playing monkey bureau, it was too unbelievable that this kind of poisonous bureau appeared in the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua of the general's family. Therefore, she was very much looking forward to Gao Yang's means in Linjiang City. But when Wu Jiu turned over the zhangbiao, her face changed again and again. In the end, even the absolutely beautiful face was filled with anger. This Gao Yang dares to collude with the government and business to raise the price of grain. And instead of allowing the local grain merchants to lower the price, he also wants to sell grain at a high price, which is simply outrageous. Just as Wu Jiu was about to give the order, she gave another sharp pause. No, this Gao Yang doesn't look like a mediocrity. Could he have ulterior motives? Wu Jiu's brows furrowed. She never expected that this Gao Yang would give her such a big surprise. To be precise, it should be shock. She looked at the Zhang folders again, her eyes falling on Du Zhang's character that Gao Yan was so bold as to plummet grain prices in Linjiang City within 7 days. On the one hand, you want to lower the price of grain in Linjiang City, and on the other hand, you raise the price of grain in Linjiang City to sky-high prices. Gao Yang, what are you really doing? You're good at getting me into trouble. Wu Jiu sat in the dragon chair and couldn't help but rub his brow. Tomorrow morning's morning court is not a quiet one. The Duke of Dinghua is a big tree, and too many people in this dynasty want him to fall. According to the rules of Dakian, this impeachment, in addition to a copy sent to her imperial study room, another copy will be sent to the imperial historian's office. Tomorrow is destined to be a storm. On the following day, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds weaving in the sky and enveloped the entire Chang'an. The Great Qian Palace, the Golden Palace. Wu Jiu sat high above the dragon chair. Her brows were icy cold and a majesty permeated her body. The civil and military officials were listed on both sides. Wu Jiu knew that there were dark currents underneath the calm courtroom. Your Majesty, I impeach Gao Yang, the son of Duke Ding. Gao Yang was reused by His Majesty as the supervisory imperial historian of Linjiang City, but he colluded with business and ordered that the price of grain in Linjiang City should not be lower than 150 won per bucket, and also made a large-scale renovation of the government offices, which is a really mediocre move. And I would like to ask His Majesty to order a severe punishment in order to prove that it is not a good thing. At the imperial court, an old man with a straight frame and white hair walked up. His face was iron blue and he was all righteous. the imperial historian, Yan Zhang, is upright and upright, but where there is something he does not see eye to eye, up to spray the sky, down to spray the ground. No one dares not spray. Even the late emperor died of illness, had left one of the 3 auxiliary ministers. Prince Rong Mulong also dared to impeach in public. Even angry Prince Rong these 2 days sued sick in the house. Even the morning court do not come. As he stepped in, the crowd's faces changed. Yan Zhang impeachment, that basically impeached not to die but also to take off a layer of skin. Gao Feng's eyes widened as he heard this as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. Cao Yang officials and businessmen colluded to manipulate grain prices, ordering that the price of grain in Linjiang City must not be lower than 150 won per bucket. Didn't he tell Gao Yang, if you can't do it, don't try to be brave. The Duke Ding's house is bigger than a horse, and it can always save him. Summit's face shifted. The 100 officials were also in great disagreement after the shock. Wang Zhong, dressed in armor, was the first to speak out. 150 won a bucket. This if time passes, that will cause great public anger, and even starvation and hell on earth. I agree with Dr. Yan's words, please punish His Majesty severely. Chui Li, the Minister of Rights, had a cold smile on his face as he also stood out and said in a deep voice, Guanyang County has been hit by severe rainstorms during this time, and the people have already had no harvests, making it difficult for them to get through the year of disaster. And with such a high price of grain, if we sit back and do nothing about it, I'm afraid that it would stir up the sky's greatest public anger. I also ask Your Majesty to make a timely move to stop it, so as not to cause irreparable consequences. For a while, 100 officials agreed. I second the motion. I second the motion. Gao Feng's face was blue and cold. His pair of eyes couldn't help but look at Wu Jiao. At that moment, the only one who could clap the decision was the empress. Wu Jiao's eyes swept through the group of ministers, took a deep breath. Ding Wagon's grandson does not take the ordinary way. I have promised. Cover the very talented. Must be treated very people. Now only 2 days. Why are you all in a hurry? Maybe the grandson of the Duke of Dingwa will deliver a satisfactory answer. Wu Jiao's gaze swept over the group of ministers, and his powerful majesty forced them to bow their heads. But Wang Zhong subconsciously snorted. If you want the price of grain to fall, where is the one who raises the price of grain to the sky? This Gao Yang is an incompetent person. Where can he take on this great task? Wu Jiao's eyes were icy cold and his voice was chilly. Old General Wang, are you questioning my vision? Wang Zhong's heart panicked and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. My lord has no intention of doing so. Wu Jiao's gaze scanned the crowd and landed on Yan Zhang. Linjiang City can't be messed up. I've already arranged a backhand. Do magistrate since he said that Duke Ding's grandson, Gao Yang, made a big fuss about lowering the price of grain within 7 days. Then give him 7 days. This matter I have decided not to have to say much. Ministry of Rights House. Song Li laughed out loud. Whether this Gao Yang is a dragon or a worm, it's really easy to tell at a glance. Thanks to the fact that the empress trusts her so much. It seems that my Song family was right to withdraw from the marriage. Song Qingqing heard the news and asked curiously, Lord Father, but news has come from Linjiang City? Song Li nodded. That's right, that Gao Yang went to Linjiang City. The first thing he did was to gather the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang City, and instead of thinking about lowering the price of grain, he strictly ordered the 4 major grain merchants not to sell grain for less than 150 won a bucket. Today's impeachment folders have arrived at the Golden Palace. If not for the Empress's force protection, this Gao Yang can't eat it all. Song Qingqing heard this without any expression on her face. She shook her head and said, this Gao Yang is really confused. It's fortunate that my Song family withdrew from the marriage ahead of time. Otherwise it would have been inevitable to be implicated. The merchant is greedy. Instead of lowering the price of grain, he is also raising the price of grain in a big way. If these greedy grain merchants don't raise the price of grain to the sky, I, Song Li, will simply take a piece of bean curd and hit my head. Song Li was full of disdain and took a sip of tea. Then, he said to Song Qingqing in his serious tone, Scholar Chui has traveled to Qingshui City, and Gao Yang has traveled to Linjiang City. The 2 places are in similar disaster situations, so it's obviously a competition. But this competition, Gao Yang is already doomed to fail miserably. Scholar Chui will become the most talked about person in the whole of Chang'an, destined to soar to the heavens. Qing Cheng, you must take advantage of it. Song Qingqing smiled faintly. Lord Father, rest assured. Duke Chui's talent is all over the capital. His elegance is captivating. My daughter has long been in contact with him, and Duke Chui should also have a good feeling towards my daughter. Song Li was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but stroke his beard. If I can take down Scholar Chui, my Song family should prosper greatly. Clearwater City. Chui Xing has stood in the middle of the government office with his arms folded, and in his hand he was holding an envelope that had been sent from Chang'an at top speed. Behind him was the respectful county magistrate of Clearwater City. The Qingshui city magistrate gazed at Cui Xinghe's back and a flash of excitement could not help but appear on his face. This scholar Cui is truly a god. Just one day after arriving in Qingshui city, he used a thunderous tactic to directly cause the big grain merchants in Qingshui city to lower their prices by 5 cents in unison. Qingshui city grain prices directly from the price of 100 won, plummeted to 95 won, followed by another day, ordered the opening of warehouses to release grain, while acquiring the world's grain, and then to 90 won a bucket of price, and then let the price of grain fell by 5 won. The price of grain on the market has stabilized to 90 cents a bucket. This kind of means, simply make the Qingshui city magistrate admired. He can hear not far away from the Linjiang city grain prices not only did not curb, on the contrary, began to crazy rise. After Cui Xinghe finished reading the letter in his hand, a touch of disdain surfaced on his handsome face, then Zhao Ji voiced out, "The people of this Linjiang city are considered miserable." Behind him, the magistrate of Qingshui city asked curiously, "Imperial Magistrate Cui, what's going on here? Why are the people of Linjiang city miserable?" Cui Xinghe turned back and swept towards the county magistrate of Qingshui city and said indifferently, "When Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Dingwa, arrived in Linjiang city, the first order he issued was to order the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang city not to sell grain for less than 150 won a bucket." 150 won a bucket? What? The magistrate of Clearwater city was filled with shock. This price is enough to force the people to die. Cui Xinghe said to himself again, "The Duke of Dingwei is powerful, although the female emperor ascended to the throne, and Dakian ushered in a new reshuffle, but no matter what, the Duke of Dingwei is a veteran of the 3 dynasties, and his prestige is known to the whole of Dakian. With his status as the grandson of the Duke of Ding, Gao Yang is more powerful than even I, Cui, and is not thinking of using his power to force the greedy grain merchants to lower their prices. On the contrary, to further raise the price of food is really confusing and a waste of this great status." Cui Xinghe's tone was disdainful. When he thought of the empress's arrangement, he only felt a pang of amusement. Cui Xinghe is the descendant of a famous family, and the first prize winner of Dakian's power over the world's scholars. His insights, his tactics, can't be compared to a punk who only plays poisonous tricks. The empress had actually granted them similar statuses, with one traveling to Linjiang city and the other to Qingshui city, which was clearly put together for a competition. And in comparison, Linjiang city is much more serious. But Gao Yang went to Linjiang city. This was a great shame in Cui Xinghe's eyes. Gao Yang, a playboy, all day in Chang'an, linger in the land of smoke and willow. Cui Xinghe is bent on the Hanlin Academy to study the way to rule the country. But in the heart of the empress, but more valued Gao Yang. This was a disgrace to his entire Cui clan, and even more so to him, Cui Xinghe. Thinking of this, Cui Xinghe's eyes grew colder and colder. Pass on this imperial historian's order and tell these grain merchants not to be too greedy, or if they anger this imperial historian, none of them will end well. The price of grain in Qingshui city must be lowered by another 8 cents, 82 cents a bucket, and they can still make a profit, moderately, if you give this imperial historian face. When this imperial historian returns to Chang'an and becomes the middle scholar before the empress, this imperial historian will still remember this love. If not, then each will rely on their own means. But I'm only afraid that the price they can't bear. The magistrate of Qingshui city was astonished for a moment when he heard this. Mr. Cui is going to lower the price by another 8 won? In this way, the price of grain in Qingshui city that is only 82 won a bucket, although it is still too much higher than the previous 50 won a bucket, but the people can still afford it by biting their teeth and tightening their belts, and at the very least it's not a picture of a starving purgatory. Of course, a job to support a family was too precious in a year of such devastation. And for the people who had no money, they still had to starve to death, even if it was reduced to 50 cents a bucket. This was already hard won in the eyes of the magistrate of Clearwater city. Cui Xinghe nodded. The price of grain in Qingshui River. This official has secretly investigated and made a statistic. The 2 big grain merchants, Lu and Tian, are practically stocking up on grain at prices ranging from 53 to 71 won, not to mention that they still have last year's stale grain in their houses, 82 won a bucket. They still have something to gain. And they won't fish out of water. To be a government official, 1 stick and 1 flaxseed, to hit a stick and give a sweet date, is the way to rule the country. The magistrate of Clearwater city was in awe. Cui imperial magistrate's great talent. On behalf of the more than 50,000 people of Qingshui city, my humble servant would like to thank Cui imperial magistrate. It is a blessing for the Jianshan community that Dakian has an imperial historian. Cui. After saying that, the magistrate of Clearwater city immediately went down to pass the message. After the 2 major grain merchants of Qingshui city heard Cui Xinghe's transmission, they fell silent in unison. On the one hand, it is from Chang'an Chui's, the friendship of the Qian scholar, And on the other hand, the two sides are tearing their faces off, and each of them is showing their own tactics. But Cui Xinghe left them another way out. At 82 cents for grain, there's still a big profit to be made. Under this boondoggle. Soon, the price of grain in Clearwater fell again. It was only dropping in a slow pattern so that it was able to earn more. But at this Cui Xinghe did not care, suddenly lowering the price by 8 cents. That would make the price of grain fluctuate too much. And by slowly falling, the two families would not only be able to better control the price of grain, but also make more money. After doing so, Cui Xinghe looked to the due north of Qingshui City, his eyes carrying a chilling look. On the one hand, there's the plummeting 18 won in Qingshui City, and on the other hand, there's the 150 won a bucket, or even higher, grain prices in Linjiang City. I, Cui Xinghe, am destined to shine throughout Chang'an. Cui Xinghe's eyes carried a strong ambition. Linjiang City, outside the county courthouse. Angry people surrounded the county courthouse, and they could not control the anger in their hearts and vented it toward the county courthouse. 180 won a bucket. Does this want us to live? My lord, I kneel down for you. I beg you to be extra legal. Open the barn and release the grain. Otherwise my family will really starve to death. Today has long been more than 180 won a bucket. Has broken through 200 won a bucket. This bunch of goddamned grain merchants 200 won a bucket still do not sell. These brutes who eat human blood buns. They'll get their comeuppance sooner or later. Wave after wave of sound, far and wide, which caused Du Jiang inside the county office to be filled with sorrow. He couldn't help pacing back and forth in the lobby inside the county courthouse, his brow tinged with annoyance. The division master on the side spoke up. My lord, if this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end the situation under the group's anger. Du Jiang's steps stopped and he looked back at the master. Now this situation is what this official wants to see? Can the people not be angry once the imperial historians list is made? But what can this official do? This official's impeachment was beaten back. His Majesty ordered us to listen to the imperial historian. What can I do? The master was also full of sorrow and despair. Today is the 7th day. But not only has the price of grain in Linjiang City not fallen, but it has risen to 200 won per bucket. 20 won per bucket more expensive than the 150 won per bucket on the list. The people's grain stocks are at the bottom, and the county office can't open warehouses to release grain. So in a few days' time, the people's anger will be swept away, and chaos will surely ensue. Du Jiang's brows were locked. Why did he not know about these? Where is the Gao imperial historian? Du Jiang asked with red bloodshot eyes. The master returned. It should be at the Huagua temple. Du Jiang's face changed. Going to the temple again? He grimaced. These 7 days, Gao Yang in addition to ordering the major grain merchants shall not be less than 150 won a bucket of grain to sell. In addition, either on the Qingshui River to play, or on the temple to worship Buddha. They even want to renovate the county courthouse and host large tournament events. With such indulgence, can the price of food in Linjiang City be lowered? The 7-day period has come and gone, and this official will go to Duke Gao to see how the price of grain, which he guaranteed with his life, will be lowered. Outside the Wagakuji temple. This is the largest temple near Linjiang City, and countless people come to offer incense. In Dakian, Taoism and Buddhism prevailed, and the two were indistinguishable from each other. Throughout the Great Qian, from the top to the dignitaries, down to the ordinary people, burning incense and worshipping Buddha are countless. After Gao Yang had burned a few incense sticks, he was personally escorted out by the presiding officer of the Huagua temple. The two had a good conversation. This scene could make Du Jiang, who had come to find Gao Yang, gnash his teeth in anger. He didn't believe in Buddhism at all, and in his mind, if the world really had a god and Buddha in the sky, who could hear the plight of the people? Then where in the world are there so many cataclysms? The gods and goddesses in the sky are all jokes. Waiting for the presiding officer to enter the temple, Du Jiang couldn't help but ask, High Imperial Magistrate, a full 7 days have passed, but the price of grain in Linjiang City not only didn't drop, on the contrary, it went all the way up. Since your decree, the price of grain quickly soared to 150 won a bucket. Not only that, it is still continuing to rise. It is enough to 200 won a bucket. Since the county office posted the list, outside the county office every day are the pleading people. If this continues, the scene is bound to get out of control, and by then it will be too late. Are you really not afraid? Du Jiang was filled with despair. He had wanted to quickly report to the empress in the hope that she would stop his ridiculous behavior. But not only did he sink stone dead, he also got an order from the empress to do as he was told. And with some prying, he finally learned of Gao Yang's identity, grandson of Duke Gao Tianlong of Dinghua, a famous fop in Chang'an. When this news was delivered, he slumped in his chair for a moment in despair, and did not return to his senses for a long time. In the following days, Gao Yang, apart from strictly ordering the county office granary not to open the granary for grain, began the idle mode. Either he took him forward to enjoy the scenery of the Qingshui River that runs through the entire Guangyang County, or he went up to the temple every day to pray for blessings and climbed into conversation with the presiding officer. Just like a believer, Gao Yang went to more than 10 temples near Linjiang City. Seeing that 7 days had passed, the price of grain in Linjiang City not only did not decrease, but on the contrary, it went all the way up, and even far higher than the 150 won per bucket on the county office's list, reaching a horrifying 200 won per bucket. And there is a climb. Not only did Gao Yang not use the slightest means to curb it, but on the contrary, he wanted to take advantage of the catastrophe to renovate the government offices and also wanted to organize large-scale events. Therefore, even though he knew that Gao Yang was confused, he couldn't help but remind Gao Yang, hoping that he would think of a solution. If this continues, a great chaos is coming to Linjiang City. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang and didn't answer positively, but just faintly said, "What actions have the 4 major grain merchants made in the past few days?" Du Jiang said with a sullen face. Since the county government office posted the list, the 4 major grain merchants used a large sum of silver to frantically sweep grain from the hands of other small grain merchants at a price of 100 won a bucket, not selling even 150 won a bucket, resulting in the price of grain all the way up, and are now stocking up on grain and waiting for the people's hands to run out of grain, to continue to raise the price of grain. These people, they won't even sell a bucket for 200 won. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face, and his gaze was cold. Tomorrow, recruit laborers in a big way to start refurbishing the government offices, and post a list to the public that this official is going to hold a grand dragon boat race. Those who come out on top will be exempt from commercial taxes for 3 years. At these words, Du Jiang was stunned. What? He didn't expect that this Gao Yang really wasn't talking about playing around. He's really going to renovate the courthouse in a big way and throw a big event. But this is clearly a disaster year. The people can't even survive, and they are still so oppressed. I will do as I am told. But Imperial Magistrate Gao, even if you are the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, you can't afford the consequences of breaking into such a big mess. Du Jiangyi was filled with anger. On the side, Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression as she said with a bitter smile, Mr. Gao, what exactly do you want to do? Otherwise I can only take over Linjiang City on behalf of Mr. Gao. Shangwan Wanner's expression was serious, and her eyes carried an endless amount of gravity. Things have gotten a little out of hand. She had to know Gao Yang's intentions. Hope suddenly flared up in Du Jiang's eyes as he directly arched his hand and said, Lord Shangwan, make your move. Otherwise, once the people mutiny, it will lead to a catastrophe that will be difficult to undo. Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang with doubts in her beautiful eyes. You clearly don't like Buddha. There are many believers in Chang'an City that I've seen, and they all have an unbelievable fervor in their eyes. But you don't. In other words, you have been visiting temples everywhere in the past few days, which was not your intention, and renovating the county office is even more unthinkable. It won't be some time before you return to Chang'an. But why did you renovate the county office? Carrying the curse of a city, causing Linjiang City's grain prices to skyrocket. All of this, Mr. Gao must have to pay me a favor. Du Jiangyi froze as well. He wasn't a fool. Shangwan Wan'er said so. He also sensed something was wrong. All this behavior are very counterintuitive. Even if you believe in Buddhism again, it is not possible to go to the temple every day to burn incense and worship service. Renovation of the county government offices is even more thankless. Gao Yang will eventually go back to Chang'an City. He is no longer a playboy to do this thankless thing. Did Gao Yang really have another idea? Gao Yang stood outside the temple, and from within his line of sight, he could overlook the entire Linjiang City. He faintly said, Lord Du, do you still remember the words my lord said to you 7 days ago? Du Jiang frowned and replied subconsciously, but that line about wanting to lower food prices doesn't necessarily mean trying desperately to keep them down. But the price of grain has skyrocketed, and the merchants are greedy. How will they stop until they reap a vicious wave? Gao Yang said indifferently, Lord Du, I would like to ask you, the 4 major grain merchants are united. Even if they are strongly pressed, how many won can they drop? 8 won, or 18 won? How many of the people can afford to buy the grain even at 80 cents a bucket? Du Jiang's tone was stunned, and Shangwan Wanner was dumbfounded. Unless the butcher's knife is raised high and all of them are killed. But once they are put to death, the city full of merchants and businessmen will be on tenterhooks. And it doesn't make much difference to the common people whether it's a bucket of 100, or a bucket of 150, or a bucket of 200, they can't always afford it. But the price of grain in Linjiang City has skyrocketed, and even the government has ordered that no grain shall be sold below 150 won a bucket. What will this attract to come? This statement was made. Buzz. Almost instantly, Dujiang's brain was as if thunder had struck down. Food prices have skyrocketed to the point where ordinary people can't afford it. But who will that appeal to? A single word came to Dujiang and Shangguanwan'er's minds, almost in unison. Out-of-town grain merchants. Could it be? Could it be? Dujiang looked at Gao Yang with a shocked expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. Shangguanwan'er's heart also set off monstrous waves. Even Greenie, who had a clear face, couldn't stop her full breasts from rising and falling. Gao Yang said with an icy face. The four major grain merchants, Xian Zhaohan Lin, greedily swept up the local grain and raised the price of the grain, and the local small grain merchants followed suit by stocking up on grain in a vain attempt to sell it at a sky-high price. Greed. It's human nature. Merchants throughout the world. No one is not greedy, but likewise, the news of Linjiang City's skyrocketing grain prices will spread throughout the surrounding areas at a terrifying speed. These past few days, at the city gates, by the docks, the number of wagons and cargo ships carrying grain has been increasing daily. This Linjiang City, the number of foreign grain merchants is rising daily, and today's Linjiang City has not been short of grain for a long time. Now the price of grain in the entire Linjiang City will be a huge balloon, looking big but breaking at the first poke. This group of merchants want to make a big national fortune. This time, this official calls for the destruction of their families. An icy coldness surfaced in Gao Yang's eyes. His voice wasn't very loud, but it allowed Dujiang and Shangguanwan'er to hear him clearly. This light tone swept through Dujiang and Shangguanwan'er's hearts. The look in their eyes, it was like they had seen a ghost. If according to what Gao Yang said, when the time comes, these grain merchants will face a big disaster. But Dujiang's heart has no pity. Instead only pleasure. These merchants who made a fortune in the country, all of them deserve to die. Then what is your lordship's intention to refurbish the county office and organize some kind of dragon boat race? Dujiang asked in disbelief. Gao Yang had no explanation for this. It just said, County Magistrate Du will know after a while that for the people, the price of grain at 50 cents a bucket also requires silver to buy it. Dujiang sniffed, and there was a rare lack of contempt in his eyes. He was lost in thought. At 50 cents a bucket for grain, the people also needed silver to buy it. The words gave him some inner clarity, but he couldn't catch it. Dujiang directly knelt down. My lord, my humble servant is guilty. My humble servant is not only foolish, but even impeached my lord. Gao Yang faintly said, the four major grain merchants are deeply entrenched, and I don't know how many of their people are in the county government office, which is why this official is not saying anything. The impeachment from a few days ago is not enough. You don't have to take it to heart. But Dujiang, sweating profusely, said, my lord, just an hour ago, before my humble servant came to see the imperial historian, my humble servant wrote another letter, and it was worded more vehemently and in a more agitated tone. Goyang. He looked at Dujiang, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This Dujiang's hand. This is really fast. Isn't this Shangan going to explode? Shangguanwan'er voiced out. I will now immediately repair a letter and send it to Chang'an with a fast horse. So Mr. Gao doesn't have to worry. Gao Yan nodded. This batch of grain merchants met him and it was considered their bad luck. Gao Yang looked at Shangguanwan'er and said, Lord Shangguan, tonight, please fill the sandbags with earth and sand from outside the city. And remember not to let the news leak. I have a great use for it. Shangguanwan'er immediately nodded her head. I will hold His Majesty's decree and transfer a troop from the garrison outside the city to come and cooperate with Mr. Gao. Gao Yang overlooked the entire Linjiang city. His gaze carried the ultimate coldness. Today, will be the last revelry of a group of grain merchants in Linjiang city. Tomorrow, I will let them know what is called true despair. The next day, the Great Qian Palace, the Golden Palace. The scout darted into the Great Hall. Report. The price of grain in Qingshui City has dropped to 82 won a bucket, and Chui Scholar has put out the word that the price of grain can be lowered by another 7 won. With the words of the scouts, the 100 officials were all surprised for a while, and then there was a lot of talk. The words did not hide the praise. Chui Scholar's talent is really admirable, in such a short period of time, but let the grain price in Qingshui City fall by a full 18 won, and even further down, from the hands of greedy grain merchants to reduce the price, and did not use horrible means, lost the majesty of the court, simply worthy of the talent of the scholar. Old man Song Li, I ask your majesty to reward Imperial Inspector Cui Xinghe. Among the ministers, Song Li stood out, his voice resounding through the Golden Palace. In his mind, this competition had predetermined the outcome from the very beginning, and the rest would depend on Cui Xinghe's means in Qingshui City. But Cui Xinghe did not live up to his name as a scholar, and in just less than 7 days, he curbed the rising grain prices in Qingshui City and also lowered them by 18 cents. Such means doomed him to the path to heaven. When he returns to the capital, he will surely be a hot figure in the whole of Chang'an. Therefore, Song Li didn't mind selling him a favor, and the officialdom had deepened his feelings after a while. Not to mention, in his mind, Cui Xinghao was already the Song family's son-in-law, which one of the ministers present was not a savant, and naturally quickly understood what was at stake. Wang Zhong also stood out and said, merchants emphasize profit, and it's simply common for them to make a national fortune during years of great disasters. But Cui scholar Yuan just 7 days will stabilize the Qingshui city grain prices. This kind of means, simply admirable. The last will also request that His Majesty will Cui scholar Yuan as a model, so that the officials around the study. In time, one courtier after another stepped forward. I concur. Above the dragon chair, Wu Ju wore a golden-colored dragon robe, and a nobility that could not be seen directly permeated her body. She was also a little surprised in her mind. This Cui Xinghao is really not a mediocre talent. Just 7 days, not only stabilized the rising grain prices, but also lowered them by 18 This person, on the contrary, can be reused. At this time, Wang Zhong curiously said, Qingshui City is only a few dozen miles away from Linjiang City, and the price of grain in Qingshui City is as low as 82 I don't know how much the price of grain in Linjiang City should be, Prime Minister Su Xuanji said in a deep voice. The news from Qingshui City has arrived, and I think that the news of grain prices from Linjiang City will soon arrive as well. Summit's face was grave. The 7-day period had arrived, and if Gao Yang failed to make grain prices in Linjiang City fall to a stable level, then today would be a dangerous day. In particular, this Cui Xinghao had delivered a perfect answer sheet. This pressure came even more to the Dingwei Gongfu. If Gao Yang didn't do a good job, I'm afraid it would be hard to deliver. Behind this, it had long been more than a simple contest. Report. The latest news on grain prices in Linjiang City. The price of grain in Linjiang City has exceeded 200 a bucket. The people are complaining a lot. Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang County, has sent a second urgent report to impeach the supervisory royal historian Gao Yang. Another scout rushed into the Golden Palace. This statement was made. The entire Golden Palace instantly set off a shocking wave, and all the people looked at the scouts with horrified expressions. Even Wu Ju was taken aback. She said incredulously, the price of grain in Linjiang City has exceeded 200 a bucket? Message confirmed? The scout nodded, his voice sweeping through the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, the news will never be wrong. In these 7 days, the price of grain in Linjiang City has been skyrocketing, and this is news from 2 days ago. The price of grain within Linjiang City may be higher now. This statement was made. Wu Ju blushed even harder. Her fists were clenched and her face was furious. She trusted Gao Yang so much that she even suppressed all the talk in the court for him and delegated authority to him. But Gao Yang just failed her. With a grain price of 200 a bucket, she was able to anticipate the public anger of the people within Linjiang City. It was absolutely monstrous rage. Gao Feng was also shocked, his eyes carrying hard to believe. What's wrong with this beast? What about the promised eagle that will eventually spread its wings and soar above the firmament, carrying the burden of the Dingwei Gongfu? Good guy. The price of grain exceeded 200 a bucket. This is to send the entire Dingwei Gongfu together to the guillotine. Summit's face changed color. At this point, the scout added, not only that, but County Magistrate Du impeached Imperial Magistrate Gao for not only not lowering the price of food, but also for burning incense and taking boat trips every day. The people have suffered such a catastrophe, and Royal Secretary Gao wants to order the renovation of the county courthouse and organize a grand dragon boat race on the Qingshui River. Prefect Du was so distressed that he ordered an 800-mile rush to report to His Majesty. With these words, the entire court was shocked. The world is in great trouble, so it's okay for you to raise the price of food in Linjiang City to sky-high prices. You're actually thinking of taking advantage of this moment to use the disaster victims to rebuild the government offices and organize a large-scale event? Yan Zhang sniffed and was so angry that he trembled, a pair of flowery white whiskers trembling. Ridiculous. I have been in politics for 30 years, and I have never seen such a ridiculous person. Is he thinking that the world is in a great disaster and the people can't afford to eat, so he is refurbishing the government offices at a low price? Such a treacherous person. How can the old man tolerate him? Yan Zhang was furious. Song Li and Wang Zhong also did not expect Gao Yang to be so dim, not only to raise the price of food, but also to renovate the county government offices and organize large-scale activities during this year of great disasters. Song Li shook his head contemptuously. Ordering Song Qingqing to go forward to the Dingwei Gongfu to withdraw from the marriage would be the wisest decision for the entire Song clan. Song Li stepped forward and said, I implore your majesty to severely punish the grandson of the Duke of Dingwei and calm the people's anger. Wang Zhong immediately followed. With great righteousness, I will second the motion. Yan Zhang, I second the motion. For a time, throughout the Golden Palace, the voices of the 100 officials echoed in succession. Wu Jiao's stunningly beautiful face was covered in ice, and she didn't say a word. She firmly believed in her intuition that Gao Yang was by no means that dim. With this succession of tactics, even the most foppish general's son in Chang'an would not be so stupid. He must have his own agenda. But now, even if she was the great Qian empress, she felt a great pressure. Summit also blushed. During the catastrophe year, the people were squeezed to rebuild the county government offices and organize large-scale tournaments and activities, which really wanted to carry away even the Dinghua Gong's whole family together. This sinful animal, he must be smoked when he comes back. But for now, he still had to step up. You can't smoke your own pups, and it's not okay for these assholes to fall on their swords. I don't know if he can top it or not. Summit gritted his teeth and just tried to step forward. However, outside the Golden Palace, a pale figure wearing mottled armor and not angry appeared. Brush up! Almost instantly, the eyes of the entire court all fell on the visitor, and then their faces changed drastically. Duke Ding! Someone exclaimed. Gao Tianlong stepped straight into the Great Hall. Duke Ding privilege. Enter the palace at any time. Do not have to kneel in the court. Gao Tianlong came to the center of the Great Hall, first bending slightly to Wu Jiao and saluting. I, Gao Tianlong, pay my respects to your majesty. Wu Jiao sighed in sudden relief. Dinghua fair body. Gao Tianlong's gaze swept across the entire Golden Palace, then faintly said, the old man came here for only one purpose. Whether the price of grain has skyrocketed or the government offices have been rebuilt. This is all news that came from Linjiang City 2 days ago, so why are you all in a hurry? 2 or 3 days' time, Linjiang City can't be in chaos. Can we wait 2 or 3 more days? The faint voice, with an unquestionable pressure, clearly reached the ears of all the ministers present. Gao Tianlong's voice fell, and the group of ministers did not say a word. Even Wang Zhong, who had been at odds with the Dinghua Gongfu, rarely made a sound. As long as the Dinghua Gong, the first of the 6 dukes of Qian, is alive, the whole of Qian should give some face. Meanwhile, Linjiang City. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the entire Linjiang City. In just one night's time, the price of grain skyrocketed again by 21 from yesterday's sky-high price of 201 per bucket. The price of grain in Linjiang City has skyrocketed to 221 per bucket. This is not to mention some ordinary people. Even some rich merchants and businessmen are a bit overwhelmed. The price of food is completely at an unthinkable level. The merchants are making a lot of money, but they are still stocking up on grain and waiting for the price of grain to continue to rise. The streets of Linjiang City, outside the county office, were full of skinny, bony people. Their faces were full of repression as they gathered together, and a rush of anger went straight to the clouds. If most of the people didn't still have some food stored in their homes and weren't at the point of running out of ammunition, a horrible public outrage has long since overturned the county courthouse. But everyone knew that if this continued, Linjiang City would surely be in chaos, as the house leaks and the public anger in Linjiang City is about to reach its peak. Another piece of news comes in. The news that grain prices in Qingshui City, dozens of miles away, had stabilized at 82 came violently. Instantly, the entire Linjiang City exploded. There's no harm without comparison. The 2 places, Linjiang City and Qingshui City, were connected by a Qingshui River, only a few dozen miles away. The same catastrophe was suffered, and the same grain price started to rise to 100 a bucket. But in just 7 days, the grain price in Qingshui City stabilized at 82 a bucket. The price of grain in Linjiang City, however, was as high as 221 a bucket. Such a gap is simply unacceptable in the minds of the people. Therefore the people secretly have long been cursing Gao Yang, fainting officer, Gao Pickpocket. These are Gao Yang's nicknames. It was only out of reverence for the court that the people did not dare to hurl abuse in public. But according to this momentum, although there is no outbreak of pandemonium yet, the people are on the verge of an outbreak. Inside the county courthouse, Gao Yang stood in the lobby with his arms crossed, his eyes looking out. Even though the gates of the county office were closed, the angry voices of the people could still be heard. Linjiang City, about to explode. Du Jiang anxiously walked back and forth in the county office, and from time to time, he also looked at Gao Yang with an anxious face. He was now afraid that Linjiang City would be in chaos first, and then it would all be too late. But Gao Yang was sitting steadily, not panicking in the slightest, and he could only be anxious. Lord Du, this early in the morning, you've swayed around a dozen times. This Gongzi almost got dizzy from you. Gao Yang didn't have the good sense to say. Du Jiang stopped and smiled awkwardly. Sir, with this public anger outside, you can sit still, but my humble servant can't. There are few mentalities like yours in the world. Du Jiang was truly convinced that once Linjiang City was in chaos, Gao Yang would be the first to be in the middle of it. But at such a young age, Gao Yang had shown a composure that was completely older than him. Simply horrible. The master-at-arms on the sidelines froze. When had Du Jiang been so respectful to this high prince of Chang'an? Didn't you want to eat Mr. Gao alive 2 days ago? Gao Yang picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, feeling the aroma of the tea explode in his mouth. Then, Gao Yang faintly said, Lord Du, fetch the Linjiang City County seal. The fish is in the pot. Time to kill it. At these words, Du Jiang's eyes were thrilled. He hurriedly fetched the Pro-Jiangcheng County seal and said excitedly, My lord, can we close the net? Gao Yang nodded his head and said indifferently, Immediately post a list. The Linjiang City granary is fully open to release grain, and it will be fully peddled at the price of 105 won a bucket. This list must be spread throughout the streets of Linjiang City. Then, Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner. From this moment on, send soldiers to take over the docks. All cargo ships are not allowed to leave the city. Those who disobey, behead. The gates of Linjiang City, send heavy guards. Not a grain of grain may leave the city. When Du Jiang and Shangguan Wanner heard this, their faces couldn't help but show excitement. After holding back and laying out for 7 days, Gao Yang finally made a move. And, still, big moves. We are at your lordship's service. The two responded in unison. Shangguan Wanner was even more incomparably marveled inside. Tough. It's too hard. Not only did they open the warehouses, peddling grain at 105 cents a bucket and storming the market, but they also blocked the city gates and docks. With such behavior, the major grain merchants must be on edge. My lord, my humble servant is a little worried. As your lordship said earlier, if we open the barn and release the grain, I'm afraid that there won't be enough grain in the granary. As long as the city's grain merchants hold out for a few days, once the grain in the granary is sold out, what will happen then? And I ask for your guidance. My lord, Du Jiang asked for advice with an open mind. Now the price of grain is sky high. Once the barn is opened and the grain is sold at 105 cents a bucket, the people will surely scramble for it. Gao Yang smiled and said, Has Lord Du forgotten about the batch of disaster relief grain outside the city? Du Jiang sniffed and his eyes instantly lit up, but then he frowned and said, The 4 major grain merchants of Qianzhaohanlin have been entrenched in Linjiang City for 100 years, and their forces are intricate and complex, so they are afraid that they know the reality of the grain silo. Gao Yang's eyes flashed with ice and disdain. They know that they can resist, but can those out-of-town grain merchants, the small grain merchants within Linjiang City, resist? Sell first and make money. Sell later and go bankrupt. Don't sell and have a net loss of a back-and-forth grain loss and large costs. If it's Lord Du, how would you choose? Gao Yang said quietly, Conspiracy can be avoided. But how to avoid young conspiracy? Du Jiang came to a realization and his face turned red. He understood it all. Gao Yang, it's too ruthless. He is trying to stomp on foreign grain traders and force the 4 major grain traders to sell their grain. I'll get on with it. Du Jiang made an anxious gesture to leave. Gao Yang added, Wait. Du Jiang turned back to Gao Yang. What else does your excellency command? Gao Yang said indifferently, There is not much grain in the granary. Don't sell it too fast. Let the people line up to buy it and register it one household at a time. Then release the news to the outside world that His Majesty ordered disaster relief and shipped 100,000 wagon loads of grain to Linjiang City, and that this official hates these grain merchants who make national fortunes the most in his life. So he's going to make all of these grain merchants who make national fortunes go out of business. The food restriction may be 10 days or half a month. It all depends on the mood of this official. Du Jiang's scalp instantly went numb. He directly said, Your Excellency's plan is too poisonous. This group of grain merchants met Your Excellency. It is considered to have fallen into 10 lifetimes of bad luck. The price of grain within the city of Linjiang. I'm afraid that the price of grain will only plummet. Du Jiang hurried out the door and did what Gao Yang told him to do. Shangguan Wanner was puzzled. This kind of gossip. I'm afraid the foreign grain merchants won't believe it, right? Gao Yang smiled contemptuously. Lord Shangguan, you are wrong. Shangguan Wanner gazed at Gao Yang's clear face with suspicion. Gao Yang explained. Lord Shangguan still doesn't understand human nature. This group of foreign grain merchants come across dozens of miles to sell grain. At least 1/10 of the loss on the road. The corvée. The cooks need to be paid for their daily labor and meals. Every extra day of procrastination. Their costs are going up. Even if they are hard to not sell, return is a large amount of costs. This time, even a little wind will make them wind in grass. And the really powerful point of this bureau is the stampede. The first grain traders to strike still make money. The later ones don't get any soup. Shangguan Wanner sniffed with a complicated expression. Greenie's cute little face went white for a moment. It was like she had seen a ghost. These days, Gao Yang didn't take advantage of her. He. But I didn't expect it to be so horrible. Grand Duke, you won't sell your slave girl one day, and the slave girl will still be counting your money. Green Luo weakly voiced out. Gao Yang laughed out loud. Does this Gonzi look like this kind of person? Greenie nodded without hesitation, but then shook her head immediately afterward. Goyang. He directly went up and pinched Greenie's baby fat face, and deliberately said viciously, pinch the shoulder for this Gonzi. And if it's uncomfortable to pinch it, then you have to be careful. Greenie rushed to bring a chair. My lord. Sit down. He then attentively squeezed Gao Yang's shoulders. This made Gao Yang laugh for a while. Not to mention Greenie. Even Shang Wanwan Air felt a wave of fear hit her as she looked at Gao Yang's clear face. It's hard to imagine that the heart of a centuries-old general's son could be so dirty. But she had a surge of relief. Her mind suddenly thought of what Woju had said. The world's corrupt officials, treacherous merchants, the heart of the ruthless, the poisonous, unimaginable, unusual means, difficult to curb. The evil people should be evil people grinding. She suddenly came to a realization. Qingshui City's scholar Cui, a pillar of talent in her eyes, is well versed in governing the country, but with all the means at his disposal, he was only able to curb the price of grain in Qingshui City to 82 won a bucket, and then it couldn't fall. But Linjiang City, this group of grain merchants will raise the price of grain to 220 won a bucket and do not know enough. How far will it fall with all of Goyang's tactics? Shang Wanwaner wasn't sure, but she knew that it could never be 82 buckets. Chapter 17, Gaming and Counterattacks. Linjiang City, Wright Street, in a private house with cracked walls. A middle-aged man was shirtless, revealing his lean muscles as he sharpened the large knife in his hand without a word, the ear-piercing sound of sharpening echoing throughout the room. Soon, the large knife was sharpened beyond recognition, reflecting the man's icy eyes. Hold the ancestral sword in your hand and kill all the corrupt officials in the world. A great man should be like that. With that said, Chen Shang subconsciously got up, ready to draw his sword and leave. Husband, don't go. Just as Chen Shang was about to push the door open, a voice came from behind him. Chen Shang's body was stunned and suddenly turned his head back. When he saw the woman in front of him, a pair of eyes turned complicated. But he said, after I go out, you immediately go back to your mother's house to take shelter. There are some silver tails under the mattress, which you take with you, even if I die. You will have some ground to stand on when you look for another husband. The woman cried and shook her head. The entire Linjiang city of 100,000 people, none of them have made a move. Why do you want to go? Just do it for me and stay, okay? Chen Shang said in a deep voice. The price of grain in Linjiang City has skyrocketed from 50 cents a bucket to 220 cents a bucket. Ordinary people can't afford to eat grain at all. It's all because of that dim-witted official. Only by killing him can the price of grain in this Linjiang City come down. I, Chen Shang, have practiced martial arts since I was young and fastidious. Linjiang City is my home. I can die, but I must not watch this home littered with corpses. The wife's face was intolerant, and she hesitated. Husband, wait. I always feel that everything in Linjiang City is too unusual. Can we wait for 2 more days? I always have the feeling that Lord is not as simple as he seems, and in the event of a riot, even if he is the son of a powerful family in Chang'an, he will find it difficult to bear the consequences. Chen Shang's face was full of self-deprecation as he snorted. Raising grain prices, taking advantage of the catastrophe to eat human blood buns to rebuild the county government offices. The number 1 dude in Chang'an. His name is True. Saying that, he said angrily, if this imperial secretary Gao really has the ability to bring down the price of grain in Linjiang City, I, Chen Shang, will work for him as a cow for the rest of my life. But is that possible? My intention is dead. Even if I have to fight for my life today, I will cause his blood to be spilled on the spot. The woman sighed. Linjiang City's grain merchants are now united like never before. So how can grain prices possibly drop? She just didn't want Chen Shang to go forward and die. How can assassinating the royal historian of the court be so easy to succeed? In my next life, I'll make it up to you. Chen Shang put his hand on the door. He had already stepped on the point, knowing that this is a trip that will not return. That dog official was like he knew he had inspired public anger, and traveled with extreme caution, protected like a hedgehog, and was simply unable to strike. But today, even if his blood was used to warn the entire Linjiang City people to fight back, in his mind that would be worth it. With a heartbeat, he suddenly pushed open the door to the room, but the next second, when he saw the street, he froze, only to see the streets of Linjiang City. There were generals in armor galloping their horses and roaring at the top of their voices. Pass on the order of the imperial magistrate to post the list. From this moment on, open the barn to release grain. Only 105 won a bucket. You can buy low-priced grain. The quantity is not limited. The people can queue up to buy it by themselves. This statement was made. Chen Shang's eyes widened, and so did the woman behind him. What? Open the barn and sell grain at 105 cents a bucket? Chen Shang's body trembled in disbelief. 105 won per bucket. Compared to the current sky-high price of 220 won in Linjiang City, it was a full 115 won lower. It was still high, but compared to the current 220 won a bucket, they were already very thankful. Not only was Qin Sheng filled with shock, the people of Linjiang City were all stunned. Countless people with waxy faces walked out, and they went to gather at the place where the list was posted. When really seeing what's on the list, countless people were thrilled. The barn is open. Finally, 105 won a bucket. There's help. There's help. Chen Shang was also sandwiched between the crowd, his face full of incredulity. Surprisingly, it really came down? In the next second, Chen Sheng suddenly ran towards Linjiang City's grain silo. He had to see to believe. But when it was seen that there were already dozens of meters in line, and even a steady stream of people rushing to line up not far away, Chen Shang's body trembled and his eyes widened. In the meantime, in every street of Linjiang City, generals in armor rode high horses and galloped by, shouting at the top of their lungs at the top of their voices, "Pass on the order of the imperial magistrate to post the list. From this moment on, open the barn and release grain for only 105 won a bucket, with no limit on the quantity, and the people can line up to buy it themselves." For a while, the people of the entire Linjiang City heard the news, and the city shook. Lin House, fake mountains and water, servant girls carrying trays through the long corridor. Inside the main hall, a dozen dancers were dancing. Elder Lin and the three major grain merchants were watching with great interest. A door apart, but as if it is two worlds, the people outside the door are thin and bony, begging for food in the garbage, and inside the door, brocade clothes and food. Dancers dance, quite a warm wind drunken extravagance. The somewhat chubby-looking Qian family head couldn't help but say, "Elder Lin, the price of grain in Linjiang City has already reached 220 cents a bucket. Are we still not going to make a move?" Elder Lin waved his hand and the dancers retreated as he blandly said, "What's the panic about? Within Linjiang City, as long as my four great families are united, we can monopolize the price of grain, and this wave of sky-splitting riches will cost a minimum of 250 won a bucket." The crowd was shocked in unison. 251? Don't look at the fact that a bucket just went up by 31, but for them, at the very least, they could earn tens of thousands of taels more, if not hundreds of thousands of taels. We are able to have this kind of wealth thanks to Imperial Inspector Gao, and I don't know what he was thinking, but he even posted a list strictly forbidding the sale of low-priced grain. Han family head stroked the beard on his chin and said with some contempt, "This kind of foppish male, what can he know about governing the country? Probably thought that as soon as the price of grain was high, some grain merchants started to sell it off." It seems that he lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. The crowd roared with laughter at this statement. But just then, the subordinate outside the door rolled and rushed into the great hall. "Elder Lin, something bad has happened. The county office suddenly posted a list to sell low-priced grain at 105 cents a bucket. The people have caught wind of the situation and have formed a huge line so long you can't see the end of it at a glance." This statement was made. Lin Lao's face suddenly changed. What? The Qin family head was even a bit angry. The kid surnamed Gao doesn't talk about martial virtues. He's clearly trying to pit us against each other. The Han family head spoke with worry. "Elder Lin, what should we do?" Lin Lao's gaze was icy cold. The Great Qian has had successive natural disasters. Food has skyrocketed all the way up. How much food can there be in this Linjiang City's granary? Is there enough for the whole city? A word woke up the dreamer, and several people reacted. The people of Linjiang City are more than 100,000. In past years the harvest was not good. The granary must not have abundant grain. This move of the county government office is only forcing us to panic. Sell grain and lower the price of grain. But it's because I underestimated this Gao imperial historian from Chang'an. It's quite sinister. Lin Lao's face was ice cold. Linjiang City grain prices must not plummet. At the very least, we must wait until we've finished selling and leave the market at a profit. Since the barn is open, we'll eat in as much as he puts out. I'd like to see how much grain he has. Lin Lao's fist heart smashed, and his eyes were grim. The three great lords nodded in unison. The grain in their hands was not only low-priced stale grain, but also high-priced grain hoarded from the market. If they sell together, the price of grain can't be only 105 won a bucket. This is a gain they must not lose. The Qin family head gritted his teeth and said, "We will follow Elder Lin with honor and disgrace." Willing to follow Elder Lin. Chapter 18 Panic. Foreign grain traders panic Linjiang City. County office. Report. My lord, there are some unfamiliar faces among the people who have come to buy grain. They are scrambling to buy grain, and they are buying with large sums of money, and they are even clamoring that there is no grain in the granary, which is disturbing the people's hearts, so please make a decision as soon as possible. Master Bai looked at Du Jiang with a panicked face. Du Jiang said with a sullen face, This must be the four major grain merchants making trouble out of it. They bore the brunt of the plunge in grain prices in Linjiang City, which is why they swept in frantically, wanting to maintain the monopoly on tunnels of grain. Can the price of food in Linjiang City be reduced? Master Bai shook his head. My lord, my subordinate has been sending people to keep an eye on it, and the stores around the world have not moved, and have not yet lowered their prices. No price reduction yet? Du Zhang's face was stunned. Du Zhang's eyes were gloomy. How can this be? According to the strength of the four major grain merchants sweeping, the grain in the granary is only afraid that it will soon be sold out. If the people are made aware of this, it's bound to cause a new panic. Pass down the order to throw out these people with ulterior motives and slow down the pace of grain sales. Gao Yang walked from the backyard of the county courthouse. He said faintly, they were dying to start a riot. Doing so will fulfill them. Gao Yang's gaze was icy cold. This official has suddenly changed his mind. They are rich and powerful. Since they want to sweep the area, let's give it to them. I'd like to see how much they can eat. Du Jiang was filled with consternation. What? My lord, if we continue at this rate, I'm afraid we'll be swept away by the four major grain merchants in less than a day. The other grain merchants in Linjiang City are still waiting to see what will happen, and the price of grain is still sky high. So many people in the four major grain merchants can't make it. Gao Yang faintly said, it is the nature of merchants to wait and see. The opening of the barn for food is just the first step in the plan. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner, immediately blocked the city gates, the docks, and ordered the generals outside the city to escort the grain into the city, into the granary, and kill anyone who dares to come near the grain on the spot. Make sure that the people of the city witness that there is a steady stream of grain coming into Linjiang City. Do everything according to the steps. Within a day in Linjiang City, the price of food will fall, as long as the grain in the granary is kept under control for a day, so that the grain on the market drops even lower. This is considered a profit. There's more grain on the market than they can sweep up. Do as this officer says and release the goods. Dojiangyi was filled with realization. She and Shangguan Wanner clasped their fists and led the way. Gao Yang's eyes were cold. He could make the rules of the entire Linjiang City, and never in his last life had he gotten off to such a wonderful start. And the four major grain merchants dared to break bread with him? Shangguan Wanner rode a high horse with the palace guards all the way to the gates of Linjiang City. He held up the gold-lettered token given to him by the imperial court of Wujiu. His face cold. See this token as if your majesty were present. Effective immediately. Blockade the city gates. Not a grain of grain may leave the city. Otherwise, kill without pardon. When the city gate generals saw the token, they knelt down. At your majesty's command, fetch the road thorns, and not a grain shall leave the city. Immediately after that, Shangguan Wanner personally led another army to escort the continuous grain wagons into Linjiang City and traveled towards the granary. All the people witnessed this scene and their eyes lit up. Especially the people who were lining up several hundred meters in front of the granary were filled with emotion. Food. This is the arrival of the court's relief grain. The people were thrilled. And Chen Sheng, who was in the middle of the crowd, was filled with shock. The relief grain has arrived, and the price of food in Linjiang City is really going down. Shangguan Wanner sent people to transport this batch of grain into the granary. She said in a cold voice, His Majesty's decree, Guangyang County is suffering from a catastrophe. 100,000 wagons of grain are specially authorized to provide relief. This is the first batch of grain transported to Linjiang City. Everyone will have a share of it, as much as they want. The people were all in tears. Your Majesty has not forgotten us. Long live your Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Lin House. What? His Majesty used 100,000 carts of grain to provide relief to Guangyang County, and the entire city witnessed the first batch of grain being delivered to the granary? Elder Lin's face was filled with shock and he couldn't help but curse. These fools, this isn't grain at all. It must be filled with dirt or sand. This little trick also want to deceive the old man. Simply naive. Give me full sweep. When the grain in the granary is gone, I see how he ends up. The city full of grain merchants are not fools. Will not believe it. Lin Lao's expression was gloomy and crazy, and he no longer had his previous calmness. The three major grain merchants also somewhat regret not selling too early to make a big profit, instead of riding the tiger now. But what's done is done, and all one can do is grit one's teeth. We will certainly do our best to advance and retreat together. Inside the county courthouse. Report. And there are people who buy food in large batches. Gao Yang sat on a soft chair and took a sip of tea. He said lightly, they want it, so keep selling it. All of it. Du Jiang gritted his teeth and said, do as the imperial magistrate commands. Master White immediately flew down. Gao Yang stood up straight, stretched his back and said to Du Jiang, Lord Du, follow me to change into civilian clothes and go out for a stroll together. The real show is on. Du Jiang and Shangguan Wanner looked shocked. Food prices are going to plummet? Gao Yang nodded indifferently. Stomping. It's starting. The great power is pouring out. In front of this great power, the 4 major granaries are nothing more than a mantis. In the meantime, all the major grain merchants in Linjiang City were all in a state of panic, and the bosses and fellows of all the major rice stores walked anxiously around the store in unison. Some foreign grain merchants, in particular, feel that the sky is falling. They purchased grain from other places and traveled day and night to Linjiang City just to make a profit from it. But now, the plan has fallen completely flat. Linjiang City opened its warehouses to release grain, selling it at 105 won per bucket, and also blocked Linjiang City, not allowing a single grain to leave the city. It was a godsend to them. The imperial magistrate is trying to kill us. There are wails from grain merchants who have dumped their families trying to get rich on the opportunity. They cost a huge amount of money. The cost of transportation and wear and tear was a significant amount every day. Every day they stayed in Linjiang City was all about cost. If the price of grain in Linjiang City really drops, it is impossible to sell grain and return dozens of miles, all the way to the cost. That's more of a net loss. The center of Linjiang City. The face of a grain merchant in fancy clothes with a somewhat chubby white face twisted with a vicious expression. 70 won purchase price, counting the cost on the road. Enough to 80 won a bucket of cost price. Now sell a bucket can still make a big profit of 25 won. A little slower. Dumping. Sell. Sell them all for less than 105 cents. As the fat white grain merchants sold on the street, the people all gathered around. For them, the county office granaries are lined up for hundreds of meters, and they don't know when it will be their turn. If it's the same price, or even a little cheaper, then why not? With the downfall of the first grain merchant, the other grain merchants in Linjiang City could not sit still. The dog days do not talk about martial virtues. He sells, I also sell. My cost price is even lower. In case the imperial historian really sealed it 10 days and half a month, do not allow food out of the city, then I will lose a lot. 93 won I can also make a fortune. Low price sale. 93 won a bucket. For the people, which side is cheaper to buy? And grain merchants are afraid of a big dive in grain prices, especially these foreign grain merchants, but also a big sell-off. For a while, the entire Linjiang City was all abuzz. Even the people over at the county office granary flocked to the area when they heard about cheaper food. Du Jiang looked dumbfounded. My lord, how did this happen? Du Jiangyi was convinced. He was truly convinced. Everything was going according to Gao Yang's means. A large batch of grain below 105 won a bucket, which is not afraid of the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City sniping. The county office has full access to the market to purchase and fill the granary. The 4 major grain merchants, Xian Zhaohan Lin, bought all the high-priced grain. Sheng Wanwaner had a complicated look on her face. She looked at Gao Yang, who was strategizing, and was inwardly shocked. At this moment, she suddenly understood how much the empress valued Gao Yang. He was truly extraordinary. Gao Yang smiled faintly. These foreign grain merchants are windy. Once there is a breeze, they will surely sell in droves. That's human nature. Anyone who is afraid of selling slowly, who is afraid of losing his family's money, and who sells altogether, will cause the price of grain to dive quickly. Du Jiang admired. In less than a quarter of an hour, the price of grain in Linjiang City plummeted by as much as 121, down to as low as 93 won a bucket. Your Excellency's means. My humble servant is in awe. Gao Yang looked at the image of the people looting in front of him and said disdainfully, 93 won a bucket? Lord Du underestimated the stampede effect. These foreign grain merchants are just the first shot to start the price reduction. The real plunge, it hasn't even started yet. Gao Yang looked towards the location of the Lin mansion with an intentional expression. Du Jiang's body was shocked. Surprised. Your Honor is saying that the big grain merchants in Linjiang City haven't sold out yet? But this is never possible. The 4 major grain merchants of Qianzhaohanlin have always been communicating with each other, and they are all on the same page. It's impossible for them to sell out, but now in this situation, your lordship's tactics are already enough to give Chang'an an explanation, and my humble servant will surely petition the empress for your lordship's merit. Gao Yang smiled contemptuously. The Dinghui Gongfu is in crisis, and the only way for him to open up the situation is to make the empress trust him. Cui Xinghe had pressed the price of grain in Qingshui City down to 82 won a bucket, so how could he aim for 93 won a bucket? It's more of a 7-day backstabbing. Ironclad? Gao Yang fiercely looked at Du Jiang and snorted. Lord Du, you are too high on these 4 great clans. And remember one sentence. This sentence is not only applicable in this Diqian world, even after 100 years, 1,000 years, it is still equally applicable. Du Jiang was stunned and subconsciously looked at Gao Yang. I only saw Gao Yang say, word for word, it's easy to live together, but difficult to die together. It's easy to be rich together, but difficult to suffer together. In this world, there are no friends under the interests. The plummeting of grain prices in Linjiang City, from the foreign grain merchants into the city. After this official opens the barn and releases the grain, no one can stop it. There are no friends under interests. The decline of grain prices in Linjiang City is a general trend that no one can stop. The faint voice clearly reached Du Zhang's ears. Du Zhang stood still, only feeling that these words were like a flood of bells ringing in his head. The four major grain traders are close on the surface, but when a crisis hits, will they really be ironclad? In the middle of the day, he bowed 90 degrees towards Gao Yang. Your Excellency's words, like the purest of all, have enlightened me, and I thank you for your guidance. Du Zhang's eyes were purely respectful from the bottom of his heart. Only now did he understand Gao Yang's words 7 days ago. Everything was in his reckoning. You don't have to be desperate to keep food prices down if you want to lower them. A list was posted ordering the big grain merchants in Linjiang City to sell grain only at high prices and not at low prices. Once the price of grain in Linjiang City was raised to sky-high prices, merchants from outside the city would surely ship grain to Linjiang City because of their inner greed, wanting to make a big profit, waiting for foreign grain merchants to further push up the price of grain, come in almost, and then order the county government to open the warehouse to release grain, forcing these foreign grain merchants to take the lead in selling. The price of grain will follow the trend of plummeting. What makes Du Jiang most applauded is that the price of Gao Yang's open barn for grain is not too high and not too low, giving these foreign grain merchants room to make money. Those who sell first make big profits. Those who sell later may go bankrupt. This will cause all the foreign grain merchants to compete with each other, all trying to get rid of it as fast as possible. Your Excellency, I admire this young scheme. Shang Wanwaner was also filled with awe. Gao Yang's tactics are unbelievable. But she wondered, if these out-of-town grain merchants don't panic and sell, how should it end? Gao Yang looked at the scene of looting in front of him and shook his head. This is human nature. It simply cannot be suppressed. Linjiang City has seen an influx of foreign grain merchants over the past 7 days. With so many out-of-town grain merchants, it's impossible to think the same way, and the choices will be very different for each of the different dilemmas they face. Most of the grain in the hands of the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City is last year's stale grain. Then again, this year has just been a major disaster, and they took advantage of the opportunity to stock up on grain when it was 50 to 70 when a bucket on the market. Their costs are low enough that they naturally don't panic. But these foreign grain merchants are different. This year the whole Guangyang County is not good. Grain prices are soaring all the way. Some of them are dumping their families to try to make a big profit, and some of them are buying grain at high prices, not far across dozens of kilometers to come to make a difference. The cost of just these dozens of miles is a horrible number. Not to mention the fact that there are those who have spare money to buy grain, and those who have poured out their money to buy grain. In this way, it is difficult to unite the hearts of the people. Their panic selling is a sure thing. Furthermore, Gao Yang paused, looking at Shang Wanwaner with a smile. If there is really no one to sell, then this official will die to thank you. Take this head to His Majesty to thank you. Just what's a bowl of scars on your head? Du Jiang said in admiration. Your Excellency's mindset of not changing color while MT. Tai crumbles in front of you. My humble servant admires. Shang Wanwaner's mouth twitched, and she said in a good-natured manner, then why did Lord Gao make the palace forbidden guards protect him at all times, and even wear a layer of armor internally, ever since the day he made the county government office post the list? Is this surely not a precaution against excessive public anger and fear of assassination by miscreants? Shang Wanwaner stared at the lining in Gao Yang's robe with a burst of amusement. She had seen those who were afraid of death, but she had not seen those who were as afraid of death as Gao Yang. Green Luo nodded. Not only that, the Grand Duke also ordered the slave girl to keep close protection, not moving an inch. Du Jianjian's eyes widened and he just felt something shatter. Gao Yang laughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Shang Wanwaner was fine. After all, she was a big red person beside the Empress. He couldn't afford to mess with her. But Greenie actually dared to reveal his old self, so he must be taught a good lesson or two. He quickly changed the topic and said, the situation in Linjiang City has been finalized, so we don't need to look any further and wait for the price of food to plummet. After saying that, Gao Yang stepped away. This time, for the first time in these 7 days, Gao Yang took the lead and left without staying close to his guards. Shang Wanwaner gazed at Gao Yang's back, an ice-cold eye rippling a little. The grandson of the Duke of Dingwei is a bit interesting. She could almost imagine that when the news of today's plummeting grain prices reached the capital, it would surely cause the entire capital to shake. Du Jiang on the side was also full of anticipation. As long as the 4 major grain merchants, Xian Zhaohan Lin, followed suit and sold off, the grain prices in Linjiang City would see a new plunge. Gao Yang's lazy voice sounded ahead. Since the price of grain within Linjiang City is as low as 93 cents a bucket, then order a massive sweep. Post another list. The county government granary is full. Drop another 15 cents. Just 90 cents a bucket. Behind him, Du Jiangyi's eyes lit up. He was invigorated. My humble servant will do it immediately. Gao Yang walked towards the county office, and his heart was overwhelmed with emotions. He now finally understands the black-hearted dealer tactics in the stock market in his previous life, and it's just too good to be true. Sold at 105 won a bucket. Foreign grain merchants have followed the trend of grain prices to 93 won a bucket. Then he bought large sums of money to 90 won a bucket to continue to depress the price. That's still 9 cents a bucket when you do the math. On the contrary, whether Qianzhou Hanlin or foreign grain merchants wanted to ship, they had to go below 90 cents a bucket. It's intoxicating to be a capitalist. In the meantime, food prices are down. Has everyone heard? It's now as low as 93 cents a bucket. So many big grain merchants are selling like crazy, and the price of grain has finally come down. In Linjiang City, along with the frantic price comparison and selling by foreign grain merchants, the people were all excited. There were murmurs everywhere. They've watched food prices skyrocket these past 7 days. That desperation they would never forget in their lives. Chen Sheng stood in the line of people, and as he looked at the people who had come to report the news, a flash of incredulity flashed across his face. 93 cents a bucket. A full 127 cents down. High royalty. Chen Sheng muttered for a while. Lin House. A panicked report broke the peace within the Lin mansion. Elder Lin. Something big has happened. The price of grain in Linjiang City is now as low as 93 won a bucket. An underling rushed in a panic. Upon hearing the news, Elder Lin and the others' faces suddenly changed. No way. We did not sell and spend hundreds of thousands of taels to sweep up the goods. So how can the price of grain in Linjiang City be so cheap? A few small grain merchants in the district can't affect the big picture at all. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death with a stick. Elder Lin's eyes devoured. The subordinate knelt on the ground and exclaimed, It's foreign grain merchants. There have been many more foreign grain merchants in the past few days. They don't play by the rules. They sell off big time. According to this downward trend, I'm only afraid that it will soon fall to 90 cents a bucket. The Qin family head stormed into a rage. Bullshit. I'm the only one of the 4 families in Linjiang City. Where did we get so many foreign grain merchants? However, Elder Lin was stunned when he heard this. His cloudy old eyes widened abruptly, as if he had suddenly realized something. The old man knows. This Gao Yang child is so insidious and vicious. Elder Lin's face changed wildly, painfully. The other 3 great lords realized that it was not good, and they also suddenly became anxious. The Qin family head anxiously pursued. Elder Lin, what do you know? Quickly tell me and the others. Lin Lao closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he completely understood Gao Yang's intentions. Insidious. It's so insidious. I've been playing with eagles all my life, but in the end, I was actually blinded by an eagle's faceted eyes. Lin Lao sighed. Elder Lin's words caused the other 2 to rush. Elder Lin, don't sell yourself short. What exactly does this imperial magistrate Gao want to do? The Han family head said anxiously. Lin Lao's face was ugly as he said, posting the list, making us not to sell grain at a price lower than 150 won per bucket. Do you think that Gao Yang's little boy is really giving us a heavenly fortune for nothing? The 3 great lords froze in unison, a point that they still hadn't figured out. Is there really someone under the sky who takes the pains, even at the expense of taking the blame and being unable to eat, to send them a monstrous fortune? At that time, there was only great greed under their eyes. But by now, when the price of food plummeted, they also realized that it was unusual. This move, it's very wrong. They looked at Elder Lin in unison. Lin Lao took a deep breath and said, when the price of grain is as high as 150 won a bucket, who will be attracted to it except for us who will benefit from it? This statement was made. Buzz, the head of the Qian family, almost blurted out. The foreign grain merchants in the counties surrounding Linjiang City. This Gao Yang is trying to raise the price of grain in Linjiang City to attract foreign grain merchants to come and sell grain. The other 2 great lords had ugly faces, and they all understood. Linjiang City has gone from 50 won all the way up to 100 won a bucket, but the price of grain throughout Guanyang County varies greatly, with the badly affected ones at around 100 won a bucket, and the better ones hovering around 80 won a bucket. But when Gao Yang arrived in Linjiang City, he directly raised the price of grain to 150 won a bucket, and it may still climb, 50 won a bucket, or even 80 won a bucket of profit, which will surely attract these red-eyed foreign grain merchants to frantically flock to Linjiang City. Then, when he waited until it was almost time, he ordered the county office granaries to open up and sell off grain at 105 a bucket, causing the price of grain to plummet. It's a pity that we haven't even realized this yet. And instead we're taking over all the stale grain in the county magistrate's granary at the price of 105 cents a bucket. The Chen family head's face was ugly as he pounded the table. Little Gao Yang is so vicious. A few people's faces were gloomy, and their hearts were extremely regretful. If the county office just posted the list of the moment, to 150 when a bucket of the price of selling, they can also make a lot of money. Instead, they chose to continue to hoard food for profiteering. This has led to a very passive situation now. The price of grain in Linjiang City has plummeted. Will they continue to stock up on grain or follow the trend and sell it off? Soon, another underling hurried in. Elder Lin. The county government office posted a list stating that the granary is full of grain, and that the imperial historian is sympathetic to the people, ordering the Linjiang City County Government Office granary to sell it at 90 when a dipper, a full 15 when a dipper lower again. The head of the Han family wailed for a while. The imperial historian is trying to kill us. The subordinate continued. More than that, I also saw people from the county court wearing civilian clothes and buying a lot of grain at 93 when a bucket. Elder Lin's face was also ugly and twisted for a moment. We sweep the grain from the county magistrate's granary at 105 when a bucket. The county magistrate uses our silver to sweep the grain again at 93 when a bucket, and then sells it at 91, one way or the other. He'll still be able to make a profit of 7 when backward. Thinking of this, Lin Lao completely tensed up. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him. This Gao Yang, old me underestimated him. When the subordinates saw this scene, they walked up and helped Elder Lin. Elder Lin, in fact, was so angry that he vomited blood. The 4 major grain merchants are headed by him, and the Lin family has the most grain stored. So if grain prices plummet, the first of these is the Lin family. Lin Lao couldn't care less about the qi and blood churning in his heart as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "This fight, it's far from over. Foreign grain merchants can depress the price of grain, but in just 7 days, there must not be so much grain, and the county magistrate's granary is loaded with sand. As long as we work together and adhere to the bottom line, the price of grain, even if it only goes back to 100 cents a bucket, we can still make a lot of money. But if we sell off, then Linjiang City will really be finished." Elder Lin looked to the other 3 family lords. The 3 men looked at each other and nodded in unison. The Chen family head said boldly, "Elder Lin's words are reasonable. This kind of clumsy scheme is simply full of loopholes in our eyes. My Linjiang City's 4 great clans advance and retreat together. As long as we hold the grain, we may not necessarily lose this fight. I will return to my house in order that not a single grain be allowed to enter the market. Farewell." The Chen family head left with a big stride after he finished speaking. The head of the Han family and the head of the Zhao family also arched their hands in unison. "Don't worry, Elder Lin. My 4 great families love each other as brothers. So how would we do such a thing that harms others and harms ourselves? Farewell." Several people left. Elder Lin gazed at their backs, his eyes deep. The butler of the Lin Palace spoke out. "Elder Lin, I'll go and order the Lin family stores to not drop a single penny." The butler had just said this when Lin Lao slapped him. Snap. "Stupid," Elder Lin scolded. The butler covered his face, and his whole body was struck dumb. "Elder Lin," Lin Lao reprimanded. "If Lao food doesn't sell them, what if they sell them secretly? At that time, the only thing that awaits the old man is bankruptcy. Do it first, and you'll get it later. Do not sell it in the open. Sell it privately as fast as you can, and give it to me at 90 won a bucket. No, sell it at 87 won a bucket." The housekeeper was filled with shock. "Sold for 87 won a bucket?" Elder Lin nodded. This grain would be a big loss if it were to be smashed in the hands. The butler, wide-eyed, hurried off to do so. Outside the Lin mansion, inside the carriage, the head of the Qian family sat inside the carriage and sneered. "Back to the house. Whoever damn well doesn't sell is a fool. In 7 days' time, hell knows how many foreign grain merchants have flooded into Linjiang City. We must strike as fast as possible." The Qian family head's eyes flickered. He had spent so much silver that almost the entire granary of the Qian family was filled. He can make it through this year. But what about next year? The Great Qian has been suffering from great disasters and droughts for several years in a row. Who dares to guarantee that next year will not be a year of abundance? Once it's a good year, the normal price of food will be around 31, and then it'll be really bad. For a while, the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang City all said on the surface that none of them would sell, but privately each of them was selling like crazy. Lin House. When Elder Lin heard this news, he was filled with violent anger. These few sons of bitches. I knew they couldn't be relied on. Thanks to the fact that I also kept a hand in it, or else it would really be over. Pass on my order. The Lin family's major rice stores all reduce their prices with it. Even if it's at a loss, you have to sell it out to me. This fight, it's the old man who's lost. Elder Lin's eyes were complicated. He had spent his whole life in the Jianghu, but he didn't expect to lose to Gao Yang in the end. He simply couldn't afford to gamble anymore. And once Linjiang City's grain prices stabilized, he would be struck by thunder. Once next year is not a disaster year, then the entire Lin family's 100-year accumulation will be destroyed. He must not be a sinner in the family. Along with the downfall of the 4 major grain merchants, the price of grain in Linjiang City once again took a nosedive. In just 1 hour's time, it dived from 93 won a bucket to 80 won a bucket in a straight line. This was already 2 cents cheaper than Shuixinghe's 82 cents a bucket. And the most terrifying thing was that it took less than an hour for the price to fall from 220 won a bucket to 80 won a bucket. Report. Your Excellency, the price of grain in Linjiang City has been as low as 90 cents a bucket. Report. Your Excellency, the price of grain in Linjiang City has been as low as 86 cents a bucket. Report. Your Excellency, the price of grain in Linjiang City has been as low as 80 won a bucket. Report. The price of grain in Linjiang City has been as low as 75 won a bucket. Inside the county office, Gao Yang was sipping his tea. One by one, the magistrates rushed in, kneeling on the ground, full of excitement, almost shouting at the top of their voices. When a voice resounded throughout the hall of the government office, the magistrates in the entire Linjiang County Yamen were all filled with incredulity. Immediately afterward, their gazes suddenly looked at Gao Yang, who was full of indifference in the middle of the county office. The price of grain, which they had failed to lower by all means, plummeted in one day at the hands of Gao Yang. Not to mention today's plunge from more than 200 won. Even the high price of 100 won a bucket 7 days ago has fallen by a full 25 won. 75 won a bucket will greatly ease the pressure on the people of Linjiang City. Du Jiang was even more unbelievable. Although he had a hunch that the 4 major grain merchants would be divided after Gao Yang finished speaking, he didn't expect it to actually happen so quickly. It's only been a few short hours and the sell-off has begun. Gao Yang took a sip of tea and spoke. This tea is good. Du Jiang knowingly said. When your lordship returns to Chang'an, my humble servant will prepare some of this tea for your lordship. Of course, my humble servant pays out of his own pocket. It's just a favor. Du Jiang glanced at Shang Wanwan as he spoke. Shang Wanwan's expression remained unchanged. Such things, even if Du Jiang didn't make a point of explaining, she had the right to pretend she didn't see it. When the water is clear, there are no fish. It is normal for officialdom to have a bit of human contact. Not to mention that what Du Jiang sent was just a bit of worthless tea. Tea is not necessary. Discount it. This official least like these mundane things. When the direct point, Gao Yang put down his teacup and looked at Du Jiang. Shang Wanwaner. Du, Gao Imperial Historian. Shang Wanwaner's voice drew up and reminded. In front of her Shang Wanwan. This was a bit too rampant. Even if it was said in secret, she was entitled to be unaware of it. Ahem. Lord Shangwan, look at you. You're a bit too nervous. Does this Gonzi look like that kind of person? It's just a joke. Gao Yang hurriedly spoke. Shang Wanwan didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. Du Jiang changed the topic and said, Lord Gao, my humble servant is still curious as to why the 4 major grain merchants would stomp around like this. If it weren't for their selling, grain prices wouldn't have fallen so fast just by relying on these foreign grain merchants. Gao Yang skimmed Du Jiang. Although he himself was not a good person, but for a good official like Du Jiang, he still had more respect, so he didn't mind mentioning it more. The 4 major grain merchants are united by profit and are also destined to fall apart by profit. This has been human nature since ancient times. Their costs are low enough compared to out-of-town grain traders, and they save on transportation, labor and other costs. But that doesn't mean they're not panicking. Her Majesty, the current empress, is so majestic and talented, and Dakian has had 3 consecutive years of bad heaven, that when looking at 1 year alone, there is a 50-50 split between good and bad heaven. But if you look at all 4 years together, the probability of next year being a good year will be greater than the probability of it being a bad year. In their eyes, once Linjiang City's grain prices stabilize and they can't sell their backlog of grain, the risk for next year will be extremely high. And once next year's harvest is good and there's still enough new grain to go around, then it's even more common to see the price of grain go as low as 30 cents a bucket. Not to mention stale grain. They'd rather cut their losses and leave the market than gamble on a possible bloodbath next year. And thinking that through, their behavior is not surprising. Strike first, you live. Others die. Strike later. Others live. You die. Shang Wanwaner spoke up. What if they join together and make a pact with each other? All of them not selling? Gao Yang laughed. A verbal agreement is nothing but a joke. Everyone wonders, if I don't sell, will they sell secretly? If they do, won't I be screwed? With such a mentality, there will always be one family that sells first. Linjiang City is a fart-sized place, and they're a local snake. It's impossible for them to hide it from the other 3, so the stampede is a sure thing. It's just that I didn't expect them to smash so hard. It's killing each other. Gao Yang's voice was not loud, but it was like a muffled thunder in the ears of the people present. Du Jiang bent down again and bowed in submission. My humble servant thanks you for your guidance. He looked at Gao Yang, who was full of calmness, and was completely convinced. You know, all this was all predicted by Gao Yang 7 days ago. From the moment the list was posted, everything went according to Gao Yang's idea again. From the grain traders in the field, the reaction of the people, the greed of the 4 major grain traders, and then the opening of warehouses to burst the bubble of grain prices to force the 4 major grain traders to sell their grain by stamping on them. All of this was predestined from the moment Gao Yang stepped into Linjiang City 7 days ago. The Dingui Gongfu has produced a remarkable unicorn son. No one has ever seen a unicorn before, and black spots are normal. Du Jiangyi inwardly marveled. Shangguanwaner was also filled with complexity. It's hard to imagine that these tactics were spoken by the denizen who got on the wagon and had to look at his own legs. Gao Yang continued, an official, in charge of the people of a city, must not be concerned about the gains and losses of one person. In this surge and fall, there are bound to be merchants and businessmen who go bankrupt, but there are also merchants and businessmen who close in time to make a big profit, and those who are officials only need to grasp the big picture. Du Jiang heard this and knew that Gao Yan was mentioning himself. My humble servant thanks you for your guidance. Du Jiang wore a respectful face. Gao Yan nodded, knowing that Du Jiang was taking his words into consideration. Next, follow the plan, step by step, and soon, Linjiang City will fall into stability. Du Jiang asked, Your Excellency is talking about refurbishing the government offices and organizing large-scale tournaments? Gao Yan nodded. When he saw the puzzled eyes of Du Jiang and Shangguanwaner, he spoke faintly. The danger of Linjiang City is more than just the skyrocketing grain prices. What are the underlying causes? Du Jiang didn't hesitate to say. Heavy rains have washed over the fields, and the grain has failed. During the catastrophe years, the people lost their source of income, which is the root cause of the rise in food prices. Therefore, after lowering the price of food, it is urgent to solve the problem of the people's income, and only by making the people have money to earn can they survive this great disaster. Otherwise, for the people, there is not much difference between the price of grain at 50 cents a bucket and 250 cents a bucket, and it is always unaffordable. When these words came out, Du Jiang's pupils shrunk. Gao Yang's words went straight to the essence of the Great Tribulation. Behind the high food prices, the counterpart is that the people simply cannot afford it. The lowest group of people, who have long been penniless, find it difficult to find a job to support their families. It was as if a brilliant light flashed in Du Jiang's mind. Renovating the government offices and organizing large events to address the nature of the cataclysm. Du Jiang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and suddenly, his body was stunned. Got it. He understood everything. Your Excellency has the talent of a king. My humble servant admires it. If His Majesty is assisted by Your Excellency, he will surely create a prosperous era for the great Qian. Gao Yang smiled and said, Lord Du's fallacious praise. What this official has done is just going with the flow, but also out of self-preservation. Du Jiang heard the implication and associated it with the situation of the Dingui Gongfu. His gaze gazed up slightly. Report. Latest news. The 4 major grain merchants, Qian Zhaohan Lin, have completely torn their faces off, and the head of the Qin family has taken the lead in pressing the price of grain down to 71 a bucket. Shangguanwaner was filled with incredulity. It had only been another short while before the price of grain in Linjiang City had dropped another 5 cents. She looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. 71 per bucket, which was 12 won lower than the 82 won per bucket in Qingshui City. Gao Yang got up and patted the dust on his robes. The price of grain in Linjiang City has fallen, and with my lord's mission accomplished, I will return to Chang'an and leave the rest to Lord Du. Du Jiang was stunned. Lord Gao is leaving here. Gao Yang smiled and said, the price of grain in Linjiang City has been finalized, so it doesn't make much sense for this official to stay here. This is a personal letter from this official to the abbot of the temple he has strolled through these past few days. When the renovation of the government office begins, he may send someone to deliver it there. Lord Du's ability. The entire Linjiang City people have witnessed. This prince is very relieved. This merit this prince eat to this will be enough. And then stay on the meaning is not very big, but it is Lord Du who needs this political achievement. Gao Yang took out a few letters from his arms and handed them to Du Jiang. Du Jiang reached out and took the envelope. His eyes moved. Your Excellency has treated my humble servant in such a way that I am simply overwhelmed. Gao Yang smiled and said, organize a large-scale event on the condition of exempting 3 years of commercial tax. According to the rules of Deqian, you have to get a nod from His Majesty, and this prince will take care of this matter when he returns to Chang'an. Other than that, with Lord Du's skill, my lord is very relieved. Gao Yang said and then paused. His eyes turned serious. I only have one point to remind Lord Du. Must not because of the disaster year, pity for the people, then increase the wages, which in turn will make a mistake. Du Jiang nodded heavily. Your honor's words, my humble servant has taken every word to heart. Gao Yang nodded and stretched again. Alright then, I'll leave everything in Linjiang City to Lord Du. Du Jiang was shocked. Lord Gao is in such a hurry to leave? My humble servant hasn't entertained your excellency properly these past few days? Why don't you stay another night? Shangguan Wan'er also spoke up. His Majesty has not set a deadline. Gao Yang shook his head and said, counting the time spent on the road, I'm afraid Chang'an is about to explode. So this prince will have to go back in person. Gao Yang's pair of eyes were deep, making one wonder what he was thinking. Du Jiang said with some guilt, I blame my subordinate for being stupid and putting up 2 Zhang folders, which put Duke Gao in the limelight. My subordinate sends one to the Lord. I'm sorry for your trouble. Lord Du. Gao Yang spoke to Green Luo again. Green Luo, follow this lord to Pack and Pack. Shangguan Wan'er frowned. She always felt that something was wrong. 1 hour later, Linjiang City, City Gate. Du Jiang led the officials of the county office of Linjiang City, big and small, to stand on the side of the carriage. Gao Yang sat on the carriage and lifted the curtain and said, the news spread slowly. There will still be foreign grain merchants arriving at the Linjiang City Pier one after another in the next few days, so you can smother all of them and force them to cut their meat. But the price of food cannot go all the way down. Otherwise the people will think that it can be even lower. The middle should also have some ups and downs. As for how to regulate, this official all written down. Do adults according to this to-do is. The corners of Master Bai and the others' mouths twitched. Tough. It's too hard. These merchants and businessmen who wanted to make heavy profits rushed towards Linjiang City, thinking it was a gold mine, but it was actually a big pit. Du Jiang was touched. My humble thanks to Mr. Gao. This is some local tea from Linjiang City. I hope that Mr. Gao will accept it as a token of my gratitude. Du Jiang handed a tea box to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took the box and weighed it, a wide smile on his face. Lord Du is truly thoughtful. The mountains are high and the roads are far, so this official is waiting for Lord Du's good news in Chang'an. Du Jiang stood at the city gate, looking at the departing carriage with a sigh. Behind him, Master Bai could not help but say, Your Excellency, that is your salary for 3 full years next to the Lord Shangguan. If this is known by His Majesty. Du Jiang's face changed and he spoke, what 3 years salary? That's the local tea of Linjiang City. Besides, this official is all honest, never oppressed the people, and did not ask Mr. Gao to do anything. It's purely out of gratitude, even if the Empress knows. So what? Du Jiang violently flicked his sleeve. This official has twice reported to angrily reprimanded Mr. Gao. So much so that Mr. Gao has just descended on the price of food in Zhangchang, and will have to hoof it back to Chang'an without stopping. If this official does not chat to express his gratitude, is that still a human being? Go back to your house. I want to play the Empress 3 times. Wagon. Shangguan Wan'er lifted the curtain, took out a letter and said to a red-armored general, take this letter and transmit it to Chang'an as fast as possible, straight to His Majesty's hands. Yes. The general took the letter and galloped straight away. Shangguan Wan'er lowered the curtain just in time to see Gao Yang placing the box that Du Jiang had given him by his side. Shangguan Wan'er was valiant and said with amusement, Mr. Gao, Linjiang City's tea is only 100 wen or 2, and it's not something valuable, so is it necessary to look nervous? Lord Shangguan doesn't understand. You must know that the heart is greater than everything else. Gao Yang smiled and opened his mouth. Dingwa Gongfu 100 years of generals. The house has many mansions. Naturally not bad money, but at the same time the rules are very much. The routine silver is very little. Chang'an is also the capital of the Great Qian. Everywhere you need to use money. Not to mention that since the crossing is either on the way to be beaten or on the way to run. This time, when we're back in Chang'an, we should enjoy ourselves, right? After all, you've crossed over, so why don't you go to a greenhouse? It's almost a joke for the travelers to tell. He sent Du Jiang a big credit and took the blame for 7 days. It's normal to come with some silver. The weight, though, is enough to show that Dujiangi is a real person. That thought, he took note of. Shangguan Wan'er moved her gaze away, somewhat amused. But in the next second, her face changed and she suddenly looked at the heavy tea box beside Gao Yang. No, not right. What the hell is in this tea box of yours? Shangguan Wan'er's body approached, a pair of sharp eyes scanning Gao Yang's face. Show me. Gao Yang avoided Shangguan Wan'er and voiced out, Lord Shangguan, the mountain road is unstable. The carriage is bumpy. And men and women are not related, so I hope you will respect yourself. If you get close to me like this, in the midst of a struggle, or in the midst of a bump, if I accidentally kissed or touched my hand, I would cry out. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes widened. You still want to shout? But her body stepped back towards the back, gritted her teeth and said, I understand. Your words were intentionally to provoke Du Magistrate's guilt. Obviously a few pieces of clothing, anytime you can leave, but you froze to charge half an hour. You clearly gave Lord Du time to fetch the silver. In here, it's just not any tea at all. Shangguan Wan'er gritted her teeth. Gao Yang, you're making a mistake for yourself. This is public bribery. Gao Yang didn't think so, and Very Green Tea uttered a classic phrase from the latter days. Lord Shangguan, if you want to think so, then I can't do anything about it. If you think it's that, then it's that. Shangguan Wan'er had the heart to spit out blood. You. The words were inexplicably a bruise in the heart. Cao Yang was full of disinterest. Would care about such a thing? It's not possible. 2 days passed in a flash. Nightfall. The entrance to Chang'an City. Song Qingqing stood at the city gates with a group of maidservants, attracting the attention of many people. She wore a long green dress. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and she was enveloped in a noble aura. The Song family's eldest miss is too beautiful, and I heard that the Song family has a marriage contract with the Grand Duke of Dingwa Gongfu, Gao Yang, so it's really a bargain for him. Where is this news from you? The Song family has long ago gone forward to the Duke of Ding to withdraw from the marriage. This has spread throughout Chang'an. You don't know? Hiss. I've been away from Chang'an for a while. How would I know about such a big event? And who is that Miss Song standing here waiting for? Some of the people in the crowd were talking. Outside the city, beside a carriage, more than a dozen guards walked towards Chang'an City. Song Qingqing took a step forward to greet them. A smile blossomed on her face before she bowed beside the carriage. Qingqing is here to greet you on the orders of Lord Father. The carriage lifted off, revealing a bountiful and handsome face. Instantly, the crowd of onlookers were talking. It's Mr. Choi. It's rumored that Scholar Choi went to Qingshui City and suppressed grain prices with thunderous means, causing the price of grain in Qingshui City to drop from 100 won a bucket to 82 won a bucket in just a few days. Miss Song family is actually here to greet them. It seems that the Song family and the Chui clan intend to marry. This is without the slightest regard for the Dingwa Gongfu. Chui Xinghe got off the carriage, and when he saw Song Qingqing, a smile appeared on his face. Miss Song came to greet him. It is truly a great honor for Mr. Chui. Song Qingqing smiled and said, Lord Father has already set up a reception banquet for Duke Chui, and Uncle Chui is also at the residence, specially for Duke Chui. Chui Xinghe nodded. When Mr. Chui reports to Her Majesty the Empress, he will immediately go. At the city gates, the two stepped into Chang'an City together. Soon, in the eyes of interested parties from all sides, the news of Chui Xinghe's return to Chang'an spread throughout Chang'an. The general's house. Wang Zhong laughed out loud. Chui scholar returns to Chang'an. Tomorrow morning's court. Even you Gao Tianlong can't stop this court power. I will take part in you. For a while, Chang'an was in the dark. Over the years, there were simply too many people who wanted the Dingwa Gongfu to fall. Dingwa Gongfu. Candlelight illuminates the room. This Song family doesn't have my Duke Ding's residence in their sights at all, going so far as to let that Song Qingqing go and greet Chui Xinghe in public. It's outrageous. Summit was filled with rage and slammed his fist on the table. Gao Tianlong's hair was white and his pale face was full of majesty. He scrutinized the chessboard and said very calmly, the Song family tends to favor the trend. Chui Xinghe is doing well and is a young talent, and the Empress is short of beloveds around her. So it's not hard to understand that the Song family is placing bets on Chui Xinghe. It is a blessing that such a woman was not able to marry into my Duke Ding's house. Gao Feng sighed. But Chui Xinghe returned to Chang'an ahead of schedule. That would mean that the big picture in Qingshui City has been decided. At the very least, 82 won a bucket. And tomorrow, the Golden Palace. I'm afraid it's not quiet. This sinful animal. Before he left, I even told him to rather do nothing than do wrong. Otherwise how could he have caused such a great disaster? Gao Feng couldn't help but gnash his teeth when he thought of Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong wiped the chessboard in front of him and faintly said, Old me is pleased. Relieved? Summit was filled with consternation. Even the dumbest dude, even if he is a fool, would not do such a ridiculous act. This means Younger is thinking of a strange trick. The entire court knows this. It's just that everyone doesn't believe it. I don't quite believe it either. But this heart, I appreciate it. Otherwise how can I win over the Chui family scholar who is full of wisdom? I, the Dingwa Gongfu, would rather die standing than live on my knees. Summit froze in a daze. Only Gao Tianlong's calm voice echoed in the room. Instead of going to perdition in mediocrity, it's better to fight hard and eagles strike the sky. If I don't die, I'll be able to shelter the Gao family in the end. And if I don't fold at this moment, how many more years can I live? Besides, my decades of intuition tells me that Younger is not a mediocre talent, and the chessboard has not yet been set. So how can I speak lightly of victory or defeat? Late night, the Great Qian Palace. Empress Wu Jiao stood in front of the window. The cold moonlight shone on that stunning face, penetrating 3 points of coldness, 7 points of detachment. Her one eye was suffused with endless nobility. Could it really be that I am mistaken? Wu Jiao looked into the distance with her hands in the direction that belonged to Linjiang City. her brows furrowed. Cui Xinghe arrived in Qingshui City, but in just 3 days, the grain prices in Qingshui City were not only curbed, but also plummeted. The price of grain not only stabilized at 82 won a bucket, but even dropped another 2 won to 80 won a bucket. It takes no small amount of skill to not only curb skyrocketing food prices during a cataclysmic year, but to make him fall again and again. Cui Xinghe did not fail her, but Wu Jiu was not happy. You have disappointed me somewhat. Wu Jiu's mind was filled with the appearance of Gao Yang standing in the middle of the great hall, speaking eloquently. If anything, dealing with the son of her enemy just made her look high. The Play Monkey Bureau after that moved her to the point where she felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. This was the person she had been looking for in her mind. Therefore, she had organized this competition to give the hundreds of thousands of people in the 2 cities a place to display their talents and compete for the winners and losers. Even in her mind, she was going to be more optimistic about Gao Yang, so she gave the Linjiang city, which had a bigger disaster and a more complicated city, to Gao Yang. But the price of food in Linjiang city has skyrocketed all the way up, and even Gao Yang had to rebuild the county office during the catastrophe year, organize large-scale events, and give tax breaks to those greedy merchants. The more Cui Xinghe shone, the more Gao Yang disappointed her. Just, on paper, you can't be a great man after all. The empress shook her head and prepared to rest, but just then, the little eunuch outside the door barged in a panic. Report! Lord Shangguan has sent a letter by fast horseback that must be opened by His Majesty himself. Not only that, but Lord Du also once again sent out a fast horse to deliver the zhengbiao, and specifically instructed that this zhengbiao needs to be opened by His Majesty himself, and then transcribed to the Imperial Historical Station. The little eunuch knelt on the ground. Wu Jiu turned around abruptly, a terrifying nobility and majesty permeating her surroundings. Present, Takeshi's eyes twinkled. Shangguan Wan Air sent a letter. Du Jiang also fast horse to send a zhang, but also all to her personally open. Could it be that the public anger in Linjiang City couldn't be suppressed and a pandemonium broke out? Wu Jiu thought a lot for a moment, her eyes staring. She had only just ascended the throne a short time ago, and if war broke out at this moment, it would not be good news for her. Thinking of something, Wu Jiu's eyes went cold. Inside Fengyuan Palace, some of the eunuchs and palace maids with a keen sense of smell were even more breathless when their gazes touched Wu Jiu's face. Wu Jiu first opened the envelope and took out Shangguan Wan Air's handwritten letter. Along with the contents of the letter reflected in his eyes, Wu Jiu's face turned extremely wonderful. She immediately picked up the zhengzi Du Jiang had written down again, turning it over and scanning through it just as quickly. Snap! The soprano dropped to the ground. Wu Jiu looked shocked. The small eunuchs and palace maids around them all shivered for a while, their foreheads filled with cold sweat. What's wrong with His Majesty? I was right about my vision. A smile suddenly appeared on Wu Jiu's face, and these words stunned a group of eunuchs. His Majesty is laughing? They had been serving here for so long, and it was the first time they had seen Wu Jiu show such a thrilling smile. Even though they didn't have anything in their crotches, they couldn't help but look dumbfounded for a moment. The royal historian, that gang of admonition officer, this time no less disgusted me. Tomorrow I need to take a good breath. This Shanzhua do not have to copy a. Go down. Wu Jiu waved her hand and said. The eunuchs and palace maidens all retreated. Stay until the entire bedchamber falls into absolute silence. Wu Jiu looked toward the full moon outside the window and muttered. In one day, a violent drop of 151, even to 51 a bucket. A good grandson of the Duke of Ding, I have underestimated you. The next day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds. The entire Chang'an was alive and well, and the city gates were not far away. Gao Yang couldn't help but move his old back a bit. This journey in a tight hurry almost shook his old back apart. When the Chang'an city that stood majestically on the earth appeared within his sight, Gao Yang couldn't help but be excited. After all this tossing and turning, I'm finally back. This time, my lord must enjoy himself. Shangguan Waner was dissatisfied. What do you mean by tossing? Duke Gao is contributing to Great Qian. It is clearly a supreme honor for an official to bow down and die for the people. Gao Yang was also used to Shangguan Waner's cold words, and directly returned. Lord Shangguan is right. As long as Lord Shangguan is happy. Shangguan Waner glared at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. Where on earth did this Gao Yang come up with so many exasperating quotes? When the carriage was almost at the city gates, a few eunuchs hurriedly and attentively greeted them. Imperial Magistrate Gao. Lord Shangguan, His Majesty has a decree to summon His Majesty for this morning's court. The Golden Palace. The civil and military officials are all listed on both sides. Ding Wagong Gao Tianlong stood in the forefront. The Peak in the ranks. It was just that Peak's face looked very bad, and his gaze glanced aside to the direction where Cui Xinghe was from time to time. Sinful animal. Today, my father is considered to have lost a lot of face. Gao Feng sighed in his heart. Not only Gao Feng, The gazes of all the ministers all looked towards Cui Xinghe intentionally or unintentionally. Almost everyone knew that today, Cui Xinghe was the most dazzling person in the great Qian dynasty. He was destined to enjoy all the envious glances. Cui Xinghe's expression was bland and breezy, but inside, I've been excited for a long time. After today, the Cui clan will be proud of him, Cui Xinghe, and the genealogy will have a single page for him. As for what Gao Yang, a dude, can also compete with him, the talent of the scholar? A match, a high and a low. His Majesty has arrived, accompanied by the eunuch's shrill voice. Wu Jiao, wearing a golden-colored dragon robe, slowly sat on the dragon chair. The 100 officials saluted at once. All the ministers rise. Today, I'm going to discuss the rewards. Wu Jiao shined straight to the point. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the 100 officials gathered on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe straightened his back, his face full of pride. Song Li was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, Cui scholar with his thunderous tactics, in just 7 days, made the price of grain in Qingshui city as low as 81 a bucket. It is really a king's talent. I implore your Majesty to reuse it. Wang Zhong followed and said loudly, His Majesty is looking for the world's talents, and wants to create the foundation of the Qin dynasty for the ages, and even spares to use the 2 cities of Qingshui and Linjiang as a competition. And now, the highs and lows are immediately judged, and I ask His Majesty to give heavy rewards for the merits, and heavy punishments for the demerits. Accompanying this statement, numerous officials bent down in unison. I second the motion. I second the motion. In particular, the group of admonition officers from the Royal Academy were even more vehement in their words. Yan Zhang's face was iron blue, stood out and said in a cold voice, His Majesty to the people of a city, open the competition. Now Linjiang City 100,000 people live in the fire and water, is really a tyrant, will be the history books ruthlessly spit on. Yan Zhang did not give Wu Jiao face. Opening is a flurry of spray, and gushing, there is a quoted situation. For a moment, the entire courtroom was filled with Yan Zhang's angry spray. Some olfactory officials smelled wrong. Put in the past. Yan Zhang this kind of angry spray, although Wu Jiao will not be angry. Random killing, but also the face of the iron green. But today, it was a look of interest. Gao Tianlong had a thoughtful look on his face. After a full half column of incense, Yan Zhang's mouth was dry, and only then did he pause. Wu Jiao laughed. Has Lord Yan finished? Yan Zhang looked at Wu Jiao, a little uneasy, but still nodded with a grimace. What the old minister wanted to say, he has finished. If Linjiang City is no longer controlled and continues to allow grain prices to skyrocket, once a riot occurs and sweeps the world, His Majesty will be the world's sinner. At this time, Cui Xinghe also stood out and said, Your Majesty, I have also heard about the skyrocketing grain prices in Linjiang City, and I am deeply saddened. As a subject of the great Qian dynasty, I am willing to go to Linjiang City and share your worries for your Majesty. Although that Linjiang City's 4 major grain merchants are incredibly difficult to deal with, the minister has full confidence and experience. Along with Cui Xinghe stepping forward, the 100 officials cast admiring glances. Scholar Cui's great talent. Scholar Cui's heart for the people is truly a model for my generation. Wu Jiao listened to these murmurs, his face unchanged, followed by a nonchalant. They say that grain prices in Linjiang City have skyrocketed, but how did I hear that the price of grain in Linjiang City has been as low as 71 a bucket? Buzz. With these words from Wu Jiao, the entire Golden Palace was thrown into great shock. This light voice resounded clearly in everyone's ears. What? The price of grain in Linjiang City has fallen to 71 a bucket? After a short period of shock, the murmurs of the 100 officials nearly overturned the entire Golden Palace. Cui Xinghe also froze, then flatly denied it. The price of grain in Linjiang City is as low as 71 a bucket? How is this possible? According to this, the price of grain in Linjiang City was even lower than the price of grain in Qingshui City. But that's never going to happen. He calculated. Linjiang City disaster is heavier. Grain merchants are more united. Unless the use of violence. Or 91 a bucket. Even if a very reasonable range of grain prices. That's not to mention 70 cents a bucket. Gao Feng also suddenly widened his eyes, almost doubting his ears. 71 a bucket? Wasn't the news 2 days ago that it had exceeded 201 a bucket? Even Gao Tianlong was slightly shocked and his eyes changed. Seeing the reaction of the 100 officials, especially the mute words of this group of admonition officers of the imperial palace, Wu Jiao heart a burst of dark pleasure. All the pent-up anger accumulated in his heart during this period of time was swept away. She took out a zhangbiao and looked at the 100 officials. This is the zhangbiao sent by Du Jiang of Linjiang City's government office in an expedited manner last night. It clearly states that 2 days ago, the price of grain in Linjiang City plummeted to 71 a bucket a day and is still falling. Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, ordered the posting of a list demanding that no less than 150 when a bucket be sold, which was to capitalize on the greed of merchants and to trick foreign grain merchants into rushing to Linjiang City in droves. As for the other means, they are all written above. So go and read them yourself. A pillar of talent. But by you and other narrow-minded people crazy impeachment. Really make me pain in the heart. Wu Jiao threw the zhengzhua heavily, and his voice resounded through the golden palace. Yan Zhang immediately picked up the zhangfang, and when he quickly swept through it, his face turned white for a moment. Clunk! The soprano dropped to the floor. When the 100 officials saw Yan Zhang's expression, they couldn't help but be even more appalled. More officials snatched the zhengzhua away, and even Cui Xinghe took it over to have a look. Yan Zhang said with an incredulous face, raise the price of grain to attract foreign grain merchants, and when they enter the city, open the warehouses and release the grain to impact the price of grain. These foreign grain merchants will then sell off because of costs and losses, thus driving local grain merchants in Linjiang City to sell their grain. The world! There are such means. Yan Zhang was inwardly shocked. The 100 officials were also all shocked. Song Li and Wang Zhong's hearts and mouths jumped, frozen as if they were wooden. Utilizing the greedy nature of merchants, will be lured to come, and then open the warehouse to release grain, which I do not know how many foreign grain merchants will lose their money. And all of this was predetermined 7 days ago. It was as if the figure of Gao Yang appeared in their minds, as he just stood there, strategizing, and the price of grain plummeted. Countless people were born new because of him, and countless grain merchants went bankrupt and wailed because of him. This son, horrible as he is. Song Li's eyes changed again and again, his face ugly to the extreme. For a time, the entire Golden Hall was silent. The 100 officials were all shocked. They never imagined that there would be such a means of lowering grain prices in a time of great calamity. Gao Feng grabbed the zhengbiao and was also filled with surprise. Yang are you really hiding something? The price of grain in Linjiang City is as low as 70 won a bucket, which is even more impressive than Cui Xinghe. Gao Feng's words flashed through his mind before Gao Yang left the house. Young eagles, when they lift their wings and soar, eagles strike the sky. Cui Xinghe said unwillingly, but he ordered the county office to be rebuilt and organized large-scale tournament activities. Acting like this in a year of great disaster. Isn't that fish and meat for the people? What is the explanation for this? Today, he should have been the center of the entire Golden Palace. He should have been famous and highly regarded by the empress. But all that, all gone. Under Gao Yang's means of lowering grain prices, he, Cui Xinghe, was like a joke. As Cui Xinghe opened his mouth, a small eunuch also came next to the empress and spoke in a low voice. Wu Jiao faintly said, this question, not only is Cui Aiqing curious, I am also curious. Summon Imperial Inspector Gao Yang of Linjiang City for an audience. For a while, all the 100 officials turned back in shock and looked towards the place where the gate of the Golden Palace was. Soon, Gao Yang came in with a big stride, wearing a long robe and carrying a fine piece of sheep's white jade around his waist. I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Brush up. For a while, many gazes gathered on Gao Yang with complexity. Wang Zhong and Song Li were even more pale. For a while these days, they thought they had one. Who knew that Gao Yang had given them a big surprise? Grain prices in Linjiang City plummeted in one day. Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang with a satisfied gaze. Today, this sinful son is even much more smooth and handsome. Rather a trifle of his peak youthfulness. Wu Jiao voiced out. The sudden drop in grain prices in Linjiang City is already known to me. Gao Yang, your tactics are masterful. But County Magistrate Du said in his report that you are going to rebuild the government offices and organize a large-scale dragon boat race. And those who come out on top will even be exempted from the commercial tax for 3 years. Is this true or false? Gao Yang nodded his head and said, Your Majesty, this was my idea. I hope Your Majesty will grant it. Wu Jiao spoke. During the years of great disasters, the people were oppressed. Imperial Secretary Gao, do you know that this matter has touched off the wrath of the people? And how many people have impeached you? Cui Xinghe stood out directly and looked at Gao Yang. During the year of the great disaster, the people are having difficulty eating and drinking. It's not appropriate for royal historian Gao to oppress the people like this, is it? There was no way back for him. Either he could suppress Gao Yang, or he would be completely overshadowed by Gao Yang's light today. Wang Zhong followed suit. Imperial historian Gao, oppressing the people and fish and flesh. This is a great offense. Please give the world a convincing reason. For a while, Peak was a little worried and couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang's face was full of indifference, his eyes looking towards Wang Zhong and Cui Xinghe. I would like to ask General Wang and Scholar Cui, and even the entire court impeaching my officials, a question. The price of grain in Linjiang City fell to 70 won a bucket before my son left, and with the influx of foreign grain merchants and the selling of local grain merchants, The price of grain can even fall to 50 won a bucket. But even if it's 50 cents a bucket, which is a low price compared to the price of grain in the entire Guangyang County, can all the people really afford to buy it? Does the court have that much grain for relief again? For a while, the pupils of the group of ministers shrank and were speechless for a while. As a matter of fact, every time there is a major disaster in the world, there will be starving corpses everywhere, and the first to die will be the people who cannot afford to buy food. 100 won a bucket and 50 won a bucket did not make much of a difference to these lowest class of disaster victims, because this group of people simply can't afford to buy it, or don't have enough money to last through the entire period of the disaster. They could only wait for the court to provide relief. As for the huge number of victims, although the imperial court issued a decree to provide relief, how can the treasury have abundant food? Only a group of people can die first, and then relief can help the people to live. There is not enough food in the treasury, which is the root cause, but there is no good way to do this. Not even now, not even for centuries. That's the harsh reality. Gao Yang said indifferently. A persistent opening of warehouses and releasing grain will only delay the deaths of the victims. The people can't find work, can't earn money. This is the root cause. Not to mention that under a single disaster relief, there will be many people waiting for food relief every day. The national treasury food is simply not enough. The real means, when it is food for work, so that the people have work to do, money to earn, so is the best policy. Food for work? Accompanied by Gao Yang's words, the entire group of ministers in the Golden Palace all fell into thought. Even Musashi's gaze swept over. What is food for work? Su Xuanji, the Prime Minister of Dakian, asked curiously. Gao Yang gazed at Su Xuanji and said, during the year of the Great Disaster, the lowest class of people did not have silver and could not afford to buy food, but they did have labor. Therefore, I have the audacity to propose the renovation of the county government offices, but its purpose is not to oppress the people, but rather to let the major wealthy merchants in Linjiang City see that, under a natural disaster, the common people are willing to work very cheaply for a mouthful of food. A little bit of silver money plus the management of a meal makes the people very grateful. If the major government offices and wealthy merchants make one move after another, as long as the price of food in Linjiang City stabilizes, then it will be possible to make a significant portion of the victims pull through. This is food for work. As Gao Yang's words resounded through the Golden Palace, Cui Xinghe's face was filled with shock, and Prime Minister Su Xuanji's face was filled with emotion. What a work for hire! Su Xuanji did not hide his praise. This thought process had never even occurred to them in the past. On the dragon chair, Wu Jiao looked at Gao Yang with a pair of beautiful eyes. Gao Yang's words opened up an unprecedented thought process for her. The court did not have only one way to provide relief. Food for work is also available. The people are under a natural disaster and can sell their labor very cheaply in order to survive. This practice seems to be cruel and very poisonous to the people, but it is actually a strategy to save the people. Wu Jiao's gaze was tinged with awe, a pair of eyes filled with satisfaction. Wang Zhong couldn't help but say in a deep voice, but even if it's food for work, why should Lord Gao be so oppressive to the people? 10 won a day. It's too harsh. The income of the people of Dakian for a day's labor was about 30 to 100 won. The wages, for this labor, have been pressed very low, enough to qualify as a squeeze. For a while, many gazes gathered on Gao Yang. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes and said nothing. He only felt that this Wang Zhong was too stupid. Wasn't this giving Gao Yang a chance to make a name for himself? Gao Yang turned back to Wang Zhong and scoffed. If old General Wang doesn't understand people's livelihood, he doesn't need to open his mouth. There's no shame in being appropriately silent. It's better than making a fool of yourself. When Wang Zhong heard this, his face was filled with shocked anger. Little Gao Yang, how dare you insult me? Are you looking for death? Wang Zhong glared angrily. After all, he was a veteran general who had killed on the battlefield. It was still very appalling to be so steeped in anger. Gao Tianlong indifferently said, it's not your turn to threaten an old piker like you. The people of my Dinghui Gongfu. The old man is here, and there is a place for you to speak? When Gao Tianlong spoke, the 100 officials were shocked. Dinghui fair often do not go to court, and now successive court is just, but today also overbearing to protect the calf. This is secretly alarming to some people. Wang Zhong looked into Gao Tianlong's indifferent eyes. He wanted to speak out, but he held his words back as they reached his mouth. Yang you may speak freely. You were not in Chang'an for these dozens of days, but you did not know about the nonsense in the court. Today, you can tell them all, and give my Daqian impeachment of your stock and bones a good listen. Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong and understood the implication. Punch me in the face. Punch me hard in the face. Today, he, Gao Tianlong, is here and is the biggest backer. Gao Yang saluted Gao Tianlong and laughed. Grandson understands. Immediately afterward, his eyes snapped to Wang Zhong. Old General Wang. While it is certainly possible to make the disaster victims refurbish the government offices for 30 or even 50 won a day, has it ever occurred to Old General Wang that the local gentry will follow suit with a high price for their labor? For a while, Wang Zhong was dumbfounded. He also suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. If the government offices are renovated at a high price, how will the gentry follow the trend if they have nothing to gain? Expecting the gentry to be compassionate? The smirk on Wu Ju's face became more pronounced. Gao Yang continued. The greatest reason for the gentry to repair their mansions and hire disaster victims to labor during the years of great disasters is that it is cheap. The government offices are being refurbished and must be pressed, and the only way they will hire the local gentry is if they see that at this time the victims are willing to work very cheaply in order to stay alive. Only if the government office is this villain, causing the victims to cry out in agony, and the local gentry slightly raise the wages, they will reap a good reputation. For the gentry, on the one hand, they can reap both fame and fortune, and on the other hand, they can save the labor cost which is twice or even twice cheaper than that during the peace years, so that they will be willing to do so. Gao Yang's eyes looked at Wang Zhong, as sharp as a falcon. If the government office wages are very conscientious, the gentry have no profit to make, and no name to make. They have enough to wade through the muddy water? As soon as the words fell, Wang Zhong's face turned pale. The entire Golden Hall fell into silence. In this instant, Gao Yang was the absolute center of the entire Golden Palace. Yan Zhang was dumbfounded. The oppression in his eyes is actually the people's salvation. It was a shock to his insides. Musashi's eyes marveled. The government office as a villain, come to send the gentry a reputation, but also profitable. This for the local gentry. There is no reason to refuse. Wu Jio spoke up. Gao Yang, you didn't just go to the temple to simply worship Buddha, did you? Someone like Gao Yang who plays with people's hearts is not like a believer in Buddhism. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jio. His eyes again swept the jade leg under the dragon robe without any trace, then said, Your Majesty is holy. I, De Qian, believe in Buddhism, and the dispute between Buddhism and Taoism has a long history. I go to the temple, just to observe the obsolescence of each temple, and then use my identity and the temple presiding officer to set up a close relationship, and present myself as a believer. Before you leave, write another letter, informing that the temple is too old and will need to be refurbished sooner or later. So why not take advantage of the year of the great disaster to seize the opportunity to refurbish the temple, or else the cost of labor in the future will be a lot more expensive, and then throw out the banner of our Buddhist compassion when it comes to helping the world and saving the people. The temple is already outdated, and now that the renovation not only saves money, but also collects people's hearts in the name of our Buddhist compassion, they simply have no reason to refuse. In this way, the gentry and the temples earn both profit and fame. The people earn money by their own hands. Each of the three parties gets what it needs, and with the stabilization of grain prices, the people will naturally have a way to live. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes. He knew that he had underestimated Gao Yang. With profit as his lever and fame as his bait, he willingly made the gentry and temples work for him. A win-win situation for all three parties, all willingly. In this way, the disaster in Linjiang City must have slowed down greatly. He lose completely. Gao Yang's methods were 10 times, 100 times better than his Cui Xinghe. At the thought of lowering the price of grain by more than a dozen won, he was complacent, and Cui Xinghe hated to pick his toes to break the Golden Palace. With eyes full of admiration, Wu Ju continued to press. What is the purpose of organizing a large-scale dragon boat race? The gazes of the 100 officials followed suit and focused on Gao Yang, a question that they were also very curious about. A large event during a catastrophic year, and that's mitigating the disaster? Gao Yang eyes to the 100 officials. Negative hand in the Golden Palace said fatally, Aiqian heavy agriculture and suppression of business. Business tax is quite heavy. If you win the first prize, tax cuts for 3 years. The local and even outside the big gentry must be moved. Under the large-scale activities, the people are born to like lively. Then not only the local people, even the people in the vicinity of Linjiang City will flock to the city. And when there are more people, it will drive consumption. Whether it's food or inns, the vendor business will be great. It's bound to happen. As long as the race is stretched out, and multiple stalls will be provided, the triple means will come together, and this period of calamity will be over. A word fell, such as the calm giant pool violently through a huge stone. Shocked, the 100 officials' eyes changed. With the name of the gentry temples relying on profit and greed, the county office is made to be a villain, giving them a reason why they must strike, reorganize large tournament events to drive spending. In this way, the disaster can be greatly alleviated. This kind of strategy, this kind of insight into people's hearts, is simply horrible. Wu Ju was a bit moved. But in that case, do you know that you will carry the reputation of the people? With a righteous face, Gao Yang greeted the 100 officials and said, "It's just a mere cursing, but it can save 1,000 people, 10,000 people. So what's the harm in that? That's the way it's always been with the Duke Ding's family." Summit's gaze was stunned. For a while, the admiring gazes of the 100 officials looked over. The great talent of Imperial Highness Gao, Royal Historian Gao is truly a role model for my generation. A murmur rang out, tinged with admiration. Only Shang Wanwanner's mouth twitched. All the 100 officials believed that Gao Yang was impartial and righteous, but she didn't believe it half the time. Yan Zhang made a bow towards Gao Yang, and then bent down to Wu Jiao. "I, Yan Zhang, have wrongly blamed Imperial Secretary Gao to the point of babbling, and I implore your majesty to chastise him." For a while, the ministers were shocked. Yan Zhang's hard bones and uprightness are known throughout the court, but now he is willingly bending over in the face of Gao Yang and asking for punishment from the empress. This is unbelievable. Wu Jiao's heart is also a burst of pleasure. Since she ascended the throne, this is the first time that this is so smooth. She swept to the 100 officials said, "I certainly want to be punished. You and others are well-read poetry. Is my great Qian stock of ministers? But no one to see this flat disaster law. On the contrary, repeatedly reported impeachment. Yan Zhang, the imperial historian, Wang Zhong, the breaking general, and Song Li, the minister of rights, are fined 2 months' salary as a warning to others." In the face of chastisement, Wang Zhong and Song Li could only accept it even though they were no longer willing. Then, Wu Jiao's pair of phoenix eyes looked at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, you've done a good job of calming the disaster and lowering the price of food. Do you want any reward?" Gao Yang bent over and said nonchalantly, "I want to join the Ministry of Households and serve the country." At these words, Mu Shu frowned. Household? According to what she thought, Gao Yang, this performance should be for the central secretary, long accompanied by her around. When the rule of the country, peace and stability of the world. She didn't expect that Gao Yang was going to enter the Ministry of Household. Summit froze as well. This son of a bitch, the good secretary of the household, not to do what to the Ministry of the Household? Wu Jiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Gao Yang, grandson of Duke Dinghua, has been meritorious in calming the grain prices in Linjiang City, and has been given the post of a member of the Department of Households, retaining the position of supervisory imperial historian. Cui Xinghai is meritorious in leveling the grain prices in Qingshui City, and has been promoted to the rank of Zhengshu Warden." Gao Yang's face was delighted. Ministry of Household Department Staff. This is considered a 6th grade official in the Great Qian. Is not small. "I, Gao Yang, bow to your majesty." On the other side, Cui Xinghai also bent down and said, "I, Cui Xinghai, pay my respects to your majesty." He didn't expect that this Zhengshu Shushi was still in his hands, but Cui Xinghai was deeply humiliated, because it was Gao Yang did not want before it came to his hands. After the morning court, the gazes of all the officials were all focused on Gao Yang. Everyone knew that today, the words of Gao Yang, the Grand Duke of Dinghua Gongfu, at the Golden Palace would spread throughout Chang'an. The former dude has become a unicorn. Cui Xinghai looked at the gazes of the 100 officials and clenched his fists. "One day, I will prove to the world that Cui Clan Cui Xinghai is no worse than you, Gao Yang." He made a mental vow, then stepped away. At this time, Pete came to Gao Yang's side, and he sank his face. "Why don't you want it?" "S. The sudden sound startled Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong also walked calmly and said, "I know that you are good at the ways of merchants and businessmen, but this is ultimately a small way, and is not as good as the people around the empress. This move, it's a bit muddled." Gao Yang hurriedly said, "Father, grandfather, you misunderstand. The child into the Ministry of Households. Purely father is the minister of the Ministry of Households. Shangshu has been old and seriously ill. As the saying goes, there is a good relationship to do. The child can be completely horizontal in the Ministry of Households. This into the Ministry of Households is the right way." Summit's eyes glazed over. Gao Tianlong's mouth also twitched. The two men stared wide-eyed at Gao Yang's clear face. Is the reason, really, so plain and simple? Moreover, the Chinese scholar represents His Majesty's face. Can't be reckless, my son, and always more ridiculous. Usually like to go to the elegant place to listen to a little song. Once is nothing, but often go always should be impeached by the imperial historian. Father adults and grandfather are over. Should understand. Gao Yang nudged his eyes towards Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong with a you-know-what face. Summit's eyes went wide. Gao Tianlong's eyes also widened. So it's because of the hookups in Shangan that the C.S. doesn't want them? The Gao family still has this kind of talent? Both men's blood pressure rose together. Sinner, it's hard for you to escape a beating today. Summit was the first to roar. Sensing something was wrong, Gao Yang pulled out his legs and ran, and Summit took a step to chase after him. Gao Yang was full of confusion. Did he say something wrong? Literati attachments. Military generals when it is even more direct. How also annoyed. Behind him, Gao Tianlong shook his head. What's the point of chasing after him? Just go back to the house and beat him up again. Qianqing Palace. Shangwan Wan'er bowed towards Wu Jiu. Wan'er has met your majesty. Wu Jiu a noble face to look at Shangwan Wan'er. Will Linjiang city of everything? Bit by bit all tell me. I want to know everything. Shangwan Wan'er was also unsurprised, and told everything that happened in Linjiang city, one by one. Wu Jiu listened with a complex expression. She muttered to herself, planning 1,000 miles away. From the first day he descended upon Linjiang city, he calculated everything that would follow. This Gao Yang is really a talent. Wu Jiu marveled, a pair of eyes that did not hide their appreciation. Then, Wu Jiu looked at Shangwan Wan'er and said, Wan'er, what do you think of this Gao Yang? When Shangwan Wan'er heard this, she did not hide the disgust in her eyes. Although this person has amazing talent, he is also righteous and evil. Very bold. Oh, bold? From what? Wu Jiu was curious. I followed beside him, and he dared to imply that Lord Du was giving a gift, and I seriously suspect that he was intentionally punking Lord Du. Shangwan Wan'er told the tea box handed over by Du Zheng, as well as her own suspicions, one by one, and unfortunately, it's just a pity that Lord Du, with his 2 sleeves in the wind and his mind set on reading only holy books, I'm afraid he's still in the dark. The corners of Wu Jiu's mouth hooked up, but she was unimpressed and said, there is no business in the world that is not treacherous, and there is no official that is not greedy, not to mention that Gao Yang sends Du Zheng a political achievement, so this return gift is nothing. Where there are great talents, I am not afraid of their greed, let alone their lust. What I am afraid of is the lack of weakness. Having a weakness is good for control and for me to use. Shangwan Wan'er gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, this Gao Yang's boldness is not only so, he also wants to look at the minister's legs. A surprised smile appeared on Wu Jiu's face as she sized up Shangwan Wan'er, with a curvaceous figure and a cool and lonely face, sweeping downward. 2 long legs were straight and slender. She smiled and said, This Gao Yang is indeed quite bold, but not only bold to you. Since I ascended the throne, he is the only one who dares to openly look at my legs in the courtroom. Shangwan Wan'er's eyes were filled with shock as she sniffed. What? This Gao Yang openly admires His Majesty's leg? Has he eaten the guts of a bear? Shangwan Wan'er said excitedly. This one gouged out his eyes. Wu Jiu walked over to the window, overlooking the entire Diqian Palace. She faintly said, No harm done. And who does a female emperor not want to conquer? But then who can conquer? Wu Jiu had her hands in the air, a dragon robe stirring, full of nobility and disdain. Dingui Gongfu. With the news coming from the court, the entire Dingui Gongfu was thrown into shock. In Daqian, as the saying goes, the Lord insults the subject, and the Lord honors the subject. This period of time Linjiang city grain prices in Chang'an has the intention of the spread of people. The entire Dingui Gongfu subordinates do not dare to go out. Even if they go out, that is also a tail between the legs, for fear of being recognized. It can't be helped. The Grand Duke is not as skillful as the others, and those of them who are subordinates that have a mouth to feed. On the contrary, the Song family's subordinates and the Cui family's male son, that all raise their heads high, with an air of superiority. But today, everything has changed. As soon as Gao Yang got off the carriage, he saw all the subordinates of the entire Dingui Gongfu standing on both sides, and Li was even wearing a long dress, standing in front of the door in a magnificent manner. Among them, Gao Changwan and Gao Ling also followed Li. Sinful son, what are you standing there for? This is the honor you deserve. I'll settle the score with you when it's later. Gao Feng let out a cold snort, interrupting the stunned Gao Yang. Originally today is a great thing. Gao Yang forced to suppress the current scholar Cui Xinghe. For the Dingui Gongfu ruthless out of breath. If in the ranks of the Chinese scholar, become a big red man in front of the empress, Dingui Gongfu will be full of honor. It's even expected to take off. In the future, even if it is the lord of the 6 ministries, to take over the post of prime minister, that is also very likely. As a result, this kid actually thought of spelling father in the Ministry of Households to eat and wait for death. It is really angry with him. Li, however, was full of spring and quickly stepped forward. I had known that my son had the ambition of a great swan, and it's time for me, Li, to be majestic in this Chang'an. Li's eyes were satisfied. Gao Ling, who was on the side, also ran to Gao Yang's side and shook his hand. Brother, I want to eat Gui Taohua crisp. Gao Yang thought of the tea he brought from Linjiang city and the peach blossom cake sent by Gao Ling before he left. He was naturally very fond of this sister. A smile appeared on his face as he rubbed Gao Ling's head in a bold manner and said, Good, the district has as many peach blossom cakes as it wants. Gao Changwen, who was on the side, saw this scene and brightened up, rushed forward. Brother, I want the little lady, can I have as many as I want? As soon as Gao Yang saw Gao Changwen's foppish and scummy face, he was furious. Linjiang City was surging with dark currents, and before he went to Linjiang City, this bastard actually told him to go with peace of mind, and that he would help him take care of the little lady he liked. An elder brother is like a father. Since he crossed over into Gao Yang, he must be made to feel the love from his elder brother. It's also a matter of not getting used to the identity yet, or else we'd start fighting straight away. Before Gao Yang could say anything, Gao Feng was the first to have a dark face. Sinful beast, haven't these 10 days of grounding been enough, and you dare to talk nonsense? Summit was slack-jawed and shaken. Over the years, he always originally thought that Gao Yang was already invincible, but he didn't realize that Gao Changwen was even more courageous than Gao Yang. With these two sons, he once felt that it would be hard enough for him to last even into his old age, not to mention enjoying his old age peacefully. Gao Changwen took one look at the expression on Gao Feng's face and instantly shrank his head in fear like a quail. All dispersed, just Linjiang City show power. Make like one the scholar general. Let people see. What a behavior. Once Gao Tianlong gave the word, the subordinates all retreated. Yanger, follow me to the backyard. Old man has something to say. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, then directly stepped into the mansion in large strides. Gao Yang also followed behind Gao Tianlong and walked towards the inside. The two of them walked through the front yard and circled around a few long corridors before arriving at a very quiet small yard in the backyard. There was only one room in the small courtyard, and Gao Tianlong directly pushed the door in. Gao Yang glanced at the courtyard. The scenery was elegant and very secluded, but it was only a wall away from the outside of the mansion. He couldn't help but frown as he said, "Grandfather, this small courtyard has a nice view, but it's not very safe. It's better for grandfather to live less." Gao Tianlong poured himself a cup of tea. Sip said, "I heard, you claim to be a strategist. Has 3. Seekers seek their own, seekers seek the world. Seekers, poisonous sure also. You, this poisonous sure deserves to seek a few words, but it is prudent ruthless." Gao Yang smiled. Grandfather's fallacious praise. Sit down. Gao Tianlong pointed to the futon on the side and said casually. Gao Yang sat down on his knees, his legs together. The etiquette of Diqian is so, especially to see the elders to pay more attention, must forcefully clamp the legs. Otherwise, they will be called rude, and in serious cases, they may even become enemies. As for why these big and small legs are clamped down hard, it is a habit left over from hundreds of years ago. At that time, it was easy to go to the toilet, so it was usually a long robe with open pants. Standing is fine, sitting requires more attention, especially when you go to your host's house as a guest. Once you can't pin it down, your little brother will be solemn, and even the gifted ones will have a lance aimed at the host family, which is quite indecent. Gao Yang was convinced that the Qin and Han dynasties in his previous life were similarly dressed. After Jing Ke failed to assassinate the first emperor of Qin, he sat against a pillar and faced the first emperor, the so-called Ke Ke sitting. That is, Jing Ke leaning against the pillar with his legs spread out, aimed at the first emperor. This kind of indecent posture, which directly caused the first emperor to be furious. Wearing these crotchless pants and no underwear, the assassin fight scene in that TV show is more or less stale, with the warrior leaping up and flying, straight up hot. However, there is one. The master can also exercise the control of the little old man, can fly up urine as a concealed weapon straight to the enemy's eyes. The main fight a surprise. Gao Yang is a little happy. Fortunately, De Chen has already had panties. Otherwise, facing the female emperor, who cannot clip, who is the death penalty of executing 9 clans. Grandfather called his grandson here. I'm afraid he has another deep meaning, right? Gao Yang suppressed the random thoughts in his mind and opened his mouth to ask. For the first time, Gao Tianlong seriously looked at Gao Yang's face and finally came to a conclusion. This grandson has really changed. Whether it's the temperament or the speech, all of them have become unfamiliar. Obviously the face was still the same, but the soul was like a completely different person. Even though Gao Tianlong had seen too many people in his life, he hadn't been able to figure out the changes in Gao Yang's body. Then there's only one answer. Hide it. After gently sipping a mouthful of tea, Gao Tianlong curiously said, "Why do you want to hide your clumsiness?" Gao Yang knew there had to be a valid reason for such a big change. After all, the original owner's Fopeng Chang'an was a completely different person from the one in Linjiang City who had calmed down the price of grain with thunderous means. He spoke. The Duke Ding's house is a big tree. Grandfather has supreme prestige in the military, and if his grandson is a fop, it will put many people at ease. On the contrary, it is easy to make the late emperor suspicious. Gao Tianlong pursed a mouthful of tea and said faintly, "The camouflage of the grandson. It's too much like, just like the real dude. Almost the old man wants to clean up the door himself. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Knowing that Gao Tianlong didn't believe it at all, he hardened his head and said, "Well," the grandson showed his cards. The grandson originally wanted to spend his life as a playboy, dashing around, hooking up and listening to music. But why the late emperor died strangely and violently, the new emperor ascended to the throne, and the courtiers are eyeing the Duke of Ding's house. The grandson can only step forward. Gao Tianlong's cloudy eyes turned deep as he laughed. This reason is somewhat convincing. Everyone has their own secrets, so I won't ask too many questions. I only want to ask you, what really happened that day? At these words, Gao Tianlong's eyes turned sharp. Gao Yang froze. What is grandfather referring to? Gao Tianlong snorted coldly and said, less pretending to be confused with the old man. The old man sent someone to check. That day you were drinking and having fun in the Rouge Pavilion. And then suddenly you came out and publicly revealed the female emperor's request for a virtuous imperial edict. There must be something fishy behind this. If I am set up, this revenge will be avenged. Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, but a murderous aura flashed by. Gao Yang couldn't help but get a little embarrassed at his words. He also guessed that Gao Tianlong was asking about this matter, but he tried to change the subject and froze. As for the reason, he doesn't say. Naturally, it's not a good thing. When Gao Tianlong took a look at Gao Yang's expression, his face instantly sank. Difficult to say? Gao Yang sighed. Knowing that there was no escape, he opened his mouth and said, that day, Prince Rong's son, Wu Qing, asked his grandson to drink and have fun, and during that period of provocation, his grandson impulsively unveiled His Majesty's imperial decree of courting virtue. Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes. Prince Rong? Is it really that provocative? Gao Tianlong's eyes were too sharp for a moment, and Gao Yang couldn't help but feel a little defeated. He spoke helplessly. Well, that Wu Qing deliberately provoked his grandson with Song Qingqing, the daughter of the Song family, and the grandson was careless and fell for it. Was it careless, or was it willing? Gao Tianlong snorted coldly, his eyes carrying anger but not contention. Hall of poisonous priests, chest with a play monkey bureau, and can be a thunderous force to level the price of grain in Zhangchang, even if the talent of the scholar Cui Xinghe is not as good as. It turned out to be a joke to spread the word that he had taken the bait for a woman's gamble. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. This licking dog he had to carry even if he didn't. At that time, it was indeed true that this was clearly a bureau. Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng casually provoked a few words, and as a result, the original owner foolishly jumped in. And the beautiful name of the appointment. I also have the talent of the scholar. Enough to match the name of Song Qingqing talented girl. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang again and said indifferently, do you know that not only did that Song family's young lady publicly withdraw her marriage from the Duke of Ding? Just yesterday, she also personally welcomed Cui Xinghe back to Chang'an at the city gate. Gao Yang was very calm for some reason. Perhaps to the original owner, it was the sweetheart who rushed to the redhead. But to him, this Song Qingqing was nothing more than a stranger. It's normal to withdraw from a marriage due to profit, and naturally approach Cui Xinghe due to profit. And not surprisingly, he will come back to his grandson in the next few days. Then what do you want to do? It's widely rumored throughout Chang'an that you're quite taken with the Song family's daughter. Gao Tianlong picked up the hot tea and took a light sip. Gao Yang wanted to skin it for some reason. From the first time he met Gao Tianlong, the latter's face was filled with the look of a Taishan collapsing in front of him without changing its color. So, he said tentatively, how about marrying back as the main mother of the Duke of Ding's residence? But to Gao Yang's disappointment, Gao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup didn't even tremble for a moment. He just looked to one corner and said faintly, what do you see here? Gao Yang swept along with Gao Tianlong's gaze and hesitantly said, an ordinary stick. Gao Tianlong put down his teacup, pointed to the stick in the corner, and calmly said, although this stick is ordinary, it only takes 3 sticks to break your 3 legs. Crap! Gao Yang's eyes changed. He hurriedly said, son just casually said, grandfather, do not take it seriously. This kind of woman, the child will never get involved with her half of the relationship, and grandchildren will make her regret withdrawing from my Dinghua Gongfu. Gao Tianlong's face showed a satisfied look. It's fine to listen to songs on the hook, or to sing songs every day, but this daughter of the Song family can't be touched. Then again, Prince Rong is a noble auxiliary minister with power over the court, and Wu Qing dares to set you up in public. What are you going to do? Gao Tianlong's gaze steeply turned sharp, as if he meant it. Gao Yang lightly laughed. I will take revenge back since, without Prince Rong's approval, Wu Qing would never have dared to design the child in such a way, and behind the group of impeached courtiers in the court, there might have been Prince Rong's figure as well. In the end, there are people who do not want the Dinghua Gongfu to be powerful, and if the grandson fails to get the empress to look at him sideways, this matter will become a knife for Prince Rong to stab at his grandfather. Gao Tianlong's face showed a satisfied look. Gao Yang was so young that he was able to realize the means behind this, which really surprised him. Whatever you want to do, just boldly do it, and always remember that the Dingwa Gongfu is your backing. Which proportion? I will not say more. You grasp yourself. This Chang'an in the future is ultimately your young people's court. When Gao Yang heard these words, a very strange feeling inexplicably flooded his heart. Perhaps it was because he was too lonely in his previous life and had to fight everything on his own. So he was a bit uncomfortable with the care of his family. But I have to say, it's a pretty good feeling. He smiled and said, in my grandson's mind, there is already a plan. But this plan needs a bit of time to lay out. Just wait for the time to arrive. When the prince roamed full of beheading, even Gao Tianlong couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear when he heard this. In just a few moments of work, he had a plan to make the powerful Rongqing king's entire family beheaded. Is this the poisoner? Prince Rong is not only the late emperor's hand and foot, but also one of the 3 auxiliary ministers, the court, the army, many students of the old officials. In addition to the late emperor's reward can be exempted from the death of the Danshu iron coupon. Are you sure you can make Prince Rong's family full of people? Gao Tianlong said with interest. There is no fear in the bottom of Gao Yang's eyes, and he still said confidently, the Danshu Tai ticket can avoid a death, which is indeed a bit troublesome, but my grandson has his own means. Gao Tianlong's wrinkled face suddenly revealed a smile. Boldly go for it. A teenager should have the appearance of a teenager. Show your loftiness when it's time to show your loftiness. The old man is waiting to see your means. Yes. Gao Yang made a bow and retreated. Outside the courtyard, some helplessness welled up on his face, and the big show at the court, including Linjiang City's thunderous approach to lowering the price of grain, was actually not what he wanted. In these ancient times, wouldn't it be a pleasure to be a black-hearted, everyday hooker listening to music, dude? Nay, there is a pile of mess. The Dingwei Gongfu is faltering, and in this treacherous courtroom of Daqian, how can one be alone? It's just that, the previous life is only a promise, even if it is, cross the time since the heavy blow. After all, in these ancient times, how can you make waves without power? Gao Yang's eyes revealed a flash of ambition. Prince of Honor, he muttered to himself, then took a large step toward the room. What Gao Yang didn't realize was that the moment he closed the door to his room, Gao Tianlong's cloudy eyes suddenly turned clear. Whether it was the Song family coming to withdraw from the marriage, or Prince Rong's outburst, this is all rushing to the Dingwei Gongfu. It is reasonable that he should go forward to visit 1 or 2, and then convince people by virtue. If they were unreasonable, he knew a little something about fisticuffs. The old one is not yet in the ground. How can he let the young one take the lead? But the things that happened one after another in these 10 days made Gao Tianlong unable to see through this grandson as well. Poisoner? I'm waiting to see your means. If you can get rid of Prince Rong without bloodshed, my Dingwei Gongfu win another 100 years of great prosperity. Even if I die, I can also laugh in the 9 springs. Gao Tianlong's pale voice with anticipation slowly resounded in the room. Gao Yang walked along the long corridor from the backyard towards the front yard. At this moment he finally realized the troubles of having a mansion that was too big. It's like walking through a maze of twists and turns. In a later life, though, this should be a blessed annoyance. Half a quarter of an hour later, Gao Yang arrived at a spacious room in the front yard. Grand Duke, the room has been cleaned for you. You can rest now. Midori was wearing a green satin undershirt, a small red face. The low status of Daqian's maidservants is generally upper jacket and lower skirt. The Dingwa Gongfu is a large family, and the maidservants in the house are dressed slightly better. But that's all. This dress is not good. This mail will take you to buy a nice long dress some other time. Gao Yang glanced at Greenie and opened his mouth with a smile. He had gotten some silver money from Du Jiang, and he was not bad at all. So it did not hurt to be a bit rich and generous. After all, this little ninny's leg wasn't under a lot of pillows these days. Greenie's eyes lit up at that. Since ancient times, there is no woman who does not love beauty. And long dresses are even more lethal to little girls like Green Luo who have lived in the mansion for a long time. Grand Duke, a set of long dresses can cost a lot of money. Slave girl. Greenie's eyes were torn. This lip-biting innocent look was really cute. Gao Yang smiled and said, a mere set of long dresses. What is it? Gao Yang's disdainful gaze looked towards the bed in the room. He was not a poor dude now. But the next second, he wasn't fazed. Greenie, where's the tea I brought back from Linjiang City? Gao Yang looked at Greenie with a tense expression. Since arriving at the gates of Chang'an, Wu Jiu's decree arrived. He could not bring the tea box to the Golden Palace. This tea is also solemnly handed over to the Green, specially instructed to let her put their bedside. As a result, no more. What's wrong with that? This silver money is the heart of Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang County, and it is the capital of his dashing in Chang'an. Greenie was taken aback by Gao Yang's reaction. She hurriedly replied, the slave girl did follow the Grand Duke's instructions. But not long after you were called to the backyard by the old duke. The tea box was taken away by the master. Father Sama? Cao Yang was shocked. Greenie nodded repeatedly. At that moment, a neutral voice rang out from outside the door. Count on you, sinful son, having a bit of a conscience. You still know to bring some Linjiang City specialties for old me. The tea isn't expensive, but it's heavy, so count your blessings. Gao Feng walked in with a taut face, accompanied by a long red dress full of graceful and luxurious Li. Li smiled and said, Linjiang City is more than 200 miles from Chang'an. My son has a heart. Cao Yang was dumbfounded. When did he bring Linjiang City specialties to Summit? It's not right. Something's very wrong. He said tentatively, when did my child say that the tea was a specialty for Lord Father? Gao Feng sniffed and looked disgruntled. Somehow, though, Gao Yang Linjiang City's performance was very bright and gave him a hard time. But as soon as he saw this face of Gao Yang, a nameless fire suddenly surged out. It was a very strange feeling, like a special bond between father and son. Sinful son, still want to hide this from me? Lord Shangguan sent someone to inform me that this tea was specially brought back by you from Linjiang City to honor me. What is there to hide about doing filial piety? And do you still need Lord Shangguan to send someone to tell me to let me take it myself? There was discontent in Summit's tone. Gao Yang, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. Everything is clear. Shangguan Wan'er, my money. Gao Yang's heart ached beyond words. He didn't feel much about taking money from corrupt officials, but he felt more or less guilty about pitting a clean official like Du Jiang. He even thought of making up for it later when Du Jiang came to Chang'an. All for the sake of hooking up and listening to music. Is it easy for him? This Shangguan Wan'er gave him this trick. He really didn't expect it. Good. He'll take that revenge. But it was done, and he had no choice but to oblige. My child originally thought of giving Lord Father a surprise, but I didn't expect Lord Shangguan to tell me in advance that this tea is precious. So Lord Father must remember to taste it alone. Gao Yang said with a deliberate face. Gao Feng did not notice any abnormality. Although his heart was delighted, his face was ancient and remained dignified. Filial piety is filial piety, but one size does not fit all. Get down and keep your ass in the air, Gao Feng coldly said. Gao Yang was stunned. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? What is Lord Father doing? Gao Feng's eyes glared and said, you sinful son forgot my father's words? Let go of the Chinese scholar. But to come to the Ministry of Households to eat and wait for death. Today must let you grow a lesson. The thought of Gao Yang's words made his teeth itch with anger. If I don't beat him up today, I won't be able to sleep at night. Hiss. So Lord Father has come here especially, not to thank my child for his filial piety, but to whip my child? The two do not affect each other. Gao Feng murmured to the subordinate behind him. Fetch the family law. Gao Yang's eyelids fluttered, only to see the butler Fu Bo handing over a whip, which was still covered with some sharp little spikes. The dead memories attacked him instantly, and the thing smacked him in the ass. The point is that in modern times, it is only natural for the old man to educate his son, let alone in ancient times when filial piety was greater than heaven. Then it doesn't matter if it grows or not. It's time to smoke. Gao Feng holding the family law, expressionless. Linjiang City, knowing that the means is not unusual. Why not send someone back to Chang'an to inform my father? Do you know how much pressure the entire Dingwa Gongfu has endured in the past 10 days? Furthermore, obviously has amazing talent, but has to hide his clumsiness, deliberately as a playboy to anger the old man. Simply should be beaten. The more Summit spoke, the angrier he became. In these 19 years, he was almost sent straight away by Gao Yang's anger. Li, who was on the side, moved her gaze away even though she had an intolerant face. Gao Yang saw that the door was blocked and there was no way to escape. So then he did what Summit said and lifted his hips up slightly. Summit froze. In the past, when he wanted to beat up this bastard, this kid jumped up and down, even climbed trees and flipped over the yard wall to avoid it, which is as painful as today. Have you really changed your mind? Are you so happy to be beaten up? Summit instinctively sensed something was wrong. The poisonous warrior who claimed to be a strategist of three, seeking others and himself and the world, and seeking only himself, just so easily cocked his ass and let him beat it? A touch of unreality welled up in Gao Feng's heart, and at the same time, a bad feeling of foreboding struck him, but he subconsciously stepped forward. Gao Yang, faced with pathos, said, all this is blamed on the child. It is really the child is too cowardly. Every time I want to shine the high family lintel, I am afraid of messing up the face of the Dingwa Gongfu. I will be afraid of the father's beating. The middle secretary is the female emperor's close ministers. If I can be the middle secretary, will certainly be able to become the pride of the heart of the mother's adults, to the mother's adults to compete for the face, and go out to show off the good. But the child is actually afraid of the middle secretary of the house. Affairs are complicated. Once you do wrong, and will be miserable father beatings. took the initiative to give up to that Cui Xinghe. Father adults. You hit it, you just whipped the child to death it. Anyway, the child is deeply convinced that his cowardly character is hopeless, and the child doesn't want to live. Summit was dumbfounded by this statement. Li, who was on the sidelines, was suddenly alarmed. Images of Gao Yang being brutally beaten in the past suddenly surfaced in her mind. She was in a hurry. Yang don't do anything stupid. You can rest assured that I'm here today. Saying that, Li suddenly looked at Peak, her voice rising. Husband. Gao Feng's mind trembled, and just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by an angry Li. Look, you've beaten Yang into what kind of shape? Yang is so cowardly that he even took the initiative to give up the post of the Chinese scholar. You as a father can't be blamed for that. It is always said that if you don't fight, but there are so many dudes in Chang'an, which ones don't fight? Aren't they still just as useless? Surname Gao, today you dare to beat Yang, really forcing Yang to think about it. This day will be impossible to live. Li's voice rose steeply, and her angry eyes looked at Peak. Hell knows how much snark she suffered over the years by going to the palace and partying with other Chang'an gentry and noble women. It would have been fine if his son was really a dude, but it turned out to be a severe beating that resulted in having to hide his clumsiness. This instantly made Li explode. What's more, Gao Yang was vaguely harboring a death wish, which worried her even more. Even if it is false, it must not be fought today. Summit spat out blood. He glanced at Gao Yang, and then at Li, who was full of anger, and only felt too wronged. Madam, this sinful son didn't say that at the entrance of the Golden Palace. It can't be taken seriously. The door of the Golden Palace. He was personally heard. This son of sin is clearly trying to hook up to listen to music, for fear of insulting the image of the royal family. On the contrary, the Ministry of Household can muddle through with him in charge. How come you've changed your mind now? Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang, who was full of aggression. Everything is clear. No wonder it puckers up so readily. After all, it was all a setup for him. The ultimate goal of this sinful son is Li. Take the years of aggravation Li has suffered and dump it on him for a severe beating. Sinner, I'm your old man, and you're actually setting me up? Summit's eyes glazed over, practically exploding with anger. This sinful son has actually designed it to him. Li's eyes were red as she sniffed, and her anger value was skyrocketing even more. Who is thinking of bringing you tea from 100 miles away? You heartless one. What have you driven such a filial child to? Even doing filial piety requires a mention from Lord Shangguan. Summit, don't you reflect on reflecting on yourself? If Yang really does something stupid, I won't live. With that, Li turned around directly and left. Gao Gao was all confused by the scolding. He looked at Gao Yang, who revealed a face full of innocence, and then looked at Li, who had left. Sinful son, you dare to set up my father. You wait for me. It's not over. Gao Feng let out a harsh word and quickly chased after Li in her direction. Ma'am, wait for me. Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was so close. His ass almost exploded. He wouldn't have pulled this whole stunt if he hadn't known that Summit was a wife-beater. But looking at Summit's reaction, the feud between father and son deepens. I also wondered if Summit would listen to his admonition that good tea was precious and should be savored slowly by one person. Otherwise it's even more fried. But he certainly couldn't talk about it now, or the beating would certainly be hard to escape. It's just a matter of hiding for a while. According to how much Summit hated him, I guess the tea box didn't even come with an open one. Grand Duke, there's someone outside the mansion asking for an audience. Not a moment later, Fu Bo, the housekeeper of the Dinggui Gongfu, came forward and said to Gao Yang, someone's looking for me? Gao Yang had a curious look on his face. Could it be a dude in Chang'an City, asking him to go out with him in style? Take my lord out to see. Gao Yang walked out quickly. Outside the mansion, Chen Shang was dressed in a hemp garment with a touch of apprehension on his face. A few days ago, Linjiang city grain prices plummeted. He just wanted to worship under Gao Yang, but ended up going to the government office, which accidentally learned that Gao Yang has returned to Chang'an. He immediately settled his wife and daughter, borrowed a fast horse, and chased after them toward Chang'an. A man's promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Although no one witnessed it, but since he said that Gao Yang calmed the price of grain, he came to join him, then he should do it. As for whether Gao Yang wanted him or not, that was out of his consideration. At that moment, Gao Yang came outside the mansion. Who wants to see my lord? As soon as Chen Shang saw Gao Yang, he immediately knelt down. My humble servant Chen Shang, a native of Linjiang, meet Mr. Gao. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. A native of Linjiang? You chased my lord all the way to Chang'an? Why? Chen Shang nodded. Grasshopper had made a promise in Linjiang City that if Mr. Gao could lower the price of grain in Jiangchang, then Grasshopper would defect to Mr. Gao and work for him. Chen Shang's words were decisive. Gao Yang asked again. What if my lord failed to descend on the price of grain in Jiangcheng? Chen Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, since I should exchange my life for a life, it's just that Duke Gao is too cautious and often goes out close to his guards, so the grasshopper doesn't have a chance to lay his hands on him. Fu bar. Goyang. It was the first time he had seen someone so honest. Gao Yang looked straight at Chen Sheng and asked, this Gongzi is not as righteous as you think. What if you are asked to do something in the future that is not what you want? Chen Sheng said in a loud voice. Since Chen Sheng is here, then this life is your son's. As long as you don't slaughter the people, everything is at your command. Gao Yang revealed a smile. It's a bit interesting. Stay. The probationary period is 3 months, during which the salary will be paid as usual. Dakian emphasizes righteousness, and there are many folk rangers. In fact, seeing Chen Sheng and hearing about the Linjiang people, he knew why Chen Sheng had come. Compared to the people of the Dinghui Gongfu, it is not bad for him to get some of his own cronies. As for this Chen Sheng, there is no need to check. This kind of straightforward person. No assassin. Ulterior motives. This kind of possibility. Chen Sheng's face was delighted, but then he was a bit confused. A trial period? That's a word that's just unheard of. Uncle Fu also lit up before his eyes. Gongzi is a great talent. This trial period of 3 months is reasonable. Only, the salary will have to be paid by the prince. Gao Yang was stunned. What? I send? Uncle Fu smiled and said, his lordship is in a fit of anger, so naturally you have to send it yourself. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. That's all. Let him do it. Can't a traveler get money? It's a joke. It's always okay to include food and shelter, right? Gao Yang didn't look at Uncle Fu in a good humor. Uncle Fu bent his waist and revealed a smile. This is natural. Since I am working for your excellency, I should have food and shelter included. Soon, Uncle Fu brought Chen Sheng into the Duke Ding's residence, but in order to ensure that in case of emergency, Fu Bo also to Dinghui Gongfu's ministry said, check the government office has no record, and then send people to Linjiang City to check the field. Not only for the prince's service, the wife and daughter are also received to Chang and Carrot. Gao Yang stood at the entrance of the mansion, and he couldn't help but gnash his teeth at the thought of losing his money. You can't go to the hookah, and you have an extra person to feed. Gotta find a way to get money. Shang Wanwan air. He's got a grudge. Gao Yang had wanted to take a nap in the afternoon, but now that he thought about it, it was definitely not safe inside the mansion, so it was better to go out and sneak around. Since crossing over, he had yet to take a look at the bustle of Chang'an City. Through the original owner's memories, he could know that Chang'an in Deqian was the largest capital city among the entire 7 countries. Incidentally, there's that Prince Rong's son, Wu Cheng, who's due for an Eiffel. Thinking of Wu Cheng, Gao Yang's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Achoo! Shang Wanwan air sneezed several times in a row. Wu Jiao sitting on the dragon chair, is dealing with the folds, heard Shang Wanwan wild sneezing. She opened her mouth. These days Chang'an weather is capricious. Need to pay more attention to the body. Don't want to occasional wind and cold. Shang Wanwan shook her head. Your Majesty. I'm fine. It's probably because Imperial Magistrate Gao is scolding Wei Chun. Oh, Wu Jiao put down the folders in her hands and suddenly came to be interested. She was full of curiosity. Why did Gao Yang scold you? Shang Wanwan sharpened her ink while saying, I sent someone to inform the Minister of Household. Mr. Gao Feng. That Imperial Consul Gao had brought him a box of tea from Linjiang City, but it wasn't very nice. So he told Mr. Gao to go to the room to fetch it on his own. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, a smile appeared on Musashi's face. Gao Yang isn't a good person. You're punking him like this, so be a little more careful in the future. Shang Wanwan said with a fearless face. This kind of denizen. I'm not afraid. Wu Jiao listened and did not say much. Shang Wanwan saw the sadness in Wu Jiao's eyes, so she couldn't help but ask, is there something troubling your Majesty? Wu Jiao put down the folders in her hands, and a touch of fatigue welled up on that stunningly beautiful face. Although I have been on the throne for a few months, this world is not peaceful. All over the feudal lords embracing the army, there is a treasonous heart. Plus I am a woman. More disobedient. Cut the feudal imperative. But this cut the feudal. A screw-up will trigger civil unrest in the Qianlong. I until now is also hesitant. But the house leakage. The entire Guangyang County catastrophe. Gao Yang to work in lieu of relief method is very wonderful. But the demand for officials is too high. Merchants and businessmen are not fools. Linjiang City pitched them once. I am afraid that it is difficult to fall for the trap. What makes me even more furious is that the Prince Rong in the court is the first of the 3 auxiliary ministers. But a few days ago after quarreling with me, he took the excuse to be ill and did not go to the court. Which in the eyes of which half of the empress of me, the court is not stable. How can we talk about cutting the clan? Not to mention the fact that the world is now in great trouble, and there are still Turks outside eyeing us. De Qian looks calm, but it's a matter of one hair moving the whole body. When Wu Ju talked about this, even though she was ambitious, she could hardly hide her sorrow. Shang Wanwana was also silent after hearing this. It is indeed difficult to deal with these problems in Dakian. But she consoled. Your Majesty, things happen for people. Let's take our time. Everything will eventually be resolved, and De Qian will eventually see a new life in your Majesty's hands. Wu Shu nodded, a powerful confidence in her eyes. Although there are many problems in Dakian, she, Wu Jiao, is confident that she can solve them. It's just that these problems upset her, especially since she was a woman who had just ascended to the throne and so many things had erupted in the world. Sometimes it even made her think that this world was not allowed to produce a female emperor. But just then, outside the imperial study, a general clad in armor knelt down on one knee. Report. Guangzhou County Guard Lu Wu 800 miles to expedite. Guangzhou land drought for several months. The outbreak of locusts. Millions of people affected by the locust plague. I implore your Majesty to take action to relieve the disaster. This statement was made. Wu Ju suddenly sat up straight with anger in her eyes. What? A drought in Guangzhou and an outbreak of locusts? Millions of people are in desperate need of relief? Inside the Golden Palace, Wu Jiu's eyes carried a surge of shock and anger. On the side, Shang Wanwaner was also shocked by what she heard and couldn't help but ask, how could a locust plague break out in Guangzhou? Wu Jiu took a deep breath and said, Guangzhou County Commissioner Lu Wu submitted a letter that Guangzhou has been in a drought for several months, and the locust eggs in the good fields are reproducing in large quantities. There are already a small number of locusts, and if they are left unchecked, a mega plague of locusts will surely break out. There will be 1,000 miles of red earth and starvation. Therefore, 800 miles of expedited. Please I do early response strategy. When Shang Wanwaner heard these words, her absolutely beautiful face was also suddenly ugly. She also realized the gravity of the situation. The locusts swept through, and not a blade of grass was left standing. Even Shang Wanwaner's mind thought of some accounts of locust plagues. In the third year of the Great Qian dynasty, a mega plague of locusts broke out in Qingzhou. And the historical record says, they flew to cover the sky, stuffing windows and piling up households, and leaving no space in the rooms. In the 5th year of Dakian, a locust plague broke out in Yuzhou, and the historical record says, the locusts ate all the seedlings, and there were crowds of dead people. Historically, locust plagues have been a disaster when they break out, not to mention the fact that the land of Guangzhou, as the plain land of Dakian, has a lot of good land and a lot of people, and once a locust plague breaks out, the catastrophic nature is absolutely devastating. Pass the order down. Urgently order the 3 ranks of the dynasty to gather in the imperial study. I only give them a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour or less. The consequences will be borne by themselves. Wu Ju took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this locust plague had to be nipped in the bud. Otherwise it would be a huge blow to her prestige once the people had no food to eat. It even set off a vast rebellion. This is definitely not something that Wu Ju would like to see. Yes. Shang Wanwaner made a move to leave. Takeshi shouted again. Wait. Shang Wanwaner paused in her steps, her eyes looking towards Wu Jiu. Declare Gao Yang, grandson of Duke Ding's grandson, a member of the household department, to sit in on the proceedings together. Shang Wanwaner's face was stunned, but she didn't say anything either, and turned away. Although she did not have a good feeling about Gao Yang, and even disliked his style of officialdom, she had to say that Gao Yang was out of the ordinary. Under the crisis of the Great Qian, one more person is one more strength. Otherwise the locusts will move in and the land will be bare, and this will be a total disaster. The court must be the first to respond. Bang! After Shang Wanwaner left, Wu Jiu slapped the folders in her hand on the table. Her phoenix eyes were full of anger. I have just succeeded to the throne, and first there was a flood outbreak in Guangyang County, and then a locust plague in Guangzhou. Is it really true that the heavens are going to kill me? De Qian? Wu Jiu's angry voice resounded throughout the hall, and for a moment, eunuchs and palace maids knelt down. At this time, the same time, Gao Yang took Qin Shang and a few guards and then went out of the gate of the Duke of Ding mansion. Just after crossing over, he was involved in the female emperor's request for a virtuous edict, and then he was forced to travel to Lingzhan city, and he didn't have a good look at the great Qian's Chang'an city at all. This time, he had the leisure to enjoy the scenery of Chang'an city. Furthermore, Gao Yang also wanted to see what kind of business the merchants in Chang'an city were doing to see if there was any profit to be made. What's wrong with being a dude with no silver in your pocket? The city of Chang'an in Deqian, with a population of millions, is the most prosperous giant city in Deqian and even in the 7 countries. The city is crisscrossed with stores, and although merchants have a lower status in Dakian, there are quite a few merchants doing business. This intrigued Gao Yang. Gao Yang wandered all the way. The street pedestrians in groups of 3 to 5. The vendors shouting and selling sound endless, showing extremely lively. The whole city of Chang'an is full of vigor. What surprised Gao Yang even more was that there were some blonde barbarians on the streets of Deqian. Through understanding, this group of barbarians came from overseas. Most of the land is barren, and came to Chang'an. Deqian is also thinking of doing business. This caused Gao Yang's mind to flutter with activity, smelling a business opportunity. Being backward and poor means there is a possibility of making a fortune. Today, the world's 7 states, Qi, Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, Yan, Qian, formed a balance between each other. Counting time, has been peaceful for decades long. This decade, the prestige of the Dingwa Gongfu also fell again and again. This cannot be helped. After all, during the years of war and chaos, the status of the military generals is exalted. But once the peace, the civil officials will take control of the right to speak, and began to suppress the military generals. It's the big picture, and it's hard to fight it. Where are we going, my lord? Behind him, Chen Shang couldn't help but wonder. Stomping around, going to Prince Rong's house. Soon, Gao Yang led Chen Shang and a few guards to follow their memories and arrived inside a restaurant outside Prince Rong's residence. Outside the second-floor window, Gao Yang looked out at the main entrance of Prince Rong's residence. At this angle, one could clearly see everything that was happening at the gate of Prince Rong's residence. Gao Tianlong has already boasted that this Prince Rong's family must find a way to get killed. In his previous life, Gao Yang was already on the verge of danger. Making a bureau of this kind of thing, the risk and benefit coexist, made a big profit, was recognized also very dangerous. Getting beaten up is considered light, and in serious cases, you have to go to the police station or even pay with your life. Therefore, Gao Yang was never a soft-hearted person. This Wu Cheng dared to set him up, and he took his own revenge. What's more, the Dingwa Gongfu is good to him. Is the capital of his dashing in this world? The complexity of the struggle in the imperial court. This Prince Rong's house has taken the lead to show the sword. A plan fails, will once again be difficult. For this kind of safety hazard, Gao Yang felt that it was better to strike first. In the battle of the court, whoever loses will have his whole family destroyed. Grand Duke, there's a group of people coming out. Suddenly, Chen Sheng spoke. Gao Yang's eyes looked over and saw a young man dressed in fancy clothes with an arrogant face walk out, and he was followed by a few attendants. With just one glance, Gao Yang was able to conclude that this was Prince Rong's son, Wu Qing, and the culprit who had pitted the original owner to uncover the Seeking Virtue Edict. Gao Yang's gaze was cold. He was lucky that he didn't have to wait long to see Wu Sung. However, it is normal. There is no cell phone in ancient times. The general dude simply cannot stay. With an entourage of bullying men and women, the sound and color of the horse, this is where their daily fun. This person, remember? Gao Yang looked at Chen Shang and asked. Chen Shang nodded and leapt to his feet. Remember, Your Excellency has orders? Without that probationary period, Chen Shang hadn't been so flustered, but once he heard about the 3-month probationary period, this made Chen Shang want to perform. In these few days, you will keep an eye on Prince Rong's son, Wu Qing, and whenever he comes out, you will follow and feel out his routine. That should not be a problem, should it? Gao Yan poured a glass of white water and said to Chen Shang, Don't worry, my lord. Tracking, killing, my subordinates are above par. Chen Shang was full of confidence, a pair of eyes fixed on Wu Chang, who had left the mansion. Gao Yang was a bit curious. Don't you ask what my lord wants? Chen Shang smiled. As a subordinate, just do as you are told. As for the rest, it should not be something that subordinates should worry about. Gao Yang's gaze was permeated with satisfaction. This Chen Shang's perception and boldness were good. If an ordinary person hears about spying on the son of the Prince Rong of the current dynasty, he is afraid that he will be scared to wet his pants. But Chen Shang is calm and collected. It is indeed a usable talent. Go on. As Gao Yang opened his mouth, Chen Shang also descended from the restaurant, following the direction Wu Chang had left and blending into the crowd without a trace. Zhao Da, do you have any sweat-inducing drugs or something like that? An aphrodisiac type would be good. Gao Yang's eyes looked towards a ministry named Zhao Da within the Dingwa mansion. Zhao Da had an embarrassed look on his face. Grand Duke, where in the hall of Duke Ding's residence is this kind of underhanded thing? Which girl do you have your eye on to charm and take away? Or are you a bully? Gao Yang's face darkened. Does this Gongzi look like such a vicious person? Zhao Da hurriedly nodded his head and quickly shook it again. Goyang, Zhao Da said stiffly. Grand Duke doesn't know. Since your play monkey bureau in the courtroom came out, the people of Chang'an are as afraid of you as a tiger. The means of Linjiang City are even more frightening to merchants and traders. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and he said why some of the people were looking at him in the wrong way as he walked down the streets of Chang'an. Man, Buy the bill. Gao Yang shouted. The tavern boy came, his face full of smiles. This customer. A total of 103 won was spent. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed when he touched his body. Rub. Almost forgot. He's penniless now. Zhao Da. You settle the bill. Gao Yang opened his mouth. Zhao Da touched his body and was also a bit embarrassed. Grand Duke. Subordinate. Subordinate also did not bring money. Several other Gao family ministries also shook their heads. The dude's eyes instantly changed. Gao Yang a burst of scalp numbness. This would be embarrassing if the Hall Dingwa Gongfu was treated as a bully eaters. Ahem. Just as Gao Yang was thinking about whether or not to make Zhao to go to the back kitchen to scrub dishes to pay off his debt, a crisp cough rang out. Gao Yang followed the voice and saw Song Qingqing wearing a long green dress, her small face high and cold as she sat 4 or 5 tables away from him. There were also a few plates of exquisite small dishes on the table, followed by 2 maids of honor. The coughing sound was from none other than her. Song Qingqing's entire body was in disbelief after hearing about Gao Yang's means from Songli. Raising grain prices to attract merchants and then opening warehouses and releasing grain to force grain merchants to step on each other, causing grain prices to plummet, and even proposing food for work. She secretly regretted after hearing this. She had thought that Gao Yang was a playboy waste, but she didn't realize that he was a potential stock. She immediately felt that she had to find a way to stabilize Gao Yang, and it would be best to hang both Cui Xingha and Gao Yang and observe them for a period of time. But after all, she has personally gone up to the Dingwa Gongfu to withdraw from the marriage, and it would be too shameless to come to the door again. So she thought that since Gao Yang was both not hiding her clumsiness and was being set up, she might have ideas about Prince Rong's residence. So she purposely came here to take a stroll. Unexpectedly, he happened to run into Gao Yang bringing someone with him. But what happened next? To her complete surprise, Gao Yang sat there, looking out the window all the time, and froze for half a day without noticing her, which she couldn't help but let out a cough. She turned her gaze sideways, deliberately not looking at Gao Yang, her small white face, and hummed as if she was waiting for something. Gao Yang's eyes lit up and he directly took a step forward. MS. Song? What a coincidence. When Song Qingqing heard the voice, she couldn't help the smile that appeared on her face, but she purposely held it in. She mentally admonished herself that the more the time came, the more she had to be aloof. Mr. Gao, is there something wrong? Song Qingqing said faintly, her voice carrying a sense of detachment. When Gao Yang heard the voice, he suddenly looked at the boy at the side. This gentleman said that he knew MS. Song, you fellows still don't believe it. The Song family is a great member of the imperial court. Would they lack that little money? After saying that, Gao Yang just nodded politely towards her and went down to the second floor without any fondness and walked out of the restaurant. The boy walked quickly towards Song Qingqing and fawned. That gentleman spent 103 won. Will Miss Song give it now or count it together later? A cool breeze blew outside the window, and the broken hair on Song Qingqing's forehead was blown up, revealing the face that was filled with dismay. After leaving the restaurant, Gao Yang saw several more carriages heading towards the palace on the street. The horses pulling the rides in front of them were all tall, red-maned war horses, very extraordinary at first glance. This caused Gao Yang's brows to furrow. What's happening here in Diqian? But he was a 6th-ranked household ministry member, which didn't have much to do with him, and his kind of status didn't even qualify him for the court. The shopping is almost done. Gao Yang straight towards the Dingwa Gongfu slowly, but before he could reach the outside of the mansion, he saw Shangguan Wan'er welcoming him with an anxious face. Gao Yang, where have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? And how long I've been sending people to find you? Shangguan Wan'er was going crazy. She had waited here for half a day and froze without seeing Gao Yang's figure. Gao Yang instinctively sensed that something was wrong. He frowned. What happened in Diqian? Shangguan Wan'er pulled Gao Yang and yanked him towards the carriage. There is a danger of locust plague in Guanzhong. His Majesty has summoned and ordered all the officers above the 3rd rank and you to come into the palace to discuss the countermeasures. Quickly follow me into the palace. Before Gao Yang could react, he was pulled onto the carriage by Shangguan Wan'er and ran wildly towards the palace. But a shock went through him. Guanzhong is in danger of locust plague? Guanzhong is located in the plains. There is a lot of good land. If the locust plague is really ravaged, it will be a real hell on earth, even the easy child. In the meantime, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Have you all thought long and hard about this? And is there still no solution? Wu Ju sat on the dragon chair and looked at the group of ministers in front of her, making questioning noises. At this moment in the Imperial Study, the cornerstones of power of the entire Dakian are gathered, and their words and actions determine the direction of the entire Dakian. But with Wu Zhou's words, the crowd looked at me, and they all fell silent in unison. Even Peak's face was in a state of concentration. With the locust plague at stake and millions of people in Guanzhong, who dares to open their mouths so easily? Wu Jiu's heart sank as she continued to speak out. I have gathered all the ministers of Diqian. Is there no solution? Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since ancient times the locust plague has been unguarded against. This is the punishment of heaven. It is really unavoidable. In my old minister's opinion, the court can only raise grain and take the first step to transport it to the area around Guangzhong, so as to prepare for the worst. Bang! Wu Jiu slapped on the dragon case in front of him. The phoenix eyes are full of ice-cold, heavenly punishment? Prime Minister, could it be that when I ascended to the throne, the heavens did not allow the female son to be the emperor? So this punishment was specially sent down as a retribution for me? When Su Yuanji heard this, he instantly knelt down, his forehead filled with cold sweat. The old minister wouldn't dare. Wu Jiu took a deep breath and looked at the others with an icy gaze. There are millions of people in Guangzhong. Once the locusts wreak havoc, there will be no way for the people to live. If you have a good plan, just say it, I will surely reward you heavily. Seeing this, Wang Zhong opened his mouth with a murderous aura. Since ancient times, locust plagues have been accompanied by rebellions. So the old minister believes that in addition to requisitioning food, Your Majesty should also mobilize the nearby army and deploy it well in advance, so as to prevent mutinies among the disaster victims and suppress them in a timely manner. As soon as the words fell, Gao Feng flatly objected. Your Majesty, right now the locusts have not yet erupted in a big way. If we directly send our army into Guangzhong, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. What's more, once the army moves, the grain due is also a considerable amount. Instead of this, it's better to go all out to provide relief. Wu Jiu nodded. Gao Aiqing is right. Things haven't gotten to the point of sending an army forward to suppress it. Wang Zhong's eyes looked toward Gao Feng, and said in a cold voice, Since this general's method won't work, may I ask what is the high opinion of Senior General Gao? Once he heard this, Gao Feng also had nothing to say. He could only speak icily. This official still has no solution for the time being, but a crackdown is absolutely confusing. Wang Zhong's eyes were angry. For a while, the entire imperial study was a noisy mess, just like a food market. Wu Jiu frowned and said angrily, That's enough. I have called you all here to think of a solution, not for you to quarrel. For a while, the imperial study fell into silence. In this case, Cui Xinghe, as the middle secretary, has the right to prepare the decree, so it is also in the imperial study, only in a very inconspicuous position. Cui Xinghe, do you have a good plan? Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes looked toward Cui Xinghe and suddenly spoke out. For a while, many gazes gathered on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe felt these gazes and was also thrilled, but there was a locust plague at stake, and he didn't have a very good solution. Your Majesty, the locust plague has yet to be contained by anyone since ancient times, not to mention the fact that according to Sheriff Liu, locusts have already appeared, and the good fields are full of eggs, which penetrate deep into the land and are difficult to eradicate. Right now, the court can only prepare for disaster relief. Song Li stepped forward and said, What Scholar Cui has said is true. This is a natural disaster, and it is absolutely impossible to contain it by relying on manpower alone, when there is timely relief. For a while, the crowd of courtiers all nodded their heads. Wu Jiu looked resigned. All the years of locust plague are the hell on earth. Flying locusts, the people have no harvest, can only starve to death alive, and even easy to eat. How can such a large number of victims live on court relief alone? Wu Jiu's voice rang out, echoing in the imperial study. At this time, outside the imperial study, Gao Yan quietly felt his way in from outside the hall, minimizing his presence as much as possible. He listened to the sound of it, and it looked like the meeting was halfway over. Being late in the latter days is not a trivial matter. That's not to mention the ancient times. Wang Zhong casually glanced around, just in time to see Gao Yang, who had quietly slipped in. With wide eyes, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Little Gao Yang, why are you here? A loud shout in the middle of the air instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Wang Zhong continued, This kind of pilgrimage, you are qualified even for a 6th rank? Gao Yang was cursing his mother in his heart. Well, this Wang Zhong he remembered. Wu Jiu's head snapped up as well. She then said something was wrong, and it turned out there was someone missing. When she thought of Gao Yang, a flash of anticipation surfaced under her eyes. Wu Jiu's gaze first swept over Wang Zhong. Gao Yang is my special edict. Then, Wu Jiu looked at Gao Yang and said expectantly, Gao Yang, with the drought in Guangzhong, the locust larvae are flooding the area and there is a fear of locust plague. Do you have a solution? Before Gao Yang spoke up, Wang Zhong took the lead and spoke out disdainfully. Your Majesty, this kind of yellow-mouthed child probably hasn't even seen a plague of locusts, so how could he possibly have a solution to the locusts? If he has a solution, I will directly lick all the puddles in Chang'an. Wang Zhong's face was scornful. and his voice resounded throughout the Golden Palace. Wu Jiao also heart sank. Wang Zhong, this is not unreasonable. Gao Yang's age estimates have never seen locusts. How can there be a solution? But Gao Yang steeped his eyes and said to Wang Zhong, Old General Wang, a man's promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. So it's a deal. Crap. Wang Zhong inexplicably panicked a little. This Gao Yang hasn't even seen locusts before. Can he have a way to take care of a locust plague? No way. Absolutely not. Wang Zhong was frantically consoling himself in his mind, but immediately afterward, he saw Gao Yang step forward and bend down towards Wu Jiao to salute, his clear voice resounding through the imperial study room. I have a plan that may lead to the total annihilation of the locusts in Guanzhong. I have a plan to solve the locust plague in Guanzhong, accompanied by Gao Yang's words. In an instant, the gazes of the ministers in the imperial study all looked over. Wang Zhong's face changed abruptly. He's a bit of a sitting duck. Gao Feng's eyes changed wildly, and he couldn't help but rebuke. Sinful son. Don't talk nonsense. The locust plague in Guanzhong involves millions of people. You can't be allowed to act recklessly. Stand down. This kind of catastrophe, if a solution can really be proposed, it will naturally be a great achievement. But if it is not cured well, resulting in a plague of locusts, then even the Dinghua Gongfu would be enough to drink a pot. On the side, Wang Zhong was filled with emotion. Although inwardly he extremely didn't believe that Gao Yang had a solution, he was still a little panicked. After all, the first 2 times, he knew that this Gao Yang bastard was very sinister. Just like the king of living hell, there's no telling what insidious methods have been brewed up. Wu Jiao's gaze looked toward Gao Yang with anticipation. Gao Yang, if you have a method, you can boldly say it without fearing the consequences. I and the secretaries of the House of Love will consider it themselves. Gao Yang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, you have heard the words of old General Wang, and I have the audacity to ask you to be a witness. Wu Jiao raised an eyebrow and her gaze went to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's heart was steeped in shock. Oops. Impulsive. This kid will not really have the method of exterminating locusts, right? Chang and Pit, that lick a lifetime cannot finish licking ah. He was just about to make a sound, trying to strategically back up a hand, but Wu Jiao nodded directly. I heard you, just rest assured. The most important thing now is the locust plague in Guanzhong. Wang Zhong's face turned green at his words. It's a big loss. Gao Yang doesn't have to pay anything if he loses, and he'll be miserable if he loses. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He's no saintly mother. It's his style to have revenge. In that case, I will dare to put forward a few points of my humble opinion. But before that, I want to make sure that the Guangzhou County Guards have submitted a report on whether this locust plague has already erupted or a large number of eggs have appeared and have not yet erupted in a big way? Gao Yang asked out loud. Wu Jiao looked at Gao Yang. Now it's just the eggs of the insects. It hasn't broken out in a big way, but it was able to get Lu Wu to write a letter for the court to make a plan to deal with it. The number of locusts this time must be horrifying. Seeing this, Cui Xinghe voiced out. Lord Gao, a large number of eggs will definitely lead to the outbreak of a locust plague, and the locust's eggs penetrate deep into the ground, making it difficult to eradicate them. So what is the difference between the two? Gao Yang gazed at Cui Xinghe and shook his head. Scholar Cui doesn't know. The difference is too great. If the flying locust swept across the sky, there is almost no way to cope with it, and we can only start from the disaster relief. But it is only a large number of eggs, which have not yet broken out, and there is a big article in it. Gao Yang looked up to Wu Jiao and said confidently, I have 3 plans, and with all 3 plans in place, I will be able to greatly delay the disaster of this locust plague in Guangzhong. First gambit, grab. Wu Jiao's phoenix eyes focused on Gao Yang, not expecting Gao Yang to be so confident. She couldn't help but follow up with, how do I catch it? The imperial court issued an imperial decree that locusts captured in the midst of the people's fields could be exchanged for grain in a certain proportion. Once this decree is issued, the people will surely hear about it. This statement was made. Inside the imperial study, the faces of the ministers were strange. Takeshi's brow furrowed. Pust. Wang Zhong was the first to snort. This general thought that Senior General Gao had some brilliant plan, but I didn't expect it to be this ridiculous plan. Oh, where is this plan ridiculous? Gao Yang gazed at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong eyes contemptuous said, You this yellow-mouthed child has never seen the arrival of the locust plague of the scene, such as covering the sky, a place only a few hours, will be swept away. Although the land of Guangzhou has not yet really broken out, the locusts alone between the fields are difficult to capture, according to your plan. How should the imperial court set the ratio of locusts to grain exchange? If the ratio is too low, the people won't move at all. Otherwise the grain exchanged won't be enough to catch the locusts and consume them. And if the ratio is too high, what's the use of having these broken locusts when the imperial court spends so much grain? Wang Zhong's eyes were scornful. only feeling that Gao Yang was ridiculous. He was still almost scared half to death, not realizing that Gao Yang was this. Although he is a martial artist, he also knows that this plan is ridiculous. Gao Feng stepped forward and looked at Wu Jiu. Your Majesty, the sinful son has not yet seen the locusts, and in the heat of the moment, he uttered a bit of a ludicrous policy. So I ask your Majesty's forgiveness. I will certainly discipline you when I return to my home. There was also a touch of disappointment in the bottom of Wu Jiu's eyes. The Monkey Bureau and Linjiang City's food for work had given her too much of a surprise, so her expectations of Gao Yang were also very high. But the ploy at hand is really mediocre. There is no harm. The locust plague has been difficult to solve since ancient times. Those who can come up with a plan should be encouraged. It is not appropriate to chastise. Wu Jiu looked at Gao Yang and said in disappointment, Gao Yang, this plan of yours is indeed ill-conceived. The court exchanges locusts for grain, and if the ratio is too high, this is a huge strain on the grain. Plus these locusts are simply useless. Gao Yang laughed. Your Majesty, who says locusts are useless? When this was said, it was Musashi who froze. What good can a pest like a locust do? Gao Yang continued. My first plan should work together with the second plan, which will have a miraculous effect. Wang Zhong snorted coldly with some disdain. This mouth is even harder than the old man's lance. Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes suddenly looked towards Gao Yang. Even Shang Wanwan Air also looked over unexpectedly, her beautiful eyes flashing. Gao Yang, what is your second plan? Wu Jiu was full of anticipation. If she could really pacify the locust plague in Guangzhou, this would be a great prestige for her. After all, the people of the world heard of the locust plague, as if they had seen a flooding beast. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Gao Yang faintly spoke out. My second plan is to eat. The court set a certain percentage of locusts for food, and then these locusts were uniformly collected and barbecued and dried in the sun, which tasted like flying shrimp and could be used as food. This will be able to give the people a good exchange ratio. The people are willing to catch locusts, catch up these locusts to produce for sale. The money sold to cover the expenses. This is why not. Gao Yang's light words gushed out, and the entire imperial study room instantly fell silent. The crowd looked at Gao Yang in unison. Hiss? Eat locusts? They blushed for a while in a strange way. After all, since ancient times, locusts are pests, and who has ever eaten pests? And Gao Yang also said that after drying, its flavor is like flying shrimp. Is this Gao Yang going to eat this locust to extinction? Wu Jiu's eyes lit up with what seemed to be deliberation. Wang Zhong was a military general and didn't understand the twists and turns, and could only stare at Gao Yang with a pair of eyes. His mind panicked. If these locusts were really edible, then these two methods together might really work wonders. But Cui Xing has said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, this plan will never be opened. It is a plan to plague the people. Takashi's brows furrowed. Why? I have never seen locusts, but I am well read. In the past, when there was a great plague, the locusts covered the sky, and after they swept through, the people had no food to eat. So some of the people were so hungry that they would not only eat the locusts, but there were several ways to do it. But the number of locusts taken is small and not a big deal. Once you eat too much, all have diarrhea and other symptoms, which is enough to show that the locusts are poisonous and cannot be eaten. As soon as the words fell, the entire imperial study was thrown into a huge clamor. The expression on Cui Xing's face remained unchanged, but a sneer ran through his heart. He admits that Gao Yang is unusual, and some of the methods are even very marvelous to him. But the theory of reading history and reading books, 100 Gao Yangs can't compare to him. Locusts aren't even edible. They're poisonous. Who can afford to eat this? Otherwise, he would have proposed this policy a long time ago. How could he leave it to Gao Yang? On the side, Su Xuanji also spoke up. What Cui scholars said is very true. The old minister was once in Qingzhou as an assassin. The local outbreak of a huge locust plague. The old minister witnessed, ate the locusts of the people. Although not fatal, but the body all appeared to varying degrees of difficulty. This law is a scourge to the people. This sentence, Su Zuanyuanji then used extremely heavy, and could even ask for a crime. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong suddenly spoke out. Your Majesty, this Gao Yang has made all the foolish moves. Please throw him out, or else the consequences will be too serious if we really do what this son has done. Wu Jiu also blushed in a very ugly way. She gazed at Su Xuanji. This statement of Minister Su, is it true? Su Xuanji respectfully saluted. What I have said, every word is true. I dare to guarantee it with my head. Your Majesty, this locust plague is really a punishment from heaven, not the old minister's nonsense. Once it doesn't snow in winter, doesn't rain in spring, and droughts in summer, a locust plague is likely to break out. And although this method of Lord Gao is good, the locusts are poisonous. This must not work. At this moment, Wu Jiu was silent. Locusts are poisonous, they fly fast, and they infiltrate the soil during the larval stage. So it's really like a punishment from the heavens. Are the people of Guangzhong doomed? Cui Xinghe gazed at Gao Yang and said, Lord Gao, this official recognizes that you have great talent, but this plan simply won't work. No locust plague in history has ever ended in eating. Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghe with a smile on his face, only to utter words that caused Cui Xinghe to freeze. Lord Cui, you're right, but you're also wrong. Earlier, I would have confirmed with His Majesty whether the locusts in Guangzhong had already ravaged the area or whether the eggs were predominant, which is of vital importance. Cui Xinghe froze, and the entire imperial study room froze. Lord Gao, what do you mean by that? Cui Xinghe frowned, a little uneasy. Gao Yang swept his gaze across the imperial court officials and said, when this official was a naughty boy, he happened to meet an immortal old man in a broken temple on the mountain, and he left behind an ancient book, which contained a record of locusts. There are many types of locusts in the world, but there are only two major ravages, the desert locust and the East Asian flying locust, and the locusts that ravage the territory of Dacian are mainly the East Asian flying locust, and whether it's the East Asian flying locust or the desert locust, their internal structure is very special, divided into solitary and swarming types. To put it simply, when the locust plague has not yet broken out and the locusts have not yet swarmed, they are green all over, or the main parts are green. At this moment, the locusts are non-toxic and the meat is tender, rich in protein and amino acids, and after deep frying, it is like flying shrimp. Gao Yang couldn't help but lick his lips as he spoke. In his previous life, he also rejected bugs until he took a trip to Guangdong and was amazed when he happened to eat these fried locusts. After that, he then also looked up the information on locusts, and when he finally compared it with the locusts of Dacian, it was almost the same. That's naturally edible too. If it's different, it's fine. The only thing that matters is death. For a while, the imperial study was quiet. The crowd was dumbfounded. Locusts are categorized into solitary and swarming types? Wu Jiu was even more dumbfounded. Green locusts are not only non-toxic, but their meat is tasty and rich in what proteins and amino acids. What is this protein and amino acid? Wu Jiu couldn't help but ask. Gao Yang simply explained. It probably means very nutritious. The crowd was stunned. Locusts can still be linked to good food? It's unheard of. Once the locusts are spread out and their behavioral habits change, then they change to gray and black and yellow, have a violent temperament, and even within a few hours, produce toxins that are harmful to the body when the people consume too much of them. The locusts that Lord Cui and Prime Minister Su said were poisonous are the swarming type of locusts. But right now the locust plague in Guangzhong has not yet broken out. It is entirely possible to encourage the people to capture green locusts and turn them into food, to avoid a major outbreak of locusts after the locusts become swarms of locusts. My Dacian has a large population and a long history of dietary culture. There are always heavy tastes. We'll choose to try. It's not a bad idea for locusts to become a delicacy. Buzz. The crowd looked at Gao Yang, who was talking eloquently in the center of the imperial study, and their brains buzzed. Locusts are divided into two categories, solitary and group living, and the solitary green locusts are non-toxic and crunchy and tasty, while the swarming types are poisonous. Cui Xinghe was confused. Su Xuanji was confused. Wu Jiu was also confused. All of this that Gao Yang had said was fundamentally beyond their knowledge. Locusts can still be a delicacy? After Wang Zhong was shocked, he directly spoke out. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. This locust is green, but how could it turn grayish-black? How is this possible? With that, he faced Wu Jiu and arched his hand. Your Majesty, the grandson of the Duke of Dingwei is speaking nonsense and confusing the public with his demonic words. I implore your Majesty to punish him severely. Gao Yang skimmed Wang Zhong and did not speak. This stuff involved biological evolution, and even he wasn't sure of the principle that solitary locusts changed color and produced toxins once they became swarming. But it's true. Wu Jiu looked at Cui Xinghe and asked in shock. Cui Aiqing, this locust can be divided into two forms? Cui Xinghe also froze. Your Majesty, locusts are indeed divided into two types. There are green and there are gray and black locusts. This locust outbreak is indeed gray and black locusts as Gao Yang said. But there's no way of proving the difference between poisonous and non-poisonous, and between turning from green to grayish-black, and just living alone and living in groups. I find this matter too comical to be sure. Cui Xinghe hesitantly voted against it. Wu Jiu was also torn. It was just that Gao Yang's words were so appalling. Gao Yang turned his gaze toward Wu Jiu and through his voice. For the sake of the people of the world, I, Gao Yang, a member of the household department, am willing to serve the country. The locusts that your Majesty catches, I would like to test the poison with my own body, as many as I can, and the green locusts, all of them can be sold to me at a low price, and I'll figure out how to get them out of the way. In that case, it's a service to the country. Hiss. Try the locusts on your own. This Gao Yang is so righteous? Shang Wanwaner was shocked. Those were locusts. But Gao Yang was willing to test the poison for the sake of the people. This character, it was she who looked away. Gao Yang didn't change his face, but inside he was laughing out loud. This non-toxic locusts in the latter days can be a few dollars a string. The price is not worse than beef and mutton, but also delicious. He also loved to eat. He had an idea in his mind that he might be able to use these locusts to make a big profit and reap the benefits of a good reputation. After all, for the sake of the people of the world, he, Gao Yang, was the first to try the locusts with his body, which has a great benefit when it is spread. Walking in the Jianghu, since there should be fame and fortune. Wu Jiu's heart was torn for a while, and she even had a better impression of Gao Yang. Locusts and such things, how can you go down on them, when they are really warriors? And the program given by Gao Yang was really feasible. Song Li wanted to speak out to stop it, but after thinking about it, he was silent and didn't say a word. Su Xuanji couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Lord Gao, do you know that what you're talking about concerns the millions of people in Guangzhou? If this goes wrong, not to mention you, even the entire Dingwa Gongfu won't be able to withstand it. There are some things that are prudent to say. That statement would be akin to a reminder. It even rises to the entire Dingwa Gongfu. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang incredulously. When did this sinful son go to the mountains and meet an old man and give him a book? And, the son of a sinner can read? What a hell of a thing to say. But looking at Gao Yang, who was talking a good game, even going so far as to acquire locusts, he was also in a tangle. Eventually his teeth clenched. Your Majesty, Dingwa Gongfu was willing to use the mansion, the land deed as a voucher to collect some locusts at a low price to ease the pressure on the state treasury, and I would like to try the locusts in my body to personally testify the words of the sinful son. Summit had a mask of pain on his face. It's all destiny to have such a seed in this life. The entire imperial study was shocked at these words. The Duke of Ding's mansion. The deed. That's worth quite a bit of money. And it is an honor that has been added to all dynasties. The foundation of a family. And what was even more unbelievable to them was that just because of Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng dared to press on all of them. Wu Jiu also looked moved. Gao Aiqing, have you thought about it? Gao Feng nodded his head, his face expressionless. It's not easy for a sinful son to achieve greatness, when a father should support it. If it's really poisonous, this silver is also considered to be serving the country. It's not a loss, and I don't think that His Majesty will watch the Duke Ding's house starve to death with a full family. Gao Yang's gaze vibrated as he looked at Gao Feng's back from behind. In this moment, besides being touched, he was somehow tempted to buy a couple of oranges for Summit. Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. A thrill went through her. If we wait for a while, the locust plague in Guangzhou will surely break out, and then the land will be thousands of miles bare, and the people will suffer, and even start a rebellion. Instead of doing so, it is better to let go of it, and if it is really poisonous, it is only an additional loss of silver. I, for one, am not ready to let my ministers take it all on themselves. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang and took a deep breath. Since none of the ministers have a solution, then we will follow your method. Gao Yang, there are some things that you only know the outcome of when you do them. As for the loss, come out of my inner treasury. Gao Yang almost got sidetracked and looked at Wu Jiu in shock. What the hell? From the Empress's panties. Oh, it turned out to be this inner bank. The Empress's private money. Almost scared him. On the side, Cui Xinghe voiced out with a grave expression on his face. Elder Gao, even if what is recorded in that ancient book is true, but this targets only a small number of non-poisonous locusts. But there are many eggs in the land of Guangzhou, and according to Lord Gao, these must be swarming, poisonous locusts. What is the solution to this? Cui Xinghe's words instantly caused the faces of the group of ministers in the imperial study room to turn ugly. As Cui Xinghe said, it is imperative that these eggs be addressed. Otherwise the locust plague continues to cover the sky and is difficult to deal with. Gao Yang smiled and said, I have a third plan. Biological control and natural enemy matching. Biological control. Natural enemies of each other? Accompanied by Gao Yang's words, the ministers in the imperial study were all dumbfounded. Even Wu Jiu's brows were furrowed, as if she was recalling the holy books she had read in the past, searching for the meaning of these two words. But even though she racked her brain, those two words never even occurred to her. Cui Xinghe also furrowed his brows and opened his mouth to ask, what is the meaning of this biocontrol that Lord Gao is talking about? This method is simply unheard of. Along with Cui Xinghe's question, all the gazes of the crowd gathered on Gao Yang. Gao Yang faintly said, everything in the world is mutually exclusive. Whether it's locusts or other animals have natural enemies, such as rats are afraid of cats, rabbits are afraid of snakes, and bugs are afraid of frogs. A place where if a creature begins to flourish, it must be that he has too few natural enemies. Locusts, as bizarre as they are not immune to this law, and biological control is motivated by this idea. This statement was made. Wu Jiu's eyes lit up. She was already smart and instantly understood what Gao Yang meant. This line of thought, it's somewhat interesting, maybe it can really solve the siege of Guangzhou, Wu Jiu said excitedly in her heart. Her pair of phoenix eyes couldn't help but grow hotter. Not only Wu Jiu, Cui Xinghe and Su Xuanji all looked at Gao Yang, waiting for Gao Yang's next words. Your Majesty, can you ask for a drink of water? This came in a hurry. My mouth is a bit dry. Just as I briefly rationalized my thoughts, Gao Yang said to Wu Jiu. He had been wandering around all afternoon, so he took a sip of water at the restaurant, and then he was directly pulled into the palace by Shangwan Wanner, another output, and his throat was now like it was going to smoke. Summit's face darkened. Sinner, finish before you drink. He nearly collapsed over with anger. This is a great opportunity to show your face. The whole of Dacian ministers are all listening, but this son of sin wants to drink water. The other ministers were also head over heels. After going to the court for so long, it was the first time they had seen a courtier begging for water in the imperial study. Wu Jiu waved her hand. Give tea. Soon, the eunuch carefully brought a pot of hot tea. Gao Yang received the tea, and took another sip. Worthy of the good tea within the palace, it is simply tea, mellow and thick. It was so good for a while that Gao Yang took a few more sips. Wu Jiu, Gao Yang, if you like this tea, I'll reward you with some later. Now quickly tell me what to do with this biocontrol. Gao Yang put down his teacup and stopped in moderation. The conditions for the formation of a locust plague are twofold. First, a sufficiently large number of locusts, which must be grayish-black or yellowish. And, second, a gathering together. And to achieve this, there is a close relationship with the weather. The lack of snow in the winter, which didn't freeze the eggs, and then the lack of rain in the spring, which led to a drought in the land. And they like dry conditions, whereas the birds that prey on locusts in the wild have trouble surviving under drought. Reduced natural enemies and a favorable environment are inevitable conditions for a locust infestation. Drought is something we can't change, but we can increase the number of natural enemies for locusts in the wild. The crowd fell into a moment of contemplation, feeling only a few things. Gao Yang greeted a group of courtiers in the Golden Palace. His eyes looking at the absolutely beautiful empress said, Your Majesty, my program is to collect 50,000 chickens and ducks from the Chang'an area within a day, forming a chicken and duck alliance army, and heading to Guangzhou with all speed. One chickadee can eat hundreds of locusts a day. 50,000 can eat 50 million locusts a day. And even if this is the ideal case, and I fold it in half, that's still tens of millions of locusts. Hundreds of millions, if not hundreds of millions, on 10 days minimum. Right now the locusts have not grown up yet. They are still eggs, and it will only take a few days to minimize them in large numbers. Even if there is still an outbreak of locusts, then hundreds of millions or even billions of fewer locusts can greatly reduce the damage of the locust plague. This method, I call it biological control, accompanied by Gao Yang's simple sentence. Buzz. The entire Golden Palace was instantly plunged into silence. Cui Xinghe froze. Takeshi froze. From the area of Chang'an, 50,000 chickens and ducks were dispatched to Guangzhou together, to fight the locust plague with a coalition of chickens and ducks. These locusts are a disaster for people, but for chickens and ducks, they are a gift from heaven. Even according to what Gao Yang said, that as soon as the chicken and duck allied forces arrived, the locust plague in Guangzhou instantly had to be a few hundred million, even more. Living hell. Simply living hell. Not only is it a living hell for the merchants, but also for the locusts. Wu Jiu broke into a surprised smile. Why hadn't she thought of that trick? It was very hard for a person to catch the eggs of a worm deep in the earth, but the chickens and ducks need food and will find these locust eggs on their own and eat them. In this way, even if there are still outbreaks of locusts, the harm will be greatly reduced. Gao Yang, truly a great talent. Song Li's eyes were complicated. In the past, the dude that he didn't despise in the slightest, actually hid so deeply. With these words alone, he dared to conclude that this method was perfectly fine to try. Wang Zhong's face went white, and a dignified face flustered with flesh. It's too shooty. It's just too damaging. I can't believe he used chickens and ducks to cure locusts. He shouldn't have tried to show off. He turned his pleading eyes to Cui Xinghe. Hiss. Cui Xinghe also drew in a breath of cold air. Biological control with chickens and ducks to combat locusts. Wu Jiu's surprised voice. This method is very good, but why I Qian passed? Not the slightest attention to this law? Su Xuanji frowned, still half convinced, as he voiced, Your Majesty, by common sense, It shouldn't be like this. If locusts invade in force, chickens and ducks eat locusts. This method should not be proposed by incompetent ministers for hundreds of years. The words came out. A host of ministers chimed in. It was mainly because this viewpoint of Gao Yang's was just too far ahead of its time, so they had some difficulty believing it. Wu Jiu's gaze went to Su Xuanyi. Her brows knit tightly. Su Xuanji, as the prime minister, was neither able to do anything about it, but also obstructed it more, which made her a little upset. But before she could reprimand her, Gao Yang voiced out. What Prime Minister Su said is not unreasonable, but in fact, the reason minister has already said it. Because solitary locusts and swarming locusts are two concepts. Once a locust plague breaks out, these locusts will have poison in their bodies. Not only will the chickens and ducks not eat it, but the birds won't eat it either. And even though they are very hungry, they rarely eat it, but not the locust larvae, which are a gift from heaven for chickens and ducks. Therefore, a locust plague can only be prevented, and once it sweeps in overwhelmingly, there is very little that can be done to deal with it. The crowd was skeptical, but Gao Yang spoke up again. Wang Zhong was unable to hold back. He looked at Wu Jiu and said, Your Majesty, what this Gao Yang said is too unbelievable. It's nonsense to say that if you live alone, you're not poisonous, but if you live in a group, you become poisonous. Cui Xinghe and the others also came forward. Your Majesty, this is indeed unheard of. Be cautious. Seeing this, Gao Yang directly stepped forward and said, I would like to vouch with my head that what I said is all true. As soon as Wang Zhong heard this, his gaze snapped to Gao Yang. So confident? Not good. 10% bad has 100% bad. Wu Jiu also took a deep breath and said, Since ancient times, the locust plague has not been contained by any means. When I was still a child, I often heard that there had been years of drought all over the great Qin dynasty, with all the grass withered, locust plagues, and the people had no way of living. After the locust plague, there was not an inch of grass in the area, and even the people ate their children easily. I am deeply distressed. This time, I will make a big gamble and adopt the approach of Gao Yang, a member of the household department, to try out biological control. All the consequences. I am the Lord of Deqian. I will bear it all. Wu Jiu's voice was tinged with dominance, and those phoenix eyes also looked at Gao Yang. This time, it was a big gamble for her. If she loses, she will lose the hearts of the people and even the court. But if she won, it would be extremely beneficial to her. For a while, the ministers bowed their heads. This means that Wu Jiu has made up her mind that Gao Yang's method is a must-try. Seeing this, Cui Xinghe's gaze went to Gao Yang. But now there is still a major difficulty. Guanzhong is a vast land. I'm only afraid that in addition to the place where Sheriff Lu reported, there are still a large number of locusts lurking around. What's going to happen when the chickens and ducks can't find a place? Gao Yang laughed. It's not difficult. Locusts are also heat and dry resistant, preferring to lay their eggs in the soil, which is why it's easy for locust plagues to break out after a major drought. Their favorite spawning grounds are hard, dry wastelands, preferably with some moisture in the soil, and when the land is dry, and some lakes and rivers are dry, it becomes a haven for locusts to lay their eggs. A female locust can lay roughly 300 eggs in her lifetime, which is the root of the locust plague that sweeps across the land and covers the sky. So, focus on excluding these places, make the people denounce them with a bounty, and then run them over with an army of chickens and ducks. The danger of Guanzhong can be solved. After finishing his speech, the entire imperial study was silent. They looked at Gao Yang with wide eyes. What a little knife-pulling ass and opening their eyes. Where locusts like to live. And it is known how many female locusts can give birth in a lifetime. No, are you a locust in the belly? Or are you having an affair with a female locust? The ministers all looked at Gao Yang with shocked faces, which also included Gao Feng. Is this still his summit's seed? Sure it's not a mole from the locusts? Only after a long time did Cui Xinghe say in a trembling tone. Alright, this locust does love the deserted beach after the river ebbs, but these can never be known by those who are not knowledgeable. So how do you know? Cui Xinghe looked squarely at Gao Yang for the first time and was filled with shock. Gao Yang said, full of memories. This is all recorded in that ancient book given by that old man with the immortal wind and crane bones. I have gone through a great deal of history books and almost dare to conclude that it is absolutely true. Please also ask your majesty to provide relief quickly. Gao Yang directly pushed it all onto this mysterious old man. Wu Jiu's eyes were eager, and he voiced, Gao Yang, you quickly go ahead and invite this old Taoist master to come, and I will treat him with the gift of the state master. Gao Yang said with a look of pity, Your Majesty, this old man, I have only met him once, and since then there has been no trace of him, so maybe he has already passed away. With a pained look on his face, he looked towards the ceiling of the imperial study, seemingly very sad. Wu Jiu stared at Gao Yang. her heart flashing with suspicion. But the matter at hand is about the millions of people in Guangzhou, and it's not the reason to look deeper into this point. Since the old immortal has passed on your mantle, it is up to you to go forward to Guangzhou to provide disaster relief. Wu Jiu took a deep breath and was about to make a decision, but Gao Yang hurriedly said, Your Majesty, wait, I am a strategist, and am not skilled in military strategy. Leading 50,000 chickens and ducks. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Takeshi frowned. Then, in your opinion, what should be done? Gao Yang respectfully saluted and paid homage to Wu Jiu. According to the minister, the person who will provide relief for the disaster this time should be a fierce general with great achievements in battle. As soon as he heard this, Wang Zhong realized that it was not good. His gaze snapped to Gao Yang. How dare this little child? But I only saw Gao Yang continue. Old General Wang can write and fight, and in his speech, he knows the habits of locusts extremely well, so he is the best candidate. I believe that old General Wang, leading 50,000 duck soldiers and chicken generals, will be able to return with a great victory. Wang Zhong had an incredulous look on his face. The other ministers also had a twitch at the corner of their mouths. Wang Zhong is the fierce general of the world. If this is to lead, the duck soldiers and chickens will go to the disaster relief. This later in the circle of military generals is considered to be completely unable to raise their heads. This Gao Yang is ruthless enough. Only until this time did they face up to Gao Yang's reputation as a poisonous warrior. This kid, he's pretty shady. Your Majesty, Wang Zhong shouted out, trying to stop this. Wu Jiu deeply glanced at Gao Yang, then looked at Wang Zhong. The grandson of the Duke of Dingwei is right. Using chickens like soldiers, the matter is about the locust plague. Unusual people, I do not believe that old General Wang, indeed, is the best candidate. For the sake of the millions of people in Guangzhou, I still ask old General Wang to work hard to go this way. Pass on the decree. Immediately appointing the broken captive General Wang Zhong as the Hussar chicken general, and urgently requisitioning chickens and ducks from the entire Chang'an at the average market price, and heading to Guangzhou to provide relief with all due haste. The corners of Wang Zhong's mouth twitched viciously. He did not expect that the honorary Hussar general among the military generals did not get one, but he got a Hussar chicken general. If he agreed to this, how could he face his old brothers in the army in the future? Shame on you. Wang Zhong's face was reluctant, but when he touched Wu Jiu's unquestionable eyes, he could only agree through gritted teeth, even though he was no longer reluctant. My lord, at your majesty's pleasure. If it weren't for the consideration of the occasion, Summit couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Zhong, this guy has been making things difficult for Gao Yang in the past few days, and this wave of face punching is simply too good to be true. What a Hussar general. This Wang Zhong, even if he returns with merit, will not have to go out for a month. The whole of Daqian knows that there is one more Hussar general. This time, the entire Dingwa Gongfu is considered to have raised its eyebrows. Song Li also had a complicated look on his face as he gazed at Gao Yang, secretly regretting it in his heart. Wu Jiu then said, Gao Yang, although I find your method useful, the locust plague is difficult to eradicate. I remember that you just said that the locusts are coming to attack under the cover of the sky, and that there are not many ways to do it, but the implication is that there are ways to do it, too. Wu Jiu facepalmed with anticipation. She had to be prepared for anything. Gao Yang nodded. Good. If the locusts do break out and cover the sky, my next plan is to judge the locust's trajectory and use a field of grain as a lure, along with combustible materials that can be easily ignited, and burn it all in one fire. Fire the locusts and thereby minimize the disaster. Hiss. When Gao Yang's fire attack came out, the group of ministers' scalps went numb. This move was simply 1,000 losses to himself and 800 injuries to the enemy. It was as if the locusts came thick and fast in their minds and then eased into the good fields. A great fire blazing. This is the real tough guy. With this fire, the grain is gone, but the locusts are also minimally dead and wounded by millions. Even more. One trick is tougher than the other. First catch and then eat. Then send natural enemies. Or failing that, fire. To hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. The locusts are really unlucky to have messed with this living hell. Wu Jiu looked at Gao Yang a few more times. Shangwan Wanner also couldn't help but swallow, thinking about what she had done. The group of ministers also couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Is this the poisoner? Isn't the Duke of Ding's house full of loyalty and acts of honor? How come there's still this tough guy? Minister of Justice Lei Yun couldn't help but say, Lord Gao, is your plan detrimental to the peace of heaven? Locusts are also living beings. They are also lives. Is this fire too cruel? Gao Yang smiled coldly and said, after the locusts ravaged the country, the folk were starving. Countless families were separated from their wives, and they even changed their children. Lord Lei, aren't these people miserable? Thundercloud was stunned. You, but he couldn't speak. Wu Jiao also said with an icy face, "The locusts have caused my people in Deqian to suffer, and the number of people who have died or been injured is not worthy of sympathy at all. I support the fire attack." Yan Zhang hesitated for half a day, then said, "Your Majesty, I have a little concern." Wu Jiao looked at Yan Zhang and was a little surprised. She said that the imperial study was a lot calmer today. It turned out that Yan Zhang had been silent. Wu Jiao spoke. "Imperial Yan has something to say, but please be straightforward." Yan Zhang said sadly, "Although Lord Gao's method is good, whether it's encouraging the people to catch locusts with court food, and the final burning of locusts, I couldn't agree more. Just so long as the people think that locusts are a great scourge of heaven, is the will of heaven, many people dare not disobey heaven, and even when the locusts come to wreak havoc on the good land, they have to kneel down and kowtow, praying for the locusts to leave soon. How should this be?" He sighed. "Extermination of locusts. Difficult not only locusts, but also the hearts of the people. The hearts of the people if not united. I am afraid that its effect, minimal." A word fell. Cui Xinghao also said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, what Yan said is reasonable. All over the history books have records locusts are natural disasters, not manpower. It is appropriate to repair virtue to avoid it. Not to mention the people. Even some officials believe that locusts are a punishment from heaven and cannot be stopped by human power, which is a major reason for the severity of the locust plague in the past years." Wu Jiao sniffed and frowned. This is not an unprovoked statement. The ancients were foolish and regarded the locust plague as a punishment from heaven. When the locust plague came, the people kowtowed on the sidelines of the many. As a result, the locusts became more and more, and there was no grain harvest. Never would have eaten locusts if they hadn't really run out of food, fearing that God would send another punishment. It's a very sad thing. Wu Jiao's brows locked, but suddenly thought of playing with people's hearts. Is there anyone more black-hearted than Gao Yang in front of this eyes? Gao Yang, do you have a solution? Wu Jiao spoke up. Gao Yang sniffed. His face showed a little tangled. Your Majesty, this law, naturally, there is, it's better not to talk about it. The effect of exterminating the locusts is a little bit worse than it should be, Gao Yang said to himself. When Wu Jiao heard this, she immediately reprimanded. Gao Yang, this is about the millions of people in Guangzhong, so why cover up if you have something to say? Prime Minister Su Xuanji also spoke up. Your Majesty, the Minister of the Household has a countermeasure but does not say anything about it. This is the crime of deceiving the king. Be severely punished. Seeing this, Gao Yang could only say, Your Majesty, this is what you asked me to say, so I will say it. I beg your Majesty's pardon. A flash of bad feeling surfaced in Wu Jiao's heart, but she still spoke. Speak quickly, and I will forgive you. Gao Yang gazed at Wu Jiao and slowly said, Your Majesty, the root of the people's fear stems from the unknown, from the heavens. This situation is also good to crack. After all, Your Majesty is the Queen of Deqian. In the hearts of the people, Your Majesty should have obeyed the will of heaven, and mastered the people. It is only necessary for His Majesty to eat a locust in public, and then burn some locusts to death in public. Tell the people that locusts are only pests, not a punishment from heaven, and the people's cognition will change, and they will fight to exterminate locusts for the sake of their crops. As soon as the words fell, the courtiers in the entire imperial study steeply stared at Gao Yang in shock. Is this kid crazy? He dares the most honorable empress of Deqian to eat locusts. Don't you want to die? Gao Yang, you are simply bold. How filthy are locusts? How dare you make His Majesty eat locusts? His crime is punishable. The Minister of Justice, Lei Yun, suddenly became furious and spoke out in reprimand. With a look of righteousness on his face, he was the first to step forward. This also caused a group of courtiers in the imperial study to raise their voices. Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Locusts are pests. How can Your Majesty, who is the king of the 9 and 5, eat this pest? This Gao Yang is too rude. I implore Your Majesty to punish him severely. Wang Zhong's face steeped in joy as he said repeatedly, Your Majesty, this Gao Yang's heart is punishable. Please punish him severely. For a while, a group of courtiers stood out as they berated Gao Yang. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang with a face full of disbelief. Sinful son, don't talk nonsense. You're just fine with the locust living Hades. But for your own family, you also want to be the king of hell. And you want to send all 9 of your family members away? Let the empress eat locusts. Which even if Wu Jiao really ate locusts for the sake of the victims, the people of this world really got through this catastrophe. But will the empress settle her score? Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. His son's political sensitivity is still too poor. Yan Zhang also stared wide-eyed. The court said he was bold, but he was nothing compared to Gao Yang. That's something he wouldn't dare say. On the dragon chair, Wujie was also stunned. What? Let me eat the locusts myself? The locusts' hideous and ugly faces suddenly appeared in Wujie's mind. Not to mention eating them. Even looking at it made her deeply sick. Gao Yang faced a crowd of rebukes. His face unchanged. A pair of eyes looking straight at Wujie. Your Majesty, what Lord Yen said is indeed a big problem. Folk believe in the so-called locust immortal, or that the locust plague is a punishment from heaven that cannot be stopped by human power. So many of the people just kneel by the good fields and watch the locusts sweep by, which will undoubtedly lead to more and more locusts. The people's perceptions must be shattered. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Gao Yang's voice rang out. Wujie looked deeply at Gao Yang as she took a deep breath. She is the emperor of Diqian, the lord of all the people. The millions of people in Guanzhong are all her people. Although the locusts are disgusting and even thinking about them makes me want to vomit. For the sake of the millions of people, for the sake of the folk not to have a tragic situation of easy children after the locust plague. What if she, Wujie, eats? As Gao Yang continued to speak, the 100 officials continued to chide. Gao Yang, you're bold. His heart is to be put to death. But Wujie snapped. Enough. For the sake of the people of the world, I will eat locusts in public. Wujie took a deep breath, and those phoenix eyes swept over the group of courtiers. A single word stirs up 1,000 waves. The crowd of courtiers all looked at Wujie with shocked gazes. They didn't expect Wujie to really go out of her way. It was locusts. Not to mention that Wujie was a woman who was the empress of Diqian. Even they men have trouble getting down. Gao Yang could not help but look at Wujie. For the sake of the people in Guanzhong, Wujie really go out of her way. This empress is quite a lover of the people. Seeing this, Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but say, but your majesty, Guanzhong is far away from Chang'an, and right now the court still needs your majesty to be in charge. So how can you go to Guanzhong? As soon as Wujie heard this, her brows knit tightly as well. She has only just ascended to the throne not long ago. The dynastic government is unstable, not to mention the world's feudal lords. Even within Chang'an there are dark currents. At this time, she could never leave Chang'an. Wujie's gaze fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I have to sit in Chang'an and can't go to Guanzhong in person. Is there any other way? Gao Yang frowned. I did miss this point. This is really difficult. If His Majesty cannot go to Guanzhong, the people still believe in their hearts that the locust plague is a punishment from heaven, a natural disaster, a punishment from the locust Dyson, and they refuse to take action to exterminate the locusts. I'm afraid that under the locust plague, not only the land in Guanzhong will be devastated, but also the nearby 3 counties. Tens of millions of people will be difficult to be spared. Wujie's fists were clenched, and all that was left in his mind was the land of the 3 counties, buzzing with tens of millions of people. Wang Zhong, for some reason, looked at Gao Yang, who had a difficult face, and once again a touch of bad premonition surged through his heart. Cui Xinghao also realized that something was wrong. This reaction is a bit unlike Gao Yang's style. What's this guy holding in his stomach? At this moment, Gao Yang's gaze suddenly looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong happened to look at Gao Yang, an old man and a young man. Their gazes intertwined with each other in the air. You little child, what are you looking at old me for? Wang Zhong said angrily. He's a broken general and he's become a great general, and he's still looking at him? Wang Zhong moved his steps backward, but Gao Yang's gaze kept following Wang Zhong. Wujie's gaze also suddenly looked at Wang Zhong, a pair of phoenix eyes flashing. I also have a plan. Since His Majesty cannot personally, that Wang Zhong general holding His Majesty's decree, such as His Majesty personally, and then eat the locusts in front of the people, claiming to be the reincarnation of the locust immortal. All the locust evils are imposed on his body. It is not impossible. It's just that the locusts are ugly and uncomfortable, and I don't know if Elder General Wang is willing to do it. Gao Yang inquired with a bit of green tea. Wang Zhong's eyes went wide. If not for the fact that this was the imperial study room, he would have wanted to curse. Your mother's maid, did he have a choice? Wujie, a female emperor, had to eat locusts for the sake of the people. You want to live? It's getting out that the word is drowning him in spit. Old General Wang is very old. Wujie looked deeply at Gao Yang and understood everything as she gazed at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's pale face jerked violently, and finally gritted his teeth and said, for the sake of the people of Guanzhong, the end of the world will be benevolent. A mere locust. Your Majesty needn't worry. When I go to Guanzhong, I'll eat a caddy of wine first. Wujie moved to say, Wang old general is really a good general of Diqian. I am greatly moved. This time to wait for the return of Wang old general. I personally for you to receive the dust. Wang Zhong arched his hand. The last general thanks your Majesty for your holy grace. Anyway, you're getting screwed, so you might as well be cool and reap the benefits. But the Hussar general, and this locust eater, he can make a note of it. Your mother's maid, It was a revenge he had to take. The faces of the ministers changed, and their eyes changed as they looked at Gao Yang. By now, how could they not know that this Gao Yang was meant to trap Wang Zhong? It was all in his reckoning. He knew that it was impossible for Wu Ju to go to Guanzhong in person, but deliberately proposed to eat locusts to break the superstitions of the people, thus luring them to rebuke them angrily. Throw the pot to Wang Zhong again in a smooth manner. At this point, Wang Zhong had no choice. This locusts do not eat. That is, the heart has nothing to do with the millions of people in the middle, much less willing to eliminate the disaster for the sake of Wu Jiu. The least will be relegated out of Chang'an. This kid, he's so mean. The crowd sighed in their hearts. Cold sweat also oozed from the forehead of Cui Xingha on the side. This Gao Yang is a bit vindictive. Gao Yang smiled and said, if Elder General Wang is old, I have a more suitable candidate in mind. Oh, Wang Zhong's gaze looked somewhat surprised, somewhat not expecting Gao Yang to be so kind. Tell me about it. His Majesty is the son of heaven, so naturally the royal relatives will be fine, such as Prince Rong Wulong, all the vassal kings of the world, and the Lord Shangguan beside His Majesty, who will go on His Majesty's behalf. That's all fine. When Shangguan Wanner heard this, her heart skipped a beat and her stunning face changed. She couldn't help but gag a little at the thought of eating the locusts. It's revenge for that incident. Wang Zhong was taken aback by one of the names. No need. I, Wang Zhong, am sufficient alone. The royal relatives need not be mentioned. He cannot afford to mess with him even though he is a general. Although Shangguan Wanner is not an imperial relative, she has been with Wu Jiu since she was a child, and it has been rumored in the court that His Majesty does not like men. This Shangguan Wanner may not be close to the water tower first. He cannot afford to offend. Otherwise it really does matter and he's in deep shit. Wu Jiu first glanced at Gao Yang, and then said to Wang Zhong, Old General Wang's trip is related to my millions of people in Guanzhong, the grievances of which I am all too aware of. When Old General Wang triumphs, I will reward him. Wang Zhong clasped his fists. I thank your Majesty, and I will surely live up to His Majesty's grace. Soon, Gao Yang also ran through the whole idea of disaster relief. The owners of chickens and ducks should be titled records. After the ministers discussed the details, the matter was finalized. Soon, the entire Dakian political machine will also be in operation, fully cooperating with the Guanzhong disaster relief. Wu Jiu heart, also like suddenly less a big stone. Go down. The disaster in Guanzhong can't be delayed. Do it according to the strategy of the Minister of the Household, and cooperate with all ministries together. The rest of you go down. The household clerk stays. When Wu Jiu gave the order, all the ministers bent down and retired. Wang Zhong glanced deeply at Gao Yang, and as he passed by Gao Yang's side, he whispered, Yellow-mouthed boy, I'll remember you. You wait for me. This revenge, old me must be avenged. In response, Gao Yang just revealed a simple smile and saluted Wang Zhong. I, Gao Yang, wish Great General Hussar a safe journey and a triumphant return. The corner of Wang Zhong's mouth twitched as he took a step. Today was kind of a big pit stop. Not a single chicken or duck in the entire city of Chang'an will escape. Otherwise he will have to take the blame for the poor disaster relief. As the group of ministers left the Great Hall, they also took a deep look at Gao Yang. Some of the neutral courtiers even gave Summit a friendly smile before leaving. They made a note in the bottom of their hearts. This kid of the Dinghui Gongfu, very a little bit vicious. Non-big hatred cannot be messed with. He even warned the dude in the mansion not to mess with Gao Yang. Wang Zhong went all the way out of the palace to the military camp, directly ordered 5,000 soldiers and horses. The 5,000 generals are all elite in their fists. As soon as they heard the order, they thought there was a battle coming, and each of them straightened up with murderous intent. After all, there hadn't been a war for years, and that wasn't good news for their generals. There is a war, which means there is a chance to make a mark and change your destiny. But immediately afterward, Wang Zhong gave the order to collect chickens and ducks. 5,000 generals? Half the time they realized that this time they were not the main characters. The chickens and ducks were the main characters? It's really off the charts. But military orders cannot be disobeyed. For a while, the hooves of the horses in the city of Chang'an stepped over and splashed dust, and the chickens flew in all the markets and farmhouses. Even the fighting cocks held in the hands of some of the dudes were forcibly drafted. Old General Wang, this is a cockfight. Please be merciful. A dude wailed. But Wang Zhong, who was already upset, directly said in a cold voice, His Majesty has decreed that not a single chicken or duck will be left in all of Chang'an. Cockfighters are chickens too, and fight better and eat more locusts. Take it away. With Wang Zhong's order, only a wail of heartache was left behind. The dude fell to his knees and wailed. I raised you for 2.5 years and named you brother because you cackle daily. Brother, I can't live without you. Today's Chang'an city is destined to be bustling with activity. Under imperial authority, no one dares to disobey. In the meantime, the imperial garden, inside a gazebo, Wu Jiu coldly said, "Gao Yang, how dare you?" Wu Jiu's pair of eyes fell on Gao Yang's body with deep meaning. Wang Zhong's matter was understood by all the ministers, let alone her. Borrowing her hand, she successfully pitched Wang Zhong, and even warned Shangguan Wan'er, and this vengeance had to be said to be quite a bit strong. Gao Yang sniffed and looked up. After the group of ministers in the imperial study room dispersed, he followed behind Wu Jiu, keeping his head down and looking at Wu Jiu striding long legs with a kind of admiring gaze. What is my offense? This bet was brought up by old General Wang himself, and the locust eating was also because His Majesty was unable to be there in person, which is why I proposed that old General Wang do it for him. Gao Yang scrutinized Wu Jiu's face from a close distance. 7 points of absolute beauty, 3 points of majesty, especially the noble temperament around his body, as if emanating from his bones. Your Majesty is clear. Everything I do is for the sake of Diqian. It's all for the sake of your Majesty. Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang and said with some amusement, "You mean I have wronged you?" This was considered the first time she had summoned Gao Yang alone, and she thought that this Gao Yang was a bit interesting. Nonetheless, when he saw her, he did not have the timidity and fear of his peers, but talked and laughed. If properly guided, it is really a pillar of talent for Dakian. I was wrong. As soon as he heard Wu Jiu speak, Gao Yang immediately said. Takeshi was a bit surprised, so he opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know, but I know that if your Majesty says that I am wrong, then I must be wrong." Gao Yang directly slapped a horse's ass. Wu Jiu didn't have the good sense to show a smile, then picked up a cup of tea and said, "You're a smart person. Understand what I mean. I don't need to say more. After all, during this time, old General Wang was at fault first, so this is even. But old General Wang is old, and this time he has paid a great price for me, and for great Qian, so some things should be stopped in moderation." Gao Yang lowered his head and smiled. "I have always honored the old and loved the young, and old General Wang is old, so even if your Majesty doesn't say anything, I will not make things difficult for myself." Wu Jiu blushed strangely and glanced at Gao Yang. Honoring the old and loving the young? That, she didn't see in the slightest. Shangguan Wan'er even averted her gaze, simply without eyes. Wu Jiu does not want to go deeper into this issue. Gao Yang is a smart person. Knocking will be good. Do you know why I left you alone? I guess it should be the issue of 50,000 chickens and ducks, which is a considerable burden that His Majesty is fretting about. Gao Yang laughed. Wu Jiu was a little surprised, but quickly nodded in sorrow. Not bad. It's easy to draft, but after the locust plague in Guangzhou, what should we do with these 50,000 chickens and ducks back in the capital? If a large number of them are put into the capital, the price is bound to plummet, but I can't just enclose them in the palace, can I? Gao Yang laughed. This is not difficult at all. The people of Chang'an raise chickens and ducks and don't bother to feed them in large quantities, so these chickens and ducks are on the thin side. But when they arrive in the Guangzhou region, there are plenty of locusts to eat, and each one will be fat and strong. I deliberately emphasize the record in the book, the requisition, then also borrowing, to skinny chickens and ducks, in exchange for fat and strong chickens. This deal is not a loss. Secondly, the emergency situation of the disaster was so sudden that after the chickens and ducks around Chang'an were swept away, several nearby cities were not yet aware of it, which made it possible to take advantage of it. So your Majesty could send someone forward in time to purchase a batch of them and put them into the market at a high price. If the locust plague in Guangzhou is severe, then it will continue to be sent into Guangzhou, and if it is not severe, then it can be sold at a high price. In my Dakian, the price of pork is cheap, and the people eat most of it, but the big families eat chicken and ducks and other wild game. So if this is not slaughtered in waves, when will it be? In this way, the cost is lowered, and the loss will not be much when the time comes. Wu Jiu sniffed and brightened up. Wonderful. This is a good plan. She gazed at the green-clothed palace maid behind her. Do as Gao Yang said and send someone forward at fire speed. A few maidservants quickly turned around and disappeared into the palace. When the matter was settled, Wu Jiu's gaze fell within the imperial garden and she suddenly asked, "Do you think that this locust plague is really a punishment from heaven?" Once Gao Yang thought about it, he realized that Wu Jiu was overthinking it. He laughed and said, "This is pure nonsense. Instead of the locust plague being a punishment, drought and flooding are punishments sent down from heaven. It's just a biological phenomenon." Wu Jiu's gaze swept one more glance at Gao Yang, and the depression in her heart was swept away. "I also don't believe in the so-called punishment from heaven. I do believe that people will win." A domineering aura filled the bottom of Wu Jiu's eyes as she said this. Gao Yang couldn't help but take a couple more glances. However, I must remind your majesty that biological control, as well as human intervention and other means, only reduces the danger of locust plagues, but there will still be locust plagues, which are difficult to avoid. And what is really difficult has always been not the locust plague, but the grain harvest after the plague. Your majesty must be prepared to provide disaster relief. When Wu Jiao heard this, she sighed and said, "What you said about this, I should have known. It's just that in all the years of locust plagues, whether they were large or small, the court's relief was extremely costly but had little effect. Disaster relief food in the layers of corruption, to the hands of the people less than 30% of the food. Successive emperors even under the decree of corruption, to execute his family, but its effect is very small. But the court cannot not relief, otherwise the people die even more. Gao Yang, do you have a way to put an end to official corruption?" Saying that, Wu Zhou's gaze was fixed on Gao Yang, an answer that had been troubling her for a long time. Whether it's a drought or a flood or a locust plague, the imperial court provides relief almost every year, but the amount of food that actually reaches the people is too little. Part of it is wear and tear on the road, and the other part is corruption. And under the layers of corruption, even sent the imperial censor supervision is useless. This has long formed a huge chain of interests underneath. Shang Wanwanner's pair of beautiful eyes also looked at Gao Yang. This question, she also wanted to get an answer. In response, Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, greed is human nature. This is human nature and it is impossible to completely eliminate it." Wu Jiao sniffed with some disappointment. She gritted her teeth and said, "What if I decree that those who embezzle the relief grain will be stripped of their skin and daylily? Can heavy punishment curb human greed?" Gao Yang shook his head. "Your Majesty, let alone embezzling the relief grain. Even if your Majesty ordered that if you embezzled 60 taels, you would be flayed with daylilies, or even executed in the street, it would be useless. It's time to be greedy." Wu Jiao sniffed and clenched her fists. "Then I'll just have to watch them embezzle the relief food?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and slowly said, "It is impossible to eliminate greed, but to reduce the amount of disaster relief grain being embezzled, I do have a few methods." Inside the imperial garden, accompanied by Gao Yang's words, Wu Jiao's face that was originally tinged with anger suddenly changed, and she instantly looked at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, what is the method?" Wu Jiao, some excitement. "Is really over the years, disaster relief food was embezzled as a commonplace thing, especially under the instability of the dynasty. She didn't even know how much food would reach the hands of the people when this relief grain traveled all the way from Chang'an to Guangzhou. Estimated 50% no. However, once the disaster broke out, the court had to provide relief again. Otherwise the people would be even more miserable and even trigger more serious consequences. It's like a dead end. Right now, Gao Yang had a way to curb corrupt officials from laying their hands on the relief grain, which instantly aroused Wu Jiao's curiosity. On the side, Shang Wanwanner's eyes also looked towards Gao Yang, filled with curiosity. The embezzlement of food for disaster relief has occurred in every dynasty and is a centuries-old problem. But Gao Yang is able to solve it? Gao Yang faintly said, "Actually, the way is also very simple. It just doesn't sound very good. Even His Majesty will take some of the blame." Wu Jiao frowned, but almost blurted out, "As long as you can save the people from the fire and deliver the relief food intact to the people." The district curses. "What is this? But isn't it a heavenly good thing to curb corrupt officials from laying their hands on the relief grain? And why would I be cursed?" Her phoenix eyes held curiosity. Gao Yang's face was calm, looking straight into Wu Jiao's eyes. "Because my approach is to mix the bran and grass that the animals eat, or even fine sand, into the disaster relief grain." A word fell. Wu Jiao's face changed drastically. She was about to issue a reprimand, but in a split second she realized something was wrong and was lost in thought. But Shang Wanwanner on the side couldn't help herself. She said angrily, "Gao Yang, what kind of method are you using? Mixing something only eaten by these animals into the grain. Won't the grain be ruined? Once the locust plague breaks out in Guangzhou, the victims will have no harvest. They are already miserable enough. This grain is mixed with bran and grass. How can this be eaten?" Shang Wanwanner subconsciously opened her mouth, those eyes tinged with anger. She had been looking forward to this for half a day and thought that Gao Yang really had some brilliant idea, but she never expected that Gao Yang would give such a bad idea. If this gets out, Gao Yang will surely be impeached by dozens of letters in a row by the angry royal historian. In response, Gao Yang but smiled faintly and did not make a sound. Wu Jiao was thoughtful and had understood what Gao Yang meant. "Wan Air, you've misunderstood." Shang Wanwanner froze, her eyes looking first at Wu Jiao, then at Gao Yang in puzzlement. Gao Yang looked at Shang Wanwanner without any good humor. "The treasury is empty. The disaster relief grain is absolutely not enough. And the officials embezzling the disaster relief grain is nothing but profiteering. From time immemorial interest moves the heart. This is the same reasoning as the skyrocketing grain prices in Linjiang City. The natural disaster caused the people to have no harvest, which then drove up the grain prices. And that's why the merchants are stocking up on grain to make huge profits. It is the same thing with this group of officials. They embezzle the relief grain for the purpose of partly eating it for themselves and partly selling it at a high price in exchange for gold and silver. But as long as the grain is adulterated with bran and chaff and grass, this relief grain will not be sold. Even if it could be sold, it wouldn't be worth much, and without a huge profit. Who would be willing to risk losing their head in a desperate move? That's not to mention eating at home, since corrupt officials must be pampered and greedy for enjoyment. Who can eat grain mixed with sand? In this way, corruption will be eliminated. And even if they do, they won't be able to covet much. After all, when the risks are not proportional to the benefits, the officials won't be desperate. Buzz. Shangwan Wanner's face was filled with shock, and she only felt her brain buzzing. Her beautiful eyes widened. After the grain is mixed with bran and grass, the grain cannot be sold at a high price and can only be sold at a low price. When the benefits and risks are not proportional, the officials will not be desperate. What about the people? As soon as Shangwan Wanner's words left her mouth, she realized what a stupid question she had asked. Gao Yang's gaze skimmed Shangwan Wanner's chest, somewhat helpless. Those boobs aren't that big. With this glance, Shangwan Wanner was deeply offended. She was just about to open her mouth, but then she heard Gao Yang say, for the victims, their primary purpose is to live. Not to mention the grain mixed with bran and grass, even if it is bark, quanine soil, they have to eat it even if they are hungry. Otherwise, where would there be such a human tragedy as an easy child? A word fell. The entire imperial garden was silent. Wu Jiu gave Gao Yang a deep look. Almost immediately, Wu Jiu knew this would work. She had never felt that corrupt officials were all mediocre. On the contrary, they were even more capable than loyal officials in certain aspects, just that they did not serve the country. She was full of appreciation. Gao Yang, you really impressed me today. This is a wonderful method. With this method, even if Guangzhong is devastated, at the very least, hundreds of thousands of people will die less. Tomorrow morning at the morning court, I will publicize this law. I would like to see how these corrupt officials can still be greedy. The thought of the expressions on the faces of the 100 officials in the Golden Palace tomorrow put Wu Jiu in a good mood. Gao Yang, first the locust plague in Guangzhong gave the wonderful plan, and then you propose such a wonderful plan for disaster relief. What reward do you want? When Gao Yang heard this, he instantly brightened up. He rubbed his hands together and said, Your Majesty, how embarrassing for this minister. The corner of Wu Jiu's mouth with a smile, deliberately said, Oh, since Secretary Gao is so courteous, then it will be as if I didn't say anything. Gao Yang's expression changed and he quickly spoke. Don't. Your Majesty's golden words, how can you go back on them? Wu Jiu sipped a mouthful of tea, then said, Line. What then say? I always have merit must reward. Will never harshly treat my great Qian ministers. Then the minister wants a token to avoid refuge for a few days. Gao Yang opened his mouth. This piqued Wu Jiu's interest, and she wondered. Refuge? Gao Yang sighed. This is all thanks to Lord Shangwan. Normal human interaction between me and Lord Du. Lord Shangwan hard pitted me. My father has not opened the tea box until now. Which if 3 or 5 friends go to the residence and want tea on a whim? I'm afraid that if I don't have a token to protect myself, I'll never see His Majesty again. Furthermore, Your Majesty also knows that I am a poisoner and act more cautiously. From the time Wu Jiu left him into the Imperial Garden he has been trying to find an opportunity to ask for a piece of amulet, but there has been no opportunity. Now that he caught the opportunity, Gao Yang was naturally nonchalant. Shangwan Wanner averted her gaze. This matter she indeed did not do the right thing, and now that it was brought up in front of her, it was still a bit embarrassing. Wu Jiu also knew about this matter. She laughed. You are really worthy of the status of a poisonous warrior scheming for himself. Cautious indeed. Wu Jiu unclipped a token from her waist and said, This is my accompanying token. See this token, as if I am personally present. Tell Squire Gao that the child is old enough to be a member of Diqian's army, so it would be inappropriate to beat him again. Gao Yang took the token in Wu Jiu's hand and showed a happy face. This token was cold and made of Xian iron. It was very extraordinary at a glance. I thank Your Majesty. With the amulet in his hand, he was instantly much more settled in his mind. Go down. I am tired. Takeshi waved her hand. Gao Yang bent down and retired. I'll retire. As Gao Yang moved, several eunuchs then immediately went forward to guide Gao Yang. Wu Jiu stood up, her phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang's back. Prince Rong recuperated for so many days, later sent the eunuchs to see if the recuperation is almost. Tomorrow should also be on the court. The world's corrupt officials. There can be a lot of silver into his house. I have both Gao Yang's wonderful strategy. which if you don't look at the expression on his face, but it's also too uninteresting. Shang Wanwan's mind was shaken and she hurriedly said, yes. A smile suddenly bloomed on Wu Zhou's noble face as she murmured, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua. The hiding is deep. Such a great talent. Pretending to be with the playboy without half a difference. Even I have deceived the past. Duke Ding's house is also considered to be a successor. Shang Wanwan hesitated for a moment and spoke out. Your Majesty thinks highly of this Gao Yang? Wu Zhou nodded. With his talent, he can be my Chancellor of Diqian. Even if it's Cui Xinghe, Su Xiang added up to Gao Yang. It's still slightly less than that. What? Shang Wanwan was astonished. Although she also thought that Gao Yang was very talented. She didn't expect Wu Zhou's opinion of Gao Yang to be so high. But Wu Zhou said quietly. But this person's strengths and weaknesses are obvious. The strengths are insight into the human heart. A very strong play on human nature. And an amazing talent. Shang Wanwan gazed at Wu Zhou with curiosity. What about the drawbacks? Your Majesty? Wu Zhou laughed and said. Greedy for money. Good color is not bad. Just now this several hours. He skimmed your chest 25 eyes. But skimmed my legs. A full 173 eyes. Gao Yang went all the way out of the palace. Which was a bit of a disappointment. He had expected to be able to blindly wander around the palace. It might even be possible to abduct to the harem. Like see some kind of consort. The big bath where the maidservants bathed. But the truth was that he was overthinking it. Along the way. Not to mention the concubines. Not even a dog could be seen. Sinner. Just after leaving the palace, Gao Yang fiercely heard a familiar popping sound. He looked up and was met with the majestic face of Summit. Get in the car. Gao Yang obediently got into the carriage. As soon as Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang, his anger could not come from one place, especially since he was not able to beat Gao Yang up. This breath was blocked in his heart. It was unbearable. After calming down a bit with difficulty, Gao Feng opened his mouth and said, it is a supreme favor for His Majesty to leave you alone. Have you acted disrespectfully? Gao Yang thought about it and immediately shook his head. Don't worry, my lord father. My child kept his eyes open the entire time and never acted disrespectfully. Summit stroked his beard with some relief. Today's Majesty is the female emperor of Diqian. Those who are subjects should have a sense of reverence. And an appropriate distance should still be maintained. My father is from your age. This female emperor's temptation. My father is clear. But should not have a mind do not have. Otherwise not to mention you alone. Even the entire Dingwei Gongfu also suffice danger. Summit had a serious face. Gao Yan nodded. Child knows. As the Grand Duke of the Dingwei Gongfu, right now he only needed to hug the female emperor's thighs tightly and then screw his political enemies in the dynasty. Then as Diqian gets richer and stronger, his days will get better. What kind of women will there be? One tree and a forest. He still knows what he's doing. It's not that the empress is a bad tree, but a forest is more cost-effective. Seeing this, Gao Feng did not say more, but changed the topic and said, your counterattack this time is indeed beautiful, and my father also feels very relieved. But the matter of the great General Hussar and the Pit King Chung eating locusts is so drastic in its means that it will only go on without end. Summit was a little worried. However, Gao Yang laughed. Lord Father, do you think that this Wang Zhong is the only one behind his repeated impeachment of the child in the court and impeachment of the Dingwei Gongfu? I, the Duke of Ding, have long been immortalized with him. At Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng's expression suddenly changed. Are you saying that Prince Rong is behind Wang Zhong? Gao Yang nodded his head, his body radiating an unprecedented coldness. From the time my child was pitted by Wucheng, this fight has begun. The ministers in the court are all old foxes, and it is impossible that they would not know about the matter of my child uncovering His Majesty's edict of seeking wisdom. Grandfather sits in the Duke of Ding mansion. The court should more or less give grandfather some face. But since Linjiang City, impeachments against my son, impeachment after impeachment against the Dingwei mansion, except for a small number of upright royal historians. I'm afraid that all of them are Prince Rong's people. Boom! It was like thunder falling from the 9 heavens in Gao Feng's mind, bombarding him at a loss for words. The doubts of these days suddenly became clear. He looked at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. He had been in the officialdom for decades. Naturally he was not a fool, and he had smelled something wrong with the recent trend in the courtroom. But it's not as deep as it should be. When Gao Yang said this, Gao Feng also realized the crisis. He narrowed his eyes and said, but why is Prince Rong so blatant? Gao Yang touched the Xian Iron Order plaque in his sleeve. His eyes sharpened and said, the answer is very simple. Use the Duke of Ding to establish authority, force the courtiers to stand in line, and then threaten the imperial power. Father, this fiasco, long ago cannot retreat. Wang Zhong away from the court. This is a good thing for us. And this errand if the child uncovered, Prince Rong will certainly cross to prevent, secretly make bad. On the contrary, if Wang Zhong goes to Guanzhong, Prince Rong will not sit back and watch, and the edict will be smooth as can be. Gao Feng said with a serious face. Does your grandfather know about this matter? Gao Yan nodded. Grandfather asked Lord Father to allocate some silver to my child to screw Prince Rong. Gao Feng nodded. Later on, Lao Fu will send someone to send some. This matter concerns my Dinghua Gongfu. You grasp it on your own. Thank you, Father Sama, Gao Yang said without changing his face. Summit was a little frustrated and a little relieved. Frustrated. Since Prince Rong here until now, there is also a lopsided impeachment in the court. He did not even smell the crisis at the first time. Even the sense of crisis was not as good as a junior like Gao Yang. But the comfort is that he was not good at power and strategy. Otherwise it would not be so many years. And even more so with the help of Gao Tianlong, which is only a household department minister position. And now Gao Yang can stand out. But it is to alleviate the pressure on him. Then there were no words all the way. The carriage soon arrived at the Dinghua Gongfu. Gao Feng got out of the car and walked all the way towards the inner mansion with a preoccupied look on his face. Gao Yang, on the other hand, slowly got out of the car, and just as he walked to the door, Uncle Fu greeted him. Grand Duke, you're back. Gao Yang casually glanced around and saw Fu Bo holding a letter in his hand. This letter is for me? Fu Buki nodded, looking like he wanted to say something. Gao Yang just wanted to take this letter, but when he saw Fu Bo's appearance, he immediately stopped his hand. He blushed strangely and said, Don't tell my lord that this was sent by Song Qingqing? Uncle Fu nodded his head repeatedly. Grand Duke is a brilliant mind. This is indeed a letter sent by Miss Song, saying that it must be delivered to Grand Duke's hands. On that day, Song Qingqing personally came to withdraw from the marriage, not only slapping Gao Yang in the face, but also smacking them, the subordinates, in the face. But they didn't dare to decide for Gao Yang on such a big matter, and Fu Bo was very worried. After all, the previous Gao Yang could be said to be responsive to Song Qingqing. A cold smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He took the envelope and gave it a cursory glance. Song Qingqing is Gao Yang's former dude appearance throughout, too displeasing to her. And what woman wants to marry a dude who is famous in the capital? So it's not her fault. And declared that Gao Yang don't misunderstand. Emotional matters can't be forced to come, but think that Gao Yang person is quite good, although can't be lovers, but still can be friends. Gao Yang just laughed coldly at this. In his mind, although the original owner is a playboy, but for Song Qingqing, but the words are obeyed, and even playboy for many years, the boy chicken is still there, enough to see the truth. As a result, this Song Qingqing flip-flopped when she said she would. This kind of woman is just not worth wasting time on. Tell her that we won't see each other at the place where we first met. Gao Yan looked at Fu Bo and said. Fu Bo looked disappointed, a bitter smile on his face. Sure enough, Miss Song just hooked her hand and their male son took the bait. However, he was naturally not qualified to say anything about the master's family's affairs as an inferior. Then the old slave will go prepare the carriage. Fu Bo made a move to leave. What's the wagon for? Uncle Fu was instantly confused. Your Excellency, aren't you going to your appointment? Gao Yang did not have the good sense to say. Just playing with her. It's dark. This does not sleep to go to the appointment? What's wrong with your brain? With that, he threw the letter Song Qingqing had written to Uncle Fu. Take this letter and feed it to the dogs. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he stepped through the gate and headed towards the inner courtyard. Behind him, Uncle Fu froze, then a rich smile appeared on his old face. He exclaimed to the ministry at his side. Why don't you do as the Grand Duke commands? As Gao Yang spoke, he returned to his room along the long corridor. He was really tired. It was a day of tossing and turning. 20,000 steps at the very least. At that moment, Greenie pushed open the door, a basin of foot washing water in her small hands, a small face filled with tenderness and childishness. As she walked, she said, Grand Duke, Technician 98 at your service. After saying that, Greenie said pitifully, Gongzi, is this alright? A look of satisfaction appeared on Gao Yang's face. Nice. Once she heard Gao Yang's words, Greenie's entire body breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know where Gao Yang got his fetish from. And ever since the first night of foot washing in Linjiang City, Gao Yang had come up with this rule. Every time Greenie shouted it out, there was an inexplicable sense of shame, as if the word 98 technician was, well, very wrong. Originally, she was reluctant. Although she was a personal maid, she had the right to refuse. But it wasn't until Gao Yang proposed doubling the monthly payment that she compromised. Gao Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes as he felt the hot water soaking his tired big feet and the massage of Greenie's small hands. After a tiring day, you can't beat the feeling of a wellness footbath. This in the latter days. On the green looks, this must not be a few $1,000s, The only beautiful thing was that the outfit on Greenie would have been perfect if it had been a super short skirt with black silk. Of course, it would be better if it was irregular. But this is in the latter part of the world, green this age, that if you dare to come to a set of irregular, it is not a simple 15 days of law and order treatment, at least 3 years to start. Suddenly, Gao Yang's mind moved. Could he open a clubhouse in this Chang'an? Wouldn't this club model hang on to the current 4 famous buildings? Gao Yang was in deep thought. It seems that tomorrow there is a need to inspect and examine the largest youth building in Chang'an, Rouge Pavilion. This future competitor must be experienced in death experience. Dingui Gongfu, inner courtyard. Lord Father, Yanger is going to design Prince Rong. Are we really not going to intervene in this matter? Gao Feng looked towards Gao Tianlong, who was slowly wiping the chessboard with some gravity on his face. Gao Tianlong faintly said, "What's wrong with it? Prince Rong is powerful in the imperial court, with countless dependents under his command, and he is quite prestigious both in the court and in the army. Although Yanger is quite skillful in using stratagems, how easy is it to break Prince Rong's back?" Gao Tianlong moved and raised his eyes, and for a moment, an endless aura of sharpness swept over him. "Prince Rong is riding on my Dingwa Palace's head and shitting on it. Do I still have to endure it? Humph." Gao Tianlong snorted coldly with a displeased face. Gao Feng hurriedly said, "Lord Father, I don't mean that. I'm just a little worried. After all, the dynastic struggle. One careless move, all lose. Yanger age is still too young. This dynastic hall is too dangerous. Carelessness is not allowed." Gao Tianlong glanced unhappily at Gao Feng. "You underestimate Yanger too much. Once is a coincidence, twice is an accident. But to be able to make His Majesty look sideways, to solve the locust plague in Guanzhong, and to expel Wang Zhong with the help of the great power of the court, such tactics have long been no less than the gang of old foxes in the court. Now while I'm still alive, someone is touting for me. It's the right time to try out Yanger's methods, which is something that I've dreamed of." Gao Feng took a deep breath and nodded his head. "Then I will allocate 1,000 taels of silver from the mansion to send it." After saying that, Summit made a move to leave. But Gao Tianlong froze. "Wait, what's the point of allocating 1,000 taels of silver?" Gao Feng was also confused. "Wasn't it Lord Father who asked me to allocate some silver for Yanger to deal with Prince Rong's residence?" The old man did not say that. Gao Feng's face changed and he instantly became furious. This sinful son. He even lied to his old man. One slip and he almost fell for it. But Gao Tianlong laughed, feeling more and more amused. "That's just it. If he wants it, then give it. As long as he doesn't spend it on that little nymph from Song's family, there's no harm in all of this. But I'm afraid that this sinful son will go to the Rouge Pavilion when he has money. This Rouge Pavilion has many beauties. I'm afraid that Yanger won't be able to bear it." Gao Feng worriedly said. Gao Tianlong did not think so. People do not flirt in vain. Go to the Rouge Pavilion is also good. It is best to break the body again. Taste the taste, so that more will not be that Song family little nymphs confused. Thinking of Song Qingqing, Peak also nodded. "Lord Father, I'll make the arrangements." Gao Tianlong added. "Command down. Tomorrow I invited a few close friends to come to the residence to discuss the art of war. Let Yanger Wei decide to learn. My descendant of the Duke of Ding only knows poisonous schemes but does not know the art of war. This spread out is not a laughingstock." A smile appeared on Gao Feng's face. To be taught the art of war by a group of Maida Qian's top generals is considered a great blessing for him. Soon, Gao Yang then received 1,000 taels of silver from Uncle Fu, which made him overjoyed. "I didn't realize that the peak had fallen," for a casual remark. He immediately and generously took 10 taels of silver and handed it to Greenie. "Nice press. This is considered a reward for you. Next time my lord will order you back." Greenie would have been weak at the waist and knees and was frowning. But when this silver flowery 10 taels of silver appeared in front of the eyes, all the labor, all the fatigue, instantly swept away. "Sir, do you require any other services then?" Greenie took the silver and blinked somewhat shyly at Gao Yang. With this innocent look, and the pavilion stature, Gao Yang instantly became a little taut. "How much more does it cost to be irregular?" Gao Yang almost blurted out. Green froze. "Irregular?" But upon seeing Gao Yang's eyes, and these words, Greenie's face instantly turned red. "Eldest Duke, the slave girl still has to make a trip to Madame's place, so she will go down first." Greenie picked up the water basin and hurried away, her pale face red in the moonlight. Gao Yang stored a teasing thought and couldn't help but shout, "My lord increases the money." But Greenie ran faster and closed the door for Gao Yang in the process. It was 2 long hallways before Greenie stopped. When she thought of Gao Yang's words, she blushed scarlet and said to herself, "If you don't pay, you can still think about it, but what's this about paying?" Inside the room, Gao Yang was in a good mood. This ancient dude life is not bad. Every day to tease the maid, but also have some fun. Lying on a dry bed, tugging over the bedding. Having been christened by a great set of healthcare, along with a tired day's body, literally every cell of the body was giving out a pleasurable cheer. After briefly running through the events of the past few days in the court, as well as the means to deal with Prince Rong's house, Gao Yang soon entered dreamland. In the meantime, inside the city of Chang'an, under a large acacia tree, Song Qingqing specially coated with a good rouge. The more it appeared that her face was white and tender, a stunningly beautiful face blowing up and a graceful body. Miss, it's almost dark, the postman only won't come. Song Qingqing, however, was confident. This young lady personally wrote him a letter. According to Gao Yang's nature, this letter will be treated as a treasure by him. It is impossible for him not to come. 1 hour later, the maid looked at the dim sky and uttered, Miss, Song Qingqing, wait a little longer. I guess there's a delay. Wait another hour. Another hour. The night completely shrouded the entire Chang'an. Chang'an Street, in addition to the night watchman, is 3 or 2 drunkards. Song Qingqing's face was a bit hung up. Could it be that this young lady remembered wrongly? Not under this big acacia tree? You send someone to ask around and find out where Gao Yang went. The maid left in a hurry. At this moment Chang'an is in July. It is sweltering, under the acacia tree, and there are many mosquitoes, which makes Song Qingqing also a little impatient. Another half hour later, the maid, Spring Bridge, ran back. Miss, it's not good. The slave girl circled around the Dingwa mansion and found this. Haruhashi reached out his hand and handed over the letter, only half of which was still creased everywhere. Song Qingqing's pretty face carried anger. Isn't this letter in Gao Yang's hands? Where did you get it? And why does it look like it was chewed by a dog? Chunxiao was aggrieved. Miss, you are right. This is the slave girl picked up near the dog kennel outside the Dingwa Gongfu. There are still dog prints on it. For the sake of this letter, the slave girl was also chased by the dog and bitten. What? Picked it up by the kennel? Song Qingqing almost lost her breath. This is her handwritten letter. Gao Yang even threw it to the doghouse? The huge psychological gap caused Song Qingqing's face to look extremely ugly. Chunxiao continued carefully, and the slave girl inquired around. Duke Ding's mansion has not had anyone come out since 5 o'clock. Miss, let's just go back. When Song Qingqing heard this, a wave of aggression ran through her heart, and even tears were coming out of her eyes. Her Hall of Song family Miss, Chang'an famous talent. In this waiting for Gao Yang for a full 2.5 hours. Standing legs are a burst of soreness. But Gao Yang not only threw her handwritten letter into the doghouse, but also pressed on out of the house. This caused Song Qingqing's heart to flood with endless grievances. A girl's true heart was trampled on by Gao Yang just like that. Song Qingqing wiped the corners of her eyes and turned straight around, saying hatefully, go back to the mansion. The next day, the golden sunlight enveloped the entire Chang'an city, and soon, the sun rose. Maybe it was because the past few days in Linjiang City were just too tiring, or maybe it was because Greenie was pressing too comfortably. So Gao Yang slept until almost noon. It was also thanks to the fact that the Dingwa Gongfu was not concerned about these rules. When he woke up, Gao Yang was refreshed. There were no toothbrushes in ancient times either, so they had to use a simple toothbrush made of willow branches and gargle with green salt water. Let's go. Hookah for a song. Today, this Rouge Pavilion must go. No one can stop him. Gao Yang took the rest of the silver and was about to go out. When Uncle Fu saw Gao Yang, he rushed forward. Grand Duke, where are you going? Gao Yang patted the small box containing the silver. Is it not obvious that this Gonzi is not behaving? It's been since the hookah to listen to music. The corners of Fu Bo's mouth twitched as he shook his head. Grand Duke, you can't go now. When Gao Yang heard this, he instantly exploded. Why? Give my lord a reason. To a lesser extent, this is to go to the Rouge Pavilion is an appreciation of the customs of Dakian Chang'an. To a greater extent, this is related to his club career, about the happiness of the whole Dakian men. That's not allowed? Uncle Fu hurriedly said, today there is an honorable guest arriving in the mansion, and the old Duke of State named the Grand Duke to wait on the sidelines to learn the art of war. Learning the art of war? Gao Yang's face looked strange for a moment. He remembered that he, a poisonous warrior, appeared to come from a general's family. It's a bit of a stretch to say that this doesn't know a little bit about the art of war. If you want to hook the fence to listen to music, it is better to wait for your guests to leave. And, Fu Bo looked at the small box in Gao Yang's arms and continued, you are not going to listen to music. You are going to spend the night. Gao Yang blushed. Is that so? Then this gentleman doesn't understand. In response, Fubuki just smiled and didn't say anything. After Gao Yang put the silver back, he came out to get some more food and ate while chatting with Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, at your age, you know the way of it. Gao Yang couldn't help but tease Fu Bo as he looked at the way his hair was all slightly gray. Uncle Fu humbly said, Grand Duke fallacious praise, just a slight understanding of 1 billion points. Just as the two were chatting, The subordinate's voice suddenly resounded throughout the Dinghua Gongfu. Right Guard General Qin Jinghua has arrived. General Lu Jin of the Zhuo Weiwei has arrived. Lord Protector Zhao Banu has arrived. Soon, led by Qin Jinghua, several great generals from the Great Qian military entered the Dinghua Gongfu together. A few people were also followed by Peak Face Polite, in the front to lead the way. The commission is his generation difference of a generation. Cannot say anything at all. Gao Tianlong sat in the center of the lobby, sipping a cup of hot tea in his hands, a smirk on his pale face. When several people saw Gao Tianlong, they bent down and saluted in unison. Gao Tianlong, face with a smile, put down the teacup, said, "You and I, a few people's friendship, do not need to be polite, to be 100 years after the old man. Dinghua Gongfu also have to bother you and others to take care of, because the friendship is very good. Each other are together for the Great Qian kill veteran generals." So Gao Tianlong is very natural to open the mouth. A few people didn't push back. For them, it is not only their own friendship, but also the fact that at the moment, the military generals are weak. No matter who dies first, they should take care of each other's descendants. Qin Jinghua's hair was white, full of deep meaning. Old Duke, should be Dinghua Gongfu in the future to take care of more care of me and others is. Lu Jin man is very rough and loud. He said with a big grin, "Yes, heir mother maids, your family boy's performance in these few days, even if it is the old man's heart, is a panic. The living Hades of merchants, the living Hades of locusts, and now the living Hades of corrupt officials, all military generals in the army. So there is no beating around the bush when it comes to speaking, and they open their mouths directly and boldly." Gao Tianlong froze, a flash of doubt appearing on his pale face. This living Yama of merchants and locusts old man knows a thing or two, but this living Yama of corrupt officials, where does it begin? Gao Tianlong asked. Qin Jinghua picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. During the morning court, His Majesty announced that he would ship grain to Guangzhou to provide disaster relief, but that he would add some sand to the grain. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The 100 officials directly exploded. Prince Rong was also in the court, and he was the first to come forward to accuse His Majesty of treating the people harshly, as the act of a fainting ruler. Afterward, the 13 royal historians joined together in an impassioned and angry spray, and even stated on the spot that if His Majesty was bent on having his way, he would die headfirst on this golden palace. Gao Tianlong was surprised, and even had a somewhat grave expression on his face. Gao Yang is right. Prince Rong is indeed dishonest, which is considered to be forcing the palace. Your Majesty shouldn't be so confused. Gao Tianlong spoke, his brows furrowed. Upon hearing this, the three of them burst out laughing. Confused? Qin Jinghua laughed loudly, his voice sounding like a bell. Old Duke, not only did you think so, even we thought so, but what came next stunned us all. His Majesty said that if the grain is mixed with sand, it will not be able to circulate to the market and sell at a high price, and the corrupt lords will not eat the rice mixed with sand, and the corrupt officials along the way will not risk killing their heads to covet the relief grain if there is no profit to be made. In this way, the people affected by the disaster will be able to have one more hope of survival. And we are simply stunned by these words. Those 13 royal historians who fought for the people, as well as Prince Rong, Su Xiang et al., their faces were green, and it was wonderful. Hiss. Gao Tianlong was filled with shock. In his life, he had experienced too many wars and seen too much suffering of the people, and he could almost conclude that this method would work. Who would be desperate when there is no profit to be made? This is really a wonderful plan to target corrupt officials, but he realized the point of the question. But this is His Majesty's tactic, so how does it involve Yanger, the Duke of the Protectorate? Zhao Banu saw this and spoke out. His Majesty's nature is well known to the entire court, and such an insidious plan that is in fact a strategy to save the people must not have come from His Majesty's hand. Although His Majesty did not say so outright, the court knows that yesterday afternoon, His Majesty left you, his eldest grandson, alone, and what the two said no one knows. In this great Qian, who could come up with such an insidious method? Except for Gao Yang of the Dinghua Gongfu? Gao Tianlong revealed a smile. He nodded back. The Empress's nature was something he had known for a long time, and this kind of scheme indeed did not come from her. Then it really seems to be from Goyang. This brat, this kind of poisonous plan actually did not tell him in advance, causing him to lose his temper. That 1,000 taels of silver. For nothing, but Gao Tianlong's face was full of smiles. It's like a group of parents gathered around a chat, listening to other parents talk about their wonderful offspring, and the satisfaction is beyond words. In one word, cool. 2 words to sum it up. What a blast. 7 words to sum it up. Mother handmaidens, too good to be true. Qin Jinghua's voice was like a bell. Old Duke of State, quickly call the dude grandson of yours here and let old me take a look. Old me so long or the first time to see Prince Rong this defeat. Today must ask properly. This kid is Hao from Chang'an, famous playboy. A leap into the Qilan sun. Zhao Broken Nu also voiced out. Not bad. Old me also needs to ask properly so that I can go back to temper the ungrateful children and grandchildren of the house. Gao Tianlong looked to his subordinates and said, go summon Yanger to come. Lu Zhen took a sip of tea and said with some dissatisfaction, Old Duke of State, this is not fair of you. There's a Qilan sun in the house. So you take this tea to entertain us? Why don't you quickly bring out the good tea from the house? Gao Tianlong laughed and scolded. Just your mouth is tricky. The old man does have quite a lot of good tea. So I will take some today for you to taste. Lu Zhen laughed loudly, showing his bravado. 9 deaths on the battlefield. You and I are all crawling out from the pile of dead people. After a lifetime of fighting, what's wrong with enjoying yourself now? Qin Xinghua and Zhao Banu also nodded their heads in unison. Not bad. This tea is astringent. When replaced with a good tea. Gao Feng's heart stirred as he stepped forward and said, a few days ago, my canine son made a trip to Linjiang City, and because he was credited with lowering the price of food, the local magistrate, Du Jiang, specially sent a box of tea. Although the canine son is foppish, but his filial piety is commendable, specially brought it back to honor the old man and father and adults. Until today, has not yet opened. Today will be with all the old generals to taste. Someone fetched the tea box from the innermost shelf of the cabinet in the old man's room. Gao Yang followed Uncle Fu all the way towards the lobby, and from a long way away, he could hear Protector Zhao Banu's bright and loud laughter. Even though he is a poisoner, he does not lose his filial piety. It is really rare. Then old me will have something to look forward to today. This made Gao Yang a bit confused. What are these old generals of the great Qian talking about? Listening to what appeared to be related to himself and to filial piety, it piqued his curiosity. Soon, the two arrived outside the lobby, and Uncle Fu saluted first. Old Duke, the Grand Duke has arrived. With Fu Bo's voice, Gao Yang immediately stepped forward and saluted. Kid Gao Yang, meet all the old generals. Dakian respect for the order of inferiority and superiority. See these old generals the minimum etiquette or to have. What's more, although Gao Yang is a poisonous warrior, but born to respect the generals who fight for the country, so the voice also transmits some earnestness. As soon as his voice came out, several flashing eyes in the great hall then sized up Gao Yang in unison. Lu Zhen an old face through the satisfaction. He was the first to TSK. Mixed kid. Long face is innocent, but I did not expect a belly full of bad water in the stomach. Even Prince Rong have eaten the defeat. Simply incredible. Is too thin. Like a pussy. Zhao Baiana picked up. Not only thin, look also very weak. Have time to come to the old man's house. Pass your ancestor's strong kidney art? Hall of Dinghui Gongfu's eldest son. This if not, can be too embarrassing. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. These measuring gazes and the words of tigers and wolves in his mouth were like a group of bandits to him. Even some of the eyes swept past her own waist in 3 inches below her belly. Gao Yang could only show a smile that was awkward and unobtrusive. Lu Zhen swept a glance at Gao Yang's waist, then said, our rough people, talk need not be polite. We are Ding Guogon's robes. Life and death friendship. The old general shouted too out of the ordinary. Call us grandpa is good. Gao Yang? He lifted his gaze with consternation. It's not to be too outgoing, but isn't it too outgoing to call him grandpa directly? Reflected in the eyes were several faces with gray hair, but with an unruffled authority permeating around them. Although they have not been on the battlefield for a long time to kill, but the body of the murderous intent from the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood, but incomparably strong. Veterans don't die, they just fade away. Gao Feng voiced out from the side. This is Grand General LV of the Zhuowei. Next to him is Grand General Qin, and Lord Zhao, the Duke of the Protectorate. Call out to someone. Looking at the 3 faces for old age, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, but he still resigned himself to his fate. Hello Grandpa Lu. Hello Grandpa Qin. Hello, Grandpa Zhou. The 3 of them were not young. Almost all of them were veteran generals at the same time as Gao Tianlong, and had a significant position in this Diqian. That's a shout out to Grandpa, no less, and it was impossible to call out Uncle. Otherwise in terms of seniority, it would be a generation behind Gao Tianlong. That would be extremely rude. As Gao Yang's voice rang out, the 3 of them couldn't help but laugh. Old Duke, this child is not bad. I heard that the Song family has withdrawn from the marriage. I do have a granddaughter who is as beautiful as a flower. Today, counting this kid as lucky, it will be promised to him. Lu Zhen sized up Gao Yang, penetrating with satisfaction. When Gao Yang heard this, his heart stirred. He subconsciously looked at Elder Lu, only to see that his face was like an evil spirit in the world. His physique was thick and his voice was loud. This instantly made him brainstorm what Elder Lu's granddaughter looked like, and almost made his legs go weak with fear. Grandpa Lu, truth be told, the kid has been withdrawn from the marriage by the Song family, and for a moment his heart is dead to love, so it's better to dispense with it. Dakian honors the order of parents and matchmakers, and if this is directly finalized, it is really a tigress with a tough body type. He's wasted for life. What's the point of listening to a song on a hook? I'm afraid I'll blow my balls off with one punch. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Lu Xun thought that he had really hurt his heart. He nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "Rather, it's the old man who has been abrupt. That Song family is short-sighted and dares to repent of their marriage. Don't worry about this matter. Just based on this Grandpa Lu of yours, the old man will definitely stand up for you. The Song clan has a few clansmen practicing in the military, and I will drill them hard." Gao Yang let out a long breath and said, "Kid, thanks Grandpa Lu." At this time, Qin Xinghua gazed at Gao Yang and said with interest, "The mixing of sand into the grain in His Majesty's mouth in the courtroom today, was that your idea behind it?" Gao Yang sniffed and directly nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Exactly, kid. There's no way to hide that, and there's no way to hide it." After all, it was true that this ploy did not seem like something the Empress had come up with. On the contrary, Qin Xinghua earlier court hall for him to say, the presence of all their own people, and then go to cover up. It is more or less some stupid hiss. Seeing that Gao Yang nodded, the three of them hissed in unison. "Not bad. The fact that the old Duke of State has a successor is deeply gratifying to my old husband." Zhao Banu twisted his beard and said with some satisfaction. Feeling the envious gazes of the three of them, Gao Tianlong's eyes were also filled with a sense of relief, and even a rare touch of smile was added to his face. Even Gao Feng, who had always looked at Gao Yang with some displeasure, had a much softer face. At that moment, a maid came up with a tea box. "Master, the tea box is fetched." The maid spoke to Peak. Gao Feng's gaze fell on Gao Yang, associating Gao Yang's performance in recent times. His heart felt more or less guilty. Even if he came back from Linjiang City not hundreds of miles away, he still didn't forget to give him his old father filial piety. Although he didn't say it with his mouth, he was more or less touched in his heart. "Open it. Fill it up for all the old generals. Such good tea should be shared." Cao Feng spoke directly without even looking. "Yes." The maid put down the tea box and brought the teacups. Gao Yang froze, but realized in a flash. Tea box? Full on? Gao Yang subconsciously got up and tried to stop it, but everything was too late, because the maid had already opened the tea box, revealing the white silver inside. The maid was instantly confused. It was the first time in all the years she had been making tea that she had seen this in a tea box. "Master, this teacup won't fit." Summit's brows furrowed and he just wanted to reprimand, but as soon as he turned around, he also froze, then looked at Gao Yang incredulously. "That's what's in your tea box?" Gao Tianlong also froze. Qin Xinghua, Lu Xun, and Zhao Baianu's gazes froze as they too froze after they touched the white silver in that tea box. It really didn't treat them as outsiders. For a moment, the air was filled with embarrassment. "Sinner, is this the tea Lord Du sent you?" Gao Feng said with a face full of anger. Gao Yang touched the cold token at his waist, then coughed dryly and said, "My lord father, my child had warned you that this could not be blamed on my child." Gao Feng's face stifled iron green. No wonder the sinful son let him taste alone. Dare to know already. But nay, with the presence of his honored guests, he couldn't afford to have a fit, and his face turned green as he held it in. Gao Tianlong's face was also a bit embarrassed. He waved his hand. "Wrong box. Not this box. Quickly go fetch the fine spring tea from the old man's collection." The maid rushed down with the tea box in her arms. Zhao Baiana took a sip of tea and said to Gao Tianlong in a serious manner, "Old Duke of State, the old man is getting old. His eyes and ears are not working well, not only blind, but also deaf. It's really that the years are not forgiving." Qin Xinghua and Lu Xun also said in unison. "Old me didn't see anything either." Gao Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He arched his hand and said to Qin Xinghua and the others. The sinful son was confused for a moment. "I'll bring him down first to teach him properly." Saying that, Pete gave Gao Yang a look that spoke for itself. "If this goes down, it'll be a meal of fried bamboo shoots high and low." Gao Yang touched his nose and said, "Lord Father, today, I'm afraid this teaching must be dispensed with." Saying that, Gao Yang pulled out a token from his waist with an innocent look on his face. Gao Gao's face changed abruptly after his gaze touched the token in Gao Yang's hand. "His Majesty's Imperial Order of Metaphysical Iron? Where did you get it?" Children and do magistrate is a normal exchange. This His Majesty also knows. Yesterday with His Majesty to offer plans, fortunately appreciated by His Majesty, gave this Qian Iron Order. His Majesty specially instructed the father of the Lord. Children are the Qian dynasty humorous of the minister. Cannot be beaten. At these words, Summit's face turned green. As the saying goes, it's raining and hitting the kids is idle. But that, too, has since been snuffed out? The sinful son's sense of defense, anticipating the enemy, is so horrible? After Qin Xinghua heard these words, he also couldn't help but laugh. I've long heard that your family's kid is a poisonous warrior, with a focus on scheming for himself, and today, at first glance, his name really lives up to its reputation. Gao Tianlong swept Gao Yang and also didn't expect Gao Yang to get a token for defense. This brat, indeed, is cautious. He cleared his throat and went straight to the point. Alright, let's cut the small talk short. Today the old man called you all here to discuss the art of war. Although his majesty is a woman, but the will to open up, but far more than the late emperor. You and I, this old bones, this life may still have a use for it, marching and arranging formations, about the lives of my generals and soldiers of the great Qin dynasty. Don't slacken off. The moment Gao Tianlong's voice came out, several people all looked serious. For the general, a single thought will cause irreparable consequences, behind which will be the lives of countless generals. So even though there was no war in Deqian right now, several people would meet at intervals to discuss the art of war. It can't be helped. Excellent generals can't be cultivated by staying in Chang'an. They can only grow up by experiencing the bloodshed of the battlefield. This is the reason why generals are rare, but generals are a ton of dogs. Therefore, this group of veterans was still thinking of burning the last bit of their life's blood in case of emergency. Gao Tianlong said, Dechu is neighboring my Deqian. I heard that the Chu emperor has carried out a series of reforms in the past few years, and his ambition is not small. Today, we will discuss, if I, Deqian, march into Dechu, how should I overcome the city at the smallest cost, and conquer Great Chu? Several people nodded in unison. In recent years, some of Chu's actions had also made them feel threatened. Qin Xinghua said in a deep voice, Great Chu is vast and sparsely populated, and its walls are strong, so if you want to attack the city, the cost will definitely not be small. Since ancient times, attacking a city has been the hardest of the hardcore, so what else is there to do but gnaw hard? When Lu Xun heard this, he said with a displeased face, You old piker, this is simply nonsense to say. The siege has been suffering huge deaths and injuries. Who doesn't know this? And you are asked to fart with your pants down here? What we are discussing now is how to minimize the casualties of the generals. Why are you talking nonsense? After Qin Xinghua was sprayed, he was also annoyed. Old piker of the LV family. So tell me, what can you do? Let the old man grow. When Lu Xun heard this, his eyes glazed over and he couldn't say anything either. Veteran generals are hot-tempered and quarrelsome, especially when it comes to military formations. Gao Tianlong was noisy brain melon raw pain. Old man in the house have horse lance. You want to go out to share a victory or defeat, or share a life and death, and then come in to talk properly? Seeing that Gao Tianlong opened his mouth, the two of them stopped for the time being. Zhao Bano said in a deep voice, I feel that I can only improve my Dakian's engineering equipment, such as stone-throwing vehicles into the city, a few more rounds, and dig some tunnels to kill a surprise. After hearing this, Lu Xun shook his head and said, Not only is this stone-throwing vehicle difficult to carry, and its accuracy is extremely poor, the walls of Dechu are tall and the earth bricks are compacted, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to be effective. Besides, this tunnel, digging far away, extremely time-consuming, digging closer, Chu generals are not fools, even if it really succeeds, in case the exit is caught, it's really a delivery. Zhao Broken News brows furrowed, then we can only attack by force? Qin Xinghua said, but the strong attack through history, death and injury is huge. If today's discussion can only be strong attack, then we sit here. What is the point? For a moment, the large lobby was instantly silent. It can't be helped. Since ancient times, sieges have suffered huge casualties, yet they can't bypass the city and march to the rear. Otherwise the supply lines would be cut off, which is a very dangerous thing to do. So both armies often engage in a tug-of-war around a city until one side can't carry it. Lu Xun was distracted for a moment. He had attacked the cities of Chu in his early years, but the casualties were so heavy that he could only watch as one of his robes fell in front of him. His heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do about it. The ratio of battle losses between the attacking sides was as high as 5 to 1, if not higher. Just as he was in a pang of pain, he glanced at his afterglow, but realized that Gao Yang was standing on the other side, his hand still quietly groping for lychee in his mouth. His eyes glared at that moment and he said angrily, Brat, we are discussing the art of war. What are you doing, you kid? With a loud shout, the gazes of all the people present all looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang also froze. What? Eating some lychee from Lingnan is a violation of heaven's law? Zhao Broken Nu ferociously said. Your kid has always been tricky, and eat up lychee in public. Enough to see the inevitable chest belly, which if you can't say a reason, then touch with the old man. Gao Yang spat out the lychee kernel, only feeling too wronged. Is this taking it out on him? He looked at Gao Tianlong and said, "Grandfather, you have to judge for your grandson here." Gao Tianlong's heart stirred and suddenly got up. He spoke, "Yang just say something, and if you say something bad, then meet with old Lu's granddaughter tomorrow and get married another day. I am a descendant of the Duke of Ding's house, but I don't know the art of war." To say that is simply a joke. While the old man's body is still quite strong, seize the time to practice the trumpet. Gao Yang sniffed and was dumbfounded for a moment. Lu Jin, on the other hand, suddenly laughed. "Your kid is considered lucky, the granddaughter of the old man. As long as you see it once, you're guaranteed to forget about the Song family's daughter." Gao Yang looked at Lu Jin's big face and couldn't really be complimented. He hurriedly looked at Gao Tianlong. "Grandfather, this can't be allowed. Without feelings how can this be happy?" Gao Tianlong, still in his old spirit, said, "How many lovers in the world have ended up in love? I just want to hold another grandchild." Gao Yang sort of saw it. This grandfather of his is pushing him a bit. This is setting him up, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, in case he went along with the trend and made a mistake, his life would be over. He took a deep breath and said to the several people, "Actually, Sun also knows a little bit about the art of war." Gao Tianlong's hand that was sipping tea gave a start, and a flash of light surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. "Oh, tell me," Gao Tianlong said indifferently. A few other veteran generals were also old foxes and smiled deviously in unison. When Gao Tianlong's first sentence came out, they comprehended it and proceeded to do nothing more than match Gao Tianlong's performance. A few people blew on their cups of piping hot tea and took a sip with a bemused look on their faces. As the saying goes, the upper armies are for strategy, the lower armies are for communication, the lower armies are for war, and the lower armies are for attacking the city, and the attack on the city is for the last resort. Gao Yang's words came out. Pust. The tea that Lu Jin had just sipped into his mouth instantly sprayed out, splashing Qin Jinghua all over. His eyes were round, looking at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered, "The upper armies attack the strategy, the lower armies attack the city, and the lower armies attack the city as a last resort." On the other side, Qin Jinghua was sprayed in the face. However, he acted as if he couldn't feel it and was also shocked by Gao Yang's words. The little dude from the Dingwa Gongfu really knows the art of war? Even Gao Tianlong, who had expectations of Gao Yang, was shocked. The short speech is a great success of the art of war. Lu Jin was the first one who couldn't help but say, "Good boy." Old man really looked away. "You really know the art of war. Tell me, how can we attack the city to reduce the casualties of the generals, and can take down Dechu quickly?" Inside the lobby, several eyes glittering with refined light gathered on Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said, "First of all, when the two armies face each other, our side can camouflage our strength and send out a few people to call out curses underneath the city. Curse whatever is hard to hear, from the guards his old lady, his wife, to cursing his ancestors, cursing the Chu emperor's ancestors, to lure him out of the city in pursuit. Then at the critical time, an army comes out from the flanks, crushes it, and takes advantage of the situation to kill the city." A few people froze. There is some truth in this method. If the guard is a cranky man, he will fall for it once he can't live with it. Zhao Bano spoke. Insult attacks, on the contrary, have a certain feasibility, but within 100 years, this move has been used by too many generals, and those who can make it work are too few these days, but any guardian of a city is never mediocre. Lu Jin said with some disappointment, "Kid, the feeling you give to the old man is like that shit pot with a gold rim. If you don't say this line that the upper army is a war against strategy, the second is a war against communication, the second is a war against soldiers, and the second is an attack on the city, and the method of attacking the city, as a last resort, the old man will look at you 3 times more favorably." But with these words, I'm a little disappointed. Although Qin Jinghua was silent, his thoughts were the same as Lu Jin. Gao Yang didn't panic and peeled a lychee into his mouth as he continued, "Old generals, don't be in a hurry. This method is only effective for generals, and it really isn't considered a superior method. But the boy has another plan." When the crowd heard this, their gazes went back to Gao Yang. "Uncle Fu, fetch a bit of rice for this gongzi," Gao Yang shouted. Fu Bo didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went down. Soon, Uncle Fu fetched a pot of rice. "Kid, what are you doing?" Lu Jin said curiously. Gao Yang took out a handful of rice grains and placed them in the center of the table and said, "Assuming that this table is the land of Dechu, and that this pile of rice grains is the city that I, De Qian, am going to attack, then in its surroundings, there must be many villages, and small towns, and I'll use even fewer grains of rice to represent the small towns and villages." In an instant, a clear map of the march appeared before the eyes of all. They light up before their eyes. That's a good idea that the grains of rice represent the city. Gao Tianlong even concluded that this grandson of his really knew the art of war. This brat can really hide. Lu Xun also couldn't sit still. He was originally short-tempered, and immediately urged, "Brat, quickly stop selling secrets. What do you want to do?" Gao Yang spat out the lychee kernel and traced a marching route along the table with his finger. Only instead of heading towards the city he was going to attack, he was heading straight for these villages and small towns. Gao Yang's confident voice rang out, "If it were me, attacking the city would be a last resort. And I would go along these villages and small towns first. These villages and small towns can't take many casualties at all in a fight." Lu Xun looked puzzled. But what's the point of taking these villages and small towns? These villagers have no hands. What's the point of killing them? Gao Yang shook his head. Who said that the reason for taking down these villages and small towns was to kill them? I am going to chase the people of Chu in a direction which is the great city I am going to attack, and that these people will subconsciously flee toward the great city as they flee for their lives. Then for the guards, they will be faced with the choice of whether or not to let these people into the city. It's not like we have a huge army pressing in, and most of the defenders will be merciful. But once we open the city, this is a disaster, because the city's granaries are fixed. Then as many people come in as there are mouths in the city, and as soon as the supplies to the city are cut off, the situation in the city will be dire. This statement was made. Lu Xun's face changed wildly, and he only felt a pang of enlightenment. One of his eyes twinkled. This method, absolutely, increase the pressure of defending the city with these people of Chu and consume the food in the city. And isn't food the most important thing for defending the city? But then he subconsciously said, but what if the guards don't release food to the people of the city? Gao Yang smiled and said, release the grain, then the grain will decrease rapidly, but if not given, then riots will break out. The people will definitely burn, kill and loot when they can't stand the hunger. If they strongly suppress and wield their swords at their compatriots, the city will be terrified. If they don't suppress, the people will be even more terrified under the riots. And that's the opportunity for our army. It's best to break through a few small towns that are violently resisting before that, slaughtering them and spreading the murderous name first. Then when the towns are in chaos, put out the word that those who surrender won't be slaughtered, and those who are recalcitrant, the town will be slaughtered. This fear will spread throughout the city. Under the panic of the people, this city will be broken. Hiss. Accompanied by the fall of Gao Yang's confident voice, several of Lu Xun's veteran generals all changed their faces. Even Gao Tianlong was no exception. This plan is too poisonous, but it's a real heartbreaker. Once the guards moved to kindness, this was a disaster, because what Gao Yang said is bound to happen. But isn't slaughtering the city too cruel? Xin Jinghua said with some intolerance. This son, he is too ruthless. That's a massacre. This is not only the living Yama of the traitors, the living Yama of the locusts, the living Yama of the corrupt officials, but now there is also a hidden trend of the living Yama on the battlefield. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze cold. Grandpa Qin, kindness to the enemy on the battlefield is cruelty to our army. If you want to take the city quickly, or even a country, what is there to fear without a fierce reputation? For a while, Qin Jinghua was silent. But what if the defender doesn't fall for it, and accordingly doesn't open the city? Lu Xun continued to ask, a pair of eyes staring straight at Gao Yang. It was as if they had found a loophole in this scheme. Gao Yang smiled blandly and said, that defender of the city is a famous general and is somewhat difficult to deal with. But the kid also has a way. Our army does not kill but expel the people of Chu. But the Chu army guards are turning their people away from the city. The people of Chu must be chilled. We can completely sow discord in it, and then promise a big cake. The person who first boarded the capture of the flag, the official will be promoted to the 3rd level, and enter my nationality of the great Qian dynasty, to enjoy the glory of the rich and the famous. This is bound to move someone, so that the people of Dechu can be the vanguard of our army, towards the city to kill the generals of Dechu. After all, Dechu abandoned them. They fight, there is still a ray of life. Not fight, it does not matter. Our army in the rear, completely can be used as cannon fodder. Consume the city's arrows and falling wood. Reduce the casualties of our army. Buzz. Accompanied by these words of Gao Yang, the entire lobby within the Duke Ding's mansion instantly fell into an extreme silence. A few people's minds buzzed as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. 5 pairs of eyes looked at Gao Yang in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if the picture depicted by Gao Yang appeared in their minds. Step by step. No holes. Lu Xun's pair of cloudy eyes stared straight at Gao Yang. This slightly youthful cheek was like a devil in his eyes. Who the hell came up with this? That's too hard. First, they drove the people of the villages that were to be attacked near the city, and drove them toward the city. If the guards had mercy and put this group of people into the city, it would greatly deplete the food in the city. As time passes, Whether it's suppressed or not, the city will be in a state of panic. If the guards penetrate the viciousness of this plan and turn the people away, then the people will be disappointed and chilled. Then we will go along with the trend to sow discord and make heavy promises, so that they will charge for Dakian and kill their own compatriots. What horrified Lu Xun the most was, even if he failed to arouse the anger of this group of people, Gao Yang still had a way to use this group of people as a meat shield to absorb the arrows and fallen trees in the city, which could also reduce the loss of the great Qian generals. In other words, once Gao Yang's law is out, no matter what choices the defending generals make, it will only be beneficial to their Diqian and no harm will come of it. But it's just too hard. Even Gao Yang also lightly said that in order to quickly overthrow the cities in the territory of Dichu, it is necessary to first slaughter a few cities that are violently resisting, so that the ferocious prestige will be spread to the entire Dichu. Then when the siege is made and this plan is coupled with it, the fear in the city will spread to everyone's heart over time. If you open the city and surrender, you live. If you resist, you are slaughtered. The hope for survival in the face of endless fear would cause chaos in the city. This is a huge benefit to them all. Even though Lu Xun was accustomed to seeing corpses in the battlefield, at this moment, he still couldn't help but feel a downright chill in his heart. To be able to say the word massacre so lightly, this kid is really like a rock. Lu Xun was thinking like this, and Qin Jinghua and Zhao Banu's hearts were even more set off by a torrential wave. Would have liked to see the kid's potential, was even prepared to see him pull a big one, get frustrated, and then beat the crap out of him. As a result, they never expected that Gao Yang would really hold it for them. This plan directly silenced them. But I have to say, this plan is very poisonous, can really reduce the casualties of the Qian generals. Zhao Broken Nu squirmed his lips and said with a somewhat dry throat, "Kid, although this plan is somewhat poisonous, it can indeed reduce the casualties of my Diqian generals. But I don't understand what you mean by that big cake." A few people gazed at Gao Yang. The word was indeed somewhat new to them. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhao, this so-called big cake, also known as drawing a big cake, its essence is to make heavy promises and look into the future, so that people will fight for this goal and then run away at the end. For example, the promise of the people of Chu, kill a Chu general, reward 3 taels of silver, kill the Chu guards, reward 1,000 taels of gold, sealing the general. The people of Chu see this big cake, will certainly fight for their lives, but after the completion of the matter, the actual realization of the whole depends on the mood. The thing about a big pie is that if it's big enough to make people fight for it, it doesn't have to be realized. What's more, after this battle, their people are in Diqian. Even if they are really finished, they will have to bow down and give a little, and he will tolerate it." Gao Yang said lightly. This old routine of the black-hearted capitalists of the latter days, he can be too familiar with it. Monthly salary of 3,000. He can give you blow as long as you do a good job. The future monthly salary of 300,000 is not a problem. And even travel abroad. A variety of benefits are also available. But if they don't honor you, who dares to go to the leadership and say, "Motherfucker, where's my fucking trip abroad?" So most of the young people in the latter days will choose to lie flat. But the capitalists will often be better. Often after a day of work money did not earn, but not in vain, at least tired. But it's all about discourse, and whoever holds the discourse makes the rules. That's not to mention the people of Chu who are being used as cannon fodder. They have no choice at all. But this philosophy of the latter-day black-hearted capitalists was a great shock when it fell on the ears of Lu Xun. A few veteran generals who were well-versed in military books. They had thought that these people of Chu could still spell out a way to live, but they did not expect that even this way to live is also true and false. They want to retort, but they can't find a point to do so. As Goyang said, what makes a big pie must be big. Realize it or not, but listen to it without the motivation to hustle. And that's definitely not okay. After all, if these people of Chu put a little more effort into attacking the city, then the generals of Diqian would die a little less. The words eventually circled back. Treating the people of Chu with mercy is cruelty to the generals of Dakian. It's not hard to think of this position. It was only the goodwill in their hearts that made it a little hard for them to accept the slaughter of the city and the people as cannon fodder. Several people looked at Gao Yang and fell silent in unison. Seeing the crowd's gazes all converging on himself, Gao Yang touched his face in amusement. Is there something dirty on this kid's face? Or is this plan of the kid's too poisonous? Scaring a few grandfathers? Gao Yang deliberately joked. He said in his heart, that silence? There's a tougher one yet. When Lu Xun sniffed, his old face was a bit strained. He took the lead and laughed out loud, and said in a full-bodied voice, "Joke, the old man has been in the battlefield since he was 13 years old, and has fought for dozens of years, and has seen more dead people than you, the kid, have eaten. And this plan, though poisonous, is not even close to being able to frighten your grandpa Lu, by 100,000 miles. Olmi just had a bit of a dry throat and wanted a sip of hot tea. Lu Xun picked up his teacup and hurriedly took a sip of tea. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Banu were also full of disdain, letting out rude laughter. Brat! Simply arrogant. You call this poisonous plan a poisonous plan? We have been fighting for dozens of years. What kind of genocidal poisonous plan have we not seen before? You are an egg. Tea. The two of them picked up their teacups and drank the hot tea in one go. Seeing this, Gao Yang said evenly, rather, the kid is arrogant. These old generals, they're quite facetious. Gao Tianlong was also a little hard of hearing. He coughed dryly twice. Cough cough. Yanger, there is no need to be so ruthless. Painting a big cake is not a person to do. Both is a promise, since it should be realized, or else spread out. How to lead the troops to war in the future. Gao Tianlong implicitly glanced at Gao Yang, who instantly understood in seconds. There are some things that you just do when you're bored. You don't have to be so honest. Gao Yang bent down and bowed, humbly saying, grandfather is right. Grandson has been taught. Lu Xun looked at Gao Yang's face with a smirk and lost some face. A bunch of them, veteran generals of the Great Qian dynasty, were intimidated by a kid, and if this spreads out, how can they still mix in Chang'an? He pretended to be calm and said, you kid, you have some talent for marching and fighting. Lao Fu will test you again. If you answer this question, then you and your own's matter will be put to rest. Otherwise, you will go to Lao Fu's residence tomorrow. How? Lu Xun's neutral voice came out, a touch of confidence on his face. Obviously, this question is in his full confidence. As for this speech, he was just saying it to scare Gao Yang, and in the final analysis, it was still for the sake of face. One can't afford to lose this face when one is old. Qin Jinghua, Zhao Baiano sipped their tea and didn't say a word, although Lu Xun hadn't yet opened his mouth, but with half a lifetime of friendship, they already knew what the question was. However, they also wanted to frustrate Gao Yang. This kid actually dared to poke fun at whether or not they had been scared. Really inverted the Big Dipper. Gao Tianlong sniffed and didn't say anything. During this period of time, Gao Yang's popularity is flourishing. As the saying goes, too rigid is easy to break. So in his eyes, appropriate suppression is not a bad thing. Seeing that Gao Yang didn't open his mouth, Lu Xun couldn't help but laugh. Kid, what? Are you afraid? Gao Yang raised his eyes. He was naturally not afraid. Both liked to do the game. That the art of war 36 plans must be studied thoroughly. Lu Xun's question, although he knows not simple, but also not afraid. It was just that he heard Lu Xun's words and associated them with something that was nagging him. His granddaughter is named Arigato? That's a good name. He instantly thought of the idiom, the sea contains all rivers, and there is tolerance. Why are you this kid being so abrasive? To be afraid is to be afraid. Not to be afraid is to be afraid. Your grandpa Lu can still laugh at you? Lu Xun's eyes glared, looking at Gao Yang with a face full of dissatisfaction. Gao Yang looked at Lu Xun's face that was really uncomplimentary and fierce. While he felt that some days it was all the same with the lights off and that size was king, the face couldn't be too telling. The probability of a beautiful and unattractive daughter born to Lu Xun. Gao Yang felt the need to make certain risk considerations. Grandpa Lu, go ahead and say it. The kid will try his best to answer. Gao Yang finally opened his mouth. Lu Xun was unaware of Gao Yang's thoughts. Otherwise he would have had to destroy Gao Yang just for this phrase. The sea is full of water, and there is tolerance. Ha ha ha, good boy. Enough guts. Better than your old man. Lu Xun said with a big smile. Gao Feng was embarrassed. This is good. How to attack on him. And don't say that the old man is bullying you as a junior. This problem of the old man is also a problem that will surely be encountered on the march. So listen well. Or take the siege as an example. If the siege is not attacked this period of time, the army suddenly smallpox. This should be how. Lu Xun stroked his beard as he gazed at Gao Yang. He pointed to the teacup, and the maid instantly filled it. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Banu had strange faces. In the bottom of their hearts, they said, this guy is not too shameless, and who can do anything about an infectious disease like smallpox? Not to mention Gao Yang, even if they saw it, their faces would have to change greatly. Deeply tricky. Gao Yang froze and blushed strangely. Smallpox? Once Lu Xun took a look at Gao Yang's expression, he also felt that he was bullying people a bit too much. He added, it doesn't matter if you can't answer. Just tell me, if the old man leads the army to besiege the city according to the method you said, kid, how should you crack it if you are the general defending the city? Gao Yang shook his head and turned to say, Grandpa Lu, this question of smallpox isn't difficult. It's just that the method is a bit sinister. Are you sure you want to hear it? Several people's faces were shocked when these words came out. It's not hard to have smallpox in the army. So crazy? Especially Lu Xun. His eyes were fixed on Gao Yang, and he already had a bad premonition in his heart. But he didn't understand what the insidious method was. given that it was smallpox. Boy, you and tell me. Let's see what kind of bad water you're holding in your stomach, Lu Xun said with a burst of disbelief. Even the king of hell has a time to rest and take a nap. Can the bad water in Gao Yang's stomach be endless? Grandpa Lu, your words make the kid a little sad. The kid has always been pure and harmless. What he said are all good ways to serve the country. And where is half a bit of bad water in his stomach? But if the siege coincides with an outbreak of smallpox in the army, this is not difficult. The first and foremost thing is to do a good job of isolation. After all, it's a siege. There's always large-scale engineering equipment, like stone throwers, right? Gao Yang looked towards Lu Xun and spoke out. Lu Xun subconsciously nodded and said, since we are attacking the city, the army has its own stone throwers. But what does that have to do with an outbreak of smallpox in the army? Gao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup gave a violent start, and a bad premonition surfaced in the bottom of his heart, as if this kid was going to mouth shocking words in the next second. Gao Yang looked at Lu Xun and said, Grandpa Lu, this is not a good idea. This is a big relationship. The stone thrower doesn't have to throw stones. It can also throw smallpox corpses into the city. This danger can be solved. When Gao Yang's words came out, the lobby instantly exploded. What the hell? Throwing corpses with smallpox into the enemy city? Lu Xun looked incredulous. His whole body went numb. A pair of cloudy old eyes widened and stared at Gao Yang in death. A rock thrower can still be played like this? Qin Jinghua and Zhao Banu also stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. It's more than a little shady. It's simply a poisonous plan of genocide. This body with smallpox was thrown into the city, and once smallpox broke out, the city was absolutely destroyed, because it's hard for them to try to control it. While downplaying such underhanded schemes, he said that he was pure and harmless. Is this conscience sure it doesn't hurt? Gao Tianlong's heart also jumped in his mouth. Even though he had seen too many poisonous plans, he had to say, he's a bit of a poison. This grandson, Gao Yang did not care about the gaze of a few people. He continued to cheerfully said, can also ensure that in case, the organization of the army daredevil team, with a heavy profit, so that they put on smallpox corpses on the clothes, kill the city guards defenseless, clean up the corpse, will certainly be hit. At that time, even if someone has symptoms, they do not dare to report. Smallpox will certainly ravage the city. Our army can take the opportunity to attack the city, only to kill the enemy 1,000, and lose 800. The plague is a little less contagious, but it makes do, and daredevils can try it if they get the plague. But treating our own people, especially the daredevils, the kid thinks that this reward has to be implemented. Otherwise it's too inhumane. As the words fell, several people's eyelids trembled. Organize death squads in the army, put on the clothes of smallpox corpses and kill the city. The defenders in the city do not know the situation, and when they clean up the corpses, they will surely be hit. Raiding the chutes. This plague in smallpox is a direct poison into a weapon, and it can still be credited. Qin Jinghua's face was complex, and he said in the middle of the day, it's really rare, and there are still times when your kid feels it's too inhumane. Gao Yang smiled in embarrassment. Grandpa Qin, what are you talking about? The kid is just being ruthless to outsiders. Lu Xun's face went white and he stumbled back a few steps. He almost sat on his ass. Grandpa Lu, look at you. Why can't you stand still? The kid is several meters away from you. This can't be blamed on me. Gao Yang killed. Zhao Banu took a deep breath. Then if you were the city's defender, how would you defend the city in the face of a large number of people being driven into the city? Gao Yang's face changed. Defending a city has been a big problem since the beginning of time, and food is a big problem. Grandpa Zhao, there's almost no other way out of this except to close the city and die. A few people sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. They just said that even the king of hell has a time to rest, and how can Gao Yang be full of bad things? Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief and looked relieved. Ha ha, brat, you also have times when you are at your wit's end? There's no food in the city, so I'll see what you can do about it. Gao Yang laughed. Defending the city is not without a solution. How can a city full of old and young people be tens of thousands of people? Lu Xun was dissatisfied. You brat, I asked you about provisions. What did you say about the number of old and young people in the city? The boy said a city full of young and old, tens of thousands of people. Snap. With Gao Yang's repetitive voice, the cup in Qin Jinghua's hand fell to the ground, his eyes glaring round. Lu Xun also realized what Gao Yang meant, and both of his eyes glazed over as his gaze was also permeated with horror. Gao Tianlong can't stand it a bit either. If Gao Yang's poisonous plan is used, the city is really a bit hard to fight. There are no months, years, highs and lows to fight. We can't talk about this art of war. If this continued, even he would have to question his life, not to mention the Lu Xun trio. Uncle Fu, Allocate another 500 taels of silver to Yanger. Go to the gambling house or go to the Rouge Pavilion to look for the flower leader. Stay away from a few of Lao Fu's people first. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. It was a surprise. That's another 500 taels of silver? Grandchildren, thank you, grandfather. In fact, grandchildren on the art of war. There are still quite a lot of insights, said Gao Yang while saluting. The corner of Gao Tianlong's mouth twitched and waved his hand. There's no need. Go down. Bring Changwen with you. Nothing to smoke more. If Gao Yang is a pitch black paper, Cao Changwen is a white paper, and he hopes that the two can neutralize each other. Yes. Gao Yang turned down beautifully. Once he was out of the lobby, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He went straight to the outside of the mansion. Rouge Pavilion. Hooked on a song. If we don't get something tough, we'll never know when we'll be able to make a run for it. After Gao Yang left, a long silence first fell in the lobby. After holding back for half a day, Lu Xun took the lead in breaking the silence. The old Duke of State has lived a bright life and acted honorably. I'm only afraid that I won't be able to protect myself in my old age. But I have to say, the Dinghui Gongfu has this unicorn son. Must be won the prosperity for 100 years. The implication is that the Gao family has Gao Yang. The position is certainly stable. Is the reputation of the thief poor? The remaining two, in unison, nodded approvingly. With dozens of years of military service, they had seen too many people. The amazingly talented, the murderous, the cold and heartless. They had seen too much. But it's the first time in living Hades. One plan is more poisonous than another. Qin Xinghua opened his mouth and said, I have something I want to say. If there is any offense, please don't be offended. Gao Tianlong nodded. You and I are friends. There is no harm in saying anything. This son, I'm afraid it won't be long in His Majesty's mind, is used lack of virtue. No need to pity. Let go of fear. Lu Xun nodded. With a complicated face, I will petition His Majesty later, to strictly prohibit Gao Yang from traveling to the 6 countries under the sky, to avoid accidents. This costs not much silver to keep, and once we arrive in another country, then we will have to suffer from the old sin. Zhao Baiana took a deep breath and said, many years ago, the old man, due to the execution of military orders, was afraid of exposing his whereabouts, so he ordered the massacre of a village, and to this day, it is still difficult to sleep at night, and I am deeply disturbed. But today, after hearing the words of the grandson of the old Duke of China, my heart was enlightened, and I thought that I could have a good night's sleep tonight. Gao Tianlong, Qin Xinghua added, we hold military power in our hands, and I will have to report today's matter to His Majesty. If the story spreads, I'm afraid it's not good for the old Duke's reputation, so do you want to cover it up? Gao Tianlong's gaze looked toward Lu Xun's several people. His eyes flickered. Most of the old man's body is in the ground. Fame and fortune is nothing but a passing cloud to the old man. What's there to worry about? Just write it down word for word in the playbook. Although Yanger is poisonous, but in the end, it is poisonous to the enemy country, to the poisonous tumor of Dakian. Nowadays, this Dakian, a little bit poisonous, is not a bad thing. Hearing this, several people put away their jokes and their faces turned serious. The problems faced by the great Qian are clear to them. Qin Xinghua said icily, Prince Rong made a scene this morning. 13 royal historians followed, and nearly 1/3 of the officials seconded, and although it was diffused by His Majesty, it is evident that Prince Rong's status is evident. If the dynasty is unstable, how can Dakian be rich and strong? Lu Xun and Zhao Baiana sniffed with heavy expressions. The courtroom is more of a civil officials' encounter, and they, as military generals, really have the heart to do nothing. Zhao Baiana was even more gloomy. Gao Tianlong said, I see that this Prince Rong most likely want to set down on the Duke of Ding to establish authority. The old Duke of State more careful. Gao Tianlong's eyes flashed with a touch of icy coldness. Then he smiled at the few people in disbelief. A few days ago, I was indeed a bit worried. But now, I'm not worried in the slightest. The winner of this dynastic battle is not yet divisible. After these words, Lu Xun somewhat gloated. Also, the Duke of Ding encountered this living king of hell, when it was Prince Rong who was ruined. The old man will wait to see what the fuss is about. At today's sight, Lu Xun had full confidence in Gao Yang. In the meantime, Prince Rong's mansion. Inside the lobby, there are antique vases everywhere, showing all the prosperity. Just the face of a middle-aged man with a stalwart face and wearing a python robe was filled with anger. Bang! Prince Rong Wulong slapped the table heavily. It was a slap, a raw hand slap, but he acted as if he didn't feel it, with a monstrous rage on his face. It's a big shame today. Pretend to be sick in the house dozens of days. The first time on the court. Originally held back a big. Did not expect to pull a pile of big. He wanted to give the empress a head start and take the lead. As it turned out, it was never expected that it was all a trap for the empress. She purposely started by saying that she mixed sand into the grain, just waiting for herself to jump in an object, followed by a wild punch to the face. This wave is literally stepping on his head to make a statement. Good means. Rather, it is this king who has underestimated his majesty, and today I counted a big loss, and my prestige is gone. Prince Rome gritted his teeth, his face cold. On the side, a middle-aged scholar wearing a green shirt spoke up. Although the empress is very eloquent, this kind of poisonous plan cannot be the empress' idea. It must be the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, a member of the household department. Who came up with it? This son is not simple. Prince Rome's gaze was icy cold. This kid's hiding quite deeply. It's the old man who underestimated him. With that, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged scholar. Do you have a plan that can help this king destroy that old thing Gao Tianlong? The middle-aged scholar smiled blandly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have my own brilliant plan. But we still need to wait for a few more days. These few days, the prince needs to instruct his son. Try not to go out of the house. Even if you really want to go out of the house, you need to bring more manpower. The grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, is not the same. If you leave the house at this time, I'm afraid that Gao Yang will lay his hands on Shitzi. Prince Rome's brows wrinkled and his voice suddenly rose 3 degrees. This Gao Yang dares to lay hands on the royal relatives? The middle-aged scholar nodded his head, his gaze grave. The Duke of Ding's house has deep roots, especially since the Duke of Ding is still alive, and the whole of Chang'an knows that His Majesty's seeking wisdom edict is that the Shitzi pitched Gao Yang a line, and this retaliation is unavoidable. It's better to be cautious. At that moment, Wu Song walked in. He quickly stepped in front of Prince Rome. Father, my son heard that His Majesty reprimanded you in the morning court? Wu Lom nodded. My father was careless, but it was only a momentary loss. No harm done. You shouldn't go out of the mansion in the last few days, so as not to be targeted by the brats from the Dinghua Gongfu. As soon as Wu Cheng heard this, he let out a cold snort. Half of Duke Dinghua's body is in the ground. Have they eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall and dare to make a move against this Shitzi? What's more, when my son travels, he does so all during the day and stays inside the Rouge Pavilion at night, never traveling at night. Upon hearing this, Wu Long nodded, relieved. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar also nodded. According to this point of view, it is indeed very cautious. That Gao Yang dared to lay hands on de Chen Shizhi in public? The few veteran generals in the lobby were still chatting. Gao Yang went directly towards the gate. Zhao De with more than a dozen ministries had long been waiting at the gate. Grand Duke. Zhao De arched his hand and saluted. When Gao Yang saw the scene, he couldn't help but be curious. Why are you here? The old Duke of State has specially ordered that these days we will be exclusively responsible for protecting the safety of the Grand Duke, and will be at your disposal. Gao Yang took a look at Zhao De and the several ministries behind him, tall and stern-faced, with a faint murderous aura all around them. Apparently, all of these men are good military men. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. I think, these people are Gao Tianlong specially allocated to him to deal with Prince Rong's residents. This is thoughtful. Where's Qin Shang? Gao Yang asked to Zhao De. Qin Shang stayed out all night last night, and when he returned in the morning, he went straight to the Grand Duke's room. But the Grand Duke was asleep, so he went out again. Gao Yang nodded. He was still quite attached to Qin Shang. Ability aside, the name was worth his attention. In the event that one day, the Empress did not become a human being, or wanted to drive out all the people, having Qin Shang by her side would ultimately be a bit more secure. If you can gather Wu Guang and Huang Chao again, then it is not so bad that you can only follow the Empress to peep at the legs. Even if it is directly on the hand, it is not too bad. But this idea, Gao Yang was just thinking about it in his head. This is too difficult to operate. Brother, grandfather asked me to study and learn from you, and these 10 days have been suffocating me. Gao Yang looked towards the sound of the voice, only to see Gao Changwen wearing a long robe and trotting towards him. That face was filled with the excitement of the aftermath. 10 days, 10 full days, ever since Gao Yang left for Lingjiang City, he was grounded and not allowed to leave his room for half a step, except for when Gao Yang returned to his house and he went out to greet him, which was when he stepped out of the door and took a look at the scenery outside. The rest of the time, it's pretty much just lying around the room. That's just cruel to a dude. Gao Yang looked at Gao Chanwen and the corners of his mouth twitched, but he could also understand Gao Tianlong's intentions. After all, in the whole of Chang'an, Gao Changwen's name was as big as thunder. Gao Yang turned around and walked towards the outside of the mansion. Gao Changwen hurriedly followed behind him and didn't forget to ask, "Big brother, where are we going to have fun?" Without looking back, Gao Yang said, "Rouge Pavilion." When Gao Changwen heard about the Rouge Pavilion, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Rouge Court, that's a good place. Big brother, how much silver have we brought?" The spending within this Rouge Pavilion is not low, Gao Changwen said with a face full of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's steps lurched and his eyes looked at Gao Changwen's slightly tender face. This one seems familiar. But think about it. Ancient times are not compared to modern times. Very precocious. Look at Gao Changwen, this old Taoist appearance. Most likely to break the body. Long ago unclean. However, he was also a bit curious about the spending of the Rouge Pavilion. How much silver is able to play freely? Gao Changwen stroked his chin and said, if it's for the night, an average girl will get a few dozen taels. A better one will get hundreds of taels of silver. And as for the Rouge Pavilion's 4 major flower queens, any one of them, it's estimated to get a few thousand taels of silver. So profitable? Gao Yang was a bit surprised. Although the memory of the Rouge Pavilion can be described as a gold mine, but nay, the original owner's monthly salary is not much, and most of them bought rouge and powder for Songqingqing, as well as some good silk. So Gao Yang did not know the market. Gao Yang couldn't help but TSK. This Rouge Pavilion was really profitable. In that case, his clubhouse plans are on the agenda instead. The two of them boarded the carriage and headed straight towards the East Market, the busiest in Chang'an City. Inside the carriage, Gao Changwen's excited voice rang out. As the saying goes, the father and son in battle. The hook fenced 2 brothers, known as the Rouge Pavilion Flower Girl, a knight of 1,000 gold. Brother recently got a large sum of silver. We might as well luxury wave. When you and I brothers to a front and a back into a hand position, we'll call that flower girl head and tail can't take care of each other. Gao Changwen couldn't help but laugh as some images came to mind. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and at this moment he couldn't wait to throw this bastard down. He himself was originally a poisonous scholar with a bad reputation, and with the addition of this goods, I'm afraid that the reputation of the entire Dinghua Gongfu will be ruined. Inside the palace, the imperial study, Wu Jiao was in a good mood and her stunning cheeks were full of smiles. Prince Rong holds his own identity, power over the dynasty. More and more do not put me in the eyes. Gao Yang today is considered to give me a mouthful of bad breath. She thought of Prince Rong's face turning green in the morning court, and her heart burst with pleasure. On the side, Shang Wanwaner also nodded. Her beautiful eyes also carried a coldness, obviously also very dissatisfied with Prince Rong's arrogance. Report, Your Majesty. The left Weiwei General Qin Jinghua, the right Weiwei General Lu Zhen, and the Duke of the Protectorate have all sent in their zhangs. The eunuch's voice rang out, and a flash of curiosity appeared on Wu Jiao's face. Oh, the 3 generals sent the zhangshur together? Present them. Wu Jiao's curiosity was piqued as she opened her mouth. The eunuch hurriedly handed the hand of the folders to Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao opened a look. The more she looks at the face is more strange. She had thought that the 3 men had gone up together, that something great had happened, but she had not expected. As soon as she looked at Wu Jiao's expression, Shang Wanwaner's expression changed, and she thought that it was a border disorder. She hurriedly spoke up and asked, Your Majesty, could it be that something big has happened? Wu Jiao shook his head and looked at Shang Wanwaner with a strange expression. There's no big deal. It's just that the 3 old generals have come together to recommend Gao Yang to join the army and have asked me to keep him no matter what, and definitely not to allow him to enter the territories of the other 6 countries. Why is that? Shang Wanwaner was surprised for a moment. There are some things I can't very well say, so you can see for yourself. Wu Jiao handed over the zhang. Shang Wanwaner rushed forward. When she got her hands on the zhangbiao and saw what was in it, a strange look came over her face as well. This. She gazed at Wu Jiao and said, Ding Guigong is a skillful soldier, famous for surprise, but I've never heard of the State Duke's army being so vicious in its approach. Plague corpses were thrown into the city, and when there was a severe shortage of food, the city was even filled with tens of thousands of people, old and young. The corners of Shang Wanwaner's mouth twitched as she took a deep breath. Wu Jiao shook her head helplessly and said, Duke Ding would naturally not do such a thing. This is bound to be a poisonous plan by the household minister. The corner of Shang Wanwaner's mouth twitched. The name of this Gao Yang poisonous scholar is really not a casual remark. Wu Jiao shook her head and sighed. Old General Qin is right in these words. This Gao Yang does use lack of virtue. It is a pity not to use it, and it is scary to let it go. I got this person to assist me, good and bad. In the future the history books are only a little hard to hear the reputation Wu Jiao heart is also a burst of helplessness. Spare her inner strength, but also have not seen Gao Yang this kind of strategist. Said ploys were more poisonous than one another, and now even the stone throwers were coming in to cast plague corpses. But then again, Gao Yang was partial to solving her current dilemma. That's just it. A poisonous point is a poisonous point. As long as it can make Dakian strong and make my people of Dakian live in peace and work in contentment, even if the history books will label me as a tyrant, I will admit it. Naturally, Wu Jiao could see that although these methods of Gao Yang were poisonous, they were all ruthless to the enemy. It's like using the people of Chu as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's arrows and fallen trees. Although it was indeed ruthless enough, it could also reduce the casualties of the great Qian generals. Although it is an undisputed poisonous plan, it is a wonderful plan for De Qian. Suddenly, she asked, "Where is the household minister? Can he be in the house?" Shangguan Wan'er was shocked in her heart and subconsciously said, "Your Majesty is trying to leave the palace?" Wu Ju nodded, one eye looking out the window. "The palace is too stuffy. I want to go out for a walk, not to mention that I still have some doubts in my mind that he might be able to give me answers to." The old slave immediately went to inquire. The old eunuch saluted and hurriedly retired. Not a moment later, the old eunuch returned, but he spoke in a burst of stammering. Wu Ju looked displeased. "What's wrong with stammering? Your Majesty, the minister of the household is not in the house, not in the mansion, so where did it go?" Wu Ju took a step and was just about to move. Upon hearing this, her eyes fell on the old eunuch. Rouge Court. Wu Ju paused in her steps, her expression a little odd. The Rouge Pavilion, one of the 4 great greenhouses of Chang'an? The old eunuch nodded awkwardly. Wu Ju's eyes swept to the window. She suddenly said, "I have never been to the hookah in my life. Also, today there is some interest, so we will go together to see." It didn't take long for Gao Yang to get off the carriage. Within his line of sight, a 3-story building appeared steeply, with a plaque that had 3 big words in dragon's flight, Rouge Pavilion. Even though it was daytime, there were already several slender and good-looking girls standing outside the house, soliciting customers. Some ordinary Hans passed by with greedy gazes in their eyes, but when they thought of the prices within the Rouge Pavilion, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. This is the kind of place they can't get into once in their lives. But for Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, 2 famous Chang'an playboys, this was naturally not a problem. "2 gentlemen, inside please." A fragrant breeze brushed her face, and Gao Yan was then flanked into the Rouge Pavilion. He could not help but feel a burst of curiosity in his heart. After all, it is an ancient hookah, which does not personally come to feel the feeling, since it is impossible to say. Gao Changwen traveled lightly and directly went up to the 2nd floor, where one room after another was staggered and luxurious. After they entered a room, the boy rushed to set out some refreshments. At the same time, 2 still good-looking women knelt down beside Gao Yang and Gao Changwen and took the wine pot to fill up the wine cups. In front of the guzheng, there was another masked woman in a long muslin dress who was stretching out her delicate hands and playing a tune. For a while, the entire room was filled with the pleasant sound of guzheng and the sandalwood fragrance. This environment, as well as the atmosphere, gave Gao Yang an excellent experience. "Yeah, it's so elegant. No wonder the world's most powerful families are full of dandies and generals are full of dogs. How many people can handle that?" Without saying a word, Gao Changwen directly took the woman on the side into his arms, and a pair of big hands slid down the satin-like back. The woman soon let out a giggling silver bell laughter, originally holding a piece of snack in her hand, but froze half a day without feeding it into Gao Changwen's mouth. She could only plead, "My lord, let's eat something first." Apparently, his brother had been holding his breath for more than 10 days, and she wasn't even about the food. In this situation, a sentence inexplicably came to Gao Yang's mind. "Brother, don't touch it, the stockings are balled up. Let's sing a song." Right now the woman's heart estimate is not far off. "Gongzi, don't touch, let's eat something." Gao Yang picked up his glass of wine and was a bit uncomfortable. After all, this hadn't been done yet, and he hadn't gotten used to his status as a dude for a while. She looked at the charming woman beside her and said, "You don't look very old. Where are you from, and why did you fall into the dust?" Although there is a certain amount of psychological preparation, but really let him with Gao Changwen general hand down naturally, that's still somewhat undoable. Gongzi, slave girl called Qinger, originally is the Qingzhou people. As for fall into the dust, since it is helpless, also not afraid of Gongzi joke. Slave girl father nature loved to gamble. The family lost to nothing. Will slave girl sold to the greenhouse? A few times after the flow. Will come to Chang'an, make a way of life. Qinger knelt down beside Gao Yang and picked up the wine pot. Her face flashed with despondency and tenderness. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and words came back to his mind. Gambling dad, sick mom, studying brother, and broken her. But as for the truth, Gao Yang didn't know. On the side, Gao Changwen was very slightly distressed and said, "It's really pitiful." Gao Yang skimmed. "That's not like I've seen you stop." Gao Changwen immediately snapped and smiled, and then righteously said, "Big brother, this is not true. Dinghua Gongfu silver is not easy. Is the grandfather with his life to wrestle to? Our sweat money, this cannot stop? How else can I stand up to my grandfather?" But I have to say, there is a good bit of truth in that statement. Those who have fallen here are bitter people. But then again, how would they live without them dudes? Thinking like this, the guilt in Gao Yang's heart instantly diminished. Although he was not as good as Gao Changwen, he enjoyed having someone pour wine, listening to a little song, and enjoying the extravagant life of an ancient dude. That's not bad. This atmosphere also allowed him to clear his mind better and relax completely. After a while, the song ended and Zhao De also came to his side and whispered, "Grand Duke, Chen Sheng is back. He wants to see you." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, then said, "Let him in." He waved his hand, and the two maids and the woman who talked about the kodo left at once with a good eye. Chen Sheng walked in quickly. Outside, there are ministries standing on either side. Gao Yang looked at Chen Sheng. "You figured out Wu Cheng's movements so quickly?" Chen Sheng nodded his head and said, "Grand Duke, this Wu Cheng is very cautious. My subordinate inquired for a day yesterday and found that this person's only weakness is that he is very gregarious. He likes to come to this Rouge Pavilion the most, nearly 7 days. Almost all the nights are spent here. This morning had gone out once, but the guards around him are twice as many. I'm afraid that they have already been prepared, and it's difficult to get down." Gao Yang smiled. He didn't expect this Wu Cheng to be stupid, obviously guarded and not like your average dude. "Originally, I wanted to settle as a dude and start with Wu Cheng first for a slow start, but he didn't give the opportunity, so that somewhat forced this prince to directly take on Prince Roma." Gao Yang's voice carried an icy coldness. Gao Changwen froze, and only after a long time did he say with wide eyes, "We're going to take on Prince Rome's residence?" Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen and said, "Are you afraid?" Gao Changwen immediately shook his head in excitement. "Big brother said this, after drying up this Prince Rome's residence, my Duke Ding's residence will be able to be prestigious. What's there to be afraid of? To catch him in fist pumps. A dude is never afraid to get into trouble. Rather face is sometimes higher than everything else. As for the cost, except for a few stabs at it, that was hardly on their minds." Chen Sheng was also curious. "Grand Duke, what are you going to do?" Gao Yang glanced at Chen Sheng and spoke. "If you want to pit Prince Rong, it's not difficult. For example, stuffing paper into the fish's belly and writing on it that Emperor Wulong, Heaven's mandate returns, and then releasing rumors of foxes spitting out rumors about Heaven's mandate being in the king and other rumors. Since ancient times rumors are as fierce as tigers. 1 spreads 10, 10 spreads 100. Once this spreads, Prince Rong will surely be in a big mess." Chapter 51, The Chasing Wuju. Gao Yang's cluelessness. This statement was made. Gao Changwen was instantly dumbfounded. Chen Sheng's scalp was even more numb. He muttered, "Stuffing paper in a fish's belly and writing Martial Dragon Emperor. Heaven's mandate returns. This is too ruthless. This move is tantamount to putting Prince Rong on the fire." But for some reason, his heart fluttered when he heard those words. "I'll do it, subordinate." He perked up for a moment. Gao Yang, however, rolled his eyes. "It's just that, now the imperial power is too weak. The risk of doing this is too great. After all, Prince Rong's disciples and officials are all over the Great Qian. This if he is allowed to run away. A war is inevitable. I have a better idea." Gao Yang thought of the Empress face in his mind and said confidently. A few people's gazes were permeated with disbelief, but Gao Yang did not speak out to explain. In fact, it was not difficult to lay hands on Prince Rong, and he had quite a few methods in mind. Planting evidence and transferring contradictions is almost a one-stop service, directly leading Prince Rong to the road to ruin. It is just that the imperial power is too weak, and Dakian is too weak to withstand the toss. Many approaches cannot be moved. It was only then that he made his first choice of Wu Sung. Su Su. From Qin Jingguo's mouth. Today's morning court was almost an undisguised fight between Prince Rong and the Empress. 13 imperial historians impeached, and even the Prime Minister and other 100 officials echoed in unison. This has threatened the royal power. Wu Ju must be able to feel it. Gao Yang's idea was simple, to intensify the conflict, amplify Prince Rong's ambition, and strengthen the Empress's sense of crisis. Wu Sung would be the best person to do it. It's a pity that this Gongzi doesn't have much medicine on him, or else he would be able to operate the operation. Gao Yang said with a look of pity. Clunk. Gao Changwen pulled out a few vials from his waist and placed them directly on the table, his pair of eyes looking straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Gao Changwen with a twinkle in his eye and said, "What is this? Medicine. Could it be that I misunderstood and Big Brother isn't asking for this?" Gao Changwen scratched his head. He picked up one of the medicine bottles and said, "This is called Qi Lustful Harmony Scatter. It is a first-class aphrodisiac. Added to the wine, there are only a few impurities. If you don't look closely, you can't see it at all. But his medicinal effect is tremendously fierce. This one is even more ruthless." Gao Changwen hemmed and hawed and picked up another bottle of medicine. "This is called Vigorous Jet King. Once you drink it, your stomach will have a huge pain, and you will directly start the jetting mode, and the effect will be immediate. This is the masking agent. With the powder of the mandrake crushed and dried in the sun, it is the necessary choice for killing people and goods, and the effect is also very good. A little stunned, Gao Yang took the bottles. Where did you get these? Chen Shang and Zhao De also looked at Gao Changwen incredulously. A chill ran through them. Why would a normal person have these bottles of medicine on them? Gao Changwen hemmed and hawed and said, as a dude, there should always be something around. Which one do you need, big brother? Gao Yang directly swept these bottles and jars away. Kids make the choices. I'll take them all. That's the kind of good stuff you should save for a rainy day. Gao Changwen. He looked fleshy. This is all his heart. It's gone. It's all gone. Then play the music, then dance. Gao Yang touched the small bottle in his arms, a smile on his face, when Gao Yang's voice rang out. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, followed by a pleasant voice, Mr. Gao, can the slave girl come in? Enter. With Gao Yang's voice, the two women from earlier and the Kodo woman with the mask re-entered. In a moment, the pleasant sound of guzheng once again resounded in the room. Gao Yang lifted his head, only to see a woman of great charm appear in front of him. A long red dress outlined a sassy figure, with a touch of whiteness at the chest that caught the eye. My little daughter Lu Yuer, is the Rouge Pavilion's personnel? I have heard of Mr. Gao's great name for a long time, and I greatly admire him. Today, all of Mr. Gao's spending within the Rouge Pavilion, in addition to the 4 great flower leaders, I, Lu Yuer, will take the initiative to waive it, and I only hope that I can make a friend with Mr. Gao. Gao Changwen was a bit shocked. What? All free? A smile immediately appeared on his face. Then he'd have to wait until later to have to order more than 2. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask. No merit, no reward. Shopkeeper Lu is so generous. I'm afraid he has something to ask for, right? Hearing this, Lu Yuer revealed an embarrassed smile. Lord Gao is really smart. There is indeed a small thing I want to ask for. In recent years, Chang'an famous buildings one after another. Although the Rouge Pavilion is the oldest, but all rely on the flower girl to support the loss of old customers quite a lot. What should be done? Lu Yuer's face was filled with sorrow as she spoke of this, but then she hurriedly said, Lord Gao, also don't misunderstand. The folk daughter doesn't have any other intention. If your lordship doesn't want to talk about it, my daughter's promise should also be valid. Gao Yang took a sip of wine and said lightly, it's not difficult. Come up with a membership hierarchy for the guests to spend and store how much silver is recorded in the register. The higher the rank, the better the privileges and benefits can come to this Rouge Pavilion. Non-wealthy, that is, they want a status symbol. Once people have climbed, the money also comes. This saves money, but also can do some stable business. Plus, on the flower girl more to get a bonus. Service industry if profitable, since the power is full. At these words, Lu Yuer instantly brightened up. Membership hierarchy? Give employees a little more a little more bonus from the flower ca. Motivation? Lu Yuer was instantly enlightened. Many thanks to Senior General Gao. Gao Yang just smiled and nodded. He didn't go into detail, but those 2 tricks alone were enough to raise Rouge Pavilion's business. After all, if he told them all, wouldn't he be wasted in the future? It's natural to keep the core to yourself. On the contrary, it was now possible to test the waters with the Rouge Pavilion and see the attitudes of the bigwigs in Chang'an towards carding. He also saved a few hundred taels today. It's a triple whammy. Lu Yuer hurried down. Gao Changwen, on the other hand, followed behind and shouted, 2 more. Soon, a fragrant breeze hit his face, and because of their words, these 2 actually looked and had better bodies. Just as Gao Yang was about to reach out, suddenly, the door to the elegant room was pushed open, and a crisp voice rang out. The postman is in good spirits. Isn't it too much of a shame that we don't play together in such a nice place? Gao Yang looked up in confusion. Only 2 smiling eyes were looking at him. Although a man dressed as a man, it is difficult to hide the heroism between the eyebrows. Boom! Upon seeing these 2 familiar faces, Gao Yang's mind felt like it had exploded. Gao Changwen's big hand, however, remained unbridled as he continued toward the side. Here come 2 buddies. 2 more. P.S. Transitioning a bit. It's a bit more painful. Burning up tomorrow. Boom! Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiao and Shang Wan air in front of him with a baffled look on his face, and it was as if his mind was struck by thunder. His face was full of disbelief. What's Wu Jiao doing here? Isn't this a greenhouse? At this moment, even Gao Yang, who had seen too many big scenes, was somewhat dumbfounded. His hand had just reached out, and he was about to put his arm around the waist of Qinger, who was sitting next to him, full of sorrow. Although it is not as excessive as Gao Changwen, but to feel the joy of feeling the ancient dude, this is not harmful. As a result, Wu Jiao came in, and his damn brother even ordered 2 for his majesty as well. And it's still women. Wu Jiao sat herself down, Her eyes fell on Gao Yang's face that was full of shock. Seemingly satisfied with the expression on Gao Yang's face, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a nice curvature. There's no need to be formal. You touch yours and just be bold and be yourself. Wu Jiao picked up a piece of snack and put it in her mouth to herself. Gao Changwen also do not see foreign. Big hand continue to operate. Mouth also he smile. This brother, you people also strange good Lu. Is this tone of voice sounds not too simple? And along with his voice, Lu Yuer didn't mince words and brought two more beautiful women in long dresses into the elegant room. When they saw Wu Jiu, who was dressed as a man, they immediately ran towards her. It's a fall from grace, but serving a bad old man versus serving a handsome young man, it's definitely two feelings. Wu Jiu dressed as a man, and this pervasive noble, heroic appearance killed them. They felt that even if they had to pay a little bit of money, it would be worth it. But the move startled Gao Yang. He rushed to stop it. Stop. He has studied the laws of Dakian quite a bit, and offending the empress is a big offense. That's not going to implicate him. Gao Changwen, however, looked dissatisfied. Elder brother, you are surrounded by two. It must be known that greed can't be chewed. Even if you can stand it, the waist can't stand it. Don't be so petty. Lu Yuer also bent down and said, Lord Gao, there aren't many guests during the daytime. If you need it, there are still quite a few sisters within the Rouge Pavilion. Even though Lu Huakue has heard that Gongzi punished the treacherous merchants, she is quite admiring and would like to come and accompany Gongzi to have a drink. Lu Huakue? Gao Changwen's eyes lit up abruptly. Although Gao Yang was also curious about the flower girl's demeanor, he did not dare to make a move now that Wu Jiao was here. He stood up and bowed respectfully towards Wu Jiao. I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your majesty. This action directly stunned Gao Changwen. Even those big hands stopped violently. Inside the elegant room, it instantly caused a wave of horror. Lu Yuer also stared with a pair of beautiful eyes. Your majesty? Even an empress likes to visit greenhouses? Gao Changwen immediately drew his hand and hurriedly followed with a salute. The second son of Minister of Household Gao Feng, Gao Changwen has met his majesty. For a while, the elegant room was full of knees. Wu Jiao didn't have the good sense to say, I'm making a private visit in a small way. Is the member of the staff not eager to spread the news of me coming to the greenhouse to the whole Chang'an? Even though I am a woman, I am only afraid that the imperial historian will be impeached every other day. Gao Yang opened his mouth and said, I understand, please rest assured. Your Majesty, Wu Jiao said with an amused look on her face. I just said 2 words and you understand? Then you say it. I will immediately send people to silence them, along with this brother of mine, leaving no one behind, so as not to reveal his Majesty's whereabouts. A word fell. Inside the elegant room, all eyes instantly gathered on Gao Yang. The crowd was incredulous. You're just going to kill them all? Lu Yuer's pair of beautiful eyes were full of consternation. She had a moment of scalp numbness. The folk rumors were really right. This was really the king of living hell. He hadn't messed with Gao Yang yet, and even exempted himself from all spending at the Rouge Pavilion today. And in the blink of an eye he was going to be silenced? Gao Changwen was also dumbfounded. Is that really justice? Your Majesty, spare your life. Qinger and a few other women knelt down, filled with fear. Wu Jiao glanced at Gao Yang, who was full of righteousness, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She originally wanted to deliberately tease Gao Yang, but she didn't expect to be backhanded by Gao Yang. I'm not that brutal yet. All rise. Musashi spoke indifferently, picking up a snack once again. Upon hearing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Jiao's gaze skimmed over Gao Yang. How could she not know that Gao Yang was saying this on purpose? This feeling of being led by the nose irritated her greatly. Gao Yang, since my ascension to the throne, I have issued a decree that all officials above the 7th rank of the Great Qian dynasty should set an example by not enjoying themselves in greenhouses. It seems that I speak, and it is not good. Wu Jiao spoke faintly, those eyes falling on Gao Yang. January before, she issued this decree, but also just not accustomed to the extravagance of the officials in the court. The means of punishment is only a fine of silver. Since you have money to visit greenhouses, you might as well serve your country. She didn't say the consequences, and she just wanted to kill Gao Yang's sharpness. Gao Yang was instantly confused. Is there still such a rule in Daqian? He wasn't stupid. He smelled the empress's displeasure. It was definitely a deliberate target, and it was impossible to contain it by strolling through the greenhouse. But if this is to be punished with a fine, even if it is only a fine of silver, then it is more or less a bit unjust. After all, he hasn't done anything yet. Your Majesty, unjustly accused I came here is to improve the legal system of Daqian. Is a strategist with his body into the game? Is for the majesty of the law, for the sake of my Daqian When Gao Yang said this, Lu Yuer, Qinger had a strange look on their faces. That's a reason that's just counterintuitive. Wu Jiu was also exasperated and laughed. She picked up her teacup and said to Gao Yang, Gao Yang, for a 6th rank official like you to visit a greenhouse is not a big problem. At best you will be fined 100 taels of silver, but deceiving the king is a big crime. And you say, you come to the Rouge Pavilion is how to help my Deqian perfect the law, how the schemer to body into the game. For the sake of my Deqian? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, even if I want to spare you, the laws of Deqian will not spare you. Shangwan Wanner's pair of beautiful eyes also gloated at Gao Yang. If Gao Yang was chastised a bit, she would be happy to see it. Gao Yang was not the least bit flustered and looked at Wu Jiu and opened his mouth. As I recall, my Deqian laws do not encourage the existence of greenhouses, much less encourage my Deqian women to engage in this line of work. In particular, the behavior of money and trading is even less protected by the laws of Deqian, except for the Department of Instruction. Wu Jiu frowned, only feeling that there was something in Gao Yang's words, but she still nodded her head and said, not bad. Places such as greenhouses are the easiest to hide dirt and disintegrate people's fighting spirit. The court does not support it since, as for the sales and purchases generated within the greenhouses, they are also not protected by the laws of Deqian, except for the Department of Instruction. What's wrong with that? Wu Jiu gazed at Gao Yang. It's just that no one cares about it except for the Department of Correctional Services. After all, the existence of greenhouses reduces the incidence of cases such as rape. But Deqian certainly does not support this behavior of giving money with one hand and conducting transactions with the other. After all, this is too much of a social morality. Only the Department of Education is subordinate to the court, so by the law to protect, other greenhouses are all regardless of the existence of, but explicitly also not allowed. It's always been a subtle thing. Gao Yang slapped his thigh and said, Your Majesty, there's too much of a problem here. I am going to say that this is the matter. My Deqian to the law to establish the country. The law is strict, but because of this ambiguous definition, but led to the Deqian law on the existence of loopholes, and there is even the possibility of white whoring. I am deeply saddened by this. White John, Takeshi frowned, momentarily confused. Shangwan Wanner and Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes were also flooded with a wave of confusion, although they didn't understand what the word meant either. But seeing Gao Yang open his mouth like this, and thinking about some of Gao Yang's poisonous plans, they felt that it was definitely not good. What does white whoring mean? Wu Jiu asked in disbelief. I will make a hypothesis for your majesty, and then your majesty will understand. Gao Yang gazed at Qinger. Let's take Minister and Miss Qinger as an example. Assuming that Minister and Miss Qinger agree, let's go with 500 taels a night. When Qinger heard this, she hurriedly shook her hand in fear. Elder Gao, 50 taels is enough. You're giving too much. This is already price gouging. Gao Yang's face was full of black lines. If this official says you are worth 500 taels, then you are worth 500 taels, not to mention 500 taels, even 5,000 taels for one night is no problem. Anyway, this official did not intend to give money. Afterward, if I take out the paper money I burned for the dead to settle the bill, may I ask your majesty if I have broken the law? A word fell. Musashi's eyes snapped open. No money after playing? Fooling around with paper money? Lu Yuer and Qinger looked at Gao Yang with even more unbelievable faces when they heard this. Is there such a shameless man in the world? What a black heart that must be. Even the woman who had been playing the guzheng for selling her art and not selling her body heard this. Her tune changed abruptly, and she apparently played the wrong string in surprise. Unlike the crowd, Gao Changwen's eyes steeply lit up at the words and looked straight at Gao Yang. Before Gao Yang could say anything, Shangwan Wanner took the lead. It's a crime since it's not a deal. Qinger is perfectly capable of going to the authorities and suing you for rape, in my Deqian. Raping a woman is a major offense. Gao Yang smiled and said, Lord Shangwan, this is not true. I and Qinger beforehand to talk about 500 taels of silver to reach a deal. Did not go against the wishes of Qinger, just pay with paper money. How can this be rape? Shangwan Wanner was speechless for a moment. It's not a rape offense, even if you go to the authorities. Shangwan Wanner's eyes turned, and she spoke again. Paper money is money for the dead. You take paper money as silver. A crime of counterfeiting is enough for you to drink a pot. Gao Yang continued to laugh. Counterfeit money must circulate in the market and disturb the credit of the Deqian currency, causing harm, and only then is the crime of counterfeiting established. But paper money is money for the dead. So what is there to say about disturbing the credit of the Deqian currency? And naturally, this crime of counterfeiting money does not stand. The corner of Wu Jiu's mouth twitched as she said quietly, Gao Yang, you seem to know a lot about my Deqian laws. Gao Yang humbly said, Your Majesty is flattering. I only know a little about it. It's not worth mentioning. Knowing the law should be the duty of every Deqian. During the 7 days in Linjiang City, he was idle and bored, so he flipped through the laws of Deqian. In particular, He had read the definitions of the major sins no less than 10 times. This has almost become his personal habit. As the saying goes, hooligans are not to be feared. It is to be feared that hooligans are cultured. The Torah is something that can be dispensed with, but must be understood. Nowadays, he knew the laws of Diqian well. Shang Wanwan gritted her teeth. She still didn't believe that Gao Yang could really whore for nothing. How is this possible? She thought for a moment and quickly sneered. Agreeing on 500 taels of silver but settling the bill with paper money. You can't run away from this fraud, can you? That's no small sin. Gao Changwen nodded his head repeatedly. He also thought the same thing, since the agreement was 500 taels, and pulled out the paper money again. Fraud is simply hard to escape. But he looked at Gao Yang with a face full of anticipation. This is a question that is very important to him. Gao Yang gazed at Shangwan Wanner and spread out his hands. Lord Shangwan, according to my Dakian law, the crime of fraud is both fraudulent, and that must be convicted with the value of the property that was defrauded. In earlier years, the 7 countries of the 100 schools of thought, 100 schools of thought, which includes the legalist. The 7 countries of the law cannot be separated from the legalist, but since it is a school of thought, it is accompanied by the collision of different points of view. The law, too, will eventually be perfected in disputes about the crime of fraud, and about property, which is divided into 2 main factions, which I will call the positive and negative. The positive one insisting that property must be something protected by the law. But the opposing faction argues that as long as it has economic value, then it's protected by the law. If we adopt the positive school of thought, then what is not protected by the law is not a crime, which is clearly inappropriate. But if we adopt the negative school of thought, which is also clearly inappropriate, because it would lead to the law having no upper limit. So after centuries of bickering, the generally accepted view of the 7 kingdoms emerged that the Torah should protect property as long as it has some economic value, but only if the Torah recognizes it. But I, Dakian, founded the country on filial piety and the rule of law, and under morality. Such behavior is not supported, since it does not belong to the court, and such transactions are not supported by the laws of Dakian. How can the crime of fraud be convicted? Apparently not valid either. So, I, Gao Yang, don't pay every time I come to a greenhouse. I choose to whore for nothing. Gao Yang is simply bad. He actually cheats even the windswept women. What a scum! But Gao Yang does not violate the law, because the laws of Diqian do not support such behavior. Since Dakian is governed by the rule of law, this is obviously an imperfection of Dakian's law. So I will enter the game with my body to perfect my Dakian's law. I implore your majesty to order that the greenhouses be made legal, and to put an end to this loophole in the law of white whoring. This statement was made. The entire elegant room all stared in disbelief. Lu Yuer and Qinger's throats rolled. They never thought that white whoring was actually really not against the law. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? Qinger's gaze towards Gao Yang was horrified. According to this logic, if Gao Yang really whored her out for nothing, even if he sued the government, it would be useless. Are all the readers in the world so horrible? Are all hearts so dirty? It's easy for them to eat a little youth, isn't it? Is there such a hateful person in the world? Lu Yuer, Qinger, and a group of women dared to be angry. The zither playing woman's tune was in complete disarray, and it was clear that these words had also set off shock waves in her heart. That's too bad. It was so bad that it refreshed her perception. Gao Changwen's eyes flashed. His admiration for Gao Yang at the moment was simply like a torrent of continuous water. If it weren't for the presence of the empress, he could hardly wait to directly kneel to Gao Yang. It turns out that all it takes is a little bit of paper money burned for the dead and you can whore yourself out. His heart was a hot and uncomfortable place to be. Wu Zhou and Shangwan Wan also looked at Gao Yang in unison. Since ancient times, the greenhouse, in addition to the Department of Education, will not be recognized by the laws of Dakian, but it is a subtle thing. It had never occurred to any of them that it was actually possible to exploit the loopholes of the law. I'll whore myself out. Gao Yang, I really did not expect that you are actually so familiar with my Diqian law, which did not read hard, right? Wu Jiao took a deep breath. A pair of phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, full of complexity. When others read the Torah, it was all about ruling the country and pacifying the world, staining the thunder with blood for the injustice of the world. This kid, he actually specializes in exploiting the loopholes of the law. If Gao Yang really whored himself out and really went to court, it would be impossible to get a conviction with such a statement. Gao Yang still said modestly, as a subject of Diqian, I should familiarize myself with Diqian's laws, and I save myself 3 times a day. And Gao Yang also said to Wu Jiao, and even though I come to this greenhouse, I don't forget your majesty's holy grace. I've thought of a wonderful plan for your majesty, which can subconsciously weaken the strength of the other 6 countries. What? Wu Jiao brightened up. She was obviously more interested in weakening the 6 kingdoms than White Whore. You can think of ways to weaken the other 6 kingdoms by visiting a greenhouse? Wu Jiu was a little expectant and a little skeptical. Gao Yang nodded heavily. I am the first pure and loyal minister of Diqian. How could I dare to deceive the king? This is true since. Once Gao Yang's words came out, Shangwan Wanner took a deep breath and moved her gaze away, unable to bear to look at her directly. Lu Yuer and Qing'er, on the other hand, lowered their heads. It's all about the White Johns, and this is still pure conscience? The corners of Wu Jiu's mouth twitched as she took a sip of the tea on the table. She doesn't believe in half a word of this Dakian no. One pure conscience and Dakian no. One loyal minister. But this poisonous plan to weaken the 6 kingdoms interested her. Tell me about it. Gao Yang's gaze fell on Gao Changwen's body on the side. What does your majesty think? How is your brother? Wu Jiu looked over at Gao Changwen and swept her eyes. A smile immediately appeared on Gao Changwen's face, his waist straightening with anticipation. Faint-faced, limp, full-on dude. What does this have to do with weakening the 6 nations? Takashi gave the comment nonchalantly, a little puzzled. Gao Changwen's face suddenly collapsed, but he didn't dare to say half a word in the face of Wu Jiu. Your majesty, this is not a good thing to say. This is a big relationship. The probability of the general's family having many sons of dogs has always been greater than the probability of the general's family having a son of tigers. Behind this, the harm of the beauty of the greenhouse is number 1. As the saying goes, beauty is like a wolf or a tiger. It can disintegrate a person's will, not to mention touching, not even thinking about it. Wu Jiu raised an eyebrow and snapped back. You want me to start with the beauty aspect? Not bad. As the saying goes, if the enemy is weak, I'm strong. If you want to be strong, in addition to upgrading yourself, you can also pull down others. Gao Yang's eyes flickered. In his previous life, the night before a big school exam, he would always buy some pornographic magazines and secretly put them on the desks of students with good grades. By making them sleep all night, he was able to move up in the rankings. Your Majesty can train talented people to go far away to the 6 countries and open up greenhouses, so that on one hand they can't help themselves by indulging in beauty and disintegrate their will, and on the other hand they can earn silver to fill up the state treasury. But this trick is too slow to be effective. I have a better trick. Are there some treasured teaching charts in His Majesty's palace? At these words, Shangwan Wanner's face turned red as she reprimanded. Senior Gao, in front of His Majesty, watch your words, be careful of being punished for great disrespect. This official has a heart of pure sincerity, and his mind is full of the path of our great Qian's power, but not so many messy things. Gao Yang was righteous, but driving in front of the empress was something else. Wu Jiu was first a bit ashamed, but quickly returned to her cold and icy appearance. No harm. This is natural. Yuan continued to say. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty can ask the best painters in the world to organize it into a book and secretly send it to the 6 countries. But the drawing technology is limited. I'm afraid that the effect is general. I recommend the text at the moment. The text with a good, but also when a great tool. Its imagination is infinite. Your Majesty is perfectly capable of starting with talking novels, with dog-blooded romances and martial arts put aside for color first, and then sending this batch of talking novels, covertly, into the 6 kingdoms to poison their young generation. Under the fire of lust, they will go to greenhouses at a young age, and under the indulgence of lust, people will be thin and short-lived. If Your Majesty thinks this plan is good, I am also uniquely gifted in the field of verbal novels, and a female husbandman and a teenagers don't get good grades are enough to destroy the youth of the 6 nations. Gao Yang had a confident look on his face. The moment these words came out, the entire elegant room fell silent. Wu Jiu looked toward Gao Yang, who was full of confidence, and a chill suddenly went straight from her tailbone to the sky. What a good one! Instead of strengthening ourselves, we should weaken our enemies. She never thought that just strolling around a greenhouse would really make Gao Yang come up with a poisonous plan. And this poisonous plan went straight to the young generation of the 6 countries, first arousing their lust, then making them unable to resist going to the greenhouse. Under a young age, it will hurt your body. This law, it's so toxic. Though she didn't know what was so wonderful about the teenagers' not so great grades, but according to her knowledge of Gao Yang, these 2 talking novels must not be simple. Its power is even directly comparable to the explicit teaching charts in the palace. Wu Jiu was a bit distracted. According to what Gao Yang said, it was really something. Among the 7 kingdoms, books were extremely precious things. If it's really good, it only takes a few books to spread the word in the dudiosphere. It's the method that's so insidious. At this moment, Wushu felt more strongly about Qin Jinghua's words. It's a lack of virtue to use it, a pity not to use it, and a fear to let it go. Raising a Gao Yang doesn't cost much. But once you let Gao Yang get into the hands of the other 6 countries, then Diqian will suffer. Never let Gao Yang out of Diqian's step. Wu Jiu instant determination. Shangguan Wan'er also didn't expect Gao Yang to be so detrimental. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this matter must not be allowed. Talking novels have always been circulating among the 7 countries. If they are really wonderful, I am afraid that the other 6 countries will also have this idea, and scourge my Diqian. Or the merchants will pass it back to Diqian again with heavy profit. It's not wise to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own." Wu Jiu sniffed and nodded. Shangguan Wan'er's words were somewhat reasonable. "Gao Yang, this plan of yours is a devil. Once released, the 6 countries to suffer, but it is also too easy to backfire on the Great Qian. And allow me to think about it," Wu Jiu said with some hesitation. There was a lot at stake, and she had to think about it. Gao Yang was a bit sad, but nodded. Shangguan Wan'er's words were not unreasonable. "Then the minister will someday bring the 2 masterpieces of the Gao Yang," asked tentatively. Everything else was fine, but he was afraid of taking the blame for a great disrespect. After all, Diqian's novels are nothing compared to another time and space. Wu Jiu glanced at Gao Yang and took a deep breath. "Let's talk about this matter another day. I have come here to see you on other important matters." Wu Jiu's eyes stared straight at Gao Yang, a flash of intense anticipation igniting in her heart. Ever since she had taken the throne, she had been worried about one issue, even to the point of sleeplessness, but she didn't dare to move. It wasn't until Gao Yang appeared, this succession of poisonous schemes, that she saw hope, especially the poisonous plans in the art of war in this cultural invasion of white whoring and beauty disintegrating the youth of the 6 kingdoms. It gave her even more hope. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu's burning gaze as he tightened the robe on his body. "It is the duty of a vassal to solve problems for his majesty, but this look in your eyes makes me a little afraid." Wu Jiu took a deep breath and suppressed her inner excitement, and it was only after several minutes that she said to Gao Yang, "This difficult problem, as long as you can give me to solve, in addition to treason and other great crimes, I promise you, can guarantee you a lifetime of prosperity." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is a gold medal of protection from death in Diqian, and its preciousness is self-evident," Gao Yang obligingly said. "As a part of Diqian, I will do my best to help His Majesty out." "But Your Majesty, are we changing the occasion? Is it not a strange feeling to talk about state affairs in a greenhouse? In the future the history books will record it. I'm afraid it won't sound good. Heroes don't ask for anything, and strong nations don't discriminate since." After Wu Jiu finished this sentence, her eyes swept Lu Yuer and the others. "Folks, excuse me." Lu Yuer hurriedly saluted and quickly retreated with Chinger's group. Obviously, the next words were pressed into their ears. Listening to it again could be a real extermination. Gao Changwen wanted to leave, but Wu Jiu spoke up. "Since you are the son of Squire Gao, stay and listen." "Yes." Gao Changwen could only sit down again and suppress the stupidity inside. Shangguan Wan'er took a trip out, followed by a clearing of the crowd. Apparently this area is being controlled. This also caused a pang of curiosity in Gao Yang's heart. What kind of difficulty had Wu Jiu encountered? It's surprising that it's so discreet. Throughout the entire process, Wu Jiu didn't say a word. Her face was icy cold, and a strong chill emanated from her body. Her fingers tapped on the table if anything, slowly and rhythmically. When Shangguan Wan'er came in towards nodding to Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes also fell on Gao Yang's face. She spoke icily. "Gao Yang, do you know how powerful my great Qian clan king is?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yang froze. In a whirlwind, he realized what Wu Jiu meant. Wu Jiu said in a deep voice, "The ancient lords but 100 miles. The weak shape of the border is easy to control. Now I am the vassal king of Daki and even dozens of cities. The place thousands of miles. Slow is prone to arrogance and extravagance is prone to obscenity. The urgent is to block it strong and combined from to reverse Chang'an." She looked at Gao Yang with her eyes. "If we don't solve the great Qian clan king, I can't sleep or eat well. You have a black heart and a ruthless plan. Do you have a good plan?" Chapter 55. This plan is called the Order of Pushing Grace. Inside the elegant room, the room was quiet along with Wu Jiu's voice. Gao Changwen even felt that the ground was hot, and his butt was a bit unable to sit down. The Empress is going after the great Qian clan kings? This is big news. Shangguan Wan'er's gaze landed on Gao Yang. Her face was not half surprised. Obviously she knew. Gao Yang had a calm face. From the first words Wu Jiu opened his mouth, he sensed Wu Jiu's murderous intent towards the vassal king. This killing intent was so dense that it was obviously not a momentary occurrence. But this is normal. Since ancient times, the relationship between the imperial power and the vassal king is very delicate. The imperial power needs the vassal king to defend the imperial power, but also afraid of the vassal king power, threatening the imperial power. The 7 kingdoms of the world have been the same throughout the ages, and the so-called art of the emperor is, to put it bluntly, the art of balance. emperors may seem to have supreme imperial power, but to control a country, they need the art of balance. After all, the emperor's energy is limited. It is impossible to be everywhere, all over the world. All need to be guarded. A vassal is the best option. Once the vassal king is too powerful, then the vassal king has to be suppressed. But if the vassal king is not used, then an outsider has to be used to sit on the throne, which is even more dangerous. Compared to outsiders, Emperor Gaozu of Dakian still felt that vassal kings were reliable. At the very least, even if they rebelled, the world would ultimately be the Wu families, and would not fall into the hands of outsiders. Your Majesty, you are more or less accusing me. I have no black heart. If this spreads out, how will the history books write about me? And how will the people of the world look at me? Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiao and righteously said, "That's a comment he doesn't carry." Wu Jiao looked deeply at Gao Yang. This succession of poisonous schemes, from the great pit of merchants and traders in Linjiang City, to the locust extermination, the throwing of plague corpses into the defender's city, and this rather than improving oneself, pulling down others, is this not enough of a black-hearted and ruthless scheme? A poisonous plan to poison the youthful generation of the Six Kingdoms. The more she thought about it, the more horrible she felt. This may not necessarily work for a short period of time, but in the long run, it can be described as a bloodless murder, and even the kings of the six countries may not react. Just this plan is too easy to backfire. Qian, and Qian is not too weak, have to use this poisonous plan. Although there are many problems in Qian now, there is a grand ideal in Wu Jiao's mind. She wants to trample on the Six Kingdoms, pacify the chaotic world, and make the world unified. She wanted to create a truly prosperous world and achieve the name of 1,000 female emperors. She wants to prove to the world that a woman can be an emperor and achieve greatness. One world but 7 countries, hundreds of small countries, countless barbarians. Is there any kingly law in this world? It is precisely for this reason that she has not hesitated to issue a decree to post the imperial edict of seeking virtue. And even a poisonous scholar like Gao Yang has been given reuse. Behind all of this is for this ideal that sounds incredible. And even saying it out loud, the 100 officials will say a word of arrogance. But Wu Jiao was convinced that she could do it. This world, she comes, she sees, she conquers, as long as she could achieve some dominance. She didn't care about loyalists and sycophants, nor did she care about the poisonousness of her schemes. It was none of her business what the history books wrote and what the world talked about. When she dies, mind the flood. And her first step was to cut the clan. The power of the great Qian clan kings had reached a point where it had to be curbed. I used the wrong words, but the meaning is almost the same. To deal with these feudal lords, do you have a brilliant plan? Wu Jiao took a deep breath and re-emerged. Does His Majesty really want to go after the vassal kings? Gao Yang picked up the drink on the table and took a sip, his eyes looking into Wu Jiao's noble face. The fact that the titular empress bowed her head shows her determination. Wu Jiao nodded her head. Her eyes were cold to the core. Since I ascended the throne, I have been thinking of cutting the clan, but I just held back. But now, I want to get down to it. Then please tell your Majesty a thing or two, so that I can make my move. Wu Jiao gazed at Shang Wanwan air. Shang Wanwaner then opened her mouth and said, the strength of the great Qian clan king, this also has to start from 100 years ago, when the great Qian emperor Gaozu, with a cloth, in the chaos of the world to rise up to fight, and finally set up the country of the great Qian. The formation of the situation of the 7 kingdoms. Shang Wanwaner red lips, then briefly and succinctly out of the great Qian's 100 years of road. Gao Yang quietly listened. He also saw from Shang Wanwaner's mouth, a great Qian standing in the central plains. 100 years ago, a great strife erupted when a group of warlords, who could have 100 or so small states in 10,000 miles of territory, conquered each other. At that time, human life was like grass. Blood stained the earth red. The world's great men and women rose up, giving birth to countless legends. In the end, except for some nomads, there were only 7 powerful countries left in the world, among which was Dakian under the struggle of Emperor Gaozu of Dakian. At that time, because it was a chaotic world and lacked the support of the family, Emperor Gaozu of Dakian promised that if he became the emperor, all the founding fathers would be given the title of king. This was the reason why a group of great men and women fought for him. Cracking the earth and sealing the king would be equivalent to a kingdom within a kingdom. However, after the world was at peace, these kings with different surnames seriously threatened the imperial power. So the ancestors of the great Qian emperor, and even for decades thereafter, were purging these vassal kings. At this point, it was his own clan that he united with. When the dissident kings were almost cleared, the vassal kings of Deqian became a new thorny issue. They had their own fiefdoms, in which they had military power, land, and taxes, and were veritable emperors of the land. By Wu Jiao's generation, the power of these feudal lords could no longer be underestimated and seriously threatened the imperial power. Gao Yang. The matter of cutting the clan. You can also think about it for a few days. There is no need to rush to give me an answer. Wu Jiu saw Gao Yang's frown and couldn't help but speak out. She's too eager. Cutting the clan is a big event. Must be cautious and prudent. Although Gao Yang is tricky, the old, less scheming and deep calculation. It is not possible to give a countermeasure immediately. She was just about to get up, but then she abruptly heard Gao Yang's voice ring out. Your Majesty, I have a plan that may weaken the strength of the vassal kings without bloodshed. This statement was made. Wu Jiu's gaze suddenly changed. Shang Wanwaner's face was also covered in shock. Cutting the clan is a real state matter and extremely important. And Gao Yang thought of a countermeasure so quickly? Shang Wanwaner was astonished. Wu Jiu's pair of phoenix eyes also looked straight at Gao Yang, for the first time with urgency. Gao Yang, what's your brilliant plan? Since ancient times, to cut the clan, must move the sword. But Gao Yang said that perhaps it could cut the clan without bloodshed, which further aroused the curiosity in her heart. Seeing this, Gao Yang didn't sell the story and directly opened the door. Your Majesty, I have always believed that the world is all about profit, and the world is all about profit. Whether it's ruling a country or doing business, those who can capitalize on the weaknesses of human nature can achieve great things. Cutting the clan. Also in this plan, is to utilize the weakness of human nature, invariably weaken the power of the feudal kings of the Great Qian, so that they are difficult to produce a threat to the Great Qian. This plan, I call him the first Yang plan of De Qian, but for your Majesty and even the whole De Qian, this plan has both good and bad. This scheme, called the Order of Pushing Grace. As these words from Gao Yang rang out, Wu Jiu's gaze suddenly changed. She stared at Gao Yang with a pair of dead eyes, waiting for Gao Yang's next words. Her face was still cloudy, but her heart had already set off a torrential wave. Soldiers kill without bloodshed. The first Yang plot of Dakian. The words kept ringing in her head. Through the understanding of Gao Yang in the past few days, Gao Yang's temperament, she also knows one or two. Poison is sure to seek their own main. Non-99% certainty. Will never say full words. In other words, Gao Yang had absolute confidence. Shang Wanwaner's eyes were also filled with shock when she heard this. She has always advocated reading, believing that there must be a method of ruling the country and pacifying the world in the books of the sages. So she regarded Cui Xinghe, who was one of the four great talents of Chang'an and the talent of the first scholar of Dakian, as the minister of Dakian's salvation. The cutting of the clan. Since the day Cui Xinghe high school scholars, Wu Jiu is full of expectations for Cui Xinghe. But until now, Cui Xinghe has not been able to give a way to cut the clan. On the contrary, after hearing this, Gao Yang had a plan in mind. According to Shang Wanwaner's investigation, Gao Yang's interest in listening to music on the hook was far greater than that of the sacred books. But you would never think that Gao Yang is bragging. One after another brilliant plan has long been in Shang Wanwaner's heart set off a ripple. Gao Yang as a person may not work, but it must not be said that Gao Yang's plan does not work. Gao Yang met Wu Jiu's gaze, and his eyes accidentally swept past Wu Jiu's beautiful legs. He continued, I'll start with the benefits. The point of the so-called push grace order is to use grace as a facade, but in reality, it is a matter of practicing young conspiracy, or use my minister and my humble brother as examples. Gao Changwen froze. The corner of his mouth twitched. After all this time, his role here was to be the green leaf? A chill ran through him. Go on. Wu Jiu listened with an attentive face. Gao Yang laughed. According to the rules of my Daqian, since ancient times, it is the firstborn son who inherits the family business. From the royal family, down to the princes and nobles, and all the people of the world, almost all of them are like this. The firstborn son can inherit the title, the family property, and the land. Compared to the firstborn son, the treatment of the commoner son is simply a cloud of difference. But if His Majesty decrees that the concubine son also has the right of inheritance in general with the firstborn son, and can be divided into family properties, titles, and even in these few years, the minister, that father, suddenly wants to manipulate the trumpet, and frantically creates babies, and the concubine son is 10 or so, what will happen to this? Gao Changwen followed this line of thought, and for the first time seriously pondered. This is not something to think about, since we should find a way to fight for power and mess with the firstborn son. Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Changwen. Duke Ding's house is really a father's kindness and filial piety, brother's friendship and brother's respect, and a simple family style. Gao Yang also had a black face. It did seem a bit offensive to say this to his face, but to be able to say this heartfelt thing to his face, it was a relief to him. Wu Jiu didn't pay attention to Gao Changwen, but her eyes turned horrified. She stared at Gao Yang's clear face, only to feel a sudden chill rush from her tailbone straight to her brain. These words instantly made Wu Jiu understand what Gao Yang meant. It also understood Gao Yang's sinister mind. Gao Yang, Do you mean for me to order that the commoner son of a vassal king may also inherit the family fortune? Her pair of eyes stared tightly at Gao Yang. Gao Yang picked up the conversation. Your Majesty is wrong. This is not a strong order, but an act of grace. My Dacian to filial piety founding country. The royal family should be even more exemplary. Both are the children and grandchildren of the Wu family. Since there should be no firstborn son to enjoy the blessings of the other descendants did not even have the soup to drink the rules. This is grace. In this way, it will quickly turn the conflict between the vassal and the court into a conflict within the vassal. This is the poisonous aspect of the push grace order, the core of which is to divert conflicts, divide and disintegrate, so that the imperial court can reap the benefits. Gao Yang's voice was full of confidence, and Wu Zhou's heart was shaken. She muttered, diverting conflicts, dividing and disintegrating, and practicing the appearance of kindness, but in reality it is a Yang plot. All Wu Zhou felt was that a new door was opening towards her. She instantly gained countless more senses. She looked at Gao Yang with a complicated face, transforming contradictions, dividing and disintegrating. These 8 big words then summarized the emperor's art. A cloudy smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Your Majesty may order the great Qian vassal king to divide the land in his fiefdom to all the sons under his command after his death, not the firstborn son alone. As for the status of the firstborn son, it is still necessary to respect it a little. The firstborn son may inherit the title of the vassal king, while the other sons and daughters will be reduced by 1 level. When these heirs grew up, they would then subdivide the land they had been given in the first place to their own sons, and this was the system of condor inheritance. In this way, 3 generations later, under constant partitioning, a powerful vassal's territory would split into countless smaller territories, and the vassal would no longer be able to pose a threat to the court. The order of pushing grace, to put it bluntly, is to give the concubine son of a feudal lord a legitimate inheritance. And under the temptation of power and the lure of land, the concubine son and the firstborn son will be incompatible and become opposites. This involves 2 possibilities. The first is that the vassal king divides the land, and that with that the vassal king's power is weakened. And the second is that there is no division of the commoner's son. Then once the vassal king dies, the concubine's son will strike out for this family fortune, their mother, and even the mother's family behind the concubine's mother. Your Majesty is perfectly capable of reaping the benefits. Buzz. Accompanied by Gao Yang's voice, it was as if a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens had suddenly struck in Wu Zhou's mind, dispelling the fog in her mind. For a moment, the entire elegant room was silent. Shang Wanwaner's beautiful eyes also looked at Gao Yang in shock. Waves of shock rippled through her mind. What a ruthless ploy. It is to be expected that once this plan is implemented, the firstborn son will oppose it, but the vassal sons of the concubine will have their own way of doing things. Riots, power struggles, and suspicion can quickly intensify conflicts between each other. Gao Yang continued to Wu Zhou. There are many sons and daughters of the feudal lords in the world, and the power of the commoner sons should not be underestimated. This strategy is to arouse the greed in the hearts of the commoner sons, so that they become antagonistic to the firstborn sons and even the feudal lords. So the conflict is transformed, and the ones who should have a headache are the vassal kings and the firstborn sons. The more heirs, the more headaches. Wu Zhou perked up and said, then there is a way to break this plan. Gao Yang laughed. Once this plan is accomplished, there is almost no way to break it, unless the vassal king has fewer children, is eugenic, and has only one. But this is fundamentally unrealistic. Expecting a feudal king to control his lower body is tantamount to an old saw going up a tree, not to mention that a child can easily die prematurely, and once it dies prematurely, it's tantamount to extinguishing the seed. So there is no crack. Gao Yang, this is very confident. The ancient entertainment measures are scarce. The art of bed is the greatest pleasure. The rich and powerful don't have concubines or children? It's almost impossible. And counting on the vassal king to contracept, which is also impossible. Dacian but unfilial 3, without the biggest. Wu Zhou was completely thrilled. He didn't expect Gao Yang to really give her a surprise. Push the favor order. What a push the favor order. I would like to call it the world's first Yang plot. I will convene all the officials tomorrow to implement this push grace order, and weaken the strength of the vassal kings without bloodshed. Wu Zhou's eyes flooded with excitement, and she seemed to have seen the wonderful expressions on the faces of the feudal lords under the push grace order. She stood up and was about to leave. Shang Wanwaner, on the other hand, had a complicated look on her face, and her beautiful eyes fell on Gao Yang. A wave of mixed emotions washed over her. With a smile and a strategized plan, he plays with people's hearts. The evil of human nature was mastered to the extreme by Gao Yang. This order to push grace. It's horrible. But Gao Yang cried out, Your Majesty, there is no hurry. Having heard the benefits of the order of pushing grace, you might as well hear the disadvantages of the order of pushing grace at the present time. Wu Ju pressed down her excitement and resumed her seat. She did remember that Gao Yang had said earlier that this plan had both advantages and disadvantages for Diqian. Obviously, it says all the benefits. Goyang hasn't said the cons. But in Wu Jiu's mind, what disadvantages can there be in such a young plot as the Pushing Grace Order? Even if it has disadvantages? She eyed Shangguan Wan'er, who also picked up the teapot and poured a cup of water for Wu Jiu. Wushu lifted her teacup and took a sip of the mellow, thick tea. But at that moment, Gao Yang's voice sounded at the same time. The good news is that the Order of Pushing Grace can divert conflicts, divide and disintegrate the forces of the vassal kings, and kill without bloodshed. But the bad news is that if your majesty pushes the Order of Pushing Grace right now, the Great Qian will be heading for the end of the country, and your majesty's life will be in danger as well. This statement was made. Pust. A mouthful of tea spewed out from Wu Jiu, but Gao Yang was prepared for it, and with a sidestep, he directly dodged it. On the contrary, Gao Changwen, who was behind him, was unable to dodge and was directly sprayed all over. Gao Changwen, however, the person who sprayed him was Wu Jiu. Not only could he not say it, but if he really wanted to say something, he had to praise his majesty for his really good aim, hitting the bullseye. Wu Jiu couldn't care less about losing her temper. She suddenly looked at Gao Yang in disbelief and said, "Why is this? How could such a young conspiracy lead Diqian to its demise and put my life in danger? Gao Yang, are you exaggerating the consequences?" Wu Jiu's eyes were shocked as she looked straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang said with a serious face, "Your majesty, for such matters, even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to joke. This is by no means alarmist, because the current simply cannot cut the clan. This Puyin order is the first young plot Qian must have a premise. That is, the court is strong. The court must have enough power of speech. Otherwise the forced push for favors is tantamount to a dead end. The vassal kings of the world are not fools, and anyone can see the sinister intent of the Push Grace Order. Once the court is weak, and His Majesty dares to force a favor on the basis that they are all sons and grandsons of the Wu family and should share in the grace of the Holy Spirit, then the feudal lords of the world will dare to unite to rise up on the basis that the laws of the ancestors are immutable, and that His Majesty has failed in his virtue and is unworthy of being the Son of Heaven. At that time, Great Qian will surely be devastated, and heading for destruction is by no means an empty word. Does your majesty think that the court is strong or weak at the moment? Buzz. With Gao Yang's light words, a chill steeply rose in the bottom of Wu Jiu's heart. She overlooked one thing. If the court is not strong enough, on what basis can the feudal lords of the world respond to the favor? And they just stood by and let the court push for favors? It is never an empty phrase to unite in rebellion and set up a new emperor, because if they don't resist, once they let the push and order take effect, then they are a piece of meat on the chopping block, to be slaughtered. The unanswerable phallic scheme of the Order of Pushing Grace must be based on the premise that the imperial court must have many soldiers and a full treasury. But the question arises, is the court strong now? Wu Jiu's face changed, instantly thinking of today's morning court. Shangguan Wan'er also woke up like a dream, her face ugly. They were all smart people, and with Gao Yang's nudge, they understood. Gao Yang continued, if your majesty wants to pull out the hearts of the feudal lords, you must first pretend to pull out your heart on them. Being too hasty will only backfire. The dynasty is unstable at the moment, so it's time to endure. Two hollowing out, but very different meanings. But Wu Jiu was in deep thought. She had to say that Gao Yang's words made sense. She took a deep breath. In the view of Iching Gao, what should I do now? Let's look at the legs first. Gao Yang accidentally swept another glance at Wu Jiu's beautiful legs and almost blurted out, but it's a good thing it was held back, or else a great offense of disrespect would surely not have escaped. This empress, she's too tempting to commit a crime. Wu Jiu unnaturally merged her legs, her face full of ice. This guy is now going more and more overboard with his poisonous schemes. Dare to look now, dare to touch later. It's just that, for the sake of Diqian, she will hold back for the time being. Gao Yang did not move and withdrew his gaze. Your majesty should hold back the idea of cutting the clan. It would be unwise to cut the clan by any means now. Only when Diqian becomes powerful and his majesty holds absolute power of speech, and under the Order of Pushing Grace, the vassal kings can be destroyed with the overlapping of their hands. And, while Diqian is strong, I have many wonderful plans to help your majesty sanction the 6 kingdoms. Gao Yang had a confident look on his face. It's not that he's blowing it. He hasn't really used any tactics against the 6 nations. Wu Jiu automatically replaced the wonderful plan that Gao Yang had said with a poisonous one. She was also very curious in her heart. To the country's merchants, the vassal king are so ruthless. If it is to treat the enemy country, what shocking poisonous plan. There was some anticipation in Wu Jiu's mind, but just like Gao Yang's words, her priority now was to stabilize the dynasty. Otherwise Gao Yang is not even useful. Gao Yang, What do you think is the reason for the instability of the dynasty? Musashi pondered slightly, tapping her fingers on the table if anything. Shangguanwaner also raised her eyes to look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was almost unthinking. When it comes to Prince Rong, if your majesty wants to start a kingly hegemony, cut down the feudal lords of Dakian, sanction the 6 kingdoms, and achieve the name of 1,000 female emperors, the first thing you have to do is to kill Prince Rong. A word fell. Even Wu Jiu did not expect Gao Yang to be so direct. Prince Rong is my 3 dynasties of the Great Qian. High power. More known as the first warrior of the Great Qian. His life killed countless rebels. For the Great Qian made great achievements. You let me kill Prince Rong. His heart can be put to death. Wu Jiu said with an icy face. Even though Gao Changwan was no matter how big-hearted he was, a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. It occurred to him that Gao Yang disliked the note buried in the fish's belly, and that the fox's call was too troublesome. While there was another way. This other way, it can't be that you want to use the royal power to get Prince Rong killed, right? He didn't dare make a sound, but Gao Yang was full of calmness. Today I was in my residence, and I happened to hear that in the morning court His Majesty ordered the grain to be adulterated with sand, and Prince Rong and the 13 royal historians objected to it, and even threatened to run headlong into the Golden Palace, in which the Prime Minister and a host of other courtiers were also resolutely opposed to it. It's normal for the imperial historian to object, but it should never be Prince Rong with 13 imperial historians impeaching. As a prince of Great Qian, holding great power in the court and the army, and colluding with the royal historian's office and opposing His Majesty in public, this is a way to take death. Prince Rong may not be rebellious now, but if your majesty does not quickly eradicate Prince Rong, it will be difficult to move an inch in the future, let alone change the law and strengthen the country. A comment that pokes Wu Jiu right in the heart. She had to admit that Gao Yang's words were exactly what she was worried about. Prince Rong's power, from a furious pretending to be sick not to go to the court, and then today to make trouble. The Royal Palace of Justice. The Prime Minister and a host of other ministers one after another to echo. It had threatened the royal power and added to her pang of discontent. As Gao Yang said, Prince Rong may not have any intention to rebel now, but he wants to change the law to strengthen the country and cut down the clan, and even achieve 1,000 years of domination. The Qin dynasty is destined to have only one voice, and that is her. Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu, Phoenix eyes cold, said quietly, I do not know, but Prince Rong power over the dynasty. Not only their own martial arts is strong, around them many guards. Want to kill him? How easy? This matter is not an overnight success, and care must be taken, or the consequences will be unimaginable if it fails, and allow me to think about it more. But Gao Yang suddenly stood up. This move instantly caused Mushu to give a confused look. With a face of great righteousness, Gao Yang bent down towards Wu Jiu and saluted. I, Gao Yang, am not talented, and I counted early on that His Majesty would make a move against Prince Rong. I have prepared hundreds of wonderful plans for your majesty, combining assassination, poisoning, hacking, framing, slander, setting up, pitfalls in one, all of which can directly take Prince Rong's life, and if he runs away from me and chases after me, he will not be able to fly. Inside the elegant room, Wu Jiu had a strange look on her face, and she couldn't help but ask, how much? Gao Yang gave the answer in the affirmative, saying, I am not very talented. Not much. Just 100 or so brilliant ideas. Shangguanwaner looked at the modest Gao Yang and directly twisted her head away. 100 or so poisonous plans, and you call that a lack of skill? If someone else had said that there were 100 or so poisonous plans, Shangguanwaner would have been skeptical, but if it was Gao Yang, she had no doubt that he really did. Some people just stand there. He is a kind of authority in the field, and no one can come out of Gao Yang in terms of poison in Daqian. Tell me about it. Musashi narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. She was very slightly interested. As Gao Yang had said, if she wanted Daqian to be strong and start a hegemony, then she had to get rid of Prince Rong. Regardless of whether Prince Rong had a rebellious heart or not, he was a serious threat to the imperial power. As an auxiliary minister, if you do not know how to make a bold move, this is the way to get killed. What's more, from Prince Rong pretending to be sick to put pressure on her, to today's morning court's challenge, there is no backlash is really hard to say. Wait a moment, Your Majesty, and let me look for it. Saying that, Gao Yang pulled out the bottles and jars from Gao Changwen's hands earlier from his bosom and placed them one by one on the table. Wu Jiu picked up a bottle from one of them and looked at Gao Yang curiously. What is this? Gao Yang gazed over and immediately explained. Your Majesty is truly discerning. This is Qi Lust Harmony Scatter, a fine and potent aphrodisiac. Wu Jiu instantly put it down and picked up the green pill bottle next to it. What about this one? This is the king of powerful jet. After taking it, you will be transformed into a jet warrior, and when paired with the strange lust harmony scatter, It is a perfect match. I have a beef with Prince Rong's son, Wu Chang, and I wanted to put these 2 drugs into Wu Chang's wine earlier to see him make a fool of himself. But since your majesty wants to take action against Prince Rong, then I need not trouble myself. Wu Jiao instantly put down the medicine bottle, and a touch of unnaturalness appeared on her stunning face. Shang Wanwaner also looked moved. A flash of images seemed to appear in the minds of the 2 men as if they were in a strange kinky acacia plus a powerful jet king. One side was burning with desire and the other side was turning her stomach. Takeshi blushed. She admitted that her generation of empresses was disgusted by Gao Yang. Shang Wanwaner was also in a state of fear. If not for the fact that she was next to the empress, how would Gao Yang deal with her? If she was really given these 2 drugs, she would probably just have to run headlong into the ground. You carry these around with you? Wu Ji was shocked, pointing at the numerous bottles in front of her. Your majesty is wrong. These are the necessary things for my younger brother to walk the rivers and lakes, but he is too young to grasp them, so I will take them over. Gao Changwen sniffed and gave Wu Jiu a naive smile. Wu Jiu, sure enough, born of one mother, Gao Yang is so dark, and his brother, although his IQ is not high, is not simple. Gao Yang picked up one of the red bottles and scrutinized it. In terms of its assassination, it is the fastest to poison. This is Crane's head red, and my brother says it seals the throat at the sight of blood. But hearing is not believing, seeing is not believing. I am a strict person. Dingwa Gongfu raised a few big yellow dogs. As the saying goes, raise a dog for 1,000 days. Use the dog for a while. I happened to test some, but considering the difference in size between a dog and a man, and in order to minimize errors and guard against accidents, it would be best if your majesty could give a few death row prisoners. It had better be some death row inmates who are poor in heart and have committed great crimes that heaven cannot tolerate, or else I will easily be unable to lay my hands on them and have a guilty conscience. The corner of Wu Jiu's mouth twitched with a mocking face. You still have a guilty conscience? It really surprises me. But she quickly shook her head and said, poisoning means, too undignified, difficult to give the world an explanation. I would like to capture Prince Rong alive, first to carry out a conviction, and then to see whether to kill or not. It is best to keep the bloodshed and cleansing to a minimum. How should this be done? Gao Yan nodded. I understand. This kind of tactic spreads out better. That's not so hard. His Majesty can use the Hongmen banquet. In short, on the surface of the banquet Prince Rong want to discuss with him the strategy of governance, but in fact, inside and outside the palace, ambush hundreds of axemen, just waiting for His Majesty to drop the cup as a signal. They will be rushed in to Prince Rong captured, or directly chopped into meat paste. Just in case, I feel that I need to superimpose some means. After all, Prince Rong is known as the #1 fierce general of Diqian. In case he has the strength of 100 men, that would be a bit bad. I go back today to try this masked sweating medicine, the strange obscene acacia, vigorously ejecting the king's power. It is best to first entice the Prince of Rong to drink it. According to my ancestral system of Dakian, Prince Rong shall not enter the palace with an escort, and even more so, he shall not have an audience with His Majesty with a weapon. Such a triple means will ensure that there is no danger, as long as Prince Rong is captured alive and convicted afterward, which is the strength of the civil officials. Dozens of major crimes will be easily woven. Wu Jiu took a deep breath. Although she had known that Gao Yang ruthless, a belly of bad water, but heard this seamless chain design, still cannot help but be shocked. What a great Hong Kong! What a palace inside and outside the palace, all over the knife and axe hand, just waiting to drop the cup for the number. Shang Wanwaner even took a deep breath and looked at Gao Yang with a face full of scorn. She felt that she needed to find a time to repair her relationship with Gao Yang. It's horrible to offend someone like that. She looked down at her long legs and immediately thought of the first day out of town with Gao Yang. What's the harm in looking at these legs? Wu Jiu said in a deep voice again. I hold military power in my hands. Catching Prince Rong is a good thing to say. What is really difficult is to kill Prince Rong's henchman and convict Prince Rong. If Prince Rong did not commit any major crimes in his life, and his crimes are not punishable by death, what should be done? Gao Yang first said to Gao Changwen, these medicinal bottles will be returned to you for the time being, so you can put them away first. Immediately afterward, Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu and revealed a pure smile. As I have proposed, since it is a one-stop service, this is also a simple matter. Your Majesty only needs to strictly prevent news from leaking out before doing so, and after taking down Prince Rong, the means can be too much. Like what? Takeshi gazed curiously. This involves tactics such as planting evidence and throwing dirt. She wanted to see Gao Yang's caliber in this area. Gao Yang was full of confidence. My Diqian has always believed in witchcraft. Before we do it, Your Majesty can arrange for the death row inmates in prison to reveal that someone has cursed Your Majesty with witchcraft. His Majesty, by the way, may decree that the Ministry of Justice conduct a thorough investigation. which will not give rise to any suspicion on the part of anyone. Then take Prince Rong with the Hongmen banquet and send people to search Prince Rong's house, and then dig out the doll that cursed His Majesty from it, and torture the subordinates of Prince Rong's residence to make them confess, when the human evidence and material evidence are all complete, so that Prince Rong will have 100 mouths to feed, and then after that, this prisoner's mouth is the sharpest knife in His Majesty's hand, sweeping it clean. Cao Yang's words fell. Even Wu Jiu, who had seen too many power struggles, could not help but feel a chill in her heart. With the prevalence of witchcraft in Dakian as a guide, and the unrelated death row inmates as a game, the court officials are high and mighty. Who will care about a small death row inmates? First take down Prince Rong, to witchcraft to install the charge, and then to the beginning of the uncovering of the death row inmates as a sharp and fast knife. The Prince Rong dynasty party all swept away. This plan, it's ruthless. Her phoenix eyes looked towards Gao Yang, and for the first time, a feeling called celebration arose. Fortunately, Gao Yang came from the Dingwa Gongfu, and fortunately, Gao Yang was her person. If the plotting rebels were to get it, and Prince Rong and the feudal lords of the world were to get it, then she would be in danger. I am only afraid that the imperial power will fall by the wayside and the kingdom will not be protected, or even the dynasty will be changed. The Gao Yang in front of me definitely has this skill. The bad water in this belly stretches almost inexhaustible. Gao Yang added to himself. Of course, Your Majesty's reputation is also taken into consideration by me. Prince Rong followed the late emperor and fought in the south and north, and was known as the first fierce general of Deqian. His body must be full of scars. When His Majesty is interrogated in court, if Prince Rong were to undress and show his body full of horrifying and hideous wounds as a way of attacking His Majesty, it would not be very beautiful, and it would even cause the world to think that His Majesty is heartless and unsympathetic, and that a cunning rabbit will die while a dog will cook. As the saying goes, the evil one is the first to complain. Your Majesty can go Prince Rong's way, so that Prince Rong has no way out. Your Majesty will first order someone to lift his clothes, and question Prince Rong full of honor. Why did he turn into the plotting traitor he is now? During that time, when His Majesty speaks in a moving manner, he may even shed a few worthless tears in the presence of the civil and military officials. After that, His Majesty, then filled with pain, said that in remembrance of past merits, Prince Rong's death penalty can be waived, but it is difficult to escape a living crime, and imprisoned him in the heavenly prison of the Ministry of Penal Affairs, so as to block the world's long mouth. The words fell. Wu Jiu's hand was trembling as she held the wineglass, and her heart was setting off a wave of horror. This move in particular went the way of Prince Rong, leaving him with no way out. Raiding the chutes. Strip off your clothes first and backtrack. It'll even get out that she'll have a good reputation. From the preparation, to the laying on of hands, and even the establishment of guilt, the perfection of the aftermath. Yao Yang had almost everything figured out for her. Shang Wanwaner also looked shocked, her beautiful eyes wide and her breathing steep. This Gao Yang must not be messed with. Wu Jiu took a few deep breaths and said as calmly as possible, "What you said about the ploy is fine, but if Prince Rong doesn't die, I'm afraid that if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring." When Gao Yang heard this, he was instantly displeased. "Your Majesty, you are misunderstanding my words." "Misunderstanding?" Takeshi froze. "It's just a huge misunderstanding. I am doing this so that the people of the world can't pick out Your Majesty's fault. Furthermore, does Your Majesty still remember the extermination of your family when you asked me about it in the courtroom examination?" Gao Yang said with intent. Wu Jiu instantly thought of the first time she met Gao Yang, the question she had tested him on in the courtroom. "What if you destroy your enemy's family, only to find out there's a child?" Gao Yang's answer is. Wu Jiu's eyes changed and she suddenly looked at Gao Yang and said, "You mean wait for the rabbit?" Gao Yang nodded his head and corrected, "Accurately speaking, it is fishing for law enforcement. Prince Rong has been sent to the heavenly prison. His guards will definitely focus on rescuing him, so Your Majesty can set up an ambush inside the heavenly prison and kill them all. As for Prince Rong, under depression, deeply sorry for the late emperor's trust, sorry for His Majesty's trust, left a suicide note to kill himself, which is also very reasonable." These two words came out. Silence, deadly silence. Not to mention Wu Jiu and Shang Wanwaner, even Gao Changwen, who had always had a big heart, looked at Gao Yang's back with a face full of fear. It was a stressful moment for him, but then he had a surge of thankfulness that he was lucky to be family and not an enemy. Otherwise the grass is a foot high in the grave. After a long time, Wu Jiu stood up and said, "I know, you allow me to think it over." Yao Yang's words hit her hard inside. "I wanted to find." Gao Yang asked how to cut the clan. "I did not expect to cut the clan cannot be. Kill Prince Rong Wulong has become an imminent event." Even when Gao Yang said this, she couldn't even kill without it. Not only do you get rid of a strong enemy and completely grasp the power of speech in the courtroom, but you also won't carry the charge of slaughtering a member of the same clan. Honestly, Wujou was heartened. This matter is of great importance. Not a single bit of information can be leaked, or else, there will be no amnesty for killing. Wuzhou's gaze looked towards Gao Changwon, and it was obvious that these words were addressed to Gao Changwon. Gao Changwon trembled, fearing that he would be silenced by these two men. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, the straw man is just not too smart, but not stupid. There is so much at stake that never a word more will be said." Gao Yang also picked up. "On this point, please rest assured, Your Majesty, most of the dude is not good enough to be used. Only know how to have fun and get drunk in the gentle land. But this does not mean that the dude is stupid." Wu Jiu's hesitation. Gao Yang also expressed understanding. This kind of big event, definitely need to think for a few more days. But today's words had been like a seed planted in Wu Jiu's heart, which would soon grow into a huge tree. If you don't kill Prince Rong, cutting the clan is a big joke. That's not to mention sanctioning the 6 kingdoms and unifying the world. He was a good hand at insight into the hearts of people, and he could know that the empress in front of him, although she was a woman, her ambition was not inferior to that of any man in the world. Whoever dares to stop her path to empress will die. A general success is still to be 10,000 bones. That is not to mention the emperor's road. It is never too much to say that there are corpses everywhere and a sea of blood. And in these words, he also drew a big pie for the empress. Great Qian is rich and strong, and he has a wonderful plan to sanction the 6 kingdoms. Psychologically, there's an interesting phenomenon. In a speech, it is easier for people to remember the beginning and the end, and just now he specifically paused for a few seconds to say that Great Qian is rich and strong, and he has a wonderful plan to sanction the 6 countries. And according to the Zeigarnik memory effect in psychology, people will always remember unfinished business and its related information will be memorized. Prince Rong can't bounce back for much longer. Wu Jiu took a step and walked to the door and stopped again. "I'll ask one more question. What deep hatred does Prince Rong have with you?" That, she was curious about. Gao Yang did not hide it and said frankly, "I have a smaller heart, and I have always returned favors and avenged. From the time that I uncovered His Majesty's edict of seeking wisdom, to the impeachment of me in the courtroom, Prince Rong's shadow was behind it. Since he wants to use the Duke of Ding's residence to make a statement, I want to destroy his entire family." Gao Yang looked straight into Wu Jiu's condescending phoenix eyes and said word for word, a simple, direct and unobtrusive statement. Wu Jiu thought that Gao Yang would pull some other reasons, but he didn't expect this straightforwardness. That gave her a moment of relief. She pushed open the door of the room, and a cool voice followed. "Within 3 days, I will give you an answer." The corner of Gao Yang's mouth hooked into a smile. "I respectfully send off Your Majesty." Soon, Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wan Air exited the Rouge Pavilion and boarded a prosperous carriage. The palace's disguised guards were also quickly lined up, their faces full of solemnity. "Your Majesty." Shangguan Wanner's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Wu Jiu and hesitantly opened her mouth. Wu Jiu's face was full of ice coldness, and a powerful aura of a king's reign surrounded her. As a matter of fact, only Gao Yang could cause such a great emotional fluctuation within her. She closed her eyes and started to take a nap, but her mind was filled with Gao Yang's words. In the middle of the day, a faint voice echoed within the carriage. "Find me a death row inmate with a family." Shangguan Wanner's pupils suddenly shrunk. Then she responded, "I will obey the decree." As Wu Jiu left, Zhao De and Shen Shang walked in quickly, but before they could speak, one man knelt first. Gao Changwen knelt down towards Gao Yang and said, "Elder brother, wrong, your foolish brother is wrong." Zhao De was astonished. Gao Changwen was known as a bully in Chang'an, although he didn't have too many bad intentions, but he was always afraid of the sky and the earth. Even Gao Feng was not afraid. Throughout the entire Dingwa Gongfu, only Gao Tianlong had a certain deterrent effect on him. 10 years old, the peak because of Gao Changwen naughty, will be violently beaten. That night Gao Changwen to the teacup pee a bubble, and then cover the tea lid, while saying that the child is naughty, while the teacup to the peak sent over. Gao Feng was full of relief and took the teacup, about to drink it. If it wasn't for the smell of children's urine being too strong, it would have really made Gao Changwen a success. That night, Gao Changwen's screams echoed in the Dingwa Gongfu, and the aftermath lingered for 3 days. But now, in just less than an afternoon's work, Gao Changwen was kneeling to Gao Yang? What the hell is going on here? Gao Yang helped Gao Changwen up and said with a smile, "What is UD doing? You and I are all family." These words made Gao Changwen wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, they're a loving family. Elder brother, then shall we continue playing music and dancing?" Gao Changwen asked tentatively. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze deep. "Go back to the house. There are still some things to do." he came to the Rouge Pavilion. Originally wanted to personally feel the taste of the Qinglu of Dichen. It's a novelty when you first come in, but after the experience, it's more or less tasteless. This Rouge Court is still too much worse than the clubhouse, especially carrying a small box. Knocking on the door, that kind of open blind box feeling simply cannot be compared. Gao Changwon was a little disappointed, but didn't retort. His eyes twinkled, obviously having other ideas. Gao Yang had just walked out of the elegant room with a group of guards when he saw a silhouette walking hurriedly. It was clearly Lu Yuer, who was wearing a long dress, revealing her high collarbone and a touch of whiteness. Is Lord Gao leaving? No more playing around? Lu Yuer approached Gao Yang and asked in a delicate voice. Some other time. There are still some things to take care of, Gao Yang simply said. Since Elder Gao has something to do, the slave girl wouldn't dare to stay longer. But this is something I still ask you to accept. Lu Yuer respectfully handed out an exquisite sign, which was made of fine rosewood, engraved with 3 big words: Rouge Pavilion in dragon and phoenix, and a 1 on one side. Seeing as how things are new, in accordance with Lord Gao's method, a membership plate as described by Your Excellency has been temporarily rushed, and from today onwards, Your Excellency is my Rouge Pavilion's honored guest, as well as Rouge Pavilion's highest-ranking supreme-level member. With this card, Lord Gao will not only get priority entry, but also exclusive elegant rooms, free quality drinks and food, and will be accompanied by 1 girl per day, and once in a month, he can have a night with the flower girl, but only for the use of the Lord himself. Gao Yang received this card and was a bit surprised. In such a short time, not only did he understand what he meant, but he also rushed out the first membership card. This Lu Yuer is a talented businessman. Cao Yan was full of calmness, but Gao Changwon was not calm. He looked at Lu Yuer and said uncertainly, 1 girl per day, and 1 flower girl per month to spend the night with? Miss Lu, where is my husband's membership card? Gao Changwon couldn't help but rub his hands together, his eyes flashing with a wolfish light. Lu Yuer kept a polite smile on her face. Second prince, you have to charge up. Then how much silver does the supreme member license cost? Gao Changwon's face was embarrassed for a moment, but he said unconvincingly. Lu Yuer smiled back. It's not much. If you top up 200,000 taels in Rouge Pavilion or spend a full 200,000 taels of silver, you can obtain a supreme member. What? 200,000 taels of silver? Robbing money? Gao Changwon's voice drew up. His entire body tensed up. The Rouge Pavilion also has ordinary membership for only 500 taels of silver. Only the privileges are correspondingly worse. And starting today, Rouge Pavilion customers will have to pay a portion of the silver up front, more or less. Lu Yuer emphatically looked at Gao Changwon and said. The corners of Gao Changwon's mouth twitched, feeling that this was a presumptuous statement. Does he look like a whoremonger? Gao Yang smiled and said to Lu Yuer, since this is the case, this official will not be polite. Tell the pavilion master for this official. This official will appreciate it. Gao Yang said emphatically. The smile on Lu Yuer's face grew stronger. Slave servant to see off Senior Lord Gao. Lu Yuer walked in front of Gao Yang and led the way for him. Gao Yang stepped on the steps and walked to the first floor of the Rouge Pavilion. On the first floor, there were mostly casual visitors, most of whom were watching the woman dancing on the round stage. The woman's body was half covered by the tulle, seductive to the extreme. That's a good tactic to evoke desire first and then stimulate consumption. Gao Yan walked to the center of the first floor and was just about to head towards the door. On the other side, a voice suddenly rang out. Brother Gao, why don't you come forward for a gathering when you see the Shitsi? Gao Yang looked up and saw Wu Chang, who was dressed in white and had a feather fan in his hand, walking towards him. His face was white, his feet were weak, and he was followed by 5 or 6 guards. One of the guards had a big waist, his muscles bulging like gnarled dragons, filled with explosive strength, and was very uncommon at first glance. Gao Yang paused in his steps, and a pair of eyes looked at Wu Chang. He raised an eyebrow, sniffing out the implication of good coming from bad. He hadn't really thought that he had lost interest in taking a shot at Wu Chang, and as a result, Wu Chang had even taken the initiative to come to his door. That kinda surprised him. It would be rude of me not to know that your son is here, but I have urgent business to attend to, so if your son has nothing else to do, I will leave first. Gao Yang opened his mouth in a salty manner and made a move to leave. As soon as Wu Chang saw that Gao Yang was leaving, he rushed forward. Even if Brother Gao was busy, he doesn't care about such a short period of time. But it's Brother Gao who has hidden so much from this Shitsi. First leveling Linjiang city grain prices, and offer the method of extinguishing locusts. And even the son of the world heard that today His Majesty's early morning court under the aim of rice and grain mixed with sand to curb the corrupt officials, but also the brilliant plan of the younger brother. This son of the world is really admired. Gao Yang stared at Wu Sung's face. Generally speaking, When a hater starts holding you up in public, it's more than likely an attempt to punk you. As expected, with Wu Cheng's words, the first floor of Rouge Pavilion instantly boiled over. Hiss! There was a chorus of backward gasps. Mr. Gao's great talent, raising grain prices to attract foreign grain merchants. What a wonderful plan! Grain adulterated with sand to curb corrupt officials. Look at it as an unforgivable evil, but in fact it is a strategy to save the people. Mr. Gao is really deep in hiding. A crowd of praises rang out with admiration, and when Wu Cheng saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He gazed at the crowd on the first floor and said loudly, Officer Gao is deeply hidden and has amazing talent. Since he appeared in the Rouge Pavilion today, how can we let him go? How about letting Officer Gao improvise a song? As soon as Wu Cheng's voice came out, the people, who were already watching the fun, immediately agreed. Wu Cheng's gaze went back to Gao Yang with a smile on his face. Since the atmosphere is here, why don't Brother Gao recite a poem to open our eyes? Great Qian world peace. The military generals are weak, replaced by the emphasis on culture and military suppression. Literati, especially talented scholars, often moved Chang'an with their voices and respect, and were even appreciated by high officials and recommended to become officials. This Wu Cheng is sinister, probably because the original owner of the song far from the big stone, close to the big stone, really big stone really big to give him confidence. If he leaves like this, the entire Chang'an literati will be displeased. Although Gao Yang did not care, after all, outsiders' eyes have nothing to do with him, not to mention the fact that Wu Sung's full family is almost gone. But being put on the spot is always a bit upsetting. It even occurred to him that for the next few days, Wu Du might look like a piece of dog pile barking furiously at his side. He's quite afraid of trouble, so he might as well solve it. Recite a poem? How difficult is that? Gao Yang opened his mouth indifferently with a smile on his face. When Wu Cheng heard this, he was instantly ecstatic. The court officials are as afraid of Gao Yang as they are of tigers, leopards and wolves, and even his father and the military division see Gao Yang as a formidable enemy. But now it seems to be nothing more than that. Then this Shitzi will wait for Brother Gao's masterpiece. Wu Cheng was full of anticipation and couldn't wait. But at that moment, Gao Yang spoke up again. If you want to compose a poem, how can you not have wine? Though at the moment there is only one dear friend of the world's sun. We can drink together and have a good time with poetry. Changwen, you go up to the previous elegant room and fetch my officials good wine. My official this poem about the world's sun. When we drink a cup together. Seiji, please. Soon. Gao Changwen walked back with a jug of wine and poured a cup and handed it to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng took the wine glass and surveyed the liquid in it. His eyes were suspicious for a moment. The wine was not within his sight, which made the cautious nature of the man very slightly suspicious. After all, it has also long been commonplace for Chang'an dudes to drug each other. But when he thought about it, he shouldn't have. Drugging the son of a dynasty in public. The guts were too big. Still, he didn't drink, but said with a smile, Brother Gao is truly a strange man. Even his poetry writing is very different from all the talented people, but the wine is still just that. Gao Yang purposely made a stern face and said, could it be that Shitzi looks down on Mr. Gao and is unwilling to drink? In that case, it is Gao who has made a fool of himself. Saying that, Gao Yang once again walked towards the gate. Seeing this, Wu Cheng hastened to stop it. If Gao Yang caught the chance and took the opportunity to slip away, then wouldn't he have worked for nothing? Brother Gao, wait. In that case, how about you and I drink together to help Brother Gao's poetry flourish? Wu Cheng lifted his wine cup and his eyes went to the wine pot in Gao Changwen's hand. This wine of his, he just poured it out of this jug. This is what he saw with his own eyes. Come, fill up Brother Gao. Wu Cheng shouted with a smile. Seeing this, Gao Changwen could only pour another cup. He couldn't help but look at Gao Yang, a little worried inside. He said that this Wu Cheng is not so stupid. Between the dude, drug things happen. Wu Cheng and how can be defenseless? If it's drugging, how can it be done openly? However, Gao Yang had a cloudy face as he took the wine cup and said to Wu Cheng, Shitzi, please, wait. For the sake of the friendship between you and me, this wine shall be exchanged. Saying that, Wu Cheng exchanged another cup with Gao Yang. Then as long as Gao Yang dares to drink first, the wine will definitely be fine. On the contrary, then there is a pit. Gao Yang had a smirk on his lips. After replacing the wine glass, Gao Yang directly tilted his head back and took a sip into his mouth. While the knot in his throat rolled, he also didn't forget to turn the glass downwards, signaling that he drank it clean. Gao Changwen was stunned. Could it be that he was wrong about Gao Yang, not even trying to drug him? Or is it that the poisoner should enter the game with his body, kill 1,000 enemies, and lose 800 of his own? Wu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Gao is truly a man of the sea. This world sun would like to drink with him in order to help Brother Gao's poetry flourish. With that, Wu Cheng also drank it down in one go, his throat rolling, following which he similarly turned the cup downwards, signaling that he would not drop a single drop, and drank it all in. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Next, he tilted his head back and proceeded to spit out the drink he had in his mouth in one gulp. Wine gargling really makes Gao poetic. This tawdry maneuver caused Wu Cheng's eyes to glaze over. Gao Yang, you didn't drink this wine? Wu Cheng's face was green. Gao Yang's performance. That proves that this wine has a pit in all probability. Wu Cheng was just about to open his mouth, but Gao Yang didn't even give him a chance to speak. His pair of eyes looked steeply at the crowd. The hospitality is hard to resist, and it coincides with being in the Rouge Pavilion. So this gentleman will have a euphonious poem. Gentlemen, listen up. With that, Gao Yang faced the crowd and directly spoke aloud. The clouds want to dress up and the flowers want to look beautiful. The spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If I didn't see you at the top of the Jade Mountain, I'd meet you under the moon at the Yao Tai. Gao Yang recited one of Li Bai's Qingping tunes off the top of his head. This poem was originally written by Li Bai to praise Yang Guifei, and its meaning is simple. Seeing the clouds is associated with her gorgeous clothes. Seeing the flowers is associated with her gorgeous face. The spring breeze blowing on the railing, the dewdrops moistening the flowers more colorful. Such a heavenly beauty, either the floating fairy scene at the head of Chuanyu Mountain, or the goddess under the moonlight illumination in front of Yaodai Hall. This statement was made. Buzz. The originally noisy Rouge Pavilion was silent. It was as if the minds of the people present were suddenly struck by thunder. They looked at Gao Yang as if they had seen a ghost. The women in the Rouge Pavilion were even more shocked. Their pretty faces filled with emotion. Lu Yuer originally had a worried face and was very worried. After all, composing poetry is not like a poison scheme, which requires a strong literary background. But as soon as the Qingping tune came out, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Although she is a Rouge cabinet shopkeeper, but since childhood is familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, proficient in poetry and lyrics, not only her, but the entire Rouge Pavilion of girls were forced to learn some poetry and couplets. After all, they take the high-end route, relying on beauty alone, cannot hook those literati inner turmoil. But if it's cloaked in the identity of a family man or woman of talent, the price can often multiply several times. As soon as this poem came out, Lu Yuer was sure that it would resound throughout Chang'an. Even countless girls of all ages would regard this poem as a treasure. Lu Yuer even couldn't help but murmur, the clouds want to clothe themselves with flowers, and the spring breeze brushes the threshold with dewy hua thick. In this world, there is such a delicate verse? She looked at one of Gao Yang's faces and her eyes were filled with shock. Qinger was also on the second floor and had long since walked out when she heard the commotion. She also loved poetry, and when she heard these 2 lines, her entire body went limp. What's wrong with whoring just for this poem? She even managed to skyrocket her value overnight with this poem. Even Wu Cheng had temporarily forgotten if there was something wrong with the wine in this cup. His eyes were round as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Yang is still capable of this? How could he have written such poetry? You're hiding your poetry? No way. That's never going to happen. Wu Cheng's face twisted as he shouted, Officer Gao, how dare you, plagiarizing other people's poems. This is knowing the law and breaking the law, to be disgraced by the literati of the world. At the same time, his heart was so hot that he couldn't wait to rip off his clothes, release his restraints, and boldly be himself. Even looking at Gao Yang's face was a bit browbeaten. To make matters worse, his stomach lurched. Not good. Very bad. He hurriedly shook his head a little, trying to stay awake. Gao Yang looked at Wu Cheng's expression and knew that most likely the medicine had taken effect. He took a step and was about to leave, but the muscular and strong man beside Wu Cheng took a fierce step forward. His eyes were cold and his voice was like a bell. He said in a deep voice, the world's son asked, could it be that Elder Gao didn't hear? At this time, Zhao Did and Shen Shang also stepped forward to protect Gao Yang's side. They could naturally tell that this burly man must be a tough general in the army, a well-deserved expert. For a while, the entire Rouge Pavilion was in a state of saber rattling. Everyone tensed and took a few steps back. The burly man bulged with exploding muscles. His body was tall, and the oppressive force around him was as thick as a mountain. No one is allowed to leave until the world's son gives the word. The burly man's voice was like a bell, and his killing intent was biting. Wu Sun's brain was becoming less and less clear. He stood behind the burly man, and with his line of sight, he could just see the burly man's big butt, which he usually disdained, swaying from side to side at this moment, as if it had a fatal temptation. Under the nervous gazes of the onlookers, Wu Cheng took the lead and moved. The burly man was just about to step forward and strike, but Wu Cheng violently encircled his waist from behind. For a moment, the strong man was stunned, and his tower-like body was struck like a heavy blow. He twisted his head incredulously and looked at Wu Cheng, his throat rolling. Shitzi, What are you doing? For a while, the entire Rouge Pavilion was plunged into silence. Lu Yuer, Xinger, and the crowd of guests in the Rouge Pavilion all stared at Wu Chang with wide eyes, looking at him with disbelief. The two sides haven't even fought yet, and the strong man gets backstabbed first? Holy shit, what am I seeing? Seiji has such strong tastes? Ah, my eye. This sound of shock cleared Wu Chang's mind slightly. Upon realizing what he had done, his face suddenly turned white. Then he looked at Gao Yang with murderous intent. Gao Yang, I'll fight you. Wu Chang charged up towards Gao Yang in a frenzy. He was now 100% certain that something was terribly wrong with that drink. Gao Yang face calm. Although Prince Rong power hefty, but Dinggua Gongfu and how weak? Same dude. Who's afraid? Furthermore, Prince Rong had lost the Empress trust and couldn't bounce back for long. Gao Yang fiercely kicked out, shining a heavy kick straight between Wu Chang's legs. Poisoner's defense technique. A total of 2 strokes. One is a fierce poke in the eyes. The second is to attack the lower 3 ways. If it is a woman, then just to the chest fierce attack, so that even if it is defeated, that is not a loss. Wu Chang only felt an unstoppable force sweep through him, followed by a sharp pain in his heart. The acidity is unbelievable. Wu Chang's legs went limp and he fell to his knees, his face turning green. It was a kick that the men in the room all felt with a wave of horror. When the burly man saw this, he instantly became furious. Dare to take a shot at the son of the world. When you die. The strong man immediately killed towards Gao Yang, and the guards of Prince Rong's residence followed. Zhao Da's face sank as he took the lead in drawing his sword. Form a formation. Anyone who dares to strike at the Grand Duke will be killed without pardon. Gao Changwen hurriedly hid behind Gao Yang. He wanted to say one thing. The Dinggua Gongfu doesn't just have one Grand Duke. The second prince's life is not fortune-telling? Things took a sharp turn for the worse, catching everyone off guard. But Wu Song was trembling, as if he was trying his best to hold back something. Go! Wu Chang gritted his teeth. His face was blue, and even his body couldn't control the violent trembling. Seiji, the burly man, was a bit anxious, but Wu Sung's face twisted even more. I said go. Send me back to my house first. We'll talk about it later. At this moment, the sensation in his body was very strange. 3 inches below his belly, a burst of extreme acidity, and upwards from his belly, an evil fire rushed straight to his brain. Even more horrifying was the fact that his stomach flipped for a moment and was already somewhat out of control. Today if he planted in this Rouge Pavilion, tomorrow the entire Prince Rong's house will not be able to protect its reputation. The strong man also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly picked up Wu Chang and hurried towards the carriage outside. Gao Yang was also a bit surprised by the effects of the medicine, and he shouted behind him, "The world's sun looks like this. To strictly investigate that there are traitors drugged. Be careful to burst the body and die off." Wu Chang's body was stunned, and he was quickly helped onto the carriage. The carriage quickly ran wildly towards Prince Rong's residence. The stout man said with a resolute face, "The world's sun is enduring patience, and when he arrives at the mansion, there will be a woman to detoxify the poison for the world's sun." Wu Chang gritted his teeth. His eyes flushed red for a moment with a wave of ecstasy. Those hands slid up the bronzed muscles of the strong man. The burly man's body tensed up, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Seiji, this must not be done. However, Wu Chang pasted his entire body up, like an octopus. Guard Wu, you've been escorting Prince Rong's house for decades. You don't want to see the Shitsi burst into flames and die, do you? The martial guard's tiger body shook, and his iron tower-like body trembled violently. Rouge Court, 3rd floor. Lu Yuer pushed open the door of the room and looked at a woman with a respectful face. Pavilion Master, that supreme grade membership card has already been given to Lord Gao as you instructed, and the commotion underneath has been calmed down. The woman turned back, although the thin veil covered her face, but it was difficult to hide the face of the city and the country. She murmured, "Clouds want to dress and flowers want to look like flowers. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I didn't see you at the top of the Jade Mountain, I'd meet you under the moon at the Yao Tai." I really didn't expect that this poem would come from Gao Yang's mouth. Ruyan Lu was in awe. The more I look back on this poem, the more I realize that the magnificence of the words and the sense of image are far beyond the ordinary verse. Her identity wasn't simple either. On the surface she was one of the 4 flower leaders of the Rouge Pavilion, but in reality she was the pavilion master of the Rouge Pavilion. In today's matter, Elder Gao's tactics are too direct. I'm afraid that it will not be possible to settle the matter, and it may even spread to us. Lu Yuer had a worried look on her face. Although she was happy to see Gao Yang take a shot at Wu Chang, she felt that it was a bad thing to end in full view of everyone. After all, this is the son of Prince Rong, not an ordinary dude. Even she felt that Gao Yang's tactics were too direct. It's like no cover. Dang it. The corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth hooked into a smile. Direct means? You have not underestimated Lord Gao. Lu Yuer was a bit surprised when she heard this. Pavilion Master. What does that mean? Lu Ruyan's gaze was haunted, and her beautiful eyes landed on Lu Yuer's face again. A good player in playing with people's hearts, and even proposed white whoring and the use of talking books and novels and pictures of the Spring Palace to weaken the young generation of the 6 countries. He has struck, since he is planning to make a move. In these few days, I'm afraid there's still a good show to watch. Prince Rong's son is afraid he'll have to eat a dumb loss, Ruyan Lu said with great certainty. Lu Yuer also had a thoughtful look on her face. Come to think of it, Gao Yang has made a move. But how can it be that simple? The next time Mr. Gao comes to the Rouge Pavilion, I will personally go and keep him company. If this kind of person can be drawn in, or even used for me, my sect should rightly prosper greatly. Thinking about all the things in Gao Yang and Wu Zhou's personal arrival, Lu Ruyan's eyes were also like the bright stars in the night sky, emanating endless anticipation. Chang'an Street Road, inside the carriage of the Dinghui Gongfu. Elder brother, this move of yours is really too brilliant. My humble brother almost thought that you were going to enter the game with your body, limit 1 for 1, and had to pit that Wu Chang one hand. Gao Changwen was rambling on, a wave of exhilaration on his face. Come to think of it, this is the first time he's ever drugged successfully. The satisfaction was nothing less than that seconds-long shiver. Gao Yang swept a glance at Gao Changwen and laughed. That's Prince Rong's son. Aren't you afraid? Gao Changwen puffed out his chest, a touch of confidence showing on his childish face. His Prince Rong's house is not to be messed with. My Duke Ding's house is not bad either. Same dude. His own means are not good. Who can blame him? It's a shame to spread the word. Besides, Gao Changwen squeezed his eyebrows for a while. Elder brother strikes out in public. Even my humble brother feels that it's too direct. This must have a backhanded approach. So what does your younger brother have to worry about? Gao Yang was astonished. Who said that the dude is not useful? This analysis is simply head and shoulders above the rest. You're wrong. Where's the backstabbing? And besides, you're the one who drugged me. So what does that have to do with me? Even if Prince Rong were to lash out, your brother would still be able to hold the fort if the sky collapsed. A word fell. Gao Changwen's face froze. Immediately afterward, he directly panicked. Brother, you can't do this. If this isn't beaten to death by Lord Father, at the very least it will be crippled. When Gao Yang saw Gao Changwen's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Come on, I'm just teasing you. Look at your little guts. Don't worry, you're not involved in this. At those words, Gao Changwen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. It's so fucking scary. It's almost like he's scared out of his mind. Zhao Da. Find a cloth shop. Today not a penny spent. When to buy some good silk satin to bring back. Gao Yang had a thoughtful look on his face. There was something that he had to verify for a second. Yes. Soon after, the carriage soon hoofed its way to one of the largest cloth workshops in Chang'an City, the Brocade House. Chapter 63 Zhao Onyx. Specialty of Zhao? Tinsel House. As soon as Gao Yang walked through the door of the store, he was greeted by fine brocade fabrics, and a boy came forward to greet him. The store was huge, and in 2s and 3s the great ladies were making their selections. Elder brother, when do you plan to go to the Song family's eldest miss? Suddenly, Gao Changwen opened his mouth and asked, a strong curiosity in his eyes. Gao Yang was filled with surprise. Why do I need to find the Song family's eldest daughter? Elder brother has liked her for 10 years and has given so much for her. Wouldn't it be a loss to give up just like that? Not to mention the fact that elder brother is now valued by his majesty, and has made so many accomplishments one after another. Even if Ms. Song is even more high-minded and proud, she will always give priority to elder brother. Hearing this, Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Prioritize? But who am I to make her a priority? Like you said, right now, his majesty is honored, and I'm the Grand Duke of the first Duke's house of the dynasty, so who am I to hang on to this tree of hers? For a moment, Gao Changwen felt that it was very right and something was wrong somewhere. Just now, when that Qingping tune came out, the eyes of the girls inside the Rouge Pavilion. Did you see it? Gao Changwen nodded heavily. This he remembered clearly. Each and every one of them had a glint of adoration for their elder brother in their eyes, to the point that they couldn't wait to eat him. It's no exaggeration to say that even if elder brother doesn't exploit the loopholes of the law, he can go around whoring for nothing just by relying on these 2 lines about clouds wanting to clothe themselves and flowers wanting to look good, and spring breeze brushing the threshold and dewy Wawawazon. Gao Changwen said enviously. When the book was in use, he hated it, and at that moment just now, he truly realized what it was like. Gao Yang pulled out the Rouge Pavilion's Supreme membership card again. Even if I don't rely on my talent, this white whoring isn't a problem. So why should I go to Song Qingqing? Gao Changwen scratched his head, feeling more and more justified. Although Song Qingqing is beautiful, her appearance is far more than the women in the Rouge Pavilion. but she cannot help the women in the Rouge Pavilion are slutty enough, and one a day, with no repeats, even with a flower girl to accompany them. This flower girl's appearance is not necessarily inferior to Song Qingqing's. Of the two, he preferred the latter. Brother, makes a very good point, but I just feel that my elder brother has given so much, and once he gives up, it would be too much of a loss. Changwon, you're too young. The water of love is too deep for you to grasp. Just by the words you just said, you've already got a dog licking. What is a licking dog? Gao Changwon looked curious. The big yellow dog in the house. But whenever you go back to the house and see him, how will he be? Since he rushed up to pounce on me and licked my hand with joy. Gao Yang smiled and said, what would you do if you were in a good mood? Since then, I should rub his head as a sign of intimacy, and even throw a bone or two to tease and amuse him. And what if it's in a bad mood and it's still full of enthusiasm for you and rushes up to lick you furiously? Gao Changwon scratched his head again. Guess I'll give it a kick. But having said that, Gao Changwon was also shocked. Could this be a dog licker? Gao Yang revealed a flash of certainty to Gao Changwon. More than that, if that dog is hurt by your attitude and refuses to be intimate with you anymore, all you need to do is throw a bone or two and it will continue to come up. And then week after week. It all depends on the master's mood. Hiss. Gao Changwon instantly drew a breath of cold air after hearing these words. He looked shocked. After hearing this and knowing what a lickspittle is, what are your thoughts? Brother, I suddenly think it would be fun to be a lickspittle. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Deeply anticlimactic. Gao Changwon looked excited. Then said, brother, I thought of another question. Since licking one person is a dog, then if I lick 10 people, 100 people, then I am still licking a dog? Goyang. He should have known. There is no easy one in the Dinghua Gungfu. But he didn't bother with Gao Changwon as he called out, boss. With Gao Yang's voice, a fat white middle-aged man soon walked up. As soon as he saw Gao Yang, he immediately knew that an honored guest had come. This gentleman, I am the shopkeeper of the brocade building. My surname is Qi. I don't know what kind of cloth you need? Boss Qi had a smile on his face. Gao Yang's eyes swept over the fine pieces of brocade and silk in the brocade building. I've heard that Zhao produces a kind of cloth called Zhao onyx. Could the shopkeeper show it to me? This gentleman, wait a moment. You've come to the right place. The whole of Chang'an. I guess we're the only ones who have the goods at the brocade house right now. This Zhao onyx is a good cloth. You'll know it when you touch it. Only Zhao's weaving technology can produce this fine and white cloth. But right now only the treasury is stocked with it. So please wait for a while. The shopkeeper said repeatedly, his tone full of esteem for Zhao onyx. Then I'll trouble the shopkeeper. Gao Yang politely returned. Seeing this, Gao Changwon was very slightly puzzled, and he curiously said, elder brother, there are many cloths here, so why did you uniquely see Zhao onyx? Although this Zhao onyx has a fine texture and is comfortable to wear, it is shipped from Zhao, and its price is high, so the cost-performance ratio is really not high. Gao Yang was very slightly surprised. Today you have impressed my brother, and you know about value for money? Gao Changwon was a bit unable to sit still. Brother said this, my humble brother is just not too smart, but not stupid. Zhao shares a border with my Dakian, but it's thousands of miles away. And if the merchants of the two countries want to transport Zhao onyx to Chang'an, the manpower on the road, the transportation, and the guards to prevent bandits are astronomical, and the cost comes up, and the selling price is higher since. Gao Yang nodded his head. You have a good point, but it is indeed this reasoning. That's the main reason why Zhao onyx is so expensive. Gao Changwon's eyes flickered. Could it be that elder brother thinks this Zhao onyx is profitable? Do you want to stick your nose in? Gao Yang glanced at the eager Gao Changwon, and he ambiguously said, sort of, but we still have to see exactly. It's too soon to be sure. Thinking of Zhao onyx, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. If this Zhao onyx was really what he thought it was, then there was more than just profit in the middle. This was clearly just a smile, but for some reason, it caused Gao Changwon to feel chills all over his body. It's like a lot of people are going to die. Illusion. It must be an illusion, Gao Changwon said to herself. But just as Gao Changwon was filled with suspicion, two women also came in at the front door of the brocade building. Both of these two men Gao Changwon still recognized. One was Chen Yi, the eldest daughter of the military minister's family, and the other was Song Qingqing, the daughter of the Song family. The two were followed by a few maids. Chen Yi was also considered a beauty, with delicate features, fair skin, and a small palm-sized face that attracted attention. But compared to Song Qingqing on the side, that was more than inferior. Song Qingqing was dressed in a long green dress, more and more set off the whiteness of her skin. Her features were exquisite, her face was absolutely beautiful, and if she only looked at her appearance, she could even be on par with Shang Wanwaner. Gao Changwon was a little hesitant. If he hadn't experienced Gao Yang's licking dog talk, He went up high and low to say hello. But not now. Song Qingqing treated his elder brother as a licking dog. This insulted not only Gao Yang alone, but also him. He just poked Gao Yang as a reminder that there were 2 uninvited guests at the door. Gao Yang subconsciously looked over. At the same time, Chenyi poked Song Qingqing's white arm. Song Qingqing's pair of beautiful eyes also looked in the direction Chenyi had indicated. In the air, 4 eyes met, but there was no dogged sound of so-called electricity intertwined with each other. All there was Gao Yang quickly averting his gaze and turning his head to the other side. Although he disliked people like Song Qingqing, right now he was waiting for Zhao Onyx, so he simply chose to ignore it. This act of treating a stranger instantly made Song Qingqing tense up, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with aggression. P.S. Tonight to give you all a burst of more. In order to action to show the greatest sincerity. I hope that all of you all the golden list. The future is bright. Chapter 64, Triple Strike, 2 solid ha ha ha. Gao Changwen let out a loud laugh abruptly, which startled Gao Yang. What are you suddenly ghosting about? Gao Yang had a black line on his head and looked at Gao Changwen. Gao Changwen scratched his head and said, I just felt that the atmosphere was strangely awkward, so I kind of didn't hold back. Goyang. Seeing this, Chenyi graciously pulled Song Qingqing forward. She pretended to have a casual face and said, 2 gentlemen, it seems that everything is destiny to run into each other here. You guys also came to buy clothes? As Song Qingqing's best friend, she naturally knew what Song Qingqing was thinking, and she also felt quite embarrassed. Just after the withdrawal of the marriage, Gao Yang from a playboy into the whole Chang'an Forced Shui scholar's pillar of talent. Even the empress was moved by it. The most awkward of these was the Song residence. But this matter is not something Chenyi can say. After all, it is Song Qingqing who has gone too far. However, because of her previous relationship, her relationship with Gao Yang and Gao Changwen was not bad, and she had a few points of face. Gao Changwen sniffed and nodded with great approval. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Usually after strolling through the Rouge Pavilion, we would rush straight to the mansion and recuperate for a few days. I didn't expect that the first time we came to this brocade building, we would run into you guys. Rouge Court? You guys went to a greenhouse? Chenyi was very surprised. Song Qingqing's face also changed. However, Gao Changwen was astonished. What kind of eyes are you guys looking at? As a dude, what are you doing if you don't visit a greenhouse on weekdays? Is it better to run to the front and horse the horses? This justified look, and this affirmative tone of voice, in turn, made Chenyi a little bit won't. It made so much sense. She couldn't even begin to refute it. When Gao Changwen thought of the various things within the Rouge Pavilion, he instantly became interested. We didn't just go to the Rouge Pavilion. My elder brother will be able to whore himself out for nothing in the future. In the bottom of Gao Changwen's eyes, a Rouge Pavilion's Supreme Membership card. It was simply a symbol of honor. Immediately, he told all about the Supreme Membership card worth 200,000 taels of silver, along with the privileges of the Supreme Membership card. For a moment, Chenyi was astonished. According to the salary of the Great Qian, although her father is a third-grade official, but the annual salary counting the miscellaneous, but only tens of thousands of taels of silver. This is, of course, the explicit income, but the mansion, there can still be dozens of subordinates to support. 200,000 taels of silver. This is definitely counted on an astronomical figure. Rouge Pavilion, as Chang'an's famous greenhouse, they also know the big name. Most of the girls in here sell their art, not their bodies, all beauty. This privilege of Gao Yang is already very scary. And in between words, Gao Changwen also shook his head and recited that Gao Yang had made the Qingping tune. One moment, the 2 women all wore shocked faces. Song Qingqing, in particular, had an endless shock set off in her heart. She studied the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood and was proficient in poetry and couplets, so she was known as one of the 4 great talents of Chang'an. But even she, after hearing that the clouds wanted to clothe the flowers, and the spring breeze brushed the threshold of Du Huanon, her face was filled with surprise. Song Qingqing could not help it after all. Her red lips gently opened and said, Gao Yang, this cloud wants to be clothed and flowers want to look like a flower. The spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick is really your improvisation to write out? She had a disbelieving look on her face. Just this one poem alone. Gao Yang could be among the first-class poets of Diqian. As soon as Gao Yang heard Song Qingqing's skeptical tone, he was inexplicably offended. It really made her right after all. He really copied it. Only he copied Li Bai from another time and space. He directly choked Song Qingqing. No, I copied it. The raw and cold attitude and strong tone instantly made Song Qingqing think of yesterday when she waited under the tree for several hours for Gao Yang, and was bitten by mosquitoes on her body with several big bags. In her mind, although she had done something wrong and did hurt some people, she had made the Dinghua Gongfu lose face. But she's such a condescending person. She's gone soft. Gao Yang is a man. Can't he be a little more generous? Besides, she only wanted to be friends with Gao Yang. Did she really think that after she overpowered Shui Xinghe and gained the Empress's relevance, she would have to be his? She, Song Qingqing, was just giving him one more chance to pursue himself. There are so many talented men in the world. Which one of them is not worthy of Song Qingqing? As soon as Chen Yi saw that the atmosphere was tense, she hurriedly rounded up the situation and said, Mr. Gao, don't mind if you do. Qingqing didn't mean that at all. Gao Yan was non-committal for a while. He was purely unable to look at a woman like Song Qingqing who tended to be a woman of influence, although he had seen a lot of them in his previous life. But it's like sniffing dog shit. You can't think that all dog shit smells good one day just because you sniff dog shit every day, right? Unless it becomes a lickspittle. That's one thing. Chen Yi suddenly brightened up and said to Gao Yang, this cloud of yours wants to be clothed with flowers. The spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. This was written for Qingqing, right? When Gao Yang heard this, he cried out in a straight line. Song Qingqing, on the other hand, was stunned with her pretty face. The meaning of the poem is very straightforward. It describes the beauty of the woman as a fairy in the sky. He himself had withdrawn from the marriage more than 10 days ago, and in such a short period of time, who else could be in Gao Yang's mind but himself? The words are tougher than anyone else's, but in reality, she is still on her mind. Song Qingqing's pretty face improved. Gao Yang, I can understand how you feel. It's only right that you hate me. Yesterday you made me wait for a few hours. So this is even. Everyone can still be friends later. Rub. Gao Yang couldn't hold back. He hurriedly said, Big sister, don't insult the poem, okay? When have you ever seen a tending fairy? Count on me to beg you to go find Shui Xinghe. Insults. Convergence. Looking for Shui Xinghe. These three words were a life-threatening trifecta, instantly producing a series of violent blows to Song Qingqing's heart. Gao Yang, what do you mean by insulting? What do you mean by tending to the wrong people? And what do you mean by looking for Shui Xinghe? You make it clear today. Upon hearing these words, Song Qingqing directly exploded. These words were not only extremely offensive, but also extremely insulting. Gao Yang directly lazily ignored Song Qingqing, but it was just more talk. It just so happened that Boss Chi was holding a thin, white Zhao onyx, and walked up from the other side, and Gao Yang directly stepped up. Mr. Gao, this is the Zhao onyx you asked for, but as the Grand Duke knows, Zhao is a long way away. Plus this textile technology is mature, so it's more expensive. Gao Yang took the Zhao onyx in his hand and gently caressed it. Sure enough, this Zhao onyx was far superior to the fabrics of Dakian in both texture and feel. This Zhao onyx can only be produced in Zhao? This is natural. After all, this is a great means for Zhao to amass wealth, and its core technology has been kept secret. Boss Chi had a smile on his face. Gao Yang scrutinized the Zhao onyx in his hand and asked, how many taels of silver does one Zhao onyx cost? 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang was a bit surprised. This price was really not cheap. Zhao da, pay up. Gao Yang touched the Zhao onyx in his hand, a smile full of meaning on his face. Then, he directly took this Zhao onyx and left the brocade house. As for the whole time, he didn't even look at Song Qingqing more than once, as if Song Qingqing was a transparent person. Chapter 65, I'm a spring and autumn reader. Don't think of whoring for nothing. Song Qingqing looked unbelievably at Gao Yang's departing back, and she couldn't believe it for a while. He actually left. Even the Zhao onyx in his arms is more important than me. Song Qingqing had a look of disbelief on her face. In the past, Gao Yang would never treat her like this, and with a single word from her, she would be able to call him to come and go. As a matter of fact, since she was let go yesterday, she had made up her mind that she didn't have much feelings for Gao Yang anyway, so she might as well just let it go. It's hard to find a four-legged toad in the sky, but there are plenty of two-legged men. She, Song Qingqing, was at least from a famous family. It was just more of a resentment, an imbalance in her heart. But now Gao Yang's attitude stung her, as if she was the most disgusting thing under the sky, and even looking at her twice seemed disgusting. Seeing this, Chen Yi sighed deeply in her heart. She couldn't blame Song Qingqing for this matter. After all, she and Song Qingqing were the best of friends, and the Song and Chen families were even world friends. But Song Qingqing personally came to the door to withdraw from the marriage, which was too humiliating, and Gao Yang's indifference was justifiable. Either stay away from Gao Yang completely, or be prepared to be humiliated if you get close. But seeing Song Qingqing's appearance, Chen Yi was still a little heartbroken. So she said, Qingqing, love is deep, hate is deep. This poem Gao Yang must have written it for you. It's just that you gave him too much damage, so now his heart is full of hatred for you. Don't you take it to heart. When Song Qingqing heard this, her face flashed, revealing a touch of movement. Really? This cloud thinks of clothes and flower thinks of face was really made for me? If so, why did Gao Yang insult me? Since it is true, Chen Yi had a helpless face, but the words had already been spoken, so she could only comfort them with a stiff upper lip. Humph. Song Qingqing snorted coldly, with a touch of hatred under her eyes. When he comes begging for me, I'm going to make him taste what I'm feeling right now. No, 10 times, 100 times like that. Song Qingqing was looking forward to that scene, and even thinking about it was a relief. Chen Yi instantly had a burst of headache. In fact, in her heart, she was more inclined to the fact that Gao Yang was telling the truth. He truly felt that Song Qingqing had insulted the poem, but seeing Song Qingqing in this state, she is not good to open her mouth. Wagon. Gao Changwon had a face of admiration. Elder brother, the way you looked just now was simply too handsome. As he said that, he stroked his chin again and said, but this Song Qingqing is also really strange. It's clear that she was the one who withdrew from the marriage, and now she's acting as if she's in love. Gao Yang scoffed. Love? It's just an imbalance, and the unbearable loss of a licking dog. If the Dinggua Gongfu is successfully suppressed by Prince Rong right now, if I am chastised by the Empress, or even sent to the heavenly prison, this Song Qingqing will only feel grateful. Once separated, not many people only wish to bless the other half to live well. The worse you live, the more she will feel that her original choice is right. On the contrary, you are excellent. Her heart is unbalanced. Began to regret. This is human nature. Gao Changwon covered his head. Brother, my head hurts. Could it be a wind chill? But it shouldn't be. Gao Changwon shook his head. No, it's that after hearing these words from my elder brother, I feel like I'm going to grow brains in my head. Goyang. Soon, Gao Changwon returned to normal. That's just it. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. The only thing that lasts forever is the greenhouse. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly said, Elder brother, could you go back to the house first? My humble brother has not been able to come out easily and has some important things to do. Gao Yang's face was surprised, and he faintly said, Oh, what is it? Gao Changwon said with a righteous face, Read books of great righteousness. At these words, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Chen Sheng and Jada outside the carriage were also filled with black lines. That's a reason that any fool knows is problematic. Studying? Are you sure? It wouldn't be that you want to sneak out of the car, under the guise of studying, but actually go to a greenhouse to whore for nothing. Gao Yang said with deep meaning. Gao Changwon didn't even blush, and flatly rejected. What is this talk of elder brother? It seems elder brother has always had a misunderstanding of my younger brother. My younger brother is a reader of the spring and autumn annals. How can he go to that place that hides dirt and is unclean? I have never been so eager for knowledge after listening to my elder brother today. Gao Yang just couldn't listen anymore. Go ahead, but don't touch the alcohol and keep your mouth shut. Gao Changwon didn't expect it to be this simple and successful. He was ecstatic and quickly got out of the carriage. Gao Yang said with a helpless face, Zhao Da, this kid is only going to dart towards the greenhouse. You arrange for a few men to secretly follow. Zhao Da strangled the reins and was a bit surprised. Grand Duke, isn't white whoring not against the law and can get away with it outside of the law? Gao Yang said with a deep look on his face. It's true that white whoring is not a crime in Deqian, but I didn't say whether or not I would be beaten. Crap. As soon as I heard that, Zhao Da and Shen Shang both stared wide-eyed with shock under their eyes. Gao Yang continued. Otherwise what's the point of keeping so many thugs? Is it just a defense against those windswept women escaping? But it's good to let this kid suffer and know the evils of the world. This first lesson in life deserves to be taught to him by him. Gao Yang, Zhao Da and Shen Shang couldn't help but look at Gao Changwon's back with a touch of sympathy. Then, the carriage slowly drove towards the Dinggui Gongfu, the imperial palace, the imperial study. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of face, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I didn't see you at the top of the Jade Mountain, I'd meet you under the moon at the Yao Tai. Wu Jiao muttered the poem with some shock on her stunning face. Is this poem really by Gao Yang? Wu Jiao turned back abruptly. A pair of eyes looking at Shang Wanwaner. A flash of shock flashed across Shang Wanwaner's face as well. This matter is true. The entire Rouge Pavilion's guests all saw it with their own eyes. And now the poem has spread throughout Chang'an at an extremely fast rate. Wu Jiao looked surprised and picked up the poem that had been transcribed. Her phoenix eyes stared straight at the verse, and the more she looked at it, the more satisfied she became. But Gao Yang punked Prince Rong's son, Wu Chang, in public, not only kicking at Wu Shizi's crotch, but he should have also drugged Wu Shizi in collaboration with Gao Changwon. According to the nature of these two brothers, I estimate that it should be a mixture of the strange and lustful harmony scatter and the vigorous Jet King all mixed in together. As soon as she heard it, Wu Jiao conjured up an image of the two drugs mixed together. A wicked chill ran through her. The most crucial thing is that the drug was not secretly given. but lured Prince Rong's son, Wu Qing, to drink it, and Gao Yang spat it out in one gulp. And I'm afraid Prince Rong won't be able to let this matter go. Shang Wanwaner's face was sad, only feeling that Gao Yang's tactics were a little too impulsive. Wu Jiao shook his head, faintly said, "Member of the bad, the whole of the great Qian, no one can be out of the left and right. He has always been planning to move. He both out. Not to say that there is a 10% certainty, at least also have a 90% certainty. I won't wipe his ass on this matter. Tomorrow morning, order Gao Yang to come along with servant Gao." Wu Jiu spoke directly. Shang Wanwaner nodded her head, also very much in agreement. But at this time, Wu Jiuwen suddenly said, "I heard that Gao Yang has always been in love with that Song family's eldest lady, just 10 days ago was withdrawn from the marriage?" When these words came out, Shang Wanwaner instantly froze. She didn't think that Wu Jiu would even care about such things. "Your Majesty, it is true. It is rumored that Lord Gao is very much in love with the Song family's eldest young lady, and was summoned to come and go. This poem, it should be the one that the member's son made for the Song family's eldest miss, appreciating her beauty as a fairy." This statement was made. Wu Jiu's face turned suddenly cold. Although it was a green day and the heat was unbearable, Shang Wanwaner inexplicably felt a chill suddenly come over her. The temperature of the entire imperial study was as if it had plummeted 8 degrees lower. "Both to the Song family's great lady called to come and go. In front of me hard eyes are more than anyone else. It's a bad poem. Burn it," Wu Jiu suddenly said coldly. Shang Wanwaner? Spring River House, one of the 4 major green houses in Chang'an. Although there is no Rouge Pavilion, which has the same heritage, but by relying on exotic flavors from outside the West, certain aspects are better. Gao Changwen jogged all the way to the outside of Spring River House. His heart was on fire and a rich smile was on his face. As soon as the old bod saw Gao Changwen's costume, she instantly revealed a rich smile, which she could naturally see at a glance with her eyes that had seen countless people. Gao Changwen's identity was extremely uncomplicated, being the mainstay of the greenhouse. "This gentleman, you are new to Spring River House. Do you have a suitable girl?" Gao Changwen familiarly wrapped his arms around the pimp's plump figure and walked in. But the next sentence shocked the pimp. "Ancient law has it that for a general, the leader of the army, when more is better. And I, Gao Changwen, strolling around the hooker is also the same. When more is better. Give my lord 5. No, make that 10. My lord is not short of money," Gao Changwen said with a bold face, full of contempt for money. He wasn't going to pay anyway. The pimp was shocked. Then a big smile appeared on his face. "That's a big load. Your honor is magnificent. Today my slave will make sure that your honor will be able to hold up the wall." For a while, accompanied by the appearance of a grandiose male like Gao Changwen, the entire Spring River House girls were all shocked. For them, the job is simply easy and profitable. They rushed to Gao Changwen's surroundings and wrapped their arms around him intimately. For a moment, a smile appeared on Gao Changwen's face as well. "Oh, come on, take off." Half an hour later, just as the pimp was grinning and calculating in his mind which dude this was, stupid and rich, a woman in a long muslin dress shouted at her, "Bustard! Something big is wrong. Someone is using the paper money burned for the dead to settle the bill. He wants to eat a king's dinner." This statement was made. "What? Burning paper money for the dead?" The pimp's face turned green, and that originally charming figure suddenly diffused a murderous intent. She walked quickly towards her room on the 2nd floor, killing intent on her face. What kind of a scumbag dares to settle the bill with paper money burnt for the dead? As soon as she pushed open the door of the room, she saw Gao Changwen, who was lying across the bed with a big grin and a wad of paper money in his hand. At a glance, his hair was disheveled and one of his faces was still covered in red lip kisses. "Good guts, how dare you even trick me? Xion Yang, say it, how do you kid want to die?" Xion Yang gritted her teeth, her voice carrying killing intent. Gao Changwen was calm and raised the paper money in his hand. "Bustard is wrong. Isn't this money? Some paper money burned for the dead. Do you really take me for a fool?" Autumn Grain felt more and more insulted. Thinking about Gao Yang's words, Gao Changwen directly rationalized. "Although I whore for nothing, what can you do about it? If you don't like it, report it to the police." "Well, let me popularize my Deqian law for you. First of all, this can't be rape. Secondly, this has not caused the people to have a credit crisis with the Dacian currency, so this is not a counterfeit offense either. Secondly, there is the crime of fraud, and fraud is more or less a long story. And let me think about it, and then I'll talk about it slowly." Soon, Gao Changwen told all 3 sins. However, the pimp's face was calm and still full of ice. "Rather an old hand who knows the law. But who told you I was going to report it?" Gao Changwen instantly froze. "Not to the police?" In the next second, the pimp clapped his hands, and on one side, dozens of strong men holding long sticks appeared with him. they had a sardonic smile on their faces. Dare to whore for nothing. Break your legs. The pimp's voice suddenly turned cold. Gao Changwen popped up with a startled look on his face. Crap. His older brother didn't say anything about this situation. What to do? Wait online. It's urgent. Next. A large bushy hand slapped at him. What about the promised white whoring? Brother, you leave me without love. A scream rang out. Dingui Gongfu. Gao Yang walked straight towards his room. He wasn't worried about Gao Changwen. He had both guards and he wasn't a fool. As long as he blew his own identity, not many people in the whole of Chang'an would dare to move. It's nice to grow a long memory and get punked by him, and it's mostly nice to draw Summit's attention and share the fire for him. However, this day is indeed too disturbing. I wanted to get up early in the morning, went straight to the Rouge Pavilion. The result was never expected. The arrival of a group of old generals in the house delayed the time. Originally, he had planned to have a good degradation in the afternoon, and talk to the flower leader in depth about the ideals of life. But as a result, the empress intervened across the street and spoke for a few hours about the way of ruling the country. In the end, he was as if he had been hollowed out and returned to the Dingui Gongfu. Right now, all he wanted to do was feel Greenie's great healthcare and get a good night's sleep. If it's irregular, so much the better. Sinner. Gao Yang was just about to take a step when he heard a familiar voice. It didn't take much to figure out whose voice it was. Gao Yang looked sideways, only to see Gao Feng and his mother, Li, in the corridor on one side. Gao Feng was still in his standard sullen face and was walking towards him, as if Gao Yang owed him money. My child pays homage to my lord father and my lord mother. Gao Yang saluted with it. As soon as Gao Feng saw Gao Yang, his mind thought of the morning's embarrassment. He said in a cold voice, "Don't think that if His Majesty protects you, the old man can't do anything about you. Although you can't be beaten, you can be punished for standing and copying the holy books." Deeply concerned that His Majesty had been swept away, Gao Feng desperately wanted to re-establish His Majesty in Gao Yang. As for the method, it's not difficult. There is a policy at the top and a policy at the bottom. How much of the silver money given to you is left after shopping at the Rouge Pavilion? Gao Feng asked in a deep voice. A trip to the Rouge Pavilion did not cost any money. A brocade was bought for 10 taels of silver. A mere brocade cost 10 taels of silver? Simply wasteful. Gao Feng seized the opportunity and made a fierce attack. This is Zhao onyx, which is abundantly produced in the state of Zhao, and is light and thin and comfortable to wear, which I bought especially for my mother Sama, the mother of the Lord, for this family hard work, but most of the clothes are old. Children look really heartbreaking. As the saying goes, the years never defeat the beauty. If the mother put on a gorgeous dress, certainly can be as beautiful as the brocade year's general appearance. Surprise blossomed on Li's graceful face as she took the Zhao onyx handed up by Zhao and was moved for a moment. Age never fails a beauty. My son is so good at talking. Li's face was satisfied, and she didn't forget to give Summit a threatening look. Summit was dumbfounded. This little brat is such a good talker? But looking at the Zhao onyx in Li's hands, he was also a little envious. Bring your mother a gift, and if there is no share for the old man will be furious. Gao Feng's gaze fell on the rosewood wooden plaque that Gao Yang hung on his waist. It looks good to me, old man. Bring it. Since my lord father wants it, my son will do his filial duty. Saying that, Gao Yang pulled out his own supreme membership card and handed it to Gao Feng. Gao Feng took the rosewood sign and looked around. Somewhat curious, he casually asked, "What is this?" "The supreme membership card that Rouge Pavilion shopkeeper Lu sent to my child is limited to my child's use alone. But it's not a big problem. My child will let shopkeeper Lu change his name some other time, and my father will be able to enjoy the corresponding privileges." Summit's face moved. When he heard that Gao Yang was fooling around in the Rouge Pavilion, he wanted to find a reason to reprimand him twice, but he didn't expect that Gao Yang would be so generous to him. Say give it. This caused a touch of shame to rise in his heart. This wooden license plate looks expensive. What privileges does it have? Gao Feng scrutinized it with a curious face. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent face, "It's not much of a privilege. It's just that when you enter the Rouge Pavilion, the wine and food are freely available, and a beauty is free to accompany you every day, and a flower leader spends a good night together every month. P.S. 7 a.m., but help me up. I can still fight. I can still give readers a blast. Ask for a freebie. Catch up every day. Bye-bye, hiss. A beauty for company every day and a flower girl to spend the night with every month?" Gao Feng sniffed and instantly drew in a breath of cold air, but immediately afterward, he felt an extremely dense, as if condensed into substance, killing intent sweeping in from all directions. He didn't even need to turn around to know where the killing aura was coming from. Danger! Inexplicably, the wooden cards in his hands all seemed to be burning due to this killing aura, making him somewhat unable to grasp it. With a stern face, Gao Feng directly reprimanded, Sinful son. Simply nonsense. Since I have been with your mother, I have never been to that kind of filth. Take this district's wooden sign for yourself. Gao Feng handed the very somewhat hot wooden sign in his hand to Gao Yang, who reached out to pick it up, only to find that on the other end of the wooden sign, there was a strong force fighting against him. Lord Father, you're squeezing it strangely tight, Gao Yang said to Peek with a smile. On the side, Li's face was taut, and she said in a salty manner, if husband wants to go, then feel free to go. Concubine is by no means a jealous person, and will not do anything in the middle of the night. As soon as Gao Feng heard this, his hand immediately loosened. He let out a loud laugh and looked at Li. What is your wife talking about? It's clearly because the sinful son's body is too weak, and the old man happens to be born with godly strength. To know that even though there are 3,000 beauties in the world, the old man only has eyes for the lady. These words were so decisive that they made Li's face look slightly better. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang. Yang, you're young and impetuous. This is only of great use when it's in your hands. Giving it to your father is purely a waste. Said Li also glanced at the Peak, the eyes as if to say, you own what kind? Is not in the heart do not count? Summit? Gao Yang almost laughed out loud. For his part, Gao Feng's old face burned. Not only did he fail to beat up, but he lost his face in front of Gao Yang. Knowing that he had lost face, he was coy in the face of Li, but in the face of Gao Yang, he reprimanded. Even though you are young, you have to pay more attention to your body. So you must know that young people don't know how expensive the body is, and old people will come to the greenhouse to shed empty tears. Yes, child knows. Gao Yang looked to Peek, ready to start withdrawing. If Lord Father has no other teachings, my child will go back to his room to rest first. Gao Feng faintly said, first go to Lord Father's place. Today's matter is not small. Lord Father has been waiting for you. Gao Feng meant it, and Gao Yang nodded instantly. Child is on his way. It was no surprise that this matter reached Gao Qianlong's ears, and it was even estimated that the entire Chang'an knew that he had drugged and kicked Wu Chang. Wait, where's Chang'an? How come he didn't come back with you? Gao Feng saw that Gao Yang was about to leave. He swept the circle. Then he remembered Gao Chang'an, so he opened his mouth and asked. The child returned to the house first, and Chang'an said he had gone to study and would be back later. Summit was full of surprise. He went to school? The sun beating down on the west side? Summit was shocked, and so was Li. Is it possible that their species, all of them, are late bloomers? Gao Yang nodded and said, not bad. Chang'an himself said that he would go and read the spring and autumn annals, saying that he would also fight for the glory of my Dinghua Gongfu. This statement was made. Gao Feng stroked his beard and was filled with relief. Hardly. It is a great comfort to my father's heart. Zhao and Chen Shang followed behind, the corners of their mouths twitching madly, but they held back hard. Then the child will go to see his grandfather first. When Gao Feng heard Gao Yang's words, he waved his hand, and Gao Yang also walked towards the compound where Gao Tianlong was. Inside the house, Gao Yang pushed open the door of the room, and at a glance, he saw Gao Tianlong sitting at the table. Even if he was wearing a simple housecoat, his body was still permeated with a majesty that one did not dare to look directly at. Child pays his respects to grandfather. Gao Yang bowed respectfully. Gao Tianlong poured a cup of hot tea. The tea was fragrant and emitted a clear aroma. It looked like a good tea. My child happens to be thirsty. Thank you grandfather for the tea. Gothiaran. When did he give tea? Gao Tianlong didn't have the good sense to say, you bastard boy. But you have more guts than your father. Tell me, what all happened in Rouge Pavilion today? To visit a greenhouse? Why don't you go to the flower girl to have fun? Why do you still run to drug? Gao Tianlong skimmed Gao Yang, picked up another empty teacup, poured a cup, and then faintly said, grandfather doesn't know, but today is simply a long story. What Gao Tianlong said, it wasn't that he didn't want to he's got all his silver, just needs to spend the night. Yao Yang immediately told Gao Tianlong about the empress's arrival at the Rouge Pavilion with the intention of cutting the clan. Gao Tianlong sniffed with surprise on his face, obviously not expecting a stroll through a greenhouse to be this unsettling. The empress is a woman who goes to a greenhouse, so she is really not weak in her masculinity. Gao Tianlong was first silent for a long time, and then voiced, today's female emperor's ambition. I am clear, but cutting the clan indeed cannot be too hasty, or else it will lead to a slight change in the whole body, and there will be a great disaster. Though the order to push the grace is wonderful, it is true that the time has not yet come for you to think clearly. He had to say that his grandson did have great talent. The superiority of such young tactics as the push and order was very much respected even by him, but immediately afterward, Gao Tianlong said with a strange expression on his face, so you took advantage of the situation and proposed to kill Prince Rong first, then change the law to strengthen the country and carry out the cutting of the clan? How much of this is in the service of our country and how much of it is personal vendetta? Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong and said bluntly, there is no half of serving the country. It's all about personal vendetta. It would be a pity to let go of such a heavenly opportunity. Gothiaron. That is, indeed, a straightforward statement. But this is quite a temptation for the Empress. But have you ever thought about what you would end up with if you were to destroy Prince Rong and you couldn't make the great Qian rich and strong? Or even weaken the Six Kingdoms? Gao Tianlong uttered these words, his eyes staring at Gao Yang. That's where his concern lies. Gao Yang's eyes flashed with confidence. Grandfather. This point Sun's son has full confidence. In fact, Sun's son didn't lie to grandfather. Compared to the art of war, Sun's son is more specialized in economy. The so-called economy, grandfather can be understood as money. In the eyes of the grandchildren, economic means often kill in the invisible. If used well, it's lethality, not at all weaker than hundreds of thousands of troops to kill, even more than ever. When Gao Yang said this, the confidence on his face was not disguised at all. It was an absolute confidence within his own domain. Until now, he hadn't bothered to start laying it out. Economic means of killing people? Gao Tianlong's cloudy eyes lit up abruptly. Obviously Gao Yang's words had piqued his interest. If this is the case, it will be a blessing for my great Qian generals. The cruelty of the battlefield. No one has more say than Gao Tianlong. If he can give up without a fight, or less generals die, he will support it. May I have the means? Gao Tianlong's eyes showed anticipation. My grandson went to the brocade building today and inquired about Zhao onyx, which is abundant in the state of Zhao, and this item can make a big difference. If this is used properly, it can cause Zhao to lose a lot of energy. Gao Yang faced Gao Tianlong and also opened his mouth without hiding anything. Zhao onyx? Gao Tianlong's brows furrowed. Zhao onyx was a kind of fabric from Zhao. It was expensive. He knew that. But the fact that this object was able to unfold economic maneuvers and even cause Zhao to suffer a great loss of vitality aroused his curiosity. Old me will wait to see your tactics. This De Qian. It's sort of lively because of you, Gao Tianlong said with a deep expression. Before Prince Rong was even resolved, Gao Yang already had the means to deal with Zhao, which was not fast. Gao Yang curiously asked. Grandfather called his grandson to come, but he is worried that tomorrow at the court, Prince Rong will use this to make trouble? Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang and said indifferently, your father is still not worried, let alone old me. Since you dared to drug yourself in public and kicked Wucheng in the face, even if you make a scene tomorrow, I think it will not be much of a problem, and I am not worried about that. The old man called you on this trip, and not for the matter of Wucheng, but there are some admonitions that you should listen to. Gao Tianlong's face was serious. The majesty around him swept towards Gao Yang like a tidal wave. Even though Gao Yang was a big-hearted person who was used to seeing big scenes, he still felt an indescribable pressure. He also collected his expression and looked straight at Gao Tianlong. And I ask for grandfather's admonition. You received due magistrate's silver. This is indeed not a big deal. Even if it is learned by the imperial historian, a burst of impeachment, it will be safe. Today's Rouge Pavilion conflict. Chang'an, there are many people waiting to see the joke. But once the pushing grace order comes out, and the cutting of the clan comes out, even if Prince Rong bites the bullet and you can't cope with it, the Empress will still protect you in the end. Because the Empress needs your talent. Later on, your position will grow higher and higher, and even if you are greedy again, the Empress will turn a blind eye. But this is the Empress who needs you to check and balance the Six Kingdoms. But once the Empress doesn't need you anymore, and the Great Qian is truly strong, this problem of corruption will be the way to your death, and the silver you've coveted all your life will return to the treasury. Do you understand? Gao Tianlong slowly spoke out, his majestic eyes staring at Gao Yang. This was something that Gao Yang wanted to tell him today when Gao Feng took out the tea box and he saw the silver. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, and there is no room for carelessness. Any emperor is far more fearsome and hard-hearted than he appears to be. But has grandfather ever thought that if Sun's son is not greedy, not lustful, a person with no weaknesses, and also has a lot of poisonous plans, how could the Empress feel relieved? How could she let go of her power? With a calm face, Gao Yang also added, subjects with no weaknesses usually die a miserable death. When Gao Tianlong heard this, he was full of surprise. Could it be that corruption and lust? You are deliberately pretending? The matter of the tea box, you are also deliberately letting the Empress know about it, thinking that you are good enough to use it for her? Gao Tianlong's eyes were astonished. If this was really the case, Gao Yang's mind was unfathomable. Gao Yang shook his head. That's not true. Corruption and lust is indeed the nature of the grandson, but doing it to the Empress is indeed intentional. Even into the Ministry of Households, one is that my father's father is the minister of the Ministry of Households. There are people in the family who are good at their jobs, and the second is that the Ministry of Households is thick with oil and water. Gothiaran. What an impeccable reason. Gao Tianlong felt a pang of difficulty. With Gao Yang's talent, coupled with the Empress's decisiveness, De Qian would definitely change the sky. But not to be greedy, to be an honorable man. The Empress is not comfortable with that. If you are greedy, you are leaving the way of death. Gao Yang saw Gao Tianlong's worry. He couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Grandfather doesn't need to worry. Sun's son was born to be cautious and has thought of several ways to deal with it." Gao Tianlong's heart moved slightly and looked curiously at Gao Yang. 1. After De Qian is strong. In the absence of full certainty, the child is half right, half wrong, the line of mediocrity. Appropriate water. As long as the 7 countries are still conquering, in a kind of equilibrium, the grandchildren will be fine. Gao Tianlong frowned. Compared to this kind of water release, middle of the road, what he would like is still Great Qian is strong, but not so cunning rabbit death. Walking dog hen. Can we have the best of both worlds? That's natural, and my child's second solution will do both. Only it's a little bold, and I'm afraid it will frighten grandfather. Gao Tianlong's face was displeased when he heard this. Brat, what kind of battle has the old man not seen before? Even if your plague corpses throw themselves at the enemy, the old man is indifferent. You just boldly say, what method can be the best of both worlds? Gao Yang lightly coughed twice. The second is to take down and conquer the Empress. As long as you make the Empress return to her heart and flog her day after day, then you don't have to worry about the rabbit dying and the dog hen, or even the eldest son of the Gao family. Gao Yang gave Gao Tianlong a you-know-what look. Gao Tianlong's heart skipped a beat, and Wu Zhou's appearance of sitting on the dragon chair and looking down on the world suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked at Gao Yang with a complicated face. The idea is more than a little daring. It's simply audacious. Seeing this, Gao Yang struck while the iron was hot and said, compared to the first 2 methods, the third method of Sun's son, that's not only a little bold, but also very criminal. Not to hide from grandfather. Grandson a schemer. In fact, in the aspect of compelling the people's hearts, also quite good. Gao Tianlong's eyebrows jumped, and with this expression on Gao Yang's face, even he was alarmed. Beware of ears through the walls. He directly interrupted Gao Yang's words, and then he made Gao Yang leave as if he was chasing away a fly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll break your legs. Even though Gao Tianlong had seen too many big scenes in his life, he didn't dare to listen to the latter half of the sentence. This stuff, can't listen to it. Seeing this, Gao Yang could only leave with some regret. Who crosses over and doesn't push the Empress or rebel? At the very least 2 must become 1. Gao Yang went all the way out of the inner mansion, just in time to bump into Gao Changwen following behind Peak like a quail all the way. His cheeks were still red, like he'd been beaten. Gao Feng's face was blue as he walked at the front, like he was trying his best to endure the anger in his heart. Seeing Gao Yang, Gao Feng's face improved, and he said in a deep voice, "Has Lord Father finished his explanation?" Gao Yang nodded. Then his gaze fell on Gao Changwen's face as he said with an angry expression, "Changwen, tell my brother, who beat you up like this? Avenge you for my brother." When Gao Changwen heard this, he was instantly aggrieved. "Elder brother, I'm so miserable. If it weren't for the identity of the second son of the Duke of Dingwa's residence and the guards appearing in time, you wouldn't be able to see me. Where's the promised free ride?" Gleefully rushing over to what turned out to be a heavenly pit, Gao Feng also said with a sullen face, "This sinful animal said he went to study, but in reality he went to Spring River House, and ordered 10 of them, wanting to whore for nothing." When the pimp of Spring River House learned of the identity, he personally came to the door and apologized, saying that he didn't know about Chang Wen's identity, and that the matter was suppressed by the old man. But it's simply disgraceful. A rush of blood flowed against the current when Gao Feng thought about it. "Changwen, you have disappointed my brother too much. My brother even specifically instructed that you should not go to the greenhouse. How can this make my brother help you out? You also point 10. Hey!" Gao Yang pretended to look pained. Gao Changwen head lowered. His voice is very weak. "I am not looking for elder brother on the existence of the possibility of white whoring in the laws of Dakian. So I have a moment of hot-headed luxury? Who knows that this old bod does not talk about martial virtues?" And she pressed not to report to the police. "Sinner, how dare you talk nonsense?" Gao Feng let out a bellow and reprimanded. Then, Peak looked at Gao Yang. His tone rarely softened a bit. "It's getting late. Tomorrow you still have to wait outside the palace gates. Rest early." "Yes." Looking at Gao Changwen and Gao Feng who were gradually walking away, the smile at the corner of Gao Yang's mouth grew wider and wider. Elder brother is like a father. He is also a good intention. In order to let Gao Changwen know that the world is dangerous and evil, and in the future to take more precautions against anyone. Count Marty can't make it up. He purely wanted to pit Gao Changwen against him. But he also knew that as long as Gao Changwen shouted out his identity and had an escort, he couldn't possibly be fine. The real storm. The peak. So, it kind of evens out with the line that thy woman, my brother, should be taken care of, and he's going to feel better tonight, and for months to come. Dead Taoist friends will not die of poverty, and Summit's firepower will also be focused on Gao Changwen. Returning to the big bed in his room, Gao Yang made Qin Shang look for some messages about Zhao, and Gao Yang fell back to sleep. This sleep, he slept very sweetly. After all, with 2 balls of cotton stuffed in his ears, the soundproofing effect was still very good. Late night, Gao Yang slept very sweetly, but there was someone in Prince Rong's residence who couldn't sleep. Father, the child can't sleep. Can't sleep. Wu Qing slumped on the bed, his eyes red as he gritted his teeth for a while. He was completely wasted for the day. It's not just the back that's deflated, but the front as well. Wu Long looked at Wu Chang, who was lying on the bed, with both heartache and anger in his eyes. Bang! He slapped the table again and said with murderous intent, "This Duke Ding's residence is bullying people too much, kicking my son's bottom in public and drugging him openly. If I don't take this revenge, I, Wu Long, will be a great Qian prince in vain. Tomorrow, this king will refer to the Duke of Ding's residence and to this Gao Yang." On the side, the middle-aged man in blue robes frowned slightly. He also didn't expect that Gao Yang would make a move this direct, but the more direct it was, the less optimistic he felt. But looking at Wu Chang's miserable appearance and then Wu Long's anger, he rationally kept silent. Wu Chang spoke up, "Father, tomorrow when you go to the court, my child will also go. I'm going to personally accuse Gao Yang. I want him to pay the price. I want the whole court to do it for me." Wu Long, however, was a bit worried. "Changer, but in your current state, can you do it?" Wu Chang nodded heavily. "As long as we can take revenge and send this Gao Yang to the heavenly prison, it will all be worth it. In public, I'll see how he can weasel his way out of this." A touch of cruelty just appeared in Wu Chang's eyes, and in the next second, his face changed abruptly. "No good. That damn feeling is back." Wu Sung pulled his leg out and rushed to the outhouse. Wu Long also followed him to the courtyard. When his eyes touched a tower-like figure within the courtyard, he stepped forward in silence and tapped the burly man on the shoulder. "The king knows everything, and has suffered you. Prince Rong's house will not treat you poorly. This king will not treat you poorly anymore. This king will use the heads of the entire family of the Duke of Ding's house for your blood hate." The martial guard's majestic body shuddered again. Wu Long even had the feeling that he was about to shatter. The next day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the land of Chang'an. On the street, 3 or 2 vendors are also picking the stretcher, began to sell. The Golden Palace. The 100 officials lined up on both sides, accompanied by Wu Jiu, who was wearing a golden-colored dragon robe and full of nobility. Sitting behind the dragon chair, the 100 officials saluted in unison. "Long live your majesty." Wu Jiu swept her gaze over the 100 officials and said faintly, "Level off." Then, one by one, the officials stood up and began to report to Wu Jiu on the world's affairs and deal with political matters. Wu Jiu listened with an attentive face, while Wu Long stood at the forefront of the 100 officials, his eyes cold and silent. After about half an hour, a silence fell over the Golden Palace. All the honorable ministers, "Do you have anything else to rise?" Wu Jiu gazed at the 100 officials and finally landed on Wu Long's body. At the same time, Wu Long also took a deep breath and stood out. "Your Majesty, I, Wu Long, have something to report." Wu Jiu pretended to be unaware of the situation and faintly asked, "What does Prince Rong have to reveal?" "I impeach Gao Yang of the Dinghua Gongfu for being lawless and not taking his majesty, or the royal family, into consideration, not only drugging the Dakian Shirzi in public, but also daring to beat up the Shirzi. I also ask that your majesty be severely punished." Wu Long's voice resounded through the great hall in his middle voice. The other courtiers came forward one after the other and spoke in unison. "There's still this? How dare the household minister?" Wu Long arched his hand. "My son is waiting outside of the hall. I still ask your majesty to make a decision for my son and for the Deqian royal family." Xuan. Soon, Wu Qing, who was lying on a stretcher with a white face, was carried in. When his eyes touched Wu Qing, the faces of the group of ministers were incomparably surprised. "It's really too bad." The original Wu Chang was relatively weak, but he looked extremely good, but now he was pale and depressed. "It's like being raped by a Hanyu for the 800th time." Upon seeing Wu Jiu, Wu Chang struggled to get up and knelt on the ground, crying, "Your Majesty, please do something for me." Wu Jiu was also a bit surprised. "That's a lot of dosage to put down." Prince Rong said that Gao Yang, a member of the household department, drugged you and beat you. Is this true? Wu Jiu looked at Wu Chang and spoke. "This matter took place within the Rouge Pavilion. 1,000 times true. I left the household minister to compose a poem. He said that no wine is not a poem, and had to drink with me, which is also not in my sight, and finally tricked the minister to drink, and he also a mouthful of sprayed, and also hit the minister's bottom. I also ask that your majesty be severely punished. As soon as the words fell, the 100 officials all looked down at Wucheng's, and then turned their gazes back to the peak, but the majority of the courtiers were watching. Prince Rong's house and Dingwa Gongfu's strife, they are also clear. The female emperor's request for virtuous edicts, why Gao Yang will reveal, and later against Dingwa Gongfu's folding. They are not fools. I just didn't expect Gao Yang to retaliate so directly. The vengeance of a poisoned warrior doesn't last overnight. Wu Jiao turned her gaze to Gao Feng. Servant Gao, has this matter ever been true? Gao Feng stepped forward and said, my son is pure in nature. He would not even step on the ants on the ground on weekdays. This matter is definitely a slander. When these words came out, the 100 officials called out shamelessly, Gao Yang pure goodness? You can't even step on an ant? The Guanzhong locusts had to curse when they heard it. Wu Long stepped forward and said, there are witnesses and material evidence. How dare you argue? How can you call that Gao Yang pure? Lord Gao, are you crazy? Summit himself almost laughed. That does sound a bit wrong. My son, Gao Yang, is also waiting outside the palace. Why don't we let the two confront each other face to face, and ask your majesty to clear my son's name? Wu Jiao immediately waved her hand and said, declare. Soon, Gao Yang stepped up. Gao Yang, see your majesty. Wu Jiao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, and she said in a cold voice, Prince Rongsin, you have no eyes for the royal family, and you drugged the son of Dakian in public, and also beat the son of the current dynasty. Is this matter ever true? Gao Yang arched his hand and said, your majesty, this sentence is half right and half wrong. Oh, I do have no eyes for the royal family, because in my heart, your majesty and the Dechen royal family, and even the royal family of the world, that should be honored in the heart, not hung on the lips and talked about. The 100 officials' eyes glazed over when they heard this. That's ass-kissing. Shameless, defiant, shameless. They've got to learn the hard way. This is even Wu Jiao are a little taught. This guy is also good at flattering. What about the second half of the sentence? Is it ever true that the drugging and beating of the son of the dynasty? Wu Jiao tensed her face and continued to ask. Smear, your majesty. I am aggrieved, and I ask your majesty to do me justice today. Wucheng was almost spitting blood from anger. You're still aggravated? He was directly anxious. Gao Yang, you don't want to be sophomoric. Rouge Pavilion witnesses and material evidence are present. You still dare to deceive the king in front of his majesty? Gao Yang turned his gaze to Wu Cheng as he smiled and said, I ask Shirzi, does Shirzi have proof that I drugged you? Of course there is. You ordered the second son of the Gao family to go to the elegant room to get some wine in front of my son, and coaxed my son to make a poem to drink in order to increase his inspiration. But you ended up tricking my son into drinking it, and then spitting it out yourself. Isn't that evidence? Wu Cheng sneered, his eyes resentful. Your son, you've wronged me. I've always composed poems that are about wine entering the mouth but not drinking it. Is that wrong? Besides, who would drug a family so openly? After Wu Cheng heard this, his lungs almost exploded with anger. Gao Yang, don't be so shameless. This is obviously sophistry. You lied to this son that this poem is related to me, but it turned out to be clouds wanting clothes and flowers wanting to look good. The spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. What explanation can you give for this? Could it be that this poem is addressed to the Seiji? The gazes of the 100 officials looked towards Gao Yang, especially Cui Xingha and the others, who had complicated eyes. This sentence, clouds want to dress, flowers want to look. The spring breeze brushing the threshold, dew hua thick, can be seen in the level of its underlying. Gao Yang slowly voiced out, yesterday, Shitzi left in a hurry. I forgot to say. This poem is called Qingping Tune to see was Shitzi remembering the beauty of the past with feelings. How is this not related to Shitzi? What's more, putting aside the facts, what's wrong with this poem being written to your son? Your son's face is like a crown of jade. His demeanor is graceful, and his image in my mind is that of a woman even more beautiful than a fairy. So what's wrong with that? P.S. Here to do some answers. First of all, the source of it. This article is basically historical and modern. Some poisonous schemes, means, just into the overhead ancient times. So the background of everyone when the overhead, remodeling a world. But there will be some of the shadows of the dynasties. 1. The idea of exterminating the full door terrier and play monkey bureau from the internet. Play monkey bureau from the Ming dynasty. Online, also known as the 1000-door 72 ground bureau, is a means of setting up a bureau, the barren mountain buried in the gold. 2. Increase food prices. Food for work, tourism to stimulate consumption. From the Northern Song Dynasty Fan Zhongyan, called the 3 policies of desertification. Third, the means of extermination of locusts is a reference to the modern and ancient means of extermination of locusts. Reference to a series of information, such as the East Asian locusts, such as swarming and solitary type of paper, biological control, etc. With reference to the Tangli Shimonate locusts to break the hearts of the superstitious, and the Tang Kaiyuan Yaochong extinguished the extraordinarily large plague of locusts. The Song dynasty, Su Shi extinguished the locusts, as well as the modern locusts to eat. 4. The art of war was a method of fighting in the Mongol conquest of the world, slaughtering a few, then besieging a few, then one and Zhengda. Furthermore, it is back to a lot of readers said, poisonous plan why all non-original, all historical, the author of The Gentleman if you have this ability, should have long ago, such as Gao Yang to do the Bureau of Foreigners, point blonde beauty. Finally, this floor of the toxic scheme floor, what economic warfare, Ponzi scheme and a series of other want to see. To this, thank you readers' support. Chapter 70, I've never seen such a shameless man. What is the offense? Wu Sung's eyes went wide when he heard this. The whole body trembled with anger. You've put aside the facts. So let's not say that this poem was written for him. Even if you think that he, Wu Changnai, is a woman, what's wrong with that? Your mother's maid. Wu Sung almost exploded. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. Above the 100 officials. Wu Jiu heard this and also had a black line. She could sort of see it. In terms of sophistry, 10 Wu Changs are no match for Gao Yang. Gao Yang still had a smiling face, but Wu Chang had a face that was so red that she was afraid that Wu Chang would be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Long hurriedly walked up to help Wu Chang. He looked at Gao Yang and said in a cold voice, Officer Gao, you're being sophomoric and changing the subject. Although you are sharp-tongued, it is hard to hide your motive for drugging. Now confess truthfully, remembering that you have contributed to Diqian. You can be lightly punished. Wu Long narrowed his eyes and stared at Gao Yang. After hearing these words, this son must not be kept. It's so shameless, so shameless. He, Wu Long, had lived his entire life, but for the first time, he had heard such nonsense as putting aside reality. How shameless does one have to be to come up with that? Gao Yang looked at Wu Long who was speaking, only to see that Wu Long's face was full of rigidity. A powerful might permeated his body, and his entire person was as devouring as a wild beast. Since Prince Rong wants to speak of evidence, I will speak of evidence. Shitzi Wu claimed that I gave him the medicine. Then I would like to ask Shitzi in front of the civil and military officials, and in front of His Majesty, what is the medicinal effect of this medicine? And where are the witnesses? And who was it that detoxified the Seiji? All of this is still open to the Seiji's answer. Gao Yang is righteous, and Wu Cost wants to get out of the way. But when looking at the curious civil and military officials, as well as the towering Wu Jiu, his face suddenly turned white. Medicine? Witnesses. His mind instantly went to everything that happened yesterday. If we are going to bite the bullet on this, then we need to make peace with it and pursue it to the end. Even Gao Yang, this little child dared not admit, may also alarm the Ministry of Justice, the Delizy, to come to the thorough investigation. And it's a complete mess, although it can be perjured. But in the unprepared, Gao Yang, this guy is a poisoner. Know what poisoned? Must be pursued vigorously, pierce the lies. That would inevitably lead to an investigation of everything that happened yesterday. All of it. Gao Yang can hardly escape the chastisement. But what about him? He Wu Chang, the eldest son of Prince Rong's residence. Chang in famous talent and appearance. I do not know how many girls secretly admire him. This if it was made public that he had taken an aphrodisiac plus a laxative and even had such a heavy taste, then he won't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. All of this was calculated by Gao Yang. He looked at Gao Yang with wide eyes, only to feel that Gao Yang's smiling face was like a devil. Outlaw. Vile. Shameless. Ever since this powerful laxative and powerful aphrodisiac mix was given to him, he had thought of a way back. Once it was exposed, his reputation was ruined. Even he could think of folk sniping. Have you heard? The Prince Rong's son. He's quite gifted in the art of betting, and he can even borrow thrusts. Wu Sun's back teeth hurt. Gao Yang gave him a tough choice. Wu Long's face sank, and he also realized how difficult Gao Yang was to deal with. This kid, indeed, is a bit of an outlaw. Seeing Wu Chang's expression, Gao Yang immediately took a step forward and arched his hand towards Wu Jiu. The martial prince claimed that the minister drugged him in front of the civil and military officials. I implore your majesty to make a decision. Order the Ministry of Justice and the Delizy to intervene and investigate this matter thoroughly, publicize the truth to the world, and return the minister's innocence. I believe that a clear sky, a clear sun and a clear moon, white can't be black and black can't be white. My grievances will finally be cleared. Gao Yang voice resounded through the golden palace, a face of righteousness and fearlessness. as if he really suffered a great injustice. Wu Cheng looked at this shameless man and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You still have a clear sky and a clear sun and a clear moon. So white can't be black and black can't be white? You want a clean slate? Wu Cheng clenched his back teeth and trembled with anger. In 20 years of life, he had never seen such a shameless person. Wu Jiao stared at Gao Yang. If it wasn't for the aphrodisiacs and laxatives she witnessed yesterday at the Rouge Pavilion, she would have almost thought that Gao Yang was really wrongly accused. She swept her gaze over the 100 officials and faintly said, since the Shitsi and the minister each have their own opinions, then the Ministry of Justice will intervene in the investigation and find out what's going on. Upon hearing this, cold sweat oozed from Wu Cheng's forehead. He hurriedly voiced out, Your Majesty, the Rouge Pavilion is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and since Elder Gao was so forceful and eloquent, the matter of the drugging was hasty on my part, but this guy, Mr. Gao, assaulted my minister in public, and there's no denying it. Wu Cheng took a deep breath, his eyes looking towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang, what is your explanation for this matter? As long as it's situated that Gao Yang assaulted the son of the dynasty, this is enough for him to drink a pot of water. Wu Jiao looked toward Gao Yang and asked out loud, Gao Yang, did you really do it? Back to your majesty. I didn't move my hands, just my feet. Wu Jiao. Wu Cheng's face was delighted at his words. Your majesty, this bureaucrat has admitted to it. Please punish him, your majesty. Wu Long also arched his hand and said coldly, please, your majesty, decide for my son. Accompanied by Wu Long's voice, Prime Minister Su Xuanji stood out and arched his hand. Beating the son of the dynasty, this is a great offense. If not severely punished, the majesty of the royal family will be gone. Wu Jiao looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, do you have anything to say? I naturally have something to say. As a member of the Dacian royal family, Shitsi not only did not set an example, but also did not know shame, molesting the guards in public and intending to misbehave with the minister. And I just subconsciously came to a kick. The words came out. The 100 officials were in an uproar, and their shocked gazes looked at Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng's eyes widened and he said angrily, Gao Yang, in front of his majesty, you still dare to talk nonsense. Where did this Shitsi misbehave with you? Gao Yang immediately picked up the conversation, in full view of everyone. Does Shitsi still want to deny it? Yesterday, in the Rouge Pavilion, when I was theorizing with Seiho's burly escort, Seiho wrapped his arms around the burly man's waist from behind and pressed on closely. After that, such as madness towards the minister surging, I hauled top 7-foot man, hobby women, subconsciously as a foot, although the foot came out like thunder. After realizing that it was Shitsi, I withdrew 9 points of force and only lightly touched it. If your son doesn't believe it, you can find a eunuch to diagnose the wound in public and see if it's still okay. If it doesn't work, I'm willing to be punished, and if it still works, then it proves that what I said was true, and that kicking the world's son violently down there would not be valid. Wu Sun's eyes widened. Yesterday, he was on his knees in direct pain, and the soreness was unbelievable. You call that a 9-point pull? And the doctor examined the injury. This belly 3 inches and not somewhere else. Only waist and not waist to say. If it wasn't invalidated, then it would be impossible to disprove Gao Yang's claim. But if it was invalidated, Gao Yang would definitely be punished, and then his reputation would be over again. He is the eldest son of Prince Rome's family and still has no children at his knees. This guy, he's so cunning. Chapter 71, Sinful Son. How dare you look around? The Empress smells so good? For a moment, the entire courtroom fell silent. Cui Xinghao was standing not far away, and he had to say something wonderful. In a few words, turn passive into active. Such tactics, really as a minister of power in a time of prosperity, a treacherous minister in a time of chaos. His eyes were complicated for a moment. At this time, Gao Feng stood out and arched his hand. Your Majesty, my son has not been able to achieve great success and is going to continue the flame for my dukeding's house. But Wu Shitsi risked universal condemnation and indecently assaulted my son. I implore your Majesty to severely punish him. When Wu Long sniffed, his face suddenly darkened. Gao Feng wasn't this shameless before. Who did he learn this from? Seeing this, Qin Xinghua also stood out and said, Your Majesty, my Dacian has always paid attention to etiquette and morality. The world's son is a son of the royal family, but even have a dragon and yang good. Spread out the behavior. Please, your Majesty, chastise me. Lu Jin and Zhao Banu also arched their hands and stood out. I second the motion. But immediately afterward, Su Xuanyi and a group of royal historians stood out with him. For a while, the large golden palace was as lively as a food market. Wu Long knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult to deal with Gao Yang today. He and Wu Cheng exchanged a glance, and Wu Long gently shook his head. Wu Cheng could only grit his teeth and said, Your Majesty, since this is a misunderstanding, lift it and forget about it. and there is indeed no major harm below me. Along with Wu Cheng's voice, Song Li also had a complicated look on his face. What was clearly an outburst against Gao Yang was dissipated in a few words from Gao Yang. This means, it's unbelievable. And this was supposed to be his Song Li's son-in-law. Karen Chan, even if it's an ink unicorn, it's still a unicorn. There was remorse in Song Li's heart. At this time, Gao Yang stood out. Your Majesty, I have something to say. As soon as Gao Yang opened his mouth, the gazes of the civil and military officials looked at Gao Yang in unison. Wu Cheng also looked surprised. Gao Yang, what do you have to say? Wu Jiao asked. Gao Yang arched his hand. Your Majesty, although the truth of the matter has been revealed, the innocence of the minister has not yet returned. The world's strategist, no, not important name, I am a strategist, since also cannot be exempt from the common, not to mention that I was born with a pure nature, acted openly and honestly, but now it has been smeared and slandered drugged. I would like to claim 1,000 taels of silver as moral damages from Shitzi, and I would like to ask your Majesty to be clear about it. Wu Cheng sniffed and completely tensed up. Born with a pure nature and acted with integrity? Is this you? You're just going to put it on yourself? A victim is not pursued. And Gao Yang even claimed up. It's downright deceptive. Gao Yang, don't go too far. Wu Cheng was simply furious. Gao Yang straightened his chest and said aloud. Bamboo can be burned but not destroy its section. Jade can be broken but not change its white. Although the body is dead, the name can be left in bamboo and silk. If your son is not convinced, I will ask the Ministry of Justice to intervene and investigate the matter to the bottom. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, but he saw fearlessness in the eyes of Gao Yang, saw the melon goat, and disobeyed to come and touch it. Gao Yang is not afraid of being punished at all. Now he has the female emperor's respect, and there is a Dingwa Gongfu shelter, but it is his own reputation. 100 officials heard, especially Yan Zhang, a group of royal officials, but also with a shocked face. They murmured, bamboo can be burned but not destroyed. Jade can be broken but not change its whiteness. Although the body is dead, the name can be put down on bamboo and silk. In just one word, it spoke of the lifelong quest of their royal historian. Yan Zhang stood out and said, Gao Daoren can say this. It's enough to see the integrity of the people. The district poisonous plan is just the means of Gao Daoren. The old minister also think that there is a misunderstanding. Wu Jiao was also convinced by Gao Yang. This little set of words, from anyone's mouth, she admired these words, but only from Gao Yang's mouth. She always felt a wave of irony from the bottom of her heart. This farce ends here. It's all a misunderstanding. In the end, Wu Jiu sealed the deal. Father and son Wu Long and Wu Chang were gloomy. Today, they are considered to have been planted again. Gao Yang arched his hand and saluted. In fact, he was only doing it to disgust Wu Cheng. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang with a complex expression. He put away his inner contempt and regarded Gao Yang as the great enemy of his life. But he believed that he, Cui Xinghe, would not be worse than Gao Yang. He will also blossom into the light that is his. Cui Xinghe was determined inwardly. There is one more thing I have here to discuss with all the secretaries. Wu Jiao lifted up a Zhang fold. Since I ascended the throne, except for Yen, Qi, 2 countries sent people to send congratulatory gifts. The other 4 countries did not move at all. Among them, when it comes to Zhao, is the most detestable. Zhao borders with my great Qian and has always had the intention to submit in the early years, but now it does not bow down, which clearly does not put me in the eyes. What should be done, do you all think? Wu Jiao opened her mouth, her eyes glowing with endless coldness. Apparently, the incident had annoyed her greatly. When Lu Xun heard this, he opened his mouth in a violent rage. The district Zhao dares to disregard your majesty in such a way. I think, when the army is conquered, once the Deqian Iron Horsemen arrive, the Zhao Emperor will surely beg for mercy. This statement was made. Wu Long spoke coldly. Zhao has vigorously developed its army over the past few decades, and has long since strengthened its troops and horses. If a war were to start, I, Deqian, would not necessarily be able to take Zhao. It's not good to send troops. Lu Xun spoke out. Since we can't move our troops, what can we do? Should we just pretend we don't know and endure this? For a while, the ministers were silent. Wu Jiao's gaze finally landed on Gao Yang's body as she spoke softly. Officer Lang, do you have a brilliant plan to sanction Zhao? With Wu Jiu's words, brush up. For a while, the eyes of the ministers all looked at Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua, Lu Xun, and Zhao Baiana were even staring tightly at Gao Yang, their cloudy eyes steeply blossoming with essence. Almost in the space of a single sentence, Gao Yang became the absolute center of the great Qian Jinling Hall. Even Cui Xinghe couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. He, Cui Xinghe, was confident that he would not lose to anyone, except Gao Yang, especially when it came to plotting and scheming. He was really inferior. Gao Yang was originally squinting and napping. All the ministers are present, then there is no place for him to use. Even if it is the order to push the grace of this kind of young plot, that is also secretly carried out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look twice more at Wushu's chest. The empress was obviously a bit more brainless compared to Shangguanwaner. Your Majesty, Zhao has a strong army. Once we start a war, it's hard to say whether we'll win or lose, and I don't have a very good solution. I feel that he is crazy, let him crazy. I Qian since the towering immovable, rather than a tolerance, the first generosity to treat people with love sentimentalization. A few words fell, and the 100 officials were slightly disappointed. Is this the plan that Gao Yang said? Lu Jin and the others' brows were also tightly furrowed. It's not right. This kid is wilting. Even if he doesn't have a good solution, he shouldn't have no solution at all. Not to mention anything about probing with love. Wu Long breathed a sigh of relief. This sun is not as poisonous as imagined. But still, it must not remain. Cui Xingha had a puzzled look on his face. Probation with love? He blushed for a moment in a strange way. Summit, however, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Not being able to come up with a plan seemed normal to him. But where was the sinful sun looking? This inexplicably made him think of Gao Yang's line earlier about not looking at the eye. This I shouldn't be staring all the time, right? Wu Ju sniffed and couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Gao Yang also said yesterday that he got rid of Prince Rong and had a plan to sanction the 6 countries in mind. But facing Zhao is, and so on. She glanced at the rest of the room, her face icy. What's this asshole staring at? Wu Ju was just about to be shocked, but suddenly snapped back to her senses and realized what kind of stupid thing she had done. She actually asked Gao Yang openly in the courtroom about his brilliant plan against Zhao. I'm just afraid that if Gao Yang's end says it, Zhao's side will be on the defensive. As for looking at her chest, she must have already had a response. At the thought of this, Wu Ju's heart was on fire. She kept the ice coldness on her face and said to the 100 officials, what the member of the staff is saying is very true. For the sake of the people of Diqian, I'll pretend that I don't know. I'm going to sensitize the kingdom of Zhao with love. Since there is nothing to rise, the court will be dismissed. Wu Jiosho straightened up, a pair of slightly deep eyes falling on Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang, on the other hand, returned a look full of deep meaning. The eyes of both sides fell in Shangguanwaner's eyes, feeling more or less terrifying. It was a bit out of place, but the first word that came to her mind was lycanthropy. She always felt that the Empress didn't seem to be quite the same as when she first ascended the throne. There was even a tacit understanding between these two. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with a wave of satisfaction. This Empress had a keen sense of smell. Although the capital was a bit stronger compared to Shangguanwaner, it wasn't that exaggerated. At least the brain was still enough. Summit's face instantly darkened. What's wrong with you? Does the Empress smell that good? Outside the palace, the morning sunlight covers the earth. Not like the midday that hot. On the contrary, shine on the body warm, comfortable and cozy. Gao Feng blackened his face and couldn't help but say, sinful son, tell me honestly, which way did you look in the end? Do you realize that's a crime of great disrespect? Gao Feng lowered his voice and looked around before looking at Gao Yang, his words filled with pain. My child peeped at the Empress. How did Lord Father know? Gao Yang was curious. The old man has been in the officialdom for dozens of years. In this court, the most important thing is to be able to detect the words and observe the color. What are you looking at? How could I not know? Sinful animal. You didn't expect it, but you were still caught by the old man, right? Gao Feng coldly grunted, somewhat amused. Then, according to this, Father Sama is also peeking at the Empress. Or else how would he know that the child is peeking? Or even where he is looking? Father Sama, you are also greatly disrespectful. If mother finds out about this, TSK. With Gao Yang's paragraph, Gao Feng's expression was stunned and his eyes widened. It made sense, and even left him speechless for a moment. And this brat is threatening him? Old me heard Green Luo say that on the first day out of the city. You were in the carriage trying to look at Lord Shangguan's legs. And also, last time, you said that you didn't look at the eye without slanting it, and that you were also so wanton? Gao Yang shook his head. That's not true. Gao Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Above the courtroom there were many people. It was fine to casually look around, but privately it was not quite the same. The Empress could certainly notice. Before he could breathe a complete sigh of relief, Gao Yang added, the leg that I looked at last time. Hiss. Summit instantly looked up and drew a cold breath. The seat of his peak. Whether it's good or not, others don't know, but he still doesn't know? Can he resist looking at it? He was just about to storm out, but Gao Yang walked quickly towards one side. Lord Shangguan, what a coincidence. Gao Yang opened his mouth to greet him, because he knew that Shangguanwaner had come. Gao Yang made it a point to skin in front of Summit. The main theme is a rebellion. Shangguan, with an icy face, walked up, first nodding her head and saluting summit high with a cold face. Gao Feng is also used to it, and the entire dynasty knows that Shangguan heir is not meticulous and is fair. Even when facing Prince Rong Wulong, that was without changing his face. After Shangguan gaze touched Gao Yang, she hardened her face and squeezed out a smile. Officer Lang, His Majesty wants to see you. After saying that, Shangguan nodded to Feng Feng and was about to leave, but Peak hurriedly said, Lord Shangguan, may I borrow a step to speak? Shangguan froze, but still followed Peak to one side. Gao Feng hesitated and then opened his mouth. Lord Shangguan, as the old saying goes, a son does not teach his father. This official heard that when the sinful son and Lord Shangguan were alone in a carriage, he had made a big fuss and was very mumbly, so please don't take it to heart. Lord Shangguan froze, then immediately thought of Gao Yang's monstrous act of wanting to see her legs. But soon, the misery of Wang Zhong, the poisonous plan within the Rouge Pavilion, and the misery of Wu Cheng came back to her mind. There was no expression on her icy face, only half a moment before she spoke. No harm, just looking at the leg. This official is not that petty. After saying that, Shangguan took a step and left. Summit? He looked at the backs of the two men as they left, his whole body messed up in the wind. Could it be that he can't keep up with the times? Now when you meet for the first time, you can even start by saying look at the legs? Soon, Gao Yang followed Shangguan to the Imperial study room. Inside the Imperial library, Wu Jiao was standing in front of the window waiting. Upon hearing Gao Yang's arrival, she coldly said, Declare. Gao Yang entered the Imperial study and hurriedly saluted. I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your majesty. Without further ado, I ask if you have a brilliant plan to deal with Zhao. Wu Jiao spoke straight away, a pair of phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang with anticipation. If Gao Yang has, it is after all for the sake of Deqian. She can still endure. But if it doesn't, then you have to settle old scores with new ones, not to mention the eyeballs snapped off. At the very least, it's 30 big slaps. I do have some wonderful plans, but I can't talk about it just now above the courtroom. So please ask your majesty to dismiss your left and right now. This is my fault. Some negligence, but inside and outside the Imperial study are all my people. You can say whatever you want. Wu Jiao slowly opened his mouth. Gao Yang's gaze swept towards the eunuchs waiting inside the Imperial study, and he still said with a grave expression on his face, what I'm going to say today is not trivial, so please ask your majesty to dismiss all of them except for Lord Shangguan. Gao Yang continued to insist. It was almost as if a single sentence had piqued Musashi's curiosity. Gao Yang's reaction made her perceive that these next words were by no means simple. Its ruthlessness may even far exceed the previous poisonous scheme. All stand down. Though all the eunuchs around her had been inventoried dozens of times and were able to ensure loyalty, but at this moment, she still did not hesitate to clear these eunuchs and maids out. I have followed your request to do. Now say it. In the end you think of what poisonous, brilliant plan. Gao Yang arched his hand and said, Thank you, your majesty. It's really that the method I'm going to follow is too important and must not be spread to the 6 countries, or else the one who suffers will be my Deqian. If this plan is used well, it can even settle Zhao without spending a single soldier or pawn and without bloodshed, and it will solve more than just Zhao. This statement was made. Both Wu Jiao and Shangguan heir's faces were stunned. Settle Zhao without a single soldier or bloodshed. Even Wushu was shocked in her heart. If it's really like you said, I will never be stingy with the reward. Wu Jiao took a deep breath, her eyes solemn. The sky is really the limit with this kind of scheme, so it's nothing to look at the legs and just take a look. For the sake of the Dacian world, for the sake of the emperor's hegemony, she endured for the time being. Gao Yang didn't sell any secrets. He casually spread out a piece of rice paper, picked up a brush and drew on the rice paper, and it came down like a pen without a pause. Wushu came forward with an expectant face, and in the next second, her brows furrowed. Only 7 areas were outlined on the rice paper in crooked, slanted lines, each with a large word still written on it. These words are like ghost drawings, strangely ugly. Just a cursory look, barely enough to recognize, should be Qi Chu Zhao Wei Han Yan Shen. How could there be such ugly characters in the world? Wu Jiao was shocked. Shangguan also said with a serious face, I have seen too many words. No matter how ugly the words are, I don't evaluate them unless I can't help it. The writing is indeed ugly. Gao Yang's old face reddened with some embarrassment. The original owner's handwriting was rather ugly, and he didn't know how to write with a brush at all, so it did come out as a bit of a one-liner. Seeing this, he directly changed the subject. Those eyes gazed straight at Wu Jiao, a powerful confidence filling his face. Your Majesty, what I want to talk to your Majesty about today is how to make a game. so that this game can go on to harvest a country's wealth and even cause a country's system to collapse. This bureau minister will he named Shun-Pick Valley Crown Bureau, or called Gao's Scam. Chapter 73 Using Zhao as a game to inflate prices. Inside the Imperial Library, Wu Jiu's face was shocked, and her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, only to feel a buzzing in her head. A bureau that harvests a nation's wealth and even causes a nation's system to collapse. Her expression turned grave, and she even took a deep breath. She had a feeling that today she was going to hear something that would turn her worldview upside down. Gao Yang, go on. How should I make a game in order to harvest a country's wealth or even cause a country's system to collapse? Wu Jiu had a curious look on her face, and her phoenix eyes bloomed with a flash of light. If she could destroy a country without bloodshed, then she would be happy to do so. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yang with a pair of beautiful eyes, her heart similarly setting off a wave of shock. Still, if it was someone else who had said this, even Cui Xinghe, the scholar of the dynasty, she would have held a hint of skepticism. But High Sunshine is standing here, talking about doing the job, with a professional, unquestionable authority. She was very convinced. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu and opened his mouth. As the saying goes, the upper military is the best way to conquer a country. If you want to conquer a country, relying only on military conquest, this is the next best thing. What's more, once the army moves, the daily rations are an astronomical figure. Furthermore, when the army attacks, the generals suffer heavy casualties, and when they encounter famous generals cowering and defending the city, the losses are even greater, which is detrimental to the strength of the country. That's why I advocate economic warfare, which is not only bloodless and kills without blood, but its power is even no less than that of an army of millions. Since Zhao disrespects His Majesty and has a backbone, then I will use Zhao as an example to make a Shun-Pick Valley Crown Bureau, the so-called Shun-Picking Valley Crown Bureau. The essence is to utilize the weakness of human nature to make a game, the core of which is to give the other party a small profit to induce the other party to continue to participate and invest more and more, and ultimately complete the harvest. Wu Jiu sniffed, her brows furrowed as if she was weighing Gao Yang's words. Give the other side a small profit to entice the other side to stay involved and then finish the harvest. She had a thoughtful look on her face. Gao Yang casually picked up a piece of pastry on the table and put it into his mouth. I'll be a little more specific. Dare I ask if your majesty knows Zhao onyx? Zhao onyx I should know. This is a kind of fabric produced in Zhao. Rumor has it that it is thin and fine, and makes extremely good-looking clothes. But this Zhao onyx, but unusual clothing, and with what you said about the economic war, this Shun-Pick Valley Crown Bureau, what is the relationship? Gao Yang shook his head and said, Your Majesty is wrong. Clothing, food, housing and transportation are the fundamentals of human beings, and since it is an economic war, it should start from these foundations. Has Your Majesty ever worn clothing made of Zhao onyx? Wu Jiu frowned slightly and said, Since I ascended the throne, I have never worn Zhao onyx. This garment is expensive. I am the king of a country. If I take the lead in wearing it, up to the princes and nobles, down to the common people, rich merchants and tycoons, they will surely follow the trend and follow suit. Isn't this move sending silver to the state of Zhao, or even using my Dacian silver to raise his Zhao soldiers to attack my Dacian again? Do I look like such a foolish emperor? Wu Jiu's voice was clear and cold and justified. Shang Wanwaner also said on the side, Zhao is far away from Dacian's mountains and roads. The cost is extremely high, so the price is also extremely not cheap. It is very unwise to fund the enemies of others. Gao Yang had a calm face. He did understand Wu Jiu's thinking in that it was normal human thinking, but he said in the next second, but what if this plan of the minister requires His Majesty to personally wear clothes made of Zhao onyx, and even encourage the people of Dechen to wear this Zhao onyx on the pretext that the two countries are making goodwill and promoting the relationship between the two countries? This statement was made. Wu Jiu was instantly nonplussed. What? Do you want me to wear this Zhao onyx myself? Or even give an order to encourage the people of Dechen to wear this Zhao onyx? Shang Wanwaner also had a shocked look on her face as she couldn't help but speak up. But if this is the case, the price of Zhao onyx is bound to go up quickly. Won't Zhao make a huge profit? In this way, the state of Zhao will be even more powerful. Isn't this a loss of a lady and a loss of soldiers? Gao Yang, what Wan Er said is not unreasonable. According to what you said earlier, if you want to be strong, you have to weaken your opponent. If Great Qian wants to be strong, they should sanction Zhao. But why are they still giving them money for nothing? Gao Yang gazed at Wu Jiu's gaze and straightened his back. This idea of Your Majesty's is not wrong if it is the people of my Dechen. But Your Majesty, as an emperor, should have a bigger pattern. Pattern? Wu Jiu looked puzzled. Pattern is vision. Your Majesty, as a great Qian emperor, destined to become an emperor for the ages in the future, should look at the whole thing from a broader perspective. Since it is a bureau, it should not look at the surface. Not to mention what I said earlier, the core of the Shunpik Valley Crown Bureau is to let the small profits first, so that the other side continues to participate and invest more, which can ultimately complete the harvest. Wu Jiao gazed at Gao Yang. For a moment, she actually didn't know whether Gao Yang was saying that she was too narrow-minded or complimenting her. However, she understood Gao Yang's meaning. Are you saying that Zhao's big fortune in silver is just a superficial phenomenon that only allows it to make a small profit? But in reality, there is something even more poisonous? Only I didn't notice? Gao Yang had a pair of deep eyes, which flashed with powerful confidence. Yes, when His Majesty as the king of a country personally wears clothes made of Zhao onyx, then the princes and nobles of Deqian, down to the common people, will surely follow one after another. That's not to mention that His Majesty himself issued an imperial decree encouraging the people of Deqian to wear Zhao onyx, so that the demand for Zhao onyx in the world is greater than the supply, and the price of Zhao onyx is bound to go up quickly. In that case, it must lead to one phenomenon, the difference in price. Once it is profitable, merchants will surely flock to the country, and the merchants of Deqian will travel to the state of Zhao to buy goods and sell them at high prices to Deqian. And the merchants of the state of Zhao will also buy goods from the country and travel thousands of miles across the country to Deqian to earn high profits. Saying this, Gao Yang specially paused and looked at Wu Jiao and Shang Wanwan air. Once again, a smile appeared on his face. It was just the smile that sent a shiver down Musashi's spine. Shang Wanwaner was even more tense, as if she was an enemy, her eyes staring straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and set someone to live or die. They quietly waited for Gao Yang's next words. All things in the world also. If the supply exceeds the demand, the price falls, and conversely, if the demand exceeds the supply, the price rises. If supply and demand are in balance, prices will stabilize accordingly. Take the price of grain in Linjiang City as an example. When Deqian is stable and there is a good harvest of grain, the grain in the world stabilizes at 31 a bucket, or even lower, but when there is a great drought, and a great flooding of the grain fails, the demand outweighs the supply, and the price of grain begins to skyrocket. When food is worth money, more people will farm. The same goes for Zhao onyx. The first point of this game is to speculate up the price of Zhao onyx to give Zhao a profit. When the price of Zhao onyx begins to soar, Deqian merchants and Zhao merchants frantically sweep up the goods, and Zhao's homegrown chips will also increase, because in the past, the demand for Zhao onyx was limited. Merchants and traders traveled thousands of miles to transport it to Deqian. The market demand was stable, and more than that, it was stagnant and unprofitable. But at this moment, all of my country, Deqian, is dressed in Zhao onyx, and the demand has skyrocketed. In this way, not only the price of Zhao onyx soared, but also the pressure on the supply. The greedy merchants, the local magnates, they compete for next year's market. They will certainly improve the treatment of onyx weavers, increase the planting of mulberry silkworms, and under the competition with each other, the people of Zhao who had planted the mulberry silkworms will also make a big profit. If you have a bargain, don't take advantage of it, you son of a bitch. Since Zhao onyx is so valuable, who would plant farmland? At first, Wu Jiu's eyes were thoughtful with a touch of deliberation, as if she was deliberating. But when she heard this sentence that the increase in demand leads to the supply must also increase, businessmen and magnates in order to earn profits, must improve the treatment, increase the planting of mulberry silkworms, so that in the coming year to make a fortune. Her whole body goosebumps are up. Gao Yang's purpose was clear. She said incredulously, your ultimate goal is the farmland of Zhao? Wu Jiao had an incredulous look on her face, and a wave of shock was set off in her heart. Shang Wanwan both as the empress's sidekick. Since she was not stupid, she also instantly realized Gao Yang's purpose. Even this operation looked familiar to her, because in Linjiang City, she had seen with her own eyes how Gao Yang had pitted those grain merchants to lose all their money. This is different, but in a different way. Only this time, the setup that Gao Yang is going to set up is for the entire state of Zhao, from the emperors and nobles down to the common people. This time, how many people will die? Gao Yang stared at Wu Jiao and Shang Wanwan air as the smile on his face grew stronger. That's where he belongs. I have to say, the pits are just wonderful. The smile on Gao Yang's face was very simple as he stood in the imperial study. If the rich merchants and families want to make a killing, they will have to increase their production capacity and go on a rampage to recruit onyx spinning workers. When the people can make more money weaving onyx than farming, they will flock to onyx. And when it is more profitable to grow mulberry and silkworms, it will cause more people to turn to mulberry and silkworms. This will result in a large number of people working in jobs related to Zhao onyx, and the farmland will be deserted. After all, in their eyes, all I have to do is make money, and then I'll have the money and be afraid that I won't be able to buy food? Grain is only how many when a bucket? When a great deal of Zhao's farmland was deserted and His Majesty sent someone to confirm it. The final step in this game, The harvest followed. Gao Yang was clearly smiling, but this smile fell in Wu Zhou's eyes as if it was the devil. Shang Wanwaner also couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Gao Yang continued to speak eloquently, like a merciless and indifferent god of death. Once the time is ripe, His Majesty can order that no one in or out of Dakian is allowed to wear Zhao onyx, and at the same time declare a break in diplomatic relations with the state of Zhao. In this way, the price of Zhao onyx will instantly plummet. And worst of all, with their farmlands deserted and food in short supply, the price of grain will rise dramatically along the way. And I, Dakian, can take advantage of the opportunity to strike and raise the price of grain by 10 times, or even 100 times, in order to harvest the wealth of Zhao. At that time, countless merchants in Zhao will go bankrupt because of this, and countless people in Zhao will starve to death alive because they can't afford to buy food. Even the merchants and traders who made a fortune from the price hike of Zhao onyx in front of them will quickly go bankrupt and give their money back because Zhao onyx is worthless and the price of grain is skyrocketing. I, De Qian, will not only make a huge profit, but also make Zhao's economy collapse and its people suffer without spending a single soldier. Buzz, with Gao Yang's voice falling, outside of the imperial study, a fresh breeze blew. Wow! An ancient book on the dragon case was blown and clattered. Wu Jiao, Shang Wanwaner all looked at Gao Yang with a look of fear. The first decree to raise the price of Zhao onyx, so that its price rose, and then take advantage of the nature of the merchants and businessmen to seek profit, driving a large number of people in Zhao to plant mulberry and silkworms, and go forward to weave onyx. In this way, the farmland is deserted, and Dakian will then do the opposite, burst the bubble of Zhao onyx, raise the price of food, and make a fortune, without spending a single soldier. Dakian made Zhao's economy collapse and its people suffer without bloodshed. Wu Jiao's body subconsciously swayed, and shocking waves were set off in her heart. This game is too vicious, even 10 times as much as the monkey game and the Golden Palace. Shang Wanwaner was also shocked, and Gao Yang's face looked like a devil in her eyes as well. Is this really the Grand Duke of Dinghui Gongfu, who was born from 100 years of generals? Is this sure it's a general? Tough. It's too hard. Just the way Gao Yang described it. It was as if she saw the people of Zhao all flocking to the work of Zhao onyx. They think they can get rich, but in reality, it's a nightmare, an abyss. A spike in food prices would be a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Gao Yang took advantage of Wu Jiao's shock and had no time to look at him, and couldn't help but scan a few more times. Not bad. It's moist just looking at it. Sheesh. Of course, look after look. Gao Yang is still very much a moral code. He continued, Your Majesty. More than that, once the price of grain in Zhao skyrockets, not only can we take the opportunity to harvest the wealth of Zhao with this game, but we can also arrange for an insider to enter Zhao. I am very much in the right place, and I have been inspired to come up with a few more brilliant ideas. Wu Jiao's gaze couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. What's the brilliant plan? When my Dakian insiders enter the state of Zhao, they can spread rumors throughout the state of Zhao, burying notes of Dakian's rise, Zhao's fall in fish bellies, and white foxes spitting out words in the middle of the night in the mountains. And the sky is not in Zhao. Along the Yellow River, a cyclops can also be dug up. Three's a crowd and the rumor mill is in full swing. The people don't have enough to eat, and facing the sky-high grain prices, it's the right time for good compulsion. By then, Zhao will surely be in chaos, and I, Dakian, can reap the benefits. The words fell. Wu Jiao and Shang Wanwaner all looked at Gao Yang incredulously. They were wide-eyed, their hearts trembling wildly. For the people, as long as they have enough to eat, then they won't rebel. But if they don't have enough to eat, they are already foolish and believe in the gods. What's the point of them being provoked like that again? The people must have been displaced and the corpses must have been scattered all over the place. And what kind of tricks are these? Hiding paper in the belly of a fish, a white fox spitting out human words in the middle of the night, and digging up a cyclops. Wu Jiao took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the emotions rolling around in her heart. Poisonous as it was, she had to say again that the plan was simply brilliant. He took advantage of the human nature and made a small profit, so that the state of Zhao would enter the game, and then finished the harvest. By sanctioning the state of Zhao with economic warfare, Dakian would not even bother to annex the state of Zhao. Gao Yang, truly the #1 poisoner in Diqian. She couldn't help but exclaim, this Shunpai Valley Crown Bureau is truly the most poisonous plan in the world, using the greed that everyone has to manipulate people's hearts. Gao Yang, I have not misjudged you, although Gao Yang used a poisonous plan. But this is a great good thing for the Great Qian, both for the Great Qian Emperor, although she has some pity for the people of Zhao, but only pity. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you think that the Shun-picking Valley Crown Bureau is merely utilizing human greed, this would be underestimating it. Oh, not utilizing human greed? Musashi was a bit surprised. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang slowly spoke. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, plus greed and anger. This is a human weakness that many merchants can realize. But there is another human weakness that the vast majority of people don't realize, and that is inertia of thought. What the Shunpik Valley Crown Bureau utilizes is the inertia of human thinking. When the price of Zhao onyx becomes sky high, the people of Zhao will not feel that Zhao onyx has plummeted, but will feel that it has always been in short supply. Or, while they know there is a risk of blowout losses, they all firmly believe it won't be their own bad luck. Similarly, once the crash starts, the inertia of thinking will keep people from getting started, thinking it will keep crashing. Gao Yang face calm. Belonging to the later generations, there are too many such examples. In the stock market, how many retail investors chasing up and down? Was the banker to play around? Even the banker, in order to play the weakness of human nature, on the way down, will also raise the stock price, to attract popularity, in waiting for the time to arrive, all smothered. It's all human nature that is utilized in this. With this plan, the people of Zhao will only think about how much tighter Zhao onyx will be. Of course, there were certainly those who were level-headed enough to remain skeptical, but this group, too, would deceive themselves and get lost in the surge of Zhao onyx. Thinking inertia, murmured Wu Jiao, a moment of clarity in her mind. Gao Yang's words brought her a great shock. It even made her realize that war is not only a frontal battle, but also an economic war that kills without bloodshed. Economic warfare is more insidious, more difficult, and even more powerful than a war of nations if successful. I will, from this very day, wear the fancy dress made by Zhao onyx and begin to make a game. If I can really settle Zhao without bloodshed, I will surely be heavily rewarded. Wu Jiao had a face that was eager to try, obviously moved. Gao Yang, however, did not care at all about the big pie drawn by the empress. On the contrary, he duly reminded Wu Jiao, Your Majesty, economic warfare can never be accomplished overnight. Without a year or two, it is simply impossible. And this plan is similar to the Push Grace Order, which is a plan of Yang Ji, but it is also based on a premise. That is, De Qian has a strong army and a full treasury. Otherwise, if Zhao has the ability to lift the table, De Qian will eat its own words instead. Your Majesty, you should know what I mean. Wu Jiao raised his eyebrows. His gaze fell on Gao Yang. A little strange. The member of the staff again emphasized that De Qian should be rich and strong first, and also specifically gave me a wonderful plan to sanction Zhao, and said that I understand. What is the meaning of this? Gao Yang, full of righteousness, said, I have absolutely no intention of urging Your Majesty to get Prince Rong killed. I swear. Wu Jiu, Shangwan Waner. She shot a glance at Gao Yang and sighed with a strange expression on her face. If you don't know, you would think that Prince Rong dug up the ancestral tomb of the Duke of Ding's house, and that there is such a deep hatred. Gao Yang touched his nose and said to Wu Jiao, What does Your Majesty think that Prince Rong and the World's Son are doing in the mansion? I am certainly not afraid of death, but I also want to burn myself for De Qian. Wu Jiu sniffed with a burst of amusement. She said with a faint opening, Don't worry, I won't give Prince Rong the chance to take a shot at you. It's just that this is a major matter, and even I need a little time. Of course, this plan of destroying Zhao, I will also synchronize it. Wu Jiao looked determined and had a domineering face. She has a belly full of poisonous plans. Gao Yang, why worry about the Dacian treasury is not full? Even Wu Jiao found it interesting that neither could be a famous and exemplary monarch and courtier for the ages, so he would be a pair of infamous monarchs and courtiers. In short, it's green history. Your Majesty is wise. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Nowadays, he had a very good understanding of the Empress's nature, so he spoke a bit more freely. On the contrary, the Empress would be more comfortable in this state of deep communication. Wu Jiao refocused his gaze on Gao Yang. I am clear about the Shun-picking Valley Crown Bureau, but what is this Gao's scam? This statement was made. Once again, a trademark smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. When Wu Jiao and Shangwan Wanair saw the smile, their hearts flinched in unison. When you look at Gao Yang's smile, you can get a glimpse of the viciousness of the poisonous plan. Is this Gao scam even more vicious than the Shunpai Guan scam? Bang! Prince Rong's mansion. Wulong slapped his hand on the table, his face full of anger. On the side, Wu Cheng even said to Wulong, Father, you have to make a decision for your child. Today, that guy is still looking for a child to claim. Simply inverted the Big Dipper, deceiving people too much. Wulong waved his hand, full of dominance. This king is the head of the minister of the great Qiangu life, the prince of the dynasty. The female emperor has always respected this king, and pour out his heart and lungs. In this matter, this king will give you to do the Lord. He, Gao Yang, won in the court, but in this Chang'an, this king will not tolerate him. Wulong turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in blue robes on the side. Mr. Chen, You are known as the #1 strategist in Diqian. Do you have a brilliant plan? Mr. Chen looked at Wu Long and spoke. There has been a wonderful plan since. It's just that I'm a bit uneasy. According to what I've learned about Dinghua Gongfu Gao Yang in the past few days, he's by no means a person who shows off his emotions. In other words, if he dares to treat Shitzi like this, without fear, then he is in no way afraid of the king's retaliation. At this point, I am somewhat puzzled as to where his bottom line comes from. Wu Long had a disdainful look on his face. It's just a fight between the juniors of the district. It's not a life and death feud. Could it be that he still dares to make a move against this king? Since the Dinghua Gongfu wants to have a fight with this king, then let's have a good fight. Mr. Chen looked at the disdainful Wu Long. He didn't say anything. Instead he felt more and more uneasy. He only felt that if he offended this son, he would end up in a very bad situation. The imperial study. Shang Wanwaner only felt that Gao Yang's smile sent a shiver down her spine. That feeling came back. It's as if countless more people are going to lose their homes. Wu Jiu also got goosebumps as she couldn't help but open her mouth. Officer Gao, put away your smile. I have some discomfort. This goosebumps are all over the place. Goyang, is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? He just smiles. Is that really so scary? Wu Jiu resumed his seat, his eyes looking at Gao Yang. I observe the strangeness of your smile. Is this Gao's deception even more vicious than the shun-picking Valley Crown Bureau? Wu Jiu was curious. In her mind, this shun-plucked Valley Crown Bureau was already a perfect bureau. But looking at Gao Yang's expression, this Gao's deception, he seems to be more skillful. The so-called Gao's scam, in fact, is a kind of scam summarized by the minister. Only compared to the Shunshao Valley Crown Bureau, this bureau is more effective, faster, but also more suitable for enrichment, also known as the empty gloves. Tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall. Wu Jiu frowned. Tearing down the east wall to mend the west wall? What does this mean? Gao Yang smiled and said, suppose I open a store, which is extravagant, but I don't sell anything. I only focus on one point, and that is to deposit money to give high interest. If your majesty deposits 100 taels of silver, you can take away 130 taels of silver in 60 days. And if you deposit 10,000 taels of silver, you can take away 13,000 taels of silver in 60 days. May I ask if your majesty is moved or not? And within these 60 days, your majesty may take it away at any time. And I pay a certain amount of extra money. Is your majesty moved or not? As soon as I heard that, Wu Jiu's face was shocked, as if she had heard something unbelievable. That's never going to happen. A heartbeat is a heartbeat. And that's who can't have a heartbeat. There's no such thing as a pie in the sky. This is a fake at a glance. Who would fall for it? Is it possible that the postman is treating everyone in the world as a fool? Wu Jiu categorically denied it. Shang Wanwaner also nodded her head and said, such deception. Even ordinary people who can't read and write won't fall for it. Not to mention shrewd merchants and businessmen. It's a matter of common sense how it's possible to have such a high profit in such a short period of time. And since you know it's a scam, it's even more impossible to fall for it. The two men affirmed in unison. But Gao Yang laughed, his gaze flickering with endless depth. Your Majesty, you underestimate this Gao deception. The best thing about this game is that everyone knows he's a fake, but they can't help but jump in. At its core, it's about taking money that comes in later and paying high interest on the front, and so on and so forth. Those who get in first often make a killing, but those who get in later often lose their money. If this bureau is allowed to be executed by me in Diqian, I can easily become the #1 rich merchant in Diqian, and there will be countless people who will fall for it, and countless rich merchants who will lose their money. Buzz. Along with these words from Gao Yang, Wu Jiu's eyes suddenly changed. She was shocked by Gao Yang's theories. It was an almost unheard of idea for her. You know it's a scam, but you can't help but jump in. This, in particular, was very puzzling to Wu Jiu. Shouldn't all the world's deceptions do their best to cover up and disguise the deception? Gao Yang, however, is off the beaten path. Gao Yang, I do believe in your skill, but I can't figure out how these people, with such a lucrative profit, he would know it's fake. Right? How is this going to fall for that? Wu Jiu looked incredulous. Even though she was the emperor of a country, she couldn't figure out how it worked. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yang curiously. Gao Yang amazes her with the layout of Zhao Onyx, which is first speculated to sky-high prices by various means and eventually points to Zhao's farmland. Once the people of Zhao all planted fields and raised mulberry, they would abandon their farmland. If this plan comes to fruition, the kingdom of Zhao will be devastated and covered with corpses. Countless people will fall into despair under the skyrocketing food prices, and without moving a single soldier, Daqian can significantly weaken the strength of Zhao and reap the benefits. This also thoroughly aroused Shang Wanwaner's interest in economic warfare, monetary means. but Wuju's question was exactly the same question that was on her mind. Would so many people really fall for such high profits? Which can be seen as fake at a glance. Your Majesty, the reason behind it is simple. Nothing happens overnight. A big pit. It must take time to ferment. The best part of this bureau is the first ones to join in. They will make a fortune. Both make money and will drag relatives and friends into it. People leading people. That's the scariest part of this bureau. There's going to be a huge influx of money. And to do this game, it will definitely be a high-flying gimmick. If it were a minister, I would say to promote the economy of the 7 countries, cross-country profiteering, and to promote the development of weapons, which is commonly known as the big pie. To set up a situation, you need to be able to hype it up, and you need to be able to draw a big pie, which doesn't have to be realized, but is mainly just big. Wujiu is still in Qingjing's Zhengfu, knowing what Gao Yang said about drawing a big cake. Now that she heard Gao Yang mention it again to her face, she couldn't help but be a little curious. Can you be more specific? Wujiu asked curiously. For example, I unveiled the imperial edict of seeking the virtuous, the golden palace for the first time to complete the answer. His Majesty first said that there is a reward, but in fact drifted away. This is to draw a big cake. Furthermore, if, for example, Your Majesty orders me to weaken the 6 kingdoms and then give me 10 beauties when the time comes, this is also painting a big cake. And anyone who promises a far-reaching goal but fails to realize it is all painting a big cake. Of course, I don't mean anything else. And Your Majesty doesn't need to specially reward a few beauties and 10,000 taels of gold. Just explaining to Your Majesty. Gao Yang stared straight at Wujiu and said. The corners of Mushu's mouth twitched. After half a day, Gao Yang is at this point of her having ascended the throne for so long. It was the first time she had seen a subject who actively sought her out for a reward. Originally, I still wanted to make up for the dozens of beauties of the postman, but since the postman is so polite, then forget it. The corner of Wujiu's mouth curved up and said faintly. Gao Yang instantly looked incredulous. He really wanted to jump up and give the empress 2 big mouths. Listen, is this speaking human words? Sure enough, those who play politics are dirty and have thick skin. Gao Yang helplessly continued. The people of the world, very different, respect and far away will certainly have, but that is not the goal of the minister. The important thing is that the world will certainly be someone to believe. Thinking of trying, then this situation will also be a success. Wujiu sniffed with a thoughtful look on her face. That white face was breathtakingly beautiful in the golden sunlight that filtered through the window. She seemed to understand what Gao Yang was saying, that with 1,000 people, there must be prudent people and there must be greedy people as well. Some of the people, very strapped for cash, are careful with their money, but there are bound to be wealthy, greedy merchants who can't resist the temptation to try. This game is set up for these greedy people and businessmen who want to get rich. Once they gave birth to the idea of giving it a try, what greeted them was an endless abyss. Gao Yang swept his gaze and once again took 2 pieces of mung bean cake from the table. He first put one into his mouth. Then as he ate, he said, this game has just begun. Like this green bean cake, Your Majesty tries to give me 1 piece, and I return to Your Majesty with 2 pieces. His Majesty gave me 2 pieces, and I gave him 4, and His Majesty tasted the salty sweetness from me, and that also gradually stopped. The greed within will seduce Your Majesty to vote a little more, to taste more sweetness from your minister. Wujiu stared at the serious-faced Gao Yang. She understood all the reasoning, but it was the words that always made her feel a little strange. Sweet, salty head? One way or another, this will not only grow the number of mung bean cakes, but His Majesty will even think of taking a little money to try it out, and repeat the cycle, and then throw more and more money at it. It's just like a gambling house, and His Majesty should know about gambling houses, right? Wujiu sniffed and nodded. Gambling houses and greenhouses, in her eyes, are 2 major scourges, and even the harm of gambling houses is greater than beauty in her eyes. If you touch beauty, you are not necessarily ruined, but if you touch gambling, you are basically hopeless in this life. But according to you, if I can pull out in time, won't I still make a profit? Wujiu realized this and opened her mouth to ask. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Your Majesty is right. The first batch of people who entered this scam of ministers will surely make a fortune if they can pull out in time. But think, Your Majesty, how many people can restrain their inner greed and withdraw in time? Once there is the idea of putting in a few more days and making a little more money, they have a knife on their neck at all times, and even if they do pull out, as long as this scam is not broken and they look around them and see that they are still making big profits, they will eventually not be able to resist killing them again, and by this time, the risk is already high. Takeshi was stunned. Shang Wanwaner also frowned with a thoughtful expression. Gao Yang followed up by lightly saying, the idea of the gambling house is pretty much the same as the core of this Gao scam of mine. 10 bets and 9 losses. The banker cheats. This truth is known to all the world. But the people in Chang'an City who lose and go bankrupt every day. Is this still not enough? From the gambling house's point of view, as long as we can tickle the greed within our guests, the next step will be easy. The gambling house's capital is unlimited. As long as we keep gambling, then we'll surely lose cleanly. And the minister's Gao scam is slightly different compared to the gambling house. Since the birth of this bureau, there will be no ups and downs in between. It will only keep earning, except for the day when I run away. A steady stream of people joined in, and with their money, paid the high rewards promised to the first few, and so on until the number of people reaches a certain point where the money of the newcomers to the people can't pay for the high profits and the game is no longer played. I will then decisively carry the bucket and run away, leaving a trail of chicken feathers behind. At that time, those who are greedy, who want to get rich in one day, and who earn rich profits will all be smothered and killed by this game. All in one net. They will have their families broken up and their decades of savings swept away by the minister in one fell swoop. As Gao Yang's voice fell, hiss, Shangwan Wanner drew in a breath of cool air, her fists unable to resist clenching. A shocking wave rose in her heart. Gao Yang's description was very clear, but it was also clear, which made it all the more terrifying. She spoke in a low voice. So the essence of this Gao scam is actually a game of drumming? Drumming and passing the flower is a very simple game in Shikikaku, in which the participants all form a circle. And when the drummer starts beating the drum, the flower is passed. And when the drumming stops and the flower is in the hand of the person who has the flower, the person who performs the program. Shangwan Wan'er felt that this Gao scam was very much like drumming. Gao Yang sniffed and looked at Shangwan Wan'er in surprise. Sure enough, talent comes out of a horse. The ancients did not deceive me. Gao Yang nodded and said, not bad. The essence of this Gao scam is a large-scale drumming game. It's just that the people who are involved, all of them profitably, but once the drumming stops and the minister runs away, whoever holds the flower in his hand will lose his fortune. Everyone knows it's a scam, but they always think that the person who receives the flowers won't be them, and often end up with decades of savings ruined, laying out with the weakness of human nature. This is my minister's Gao's deception. Wu Ju's white face was shaken, and there was silence in the imperial study. Her phoenix eyes seemed to have seen countless people trying a little bit, and finally losing their homes and wives. It was a real mess. Even the image of Gao Yang running away with a bucket inexplicably floated in her mind, and it was quite comical. Wu Ju took a deep breath. She had the right idea that day in the Golden Palace. If this son cannot be an official, he must never be allowed to engage in business, even if he is to be eliminated, otherwise the people of the world will suffer. The face is pure, but the heart is so bad that it's like running water. Just as Wu Zhou's heart was complicated with a pensive face, Gao Yang suddenly rubbed his hands together and came up. Before Wu Zhou could react, she realized that there was another big face in front of her, with an embarrassed look on her face. Gao Yang was a bit itchy and said, Your Majesty, I beg you for one thing, can you let me have a good time? As soon as Wu Zhou heard these words, her eyebrows wrinkled in disbelief. Has Gao Yang drifted away? Or is she unable to hold the sword? Shangwan Wanner also had a dumbfounded expression. What kind of tiger wolf talk is that? Is Gao Yang crazy? As soon as Gao Yang's words left his mouth, he realized that they were inappropriate, and he hurriedly said, I made a slip of the tongue for a moment, and I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I intended to have a bit of an itchy hand, but I'm pure in nature, so I can't scourge my own family, so I'd like to ask your Majesty to send a team of men to escort me as far as the 6 kingdoms, and I'll come and screw him hard. To tell you the truth, your Majesty, I have hundreds of brilliant plans in my mind to amass wealth, and I will make the nobles of the 6 kingdoms suffer. That really wasn't Gao Yang bragging. The 6 kingdoms of today, with their simple folkways, are still at the level of conquering each other and oppressing each other's people. He dealt with these illiterate people and the crooked businessmen who were squeezing the people. That's a real pit stop. His coke scheme is actually a Ponzi scheme from a previous life. A total of 3 steps. The first step, the planning of a better future. The project is high. Make efforts to draw the cake. The second step of high profits, to attract greedy people. The third step of the new influx of people once not enough to the old users of the remuneration. Directly lift the bucket to run away. New and old users smother together. Behind the scenes, countless families have been torn apart and are on the verge of bankruptcy. There is no lack of high-ranking officials and highly educated people during this period. Is it because they cannot see that this is a scam? The truth is that it is not, because that's human nature. The smarter you are, the more likely you are to fall for it. That's not to mention the ancient times when you can't read big words. But of course, Gao Yang has no interest in the people. His targets were the powerful families of the 6 countries, even the royal family. But ancient silver was heavier and harder to run, and also the dynasty had to be stable. but that's what makes it challenging. The thought of it made him itch. Hundreds more brilliant plans to amass wealth? Wu Jiao was shocked, but then immediately shook her head. I cannot grant you this request. When Gao Yang heard this, he was filled with confusion. Why? Could it be that your majesty does not believe in the means of the minister? No, you are wrong. It is precisely because I believe in your means so much that I am all the more unable to let you out of Dakian. Once you are captured, I am afraid of a backlash. In this life you all die this hard. As long as I am still in one day, you don't want to go out of Dakian half a step. I will arrange for people to travel to Dechu and Dezhou for this Gao scam, and try it out as you said, and see how much silver can be harvested. Takeshi spoke forcefully. After the Shunpik Valley Crown Bureau and Gao's scam, she became more and more determined. She could do without Gao Yang's poisonous plan, but never let Gao Yang's poisonous plan be used on Deqian. Otherwise, this will be a disaster for Deqian. Goyang, your majesty, what about the minister's itchy hands? Gao Yang scratched his hand. If he didn't pit people, wouldn't it be a waste of a great skill? Wu Jiao hooked up a smile. The 6 countries don't need you to lay your hands on them, but the Deqian family, the world's great families, and the Chang'an nobles, you can use your own means. Gao's deception should not be used. After all, the old nest is here, but such as the Shunpik Valley Crown Bureau, there are other bureaus you can greatly use, just in time to show me what you can do as well. Gao Yang instantly brightened up. Your majesty, are you telling the truth? In that case, then he'd have a job to do. Since it is true, these days according to what you said the case of witchcraft will break out, you can prepare the means in advance. Once Prince Rong fell, I will support you behind the scenes, but as you know, the world's powerful families and the royal family are inextricably linked, not to mention the clan kings and other royal clansmen. When Wu Jiao finished speaking, her eyes stared straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded his head and frowned. Since we can't go after the lineage and the royal relatives, we can only go after the rich merchants. Wu Jiao sniffed and faintly said, no, you're wrong. I mean that the royal relatives are all my closest relatives, and this has to be paid for. You and boldly do the bureau. I provide silver. Earn silver 50 to 50 how? Wu Jiao spoke up, her phoenix eyes flashing with a flash of titillation. Gao Yang was very sensible and said, I am not interested in silver at all. 7-3 is already a blessing for me. A smirk bloomed on Wu Jiao's face. This Gao Yang is very understanding, although sometimes a little presumptuous, but still put her in the heart. So very good. My inner treasury can be poor for too long. It is time to fill. Gao Yang also had a smile on his face. One thing he didn't say is that he also knows a little bit about 1 billion points of accounting. Shang Wanwaner, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as she looked at the duo of monarchs and ministers who were smiling treacherously, and was a bit confused for a while, especially the domineering and disdainful Wu Jiao. She always felt like she was being led astray. With 2 hoaxes in the works, Wu Jiao and Gao Yang next conferred again on the details. In the end, Gao Yang was satisfied and left the imperial study, and Wu Jiao was all smiles. The monarch and the minister talked to each other. On this day, the Chang'an gentry, the royal relatives and the world's families all inexplicably sneezed. It's broken. It's like they're being watched. The imperial study. Your majesty, do you really want to send someone to the 6 nations to do this Gao scam? Shang Wanwaner gazed at Wu Jiao and opened her mouth to ask. Wu Jiao nodded. The ruthlessness of Gao's deception scheme is something I've never seen before in my life. Such a poisonous plan should give the 6 nations a taste of power. The people she sent were definitely not as good as Gao Yang, but under Gao Yang's teachings, they were definitely enough. And within Dakian, once you get rid of Prince Rong, with her support, the next step is to get money from a strong country. These centuries-old families had been entrenched for a long time and had countless riches, so it was a great time to plunder them. She had Gao Yang and was not the least bit panicked in her mind. In addition, in accordance with Gao Yang's intention to issue another holy decree, in order to promote friendly exchanges between the 2 countries of Deqian and Dezhou, to encourage all the people of Deqian to wear more clothes made of Zhao onyx, bring me another set of clothes made of Zhao onyx, and from today onward, I will only wear clothes made of Zhao onyx. Wu Jiao's eyes flashed with coldness as she gave the order. Apparently, along with her words, an economic war against Zhao was about to begin. Its manipulator is none other than Gao Yang. It's only July now, so if you speculate on the price of Zhao onyx, you'll have a real nightmare on your hands in a few years at most. Even when this holy decree came out, Zhao thought that Deqian was sincere and would still send an envoy to send gifts. But the truth is, it's an invisible war that kills people. Chapter 78, Chang'an shakes. Economic war begins with Wu Jiao's will. For a time, the entire Chang'an city was stunned, and all the 100 officials were all horrified. Min Ming was still furious in the morning court and was itching to start a big war against Zhao. It turned out that in just one morning, The empress had changed her face. It was actually true, as Gao Yang had said, that to live in peace, one should first endure and be touched by love. It's unbelievable. After all, the empress had been on the throne for several months, and they knew Wu Jiu's temperament very well. Zhao was riding on her neck, but the empress chose to tolerate it and even gave Zhao heavenly favors for nothing. In their eyes, it was an almost impossible thing to do. Some officials with a keen sense of smell also smelled a hint of something wrong. Their eyes flickered as they secretly guessed the empress' intentions, but even after racking their brains, they couldn't figure out what the empress was trying to do. Most of the courtiers breathed a sigh of relief. Today's world is a civilized world. They do not want to see war since, otherwise the martial arts are on the rise, and that's not good news for them. As for some of the big merchants in the capital, they were even more energized after seeing the posted list. The first thing they realized was the business opportunity. With just the holy decree, the price of Zhao onyx rose from 10 taels of silver per horse to 11 taels of silver per horse. The price of Zhao onyx is expected to skyrocket again. Some merchants who saw the opportunity didn't hesitate and started to arrange their caravans to go to Zhao. They had to be as fast as they could, catching the Zhao merchants off guard and utilizing the information difference to undercut the price of their goods. Otherwise, Zhao is no fool, and Zhao onyx will surely raise the price. For a while, the whole Chang'an was surging with dark currents. Because of a decree of Wu Jiu, it directly boiled up. Choice house. Within the lobby, the exquisite carved beams and paintings were opulent and luxurious. Cui Jian was dressed in a gorgeous robe, with a calm face, and in his hands, he was playing with 2 cultural walnuts, and from time to time, he also made a crunching sound. My lord father, what is it that you are looking for my child for? If there is no business, the child will go down to study first. At that moment, Cui Xinghe came up from the side and said to Jian Cui. He was imposing and full of composure. Ken Choi looked at this most satisfied son with some regret in his heart. Apparently, Gao Yang had caught him off guard as well. My father knows that the Dingwa Gongfu's Gao Yang has given you a huge blow, but you don't have to be presumptuous, much less lock yourself into a room and read the holy books bitterly every free day. At the very least, in my father's mind, it's still that assessment that my son has the stature of a prime minister. Hearing these words, Cui Xinghe raised his eyes to look at Jian Cui with a moved face. This teaching from my lord father, my child remembers it, but my child just doesn't want to be overwhelmed by him. My Cui family's honor deserves to shine in Chang'an. I admit that I'm not as skilled as others, but I will also definitely rise to the occasion and prove myself completely. Cui Xinghe's face was calm, but his voice resounded throughout the entire hall. A satisfied smile appeared on Ken Choi's face. Cui Xinghe is worthy of being his son. Just this demeanor alone, his future achievements will certainly not be bad. This matter you have a number in your heart on the line, for father called you to come. There is a thing to you for reference, to determine. After all, the future of the Cui family is destined to be handed over in your hands. Cui Xinghe had a curious look on his face. I still ask Lord Father to clarify. Cui Jian played with the cultural walnut in his hand and faintly said, just now, His Majesty issued a holy decree that did not pass through the 6 ministries, but was directly sent down to the Hanlin Presentation Office. His Majesty has decreed to encourage all of Deqian to wear Zhao onyx, and His Majesty will personally take the lead, with many families in Chang'an catching wind of it. This is a beautiful trip. Should my Cui family get involved? Cui Xinghe was shocked at his words. What? The Empress gave such an imperial decree? His eyes twinkled. Cui Jian added, people in the palace have spread the news that His Majesty has not only issued an imperial decree, but also personally put on Zhao onyx. This time it looks like he's coming for real. When Cui Xinghe heard this, there wasn't a single bit of joy. Instead his expression became even more grave. It's not right. The Empress's behavior is so counterintuitive. Cui Xinghe hurriedly looked at Cui Jian and nervously asked, has His Majesty summoned Gao Yang alone? Cui Jian nodded. Summoned, and that Gao Yang stayed in the palace for several hours. He had just left the palace gates when the imperial decree was spread throughout Chang'an. Hiss. Several hours? Cui Xinghe had a heart attack. If a perfect score was 10 out of 10, he now smelled 100 out of 10. Lord Father, even if this Zhao onyx rises to the heavens, my Cui family cannot touch it. It's just not allowed to be dipped. Cui Xinghe took a deep breath and spoke, his face full of gravity. Why? This is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Letting go of the silver for nothing. Could it be that my son understands the deeper meaning behind the Empress's move? Ken Choi's voice plummeted an octave. A look of disbelief on his face. Cui Xinghe raised his eyes and said seriously, my child does not understand the deep meaning behind the Empress, but I understand. Gao Yang, since he stayed alone with the Empress for several hours, then apart from the possibility of an adulterous relationship, there must be a fermentation of poisonous plans, and for safety's sake, My Chui family must not get involved. In this case, there is only a pit, or a big pit. When Gao Yang exited the palace, he stepped into the streets of Chang'an with Chen Shang, who had been waiting outside the palace. His purpose was simple, and that was to see for himself the call of the empress. If the people respond and the price of Zhao onyx rises in response, then there is a great power lending. There's a healthy trading market behind this. On the contrary, then you have to use more tactics if you want to start an economic war. But fortunately, the results were great. Go back to the house. Gao Yang greeted towards Chen Shang. He was just about to go back to his house when he saw a street not far away where many people were gathering and building a not-so-small round platform. What's going on here? Could there be some big event? Gao Yang was curious for a moment. Chen Shang swept a glance and quickly returned. Your Honor is unaware that my Deqian has always been a people's food, and even before Deqian was founded, it held a food competition every 5 years. This habit has stayed for a long time, and this year it was held by the Imperial Catering House, which is naturally sensational. And it is rumored that the person who wins the top prize has an incomparably generous amount of silver money. Gao Yang froze, and then his face turned strange. A food competition? Could it be that your lordship is interested in food? This tournament will continue for many more days. Chen Shang had a curious look on his face. Gao Yang retracted his gaze and shook his head. I just thought of a brilliant poisonous plan when I heard about the food competition. But since no one is messing with this gongzi, it's just as well. In his mind, the order of pushing grace was the #1 poisonous scheme in ancient times, but when it came to modern schemes, the order of pushing grace had to take a back seat, with the weak to win the strong. The line of the world's young. The dilemma is still the first modern poisonous plan. Even he, Gao Yang, had to say that it was simply horrible. Go back to the house. Gao Yang regretted while heading towards the dukeding's mansion. Behind him, Chen Shang had a curious look on his face. His mind flooded with doubts. A brilliantly poisoned plan? Sounds like once someone messes with it, it's bad luck. But what can be so poisonous about food? Chen Shang scratched his head with a puzzled expression, but he didn't take it all that seriously. For the next few days, Chang'an fell into a bout of calm, except for the news of Zhao onyx and its price, which continued to fester. This was something that made Gao Yang call out that it was too corrupt. Every day was spent mingling in the mansion, molesting the maids, and the life of an ancient dude was simply wonderful. 5 days later, the imperial city of Zhao. Inside the palace, dozens of dancers in transparent tulle danced. At the very top of it, Zhao Emperor Zhao Wuji received intelligence from a fast horse from Deqian. He couldn't help but laugh and said freely, "This Deqian female emperor is really dim and unbearable." The dancers retreated, and the 100 officials looked curious. Zhao's Prime Minister Zhao Feng couldn't help but speak up. "Dare I ask your majesty, what is it that makes you so happy?" Zhao Wuji was wearing a black and red dragon robe, and he said with disdainful eyes, "Deqian's urgent report. Deqian's female emperor has decreed that for the sake of friendly exchanges between the state of Zhao and Deqian, it is hereby ordered that the people of the country be encouraged to wear the Zhao onyx, which is made by the state of Zhao. Even that Great Qian Empress herself led the way. I've insulted Great Qian, and the Great Qian Empress is still giving me money. It's really strange." For a while, the 100 officials stared in disbelief. These words also give them a whole will not. What does the Great Qian Empress think? But the next moment, they smelled a huge business opportunity. A whole market in Deqian. Zhao onyx's price is also bound to rise, which can be all the silver. Zhao Feng frowned. "Your Majesty, could there be a trick in this? This move is truly baffling." Zhao Wuji casually waved his hand. "The Prime Minister is being overly concerned. My intelligence shows that it was a member of the staff called Gao Yang who advised that the Great Qian Empress and Zhao should be friendly and not make any rash moves. This Gao Yang people are still strange good Lu." Zhao Feng's brow furrowed and his face became even more ugly. "Your Majesty, this Gao Yang minister has heard of him in the past 2 days. His means of lowering grain prices and pacifying the locust plague are very skillful and not a mediocre talent, and in Deqian has the name of the king of living hell. This matter is permeated with bizarre awe." But before he could finish his words, Zhao's courtiers couldn't sit still. "Minister Zhao is too cautious. That Deqian female emperor has just ascended to the throne, and my Zhao country is strong. How would she dare to move her sword? Lord Huang's words are very true. This Great Qian Empress must be currying favor with my Zhao kingdom." "I agree. Since the Great Qian Empress took the lead in bowing her head, we should also maintain the posture of a great nation. When we quickly send messengers to send heavy gifts to maintain the relationship between the two countries, so as not to fall into the mouth of others. Zhao onyx is skyrocketing. All the people of my Zhao can make a fortune. I support it." Zhao Feng didn't say a word. Although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't stop it. Behind these courtiers were one huge family. and it was clear that they wanted the relationship between the two countries to stabilize so that they could take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. He was making a sound, and he would be guilty of a public offense. Zhao Wuji thought for a moment and nodded his head. All of you have a point. With immediate effect, send an envoy to Dakian with a generous gift, and then the beauty that I just captured not long ago, and sent to Dakian. Be sure to hand over to that Gao Yang, to thank him for his advice. These days, there aren't many good people like this who don't have any interests but make my Zhao rich, Zhao Wuji said with a burst of emotion. The ministers hastened to kneel down and called out to His Majesty's holy wisdom. Their eyes flickered for a moment. It was predictable that once the banquet was over, they would go on a buying spree of Zhao onyx. Whoever doesn't make this fortune is a fool. Dakian, Chang'an City. The weather was sweltering, and the entire city of Chang'an was like a giant steamer. Gao Yang threw the ice taken from the cellar into the cup and gulped it down. The Dinghua mansion was still cool, but it was just as stuffy, and only in the latter part of the night was it more comfortable. After sweating profusely, without the soap thing, you always feel sticky even in the shower. This made Gao Yang extremely uncomfortable. Can't stand it anymore. Greenie, follow me to the kitchen. We must get this soap today. Gao Yang let out a roar and then killed towards the kitchen of the Dinghua Gongfu. 1 in order to take a bath. 2 also should make a fortune. Or Wu Jiu that is not good to explain. Just as he entered the kitchen, he saw a silly-looking, round-faced little fat man. He had a stunned look on his face, obviously still not understanding the situation. Bring me all the lard from the kitchen. When Wang Tao heard Gao Yang's command, he thought it was to check if they had stolen any lard, so he hurriedly took out all the lard in the kitchen. Not bad, very knowledgeable. Gao Yang praised and then ordered Qin Sheng to move them all away, until he looked at the empty altar. Wang Tao was shocked. My lard, he wailed for a moment. Food trumps everything for him, and lard is essential. Soon, inside one of the mansions of the Dinghua Gongfu, Gao Yang supported 2 large pots, and behind him stood Qin Sheng and Green Luo. Green Luo, bring some quicklime to this gongzi, Gao Yang shouted. Greenie rushed aside to bring the quicklime. Grand Duke, fetch, pour it into the pot. What? Pour it in? Greenie sniffed and her entire body was confused. Her face was full of dismay. Quicklime is used to prevent moisture, and this can be poured into the pot? She looked hesitant. Do as I say, pour it in, immediately add water and stir, then stay away. Gao Yang gave a reminder and withdrew his entire body tens of steps back. Lime and water give off a lot of heat, which can be very acidic when splashed. Greenie didn't know what was on Gao Yang's mind. On the contrary, she thought, Gongzi is really nice, and he cares about me a lot. Theoretically, soap can be made from either lard or vegetable oil, which is essentially a saponification reaction. When lime is mixed with water, a lot of heat is given off to get lime water, and when kerosene is added to the lime water, lye is obtained. The lye is added to the inside of the lard and a saponification reaction occurs. Creosote is harder to get, but it can be replaced with grass ash from the stove pit. In his previous life, Gao Yang had read a lot of crossover novels, and especially loved the historical novels written by Startsy. He is very familiar with the process of making soap. After adding grass and wood ash and stirring for a while, Gao Yang proceeded to boil the lard. The lye thing isn't that fast. It takes some time. Greenie watched as Gao Yang added spoonfuls of lard to the pot. In Dakian, lard is a good thing, and people can't afford to put more in their cooking. However, Gao Yang put a spoonful into the pot, which made Greenie very distressed. Grand Duke, what kind of cuisine are you making? Greenie couldn't help but ask. After all, coming from a poor family, it was a waste in her eyes. Chen Sheng was also puzzled. There's no need to be heartbroken. This gongzi is going to make soap, and when the soap comes out, its profit will be immeasurable. Gao Yang explained in a faint voice. Soap? Greenie was full of curiosity. Gao Yang swept Green Luo's slender body and teased. After bathing with this soap, not only will your body be washed white and tender, but your body will also emit a nice scent. Greenie sensed Gao Yang's gaze and only felt like she was being stared at by a big gray wolf. Gongzi, you have this look in your eyes. The slave girl is a bit scared. Gao Yang laughed at the sight. Although this Gongzi rabbit only eats grass in the nest, but you haven't grown up yet. You can rest assured. Rest assured that as long as you don't take the initiative to seduce this Gongzi and upgrade to a regular services without authorization, you will be fine. Greenie sniffed, her face very slightly lost. Gao Yang then proceeded to work. In no time at all, he first poured the boiled lye into the lard and then stirred it well with a stick. Bring the pot to a boil, then turn the heat down to a simmer and the whole process is done. The next step is to wait for the fat in the pot to be completely saponified, and the first soap of Dakian will be born. Gao Yang sat on a side chair, added some salt and spices inside the prepared mold, and waited for the soap to be born. He held up a copy of the Great Qian's legal code and read it with great interest. To be a bureau, you have to know the law. Goyo was a little heartbreakingly skillful in this regard. In the meantime, inside the house, Gao Feng also took a step into Gao Tianlong's room, and he took a deep breath with a serious face. Father Sama. Summit bowed respectfully first. Gao Tianlong was dressed in a simple housecoat, and the whole person was not angry. What? Have something to say? Gao Tianlong's sharp gaze looked at Peak. Gao Feng thought of Shangguan Wanner's words a few days ago, and his face grew more and more serious. After talking with Lord Shangguan a few days ago, I realized that Younger has become a bit bold. Oh, how bold. Gao Tianlong also thought of the conversation he had with Gao Yang a few days ago, which he thought deeply. Did Peak know about it too? Younger once mouthed off to Lord Shangguan about wanting to peek at his legs. Lord Shangguan is a close minister of His Majesty, and there may be a special relationship between the two. So how could Younger have coveted Lord Shangguan? Summit was very worried, but Gao Tianlong couldn't help but laugh at his words. He had a contemptuous look on his face. That's it? Gao Feng was stunned. Lord Father, isn't this bold enough? Gao Tianlong smiled disdainfully and then issued the question of the soul. Since ancient times, emperors have ruled with treacherous ministers and strengthened the country with ministers who changed the law. But regardless of treacherous ministers and ministers who changed the law, how many of them could have a good end? But Younger gave old man 3 options. Do you know which 3? Gao Feng had a serious look on his face. He also realized that Gao Yang was a poisoner. Although the poisonous plan is good, but the reputation is also poor. Get the empress full of favor. Naturally no one dares to mess with the power of the dynasty. But once you lose favor, you are likely to be executed and have your whole family beheaded to quell the public anger up and down the court. It's a double-edged sword. This sinful son of his, how could he think so far ahead? Gao Tianlong's pair of gazes looked towards Peak as he said word for word. The first plan, the middle way, makes the Great Qian strong, but keeps the 6 nations from being destroyed. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good method. He continued to look at Gao Tianlong, waiting for the following. The second plan is to take down the empress, so that she will fall in love with her, give birth to a dragon son, and die. Summit's face changed abruptly. Hiss. He huffed backward. Originally thought that coveting Shangguan Weiner has been considered bold. Did not expect that his pattern is still small. This sinful child empire is onto it. But that's not all. Gao Tianlong continued slyly. The third plan. Find a natural disaster and take the opportunity to compel the people. As these words fell, Peak's face suddenly turned white as he looked incredulous. Gao Tianlong looked at Summit's white face and stroked his beard. He laughed and said, is it considered bold to feel some covetousness and wanting to look at Shangguan Wanner's legs even now? Gao Feng sniffed and suddenly fell silent. He never thought that his sinful son would be so bold. Empress, he has all the ideas. Even thinking of rebellion. It seems crazy, but when I think about the Empress giving him tea and calling him dad, I have to say, it's still exciting. This sinful son doesn't have a third of the elegance I had back then, so the possibility of taking down the Empress is slim to none. Gao Tianlong swept a glance at Gao Feng and took a sip of tea. Sinful son, you must not be so thick-skinned. Summit. He had a hurt look on his face, and the words were really a bit solid. At that moment, a peculiar scent came, causing the tips of their noses to shrug. Who in the house is boiling the lard and why does it smell so good? Gao Tianlong opened his mouth. Uncle Fu walked in from outside and hurriedly said, reporting to the old Duke, it is the Grand Duke who was boiling the lard. I heard that more than 10 pounds of lard was boiled down, as if to refine something. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's faces all changed. What? This sinner boiled it in more than 10 pounds of lard. What kind of food is he getting? A surge of anger went through Summit. Dingwa Gongfu family style has always been thrifty, never wasteful. Lard is precious. Boil the dozen pounds at once. Instantly let the Peak cannot endure. Flowers are flowers in the Rouge Pavilion, but they are not to be used as cheap food. Gao Tianlong's face didn't look good either. He had come from a time of famine, and he had witnessed the people, under extreme starvation, frantically swallowing quinine soil and dying with their bellies bulging. It was a real hell on earth. Therefore, he has always been filled with reverence for food. But thinking of all the things that Gao Yang had done, Gao Tianlong still took a deep breath and said, Yanger won't be that wasteful. You go and take a look. Gao Feng snorted coldly and said, I'm going to see what this sinful son is doing. If he really spreads out and wastes money, the Empress token won't be able to protect him, and I will beat him up. Gao Feng saluted and then left in a hurry, his footsteps getting faster and faster. Today, I should be able to beat up this evil son, right? Today he will beat this sinful son, and he will do it in front of Li. Inside the compound, Gao Yang poured the boiled liquid in the pot into the membrane utensil with spices, and after it was left to cool, The first soap was also successfully born. Gao Yang raised the soap in his hand and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Greenie, beat a basin of fresh water. Gao Yang was a little agitated. You'll never be sticky with this stuff. Greenie hurriedly called a basin of water, and Gao Yang handed Greenie the soap in her hand. You wet the soap. Wash your hands and try the effect. Gao Yang continued. The slave girl uses this soap? Greenie looked flattered. However, upon seeing Gao Yang's affirmative look, Greenie could only silently follow Gao Yang's instructions, wetting the soap along with her hands, and then slowly rubbing them together. Soon, delicate bubbles appeared, which gave Greenie a new look, because she had been busy all day helping Gao Yang boil the lard. Greenie's hands were also covered in a lot of dust and dirt, but when the water washed away the bubbles, an incredible sight appeared. Grand Duke, it's cleaned, and the slave girl feels her hands are even more delicate and white. Greenie held up her hands in surprise. Although there is a pancreas in Dakian, the cleaning power is also good, but this thing is the palace to use up. The ordinary people is to use water, and Greenie's first time using soap was naturally extremely effective. But looking at Greenie's five-fingered, delicate jade hands, Gao Yang deliberately walked forward slowly. Yes? Let my lord have a look. Gao Yang grabbed Greenie's hand and examined it carefully. Not bad. It's fine and smooth, and it's also whiter. Gao Yang stroked it with his big hand and slurped for a while. Greenie first tilted her head a bit arrogantly, then sensed something was wrong. Grand Duke, you're rubbing the slave girl a bit. Greenie's cute little face flushed a little as she whispered. Gao Yang immediately let go of his hand. With a righteous face, don't think too much. I'm just checking the soap's cleaning effect. Oh, Greenie's little face grew redder and redder. You have labored today, so this soap is for you. At these words, Greenie instantly raised her head with a stunned expression. Gave it to the slave girl? Although she had never used the expensive pancreas, she was certain that the soap was definitely better than the pancreas and that it retained its fragrance. It must also be very expensive, and she was just a small servant girl. Not bad. I'll give it to you, even if it's a reward for massaging my son. Although the press is still flawed and can go further and better, but it's still a good effort. So this soap will be given to you. Green's foot bath. Nothing else can be said. The value and quality of service are online. Is too thin. Too little strength. Thinking back then, after his consumption downgrade, casually found a foot spa on the side of the road, came up with a 200 pounds of cigarette-chomping female technician. He froze and did not dare to shout to change. The force was simply a through and through. The memory of that time is still fresh. After Gao Yang casually said that, he continued as he had been doing, intending to get a few more bars of soap. Not only do you have to use it for yourself, but there is a large amount of silver involved behind the scenes. He had promised the empress that he would get more silver from the worldly gentry. Greenie looked at Gao Yang's busy figure, her face getting redder and redder. She gets it. She'd worked hard enough. She'd pulled out all the stops. How could she go any further? The answer is obvious. The Grand Duke was implying to her that he wanted to take a step closer and offer him unorthodox services, even went so far as to give her a bar of soap. But it's an unorthodox service, and she doesn't know what to do with it. I guess I'll have to borrow a copy of the spring officer's chart from my older sister to study it. Try it on the Grand Duke tonight. Sinner, I heard you boiled a dozen pounds of lard. What are you doing again? If you don't give me a reason, you will be beaten today. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. Gao Yang twisted his head to see that it was Gao Feng and Li walking over. Gao Yang stepped forward and saluted. He was also helpless for a while. Summit was either beating him up or on his way to do so. It's becoming an obsession that you can't beat it up. Lord Father. Lord Mother came just in time. The child is making soap. What is soap? Li looked curious. There happened to be cooling soap, so Gao Yang took a piece and handed it over. Gao Feng received the soap first, only to smell a fragrance. He was a little surprised. Lard can still refine this strange fragrance? But a dozen pounds of lard. It's too defeating. I'll taste it, and if it's not good, I'll beat your ass. With that, Summit shoved it straight into his mouth. Gao Yang just wanted to stop it, but he was still a step too late. Summit had already taken a bite before spitting it out with a yuck. It tastes like chewing wax. Hard to swallow. Sinful son. More than 10 pounds of lard to come up with this kind of garbage. It's hard for you to escape a beating today. Li didn't say anything when she saw this. Gao Yang opened his mouth to explain. Lord Father, the soap is not food, but a cleansing substance, similar to the palace pancreas, but cheaper in cost, better in cleansing power, and retains its fragrance. Summit's face changed. What? You use lard to refine clean things? Then why didn't you stop me just now? Sinner, did you do it on purpose or by accident? Summit rushed to poo-poo a few more bites. My father is thunderous and says stuff it. The child is careless. but my father is assured that this substance is not poisonous even if consumed in small quantities. At best it is just diarrhea. Gao Feng sniffed and almost lost his breath. Pancreas in the palace is not cheap. My son still has the skill? Mother, to try the effect. Li's face was shocked, and then she turned a little eager. The pancreas is extremely expensive. Even she, in the face of the clean Dingwa Gongfu, is not commonly used. But the world's women, who do not have the heart of love of beauty. Now Gao Yang made a better soap. She has to try. Green Luo hurriedly brought another basin of fresh water, and Li followed the steps to test. When looking at the white and fresh hands, Li was also shocked. This cleanses 5 times as well as a pancreas, and has a light scent. Then, does Mother Superior think that this item will sell well if it is sold? Gao Yang asked. Li nodded her head without hesitation. Chang'an is full of luxurious families and clans. This item is rare in the world, and once it is sold, it will definitely be in short supply. I just don't know if the raw material for this is rare, and what is the yield? Gao Yang pointed to the 2 cauldrons on the side. As Father Sama said, 2 cauldrons, some lard plus some worthless stuff, great yield. My child would like to invite my Mother Sama to a gathering of noble women in Chang'an to drink tea and chat, and once it is promoted, the demand is bound to outstrip the supply. A smile appeared on Li's face. You're quite shrewd. Once this item spreads within the circle of worldly families, sales will indeed not be a worry. Just how does Yang plan to sell it? And what's the pricing? Gao Yang's eyes twinkled as he smiled and said, my child would like to price it at 10 yuan dollars apiece. This statement was made. Li's and Peek's eyelids all jumped. The most expensive pancreas is now only a few hundred cents apiece. Less than a consistent dollar. Gao Yang directly raised it a dozen times. Gao Feng couldn't help but say, a piece of soap for cleaning is sold for 10 yuan. Why don't you go and rob it? Gao Yang shook his head. Father is wrong. How can robbing money be as fast as this? Gao Feng's chest stuttered. But this was so reasonable that he actually couldn't refute it for a moment. Li also didn't expect Gao Yan to be so ruthless. It was almost a heavenly price. Things are not as rare as they are expensive. And my child does not intend to get a lot of soaps, but to starve the marketing. Hunger marketing? Li and Peek glanced at each other, both seeing the incomprehension in each other's eyes. Gao Yang nodded his head and said, good. Simply put, my child only produces 1,000 or 5,000 pieces of soap a month. Not only sold in Chang'an, but also sent to the whole of Deqian, and everywhere is always sold out, and then supplemented by means. The soap speculation into luxury goods, to reach the entire Chang'an gentry, who do not have a few pieces of soap, that are embarrassed to go out the door. So the black market price must go up with it, even much higher than the child's pricing. A child can eat 2 waves of money in one go. Li's face was astonished, obviously not expecting to be able to do business this way. She had a thoughtful look on her face. But if you want to be fought over by a powerful family, cleansing power alone is not enough. Gao Yang smiled and said, my child has checked, and there is no law related to false propaganda in my Deqian. This soap has also never been seen by anyone, much less thought to be made of lard. The child certainly said it was made of ginseng, deer antler and other 81 rare herbs. God knows, you know, I know. The child not only to say that soap can clean, but also to say that he rubbed the body, can absorb the body of toxins, prolong life. Soap with a strange fragrance, and can clean the body, and cleaning the body of toxins linked to the body, not afraid that they do not fall for it. This world family, the more powerful family, the more afraid of death, as long as we hold their psychology, and speculate the price up, so that the commodity has more value for sending to elders and treasuring. The world's families will definitely go crazy. When we have made a big profit, my child will come up with unscented soap and march into the common people and merchants, so that we can make another big profit. As Gao Yang's voice rang out, inside the small courtyard, Li's and Peek's faces were dumbfounded, and Chen Shang and Green Luo were even petrified in unison. Hunger marketing, luxury ideas, and false advertising. These 3 ideas were unheard of to them. Although Gao Feng is the minister of the household, he also knows the monetary means, but this business philosophy of Gao Yang had never occurred to him. Especially will be cleansing and oddly fragrant, hitting on cleansing toxins from the body and prolonging life. This is a king bomb for the worldly and powerful families of Deqian, because the great Qian heavy filial piety. Things have no use does not matter, as long as the market is expensive enough. Some people praise the effective, looks like filial piety. This is enough, but he had to admit, really let Gao Yang this way, the whole Dingwa Gongfu will make a fortune. Such tactics are really playing the world's most powerful families in the palm of their hands. Almost all the merchants in Chang'an are accounted for. Who cannot play him? Gao Feng was a bit alarmed and subconsciously looked at Li. Li only felt puzzled. Husband, what are you suddenly looking at me for? Ma'am, look at the top of my head. Are you sure there shouldn't be anything? Husband, what could be on your head? Lee's face was puzzled, and her graceful face looked at Summit. As soon as Summit's words left his mouth, he realized something was wrong. That's not a good thing to say. He smiled sarcastically. Ma'am, I just casually asked, thinking that there was some dirt on my head, and since there wasn't, it was for the best. Luckily, Lee didn't understand what it meant, otherwise, his life would be over. Summit's heart suddenly relieved. So close. In the future must be 3 times self-examination. Beware of trouble out of the mouth. But with a sweep of his afterglow, he suddenly saw the corners of Gao Yang's mouth slowly hooked up. His expression changed and his heart felt like it had suddenly slowed down by half a beat. Not good. This sinful animal. Mother Sama. The child knows what Father Sama means. My Lord Father is thinking that my child has suddenly become a great success, and has been reappointed by His Majesty, and now he has made soap, and gotten into such mischievous business practices. That is why the idea of whether the child is his own or not suddenly arose, and I could not help but question the Mother Sama offhand. A word fell. Lee's face plummeted. Summit was dumbfounded, sweat stains seeping from his forehead. Sinner's son. You. Gao Feng pointed at Gao Yang, trembling with a face of disbelief. Good you peek. I said, why did you suddenly ask like this? So this is what it means. I've been with you for 20 years. I've borne you 2 children, and you think this of me? Lee gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes staring at Summit. Madam, listen to my explanation. This sinful son is talking nonsense. Gao Feng crossed his eyes at Gao Yang and squared off. This sinful son definitely did it on purpose. Ironically, he's afraid of getting beaten up, so he's purposely wreaking havoc. It's really vicious. Husband, you and I have been husband and wife for 20 years. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Whether Yanger is talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. Lee's voice was icy cold, and she glanced at Peak with hatred. Gao Yang hurriedly said, Mother Sama, do not blame Father Sama. If you want to blame it on the child being too stubborn earlier. What does this have to do with you? Yanger, you're a late bloomer. It's too late to be happy for my mother, who isn't like your heartless father. Tomorrow, my mother will invite the noble women of Chang'an's powerful families to gather at the Duke of Ding's mansion, and you can rest assured that my mother will definitely promote your soap. Gao Yang hurriedly bent down. Many thanks, mother, but if you're the only one, even if you're starving for marketing, you won't be able to keep busy every day. Have you thought about how to do it? Lee snapped, a pair of eyes looking at Gao Yang. Gao Feng also clenched his teeth and said in a cold voice, merchants are also small ways, so don't delay your talent for ruling the country. The soap recipe is not difficult or good to make, but the process must be kept secret, and just in case, my child feels it is better to give it to my mother. My lord. Lee nodded her head and said, this matter will be arranged for mother, so don't worry, but some of the silver earned is to be paid to His Majesty, and likewise we may act in His Majesty's name. Even Peak's face changed when this statement fell. Your sinful son is even doing business with His Majesty? Gao Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Gao Yang to be so close to Wujiu. Can he really take down the Empress? His eyes flickered for a moment. Then he must find a chance to beat it up first. Otherwise, if he really took down the Empress, then he wouldn't dare even if he stood there and gave him a beating. Lee's face showed delight. To be able to do this in the name of His Majesty, the princes and nobles will surely go crazy. What percentage of the profits does His Majesty claim? Lee trailed off. Gao Yang stretched out a gesture and made a 7. Your Majesty would have wanted a 50-50 split. But how could a child split 50-50 with Your Majesty? So it's a 70-30 split. Lee nodded. 70% is quite a lot. But if we have His Majesty's support, the entire Chang'an and even the entire Great Qian, my Duke Ding's mansion is the only one. And that's quite a lot of profit. For my mother will go to make arrangements tomorrow. And you remember to send a piece of this well-made soap to the palace. Gao Yang hurriedly bent down and saluted. My child thanks Mother Sama. Lee nodded and turned straight away, not even looking at Peak the entire time. Ma'am, Summit shouted. He hasn't punched Gao Yang yet, but Lee didn't half stop. My Lord Father, my child will order someone to give this to my Lord Father for a taste later. I think Father Sama will love it after using it. Gao Yang spoke out respectfully. Where was the thought of soap in his mind right now? Gao Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Gao Yang. Sinful son. Even if old me were to die of filth and stench and never bathe for the rest of my life, old me would never use this so-called soap. Summit left these words and whisked his sleeve away. Ma'am, don't go so fast. Gao Yang stretched his back as he looked at Summit's hurriedly departing back. It's so nice. Another day of fatherly kindness. Although the promise is 70% of the profits, but this involves the cost of publicity and distribution. Labor costs, which deducts a part of it, is also very reasonable. Furthermore, with the gold standard of Wujiu, even if it is false propaganda. There are no worries, the entire Dakian world, almost all the way to the green light, otherwise the Queen's wrath. Along the way officials have a few heads enough to cut. It was getting dark. All of the soaps that Gao Yang had refined this time were also cooled. Gao Yang stretched his back, all his bones crackling. Green Luo, go back to your room and give my lord a good foot massage today. For the sake of the soap, you'll have to press my lord a little harder today, Gao Yang commanded. What he emphasized was naturally the force of pressing the foot. Greenie's face was needless to say, but her strength was just too small. I have to say, the regular really has to be the female technician with the cigarette 200 pounds in her mouth. The force was even a little nostalgic. Midori was struck dumb. Is the Grand Duke hinting at himself again? It seems that today's unorthodox service had to be done. She gritted her teeth. Her face was very flushed. Gongzi, the slave girl will first find her sister in the mansion to learn from the experience. She will come later. She was supposed to be Gao Yang's person. Not to mention the fact that she had now learned the valuable recipe for the soap. Even though Li didn't say anything, if she didn't follow Gao Yang properly, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be free in this life. Oh, Gao Yang was a bit surprised. Is it possible that the great Qian presses the foot and then there is a point, one said, but also have to specially learn to learn the experience? This heart is very commendable. Not bad. It's good to learn from experience. Experienced ones do make people more comfortable. Gao Yang burst into emotion. Greenie couldn't help but blush even more. Well, although the slave girl is green, she will try to be more old-fashioned and make the Grand Duke satisfied. Gao Yang looked at Greenie, whose cheeks were like flaming clouds, with a puzzled face. It's too hot? Why is this girl blushing like a monkey's ass? Gao Yang didn't think too much about it and ordered his subordinate to deliver the soap to Li's hand, then walked towards the room. This wait was a full half hour, almost an hour. Gao Yang yawned several times, but he was slow to see Greenie. Is this foot pressing technique so erudite? It takes so long to learn? Gao Yang wondered for a while. Just then, knock knock, there was a knock on the door, permeated with a rush of tension. Gao Yang's spirit lifted. Enter. Greenie brought a basin of foot-washing water, and a timid voice followed. Grand Duke, Technician Greenie number 98 at your service. Aha. Gao Yang nodded in a very lofty manner. Green Luo walked forward and skillfully placed Gao Yang's feet into the hot water. Gao Yang immediately let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Tender little hands, lovely face, 98 technician name is not false. This damn ancient dude life is really corrupt and detestable. Come a little more to the left. There's some soreness on the left side. Greenie rushed her small hand to the left, but her cheeks burned even more when she thought of the teachings of the older maidservants in the mansion. Green Luo Bei Luo, teeth biting her red lips, seemed to be in a tangle. Finally, she made up her mind. Her hand began to move slowly upward. Gao Yang was squinting slightly, enjoying this rare and most pleasant time of the day. Even he had a feeling that he had deserved it for having pitted too many foreigners in his previous life as a bureau. But gradually, Gao Yang felt that something was wrong. A pair of delicate little white hands was constantly trying to go up. Greenie, is this how you test my lord? You're heading for an irregular service and not going back. Gao Yang's body tensed up and looked at Greenie in shock. Green Luo's small hand lurched and froze directly. She stared at her round eyes with a face of innocence. Wasn't it the Grand Duke who implied that the slave girl could go further and wanted irregular service? Gao Yang froze and instantly understood everything. After all this, Greenie was misunderstanding her own words, and that learning was naturally not a foot-pressing technique. As a decent man, he should have told Greenie the truth and reprimanded him without hesitation, even to the point of filling him with shame and making him ashamed of himself. But here's the thing, he's a poisoner, and decent people don't have anything to do with him. Staring at Greenie's innocent face and this slender figure, Gao Yang took a deep breath. The question of whether to be a beast, or a lesser beast, is a very serious one. Hiss, this soap is so refreshing after a bath. Dinghua Mansion, another room. Gao Feng felt the unprecedented relief in his body and said with some admiration, that's one bath that's soothing. Li was wearing a muslin nightgown, revealing her high clavicle and pale skin. Although nearly 40 years old, but not at all old, well-maintained face is even more charm. It made Summit look at it with a pang of interest. Li was also full of satisfaction. After bathing with soap for the first time, Li not only felt her body loosen up a lot, but even had the illusion that she had gone a lot whiter. Yanger, this soap, after bathing, not only is your body loose, but it's incomparably dry. What's even more incredible is that there's a strange fragrance. This soap will surely be a big seller even if it's 10 yuan dollars. The more Li spoke, the more satisfied she became. Gao Feng was a little distracted by the scent of Li's body on the side. He came towards Li. His face, which was always outwardly serious, showed a rare smile. Li's pair of eyes swept the peak, and her white legs moved outward. revealing her snow-white skin. Summit couldn't help but be even more impressed. Madam, the two sinful sons of Younger and Shanwon, one is more angry than the other, most likely ruined. Now while we are still young, why don't we have another one and cultivate it anew? The old man has 20 years of child-rearing experience this time. I will be able to make it a success. With that, Peak wrapped his big hand around it. Next, Lee kicked in and kicked Summit right off the bed. What are you doing, ma'am? It's just as well if you say Changwon, but a good child like Younger is hard to find even with a lantern. If you want to give birth to it, you can give birth to it yourself. Besides, my concubine doesn't want to be suspected by my husband again someday. Gao Feng was stunned. Then why is the lady dressed so seductively tonight and bathing with soap? Juggling you since. Summit. What a poisonous plan. He thought of Gao Yang and immediately gritted his teeth. With this wave of suits, he won't be able to get laid for at least 10 days and a half. It's all the fault of this sinful son. It's just a matter of suing. The Rouge Pavilion's Supreme membership card is still not sent to him to use. What does the son of a bitch know about anything? He peeked that one day, he would definitely beat up this sinful son. The next day, early in the morning, the underlings of the Dinghui Gongfu traveled throughout Chang'an, sending invitations to all the major family women who were friends with Li. The whole of Chang'an knows that the Dinghui Gongfu has produced a unicorn son, even if it is an ink unicorn, coupled with the power of the Duke of Dinghua. They were therefore very facetious and came in unison. A group of noble women arrived at the Dinghui Gongfu, and first simply chatted about some parents and drank some chilled water, and made polite remarks. There is nothing unusual to talk about. Just which store rouge is good in Chang'an City? What bastard thing did your own sinful son do? And which concubine did your own man find? And when you get older, all kinds of dirty talk comes out of your mouth. Lee had placed the soaps in delicate boxes, one by one, early in the morning, which also instantly attracted a lot of attention. What's this? It looks good. Finally, a noblewoman asked out loud. Lee's eyes look almost, so picked up a piece of soap said, this thing is called soap, on the cleaning power, 10 times more than the palace pancreas. There are whitening and brightening the skin, get rid of toxins in the body, so that the skin to restore elasticity of the use. And the most peculiar thing is that after bathing with it, there is a special fragrance on the body, which not only smells good, but also makes men lust for it. All of us here are famous women of Chang'an. Just give it a try. For a while, the noble women couldn't help their inner curiosity and got on board. A few moments later, they were shocked in unison. I feel like my skin has really gained elasticity and gotten a lot whiter. And the scent is not pungent. It's amazing. How much is this item? A group of noble women stared straight at Lee. Lee spoke with a smile. It's not expensive. It's only 10 guan dollars. 10 guineas? A group of noble women were a bit surprised. Lee went on to say, this item is made with 99 to 81 kinds of precious herbs, of which there is no lack of ginseng. Dear Antler, not only can whiten the skin, and even use this item to give a man a bath under the belly, and there is also aphrodisiac and tonic effect of the kidneys. Although there are countless beauties in Chang'an, which one of you here was not magnificent when you were young? But the years are not forgiving. We are getting older. Our appearance is no longer young, and our skin is no longer firm. If we don't take good care of it, not to mention favor, I'm afraid that the status will be difficult to keep. A word fell. The noble women deeply agreed, and they subconsciously touched their somewhat loose skin. It is not only aphrodisiac, but also prolongs life and whitens the skin, 10 times more effective than pancreas. According to this effect, a mere 10 slivers of silver is not really expensive. The group of noble women nodded in unison, their eyes leaping to action. Seeing this, Lee threw out the king bomb. This item is even used by His Majesty. That is also praised. Now available as a royal special. The moment these words came out, the noble women in the audience all looked shocked. Would you have moved out? This medicine is not necessary to say. Soon the crowd had a piece in hand. 10 guan of silver was a lot for the common people, but for them, it was really a drop in the bucket. After the group of noble women were itching to leave, Gao Yang also came to Lee's side and watched the back of the departing crowd. Yanger, this whitening thing is fine. After all, it has a strong cleansing ability. But this aphrodisiac, isn't it too exaggerated? Lee's face was full of hesitation. Cao Yang negative hand very confidently said, mother adults worry too much. Aphrodisiacs do not necessarily have to have aphrodisiac effect. Sometimes it is all psychological effects. Furthermore, this evening these noble women of the gentry must bathe with soap, and the peculiar scent is no small stimulus to the men. A lot of times, the price is expensive just to be a gimmick, and the rest is all psychological, and when the price is too low, they feel the pitfalls instead. But Mother Superior, bear in mind, strictly prevent the formula from leaking. It is best to say early in the morning that 2 models will be launched. And this one is the deluxe version with the addition of rare medicinal herbs, so that we can go in for an attack and retreat, and be able to cope with it comfortably. Lee nodded her head. Don't worry about this point. All the family members used by my mother are from the core ministry of the house, alone in a courtyard. But what should we do to build momentum for tomorrow's sale? A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. This is simple. Tomorrow, make the Gao family's ministries in disguise. Go and line up outside the store early in the morning, from the inside to the outside, to create the illusion that it is hot, and that the demand exceeds the supply. Put rumors around again. With His Majesty's backing, it'll be as hot as it can be. Within a few days, the soap will be a hit in Chang'an. Then people will direct themselves to raise the price of soap to 12 can a piece in the black market, and when it is profitable for merchants and traders, they will stock up, further boosting production and prices, and even shipping it out of the country, to make a name for us in advance. Whitening plus aphrodisiacs, plus prolonging his life, he couldn't even think of how to lose. Hiss. Lee's face was astonished, and eventually she couldn't help but exclaim, my son really has an overwhelming talent for business. I'll make the arrangements for my mother. Early the next morning, outside the Gao family's store, a long line of people attracted the attention of all the people. There were even several luxurious carriages that kept stopping and entering and exiting the Gao family's store. The 100 bars of soap that the Gao family had produced overnight were instantly swept away, and it wasn't even nearly enough. For a while, all the major merchants and businessmen smelled the business opportunity. Chang'an could sell it for 10 can of money, and when it spread to other counties, it could be sold for 15 can. State House, Your Excellency, it's all sold out. 100 pieces of soap in less than half an hour. Gao Yan was lying on a chaise longue in the courtyard, taking a nap, when Chen Sheng hurriedly rushed up with a touch of exhilaration on his face. With His Majesty's gold standard, plus the fact that the soap has never existed before and its effects are blown up at will, it would be a hell of a thing if it didn't sell out. Watch, this is just the beginning. When the price of the soap stabilizes, and it really has attributes such as gift-giving, then for the entire middle class of Dakian, this will be considered profiteering. Gao Yang's eyes flickered as if he thought of that moment of fire. Greenie was on the side, her eyes staring straight at Gao Yang. Hungry, go up to the kitchen and get something to eat. Gao Yang got up and walked towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the kitchen, Gao Yang heard a sobbing voice. Gao Yang fixed his eyes, only to see the body of some fat Wang Tao squatting in the corner, his hands still wiping tears. Hearing the movement, Wang Tao hurriedly stood up straight and wiped the corners of his eyes, but the whole eyes were red for a while. This Gonzi just took a little bit of your lard. It's not necessary to cry until now, right? Gao Yang swept a glance at Wang Tao and asked out loud again. Or did you encounter something? Wang Tao mumbled. Grand Duke. No, nothing. He kept his head down, his mood bleak. Chen Sheng, who was on the side, however, spoke up. Grand Duke, do you remember the food competition being held in Chang'an? Gao Yang looked at Chen Sheng and said with some shock. Wang Tao competed? Chen Sheng nodded. Wang Tao's ancestor was a cook in the Imperial Catering House, and his dream is to win the top spot and recreate his ancestor's former glory. Now that he has broken through 3 levels in a row and entered the finals, it's the time when millions of people are watching, but the judges of the finals, inexplicably, made things difficult for him, making him bottom for 2 consecutive matches. Once you lose today, you'll stop at the finals. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Wang Tao also looked at Gao Yang and said unwillingly, Grand Duke, victory and defeat is a common thing in the military, if it is not as skillful as the others, but this kind of difficulty is really unconvincing. Green Luo looked at Gao Yang. Grand Duke, you have a wonderful plan in your chest. Do you have a way to help Brother Wang? When these words came out, Chen Sheng and Wang Tao all looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang's great reputation is known throughout Chang'an, and a flash of hope suddenly surfaced in Wang Tao's heart. Gao Yang did not answer directly, but asked, ingredients, can there be restrictions on the practice? There's no limit, any ingredient, any way you can do it, and by the time you get to the finals, almost everything you take is an ancestral dish. Gao Yang stroked his chin. The old things in the imperial cuisine room don't like you and insist on eliminating you. There's nothing anyone can do about this. After all, the mouth grows on them. They say it's not tasty. No one can say anything. Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment appeared in Wang Tao's eyes. Can't even the Grand Duke do anything about it? Wang Tao clenched his fists with a look of resignation. But in the next second, Gao Yang's light voice rang out. However, I have a brilliant plan that will make you invincible, either by letting you win or by relieving you of your anger. Will you? As soon as the words fell, the entire kitchen was in a state of disbelief. Looking at the smile on Gao Yang's face, Chen Sheng was covered in sweat and goosebumps, and his mind inexplicably thought of the sentiment that Gao Yang had voiced a few days ago. Culinary-wise, he has a poisonous plan that is the best in the world. Did. Wang Tao was also shocked, either to make him win the championship in one fell swoop or to relieve him of his anger. There is still such a poisonous plan in the world? With an excited face, he nodded his head heavily. Everything will be arranged by the Grand Duke alone. Gao Yang revealed a smile. He muttered to himself, this Gongzi is curious as to which son of a bitch is so unlucky. Prince Ron's mansion. Wu Long was wearing a python robe, and a powerful majesty permeated his body. This Gao Yang belongs to the cuckold. Right. Once into the Dingwa Gongfu on the turtle cowering motionless. As a playboy. Actually do not dog and horse sound in color. Hook rail listening to music. That's weird. Wu Long's face was ugly. These days he and Mr. Chen and Gao Yang often go to the Rouge Pavilion. The gambling house set up multiple means, just waiting for Gao Yang arrived, then immediately launched, so that he had to suffer. As a result, it was never expected that Gao Yang would not go at all, and even the second son of the Gao family did not move at all. It made him feel like a punch in the cotton. Wu Sung was also a million times more reluctant. At that moment, a figure outside the mansion respectfully walked up. Imperial Catering Room Butcher Chen Fan pays his respects to His Majesty. Chen Fan walked up in a long robe with a touch of flattery on his face. Today's Chang'an food finals. The onlookers are unprecedented. If you get the king as a judge to appreciate the food, it's really a blessing for the world's cooks. Chen Fan came up with a slap on the ass. With his hands behind his back and an endless overbearing aura surrounding him, Wu Long opened his mouth and asked, I heard that the Duke Ding's mansion has a cook who broke into the finals. Chen Fan bent over and smiled. I have saved him for the finals, and have lost 2 games in a row, so once he loses today, he will be made to leave the game. Wu Long nodded. At this time, Mr. Chen was dressed in a blue robe, and he said with a look of intent, Your Majesty, I have a plan that will make Your Majesty take a hard breath. Wu Long suddenly looked at Mr. Chen and said, Tell me, Mr. Chen said with an urgent expression on his face, Your Highness might as well be the judge of this cuisine. I don't think anyone would dare to say anything. After tasting the dishes of the chef of the Dingwa Gongfu today, you can directly give a furious scolding in front of the people of Chang'an, reducing it to pig food, not for human consumption, so that you can indirectly scold the entire Dingwa Gongfu. This scheme is not very injurious, but it is extremely insulting. When Wu Long heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wonderful, just do as you say. Today, this king will make the entire Dingwa Gongfu's reputation. Ha ha ha. Chapter 85 Martial Dragon's Little Mind. Stun you later. Phoenix Luan Palace. Wu Ju stared at the soap in front of her with a look of incredulity. The cleansing power of this product is indeed stronger than the palace pancreas, and after using it, even the skin is much whiter. Is this really what Gao Yang did? Shang Wanwaner nodded, and a wave of incredulity was also present on her stunningly beautiful face. She also didn't expect that Gao Yang had this ability, but thinking about what Gao Yang had done, Shang Wanwaner couldn't help but open her mouth. Your Majesty. Under His Majesty's royal signboard, Mr. Gao not only claimed that this soap is useful for whitening and brightening the skin and removing toxins from the body, but even more outrageously, he also publicized that this soap can be aphrodisiac and tonic for the kidneys. Wu Ju. She tolerates whitening and brightening and removing toxins, but this aphrodisiac and kidney tonic, she's not a man, and she needs an aphrodisiac and kidney tonic? Wu Ju's face darkened, and with a cold voice, she said, This Gao Yang, no wonder he gave me 70% of the profits. There is my endorsement, not to mention Chang'an, even the whole of Dakian to sell, on the way of merchants and merchants. I am afraid that the whole of Dakian, no one can out of the left and right of Gao Yang, but this aphrodisiac and kidney tonic is too much. Shang Wanwaner nodded her head and continued, What Your Majesty said is very true. The soap is very hot right now. The entire Chang'an family is in a mad rush. If this continues, I'm afraid that it will damage Your Majesty's reputation. Wu Ju's face went cold for a moment. How is it hot? Shang Wanwaner returned. Early this morning, there was a big long line outside the Gao family store. 100 pieces of soap, instantly swept away. Wu Jiu frowned lightly. This is such a bestseller. I'm just afraid the price is extremely cheap. The people she wanted to pit against were the powerful families of Diqian, not the people, so this caused Wu Jiu's brows to furrow. Your Majesty is wrong. The pricing of the Gao staff is not cheap. A piece of soap sells for as much as 10 kanji. With that statement, Wu Jiu was instantly nonplussed. Wait, 10 guilders for a bar of soap, and 100 soaps swept away? Her phoenix eyes were wide and a little nonplussed. In this case, just less than a morning. This is thousands of taels of silver. Deduct the cost, to her hands how to be a few hundred taels. This is still the first to create momentum. Only Chang in one place. If the price of soap is really stabilized and promoted to the whole of the Great Qian, this day, this month, how many taels of silver can she share? Even though it was Musashi, her heartbeat couldn't stop speeding up. What's more, she needed a sky-high amount of silver behind her to speculate the price of Zhao onyx. Great Qian wants to complete the harvest of Zhao. The silver to be invested in the early stage is by no means small. The soap had come at just the right time to relieve the pressure on her inner library. Just aphrodisiac and tonic kidneys on aphrodisiac and tonic kidneys. Who said that women cannot aphrodisiac and tonic kidneys? Seeing under this profiteering silver, I endure. Wu Ju took a deep breath and made her decision. Chang Wan air? Where's the officer? Still tossing this soap? Wu Ju suddenly asked. Your Majesty. According to the guards who came to report, the member of the clan should have taken his maids and staff to watch the food competition. Shang Wan returned. Wu Jiao shook his head. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This Gao Yang is really idle. I have been laying out in the palace for days according to what he said, but he is good. Also, I have a rare ease today, so we will go together to the folk to see what kind of food was born, to see if there is any to the taste. Wu Jiao stretched her waist, revealing curves that could be described as perfect, and the golden sunlight shone on her stunning face with a touch of lethargy and nobility. Chang'an, South City, a huge open space, built up a length and width of more than 10 meters of the round platform. The top of the base of the stove supported a large pot, next to the firewood, water tank. There were many people onlookers under the field, and the murmurs broke through the sky. Gao Yang looked from afar, full of surprise. It seems that the people of Deqian to food, or very respected. So many people. Are you afraid? Gao Yang twisted his head to look at Wang Tao, who had a naive and honest face. Wang Tao smiled nervously and shook his head. Grand Duke, truth be told, I feel like I'm even more excited. Not bad. This big heart. There is my Dingwa Gongfu. There are a few parts of this prince. The first dish, you complete independently. If someone dares to make things difficult for you, the second dish, this prince will be out of the way, and you do not have to worry about all the consequences. I'd like to see which unlucky ones get hit. When Gao Yang thought about this, he was also quite expectant. Wang Tao sniffed and nodded heavily. The two of them looked at each other and both of them revealed unspoken smiles. Chen Sheng and Greeny, who followed behind Gao Yang's body, trembled and looked at Gao Yang with eyes like devils. For Gao Yang, they were truly convinced. Even the food has such a vicious and poisonous plan. Lord Gao, I didn't expect to meet here. What a coincidence. At this moment, a voice rang out, and Gao Yang turned around to see Prince Rong Wulong, who was full of majesty and not angry. Walking up, there was also an unspeakable smirk hiding in the bottom of his eyes. Wulong's heart was bursting with joy. He had thought that he would just yell at the Duke of Ding's cook and in turn insult the entire Duke of Ding's house. But as a result, he never expected that Gao Yang would come in person. The thought of the stifled scowl on Gao Yang's face later when he denounced this as pig food, not for human consumption, a meal of output, made him all pleasurable. My humble servant didn't know that His Majesty had come to visit. Please forgive me. Gao Yang made a bow. He was a little strange. Why is Dragon here in person? Wulong turned his gaze to Wang Tao and said, You are the cook of the Duke Ding's mansion, aren't you? And it's evident that you are of a high level to have broken into the finals. Don't be nervous. This king is just here to take a casual look. Just play boldly. After saying that, Wulong left with his men. He wasn't going to reveal himself as a judge, or else Gao Yang would be at a loss if he withdrew from the competition with his cook. Even Wulong thought that the expression on Gao Yang's face would definitely be wonderful when he saw him as a judge later. Right? Wang Tao saw this and said, Grand Duke, the person next to Prince Rong just now is Chen Fan, the head cook of the Imperial Cuisine Room, whose culinary skills are excellent and is also the judge of this tournament. Gao Yang had a thoughtful look on his face. Why did Wulong, a prince, specifically open up to Wang Tao and emphasize that he was just taking a casual look? Psychologically, the more you emphasize something, the more you are covering it up. But Gao Yang didn't think much of it. Wang Tao spoke to Gao Yang. Grand Duke, then I will go on stage? Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Follow the plan. As long as it's within the rules, there's no need to worry about anything else. A smile appeared on Wang Tao's naive face. Then he walked towards the round platform. Behind the round stage of the competition, there is a two-story restaurant, which is where the more honored guests stay, not only to have a glimpse of the contestants cooking, but also to be the first to taste the food after the judges have tasted it. Gao Yang went up to the second floor and came to the window, surveying everything below. The major players were in high spirits and excited, but only Wang Tao was as steady as an old dog, not moving at all. It was at this moment that a clear voice rang out. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. Mr. Gao is truly a great talent. The voice was crisp and clear, like an aureole, and it was pleasant to hear. Gao Yang turned back, then suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! So big. Gao Yang's eyes looked towards the front, only to see a woman in a long green-colored dress with a delicate figure slowly walking towards him. Her gait was light, like a fine willow swaying in the breeze. Her waist was slender and not too thin, and her features were three-dimensional and delicate. But what surprised Gao Yang 10,000 times was that such a slender waist was bearing great fruit. This girl, we've met before? A polite smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. At that moment, the woman also approached Gao Yang. Up close, the woman's beauty was even more impossible to pick out. I have not seen it, but I was just a little shocked when I first heard this poem of Lord Gao. Introduce yourself. My name is Lu Yurong. Gao Yang decisively extended his hand. Good day, Miss Lu. Lu Yurong glanced at Gao Yang's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, but still extended his hand, just a touch away. But in the next second, Gao Yang sensed that something was wrong. His eyes changed and he couldn't help but say in shock, "Your old General Lu's granddaughter? Brat! What old General Lu? It's your Grandpa Lu." At the corner of the second floor, a few figures appeared, and it was clearly Lu Zhen, Zhao Baianu, and Qin Jinghua. The speaker was none other than Lu Zhen. Gao Yang looked at Lu Zhen and then at Lu Yurong, an incredulous look on his face. A few days ago when they talked about the art of war, Lu Zhen and Gao Tianlong threatened that if they couldn't answer the question, they would make him and Lu Yurong meet and get married. He looked at Lu Zhen, that big old, pithy man, so he decisively refused. But at that time, he thought the name was unusual, and he didn't expect it to be prophetic and to be so beautiful. But listening to Lu Yurong's words, she should have a good feeling about him. Lu Zhen walked up. His voice was extremely loud. Yurong, you don't want to think about it. When Grandpa mentioned it to this brat 3 times, he refused it cleanly. This brat only likes that Song family woman. After he was withdrawn from the marriage, there is no greater sorrow than death of the heart. Gao Yang sniffed in disbelief. Lu Yurong's eyes were slightly dimmed, and then she returned next to Lu Zhen. Grandfather, my granddaughter is only admiring Lord Gao's talent and does not mean that. Lu Zhen stroked his beard and nodded. Well, you're not too young anymore. In a few days the old man will find another good son-in-law for you. Gao Yang's gaze was even more incredulous. Lu Zhen was puzzled by the look and immediately glared back. What are you doing glaring at me? You brat? Gao Yang's words reached his mouth, but he still held them back. I said too much earlier. I can't change my mind now and say that I fell in love at first sight and crave your granddaughter's beauty and big breasts, right? Humph. At this moment, there was another cold snort. Song Li led Song Qingqing up the stairs. Song Qingqing had a pretty face, dressed in green clothes. The whole person was like a proud peacock. This cold snort was exactly from her mouth. She also glanced at Gao Yang with an indescribable meaning. Everything is clear. The poem, indeed, was written for her, and as for the cold attitude that followed, she had hurt him too deeply. The pretense was so convincing, it almost fooled her. Gao Yang's face turned green when he saw this expression on Song Qingqing's face. This misunderstanding, it's gone too far. I didn't expect that a small food competition would be this lively. At that moment, Wu Jiao, dressed in civilian clothes, slowly walked up with Shangwanwan air. Although she was in civilian clothes, it was hard to hide the nobility of Wu Jiao, and the moment she appeared, she was the center of attention. The crowd rushed to salute. We pay our respects to your majesty. All rise and leave. I am only here to watch this food race in my spare time. Wu Jiao walked straight to Gao Yang and took the best position. At the same time, the entire attic was under the control of the palace guards. Gao Yang came back to his senses. He didn't realize that so many people had come to see a small food competition, and it had even alarmed Wu Jiao. Looking below again, Wang Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, as steady as an old dog. He was a little torn. At that moment, on top of the round platform, Chen Fan, who wore a long robe and a majestic face, also stood out. He looked at the group of cooks and said aloud, "First of all, congratulations to all of you who have passed the layers of selection and advanced to the finals. This is proof enough that you all are at the top of your game when it comes to cooking. And today is different from the past. The judges of this time is not only the old man alone. There are more Prince Rong and the Son of the World to join the judges. It would be an endless honor for you to be affirmed by Prince Rong. And those who win the top spot will even be rewarded with 100 taels of silver." As soon as the words fell, the contestants were all excited. Prince Rong is what status? Even personally as this judge, this is undoubtedly a great honor. Prince Rong stood out and said in a neutral tone, "Today's final, a total of 2 dishes will be assessed. The first dish is a restricted palace dish. The second is an assessment dish, not limited to the ingredients, not limited to the dish, limited to half an hour. and in order to present the most perfect piece of cuisine, you can find a helper to complete it together. I'm also an old man, so it's only right that I should be a member of the judging panel. So do you have any comments? As the words fell, Prince Rong raised his head and looked at the figure at the second floor, and when he saw the shocked expression on Gao Yang's face, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Surprised? Surprised? Ha ha, the king has become a judge. Wu Long was cool, a face that was very satisfied with Gao Yang's demeanor. Later on, see how Lao Fu will have a burst of output and scold the cook of your Dingwa Gongfu as worthless. Wu Chang also had a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He was getting a little impatient. Second floor. Gao Yang was genuinely shocked. Never in a million years would I have thought that Wu Long would become a judge. But after the shock, a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. This second course, he's got to go out on a limb. After all, let Prince Rong eat the reply. Wang Tao alone cannot carry the consequences. When this smile came out, Wu Jiu's body was like a pinprick. Officer, why are you smiling that sinister smile? I feel a pang of seepage in the green sky. Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. I just remembered something funny. Gao Yang laughed. LV Jin on the side gloated a bit. Kid, you still laugh out loud. I'm not wrong. That Wang Tao is your family's cook. Right. Now that Prince Rong is there, he still wants to win the championship? Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Since it's a competition, just do your best. The ranking is not important. You kid, this is not like your style. How do I feel that there is some big pit waiting for Prince Rong? Lu Jin had a suspicious look on his face. Qin Xinghua and Zhao Banu nodded their heads in unison. And even Song Li looked at Gao Yang one more time. He had also been very distracted during this recent period. Gao Yang said with a righteous face, "What kind of words is that, Grandpa Lu? Do I look like that kind of person?" Takeshi was the first to nod. But then she added, "But the food competition, there's not much room for maneuvering either. Prince Rong's personal taste trumps everything, and if you want to change it, that's simply not possible either." Your Majesty is right. Gao Yang was the first to nod. Along with the start, the chefs on the round table began a show-off competition, accompanied by an aroma of hot oil and the popping of onions, ginger and garlic. Fragrance. It simply smells so good. Hundreds of people have taken a deep sniff. Wu Jiu also marveled. No wonder this food competition has endured in my Diqian. The aroma alone is intoxicating. All the people also nodded their heads. Soon, the first dish, Kung Pao chicken, was also ready, and one by one, the chefs, one after another, served their dishes. Chen Fan, Prince Rong, as well as Wu Chang also tasted them in succession and began to comment on them. Almost all of them were clear and favorable reviews, but when it was the turn of Wang Tao of the Dingwa Gongfu, it was different. After Wu Long tasted a mouthful of chicken, he frowned and said straight away, "Wang Tao, this king was originally still very optimistic about you, but this dish of yours has really made this king somewhat disappointed. You used too many ingredients, which directly masked the original flavor of the ingredients and lost the original flavor of the chicken. This dish is a huge failure. If the cook of the Duke of Ding's mansion is only at this level, then it's more or less a laughing matter. How is it different from pig's food?" After Prince Rong's evaluation, Chen Fan also commented, "Not bad, this chicken did fail to be made, completely losing the original flavor of the ingredients. I hope that for the next dish, Wang Tao, you can improve a little bit, to fully respect the original flavor of the ingredients, subject to the knowledge that high-end ingredients, only the most common way of cooking," a statement that shows no mercy at all. Wu Long also glanced at the direction where Gao Yang was with his old spirit. The first dish, he first paved the way to pave the way, is considered to give face to the empress. The second dish, no matter what kind of dishes Wang Tao do, what helpers to find, then he is directly open spray. Second floor, the crowd also frowned. That's obviously intentional. If the first course is sprayed like this, how can this be good for the second course? LV Jin even said to Gao Yang with a face full of consternation, "Kid, you're not angry?" Gao Yang smiled and shook his head. "Different tastes, that's normal. Just try to satisfy Prince Rong with the next dish. It's not right. Very much 100% off. This is so unlike Gao Yang's style." Liu Rong's beautiful eyes landed on Gao Yang, favoring and not being shocked, responding to all changes with no change. Senior Gao has a good mindset. It's not like the rumors of the outside world that it's a living hell. Wu Jiu also skimmed Gao Yang, a little puzzled. She also sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, she saw the simple-faced Wang Tao raise his head and glance in the direction where Gao Yang was. The glance carried a plea for help, with a pang of inexplicable meaning. With that glance, Wu Jiu's heart was suddenly alert. There are pits. Definitely a big pit. Gao Yang hurriedly arched his hand and said to Wu Jiu, "Your Majesty, I have researched a small dish and happened to finish it with the cooks in the residence, so I will go down first. Wu Jiu was shocked. And you know how to cook? All the people were filled with shock. I know a little bit about it. Gao Yang bent down and then walked on. Wu Jiu. At this moment, her inner vigilance had been raised to 100%. Lu Jun was even more certain. This kid has a belly full of bad water. There's definitely a pit. Lu Yurong was a bit unconvinced and couldn't help but say, Grandpa, whether this dish is good or not, it all depends on Prince Rong's preference. How can there be bad water in this? Lu Jun shook his head and said, I don't know, but I dare to conclude that this kid is definitely holding something bad in his heart. Soon, Gao Yang came to Wang Tao's side. Wang Tao was a bit nervous. Grand Duke, this is Prince Rong. Are you afraid? Gao Yang picked up a large intestine and faintly spoke out. Wang Tao's body is trembling. I am excited. Let Prince Rong eat this, even if it is straight. This life is worth it. Goyang. At that moment, Wu Qing also discovered Gao Yang's figure. Father, that Wang Tao's helper is Gao Yang. Wu Long was also shocked. Then, he revealed a rich smile. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, and it's no trouble to get there. So just pretend that you didn't see it, and watch how this king sprays him later on. Soon, with the sound of a gong, the second match began. Second floor. The crowd's eyes were almost united on Gao Yang and Wang Tao. Song Qingqing was a bit proud. The cooking skills of the household department staff are still good, and they have been sent to the Song residence before. As she spoke, she specifically glanced at Lu Yurong, her voice clear and cold. However, Lu Yurong directly ignored it, and his eyes landed on Gao Yang. Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes were tinged with curiosity. His intuition told him that this Gao Yang's dish must not be simple. This kid's second dish is a large intestine, which is not easy to make, but if it is cleaned and done properly, it will be a delicious dish. Qin Xinguo licked his lips, thinking of the deliciousness of the large intestine, but the next second he was shocked. What? This large intestine, he didn't clean it properly and started blanching it? Qin Xinguo stared wide-eyed, since he couldn't believe it. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the crowd gathered on Gao Yang on the round platform, only to see Gao Yang cleanly pulling out the large intestine and directly throwing it into one of the cauldrons to start blanching. The crowd's eyes also widened in unison. What? They were instantly sweating. On the contrary, it was Wu Jiu who looked puzzled. With her status, she would not eat something like pig's offal. What is this expression on the faces of all the beloved ministers? Song Li hastened to explain. Your Majesty, you do not know, this so-called large intestine is pig jowl. Which is wrapped in the reply. If it is cleaned and done properly, it is extremely tasty, but if it is not cleaned, or even if it is not cleaned, this. Song Li didn't say anything afterward, but Wu Jiu's expression changed abruptly. Hiss. Wu Jiu draws a breath of cold air, a little shocked. Gao Yang is going to give Prince Rong a reply? Zhao Broken Slave's eyebrows also jumped wildly, but he spoke up. Even if this brat has this idea, it will never be realized. This large intestine has not been cleaned and is strangely smelly. It's impossible for it to go undetected. Off stage, Chen Fan was, after all, the head butcher of the Imperial Catering Room, and having dealt with ingredients for 30 years, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This doesn't taste right. With that, Chen Fan dragged his robe to the side of Gao Yang. When he saw the pig intestines inside the cauldron, he hurriedly lowered himself and took a deep breath, which directly caused him to lose his soul. He knew Gao Yang since, and immediately rushed to say, Officer Lang, your flavor is not right. You must find a way to get rid of this flavor, or else something is definitely going to go wrong. Chen Fan said to Gao Yang while pointing at the blanched pork sausage in the pot, admitting that he was a bit flustered right now. Gao Yang's face did not change, a face that was still incomparably naive. Not a big problem. Chen Fan was undeterred, his parched cheeks twitching. You really don't think there's much of a problem? Gao Yang emphasized again. Don't worry, small problem. As he spoke, Gao Yang poured in another stream of fecal water that had previously washed the surface of his colon. Wang Tao, add firewood and collect the juice on high heat. Okay. Wang Tao's naive face also revealed a smile as he immediately added firewood, and all of a sudden, the flavor of lust became more and more intense. Hiss. Chen Fan instantly drew in a breath of cool air as he had a tingle in his scalp. He twisted his head and walked quickly to Prince Rong's side, whispering. Soon, Prince Rong, who was originally drinking tea, was also a bit unsettled. Wu Qing even stepped forward quickly and lifted the lid of the pot, and in the next second, he only saw a rushing stench coming from the sky. Blanche, the flavor. Wu Cheng directly retreated in defeat. His face twisted, and this scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Second floor. Lu Jun couldn't help but snort. The smell of this original pork sausage is so great that we could smell it from the second floor, not to mention the butcher of the imperial cuisine. This plan won't work. This original pork sausage, but anyone without a pit in their brain, that's impossible to eat. Would Prince Rong Wulong and Butcher Chin Fan be fools? Apparently not. It's all clear signs that there's something seriously wrong with this pot of pork sausage. Wu Jiu was also a bit disappointed. Push the order of grace. When the ancient first young conspiracy, once the court is strong, although the vassal king knows that this is a big pit, but cannot avoid, even if it is a witchcraft plan to kill Prince Rong. Hongmen banquet outside the sword and axe, which is also extremely mischievous, but the scheme fell flat and was even exposed. Prince Rong will definitely not eat it, but Lvu Rong suddenly said, "No, it's not right." Prince Rong seems to be unavoidable. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at Gao Yang with a deadly gaze. Earlier she had said that the rumors were untrue, but now it seemed that she was the one who knew too little about Gao Yang. Lu Jin immediately reprimanded Yu Rong, in front of His Majesty, this is no nonsense. For a while, the eyes of the crowd gathered on Lvu Rong. Lu Yu Rong hurriedly explained, as Prince Rong is a judge, he can certainly sway this competition, but there is a prerequisite for this, that is, he must eat. This is the ruthlessness of Gao Yang's plan. If he doesn't eat, he won't be able to eliminate the Dinghui Gongfu. If he eats, then he's been tricked, so he'll eat the defense. P.S. Kneeling down for some freebies from you readers. I'm staying up late to add more. This statement was made. Buzz. The crowd only felt a buzzing in their heads, as if a door to a new world had been opened. Lu Yu Rong's words gave them a great shock. If you don't eat it, you can't eliminate it. Eat? Then you've hit the mark and odds are you're going to eat the defense. Qin Jinghua's scalp tingled. The boy from the Dinghui Gongfu is actually this insidious and poisonous? Can food also be capable of such evil and poisonous schemes? His face was complicated, and his gaze fell on Prince Rong's body with a touch of sympathy. Lu Jin also said in succession. That's right, this kid was off from the start. He's vindictive. How can he be given a hard time and not do anything about it? The truth, that's the way this brat is. His stomach is full of bad water. How can this prince of honor be broken? Even though Lu Jin said that, there was a touch of gloating on his face. For a while, there was a lot of talk. Song Li and Song Qingqing were also in disbelief. To be honest, hearing this Gao Yang Jerry, Song Li and Song Qingqing panicked even more. Although conspiracies are cunning and not easy to detect, they can be avoided. And the most frightening thing is the Yang conspiracy. You know your opponent is going to do something bad, but you simply can't avoid it. In his eyes, this blanched large intestine without washing is a huge Yang plot, has given the Prince of Rong a big problem in the sky. If you don't eat, you won't be able to eliminate the Dinghui Gongfu. If you eat it, you are trapped. What about Prince Rong? Wu Jiu was also shocked in her heart, and her graceful face carried an endless shock. She didn't expect Gao Yang to come up with this. This little dish is so hard. This couldn't help but remind her again of the push grace order that Gao Yang had spoken of. The order to push the favor is the world's most deserved Yang plot in her heart, under the guise of the royal favor, but in fact to cut the clan, stirring up the contradiction between the eldest son of the vassal king and the concubine. But there is another prerequisite for the push grace order, and that is that the great Qian is powerful, in the fundamental sense of fighting the weak with the strong. This is very different from a food competition, where Gao Yang and Wang Tao are the cooks and Prince Rong holds their fate in his hands. But Gao Yang has come up with this poisonous plan to face the strong with the weak, giving Prince Rong a heavenly problem. It's just unbelievable. Look, Your Majesty, the postman is inexplicably smiling. Shang Wanwaner suddenly said. The gazes of Wushu and the crowd all looked in the direction where Gao Yang was, only to see Gao Yang wiped his hands on his body. He first looked at Wang Tao, then both of them looked at the large intestine in the pot in unison, and actually together that full of naive, youthful face, actually all through a treacherous. The smile made Musashi and the veterans on the second floor shudder in unison. If they still had a trace of doubt about Lu Yu Rong's words earlier, they had no more doubt now. Gao Yang is really screwing up a poisonous plan. Bottom. Prince Rong also panicked a bit. He has been fighting for Dakian for many years, and when he is practicing martial arts, he favors food, so he naturally knows what pig intestines are. 9 turns of large intestine, also when a delicious dish. But this practice is unheard of and unseen. Father, what is to be done? Wu Qing panicked a bit. He had already fallen into Gao Yang's hands once. He wouldn't have to fall into it a second time, right? Chen Fan also panicked. He is the head chef of the imperial kitchen. He has seen more pig intestines than he has seen people. He said to Wu Long sorrowfully, Your Majesty, it is not good. With my 30 years of experience as an imperial chef, I dare to conclude that this large intestine of the member of the staff is definitely not cleaned, and may not even be washed. Wu Qing also said, "Father, that flavor is definitely not right. My son can't even stand just smelling it, that's not to mention eating it." Wulong pretended to be calm. "Don't panic, don't disorganize yourself. We'll see what happens." Wulong opened his mouth. He was now being roasted on the fire, and he could only console himself with this in his mind. At this time, when Gao Yang saw that the cooking was almost done, he used a large spoon and scooped up a spoonful of soup. Then he reached out and dipped his finger slightly into a bit of the juice and put it in his mouth. And in the next second his expression twisted. "The flavor, it's called authentic." He gave Wang Tao a thumbs up. "I think it's flavorful enough for you to taste." Wang Tao dipped his finger in a bit, and a mask of pain instantly appeared on his naive face. Then he also gave Gao Yang a thumbs up. "Grand Duke, but I think it could be refined a bit more. Why don't we pour the blanched marinade back in and cook it for a bit longer?" "Not bad. This is a wonderful method." As soon as they said they would, the duo poured the blanched brine back in and brought it to a boil over high heat. Hiss! This scene clearly fell in the eyes of Wu Jiu and the others, and the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Wu Jiu's expression changed. Just this little bit of juice was this painful. This would be beautiful to have a bite of the large intestine and the deliciousness wrapped inside. Lu Yurong also had an incredulous look on her face, and her full breasts rose and fell for a while. "Taste it for yourself just to feel the flavor right. What a grudge! What a hate!" All she could think of was one sentence. The poisoner has entered the game with his body, only to invite Prince Rong's son, and the head of the imperial catering house to die. Hiss! Lu Yurong drew in a breath of cold air, her beautiful eyes shocked. She really can't associate the Gao Yang who tastes the juice of the large intestine in front of her with a sly smile on his face with the Gao Yang who writes about the clouds wanting to be clothed and the flowers wanting to look like flowers, and the spring breeze brushes the threshold and makes the dew hua thick. That's too much of a contrast. So sick, so vicious, so cruel, but it seems, likes it better yet. Dingui Gongfu. The two men, Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng, had a chessboard placed between them and were facing each other. Fu Bo hurriedly came forward. "Old Duke, big deal. Prince Rong is the judge of the food competition." The cooks in the house were made difficult on the spot. The Grand Duke came on to help. Gao Feng frowned while dropping a piece. "A gentleman is far away from the kitchen, let alone Prince Rong judging. This is bound to lose. What's the use of him being on the court?" And the sinful son dares to sway Prince Rong's thoughts? Summit was a bit dismissive. Fu Bo's face with shock. The old slave also do not know what the Grand Duke is trying to do, but only saw the Grand Duke pulled out the unwashed large intestine, directly thrown into the cauldron blanching. A word fell. Both Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong's faces changed drastically. "What? The large intestine used by this sinner was not washed? What does he want?" Gao Feng instantly drew back a breath of cold air, and a tingle ran through his scalp as he thought of something. Gao Tianlong, however, got up and a flash of light flashed in his pale eyes. "Wonderful! To use weakness against strength, to pull out an unwashed large intestine, and to turn the tables on Prince Rong. I would call it the world's first Yang plot." Uncle Fu nodded and continued. "I saw from afar that His Majesty, old General Lu, and the Minister of Ceremony were all watching from the second floor. It's pretty hilarious." Gao Tianlong stood up. His heart was free. A mere food competition. The ministers of the court even went there. How can I be absent? Prepare a carriage and come with me. I'm curious if Prince Rong will eat it. Gao Tianlong's expression flickered as he took large strides out of the Dingui Gongfu. Seeing this, Gao Feng first secretly moved a piece on the board, and then also followed in big strides. About a quarter of an hour later, on the round table, Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, "Time's up. All of you present your dishes." As he spoke, Chen Fan also looked in the direction where Gao Yang was and took a deep breath. For a while, many curious gazes gathered on Gao Yang. First, a few other chefs presented the dishes, and I have to say, the colors and flavors were all over the place. You can smell the aroma from a distance. This stir-fried beef roe is deliciously flavorful and has the right amount of heat, which is good. Wu Long, Wu Cheng as well as Chen Fan commented one after another. Soon, it was Gao Yang and Wang Tao's turn. "Are you on or am I on?" Gao Yang asked first. Wang Tao was all excited and thrilled to the point of trembling. "Grand Duke, may I?" This was Prince Rong, and he was excited at the thought of this unsolvable bureau in front of Wulong. It could make Prince Rong remember himself for the rest of his life, even engrave his heart. "Straighten up, straight for life." Gao Yang smiled and nodded. "This Gonzi believes in you." In the next second, Wang Tao's middle heavy voice that resounded halfway across the sky suddenly rang out. "Duke Ding's house Wang Tao and the Grand Duke have created a delicious 9 turns of large intestine, and I would like to invite the king, the world's son, and the herd master to taste it." The voice came out. not to mention the people. Even Gao Yang was taken aback. Although he knew that Wang Tao was bold, he didn't expect to be this big. Even when facing Prince Rong, he was not the least bit timid. This Wang Tao can be of great use in the future. At that moment, the eyes on the second floor also focused on the duo. Wu Jiao looked at Wang Tao, who had a naive face and was so excited that his face was flushed with excitement, and commented, "Worthy of being the Duke Ding's residence. It is truly a simple family style. Even the cooks in the house have this much guts." Wu Jiao looked complicated for a moment. Is this a reverse portrayal of a soldier wimpy one and a general wimpy one? The crowd nodded in deep agreement as well. This is Prince Rong but Wang Tao is not the slightest bit afraid, as if this is a supreme honor. It was even eager for Prince Rong to eat it. Their curious eyes fell on Prince Rong Wulong's body. From this angle, they could clearly see everything that was happening below, even the slightest change in expression. Prince Rong, will you eat? Wulong was silent. He looked at the 9-turn sausage on the plate in front of him. The color alone was a sight to behold. As for what was wrapped inside, it was unimaginable. The three men fell silent in unison. Seeing this, Gao Yang hurriedly said, "This 9-turned large intestine is a rare delicacy, so please enjoy it while it's hot. Your Highness and the world's son. It won't be good when it gets cold." Wulong glanced at Gao Yang and then Wang Tao, and his face turned green. There's definitely something wrong with this plate of 9 turns. Even a fool would know by now that something is wrong. However, an extremely serious problem lay before him. If you don't eat it, you can't eliminate the Dingwei Gongfu. And even this Wang Tao can win the championship with this dish today. With such a large number of people watching, and even the Empress watching, he was sure to lose face. Even once you don't eat it, you will be criticized by the people for being disrespectful. But eat it, then it seems to be a hit. He hadn't even said that Gao Yan was eating pig food yet, and he might have to eat a pig in reply himself. This seems to be an unsolvable inning. It's like it's a mistake to eat or not to eat. This plan, it's too poisonous. Wucheng clenched his teeth, as if he had given up. He took out a handkerchief, and he took a big step forward. This son of the world first, but he was guarded, so he only took the knife and cut off a small piece. But even though Wucheng was so careful, he couldn't help but let out a curse the moment the large intestine entered his mouth and chewed. "I nicked it." His expression twisted for a moment, his face pained. He admitted that he had gambled, but he had gambled wrong. This sausage is so damn original. In this moment, Wusong's mind thought of all the happy things that had happened in the past 20 years, but it still couldn't resist the sadness that the smell of this large intestine brought. Vomit. He reached for his handkerchief and couldn't help but throw up. The look on his face said it all. Wulong's face trembled as he watched. He couldn't help but glare at Wang Tao, trying to find a loophole in his words so that he could dodge a bullet. "Have you tasted this 9-turn sausage for yourself?" "Tasted. I removed some of the fishy flavor of the sausage, but I purposely kept some of the flavor of the sausage." Wang Tao nodded his head repeatedly with a naive face. Second floor. The crowd's faces were strange. Lucian couldn't help but say, "Man, this specially reserved part is a piece of shit, isn't it? What an outlaw this boy is." Postman. The more certainty grew in Wu Jiao's mind. This 9-turn colon is a young plot. Even the first young plot that compares to the order of pushing grace. Wulong looked down at the large intestine and asked with a hard look on his face, "Why did you keep part of it?" Wang Tao straightened his back, his stomach slightly raised. He was full of simplicity and said, "Because I think that only in this way do you, Your Majesty, know that you are eating a large intestine. Did you leave it behind on purpose, or by accident?" Wang Tao glanced at Gao Yang and nodded decisively. "I did it on purpose." When Wulong sniffed, his face became even more ugly. This 9-turned colon is not pretending. Showdown. Which has plainly told him that there is a problem. But he couldn't escape. Gao Yang added from the sidelines. "After the last round of the king's sharp critique, the mansion's cooks and I have learned from our mistakes and decided to fully preserve the original flavor of the food. And with a high-end ingredient like a large intestine, we only cook it in the most common way. And please, Your Highness, taste it for a moment. And be sure that every taste bud at the tip of your tongue is so delicious that it trembles." A few words cut through, sending back all the words that Wulong and Chen Fan had criticized Wang Tao in the previous round. If eyes could kill, then Gao Yang would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. This shameless little child. Wulong had thought that he was the one who had given Gao Yang a heavenly surprise, but he had never expected that it was Gao Yang who had given him a heavenly surprise, and blocked his words. He did criticize Wang Tao in front of everyone for respecting the original taste of the food, but it's a large intestine. Who eats their sausage plain? Wulong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he thought that he had fought 1 against 100 on the battlefield, he hadn't even been afraid. But at this moment, he actually really developed an emotion called fear. That's all. Just one bite. Just one little bite. He is the king of the great Qin dynasty, the head of the three great ministers of patronage. This Gao Yang and Wang Tao haven't great courage. Dare to insult him? Besides, as long as I don't eat the inside, I'll just eat the outer layer of the large intestine skin. Should not be hit. Wu Long took out his blade and looked at both left and right several times, carefully selecting them before he cut off a piece of the outer skin of the large intestine located at the very edge. But when Wu Long put it into his mouth and chewed on it, a rushing, indescribable flavor almost made him soar into tears. The flavor, it's unbelievable. Gao Yang scared from the side. See, it's so good that the king is crying. Wu Jiu had a look of disbelief on her face. Eat up. The Prince of Honor really ate it. But when you think about it, it seems that he really has no choice. Do not eat not only Gao Yang one, he will also be criticized by the people. It's just eaten. It's an old sin. Father, my son has another handkerchief here. Wu Cheng hurriedly handed over a handkerchief, and after Wu Long took it, he directly spat it out in one mouthful. He couldn't help but look at Gao Yang and Wang Tao with some disbelief, and he couldn't figure it out. Why is the flavor so strong even though it's obviously a large sausage casings? It seemed to know what was in Wu Long's mind. Gao Yang smiled and explained. In order to fully stimulate the original flavor of the large intestine itself, we ended up adding the water that we blanched the large intestine with at the very beginning back into the pot and reducing the juice over high heat. The move is to try to ensure that any part of this 9-turned sausage will be drenched in a delicious broth. The words fell. Wu Long's body was like a heavy blow. He was trembling with rage. Those majestic eyes were staring at Gao Yang with their fists clenched in death. He didn't say a word, yet it was as if he had said 1,000 words. A heavenly killing intent permeated from his surroundings. Drop the defense. I can't eliminate you. Eat the defense. I can't forgive you. Second floor. Lu Jin, Xin Jingguo and a few others laughed out loud. Prince Rong thought that the outer skin of that large intestine was a little better, but unbeknownst to me, I personally saw that boy Gao Yang using fecal water to collect the juice in a big fire. Zhao Broken Nu also smiled and said, this mouthful of original flavor 9-turned large intestine, which gives Prince Rong beauty, today did not come in vain. Did not come in vain. One of the best food competitions in years. Several people spoke up, not hiding the smiles on their faces. Musashi's mind was also buzzing. Her mind was filled with the conversation between Prince Rong and Wang Tao. Did you leave it behind on purpose? Or by accident? I did it on purpose. Even these two were unsure and made it a point to use the blanched out fecal water for another high heat to collect the juices. It's too extreme. This kind of young plot is horrifying. Song Qingqing's face was pale, but Lu Yuyong was full of excitement. Her eyes fell straight onto Gao Yang. Let the old man savor it. At this time, a bellowing cry rang out from the round platform, and it was clearly Chen Fan, the head of the imperial catering room. Wu Sung and Wu Riyong both ate, and he, as the last judge, couldn't afford not to, and he had to eat more. Chen Fan took the initiative to step forward, picked up the dagger and sliced a large piece of large intestine down, then threw it into his mouth. He chewed with an expressionless face, as if he were savoring some delicacy. The scene stunned Mushu, worthy of being the blistering head of my imperial kitchen. This demeanor is admirable. All of them showed admiration and asked themselves, if it was them, they thought that they were not as calm as Chen Fan. Actually, Chen Fan was also cursing in his heart. Rub, cut more. But there were only 2 handkerchiefs in total, and Prince Rong and Wucheng were still able to spit out their handkerchiefs to block them. What about him? It wasn't like he could throw up on the floor in front of all these people. Otherwise wouldn't it be unfair to be labeled as disrespectful to food? With a hardened heart, he forced himself to swallow despite the churning inside his stomach. Then, he looked at the instigator, Gao Yang, and couldn't help but greet him. Officer Gao, tell me honestly, in terms of the entire Dinghua Gongfu, in terms of you, Squire Gao, and the Duke of Dinghua, when you handled the large intestines today, you neglected to do so, didn't you? Gao Yang shook his head and said in a very straightforward manner, I wasn't negligent. I did it on purpose. These words caused the corners of Chen Fan's mouth to twitch, and even more so, caused Prince Rong's killing heart to surge. Wang Tao was naturally eliminated. Prince Rong couldn't take it anymore. That flame in his heart just couldn't be suppressed. Where's my big knife? He was just about to lash out when he saw that not far away, a luxurious carriage slowly stopped. Gao Tianlong lifted the curtain of the car and stood not far away with his hands in the air, a smirk on his face. Your Highness, I don't know if you are satisfied with this small dish from the old Duke of Dinghua's residence? Wu Long's pupils shrunk and his face became even more ugly. Gao Tianlong came in person. Then this matter will not be able to retrieve the scene for the time being, not to mention that in the face of so many people, it is impossible for him to question Gao Yang dared to give him food to answer the defense. Otherwise what is his reputation? This king is satisfied. This is too satisfying. Wu Long gritted his teeth. Gao Tianlong's face remained unchanged as he said, "It's good that your highness is satisfied. In the future, if your highness misses this small dish, just come to the Duke of Ding's mansion, and I'll let the cooks at the mansion make it for you again. I will make His Majesty's pleasure." With that, Gao Tianlong signaled to Gao Yang and walked towards the side of the restaurant. Since he had come, he naturally had to bow to Wu Jiao. Gao Yang saw a cold face peek, rushed to say, "Children in recent times too naughty, worrying father, often in the middle of the night fear, difficult to sleep, today in the cooking occasionally experience, some other day to do to the father to taste fresh." When Gao Feng heard this, his eyes steeply widened, and his pair of eyes looked straight at Gao Yang. "What kind of look is that, Lord Father? That there is dirt on the child's face?" Gao Feng shook his head and withdrew his gaze. "Nothing, my father knows that you are a good cook, but don't do it in the future. Other things are fine, but if you dare to trap me up here, even if I don't want this life, I will break your third leg, do you understand?" Summit's voice was permeated with a chill. Obviously, he made up his mind with this speech. 9 turns of the colon. "It's horrible. My child was only joking. Why is my lord father still in a hurry?" Gao Yang hurriedly said, "This third leg can never be broken. He has not yet had a good time in Diqian." Gao Feng didn't even look at Gao Yang. If he wasn't a little more resolute, the kid might as well have said so, but even he peeked and had to say that it was a really dirty tactic. "If you don't eat it, you can't phase it out. Eat and you'll fall into my trap." This sinful son of his means is, indeed, a bit of a masterpiece. Second floor. Gao Tianlong was the first to salute when he saw Wu Jiao. "I, Gao Tianlong, have met your majesty. The sinful son has been naughty and insulted the majesty of the royal family. I implore your majesty to chastise him." Wu Jiao's gaze fell on Gao Yang's body. Her mind was still filled with the image of Wu Long trembling with anger just now, clenching his iron fists and trembling. "It's too damaging." Even she, Wu Jiao, was a bit scared. The gazes of the crowd also all landed on Gao Yang's body. With complexity, incredulity, and worry, there was another eye that blazed extraordinarily. Gao Yang searched for the line of sight, only to see Lu Yurong's pair of eyes staring straight at him. It's such a big gaze, it's like it's talking. So, he looked at it a little more. 2. Wu Jiao swept Gao Yang. Very well, this guy did have a big heart, and dared to even look at that big-breasted woman in front of her. Wu Jiao coldly said, "It is to be chastised. Too bold. Officer, come with me to the palace. I will punish you properly." With that, Wu Jiao took the lead and stepped away. Into the palace? Gao Yang's eyes flickered and he immediately followed. There was some concern on the faces of several veterans. This cool is cool. But next, the Prince Rong who ate the reply. "This shall not be crazy revenge." Song Li shook his head. It was very unwise in his eyes to show off a cook and offend Prince Rong. What's next? How does it end? Jubilee Street. The Forbidden Army lined up on both sides to open up the road, and the people along the way avoided it. In the center is a luxury carriage. Inside the carriage, Wu Jiao's phoenix eyes were noble and slowly landed on Gao Yang. "Officer, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Gao Yang was shocked. What explanation? Takishi's long, bony fingers tapped on the carriage seat. She did not have the good sense to say, using poisonous schemes to give the current king to eat reply defense, so degrading to the royal family's behavior, which still do not need to give me an explanation. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately shouted out, "Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. Prince Rong ate it willingly on his own. What does it have to do with me? All that I did was for your Majesty." This gave Wu Jiao angry laugh. "You give Prince Rong with this poisonous plan is for me? Postman, I have never seen someone as brazen as you. Tell me, give me a reasonable reason." Gao Yang was instantly energized upon hearing this. "I ask your Majesty, will Prince Rong hate me to the bone if he suffers this disgrace, even with a heart full of anger?" Wu Jiao nodded. "Not bad, but what does this have to do with me? That's a lot at stake. The more a person is under anger, the easier it is for them to lose their mind. Your Majesty can use the disposition of the minister as a reason to call Prince Rong into the palace. Prince Rong, being the victim, will not be on guard, but will instead be bent on letting your Majesty make the decision, remembering only that I caused him to be humiliated, and eat the reply. At this point, we can act according to the plan and take advantage of the opportunity to take down Prince Rong once and for all." Gao Yang said this. An eerie silence fell over the carriage for an instant. Wu Jiao's pair of phoenix eyes looked at Gao Yang. Shangwan Wan'er's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Gao Yang. Although there were no words, but it seemed to say everything. Both of them twitched at the corners of their mouths. They were a little incredulous. How damaging is this person in the end? Just gave Prince Rong a hand of the world's #1 Yang plot. The 9 turns of the colon. forcing Prince Rong to eat the reply. Now, even if you don't sympathize with Prince Rong, you still want to take the opportunity to screw Prince Rong. So much for chasing and falling on your sword. Why does your majesty look at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Gao Yang touched his face and said with a puzzled expression. Wu Jiao suppressed the fluttering in her heart and turned to look at Gao Yang calmly. Officer, don't you think you're being a little too hard on Prince Rong like this? If I really according to what you said to do, Prince Rong heart estimate is still like what you said. Also thought I want to help him to do the Lord. The results of 1,000,000 did not expect. I am to his life. Gao Yang was not moved by this in the least. Instead he laughed. Then does your majesty like this plan of mine? Shang Wanwaner. She turned a pair of beautiful eyes to Wu Jiao, thinking that Wu Jiao would be angry, but she didn't expect Wu Jiao to nod her head. This plan is indeed good. I quite like it. Even if Prince Rong is more resourceful, how could he have expected me to make a move at this time? Wu Jiao stroked her chin, a glint in her eye. Shang Wanwaner. Your majesty, I have to return to my home to prepare for my preparations, so I would trouble your majesty to send someone to come and give a summons later. Suddenly, Gao Yang spoke. What are you going to prepare? As soon as she heard this, a flash of curiosity immediately surged out of Wu Jiao's eyes. After all, they had already discussed it last time in the Rouge Pavilion, and Gao Yang had already given an extremely perfect plan. And now you're getting ready? Gao Yang simply smiled. Your majesty, you also know that I have always been a very cautious person, especially when facing Prince Rong. I should be even more cautious. It's not wrong to prepare more of this since. The corners of Mushu's mouth twitched. She looked deeply at Gao Yang, but didn't say anything. In that case, I will send someone to summon you later, and I will wait for you in the imperial study. Gao Yang hurriedly arched his hand. Many thanks, your majesty. Gao Yang got off the carriage and headed straight towards the Duke of Ding mansion as usual. When Gao Yang left, Shang Wanwaner couldn't help but ask, Your majesty, have you really decided? Wu Jiao's phoenix eyes carried a touch of coldness, and a powerful might permeated her surroundings. She said icily, no matter if Prince Rong has an anti-heart or not, he is in my way. I have given him the opportunity to let go of his power, but he is not willing to give up the power in his hands. Since this is the case, then there is no need to blame me. Both to be ruthless, what Gao Yang said is right. Now is the great time. Prince Rong will never think that he is so miserable. I not only do not get justice for him, but will be on him. As the words fell, Shang Wanwaner's eyes also changed, and she also nodded deeply. Wu Jiao suddenly laughed out again. But then again, this Gao Yang guy is really vicious. What a handful of 9 turns of the bowels. This kind of poisonous plan has been thought up by him. I am curious what other woes are hidden in his stomach. Wu Jiao couldn't help but tsk. Dingui Gongfu. Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng also returned to the mansion and came to face each other at the chessboard. When Gao Tianlong took a look at the pieces on the chessboard, he immediately raised his eyebrows. This chessboard, it seems to have been moved by someone. Is that you? Gao Feng was shocked in his heart, but his face didn't change as he said, Is that so? My child doesn't know either. Gao Tianlong's face remained unchanged, and he only said faintly, If you don't want to reason with the old man, then the old man also knows some of the art of whirling the chessboard. When Gao Feng heard this, his body instantly trembled. He hurriedly said, My child knows his mistake. My child shouldn't have trespassed on a pawn when he had the upper hand. With that, he restored the piece that had been moved to its original position. Gao Tianlong frowned. Ha? Just one pawn? Why does it look like 3 pieces to me? As he spoke, Gao Tianlong moved his pieces, and along with the movement of these pieces, the original peak's favorable situation was reversed in an instant. Summit's eyes widened and his lips parted slightly. You think it's wrong? Gao Tianlong said unhappily. Gao Feng hurriedly shook his head. Child remembered wrongly. It was indeed 3 pieces. At that moment, Fubuki came up. Old Duke, the Grand Duke returned to the house, but left again in a hurry. As soon as Gao Gao heard the news about Gao Yang, he instantly wrinkled his brows. That sinful son caused a big trouble on the front foot and wants to leave the house again? Ground him for 10 days. Gao Feng instantly vented the anger he had received from Gao Tianlong. He swung around and his tone was one of certainty. Uncle Fu carefully said, Master, I'm afraid this can't be stopped. Gao Feng glanced at Fu Bo, and his voice instantly raised an octave. Can't stop it? In the whole of Chang'an, since Lao Fu has spoken to ground this sinful son, then no one's word is good enough. Uncle Fu hunched over and said, It's His Majesty. At these words, Summit's face changed. Your Majesty? Not bad. His Majesty seems to be angered and sent someone to summon the Grand Duke to the palace. Oh, that's okay. Summit pretended to be calm and continued to fall. Gao Tianlong's eyes narrowed slightly. What else did Younger do? He realized for a moment that something wasn't right. If it was just an edict from the empress, then Uncle Fu wouldn't have made a special trip here. So there must be something else going on. Uncle Fu looked at Gao Tianlong and said, "Old Duke, it's naturally nothing for the Grand Duke to go see His Majesty, but the problem is that the Grand Duke has brought something with him, like hammers, daggers, crossbows and arrows, and I also got the second prince to take aphrodisiacs such as strange kinky harmony and powerful Jet King." Hiss! Gao Feng sniffed and instantly drew in a breath of cold air. This son of sin is not one to His Majesty strong to come, but if strong to come, take the strange lust hepping Huanchuan top is enough. How also take the strong Jet King? This even took down His Majesty. In the future there are a few head enough to cut. Fu Bo was one of his own people, absolutely loyal, so Peak also spoke directly. The thought of that image also made Summit explode with deep emotion. Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm afraid this is not to your majesty, but someone else. Could it be Lord Shangwan?" Gao Feng rubbed his chin. Gao Tianlong skimmed his peak and said quietly, "I'm afraid it's Prince Rong." Prince Rong? Summit froze and blushed strangely. Gao Tianlong really couldn't listen anymore and said directly, "His Majesty and Yama reckon they're going to do it." This statement was made. A flash of movement suddenly appeared on Gao Feng's face as he looked surprised. Hiss! Prince Rong has just been pitted by Yanger's 9 turns of the Great Intestine and ate his reply. And now he's going to do it? Will this Prince Rong be a little too miserable? Summit looked incredulous. By rights, this should be Prince Rong entering the palace to ask His Majesty to make a decision. Gao Tianlong's eyes were haunted. Suppressing the shock within him and looking his eyes towards the chessboard, he said faintly, "This is something that no one else can do, but Younger would be unable to do it? But your majesty, it seems to be a bit carried away too. If it really follows the old man's guess, this Wulong is also considered to be really miserable." Gao Tianlong sighed a little. Summit shares this sentiment. Indeed, as Gao Tianlong said, in the whole of Deqian, no one else can do this, but his family's sinful son can do it. And, joyfully, in terms of ruthlessness and viciousness, who can beat him? Gao Tianlong dropped a stone and said quietly, "Chang'an, a shocking change is about to happen, but this may be the beginning of a radiant era. Prince Rong's mansion. Father, I want to kill this Gao Yang. I want to kill him." Wucheng was in a state of madness, with a gloomy expression. He couldn't stop roaring, his voice laced with monstrous hatred. Inside the Rouge Pavilion, he was tragically assassinated by Gao Yang, which hurt him so much that he even changed his sexual orientation. In the Golden Palace, he was even teased by Gao Yang, who was obviously a victim, but was actually claimed 1,000 tales of moral damages. I thought that would be enough, but even more outrageous came when he was a judge in a food competition and ate the defense. How could he not hate this? Directly in front of him, Wulong also had a gloomy face, and when he heard Wu Cheng's words, he couldn't help but look even uglier. Bastard! Bastard! When he thought about what had just happened, Wulong's back teeth clenched painfully, and the killing intent around him climbed up. At that moment, Mr. Chen, dressed in blue robes, stepped forward quickly, stroking his beard as he walked confidently. He laughed out loud. "Your Highness, with this plan of mine, did I make that Duke Ding's house lose its reputation?" Mr. Chen looked confident, accompanied by his stride into the lobby. Two eyes with monstrous hatred looked at Mr. Chen almost simultaneously. Here comes the culprit. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen asking him to be a judge, and then cursing the Dinghua Gongfu by insulting the Dinghua Gongfu's cooks, how could he, as a prince and minister of Gu life, be a judge of a food competition? I was holding back a big one, but I didn't expect to poop a big one. Now think of all the shame. Thanks to him still afraid of Gao Yang know in advance, deliberately hide the news of his judges. Gao Yang's mouth was crooked with laughter. You must be responsible for all of this. You're also worthy of being a poisoner. And you're also worthy of being compared to that Gao Yang? Wulong directly cursed and slapped his face. Snap! Vong slapped Chen out of the way. Mr. Chen was directly confused. This, before he could react, Wusong jumped out as well and slapped him on the other side of his face. You're not even worthy of a shoe compared to that Gao Yang. If it weren't for you, how could this son of the world possibly eat an original 9-turned large intestine? Wucheng gritted his teeth, looking as if he was crazy. Mr. Chen was filled with confusion. Original 9 turns of sausage? Hiss! He looked to Wulong, who also nodded with a grim face and said, "This king also ate it." Wulong waved his hand. "Come on people, drag this guy down and eat 10 pounds of pig in reply." Seeing this, Wu Cheng hurriedly added, 10 pounds is not enough. Come 20 pounds. Otherwise it is difficult to solve this son's heart hate. The guards came forward and tried to drag Mr. Chen down. Your Majesty, even if you die, you have to die with a clear understanding. Otherwise I won't obey. Chen shouted. What's the grudge? Coming up with a 10-pound pig defense? Seeing this, Wulong exclaimed, "Fine, this king will let you die a painful death. You let this king as a judge." Through the cook scolded Dingwa Gongfu up and down to eat pig food. That Gao Yang directly in the house of the cook engaged in an original flavor of 9-turn sausage. This king as a judge. Eat or not eat? If he doesn't eat, he wins. Eat, and the king will be hit. This statement was made. Mr. Chen was frozen in place. The original flavor of the 9-turned large intestine. With a weak face, so that the king ate the answer to the defense? His mind suddenly turned over in a wave of disbelief. Is there such a poisonous plan in the world? Who the hell is that Gao Yang? Mr. Chen was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Now you know? Then give this king to roll down to eat the defense to go. Hold up, not to die you. That are counted as this king lost. The words rang out. Mr. Chen suddenly panicked. This cannot be allowed. Your Majesty, give me another chance. I still have a wonderful plan in my mind that will surely make that Gao Yang eat a pot. Wulong's eyes widened. You still dare to have a brilliant plan? Mr. Chen hurriedly said. Your Majesty, in terms of poisonous schemes, I am also above par. Wulong hesitated, and in the end he said, tell me about it. Mr. Chen hurriedly seized the opportunity to say, Your Highness, that Gao Yang 9 turns of the large intestine is indeed insidious, but it has also sowed a scourge. Anyhow, you are the Dakian prince, symbolizing the Dakian royal family. You now only need to enter the palace to meet the female emperor. The performance of the insults cannot live. The female emperor and then how to look at the face of the same as the royal family will be out of the way. Then Gao Yang must be punished. Wulong was in deep thought. He thought about it. After all, he was a member of the royal family. So such a great insult. It was entirely possible to find Wu Jiu to take the lead. That's a good plan. Though, then the king will enter the palace now? Wulong stroked his chin and said with some hesitation. Mr. Chen was in a cloudy mood. Since it's better to be early than late. While the empress still has sympathy for the king, this plan will surely succeed. Wulong glanced at Mr. Chen and nodded his head in the middle of the day. Just as well. This king will believe you once more. Enter the palace at once. The imperial palace. The imperial study. The swordsmen are in place, but Prince Rong is in a high position of power, and the palace guards are penetrating. So now I need a reason, and it is best not to make Prince Rong suspicious. Gao Yang, do you have a reason? Wu Jiu wore a golden-colored dragon robe, and her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang sniffed. This is something that I have also long thought about in my mind. Your Majesty only needs to. Before the sentence was finished, there was a clunk. A small hammer slipped from under Gao Yang's robe. Gao Yang glanced at the hammer on the ground. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, wait a moment. I'll pick up something. Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wanair stared at the small iron hammer that fell out, their expressions vibrating. Gao Yang revealed a smile. I'm a member of the Ministry of Households. I'm not good at force, so it's reasonable to bring a small hammer for self-defense, isn't it? Takeshi nodded. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Go ahead. Gao Yang was just about to open his mouth when there was another clunk. A dagger fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Gao Yang hurriedly picked it up. A small hammer is not enough security, so another dagger makes perfect sense, right? Wu Jiu took a deep breath. Shangguan Waner also took a deep breath. Is the world's strategist? No. To be precise, the world's poisoner. All this cautious? It's not enough that the trap has been set, that it's been doubly prepared? And you go on. Wu Jiu's words had just fallen, only to hear a eunuch's shrill voice snapping outside the hall. Your Majesty, Prince Rong seeks an audience. Gao Yang touched his nose and said, I just want to say that I can wait a little bit. Prince Rong might throw himself into the net. Now that I've come just in time, I'll first poison the Prince Rong's battle power and cut it down a bit. Gao Yang pulled out a few small bottles from his robes, and seeing the familiar small bottles, Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wanair's faces jerked hard. If they were right, this one was an aphrodisiac, one was a laxative, and there were other drugs of unknown power. Although he was determined to get rid of Prince Rong, he couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy rise in his heart. Prince Rong's father and son, offended by this bureaucrat, very a little miserable. Wu Jiu took a deep breath and said, although this method is good, but Prince Rong has been in the battlefield for a long time, so unless the two of you drink together and you drink first, I'm afraid that it will only startle the snakes. Are you sure you can kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800? She was well aware that the two medicines could be quite powerful when mixed. Although Prince Rong was a great martial artist and was known as the #1 warrior of the Great Qian dynasty, she was also quite prepared. This poisoning to weaken the Prince Rong's strength of the law is good, but it is also easy to cause the Prince Rong's vigilance. Wu Jiu felt that it would be very unwise to startle the snakes because of this. When Gao Yang heard Wu Zhou's words, he immediately smiled. This smile caused Wu Shu's delicate body to tremble. Please ask your majesty to send someone to have Prince Rong wait outside the palace for some time. As I have made a move, I will not startle the snakes. I, for one, have always been cautious. Wu Zhou first waved his hand and ordered his cronies to do what Gao Yang said. Immediately afterward, she gazed at Gao Yang. How can we not startle the snakes? According to her understanding of Gao Yang, she felt that Gao Yang was definitely not the type of person to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 to himself. Even if he asked her, the empress, to drink, he didn't even bring it. Gao Yang hemmed and hawed, pulling out a finely textured wine jug from under his wide robe. Shangguan Wanner was all shocked. Another hammer, another dagger, and now even the wine pot was pulled out from under her robe? How much is hidden under this robe? What is this? Wu Zhou curiously asked. From the appearance, this is not much different from the ordinary wine pots in the palace. Gao Yang took the wine pot and said with a proud face, this object is called the yin yang pot, and I also refer to it as the conscience pot, which was made by the special craftsman I have been looking for to craft it in my mansion in the past few days. So many things. If it weren't for your majesty's permission to not have to search my body, I really wouldn't be able to bring them in. Wu Zhou's interest was instantly piqued. Her phoenix eyes looked towards Gao Yang. What's the point? Gao Yang continued. The principle of this yin and yang pot is to utilize the pressure of the air. It's complicated to say, so I'll leave it at that for now. Simply put, there are 2 layers of space inside this pot, and each layer of space has an air hole, so as long as when you pour the wine, you block the corresponding air hole, and the wine in that layer of space can't be poured out. Later on, I will lower the strange lustful harmony scatter and powerful jet king into the upper layer of the wine, and your majesty can ask Lord Shangguan to block the air holes in the lower layer when he pours the wine for Prince Rong, and that which flows out will be poisonous wine. On the contrary, when you pour wine for your minister, block the upper air holes, and that which flows out will be non-poisonous wine. This is to kill people to escape, drug to escape the wine of the gods, drink can 1,000 cups not drunk. Kill people can be in the invisible. If it is not His Majesty want to live, I directly into the crane red. It is more save trouble. Inside the imperial study, along with the fall of Gao Yang's words, Wu Zhou and Shangguan Wan'er all drew in a breath of cold air. Is there such a weird jug in the sky? Even Wu Zhou was thinking that if Gao Yang had given herself an aphrodisiac, she was afraid that she would have been struck in the face of this wine pot. Right? In the future, never be alone with this son. It's too dirty. Gao Yang even thought. If the upper layer is milk, the lower layer is tea. Both air holes are not blocked. Then pour out his milk tea. I'll start the operation now. Lord Shangguan must remember. Otherwise if I drink wine with poison, then I'll suffer the old sin. With that, Gao Yang began to poison. Shangguan Wanner's eyelids fluttered and she didn't say a word, only keeping what Gao Yang said in her mind. In this entire Chang'an, it seems that she, Shangguan Wanner, is the only one who has punked Gao Yang and has yet to be retaliated against. On top of that, Wang Zhong took locusts for wine in Guanzhong and became a hussar general. And Prince Rong's father and son were even worse. Not only did you eat the pig defense, but now the full house is going to be gone. Gao Yang, this kind of mischievous person, must not get too close, easy to be pitched, but also never to be messed with. When the poisoning was finished, Gao Yang gave Wu Zhou a naive smile and then knelt down like an ostrich. Apparently, a play for the Prince of Rome had begun. Wu Zhou took a deep breath and waved her hand for Shangguan Wan'er to take the wine pot down first, and her face then regained its ancient and unperturbed appearance. Summon Prince Rong into the hall for an audience. Wu Zhou's domineering voice rang out, and the little eunuch waiting outside the hall immediately went forward to pass on the decree. Soon, Prince Rong, with a majestic face and wearing a python robe, strides into the imperial study. When he saw Gao Yang kneeling on the ground, a flash of anger surfaced under his eyes. Prince versus postman. The advantage is mine. I, Wu Long, pay my respects to your majesty, and implore your majesty to make a decision for me. Wu Long thought of Mr. Chen's words and immediately knelt down. Wu Zhou's eyes were indifferent as she glanced at Gao Yang and said, Officer Lang, I am mindful of your talent and tolerate you in 100 ways, but this is something you have gone too far. Knowing that Prince Rong is a member of the judging panel, but also made an original flavor of 9-turned large intestine. You will be the face of my Dacian royal family in what place? Will Prince Rong in what place? And will be placed in what place I? Prince Rong is my royal uncle. I have the same blood flowing in my body as my royal uncle. Takeshi's voice was tinged with anger. Gao Yang's body trembled for a moment. Your Majesty, I am aware of my sins. Please punish your Majesty. Wu Long did not expect that this brat Gao Yang confessed his guilt so quickly, and the Empress even defended him so well. A smirk appeared on his face. Mr. Chen is a great talent and truly deserves to be a poisoner. He had really made the right trip. Your Majesty. Wulong was moved for a moment, and even had the illusion that he was too much of an asshole for the court to go against Wujiu. Wujio's brow was tinged with anger. Then he looked at Wulong and said, Elderly Officer Gao made Imperial Uncle eat the original 9 turns of large intestine. Then I will make him eat a plate of 10 plates of the original 9 turns of large intestine. How about that? Gao Yang suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, Your Majesty, you must not. This is too cruel to the minister. As soon as Wujiu heard this, her voice suddenly rose. Too cruel? Then have you ever thought about how cruel this would be to Prince Rong? With your poisonous plan of a 9-turned ball? Prince Rong went to war for our great Qian and was wounded. It's no exaggeration to say that without Prince Rong, how could we have the current prosperity of great Qian? A man is middle-aged and wise, and you let him die late? Wu Jiao looked at Wulong again, and even said, Imperial Uncle and rest assured, so insulted my Deqian prince. The death penalty can be waived. Living crimes cannot escape. This matter I will certainly give the Imperial Uncle a satisfactory explanation. 10 plates of original 9 turns of large intestine if you don't feel relieved. Then 20. Wulong clasped his fists and saluted, his face full of emotion. I thank your Majesty for your holy grace. Your Majesty treats me. No words, everything. Wulong pounded his fist on his heart with a muffled thud. Wu Jiao's regard for Gao Yang is known throughout Chang'an. This attitude, this shock, he came to the right place. Before, it was him who was a bit aggressive. In Wulong's heart, a flash of guilt steeply arose. Gao Yang lowered his head and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This empress was really an actress. Wu Jiao gazed at Wulong and added, Then it's settled. I'll go and order the imperial catering room to go and make the original flavored sausage to relieve the emperor's uncle's anger. But this matter ends here. In the future I don't want you to strike each other again. A glass of wine to end the grudge. Wan heir, fetch the wine. Shangwan Wan'er hurriedly said, Yes, your Majesty. Soon, Shangwan Wan'er brought the wine pot and deliberately poured 2 cups of wine in front of Prince Rong, and sent each to Prince Rong and Gao Yang. Prince Rong held the wine cup and did not drink it the first time, but instead looked his gaze towards Gao Yang. Years of caution, coupled with his vigilance against Gao Yang, had almost instinctively fed him. Gao Yang took the glass of wine and drank it down, and he also made a point of pursing his lips and said to Wu Jiao, I thank your Majesty for your holy grace. The sound of these words resounded through the imperial study. Wulong saw clearly, there is no possibility of hiding wine in the mouth. He looked over at Wu Jiao, but didn't think much of it. After all, he was so miserable, and Wu Jiao was clearly stood up for him. He delayed to drink, but rather to not give Wu Jiao face. So, Wulong also drank it all in one go and pursed his lips. I thank your Majesty for the wine. As he spoke, he looked at Gao Yang, his eyes filled with pleasure. 10 plates of original 9 rotation sausage. Isn't this going to kill Goyang? But gradually, he felt that something was wrong. Wu Jiao was exceptionally charming in his eyes, and Shangwan Wan'er's beautiful legs were filled with endless temptation. He shook his head vigorously. Gao Yang and Wu Jiao, on the other hand, slowly glanced at each other, and it was all in the air. In the next second, Wu Jiao suddenly slammed the cup and said angrily, Bold Wulong, I treat you so well. You dare to bury the witchcraft doll that cursed me in the mansion. You simply deserve to die. Where are the black dragon guards? Bang! As Wu Jiao slammed down the cup, the generals in black armor outside the temple instantly rushed in. The leader of the group, full of righteousness and holding a large sword, shouted, I, Li Long, have come to protect the emperor. The rest of the Black Dragon Guard generals instantly dispersed in all directions, surrounding Wulong. The palace maids and eunuchs who were originally serving on the side also steeply changed their aura and blocked in front of Wu Jiao's body. Wulong looked at the generals who suddenly rushed in. His pair of eyes suddenly looked at Wu Jiao, his face ugly. Your Majesty, did you do it on purpose? You want to get rid of the king? Wulong wasn't stupid and instantly understood everything. He was considered to be pitted by this Mr. Chen, entering the palace alone and defenseless. But this empress was also too desperate. He had only been pitched to eat the original 9 turns of large intestine in the front foot, and the empress, instead of doing it for him, even took the opportunity to strike at him. Is this what people do? A monstrous hatred rose in his heart. Wu Jiao's face was expressionless, and he said in a cold voice, Wulong is guilty of a great crime. Take him down for me. Wu Jiao stood up, surrounded by endless majesty. She did not drag her feet in the slightest, for fear of a late change. In her eyes, there was no point in fighting a war of words now. At the sound of Wu Jiao's voice, the Black Dragon Guards rushed up. Wulong was wearing a python robe, and a powerful killing intent permeated his body. He laughed out loud. These dozens of stinky fish and shrimps in the district, they also want to take down this king? With a disdainful expression on his face, he was suddenly about to strike. But in the next second, his stomach flipped, and a flame sprang up steeply in his belly, and his eyes couldn't stop looking at which of the guards had the better ass. What's the situation? Wulong was dumbfounded. He slapped the nearest guard and kicked him out, then looked at Gao Yang with an ugly face. The feeling made him think of a stream of deceased people, which should be his son to be precise. Gao Yang, you really deserve to die. It's dozens of guards and you still want to drug this king? Wulong had an incredulous look on his face. Moreover, he clearly saw the wine being poured out from a wine pot with his own eyes, and he also saw Gao Yang drinking it with his own eyes. Did this kid trick him into drinking this poisoned wine by getting himself into the game? Worthy of being Prince Rong, reading people really accurately. It is exactly the medicine that my subordinate has given. Gao Yang revealed a smile. Wulong burst into a rage. Damn you! He was just about to kill when he saw a large sword killing him. Disorderly officials, how dare you talk so much at the end of your life? Eat this general's sword. Li Long, holding a large sword, was the first to kill, and the guards on the side also killed towards him. Wulong a pair of iron fists clenched, although the stomach turned over. Some thought want to dip, but still, Iron Fist responded, snatching a large sword from the guard's hand and responding, between the waving of the big sword. With the instincts of many years on the battlefield, dozens of good fighters actually could not help Wulong for a while. Wulong laughed wildly. A mere few dozen people want to take down this king? Idiot. Since you're unkind, then I won't blame this king for being unrighteous. After this king finishes killing this group of people, Wu Jiao, it's you! Martial Dragon's voice with monstrous hatred rang out. Wu Jiao's face sank, and her phoenix eyes were filled with a wave of shock. She never expected that the elites she had selected from the forbidden guards and trained for several days one after another, dozens of them could not take down a single Wulong. And that was with Wulong being drugged by Gao Yang and his strength being greatly reduced. Her fists clenched. Shang Wanwaner also had a grave expression on her face. They were unable to withdraw from the palace because the imperial study room was in the middle of a fight. Wu Jiao subconsciously looked at Gao Yang. Even she herself did not know why she suddenly looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang is just a civil servant. But at this look, she froze, because she only saw that Gao Yang raised his hand and rolled open his sleeve, and underneath his arm, there was actually a small sleeve arrow bundled up. Gao Yang was still squinting and looking like he was aiming. Phew! It was accompanied by a release of Gao Yang's hand. In the next second, a miserable scream suddenly cut through the imperial study. Ah! My king's ass! Wulong turned back with an incredulous face, just in time to see Gao Yang's harmless face with a small sleeve arrow under his arm. You are damned! Let the king catch you, and you'll be in for a rude awakening. He was just about to kill when Gao Yang raised his other arm. Phew! The crossbow sliced through the air with a sharp sound. This time, it came straight at him 3 inches below the small of his back. That's mostly a waste if you get shot. But just as he tried to move his body, a sudden paralyzing sensation came from his buttocks, causing him to slow down his movements. Even though he forced himself to avoid the treacherous position, he was tragically shot in the thigh. 2 arrows that caught Wulong off guard. At the same time, the guards swarmed over him and a large knife landed at his neck. Wulong was unwillingly pressed to the ground, was tied up with dumplings. Buttocks and thighs are still each inserted a crossbow arrow. That is a miserable. Gao Yang, you really deserve to die. At this moment, Wulong's hatred for Gao Yang had soared to the extreme. In his entire life, he, Wulong, had never seen such a ruthless and brazen person. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he was prepared. Otherwise, it's really rife with variables. He glanced to the side, just in time to meet the complicated eyes of Wu Jiao and Shangguan Wanair staring at his arm sleeve arrow. Gao Yang shivered instantly, his long, wide sleeves recovering the crossbow. He smiled and said, the gadgets that I found craftsmen to improve in my spare time are not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. The arrow of the crossbow has a little bit of Montenegro put in it. The truth is that he just remembers 1 sulfur, 2 nitrites, and 3 charcoal, and can't get a flintlock gun for the time being. Otherwise, 7 paces away, the gun is fast, and 7 paces in, the gun is accurate and fast. Wu Jiao had to say, really have to be Gao Yang's prudence, otherwise today also fear to change. She looked at Wulong and said in a cold voice, take him down, put him in the heavenly dungeon, and keep him under strict guard. The entire Prince Rong's mansion, all of them will be taken down for me, and imprisoned together in the heavenly dungeon. Accompanied by Wu Jiao's words, Wulong was immediately silenced, but his mouth was still screaming unwillingly. This king is the Prince of Dakian. He is the first of the 3 major guiding ministers designated by the late emperor, and he even has the Danshu iron coupon given by the late emperor, which can save him from death. If you kill this king, how will you explain it to the people of the world? The sound traveled farther and farther until it faded away. Wu Jiao turned her gaze towards Gao Yang, thinking of the plan she had initially formulated. The corner of her mouth raised in a nice curve. The next step is to have right guard General Qin Jinghua and left guard General Lu Zhen take over the whole of Chang'an, and then go Prince Rong's way, so that Prince Rong has no way out, right? Gao Yang hurriedly bent down to salute and said with a smile, Your Majesty is wise, and after Prince Rong has no way out, he can also use Prince Rong to do a handful of fishing law enforcement to wipe out the remaining members of the dynasty. P.S. I owe you all 2 chapters. Count them as 3 and I'll be sure to make it up to you. By His Majesty's decree, Prince Rong is suspected of witchcraft and should be executed for his crimes. Almost as soon as Prince Rong was taken down, the forbidden troops in the palace received the imperial decree. They rushed out of the palace on fast horses and went straight to Prince Rong's residence. A large group of people flew out of the palace gate, killing towards Prince Rong's residence with a stern face, and the killing intent around them made the people around them feel shocked for a while, and Chang'an army subordinate to Prince Rong's command of the generals, all the first time to be controlled. The action of the fast, jaw-dropping, Prince Rong's residence. Wu Qing was wrapping his arms around a few young ladies, still enjoying the dance in the mansion, when in the next second, the door of the king's mansion was kicked open. When many generals in black armor rushed into the king's mansion, Wu Qing was first stunned, then burst into a rage. How dare you? Prince Rong's residence also dares to trespass. How many heads do you have enough to chop? Wu Qing slammed the table, his face filled with anger. Li Long was full of cold smiles and waved his hand. Prince Rong is involved in the case of witchcraft. Take them all down. Before Wu Qing could react, he was directly taken down by the guards unceremoniously. Wu Sung instantly people were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't father go to the palace to find the empress to do justice? How come the whole family was taken down? Smear. What witchcraft? My Prince Rong's house does not know anything about it. Since we want to arrest someone, then we must have solid evidence. Wu Sung was held down, but shouted loudly. Li Long did not panic in the slightest, but only said to his subordinates, Search, do not spare any part of Prince Rong's residence, especially under the bed and couch, all kinds of hidden positions. With the order, the palace guards scattered in all directions. Liren also ran out into the yard. He looked around, picked up a shovel and aimed it at a spot to dig, and then he glanced to his left and right, and his cronies immediately looked away to confirm that the courtyard was empty. He pulled out a cloth doll covered with silver needles from his robe and threw it into the pit, then shouted, Sure enough, this Prince Rong is really bold and dares to put a curse on His Majesty. This ironclad evidence is like a mountain. How can he be allowed to argue? Behind him, Wu Cheng's eyes widened as he looked incredulous. He's still here. Are you sure you didn't just pull a rag doll out of your pocket and throw it in the pit? Is the slur so undisguised? Wu Cheng's body trembled with anger. A figure suddenly flashed in his mind, and it was clearly Gao Yang's face. He dared to conclude that this was definitely Gao Yang's method. There is no one else in the whole of Chang'an who was so shameless and vicious except Gao Yang. Li Long took out the cloth doll covered in silver needles. He smiled coldly and said, Wu Shixi, ironclad evidence is like a mountain. How can you still argue? A sophomoric defense? Ironclad? This is also too insulting. The whole yard, length and width of each dozens of meters. Such a wide place. You a shovel down to dig? Pust. Wu Cheng was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Li Long smiled coldly and said, The son of the world see ironclad evidence. Cannot be sophistry. The heart to vomit blood. This is to confess. Take them down to the heavenly prison. Soon, the entire Prince Rong's mansion was taken under control. Wu Chang was directly sent to the heavenly prison, while other subordinates were not allowed to leave Prince Rong's mansion. All of this will have to wait until tomorrow morning's morning court for a conviction. Even Wu Ju needs to give an explanation to the world. Li Long glanced at the prosperity of Prince Rong's residence. He said with great righteousness, This group of subordinates are all concentrated in custody, tortured. These silver, all of which is His Majesty's alone. Who dares to embezzle a point? Do not blame, this will be merciless. This general has always been at odds with corruption. Outside Prince Rong's residence, Mr. Chen just out of the door. The result is a long way to see the palace guards who killed Prince Rong's house in great numbers. What is this? In less than an hour, Prince Rong had an accident? He immediately took a detour and dived. Same time, Lu Zhen was also full of solemnity, followed by several thousand troops, appearing in the major streets of Chang'an City. He and Lu Yurong had just arrived at the mansion when they received Wu Jiu's secret decree, which startled him, and he immediately did not dare to delay and immediately entered the military camp. When the news of Wulong being taken down came, the first time he and Qin Jinghua led a large number of people to control Chang'an, to prevent Prince Rong's party from secretly rebelling, and to arrest people according to the list. This kid is really ruthless. It's also Prince Rong's bad luck. Which kid doesn't mess with him, but has to mess with this kid? This time, I'm only afraid that the whole family is in danger. Lu Xun looked out over the palace and couldn't help but tsk in his mouth. Obviously, there is no turning back the bow. As long as after taking down Prince Rong, the rest is to be convicted and cleared to give the world an explanation. Although he knew that Gao Yang's tactics were endless, he was also a little curious. After all, Prince Rong was born to die for Deqian and pacified the world, and had great credit. Coupled with the fact that the empress had just ascended to the throne not long ago, this, if not handled well, would extremely affect Wu Jiu's reputation. Song House. Song Li's father and daughter originally learned of Wu Long's entry into the palace with the idea of watching a joke. Song Li took a sip of tea and faintly said, "After His Majesty finishes chastising him, I will make a trip into the palace to plead for mercy, so as to ease the relationship between the Song family and the Dingui Gongfu. You'll look for another opportunity to put things on ice with Officer Gao." But before Song Qingqing could say anything, an underling from the mansion rushed in hurriedly. "Master, something big is wrong. Your Majesty." Song Li frowned and reprimanded. "Hairy and fidgety, what is the behavior? Could it be that His Majesty was furious and chastised Gao Yang severely?" A flash of curiosity also appeared on Song Qingqing's face, but it was also very calm. If Gao Yang was chastised, it would be good news in her eyes. The subordinate hurriedly said, "Master, you guessed wrong. It was Prince Rong who was taken down on the spot and sent to the heavenly prison." "What?" Prince Rong ate the original sausage, and instead of doing right by Prince Rong, His Majesty sent him to the heavenly prison? At these words, Song Li's face was no longer calm. He looked to the next man and pressed, "Is this true?" The subordinate nodded repeatedly. "This matter is true. His Majesty declared that Prince Rong was involved in a case of witchcraft, and now the entire Prince Rong residence is under control." Song Li's pupils shrank. He never expected that what came out of the palace was not the news that Gao Yang was punished, but that Prince Rong was involved in a case of witchcraft and was taken down on the spot. And it involved witchcraft, which reminded Song Li of something even more. A few days ago, during the morning court, Lei Yun, the Minister of Justice, reported that a death row inmate who was sentenced to death for murder in the name of justice confessed that someone in the court had cursed His Majesty with witchcraft. Obviously, it is a trivial matter. It is not unusual for death row inmates who cannot stand the torture to start making wild confessions. However, Wu Jiu was furious and ordered a strict investigation. The entire court didn't think much about it, but now that I think about it, it's a burst of fine thoughts. Murphy. Song Li inexplicably thought of Gao Yang, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. If this witchcraft case is really related to Gao Yang, then this son is too terrifying. Song Li was inexplicably a bit flustered. Song Qingqing's heart was also pounding. Father and daughter looked at each other and both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Prince Rong has fallen. So who's next? For a while, along with Wu Jiu's fast and furious strike, the whole Chang'an was shaken by a dark current. After all, Prince Rong's power and influence in the entire Great Qian was by no means ordinary. Dingui Gongfu. Gao Yang had just leisurely returned to his house when he felt an irresistible strong force pull his arm in one hand. Then, it went straight towards the inner mansion. Grass. Who is it? Gao Yang subconsciously cursed before trying to shoot a sleeve arrow towards his ass. This arrow was bound to give him a good time. But the next second, he withdrew his hand. Gao Feng turned his head back, and what met his eyes were those unruffled eyes. "Old man ripping you off. What? No so." Gao Yang laughed sardonically. "This thanks to the stopping of the hand. Otherwise this sleeve arrow down, more or less inverted the Big Dipper. Where is Lord Father dragging the child?" Gao Yang asked curiously. Gao Feng did not return his head, his voice carrying a wave of complaint. "You sinful son smothered to do great things, you say?" Soon, Gao Feng pulled Gao Yang to the inner mansion. At this moment, the small courtyard, the Gao family ministries are all over the place, as if they are on guard. As soon as Gao Feng pushed the door, Gao Yang was almost startled. Gao Tianlong, Li, and Gao Changwen were all present, and a pair of eyes looked at Gao Yang in unison. Gao Yang hurriedly saluted. Gao Tianlong's eyes landed on the face of this grandchild of the future heir of the Dingui Gongfu, and he spoke out. "Prince Rong, is there a chance to turn over a new leaf?" Gao Yang also knew it. Apparently Prince Rong's being sent to the heavenly prison had spread throughout Chang'an. Gao Yang met the line of sight of several people and smiled. "Grandfather, the child has both made a move. Prince Rong is definitely lifeless this time." Wu Qing. Also, since there is no need to say more, since then, the huge Great Qian will no longer have Prince Rong's house, and Wulong will also be extinguished in the history books as a chaotic traitor. Just a few words, but it brought an unspeakable shock to the crowd. Even though Gao Tianlong had a premonition that Gao Yang was the one who was going to lay his hands on Prince Rong, he was still very shocked inside at the moment. Prince Rong's hand holds the Danshu iron ticket. His Majesty has captured it alive. Then we have to give the world. Give the 100 officials an explanation. Prince Rong's crime can be related to the reputation of the Empress. You have to be careful and cautious, not to make half a mess. Gao Feng uneasily urged. Gao Yang said with a confident face. My child had a countermeasure long ago. Does Father Sama know about the witchcraft case in the past few days? Gao Feng sniffed and was instantly filled with shock. You're going to use witchcraft to clear out Prince Rong and his party? Witchcraft is good to splash dirty water. Also good to implicate. This will be the sharpest hand of His Majesty, a quick knife. Tomorrow morning, out of chaos. Father adults just watch the fun. For a moment, the room fell silent. The eyes of the crowd all fell on Gao Yang. Witchcraft harms people. The whole of Dakian is known. But this is a crime. A clean sweep. This is the first time in Dakian. Gao Tianlong's pale eyes looked at Gao Yang as he said in a deep voice. I'll ask one more question. Prince Rong is the #1 warrior of Diqian. How was he captured alive? Gao Yang very honestly said. Hundreds of swords and axes men are spread all over the outside of the temple. And inside the temple, they put on a show to trick Prince Rong into drinking wine with medicine, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Gao Changwen's eyes lit up. His medicine, to his credit. Prince Rong was born to be cautious. How could he drink it easily? Gao Feng couldn't help but ask. Father Lord, this is fallacious. His Majesty for his head. How can he break His Majesty's face? Moreover, Gao Yang pulled out the wine pot that was previously drugged from his robes. This is a yin and yang pot. Inside there are 2 layers of space. Just plug the respective space. You only need to plug the air holes of each space. Then you can pour in the poisonous and non-poisonous 2 kinds of wine. Prince Rong pressed his defenses and drank the same mixture of Wucheng's medicine. And his strength was greatly reduced as a result. My child's arm still has sleeve arrows quenched with hoodwinked powder. 1 on each side. So it didn't take much effort to take down Prince Rong. This statement was made. Gao Tianlong was stunned. For his part, Gao Feng's face changed. And when he was at the gate of the mansion, one of the sinful son's hands was in his sleeve. Did the sinful son not recognize himself? Or did he recognize himself and still have ideas? Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up and rubbed his hands together. Elder brother, can this object be given to me to use? The way he looked at this yin-yang pot was like a treasure. Gao Yang flatly refused. Nonsense. This thing you take will surely be a pitfall, damaging the prestige of my Dinghua Gongfu. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were somewhat relieved. Dinghua Gongfu is at least 100 years of the general's family reputation or to take into account a little. Gao Yang then reprimanded. You're dealing with Chang'an dilettantes, so if you use this to retaliate against them, wouldn't that be killing a chicken with a bull's knife? Besides, once the yin-yang pot has been pierced through the secret, how can my brother still drug and trap people in the future? Gao Yang had a serious face and Gao Changwen was dumbfounded. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were a little hard of hearing. That's all. You and go down to rest. Tomorrow morning court. I'm waiting to see your means. Gao Tianlong's mind was complicated as he spoke. Gao Yang also hurriedly saluted. Child excuses himself. Only after Gao Yang and Gao Changwen left did Gao Feng say to Gao Tianlong. In these few days, Yanger did summon the artisans of the house. And it seems that quite a few good things were tossed about. Gao Tianlong's eyes were sharp as he said quietly. Double the wages. And live in the mansion with your family in the future. The yin-yang pot, and Yang's inventions, are all regarded as top secrets of the house. After returning to his room, Gao Yan unloaded his equipment and was instantly at ease. Today's Chang'an must be unsettled, involving arrests, cleanup, which are all big projects, but all of these have nothing to do with him anymore. It's time for Wuju to be the villain. Wash your feet and go to bed. Ministry of Justice Jail. Little Gao Yang, this king will kill you. Wulong's eyes were red as his angry roar echoed out within the prison. He was drugged, but there was no solution at all. And while Wucheng still had a martial guard to detoxify the poison, he could only fight it off. It's such a drunken feeling. It was only until now that he felt a little calmer inside. Get in there. At that moment, the magistrate threw in Wucheng, who was in a sorry state. As soon as Wu Cheng saw Wulong, he couldn't help but ask, Father, aren't you going to the palace to seek justice? What the hell is going on here? As soon as Wulong thought of this, he was instantly filled with rage. That female emperor does not speak of martial virtues, and that Gao Yang is even as vicious and scheming as a livestock. Not only are there hundreds of swordsmen and axemen outside the palace, that Gao Yang also gave this king an aphrodisiac and laxative. And the most detestable thing is that guy also carries sleeve arrows, specializing in sneak attacks on this king's lower 3 ways. This is how the king was miserably killed. What? So Gao Yang and the empress are so sinister? Wu Sung was shocked. He looked sideways and saw that his father still had a cuff on his ass and thigh. Father, wouldn't that be the end of us? His Majesty only wants us dead. Then, Wu Qing told the story of Li Long's search for witch dolls in Prince Rong's residence. Wu Long gritted his teeth, his eyes grim. The Empress wouldn't be able to do such a thing. This must be that Gao Yang's idea. He's real dirty. This king only hates that it was not this king who made the move in advance. But then, it was as if Wu Long had thought of something, and a cold smile was on his face. Your Majesty is both trying to capture old man alive and laying out the witchcraft case in advance. Nothing more than to give old man a charge so as to appease the anger of the court and the world. In that case, this king will also give her an extermination. All these years, the wounds that this king has suffered for the great Qian are covered all over his body. Even if this king dies, he will still make her reputation. Wu Long had a cold smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. The next day, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the entire Chang'an. Inside the Golden Palace, civilian and military officials are listed on both sides, and in the past some noisy hall. Today it is quiet and scary. Song Li's face was full of concentration, and Cui Xingha also swept backward with eyes full of astonishment. Gao Yang stood leaning back, yawning lazily. This is naturally also a favor from Wuju. As of right now, he, a member of the household ministry, was not much different from a salted fish. Anyway, the household secretary is the peak. His Majesty has arrived. As a voice cut through the great hall, the 100 officials all looked in the direction where Wu Jiu was, only to see Wu Jiu wearing a golden-colored dragon robe, a powerful might permeating her body. Long live your Majesty. As soon as Wu Jiu appeared, all the officials saluted in unison. Wu Jiu sat on the dragon chair. Her phoenix eyes first swept the direction where Gao Yang was. Then she said to the 100 officials, "Yesterday's events. I'm sure all of you have heard a thing or two." For a while, the 100 officials were silent. Since Wulong was imprisoned means that the big picture has been decided. Today's courtroom, it is like going through a process to convict Prince Rong, so that the world will be convinced. Whoever dares to stand up to Prince Rong now is really looking for death. Wu Jiu leaned against the dragon chair and said with a majestic face, "Prince Rong is honored to be the prince of my Dakian, and is the first of the 3 major guiding ministers appointed by the late emperor. But to put witchcraft on me and curse me to an early death is simply painful to me. Bring Prince Rong up to me," accompanied by Wu Jiu's voice. Soon, Prince Rong was pressed up, only that the originally majestic Prince Rong was very wretched at the moment. His hair was disheveled, and although the crossbow arrows in his buttocks and thighs had been pulled out, blood soaked his white prison clothes, as if he had been tortured. Wulong's voice was hoarse as he said, "Your Majesty, I don't know what crime I have committed that could cause your Majesty to drug and backstab him again. If your Majesty can't tolerate me, why bother? Just one word and I'll die for your Majesty." For a while, along with Prince Rong's voice, the gazes of the 100 officials changed, and it was clear that there was much more sympathy. Takeshi's fists clenched. Gao Yang was really right. Wu Long was clearly letting her down, and even this wretched appearance was deliberately made. After all, she hadn't ordered a mass execution. This Wu Long is also a veteran minister of Dakian, and he has come with great force. With a sweep of her eyebrows, Wu Jiu looked at Gao Yang, who looked like she had nothing to do with me. She spoke slowly, "Officer Gao, what crime did Prince Rong commit? Tell me." Gao Yang was all confused. "What is this? Wasn't it Wu Jiu who took Prince Rong's path and left him with no way out? And you're dumping it on yourself?" But since Wu Jiu had spoken, he could only step forward. "Prince Rong, what crime have you committed? Are you not clear about it yourself? Daring to curse His Majesty with witchcraft so as to usurp power and seek the throne. His Majesty's keeping you alive is already a great mercy." Gao Yang suddenly spoke out. As soon as Wu Long saw Gao Yang, he simply hated his teeth. "Witchcraft? This king has never cast the so-called witchcraft. This is slander." Gao Yang arched his hand and said, "I also ask your Majesty to call witnesses." Soon, several witnesses entered the Golden Hall. Several people, not the least of whom are subordinates of Prince Rong's residence, identify Wu Long as having poisoned Wu Jiu by placing a parasitic spell on her. Wu Jiu threw another doll stained with dirt and tied with silver needles on the ground. "This is the witchcraft I seized from Prince Rong's residence. What explanation does the royal uncle give?" Wu Long's face remained unchanged as he said in a cold voice, "Witnesses can be tortured, and likewise, this so-called cursed doll can be put there by someone on purpose." This statement was like a sonic boom that spread throughout the Golden Palace. Song Li, Su Xuanji, Cui Xingha and the others' faces changed. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. That's a tough fight with Wu Jiu. Wu Long had no qualms about it. He knew what he was facing. The change of power has been brutal since the beginning of time. But Wu Jiu wanted both power and fame. And how in the world could that happen? Today, he would make Wu Jiu unable to get off the stage. He took a deep breath, shackles on his head and feet, and he was just about to open his mouth, ordering his guards to undo their tops and give Wu Jiu a hard time. but there was a steep pop from behind him. "Your Majesty, I ask your Majesty to strip off Prince Rong's top." When Gao Yang's voice came out, Wu Long was directly confused. "What do you mean?" But it was just what he wanted. Wu Ju coldly said, "Granted." Soon, the guards came forward and removed Prince Rong's shirt, revealing the hideous scars all over his back. Among them, there were knife wounds and arrow merchants, and the scars were crisscrossed like centipedes. For a while, the 100 officials moved, especially some military generals could not help but want to speak out. "Prince Rong, are you worthy of these scars on your body?" Gao Yang spoke out in pain, pointing at Wu Long. Wu Long instantly widened his eyes. Cui Xinghe's face trembled furiously, instantly understanding Gao Yang's sinister intentions. Before Wu Long could open his mouth, Gao Yang continued to point at Wu Long and opened his mouth. "The one Prince Rong that I have in mind is the Prince Rong who used his life to maintain the Great Qian River and Mountain. In the battle between Bai Hegu and Zhao, Prince Rong, you took the lead, killing people in the midst of 10,000 troops as bloody men and horses as bloody horses. Do you remember that? Ligao City battle. You one person to resist the standard, hit by 4 arrows, but still go forward, kill the Chu army defeated. After the war, your body armor almost become a hedgehog, life hanging in the balance. Do you remember?" Wu Long froze. His eyes went wide. "It's all his words." Gao Yang continued loudly. "In the Battle of Xichang, the late emperor's imperial chariot was almost captured alive. Or you were the first to charge in with your elite cavalry to save the late emperor. The late emperor died, gave you the Danshu iron coupon, and appointed you as the head of the 3 major ministers of Guanwei and Deqian. What kind of trust is this? And what kind of honor is this? But what about you? You first wasted the late emperor's trust, and then you wasted his majesty's trust. You went so far as to curse his majesty with witchcraft. You are ashamed of the scars all over your body. You are ashamed of this honor of yours. This move is truly chilling to the court, chilling to his majesty, and chilling to the world." Wu Long was stunned, his eyes all in disbelief. These could be all the words he used to question Wu Ju. "Now that you've said it, what do I say?" Wu Long was instantly anxious. "Gao Yang, you're bloodthirsty." Gao Yang's face was unchanged. "Prince Rong, as a military general, you should be able to stand up to the sky and dare to act. Now that the ironclad evidence is like a mountain, do you still want to continue to sophistry? If you admit it, you will appear to be frank instead, and if you persist in sophistry, you will only be displeasing to the people of the world." Wu Long couldn't tense up. This kid is so mean. What should he say now? It was not right to argue. It was even more wrong to admit it. And with these scars, he had in turn given himself an advantage. First give his son drug, and design him a 9-turn bowel. Take down his means is even more dirty. Not only the knife and axe hand outside, but also give him drug, crossbow and arrow without martial arts sneak attack. Gao Yang, this king is daying your ancestor. You'll get what's coming to you. Wu Long's eyes spewed fire, itching to bite Gao Yang to death. Wu Jiao sighed, very sentimental said, "The former royal uncle, for my Qian, born to die, is a hero." This full of scars witnessed the glory of the royal uncle. "But I really did not think that the power of the temptation is so great. And even let the royal uncle with this dirty tactics." Wu Ju spoke with a pained look on her face. "Although the royal uncle negative me, negative Qian, but I cannot be negative royal uncle? Although the crime of treason, the book of iron and steel coupon is not useful, but I want to uncle to start, to a great Qian's former ministers to start. I certainly cannot do. Men, escort imperial uncle to the heavenly prison and treat him well." The 100 officials moved in unison, then shouted, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is truly a benevolent ruler." The historian also wiped the corners of his eyes and wrote furiously, "This royal love is so touching." Wu Long was trembling with anger and almost lost his breath. He looked at Gao Yang and then at the very distressed Wu Jiao. Only several idioms flashed through his mind. One hill of beans, snakes and rats, lycanthropy, adulterers and adulteresses. Wu Long's body trembled with anger and his eyes glared. He was going to give Wu Jiao a jinx, but in the end, with Gao Yang's wickedness, he was left with nothing to say instead. Even angrily scolding Wu Ju now would still appear to be Wu Ju's holy grace, and that he is the one who does not know what to do. Sure enough, the person who wronged you knows your wrongdoing better than anyone else, especially this Gao Yang, pounding his soft underbelly. This pair of monarchs and ministers is just absolutely perfect. Wu Long was dragged down and rebound to the heavenly prison. The large golden palace resounded with the sound of compliments one after another. "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty's imperial grace is great." Song Li, Cui Xinghe, and the other ministers all looked at Gao Yang with strange gazes. Even Summit had a complicated look on his face. Gao Yang's wickedness made him feel a sense of familiarity. Although he was a political enemy, he could perceive one or two of Prince Rong's suffocation. His sinful son and the empress were in perfect harmony. This Prince Rong fell, the empress of power. The world do not know how many corrupt officials to tremble. Summit was silent. Fortunately, the sinful son is his son. The Prince of Honor really went down with a bang. Hundreds of officials, since they are not fools, behind the eyes of the people can see. This is Prince Rong and the struggle for imperial power. It's just that Wuju hit faster and harder. But Wuju handled it beautifully. As long as it can give an account to the world, this will be enough. And even the history books will be written will also be beautiful. With the case of witchcraft, the bloodless settlement of Prince Rong, and for the sake of royal favor, Prince Rong's successive generations of merit, to stay his life. And some keen sense of smell officials are also clear about one thing. This witchcraft case will also sweep through Qianlong. Prince Rong's party will be swept away. Prince Rong's fall is not terrible. The entire dynasty, who dares to stand in the way of Wu Jiu? That is the case of witchcraft accomplices. Which is only the case of witchcraft is the most horrible place. The matter of Prince Rong is referred to the Ministry of Justice for conviction. Minister of Justice Lei Yun rushed forward. I obey the decree. Wu Jiu's gaze looked toward Lei Yun, full of deep meaning. Ministry of Justice Secretary Lei Yun and Prince Rong walk cannot be close. With Prince Rong to fish at the same time, but also to try Lei Yun's loyalty, but it is two birds with one stone. Do you have anything else to do, my dear ministers? Wu Jiu sat on the dragon chair, her phoenix eyes majestic. She looked down on the civil and military officials in the court, and an unprecedented grandeur arose in her heart. From this moment on, the power of De Qian will be in her hands. She will have no more constraints. The 100 officials looked at each other. In the end, Yan Zhang, the royal historian, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Prince Rong has committed a mortal sin. Your Majesty is merciful, and I, Yan Zhang, support it. But today, I have something important to present. Wu Jiu looked at Yan Zhang, red lips gently opened, said, Yan Doctor is my Qian important minister. What important things, just boldly speak. For a while, all the civil and military officials all looked towards Yan Zhang. Yan Zhang's face was expressionless as he looked at Wu Jiu and said, Your Majesty, the river ruling department proposed repairing the Spirit Canal 2 months ago to dredge the Yangtze River channel to prevent flooding. I feel that with the stability of this day and down below, and with the wealth of our country and people in Dakian, it is time to start the construction of the Spirit Canal. Furthermore, when His Majesty ascends to the throne, Chu and Yan, which border our great Qian, are slow to send ambassadors to congratulate us, they should send messengers and severely condemn them. This statement was made. The looks of Wu Jiu and the civil and military officials steeply turned serious. Since ancient times, floods have been a great threat. All the emperors of the past dynasties, but all good water management, in the history books have a high evaluation. Just how can De Qian have so much money at the moment? Wu Jiu looked at the 100 officials and said in a deep voice, All of you, what do you think about this matter? Cui Xinghe immediately stepped forward and said, It's fine for Chu and Yan to send their envoys forward. I feel that the priority right now is to prevent problems before they happen and treat the water in advance. The method of water treatment should be to bind the water with dikes, attack the sand with water, and store and clear and brush the yellow. I agree with the words of Yan Royal Secretary. Today's plan, when repairing the spiritual canal, guide the river, advance water storage, in order to avoid the arrival of the rainy season. Otherwise, once the rain increases in the rainy season, the outbreak of flooding, which will be a disaster for our great Qian. Cui Xinghe's voice resounded through the great hall. With the fall of Prince Rong, all his henchmen will be cleared away, and the court will be under Wu Jiu's thumb. But it also means a change of power and an opportunity. Cui Xinghe will not let go of this great opportunity. Water management has always been a big problem. He also studied a lot. It was his time to shine. When Cui Xinghe's words came out, a group of ministers nodded their heads in agreement. This method of water treatment is still very good. Wu Jiu's expression was a bit grave. For the current De Qian, water management is really not an easy thing. Want to strengthen the river bank, dredge the river, and even storage of water to prevent flooding, which involves the people. I'm afraid that hundreds of thousands and millions of people. Moreover, she is now also laying out a plan against Zhao. Only the courtiers do not know that if it is a two-pronged attack, this will be a great pressure on the treasury of Dakian. But if we want to repair the river dike and greatly develop the water conservancy project, during which millions of people will be involved, where will my Dakian get so much silver? What do you say, Officer Gao? Wu Jiu turned her gaze to Gao Yang and said with deep meaning. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. This empress was addicted to pulling his wool. How can he not understand the empress of the words? To put it bluntly is that the great Qian now silver is not much. They are still on Zhao Onyx's laying out the construction of the Nulla thing, but also have to delay a bit. But Wu Jiu couldn't think of a good reason. so he asked him to think of something. This matter is also clear to him. January before the rumors were spreading. The court wants to repair the spiritual canal. The recruitment of people. The so-called Spirit Canal is a key river in the middle and upper reaches of the Great Chien. Repairing large-scale water conservancy projects, used to store water, adjust the water level, and prevent flooding. Obviously, Wuju doesn't want to do it right now, because it's too laborious. Prince Rong wants him to solve this repair Spirit Canal, also want him to stop. He can't help but look at Wu Jiu one more time. Later Wu Jiu does not give him a little reward. That can be too much to say. Cui Xingha had a black face. The Empress had turned a deaf ear to his strategy of water treatment. Instead she was eyeballing with Gao Yang. He's a Qian scholar. He doesn't want to lose face? He turned his gaze to Gao Yang. Water management can be different from business and commerce together. Is Lord Gao still proficient in water management? Gao Yang faintly said, I'm not talented, and I know a little bit about water management, and I have a plan to take care of Chuan Yan's disrespect to my Dakian. This statement was made. Cui Xingha was directly confused. The 100 officials were also all shocked. Lord Gao said that there is a plan to solve the problem of Chuan Yan disrespecting my Dakian along with the water treatment? How is this possible? Cui Xingha was in disbelief and only felt that it was a mirage. Su Xuanji also stepped forward and said, Lord Gao, how can this disrespect between Dechu and De Yen be related to water healing? The 100 officials had questioning faces, as if they had heard a big joke. The truth is that these two things are so unrelated that they have nothing to do with each other. But the only ones who were shaken were Wu Jiu, Shangwan Wan Er, and Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong. I have a plan for Goyang, and only they understand the gold in that statement. Gao Feng learned his lesson and didn't utter a reprimand. He just stared at Gao Yang's face. He wanted to see what Gao Yang wanted to do. Wu Jiu's pair of phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang's body. She was also curious about what wonderful plan Gao Yang had. She just wanted Gao Yang to pull an excuse to delay the matter of repairing the Spirit Canal for a period of time, and wait for the completion of the harvest against Zhao first. Gao Yang is really involved in water treatment? Could it be that she didn't understand what she was saying? No, it shouldn't. Gao Yang's stomach must be holding something bad again. Inside the Golden Palace, Gao Yang took a step and idly said, the Spirit Canal can easily require hundreds of thousands of folk. Its scale is so large and vast that it is by no means a small matter. Everyone knows the benefits of the Spirit Canal. Not only can it regulate the water level, but it can also control the speed of the water flow, which has a great effect on flooding. But have you all ever thought of a problem? Once the war between the 7 countries in the world reignites, and my Dakian is invaded by a strong enemy, once the enemy army captures the area around the Spirit Nulla, what will happen to the millions of people downstream if the embankment is dug up and the gates are opened to waterproof the river? A word fell. Almost instantly, the entire Great Qian courtroom fell into silence, and the pupils of countless courtiers shrank. If it was really as Gao Yang said, then this would be an even bigger disaster. Monstrous floodwaters will pour down and spread throughout the downstream area, where millions of people will be left homeless and farmland will be destroyed. What will follow will be skyrocketing food prices and the people will not be able to live. Cui Xingha frowned and said, such a poisonous plan. How can it be used lightly when it is bound to be used in a heavenly rift? Lu Jin, however, said, Lord Cui is wrong. On the battlefield, for the sake of victory, what ploys can't be used? The old man will have heard of a poisonous plan, even if the plague and smallpox and other stubborn diseases, but also can be used to throw the corpse into the enemy camp with a stone thrower, placed in the upper reaches of the water source, turned into a wonderful plan to kill the enemy. What is the solution to this? Lu Jin even gave Gao Yang a special look as he spoke. Zhao Banu, Xin Jinghua, and Wu Jiu's gazes also fell on Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang had a calm face, his skin as thick as a city wall, and pretended that he didn't hear it. Cui Xingha and a group of ministers were however filled with shock. Hiss! Is there still such a cunning plan in the world? They all drew in a breath of cold air. Cui Xingha's fists clenched. But even if that's possible, we can't not treat the water, right? Cui Xingha would like to hear the high opinion of Lord Gao. What Cui Xingha said was, naturally, a brilliant plan to combine punishing De Chu and De Yen with water treatment. For a while, many gazes gathered on Gao Yang. Gao Yang revealed a smile. Repairing large-scale water conservancy projects such as the Spirit Canal is not only laborious and costly, consuming astronomical amounts of manpower in gold and silver, but under today's unsettled situation of the 7 kingdoms, it's like hanging a sword over the head of my Qian. It is well known that I have always been a conservative. My suggestion is that instead of hanging a sword over the head of Qian, it would be better to put that sword on someone else's neck. A group of ministers? Lu Jin was shocked. Cui Xingha was shocked. The 100 officials were confused. Even Wu Jiu couldn't help but ask, how do you suspend a sword around someone's neck? Gao Yang revealed a smile that made Shangwan Wanner's heart tremble as he continued. Not only do I have a slight study on commerce and military law, I also have some research on the direction of the rivers of Deqian. It's just that this plan of mine will cost far more manpower than building the Spirit Canal, but once it succeeds, it will put the sword on the necks of Chu and Great Yan. For a while, the gazes of the 100 officials all gathered on Gao Yang. The terrain of Maidakian is high in the west and low in the east, and most of the rivers flow from west to east, such as the Yellow River, Yangtze River, and Huai River, but there are also rivers that flow in other directions. The Kanglin River flows all the way toward the south, while the Yarlung Zangbor River along Maidakian Plateau flows first toward the east and then toward the south. South of Dakian, it is Chu and Yan, two countries within the territory of the drought from time to time lack of water. It's territory of the main river, but also just a change of name. Half of its water is Maidakian Sanglong River and Yarlung Zangbor River water convergence. If we can cut off the water flow from the Yarlung Zangbua and Lantsong rivers, and transfer water into the Yangtze River and the source of the Yellow River, not only can I, Dakian, have 10,000 acres of good land again, but also cut off the flowing water in the territory of Dachu and Yen, which is bound to be even more arid, and if we want to make him flood, it is also just a thought. I wonder what you gentlemen think of this plan of mine. A word fell. The entire Golden Palace instantly fell into a deathly silence, and the crowd stared wide-eyed. Somewhat hard to believe. Wu Jiao was also clenching her fists and her beautiful eyes were wide. Shangwan Wanner even almost didn't stand still and fell to the ground. Dachu and Yan are in perennial drought, and if Dakian can cut off the rivers of the Kanglin and Yarlung Zangbua, he will be able to hang a knife on the necks of Dachu and Yan, even artificially created floods. Truixing his face trembled wildly as he looked in horror to where Gao Yang was, and the entire court, even Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong, were all shocked. Is this a ploy proposed by a human being? He said that the construction of the spiritual canal was a labor of love. But if the water of a river is blocked and diverted to the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, is it not a project 10 times more voluminous? Wouldn't that be more laborious? Truixingha had thought that Gao Yang was really a conservative, but he didn't realize that he was a conservative who felt that the radicals were too conservative. If this was really made, the end of Great Chu and Great Yen would be at hand, and even a single thought could make the people of Great Chu and Great Yen suffer and wail. Wu Jiao's eyes flowed, her phoenix eyes getting brighter and brighter. As soon as Gao Yang took a look at Wu Jiao's expression, he knew that Wu Jiao was moved. But Truixingha returned to his senses and categorically said, "This matter must not be allowed. Not to mention the rivers of the Kanglin and Yarlung Zangpu, relying solely on my existing national strength of Dakian can cut off and introduce them into the source of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Even if it is a success, behind this will have to pay a price that my Dakian simply cannot afford to pay. Furthermore, once this large-scale project is started, it will not be able to hide from Dechu and Dayen, and they will definitely come to fight with their armies, or else the two countries will really have a sword on their necks from my Deqian. War, coming in a moment." Chancellor Su Xuanji also stood up and said, "The Yarlung Zangbua River is located on a plateau, and under those circumstances, if you want to cut off the river, I don't know how many corvée laborers are needed, and how many people have to die. Although there will be heavenly benefits after this is completed, the price that Lord Gao said is too high." Lu Jin and other military generals, on the other hand, said in succession, "A bunch of old pikers. Things happen for a reason. Won't people die if we build a spiritual canal? You are so crowned. It's just the difference between dying more or less." The old man supports the household ministry's brilliant plan. With this one's own head hanging a knife, it is better to put the knife on other people's necks. For a while, the Golden Palace was a mess of noise, but the originator, Gao Yang, is still in his old mind. The poisoner only puts forward the poisonous plan. As to whether it is feasible or not, and whether it is adopted or not, that is the business of Wu Jiao and the 100 officials. Wu Jiao came back to her senses and also felt that this matter was too heavenly, but this argument would have dragged the matter out, and accomplished her purpose. Enough! At the sound of her voice, the 100 officials were instantly quiet. Wu Jiao gazed at the 100 officials. At the moment the world is stable. It is not appropriate for me, De Qian, to labor and hurt the people. This matter allows me to consider one or two, the household department minister to come with me for a while. Retreat! Wu Jiao finished and took a step to get up. Yes, Gao Yang also followed in a hurry. Soon, Wu Jiao brought Gao Yang to the imperial garden of the harem. Wu Jiao gazed at Gao Yang and said, "In today's courtroom, whether it's for Prince Rong's preemptive strike or his later stirring of the pot, I'm very satisfied. I have you to assist me, and I will definitely create a hegemony." Wu Jiao looked back, without half a blemish, filled with noble face in the golden sunlight shrouded, filled with thrilling beauty. Gao Yang, on the other hand, said with a puzzled expression, Your Majesty, where did I stir up trouble? Along with Gao Yang's voice, Wu Jiu and Shangguan Air were shocked. Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes stared at Gao Yang, cutting off the water flow from the Yarlung Zanghua and Lunsong rivers, transferring water into the Yangtze River and Yellow River sources, allowing me to have more than 10,000 acres of good land in Diqian, and cutting off the water of Dichu and Yen. You didn't mean to come out and stir up trouble? Shangguan Wan'er followed suit and looked at Gao Yang and said, Lord Gao, this is something that will never be accomplished. Not only will the people labor and die, but it will also cause Chu and Yen to come to fight. How can this be achieved? Gao Yang faced the skeptical voices of Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wan'er. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty and Lord Shangguan's words are fallacious. I admit that this ploy is difficult, and it is not suitable to be carried out at the moment, but that doesn't mean later. If I, De Qian, were strong enough, then would De Yen and De Chu dare to come and attack? Furthermore, whether it's a layout against Zhao, or if His Majesty wants to take on the feudal lords of the world, once it succeeds, this will lead to a surge in the power of the great Qian nation. As long as it's a war, then there will be prisoners, so why should we use our people in Diqian as laborers? I see that within the city of Chang'an there are also overseas barbarians 10,000 miles away, whose have bodies as black as charcoal, and are known as Kunlun slaves by merchants and traders, and I have heard that the tribes they are in are extremely backward, and not only resistant to the sun, but also physically strong. When my great Qian is strong, we can send a fleet of ships across the sea, and as long as we find its location, there will be a steady stream of Kunlun slaves, and we will send all of them to dig for mines as corvée labor. Wouldn't that be great? This statement was made. Hiss. Even Wu Jiu was shocked. Shangguan Wan'er was also filled with emotion. As long as there is war, then there are prisoners, and then there is forced labor, and then there are Kunlun slaves, and putting aside the Kunlun slaves, are the lives of the people of the other 6 countries not lives? This guy is really ruthless. At this time, Gao Yang smiled again and said, and I have been studying some gadgets these days. If it can be done, not only the river diversion for my Diqian, there are other aspects will also have great benefits. Furthermore, once I come up with this poisonous plan, Chu and Great Yen will surely be on pins and needles. And will they not dare not send someone to come and pay respects to your Majesty? This also counts as a small warning to them. Wouldn't it be nice to have 3 uses for one plan? Wu Jiu sniffed and looked deeply at Gao Yang. Shangguan Wan'er is also the heart set off waves of shock. Can be so poisonous plan said so lightly? Only Gao Yang a person. Gao Yang couldn't help but rub his hands together again. Your Majesty, I have another unkind request. Can you get some death row inmates for me to make up for some gold and silver for their families? What are you doing? Wu Jiu was instantly shocked. This guy also wanted to compensate the death row inmates' family. It's certainly not an easy thing to do. This gadget of mine needs to be tested. It would be bad if it hurt me. But the death row inmates who have committed great crimes and want to work for Diqian are just right. When these words came out, Wu Jiu's eyes became more and more strange. She realized that she could not see through Gao Yang more and more now, but she had to say that these poisonous plans of Gao Yang's, that were really poisonous, and to have come up with soap and a yin yang pot in such a short time, the gadgets he was talking about were bound to be even more appalling. It even required the use of a death row prisoner, so the danger and power of this item must be very great. I will issue a decree ordering the Ministry of Justice to cooperate with you. Wu Jiu looked deeply at Gao Yang. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Yang automatically ignored the complexity in Wu Jiu's eyes and smiled. Wu Shu's brows swept up. Is there something else for the member? I have nothing to do with it. But does Your Majesty have something else? Gao Yang spoke out tentatively, with a face of intent. Wu Jiu first froze, then her eyebrows suddenly loosened, and her face strangely said, Is it a reward that the member refers to? The smile on Gao Yang's face grew brighter, but the words out of his mouth were more righteous. See what Your Majesty said. Do I look like that kind of person? I just want to ask about using Prince Rome to make a game as a way to fish for the remaining members of the dynasty. And for Your Majesty to think of the minister in this way is really heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Wu Jiu's face looked strange, and the corners of Shangguan Wan'er's mouth twitched. Wu Jiu said with her hands in the air, Prince Rome's matter. I have my own arrangements. The member of the clan does not need to worry, but I have always rewarded for my merits and punished for my faults. You helped me get rid of Prince Rome this big trouble, and offered such a wonderful plan. Since there should be a reward, Prince Rome's house is under my control, and has not yet been copied, and you are good at merchanting together, then this matter will be your responsibility. Go, and copy Prince Rome's house to me, Wu Jiu said with deep meaning. When Gao Yang heard this, he was instantly shaken in spirit. Prince Rome is powerful in the imperial court. There must be countless goodies in this mansion. This is a blessed errand. What's more, since he crossed over, he hadn't copied the house. The curiosity in his heart instantly couldn't be suppressed. I thank your majesty for his divine grace. Wu Jiu added. Go, I will send someone to assist you. When Gao Yang heard this, it was suddenly like a pot of cold water had been poured on him. This was clearly supervising him. We'll just have to see what happens and take some valuable treasure. After Gao Yang left, Shangguan Wan'er said with some concern, Your Majesty, Prince Rong is powerful in the imperial court, and the wealth of his residence must be astonishing. So why don't you let me go instead of eunuch Gao? If he goes, I feel bound to be greedy. Wu Jiu gazed at Gao Yang's departing back as she fatally said, This reason, I told you earlier. For a pillar of talent like Gao Yang, I am not afraid of him being greedy, but I am afraid of him not being greedy, and I am afraid of him having no weaknesses. Shangguan Wan'er nodded with a dazed expression. So His Majesty did it on purpose? Wu Jiu retracted her phoenix eyes and nodded. Good. I need him to work for me, not only to cut down the clans and strengthen the country, but also to check and balance the 6 countries. Where in heaven is there a reason to let the horse run and not give the horse grass to eat? Your Majesty has a point with this statement. But since Elder Gao dared to hint at county magistrate do even under my watch, I'm afraid he'll go too far. Shangguan Wan'er had a worried look on her face. She recognized Gao Yang's ability, but she was also really uneasy about his character. Wu Jiu smiled confidently. Wouldn't I have thought of that? When I said that I would send one man and horse to assist, I really meant that he should not go too far. Li Long, the commander of the Forbidden Army, has always been upright and incorruptible, and cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes, so I will let him go along. Gao Yang is under his nose. Even if he is corrupt, how much can he be? Wu Jiu stood in the imperial garden with her hands folded, her face full of confidence. Shangguan Wan'er also said repeatedly, Your Majesty is wise. Prince Rong's residence. Gao Yang stood within the large royal residence. Even he had to marvel at the prosperity of Prince Rong's residence. From afar, the pavilions are strewn together, rockery pond embellished. The degree of prosperity. It is simply 10 times more than the Dinghua Gongfu. Lord Gao, this is the silver and jewelry recovered from Prince Rong's residence. A few guards carried more than a dozen heavy boxes to the lobby, and Li Long arched his hand towards Gao Yang and saluted. He had a face of righteousness and his eyes looked straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang lifted it and what met his eyes were boxes of silver ingots and jewelry. Even he had to sigh. Corruption. Simply too corrupt. This Prince Rong really deserves to die. I don't know how much of the people's wealth has been raided behind the scenes. Gao Yang stood in the lobby, full of pain. Smooth hand will be a horseshoe-shaped silver ingot to the sleeve. Bland as nothing happened. There are 3 types of silver ingots in Dakian, of which the horseshoe-shaped ones are the most valuable, and one can be pawned for 50 taels, but also the rarest, like the hammer-shaped center spindle. This is smaller and worth 10 taels, plus it's a silver ingot of 1 or 2 silver pieces. What Gao Yang took was naturally a 50 taels horseshoe-shaped silver ingot. The head Li Long's eyes glazed over, looking at Gao Yang with some consternation. Gao Yang sensed this look and immediately his face trembled. This Li Long had a righteous face. To be sent by the empress to assist him, he obviously had a great deal of trust. Is this silver in hand going to fly away? Gao Yang has a face of egg pain. This time reflects the benefits of paper money. Silver ingots are not only heavy, but also small amounts. But all 50 taels have to be returned? Then how else could he make a play for the empress? Just as Gao Yang hesitated, Li Long waved his hand to his left and right guards and said, You guys go down and continue to search, and investigate every corner of Prince Rong's residence. After the guards went down, Li Long also pulled out a horseshoe-shaped silver ingot from the box. He weighed it. This general was not wrong about your honor. It is true that you are a fellow traveler. Since your honor is taking the lead, then I will not be polite either. With that, he put the silver ingot into his sleeve as well. Gao Yang instantly looked dumbfounded. I've heard that Lord Li is upright and incorruptible, with eyes that can't tolerate a speck of sand. And when I see him today, he really lives up to his name. Gao Yang said with a leathery smile. Li Long bent down and smiled, and said to Gao Yang, What Lord Gao said is all vanity before His Majesty. A little vanity. If it were not for this false name, how would this blessed errand have come to my general's turn? Truth be told, your honors leveling grain prices, punishing grain merchants, as well as managing the locust plague and executing Prince Rong's tactics. This general's admiration for Lord Gao is like a torrent of river water, unceasing, and like the yellow river's water overflowing, uncontrollable. Today, this general would like to form a brotherhood of different surnames with Lord Gao. I wonder what Lord Gao would like to do. Li Long's eyes were chiseled as he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang eyelids fluttered. He counted to see. This Li Long on greed, more ruthless than even he. But to befriend a forbidden army commander, this was definitely good for him as well. Under the bundle of interests, it is a backer. If Commander Li is so forthcoming, this official is willing to do so. But let's forget about killing chickens and drinking blood wine. For one thing, it will attract people's attention. And for another, in case it's a sick chicken that's been raised for 2.5 years, we'll suffer from the old sin. Li Long hurriedly nodded his head and said, what Lord Gao said is very reasonable. Today you and I, brothers, are gathered here. How many such opportunities are there in a person's life? If we don't do this, won't we let down this great opportunity? Liren meant it. Cao Yang nodded and looked deeply at Li Long. It's definitely a talent. What Brother Li said has some truth to it. Cao Yang nodded while touching a few more buttons of silver into his long sleeves. Seeing this, Li Long directly laughed and said, Lord Gao, when this official received the decree, His Majesty specifically instructed. This comment made Gao Yang's hand pause. What did His Majesty command? Gao Yang had a curious look on his face. His Majesty made it a point to say that if Senior Gao takes some silver, as long as it's not excessive, let me pretend that I didn't see it. I've been an official in Li Long's palace for decades. This is the first time I've seen this kind of decree, and His Majesty's favor for Senior Gao is truly enviable. So high adults are under the decree to take the money. Can be bold a little? This silver ingot is not valuable, and heavy, but if high adults like this a big box, later sent to Dinghui Gongfu is, Liren said with bravado. Gao Yang was instantly stunned. That's okay? This embezzlement of his, apart from his natural love of money, was incidentally a play for the Empress. It was also just as he thought. With the successive poisonous plans and his status, the Empress felt that he would be more at ease if he was a bit greedy instead. But isn't this moving in boxes a bit much? If this reaches the Empress's ears, I'm afraid it won't be good. Li Long patted his chest and spoke out. Lord Gao, don't worry. The Forbidden Army that copied the family are all their own people. Only need to make some points up and down. As long as it's not too much. The Empress is unaware of it. Water to clear. There is no fish. This reasoning, the Empress since no, and the truth is not to hide. This will be an official dozens of years. Small money has never received. Has been waiting for this kind of great opportunity. Cao Yang was shocked. You haven't coveted for 10 years, and you're waiting for today? He felt like he was being held up to the fire, and this wasn't going to work without taking more. If he doesn't take it, Li Long won't take it, which is to cut off people's wealth and kill their parents, which is really difficult to do. Difficult to do, but if he has a large sum of silver, then he can hype up a lot more. And according to the ruthlessness with which the Empress had dealt with Prince Rong, once the Empress flipped, he and the entire Dinghui Gongfu would be in danger. It's nice to take down the Empress, but what if you can't? If you have this amount of silver and develop it secretly, it is not a bad way back. Does your honor know how much silver was copied out of this Prince Rong's mansion? Li Long suddenly whispered. This really piqued Gao Yang's curiosity. How much silver? According to the estimated value, a full 1,597,803 taels. The words came out. Hiss. Even Gao Yang could not help but draw a breath of cold air. The tax of a province in Dakian is only a few 100,000 taels a year, and Prince Rong's family fortune is 1,599,000 taels? As a black-hearted do-gooder capitalist who licks blood from the knife's edge, behind the sky-high risks also means sky-high profits. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. With a lot of guts, an empress could take maternity leave, let alone this sky-high silver. He admitted that his heart was moved. It's like a bone-deep instinct that simply can't be suppressed. In my opinion, you and I, the two brothers, why don't we add 2 and 1 to 5, and erase impartially? After all, some calligraphy and paintings, jade pendants. It's hard to say what this is worth. Li Long looked flickering and made a suggestion. Gao Yang stroked his chin. 1 million taels of silver. 500,000 taels for one person. Isn't this a bit excessive? When Gao Yang said this shocked Li Long. He's talking about wiping out bits and pieces. And that's just wiping out tens of thousands of taels, hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. I didn't expect Gao Yang to wipe directly from front to back. Li Long stuck out his thumb with a shocked look on his face. Brother Li does not know. I also have a little study of the laws of Deqian. Tens of thousands of taels and hundreds of thousands of taels. The end is similar. Both are a death. But such a large sum of silver. This if it is transported to the mansion. I am afraid that it will attract attention. Gao Yang was a bit hesitant. This silver he was not worried about exposing. As long as each person took it, it would be the same as if none of them had taken it. Otherwise, something will happen to all of them. Instead, he was the safest one, before the 6 kingdoms were settled. As long as he could make Deqian rich and strong, the Empress would turn a blind eye. And his gunpowder hadn't even been born yet, which was a big saving grace for him. These hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, the profit outweighs the risk, and it also prevents a big change in the future. When the Empress flips, Li Long smiled and said, "In the remote part of Chang'an, I will have several mansions, so I will transport them there first, and have them guarded, and old brother Gao will go to pick them up at any time. Besides, we are doing this for His Majesty's sake. The number is too big. His Majesty will inevitably be sad and angry. As a minister's duty, we should share the king's worries." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, all of them wearing heartfelt smiles. "And Prince Rong's residence. For my brother to see concubines also have a lot of, which not only by Prince Rong beat up the bulging big bag, and Kunlun slaves, exotic, high old brother can be interested in?" The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched as he pulled out his own Rouge Pavilion Supreme token. "This is not necessary, but this Prince Rong is really ruthless, even beating people like this. It is better for brotherly to bring back to the house for proper medical treatment." After only a few moments of work, the two hooked up, looking like they hated each other. In the evening, the sun sets. Gao Yang was the first to return to the palace to resume his duties. "Your Majesty, it has been found out that Prince Rong's residence has silver and property worth 597,803 taels. It's outrageous." Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu and said aloud. Wu Jiu was dealing with the Sangha, and when she heard the news, she was shocked. "What? That much? That's over 500,000 taels of silver." Wu Jiu slammed his hand on the table with endless anger on his face, killing intent permeating around him. "This is a province's tax for a year, or even more." Wu Jiu's face was filled with anger, her expression shocked. The number, apparently, was far more than she had imagined. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. The same indignation said, "This Prince Rong is really excessive, more than 500,000 taels of silver. How much of the people's fat and cream should this be searched?" Wu Jiu nodded, but she always felt that there was something strange about Gao Yang. She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger within her, those phoenix eyes looking towards the sky outside the hall with an icy face. From Prince Rong can be seen up and down the Qian dynasty vassal king. Its corruption, certainly also extremely large. This reinforces Wu Jiu's mind. Today, the first point to do is to cut the clan. Wu Jiu turned her gaze to Gao Yang, and said slowly, "Elder Gao, Prince Rong has already been imprisoned, and can't afford to turn over any big waves. Do you still remember what you promised me?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, naturally knowing what Wu Jiu was referring to. He nodded his head in affirmation. "I will do everything I can to help your Majesty make Deqian strong." Generally speaking, he took 500,000 taels of silver, which if he did not reflect his own importance, he was really feeling his head cold. "I want some immediate ploys. Is it possible for Secretary Gao to do that?" Wu Jiu continued. "Zhao Onyx, this poisonous plan is good, but the layout time is also long. At the moment or to the current situation of Deqian, the fundamental change of the law to strengthen the country." She pinned her hopes on Gao Yang. Gao Yang arched his hand and saluted. "I have a wonderful plan in my heart. Your Majesty can only rest assured, but some aspects, I still need to consider thoroughly. One or two, these days, we'll be able to give your Majesty a stable method." Wu Jiu's face grew weirder and weirder. From what she knew, there was something very wrong with Gao Yang. When Gao Yang walked out of the palace, Wu Jiu called out to Li Long. Li Long, pay my respects to your Majesty." Li Long was straight and righteous. "How much did the member take?" Wu Jiu asked out loud, her face indifferent. As soon as he heard these words, Li Long immediately said, "Your Majesty, I just wanted to report to you, the Household Ministry's foreign minister, its greed, its boldness. I simply can't stand to see it. I want to impeach the Household Ministry's foreign minister. He actually took a full 5,000 taels of silver in front of me." Li Long gave a beat, and then said, "And not only did Mr. Gao take it himself, but he also gave me 500 taels of silver to seal it. If it weren't for your Majesty's special instructions, I would have flipped out on the spot, and I would have surrendered the 500 taels of silver in a moment." Wu Jiu raised an eyebrow and sneered. "I'll say why this guy is so weak-minded that he coveted 5,000 taels of silver, but forget it, I am not a petty person. If I can make Gao Yang try his best to come up with a few brilliant ideas for Deqian, this is also something good." As she spoke, she looked at Li Long again. 500 taels of silver don't need to be turned in. In addition, I am rewarding you with 5,000 taels of silver as a reward. I will never be stingy with those who have merited." Li Long was stunned, then immediately shook his head and said, "Eating the king's salary, being loyal to the king, bearing the king's sorrows, and serving his Majesty, this is what I should do. I can't take these 5,000 taels. It's too much for my conscience to take this money." Looking at the righteous Li Long, Wu Jiu's eyes suddenly warmed up. She sighed. If all the officials of Deqian are like Secretary Li, why worry about Deqian not prospering? She investigated Li Long into the palace as a messenger for decades, but penniless, never accept money, the wind of integrity. Smacking, now facing the 5,000 taels of silver she gave. But still poor can't move. The mighty can't bend. Really surprised her. But Wu Jiao again penetrate the heart. She also never thought that some people are decades not greedy. Only to first establish a persona. And then greedy this big wave of. Gao Yang went all the way back to the Dingwa Gongfu. It wasn't until he stepped through the gates of the mansion that it seemed like a lifetime ago. He realized that why the previous generation of Zhu Yuanzhang formulated the embezzlement of 62. All to peel the skin of Daylily, but almost killed all the officials in the world. Or corrupt officials everywhere. It's faster than anything. Just after stepping into the mansion, Gao Yang saw Gao Feng standing in place with his hands folded. As soon as Gao Feng saw him, he immediately went up and felt around towards his body. My lord father, if you keep this up, the child will cry out. Gao Yang said in a hurry while dodging. As soon as Gao Feng heard this, his originally improved face suddenly sank. You sinful son, what is this nonsense? It's only right and proper for the old man to search your body. Even if you shout your throat out, that's useless. Who dares to mind the old man? Gao Feng's face sank and he snorted coldly, but he was unable to touch anything from Gao Yang's body, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Gao Yang didn't dare to say anything, but could only protest with his eyes. The mutual dislike between him and Peak would be hard to change in this lifetime. I'm afraid. Gao Feng twisted his head after searching and soon arrived at the inner mansion to meet Gao Tianlong, who was full of majesty. My lord father, no chests have been carried in from the mansion, and there are no silver ingots or valuable paintings or calligraphy on this sinful son, so he should have been converted, Summit said. However, when Gao Tianlong heard this, he let out a sigh. He poured a cup of hot tea and said quietly, no search, that's the biggest trouble. Summit was stunned. Gao Tianlong knocked on the table and sighed for a while. It's just that. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. And the big deal is that it's just a 9 clans elimination. Gao Feng's eyes glazed over when he heard this. How did it get so serious as 9 clans of elimination? Gao Yang went all the way back to his room. Grand Duke, technician number 98 at your service. It didn't take long for Greenie's soft voice to ring out, and then Greenie concentrated on relaxing Gao Yang. But she soon realized that Gao Yang was different. Grand Duke, you seem a bit off today. Feeling preoccupied and wanting to relax badly, Gao Yang gazed at Green Luo, somewhat undeterred. Green Luo, tell me honestly, did you lie to this Gongzi? You're actually 18, aren't you, Greenie? Seeing the look in Midori's eyes, he was completely dead. He kind of regretted that the woman who had been beaten by Prince Rong and bulged with a big bag should have been brought back to the mansion. At this time, he felt a great need for a cigarette and betel nut to think over what to do with the 500,000 taels of silver to make a game of it, to make money out of money. But the thought had just risen. He then plummeted. Smoke? On getting money? On poisonous schemes? If you can get cigarettes and betel nut. P.S. I owe 4 chapters. Take some time off, mwahaha. I'm stuck. I'll make it up tomorrow. Gao Yang's idea was rejected just as soon as it rose. The reason is also very simple. He can't even toss gunpowder, let alone smoke. And it has to have its corresponding filtering technology. And thinking deeper, it's also a double-edged sword. Without modern filtering technology, this ancient afterthought would have been very powerful. This is a bit of an addiction. And once it is cast, the scourge is not only the 6 kingdoms, but also De Qian. The empress was afraid that she would be the first to destroy him. If he was all alone, it wouldn't have mattered. But now there was the Dingwa Gongfu, and once he offended the world's wrath, he would be in trouble. Not to mention the fact that he now has an excellent reputation among the people. As for betel nut, mostly grown in the tropics, commonly known as the Lingnan area, the general dude made a big mistake. The court can read in the ancestors' merit, will be exiled to Lingnan, which is like a nightmare for the great Qian dude. A bunch of playboys talk about tigers, and Gao Yang has heard a thing or two. The landscape of Lingnan is indeed great, with monkeys, cobras, all kinds of animals of the most primitive ferocity, and enough sun and miasma to take off a layer of skin. It's just a matter of getting the gunpowder first. Gao Yang sighs a little. If I had known that I had to cross, I should have read more. Otherwise I would not have been able to break into De Qian with my high school chemistry knowledge. Science is the first productive force compared to poison schemes. One night passed. Gao Yang got up early the next day, and I don't know if the huge sum of 500,000 taels of silver that he hacked made him very weak, so desperately want to get the gunpowder this big killer, to give themselves some more life-saving cards. Furthermore, he always had a premonition that this stable situation in the world would not last much longer. A great change is coming. He immediately had Chen Shang and Fu Bo purchase a large pile of raw materials in batches. The composition of gunpowder is not complicated. 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, with a little sugar dye. Ivan, thanks to the smooth talk, when inadvertently saw, and therefore remembered, This thing is not difficult to find in Dakian. The key lies in the proportions. And probably the best ratio for black powder is 74% fire nitrate, 11.5% sulfur, and 13.5% charcoal. And the gunpowder produced can be boiled to remove impurities in the gunpowder. Or the gunpowder can be mixed with sugar and egg whites to enhance the power of the gunpowder explosion. This one would require a lot of experimentation, but he hadn't even nailed the first step of gunpowder yet. "Brother, what are you doing?" At this moment, a voice came, only to see Gao Changwen wearing a long robe and walking up quickly. Gao Yang was a bit surprised. "Yo, the sun came out of the west today? You also got up so early? Not hanging out?" Gao Changwen's eyes dimmed, and he hurriedly said, "What is elder brother saying?" "Mainly because my father said that the situation in Chang'an has been turbulent for the past 2 days, and has grounded me. So having nothing to do, I came to see my brother. My lord father could not shut up my heart, but he could shut up my body." Gao Yang wrote and drew on a piece of paper while saying, "These 2 days have not been peaceful, so don't go out if you can." Gao Changwen saw the situation, some hesitation, and finally held back half a day, or could not help but say, "Elder brother, I have been thinking these days, the more I think about it, the more I feel strange." "That day elder brother," said White John, "is not intentionally pit me? In your wisdom, brother, you should know that it is not illegal to whore for nothing, but you may be beaten, right?" When Gao Yang heard this, he immediately gave Gao Changwen a high look, but his face was filled with pain. "Changwen, for you to think of my elder brother in this way, it really pains my elder brother." Goyo thumped his chest with his fists. "White whoring is just a theoretical operation, but the theory and the actual operation, that is a big difference. As the saying goes, you don't go to white whoring, then how would you know that you will be beaten if you don't pay? When you said that day that you were going to read the holy books, did my brother not also emphasize that you should not go to the greenhouses and other places?" Gao Changwen froze and subconsciously nodded his head. Gao Yang did specifically instruct him that day. It was just that he didn't resist the temptation in his heart. This matter right, he is only guessing. There is no solid evidence. After Gao Yang said this, in turn, let him borne some guilt. "Brother, it's me who's being petty. But what is brother doing?" Gao Changwen looked at the piles of saltpeter and charcoal on the ground with some curiosity. Gao Yang thought of Wu Jiao, and thought about his 500,000 taels of silver. His voice was heavy. "Prince Rong fell. My Dinghui Gongfu became a target. My brother has to get something as good as soap, and offer it to His Majesty, to give the Dinghui Gongfu a little more leverage." Gao Changwen sniffed and was shaken. "Even if it is again dude waste, that also know the importance of the family, which is supposed to be an honor and a loss, the root of their dude." Gao Changwen took a deep breath, then said solemnly to Gao Yang, "Elder brother, I've thought about it. From today, I will learn from my elder brother and also become the honor of the Dinghui Gongfu." Once Gao Yang heard this, and then looked at Gao Changwen's youthful and determined face, even he was a bit flustered. "Changwen, this is not necessary. You can just be a dude at ease. Daily stroll around the greenhouse, fighting chickens and dogs will be enough. All things are carried by my brother." Gao Changwen sniffed and was touched. "My brother treats me so well." He shook his head. "Elder brother, you don't have to say much. The pressure on you is just too much. As a part of the Dinghui Gongfu, I have to help you share a little. But my humble brother really doesn't have the talent in poisonous schemes to become a poisoner. I've thought it over. Since I can't become a desperate poisoner, I'll become a desperate poisoner." After saying that, Gao Changwen decidedly took a step and walked very resolutely. Gao Yang was instantly dumbfounded. "Hiss, desperate poisoner? This kid is going to study poisoning?" Gao Yang's head was spinning for a while. He just wanted to go after and try to enlighten Gao Changwen. But Green Luo came up. "Grand Duke, Lord Shangwan is here." "Shangwan Wan Air?" Gao Yang took a step toward the outside. Just as he arrived at the lobby, he saw Shangwan Wana wearing a long green robe with a curvaceous figure. Behind her were a dozen or so other prisoners with shackles on their hands. "Lord Shangwan, these prisoners are for me?" Shangwan Wana saw the wolfishness in Gao Yang's eyes, and she inexplicably developed a chill. She opened her mouth towards Gao Yang. "This is what His Majesty promised the postman. All of them are poor and vicious, but His Majesty has instructed that even if they are on death row, they must never do anything to harm the heavens or cause too much cruelty, or else you will be heavily punished." Gao Yang, in response, hastily patted his chest. "Lord Shangwan, look at what you're saying. Does this Gongzi look like that kind of cruel person?" Gao Yang immediately sent Chen Shang and Zhao De and other Gao family ministries to take these prisoners to a remote courtyard, to be guarded first. "Lord Shangwan, I still need some more fangshi. Can you get me some?" Gao Yang continued to speak. "When it comes to ancient chemistry, this group of pretentious Fonzies is definitely in the top tier, and it's just the thing to help him out. and most of this group of fengshi treated human life like grass, favoring sacrifices and dying without any heartache. Fonzie? Shangwan Wanner's brows furrowed. Witchcraft is prevalent in Dakian, in which there are also many fengshi. A hand of alchemy furnace, specializing in refining immortal pills. Officer Gao, the life of a founder is not the same as these death row inmates, and some of the founder with superior means are even more uncomplicated. If you want a group of Fonzies, then you must tell me exactly what you want to do, so that I can have an explanation to His Majesty. Gao Yang also does not cover up. The development of gunpowder. This matter spread to the ears of Wu Jiao. He can only benefit. Gao Yan walked towards Shangwan Wanner. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The thing that I want to research is called gunpowder. Just the development of this gunpowder is very dangerous and powerful, but once you get it out, there will be great lethality. Not only to cut off the river has a great use, but also in the battlefield has great power." Shangwan Wanner only felt a burst of hot air beside her ears, causing her body to tense up, but when she heard Gao Yang's words, her pair of beautiful eyes widened. Is this matter true or false? Shangwan Wanner's face was shocked. Gao Yang revealed a smile and said affirmatively, "Since it's true, if this item can be developed and then developed again, it may be able to help your majesty to level the 6 kingdoms and achieve some dominance." A word fell. Shangwan Wanner's expression was shocked. A sentence echoed in her mind. If this item is messed with and developed, it might help His Majesty to pacify the 6 kingdoms and achieve some supremacy. Making sure again that Gao Yang didn't look like he was joking, Shangwan Wanner took a deep breath and said, "I'll go back to the palace immediately. Death row inmates in fengshi. As many as you want." After saying that, Shangwan Wanner stepped straight away. This dazzled Gao Yang's ears. This Shangwan Wanner, change of face is almost catching up with his father Peak. It wasn't long before Shangwan Wanner brought a group of fengshi, and most of the faces of this group of fengshi were filled with bewilderment and fear. In fact, they were still sleeping in the mansion when the palace guards kicked the door of the room directly open and carried them out. Just what Gao Yang did not expect was that the one who came together was not only the fengshi, but also Wu Jiao, who was wearing a golden dragon robe. Wu Jiao's eyes stared straight at Gao Yang. She had been dealing with the remnants of Prince Rong's case, to keep the bloodshed in Chang'an City to a minimum. Then she heard Shangwan Wanner's report that Gao Yan wanted a group of fengshi in addition to death row prisoners. This instantly made Wu Jiao explode. What does Gao Yan think of human life? Worthless toys? It's not fair. You want what you want. But when Shangwan Wanner said that Gao Yang had developed something that could help her pacify the 6 kingdoms, she fell silent. Then, Li Long took the forbidden guards to directly take down the famous fengshi of Chang'an City and sent them towards the Duke of Ding's residence. And, she arrived in person. I, Gao Yang, Minister of the Household Department, pay my respects to your majesty. Gao Yang took a look at Wu Jiao's majestic face and saluted with a calm demeanor. Wu Jiao directly opened the door and said, "I have brought you the founder you wanted. The gunpowder you are trying to get out. What is it exactly?" At the moment, her mind was filled with curiosity about gunpowder. Does your majesty know about fireworks? The principle of this gunpowder is similar to that of fireworks, only that once the proportions are different, their power is also vastly different. Then Gao Yang briefly explained the gunpowder. The Qianlong also has fireworks, but the power is very small, mostly to hear a sound. So Wu Jiao understood it well, but she didn't think that if she adjusted the proportion of gunpowder to match, it would be so powerful. Her eyes twinkled, and her heart yearned greatly. If Dakian has gunpowder, then the military strength will undoubtedly be a big strong. Her eyes were surprised and she looked deeply at Gao Yang, obviously not expecting Gao Yang to have this ability. Gao Yang was also much more settled in his heart. Throw in gunpowder first, then flintlock later. Revolvers, the Maxim machine gun that made the nomads sing and dance, and one big pie after another came, and the empress should not be able to resist the temptation. Your majesty, wait a moment. I will first go and explain to this group of fengshi, and cause them to work first. Takeshi nodded. If it was really as Gao Yang said, then the development of gunpowder should be the most urgent matter. Gao Yang led the Gao family's ministry and locked up the group of fengshi and death row prisoners in a separate courtyard. All of you are capital offenses, and now you have no choice but to do as I say. This gentleman assures you that if this is done properly, not only will you be spared the death penalty, but you will also be heavily rewarded. It's just that this matter is a bit dangerous, and may also threaten your lives. So make sure to listen well to what this gentleman says now. Immediately after that, Gao Yang will know. All together, these operations listened to the original fear of these fengshi eyes suddenly bright. They already liked to refine things, and once they heard that they could explode, this couldn't help but be even more exciting. Love is worth everything except the danger of death. After Gao Yang explained everything, and specially instructed the Gao family ministries only need to look from afar, never close, and only then went out of the small courtyard. Then, Gao Yang went to the front yard and met Wu Jiu again. It was just that Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were also at the side, and when Gao Yang appeared, their gazes also looked over in unison. What's this brat up to now? The high clerk is quite fast. Wushu took a sip of tea and spoke. Gao Yang hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding of me. I have always not been fast. It's just that when facing Your Majesty, I might be faster. Summit's eyes glazed over. Gao Tianlong nearly lost his breath. Did they misunderstand Gao Yang? It should be that they are thinking wrongly, that this sinful son is not so bold. Takeshi raised an eyebrow, also finding that a bit odd. But she didn't think much about it. She just voiced out, This time you pacify Prince Rong has merit. I reward you with a remote point of the other house, Dingwa Gongfu, to do these experiments, as you said, and may also explode. Go out of the water, which is always bad. Wu Jiu meant it. When Gao Yang heard this, he only thought for a split second before nodding. It would be nice to have a mansion of my own. I thank Your Majesty. I will use the fastest speed to develop the gunpowder out. Only after getting the gunpowder out, the later can use the gunpowder as the basis for continuous development. Gao Yang slowly spoke. Sustainability? Wu Jiu brought up the importance of Gao Yang again in her mind. This Gao Yang, who not only has many poisonous plans, but can also come up with various inventions, is an absolute talent. Can I go and have a look or two? Wu Jiu suddenly spoke up. When Gao Yang heard this, he directly shook his head. Your Majesty's move is never acceptable. This development of gunpowder is too dangerous. Leave the specialized things to the professionals. There is no need for us to go. This is just the beginning. And it's normal if there are explosions and water walks. So it's better to avoid them if you can. I told them, if they can make gunpowder, then there is still life to live. If they cannot make it, according to the crime they committed, that is basically certain death. One side is death. One side is life. There are rewards. In order to live, they will fight for their lives. Gao Yang added. And where the danger of this gunpowder lies, I have also told these Fangsher, and have been merciful. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, knowing that this research and development of gunpowder is very dangerous. Your Majesty should not go. Takeshi blushed strangely. It was only now that she realized the role of the death row inmates and the Fonzies. After all this, Gao Yang is going to be a shirker, but she had to say that Gao Yang's method was really good. Fangsher alchemists made pills and studied the proportions of various substances, which was indeed specialized, and death row inmates would choose to fight for the sake of a glimmer of life. Your Majesty, it's dinner time. Would you like something to eat? Wu Jiu raised an eyebrow. Eating a 9-turn sausage? These words caused Gao Yang's body to tremble as he hurriedly said, Your Majesty said this. How could I dare to tease Your Majesty? If the status of Wu Jiu and Prince Rong change, he is a million dare not. Wu Jiu is really have the ability to lift the table. Wu Jiu had a smile on her face. I'm not hungry. I'm hungry. Wu Jiu. Soon, Gao Tianlong ordered the kitchen to make a table of food, and it was very sumptuous. Duke Ding and Squire Gao should eat together as well. Wushu gazed at Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng and spoke. I thank Your Majesty for his divine grace. The two men thanked him in unison. However, Gao Yang had already directly opened the dazzle, which watched the peak several times, lips buzzing, but finally endured. Wu Jiu didn't have any other reaction. Gao Yang was different from ordinary courtiers, something she had always known, and had always been a little more forgiving towards Gao Yang. No good. It's gone overboard. Somebody, take the water. At that moment, a sound rang out from the mansion. Wu Jiu was suddenly startled and was about to get up. Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng were also filled with shock, but Gao Yang was very calm. Your Majesty, this is all normal. Failure is the mother of success. But the minister still had the foresight. Thanks to not letting Your Majesty go before. Otherwise this burned Your Majesty. Whose account is this? Wu Jiu, Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong, on the other hand, looked at Gao Yang with their gazes. This kid, this burning is all about his own house. How can you be so calm? Soon the flames went out and only some smoke remained. Seeing Gao Yang eating more and more, Gao Tianlong couldn't tense up. He said in an icy tone, if His Majesty eats, how can there be no cheer? Sinful grandson, the old man holding a horse lance, and you cut a deal. When Gao Yang heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of rice. As soon as he looked at the icy coldness on Gao Tianlong's face and this powerful aura, grandfather, son's son knows he's wrong. Gao Tianlong again said to Wu Jiu, Your Majesty, don't blame me. The old minister is just displeased to see this sinful grandson. To serve the country, I, the Duke of Ding, am naturally obliged to do so. Wu Jiu to this, is also open mouth. Ding Guigong of loyalty, I should know, but this place is indeed not good. In and out. but also noisy dinghui gong rest. I tomorrow sent people to transfer. Gao Tianlong immediately arched his hand. The old minister thanks your majesty for your holy grace. Then, Wu Jiu opened his mouth to Gao Yang. Since I've come, I'll ask together. How is the policy of strengthening the country that I've asked you to think about? Gao Yang put down his chopsticks as he spoke. I've thought about it. Just that your majesty is sure you want to hear it? When Wu Jiu heard this, she raised an eyebrow. Since it's a policy for governing the country, what can't I listen to? Gao Yang saw the situation, but also did not hesitate. Straight to speak. I'm the first move is the salt and iron collected for the state, not allowed to private. With one word, not only Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wan were very shocked, even Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong all looked towards Gao Yang. Salt and iron have been profiteering since ancient times, with extremely complicated power entanglements behind them. They didn't expect Gao Yang to come up and point to salt and iron. As long as a man lives, then he must eat salt, which involves survival, and the same thing applies to farming, which requires iron, which is also a necessity, and which cannot be avoided by any people. As long as His Majesty takes salt and iron into state ownership, and disallows local private ownership, then naturally there will be countless more wealth, and with money, the court will be strong enough to cut the feuds step by step. But this move, which is detrimental to the interests of the people, is a fight against the people. Wu Jiu looked puzzled. She didn't expect Gao Yang to come up and give her a hard time. Salt and iron were nationalized, curbing the immediate needs of the people and enriching themselves from it. How is this bad for the people? Instead of answering first, Wu Jiu opened her mouth and asked. Gao Yang smiled faintly. The reason is simple. Although salt and iron is a necessity for the people's survival, if private ownership is allowed, competition will be fierce. The market which is cheap, which is good quality, which will be sought after by the people, which will force the merchants to improve, lower prices. The court can also collect taxes from it. A win-win situation for all three parties. But if once it is taken into state ownership, resulting in a monopoly, which will lead to price increases, the quality of the decline. But salt is expensive, can be eaten less, and iron can be used for many years. This way of boiling frogs in warm water will be detrimental to the interests of the people, but it will make the great Qian strong. For the current Dacian, the essence of a strong state is to exploit the people, because compared to the worldly families and the powerful families, the people have the largest and weakest base. His Majesty can't go after the feudal lords and lineages for the time being, so he'll have to start with that. This means may not seem strong, but it is the most ruthless means for the imperial court to amass wealth and squeeze it, because he includes everyone in Dacian. As long as he lives, and he wants to survive, then he will be taxed by His Majesty's force, and His Majesty can also lower the taxes on the surface, but in reality, one way or another, the court is still making a big profit, because this is a tax that is invariably collected from each and every Dacian subject. Buzz. These words caused Wu Jiu's fists to clench uncontrollably as she looked at Gao Yang in shock. Shangguan Wana was also trembling furiously inside. Gao Yang is still the same Gao Yang, using a scheme either not to come out, and when it comes out, it's a stone's throw away. If Wu Jiu really adopted, will certainly set off a shock wave in the whole of Dacian. Countless people have to pay for it, and even after 100 years, 1,000 years, the people do not know. It turns out that they are secretly also being exploited by the court. After laboring for a whole year, obviously the tax is not high, but there is no silver in a good year, and natural disasters are even more difficult to live. Where is my money? Apart from taxes, it is these invisible taxes that go away. When Wu Jiu didn't speak, a silence fell over the entire lobby. If salt and iron are made to be state-owned and private ownership is not permitted, there must be countless interests involved behind the scenes. I'm only afraid that the people will start a huge revolt, the lesser of which will cause trouble, the more serious of which will rise up in rebellion at the instigation of those who have a mind to do so. Plus, as you say, once there is no competition, how is it that the corpses of those who boil salt and make iron are in the same place? The fact that Wu Jiu did not object showed her attitude. It's just that the price behind it is too high. Shangguan Wan'er also turned her eyes towards Gao Yang. This question, she was also very curious. Summit's old face was a bit embarrassed. He, a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, turned out to have no thoughts of a solution for a while under Gao Yang's program. Gao Yang's eyes remained unchanged. This is indeed a problem for Dacian, but it is not difficult to solve. Not hard to fix? Wu Jiu's face was inquisitive. Gao Yang took a sip of tea and said, if the court only needs to sell, but doesn't care about production, this situation will be solved. Everyone in the private sector can boil salt to make iron, but they are not allowed to sell it privately. Instead, the court will unify the standards and sell it, which is a concession. Let a part of the profits to the salt and iron producers, give the production link to the market, Recreate the competition, so that this contradiction can be alleviated. To sell instead of produce. This situation can be solved. The words fell. Wu Ju instantly thatched. But the thought of competing with the people for profit, it put some resistance in Wu Ju's mind. At this point, Gao Yang threw out a king bomb. Your Majesty, in fact, there are not many choices left for you, and if I'm not mistaken, it won't take much longer for the world's pattern to change drastically. If Dakian can't get stronger quickly, it will suffer a devastating blow. As the words fell, both Wu Jiu and Gao Tianlong were filled with shock. Wu Ju's palms clenched and her eyes vibrated as she asked in shock, "Are you saying that a war is coming?" War? When Wu Jiu's voice rang out, the entire lobby suddenly fell silent. Several people's gazes all converged on Gao Yang's face with endless horror. Gao Feng even said flatly, "Sinful son, before His Majesty, don't talk nonsense." Even Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with an uncertain gaze. Obviously these words had also set off a huge wave in his heart. Gao Yang, however, had a very calm face. Wu Jiu took a deep breath and suppressed the horror within her. She gazed at Gao Yang and said, "Officer Gao, this matter is not a small matter. Your words and actions even concern the direction of the entire Diqian. If you say so, what is your proof?" Gao Yang sniffed, his gaze not changing too significantly. He had read the history books of the Great Qian, and the historical process of this strange era was actually not too different from his previous life. It's just more confusing and complicated. And what he is going to say next is the nature of capital, the nature of dynasty. In terms of capital, he is guessing, but he is 80% sure. Your Majesty, although I am guessing, I am 80% certain that the world has changed drastically, and it is by no means a false statement. A sentence of 80% certainty caused Wu Jiu's face to become even more grave. Gao Yang's caution. She knew very well. His 80% certainty was only 10% certainty. Let's take the founder and witchcraft as an example. In the ancient times, sacrifices were greater than everything, and even vaguely overrode the imperial power. When slaves were prevalent and sorcerers had a supreme status, and it was quite normal to pray to the heavens for good weather with life sacrifices. In those days, the lives of slaves were not even worth the cattle and sheep and livestock. But how is it that in the present day, slavery is reduced to dust and sorcerers are beaten by everyone? This sentence suddenly made Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wan air freeze. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong also froze in unison. Then pondered. Wu Jiu pondered for a moment. Road. Directly open mouth. Because of the birth of the 100 schools of thought, people know the rights and laws. To morally constrain the behavior of slaves is contrary to the way of heaven. So it was abolished. As for sorcerers, who were originally a bunch of pretenders, deceiving the people and falling off the wagon, isn't this a normal change? Wu Jiu's voice rang out, even somewhat unaware of what kind of medicine Gao Yang was selling in his gourd. What does the Great War have to do with slavery, which has been abolished for centuries? What does it have to do with witches? Your Majesty, then I'll ask another question. If the world really changes and my Diqian and the 6 countries go to war in succession, but wars involve captives, if your Majesty captures 1,000,000 generals, what should be done? A sentence that once again caused Wu Jiu's eyes to change abruptly. Gao Tianlong's eyes were even steeper and sharper. Gao Yang continued to punish. Is your Majesty going to place these 1,000,000 captives in batches and beat them into the army? Or, pitched and buried alive? This statement was made. Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wan Air's expressions changed abruptly, their eyes snapping to Gao Yang. That's 1,000,000 prisoners, and you want to bury them alive? Gao Feng couldn't help but speak out. Sinful son, those are millions of lives. How can you kill them? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will move the family law. Gao Feng tensed his face and looked serious. If this word is spread, Gao Yang will be spurned by the world of literati. However, Gao Tianlong was silent because he already knew what Gao Yang was going to say. His deep eyes were full of complexity. When Gao Yang heard the words of pique, he directly opened his mouth and said, since the consecutive years of conquest, the food consumed behind it would have been astronomical, and once the war dragged on, even though it was a victory, how to place dozens, millions of prisoners, placed in the rear, once united in rebellion, who can afford the responsibility? That's even more unlikely to return to the 6 countries, otherwise the war is not in vain, but hundreds of thousands of mouths. How much food to eat a day? Dakian supply can afford it? Pit and bury alive. That would have been the simplest and most effective way. When Gao Feng heard this sentence, his body was like a heavy blow. A sentence of hundreds of thousands of mouths. How much food must be eaten in a day? Directly silenced him. This method is indeed the optimal solution, although it is detrimental to the peace of heaven. Wu Jiu also understood what Gao Yang was pointing at. Whether it was slaves or this example of captives, he was pointing straight to a core issue. Food, land and population. But this is clearly an imperial technique. How could Gao Yang? She had the slave's answer in her mind, but she didn't say anything about it because it involved the imperial way. That old man you met in the mountains. Which of the 100 schools of thought is he? Wu Ju's face was grave. She dared to conclude that this set of Gao Yang's, no matter if it was the endless layers of poisonous schemes or these words that were now directly referring to the emperor's origin, was by no means simple. Gao Yang smiled blandly. My teacher did not belong to any of the 100 schools of thought. Strictly speaking, he was a self-taught school of thought, and the book he left behind for me was called Capitalism. Your Majesty may also be called a minister. Capitalist. Wu Zhou's eyebrows twitched as she looked deeply at Gao Yang. Capitalist? At this moment in her mind, just by Gao Yang's current behavior, this capitalist was more terrifying than both Confucianism and legalism. A handful of salt and iron state-owned, sold in lieu of production, invisible tax collection, and such tactics shocked her. Capitalists, simply horrible as they are. Gao Tianlong couldn't sit still either. A capitalist was born in his old high house? Gao Yang continued. These speculations of my minister, whether it's the fact that there will be a great war in the world, or that slavery has been abolished, the status of sorcerers has fallen from the altar, and a large number of captives, all of this can be understood in terms of capital. I will tell your majesty one by one. Wu Jiu gazed at Shang Wanwan air, 20 meters around, no one is allowed to approach. These capitalist tactics, theories, can only be used for her, and it would not be a good idea for this to get out. Gao Yang also did not sell the idea, and directly opened the door. In fact, the first problem, in my mind, is the problem of land and food. With just a few words, Wu Jiu's heart suddenly tightened. Gao Yang really knows the art of empire. In the ancient times, the people planted the land in a more primitive way, basically using the knife to cut down the trees, and then burn them on the spot, using the ashes of the plants as fertilizer for sowing. This primitive method will inevitably bring about inefficiency and extremely low yields. Since they don't have enough food to feed themselves, they go and rob them, which leads to war, and with war there are bound to be prisoners. But a new problem came. Although the food and land were seized, but the food production is still certain. The royal power and wealth still have to occupy a large portion. A large number of captives simply cannot afford to feed. So from the point of view of the capital, that is, this group of royal power, the reason why slaves are born is to rob other people's food and land. But the captives are too brutal to kill, but not to kill and cannot afford to feed. So it is kindness to let this group of captives become slaves behind the livestock. Slaves have no human rights, and their lives are cheap enough to be used for farming. But the food production is too low to require so many people, and the royal families treat their lives as if they were not their own. The witches are partly because of the ignorance of the people. And then there is this slavery in which that population must be depleted. Further on, the efficiency of farming increased, food production increased, and the royal families were able to afford to feed a large and profitable population. So slavery was abolished, and the status of sorcerers fell by the wayside. These words of Gao Yang fell. The whole lobby was in shock, especially Shang Wanwaner, peaked two people. A pair of eyes are even dead staring at Gao Yang. Expression with incredulity. This is a question that they have never considered and have not paid attention to, but now that I think about it, it's really true. It was because of the increased productivity and production that slavery disappeared into history. Otherwise, in terms of capital, the slaves were kept for no money. Then their lives were like livestock. But the grain production increased dramatically and profitably. And their lives, too, were worth something. They didn't realize that it was all so naked in terms of capital. In all things, profit is the word. Wushu's fists clenched, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Gao Yang's words went straight to the essence of the dynasty. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu, then said, "De Qian and even the 7 countries. Now the farming method is basically the iron plow cattle plowing. Compared to the food production greatly increased. The population is naturally more. This is the general trend." Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes were majestic. Suppressing the throbbing within her, she said in a deep voice, "Gao Yang, but food and population. What does this have to do with what you said about a great war in the world about to start?" Gao Yang took a sip of tea and said to Wu Jiu, "Speaking of which, I would like to play a little game with your majesty." "What little game?" Looking at Wu Jiu's noble, icy face, although Gao Yang was tempted to mouth a high, but after all, Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were here. He still held back. He turned his gaze to Gao Tianlong. "Grandfather, you are the #1 chess saint in Deqian. Please lend you your chessboard for a while, and also fetch another bag of rice." Gao Tianlong stroked his beard, somewhat proudly. "Fenger, you go get it." Summit. He, a father, was indirectly driven by Gao Yang. Soon, Gao Tianlong's chessboard was brought over. Gao Yang scrutinized and counted the 64 squares. but he accidentally found that there was a small gap in one corner of the board. "Grandfather, what's with the gap?" Gao Tianlong glanced at it, then waved his hand and said, "It's not a problem. Some years ago I met a Chu chess saint, killing hard, and when I finally split the victory, I smashed his head and left it behind." Goyang. Wu Jiu. What a first chess saint of Deqian. What? A corner of this chessboard is missing. Does it have an effect? Gao Tianlong was curious. Gao Yang shook his head. It has no effect. Grandchildren just ask in passing. But he was determined in his heart that when he played chess and gaming with Gao Tianlong in the future, he must never win. Wu Jiu couldn't help but urge, "Gao Yang, what exactly is this little game you speak of?" Gao Yang stretched out his hand, pointing to the chessboard, and then pointed to the bag of rice on the side and said, "I've given your majesty so many brilliant ideas, and helped your majesty take down Prince Rong. It's only reasonable for me to ask your majesty for some rewards, isn't it? What do you want?" Wu Jiu gazed at Gao Yang. Shangguan Wanner was also full of confusion, not knowing what medicine Gao Yang was selling in his gourd. "I will put 1 grain of rice in the first cubicle, 2 grains of rice in the second, 4 grains of rice in the third cubicle, and so on, doubling the number of grains of rice until the 64 cubicles are filled. And your majesty will take the rice contained in the 64 cubicles under this law as a reward for me. How is that?" Gao Yang said and placed a grain of rice into the first square of the board, then took a sip of tea and smiled confidently. According to general thinking, the first few squares don't have many grains of rice, so it's a straight yes. He didn't really want it, but he wanted to see Wu Jiu suffer. To this, Wu Jiu should have no reason to refuse. "I refuse." However, Wu Jiu's clean voice rang out, which instantly made Gao Yang sit up and take notice. Why does His Majesty refuse? In this instant, Gao Yang thought a lot. Could it be that Wu Jiu was a genius in math? And she knew that the 63rd power of 2 was a grain that the entire Dakian granary couldn't get out? This in turn gave Gao Yang a whole lot of lack of confidence. Wu Jiu saw the expression on Gao Yang's face. She felt a bit cooler in her heart. The reason is very simple. Although I don't know what your intention is in taking the chessboard and the rice grains, but there must be a pitfall in it since you studied under a capitalist. Come on, this chessboard loaded with rice. Is there another mystery? Is it a very scary number at the back? Wu Jiu's eyes moved slightly. The number of rice grains in the front space was not yet high, so the problem must be in the back. But exactly how much? Wu Jiu wasn't sure. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, never expecting it to be this reason. He helplessly explained, "Your Majesty is not wrong in these words. The problem lies in the back. The number of grains of rice in the front is very small, but when it comes to the back, especially the 64th compartment, it will be a number that is not enough for the entire Great Qin granary. Even the minister himself. I don't know how much." "What?" Wu Jiu sniffed and was very surprised. She looked at Gao Yang with a pair of shocked eyes. Shangguan Wanner also looked incredulous, but she questioned, "How is this possible? The 64th compartment, even if it's more, it can't be more than the entire Great Qin granary." Gao Yang's words were simply beyond her knowledge. Even Wu Jiu could not help but look at Gao Yang a few more times. Gao Feng was also filled with astonishment. However, Gao Yang was sipping a mouthful of water, full of calmness. "If Lord Shangguan doesn't believe it, you can do the math yourself." Shangguan Wanner's gaze went to Gao Feng. "Please ask servant Gao to fetch an abacus." Summit got up and went to get it. He kind of took the role of runner today. Soon, Shangguan Wanner took the abacus and began to calculate. She believed that this chessboard swing meter had a pit, but never believed that the number of spaces behind it was that horrible. Ta-da! Shangguan Wanner stretched out her slender hands and began to fiddle with the abacus. The resounding sound of the abacus beads crashing echoing in the lobby. The number of spaces in front of it isn't very big. Shangguan Wanner's face was also very calm, but gradually, Shangguan Wanner's face became more and more grave. The first 13 grids were not large in number. The 13th was only 4,096 grains of rice, but in the 14th, it reached a staggering 8,192 grains of rice, and in the 15th, it reached a horrifying 16,384 grains of rice. You know, this was only the first 15 grids, and it was already this amazing, and there were 49 grids behind it. Astronomical figures. This 64th grid is absolutely terrifying. Even this abacus, far from counting the numbers. For a moment, Shangguan Wanner's gaze was as if she had seen a ghost. Wu Jiu was still calmly saying, "One heir is proficient in arithmetic together. Today, you are afraid that you will have to grow to know." But the next second, snap, the abacus in Shangguan Wanner's hand fell to the ground. The abacus beads scattered everywhere. This sudden change caught the crowd off guard. When Wu Jiu looked toward Shangguan Wanner, she heard a sentence. "Your Majesty, I can't do the math." "What? Even one heir you can't figure it out?" Wu Jiao was shocked when she heard Shangwan Waner's voice. Shangwan Waner said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, at first I didn't take this chessboard seriously. A mere 64 squares. In my mind, how many meters can this hold?" But the minister found that, following this pattern, all the 15th grid actually requires 384 grains of rice, which would be an astronomical number further down the line. Can't even count. When these words came out, not only Wu Jiao, even Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were surprised beyond measure. They turned their eyes to Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang reveals, "This chessboard sets out meters. Looks simple and doesn't seem to be much, but in reality, the more you get to the back, the more terrifying the numbers become. Until the whole of the great Qian granary, the whole of the 7 kingdoms of the world cannot be taken." Shangwan Waner's face was complicated, and she couldn't help but say, "Officer Gao, you're still proficient in arithmetic?" She was most fond of arithmetic in her life, and in her mind, arithmetic was different from other studies. Arithmetic would mean that she would, and not that she would not. This was originally one of her proudest disciplines, but in front of Gao Yang, she was almost crushed. Gao Yang smiled faintly. As a capitalist, one should know a bit of arithmetic. Wu Jiao stared at Gao Yang, her eyes involuntarily changing. She had thought that Gao Yang didn't know arithmetic, and looking at it this way, could her cooperation with Gao Yang really be 70-30? She got a little uncertain, but right now was not the time to dwell on the matter of cooperation. She turned to ask, "Gao Yang, until now, you have not told me why the war broke out." "Your Majesty, in fact, I've already said that Your Majesty only needs to replace what I said about the Great Qian Granary with the land under the sky, and treat the grains of rice on the chessboard as the population, and then you'll be able to understand what I mean." Wu Jiao first contemplated with a perplexed face, but immediately afterward her face changed drastically, her gaze locking straight onto Gao Yang. "Are you saying that the population of the world will expand faster than the production of food?" Wu Jiao's face was beyond ugly. Shangwan Waner, Feng Feng, and Gao Tianlong's hearts also suddenly tightened, realizing the crux of the matter. Gao Yang nodded directly. "Your Majesty is right. That's exactly what I meant. Because of the low food production, the captives couldn't be fed, which led to slavery. And as food production increased and slavery was abolished, the population began to explode. But when the population increased to a certain number, there still wasn't enough food. This calls for war, because the essence of war is plunder. Plunder the population, plunder the land, plunder all useful resources. But there is one more vital point." Gao Yang specially paused, a pair of eyes like a quiet deep pool, incomparably deep. The gazes of several people in Gao Feng gathered on Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang said word for word, "War can also solve overpopulation." Buzz. With these words from Gao Yang, Wu Jiao, Shangwan Waner's faces revealed a flash of horror in unison. Even Gao Tianlong's face changed drastically. Gao Yang's words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, suddenly dispelling the haze in his mind, and like a gale sweeping through, dispelling the dark clouds in his heart. This one sentence goes straight to the heart of the matter. Gao Yang continued, 100 years ago, the world's heroes fought, and eventually 7 kingdoms were left. Because of that melee, too many people died in the world. Plus those who were able to fight their way out from under hundreds of forces were none other than great heroes and lords. This time of year is not suitable for war. It needs to recuperate. So the population is also repairing rapidly. But there is an upper limit to this. And this is the upper limit of the iron plow and oxen plowing. Once that ceiling is exceeded, the population continues to double. The people don't have enough to eat. And coupled with natural calamities, they will rebel. They will rebel. Over the past 100 years, the 7 kingdoms have fought, but have not injured their foundations, which inevitably leads to one thing, a swelling population, coupled with land annexation, and the annexation of land by the lineages. The best way to divert this conflict is war. Otherwise it's a natural disaster, people's uprising, overthrowing the dynasty and reshuffling the cards. When the dynasty tumbles, week after week, almost all dynasties can't escape this law. With these words, Wu Jiao's expression shook and her face could no longer remain calm. Dragon Slayer. The word popped into her mind, and although Gao Yang didn't expand on it in detail, Wu Jiao was sure that it was the dragon slaying technique. The capitalist learns. After all, the art of dragon slaying. Gao Tianlong was also filled with shock. He thought that Gao Yang was just talking, but now it seemed that Gao Yang really knew the dragon slaying technique. Then why are you sure that it won't be long before the world is in chaos? Can't you accurately predict the number of people in the world? As if she had caught the loophole in Gao Yang's words, Wu Jiao opened her mouth to question. Gao Yang shook his head. I naturally don't have that ability, but accurately speaking, the first of the world's great turmoils, the so-called extinction of the world, as judged by my minister, is Great Qian. Why? Give me a reason. An extremely dense imperial aura erupted around Wu Zhou's body, pouring and crushing towards Gao Yang. If an ordinary person were to face this terrifying aura, they would only be scared to pee their pants. But Gao Yang's face did not change, and he said lightly, "The reason is simple. Because your majesty is a female emperor. Your majesty is the only female emperor for 100 years, 1,000 years. And if your majesty was born in a great unified and powerful dynasty, this would not be anything. But your majesty was born during this tumultuous year of the Seven Kingdoms rivalry. That's a big problem." Wu Zhou's heart tightened and her face suddenly turned ugly. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong's faces changed drastically. Gao Feng even reprimanded, "Sinful son. No nonsense. This can be called Wu Zhou's reverse scale." But Gao Yan lifted it alive. But Wu Zhou reached out to stop Gao Feng. "Officer Gao, go on. Not only are you not guilty, but you are rewarded. If you were the king of the Six Kingdoms, when would you come to attack?" Gao Yang straightened up and said, "If I am the king of the Six Kingdoms, the sooner the better. Because from the perspective of capital, firstly, the conflicts within each country need to be transferred. And secondly, with a new emperor ascending to the throne, the dynastic government is unstable. Not to mention that His Majesty is still ascending to the throne in the body of a woman, which will inevitably make the feudal lords of the world disobedient. His Majesty wants to cut the clans, but they also can't wait for His Majesty to die and the Great Qin to be in chaos, because only then will there be a chance for them to ask for the throne. So now is the best chance to get down to business. Otherwise, when His Majesty stabilizes the dynasty and succeeds in cutting the clan, it will be to their disadvantage instead." A word fell. Wu Zhou's face changed wildly. Even the hands were a little unsteady. Gao Yang saw this and comforted, "Your Majesty, don't be too worried. I'm just speculating. It doesn't necessarily happen." You as a crazy paradoxical words, casually listen to the line. "In addition to my Qian Chang'an, along the way countless passes, many soldiers and generals, even if the start of the war, there is no need to worry." Wu Zhou's phoenix eyes looked straight at Gao Yang as she said quietly, "Originally, I hadn't been very flustered, but after you said that, I admit that I am quite a bit flustered." Wu Zhou's eyes sized up Gao Yang, her heart's vigilance raised to the highest level. A flash of embarrassment appeared on Gao Yang's face as he rubbed his nose and said, "I shouldn't be a reverse indicator. After all, this war thing, can only say that it's a good time for Dakian now, but looking at the specifics, the provisions, and the will of the Six Kings, it's hard to say." Wu Zhou sniffed and took a deep breath. "Except for the king of Zhao, the other 5 are not mediocre." Goyang. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain his explanation, but Wu Zhou reached out her slender hand and stopped Gao Yang. "Your speculation. I have already been alerted in my mind. The rest of the words do not need to be said. The more you explain, the more uneasy this heart of mine will be." Wu Zhou only felt her heart beating faster, which was a very bad premonition for her. Gao Tianlong also nodded his head and said, "A bad premonition has also risen in the old man's heart. If I hear this again, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight." Goyang. Wu Zhou's eyes looked at Gao Yang. "I want to know the fastest way to make the Qin strong." Gao Yang, do you have a way? When this question came out, Gao Yang barely gave it half a thought. "Since your majesty has asked, I naturally have a solution. I already have 2 brilliant plans in my mind, which can make the Qin become the hegemon of the Seven Kingdoms, and can make your majesty achieve some supremacy." Wu Zhou originally just casually asked to divert the previous topic, but she did not expect that Gao Yang actually had a method to strengthen the country. And, still, it's 2 strong policies for a strong country. This capitalist is ruling a country like drinking water? Wu Zhou was secretly shocked. "And you tell me, if you can give me a wonderful plan, counting your previous face stabbing me, I will give you a generous reward." Wu Zhou's pair of phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang's face. Very serious. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, but then he opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, this strategy of mine to strengthen the country is very poisonous. If your Majesty uses it, you must not say that I offered this plan. Otherwise, if I die early or late, I will still die. So I might as well die headlong so as not to implicate the Dinghui Gongfu. Your Majesty may promise me?" The words came out. Wu Zhou's expression suddenly became grave. According to her understanding of Gao Yang does not say that this plan is poisonous. That plan is generally somewhat poisonous. If this plan is slightly poisonous, it is definitely hurtful to heaven and earth, such as the living king of hell in the world. Such things as throwing the plague by stone throwing machine, utilizing the smallpox to wash out the city, cutting off the water flow, causing drought in Yin and Shu. All of them are harmful to the peace of heaven and are extremely poisonous. But now, she unlocked the highest layer of Goyo. This plan is very poisonous. To even say that this was a ploy offered by Gao Yang, he might as well run headlong into the ground. Wu Jiu was a little too seated. Shangguan Wan'er heart also a burst of surprise. Can let the living king of hell all feel poisonous strategy to strengthen the country. This is what kind of poisonous plan? Shangguan Wan'er's heart was lifting a breath, tense to the core. Gao Tianlong and Peak also had serious faces. This plan even implicates the entire family of the Dingwa Gongfu. I promise you, today's words, I will not disclose half a word, and if I use this scheme, I will not say that it is what you said. Wu Jiu took a deep breath and made a promise. Gao Yang was a little more relieved. He took a sip of his tea and spoke directly after rationalizing his thoughts. In my mind, the laws of the world, both man and beast, are driven by fame and fortune. As the saying goes, the world is all about profit, and the world is all about profit. If your majesty wants to make Dakian strong and destroy the 6 kingdoms, the root lies in the people. The battlefield is like a meat grinder. 10 go 9 deaths. The people are not willing to fight for Dakian. Went to the battlefield. Fear of war, cowardice, avoiding the war. This since there is no combat power. If the people of Daqian can be mobilized to fight, my Daqian will have a tiger and wolf army that will sweep the 6 countries. Gao Yang's calm voice rang out, but without waiting for Wu Jiu to open her mouth, Gao Tianlong's voice suddenly rang out. Gorilla Talpa still steals life. That's not to mention people. The cruelty of the battlefield. You've never seen it. Since you don't know, under that kind of horrific killing and fear, it's already a miracle for the armored soldiers not to flee, and it's even harder to inspire the warriors' morale than it is to get to heaven. This is to say nothing of the people being active in the main war. How do you make the people of Daqian overcome their human fears? Gao Tianlong's eyes steeply sharpened, and a questioning voice instantly rang out. Those who have not personally been on the battlefield will never know the cruelty of war. When a compatriot falls, when the dense rain of arrows arrives, the fear, which will penetrate into the bone marrow, will not be able to resist the desire to escape. The Duke of Dingwa has a point. Trying to get the people to main the war and overcome the fear in their human nature is as hard as heaven. Wu Jiu followed suit. Gao Yang's face was calm. He just looked at Gao Tianlong and said, my grandson has never been to the battlefield, and he doesn't see the cruelty of the battlefield as well as his grandfather. But his grandfather's grasp of human nature is not as good as his grandson's. In fact, for the people, their greatest fear is not death, but poverty. With greed against fear, this game can be broken. A word fell. Gao Tianlong's fists clenched suddenly. Poor, Gao Tianlong repeated, his eyes looking towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang continued, for the people, they are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of a life where they work hard, day after day, but simply don't have enough to eat. They are afraid that they won't be able to do well, and that their children and grandchildren, too, will always live their whole lives only with their backs turned to the yellow earth and their faces turned to the sky. They are more afraid of this glance at the head, hopeless life than of death. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Wu Jiu. His face was calm, and it was as if the lowest class of people in Daqian appeared in the bottom of his eyes. But with the entrenchment of Dakian's lineages and feudal kings, and the collusion of local and court officials, even His Majesty can only issue a seeking scholarship edict to select talents, which is a fate for the people, especially the underclass whose books are all stuck, whose lives are doomed from the moment they are born. The same cry at the time of voicing, but a world of difference in destiny. I came from the Dingwa Gongfu, and I have eaten and drunk all my life, and the many dilettantes in Chang'an have been able to inherit titles and family properties by virtue of their ancestors' merits, which are unattainable by the grassroots people of the most basic level of the Dakian in their entire lives, and they are powerless to change at all. They have to labor in the daytime when they open their eyes, until the sun sets, day after day, year after year, exhausted. Their stomachs are not full. How can they talk about ruling the country and leveling the world? But if His Majesty changes the law and reforms and tears a hole in the people's heads and breaks it all, and the people have hope, and they have a chance to change their own destinies and even their families, death will be nothing to fear. These words of Gao Yang fell. The entire lobby suddenly fell into a deathly silence. All the people's faces changed wildly. Gao Yang's remarks were no different from a storm in their hearts. A wave of shock rolled through Wu Jiu's heart, combined with Gao Yang's words about mobilizing the people's motivation to fight. And this speech, she already knew what Gao Yang meant. You want to combine the war and the fate of the people together? Wu Jiu asked. Word for word. Gao Yang took a deep breath and met Wu Jiu's eyes. Your Majesty guessed correctly. In today's world, the 7 kingdoms check and balance each other, and the fastest and most effective way to overthrow the remaining 6 kingdoms is the military title system. Your Majesty may set up a system of 20 grades of military knighthood, with the children of the family and the people being viewed together, all on the basis of military merit. At the same time, different privileges are set for each level. The title can be rewarded with money, can be offset against corvée service, offset against crime, and as long as one fights valiantly and kills more enemy heads, one can be promoted, and even be ranked as the most important person. In this way, the ordinary people have more paths to promotion, break the blockade, and have a chance to change their destiny, and then launch a few ordinary people to become famous generals based on their military achievements, and succeed in changing their destiny to be worshipped by the people. In that case, the people of my great Qian will be like tigers and wolves, fighting to kill the enemy. Shocker. Deadly shocking. The moment this 20-level military honors system came out, it directly set off shockwaves in Wu Jiu's heart. If Gao Yang's scheme is followed, the whole of Deqian will set off a storm, and no one will be able to avoid it, from the imperial court officials down to the common people. This is a new change, but it is also enough to see. Once the system of military honors and titles, the ordinary people, there is a chance of promotion, there is a chance to change their fate. They will certainly fight to kill the enemy. Depending on the head of the enemy is silver money and titles. What kind of combat power this would erupt? Wu Jiu simply didn't dare to think about it. Wu Jiu turned her gaze to Gao Tianlong and asked, Duke Dinghua, do you think that Elder Gao's plan is effective? Gao Tianlong was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, if it is really like what the sinful grandson said, the birth of the military title system, the people will surely go crazy for it, and the fighting strength will at least be doubled several times. But this plan will also surely lead to the killing of Liang and greed for credit, only to have countless more killings. Wu Jiu spoke up and asked, is there a way to contain the killing of Liang and the greed for credit? Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu and Gao Tianlong and shook his head. Any ploy will not be perfect, and under greed, killing Liang to gain credit will definitely happen. But just set up a military surveillance and hold out for hundreds of thousands or millions more deaths. Gao Yang's voice was calm, but it startled Shang Wanwaner. Dozens or millions of people. And that's just a glib remark? Shang Wanwaner's gaze at Gao Yan was like looking at the devil. Once this plan is in place, with heads as military honors, the reckoning of military honors will surely be a purgatory scene, bloody to the core. This plan is indeed venomous. Behind the scenes involves heads rolling, like purgatory, will also touch the interests of many parties. No wonder you want me to keep it secret. But this is indeed in line with the situation of my country, Deqian, and can help me to unify the world. Wu Jiu nodded and began to make calculations in her mind. But Gao Yang shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I haven't finished yet. This 20-level military honors system is poisonous. But it's nothing, and I'm even less afraid of it. In my eyes, captives can be military food, and more of these dead are nothing at all. The second half of this policy of strengthening the nation is the most poisonous part. Gao Yang's face was grave. After a few words, Wu Jiu and Shang Wanwaner both revealed disbelief. Isn't that a good plan? This military honors system, the entire Deqian are involved in the shuffle, and even the heads of the 6 countries rolled, that proposed this plan of people, but also must be full of controversy. As it turned out, Gao Yang said that this was not even the most poisonous part. Sinner, be careful what you say. Gao Feng was also a bit scared, fearing that Gao Yang would say something shocking. Gao Yang directly ignored the peak and continued, to make Deqian strong, besides the military title system is not enough. It must also be supplemented with auxiliary means. After all, how can Great Qian start a war if it's not strong? Wu Jiu also realized the point of the problem. The 20-level knighthood system is not enough, but also need to be strong in Deqian. You go on. The second half of the minister, also known as the 5 arts of harnessing the people. It was just one word, but it carried full sinister force and was a breath of fresh air. What are the 5 arts of harnessing the people? Wu Jiu's gaze went straight to Gao Yang. To put it simply, if your majesty wants Deqian to be powerful in a short period of time, just like a war machine, then you need to squeeze the people. I call it weakness, poverty, fatigue, humiliation, and foolishness. Just this statement made Wu Jiu's eyes penetrate with disbelief. If earlier Wu Jiu had not been sure, she was now certain enough that Gao Yang's capitalist tactics were dragon-slaying techniques. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong also clenched their fists. Their hearts set off endless horror. No wonder Gao Yang said that this plan must not be leaked, or else he would surely die, and even the entire Dinghua Gongfu would be affected. That's something that will kill anyone who says it. Gao Yang's face was calm. There are 2 opposing viewpoints in the capital theory that I have learned, corresponding to these 2 ploys of mine. The first is the 5 techniques of managing the people. If your majesty wants to stabilize the dynasty, you have to collect the world's weapons in Chang'an, to reduce the resistance of the people of Deqian. The way to strengthen the country lies in the weakness of the people. Secondly, in terms of human nature, laziness, enjoyment is natural, and when the family has more than enough, they are at ease in their years. Your majesty needs to emphasize agriculture and suppress commerce, but you need to control taxes, or even increase them. so that the majority of the people in Deqian are struggling on the breadline. Secondly, among the 100 schools of thought in Deqian, the legalists should be reused to emphasize the rule of law. And there is a view in the legalists that when the people are planting the land, they should not listen to or talk nonsense, and they should not talk to each other, as if a donkey is pulling a mill, and a person would blindfold the donkey's eyes. This instant, Summit stumbled, a little unsteadily, and almost sat on his butt. He stared blankly at Gao Yang. If this is the case, is man not even worse than a donkey? Gao Tianlong gazed over. Gao Feng hurriedly said, standing for too long, my legs are a bit numb. Gao Tianlong was silent for a moment and said, help the old man. His legs are also a bit numb. Gao Feng rushed forward and assisted Gao Tianlong. Gao Tianlong looked complicated. This sinful son is crazy today. Dare to say anything? As for the last 2 points, I will not say more. But with your majesty's intelligence, you naturally know what I mean. Takeshi's fists clenched. Only 2 thoughts remained in her mind. The people are humiliated. The officials are honored. And this will only be better ruled if the people are endlessly humiliated and heavily punished, even when their animals are kept thin. But it was the last one that was the most horrifying to Wuju. The emperor's art, the key to ruling the country, lies in the land. If you can make the world's people return to the land, agriculture vigorously develop, the country will be rich and strong. The people should be ignorant, not good at learning, and concentrate on farming, which is the root of the great Qian strength. This is the essence of domination and fundamental to any agricultural dynasty. But these contents, even Wuju felt cruel and bloody. This is far more brutal than even the rolling of heads that comes with military titles. Shangguan Wanner's legs also softened and she almost sat on her but on the ground. Until this moment, Shangguan Wanner only knew the terror of capitalists, and the learning of all the schools of thought was not a concept at all in front of capitalists. These 5 articles of Gao Yang are far more ruthless than the Salt and Iron franchise. But whoever dares to bring it up will have to die when the great Qian is rich and strong. And he wants to quell the public's anger. Gao Feng's eyes went black and he almost collapsed. Gao Tianlong even no longer thinks about the reputation after death. With the 20 levels of military honors system plus the 5 arts of managing the people, Deqian will quickly become powerful. And by then, the feudal lords of the world will be nothing. And the 6 kingdoms will be subservient to your majesty's feet. Scholar Cui is bent on serving the country and is impassioned. And as he is a scholar and the Cui family is a famous family in the world, it is not bad for His Majesty to authorize him to propose it. If Scholar Cui doesn't comply, it means he doesn't want to serve the great Qian, and your Majesty will have to be careful. Song family Song Li is the Minister of Rights, the 2nd rank. He put forward these policies to strengthen the country, but also very reasonable. Really can't. The imperial historian Yen Zhang just righteous. Your Majesty only need to hint. I think Yen doctor for the sake of the great Qian. Even if it is 5 horses and die without a burial place, but also will feel honored to the extreme, Gao Yang said with a suggestive face, with a smirk on his face. The Cui family. Cui Xinghao was reading and delving into his studies when he suddenly only felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! He sneezed and rubbed his nose. Strange, with a green sky and such a big sun. Why do I feel a chill all over my body? Cui Xinghao glanced at the big sun outside and was filled with wonder. There are no exceptions. The Song family. Song Li also sneezed violently. Song Qingqing hurriedly asked with concern, Father, did you catch a cold? Song Li shook his head. There's no harm in it. It should be because he got cold last night. Compared to these 2, Yen Zhan was sneezing furiously. His rigid eyes looked toward the blazing sun in the sky, and he couldn't help but let out a question. Daring, who is thinking of old me? There's no one in the house, but why does the old man have a feeling like a man's back? Dingui Gongfu. Inside the lobby, a breeze blew in, breaking the silence. If I remember correctly, Scholar Cui and Royal Yen have a grudge against you, and the daughter of the Song family came to withdraw from the marriage. These people are considered your enemies, right? Gao Yang with a straight face. Your Majesty is wrong. I am not the kind of person who is vindictive. I just understand the character of these people and appreciate their ambition to serve the country. Therefore, it is specially recommended to your Majesty. Gao Yang was so righteous that Wu Jiao almost believed it. But she also knew Gao Yang's character and didn't care. Instead she thought about it. Gao Yang's ability is undoubtedly. She has a great use. Then naturally, it is impossible for her to take the blame. She is a female empress. When the time comes, she can't cut her own throat in order to thank the world and quell the people's anger. Backstabbers, there has to be one. These 3, on the contrary, could be considered for a moment or 2, and could still sell Gao Yang a favor. Not bad. I'll think about it for a moment or 2. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong's eyes glazed over. They didn't expect the empress to actually agree. The smile on Gao Yang's face became even more intense. That's a great empress, But I must say one thing. This is indeed the best strategy to strengthen the country in the current Diqian, the 7 kingdoms, but this plan also has its drawbacks, and I do not promote it. He can certainly help His Majesty to conquer the 6 kingdoms and make Dakian stronger than ever, but the disadvantage is that under such a model, Dakian can't go for a long time, and once a few generations down the line, the birth of a fainting king, then the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms and the people under the strongest suppression will set off a sensational uprising. Great Qian will be in danger of dying. When Gao Yang said this, he instantly thought of Chen Shang, with Chen Shang sitting beside him. Even though it might just be the same name, Gao Yang wasn't the least bit panicked. Some people have a great sense of security in just a name. Dad? Takeshi blushed. Gao Yang nodded. Not bad. This model is similar to draining the potential of Diqian to help Your Majesty achieve some dominance. The military merit title system is troublesome once the 6 kingdoms are overthrown with a large number of titles and salaries. Then, not to mention the method of governing the people, under strong pressure, it is also bound to be countered, because there is no way for His Majesty to guarantee that the next few generations will be as bright as His Majesty, or as dim. Wu Jiao gazed at Gao Yang. She had to say that what Gao Yang said was very reasonable. Under heavy pressure, there must be grievances in the hearts of the people. Furthermore, the side effects of destroying the 6 kingdoms with the military title system were great, and it would have been just as well if the later kings had been wise enough to suppress them. But if it's a dim king, there's a real havoc. It was a difficult choice for her to make. What about the second strategy to strengthen the country? Wu Jiao thought of Gao Yang's comment about the 2 opposing views of capitalism and a second strategy to strengthen the country. Gao Yang smiled and said, compared to the first quick and wonderful plan, I respect the second one more. This second is people-oriented. Economic power, so that commerce and agriculture coexist. The people in Dakian together rich and strong. Dakian so that the people live in peace and work happily. The people then feed Dakian, so that science and technology become the first productive forces. The so-called science and technology, such as gunpowder, this kind of thing. Science and technology if you can be far ahead. Since the 6 countries are also crushed, I also have the Jedi plan, the biological invasion, the moral plan, the currency plan, and many other wonderful plans that are enough to make the 6 nations drink. As to which one to use, I dare not presume to say. The first plan, Your Majesty must not mention the name of the minister, but the second plan is people-oriented. If Your Majesty uses it, I am duty-bound to dare to be the first in the world. Wu Jiao glanced at Gao Yang one more time. The reckoning was all over her face, but she also had a smile on her face. People-oriented, economically strong, technologically strong. She almost forgot the gunpowder. If it is really as Gao Yang said, Dakian can really go the second strategy to strengthen the country, and more durable. How much more have you learned about gunpowder, soap, that sort of thing? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jiao couldn't help but ask. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Whether it's economically, militarily, or even agriculturally, I know a little bit about it. It's just that you learn on paper, and you have to experiment a bit more. Agriculturally you would too? Wu Jiao was full of shock. Since ancient times, food is fundamental. If Gao Yang can make a breakthrough in this area, then there is definitely a big credit. Gao Yang humbly said, just a little bit. Wu Jiao didn't believe this at all. She just looked deeply at Gao Yang. Not much later, Wu Jiao left with Shangwanwan air. She needed to think about Gao Yang's words for a moment or two. When Wu Jiao left, Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong said almost in unison, Sinner, Sin Sun. When Gao Tianlong heard Gao Feng's voice, a pair of cloudy eyes suddenly looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng instantly wimped out and squeezed a smile on his face. Father Sama, you first. Gao Tianlong whisked his sleeves away, leaving behind only a voice. Come with me. Gao Yang rubbed his nose and could only follow under Peak's icy gaze. After going all the way around the long corridor, Gao Yang then followed Gao Tianlong into the back mansion. Gao Tianlong pushed his way out of the room and suddenly turned back to stare at Gao Yang. He didn't say a word but carried a powerful intimidation. The look in his eyes made Gao Yang balk for a moment. He knew that Gao Tianlong must be very shaken. After all, the things he said today were all too shocking. Whether it was the essence of the dynasty, the technique of dragon slaying, or the later strategy of strengthening the country, none of it was simple. But he had also thought up explanatory pretexts for these questions. Gao Tianlong's gaze was sharp, as if he was trying to see through Gao Yang. He knew in his heart that Gao Yang was very cautious. With these words, he would not be unaware of the dangers, which also did not match the poisoner's scheming self-press. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Then what on earth made Gao Yang so abnormal? The truth. There is only one. When Gao Yang was somewhat unable to sit still and wanted to take the initiative to explain a thing or to himself, Gao Tianlong opened his mouth. Just the first sentence made him giggle. Tell me properly, Prince Rong's house, how much did you corrupt? Inside the room, Gao Tianlong's icy voice was like a sonic boom, instantly making Gao Yang's eyes widen. This speech was something that Gao Yang had never thought of. Logically speaking, shouldn't Gao Tianlong be asking about the dragon slaying technique, and the strategy to rule the country? As a result, Gao Tianlong's first words were suspicious of Prince Rong's silver. That doesn't make any sense at all. Gao Yang's eyes changed as he carefully asked, Grandfather, why are you asking this for a good reason? If Gao Tianlong's mind was just skeptical earlier, then now, once he took a look at the expression on Gao Yang's face in these words, Gao Tianlong was almost 100% sure. Greedy, and took quite a few. Gao Tianlong's face was icy cold as he gazed straight at Gao Yang and said, Today, these words of yours with His Majesty are full of the 4 big words of ruling and strengthening the country though. But the old man thinks carefully and speculates left and right. That's what I hear. You're full of nothingness. And in the words of you capitalists, full of pie in the sky. The old man was just thinking, why is this? Because you're weak-minded. Because you're leaving yourself a way out. And combined with recent events, the only possibility is that the Prince Rong's home was copied. And you took it, and took a lot of it. You're afraid the Empress will find out. So you're desperately trying to show what you can do. Gao Tianlong's words came out. Gao Yang also had to be unconvinced that Ginger was really old and hot. His mind, in Gao Tianlong's eyes, was just like having nothing to hide. Seeing this, Gao Yang could only give an honest account. Prince Rong's mansion, counting the silver ingots and gold ingots, as well as all kinds of calligraphy and paintings, jade and stones. The total value is 1,597,803 taels. 1,597,803 taels. That much? Gao Tianlong's eyes twitched for a moment, a figure he obviously hadn't expected either. But immediately afterward, his sharp eyes looked at Gao Yang. How much did you take from it? Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong's gaze and dryly coughed twice. It's not much. Sun and Commanderly wiped it by a 0. Gao Tianlong sniffed and let out a sharp sigh of relief. 2 people wiped out more than 7,000 taels, which is not much. His Majesty today is not an emperor who can't tolerate sand in his eyes. Even if he knew, he would turn a blind eye. But when Gao Tianlong thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Gao Yang had dared to hint at Du Jiang in front of Shang Wanwaner, a few thousand taels in the district. As for the dragon slaying technique, ruling the country altogether, you wiped over 70,000 taels? Gao Tianlong's eyes were filled with shock. Gao Yang's scalp tingled as he slowly stretched out a finger. What Sun Air wiped was not 7,000 taels, nor more than 70,000 taels, but the one in front of it. As soon as the words fell, Gao Tianlong's breath was suddenly disorganized. His eyes were wide with disbelief. What? You sinful grandson, wiping 1,000,000 taels? Gao Tianlong almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He noticed something wrong at that time, and deliberately sent Peek forward to search the body. If the body can be searched out, it is a small problem. It's a big problem when you can't search. But he also didn't expect that Gao Yang actually wiped 1,000,000 taels. You and Commander Li in the palace, 500,000 taels each? Gao Tianlong paced from side to side in the room and finally looked at Gao Yang and asked. Gao Yang nodded at this. Gao Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, I've fought battles all my life, but in the end, I haven't wiped as much as you have. Where's the silver? Commander Li gave the child a small courtyard. In the courtyard land at the east end of Chang'an, and the silver money and paintings were buried in it. Gao Tianlong took several deep breaths before he could barely calm down. Give the old man a reason or else. Gao Tianlong didn't say the next sentence. Just a pair of eyes fell on the stick in the corner. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched as he sighed. Sunner originally wanted to be shallow and get a few thousand taels to create a wave of weakness in the Empress's greed for money. But Sunner never thought that the Commander Li Long, who was sent by the Empress, wouldn't even be greedy for many years for just this wave. At that time it was all in a thought. If not to take, break people's wealth like killing parents. Either the grandson to get deadly commander, or Li commander to get dead grandson. If you take it, this 500,000 taels can also be an additional path for the grandson, and even the entire Dingui Gongfu. But the thing is a real pain in the ass. Gao Tianlong was silent. Everything is clear. Today's dragon slaying technique and governing strategy are all about wiping the ass for that 500,000 taels. But Gao Tianlong also thought of a deeper reason. It was a long time before he said, You're defending yourself against the Empress? This statement directly caused Gao Yang to fall silent. But he quickly nodded. Risk and profit are directly proportional. Soap and other businesses, all under the eye of the Empress. Sunner can collect a portion through means. But this cannot be hidden from the Empress. If you want to take it, the difference between tens of thousands of taels and hundreds of thousands of taels isn't that big. Plus the grandson learns to be a capitalist, and the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. 590,000 silver taels. His Majesty won't think much of it, and there's no reason to investigate it thoroughly. Since ancient times, cunning rabbit death, walking dog hen, last time to grandfather's 3 strategies. The first strategy of the middle way is too risky. It is only the second strategy to flush the empress, and the third strategy. The empress is not very good at rushing, and this is something the grandson is not too sure about, so he can only make some preparations for the third strategy. Goyo's meaning cries out. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang for a long time, and finally said in a deep voice, "The middle way is not impossible. Why should the sword go off the edge?" Gao Yang shook his head, his face suddenly calming down. "Grandfather, son heir seems to have a choice, but in fact, he already has no choice. Since Prince Rong's secret design, the grandson unveiled the edict of seeking virtuousness. He must show his sharpness, which can get the female emperor to reuse, in addition to Prince Rong, to solve a big danger. It won't be long before the 7 kingdoms change drastically, and the grandchildren can't escape, so they can only follow in the footsteps of the empress. But accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, and the current empress is by no means a good person. My grandson was able to get rid of Prince Rong, partly because Prince Rong was arrogant and had an insubordinate heart, and partly because the empress was ruthless enough, and she already had the characteristics of an emperor of 1,000 years in her. Under the original flavor of the 9-turned large intestine, Prince Rong did not even think that the female emperor would make a move. Although it is the grandchildren who offered the plan, but it's okay that the grandchildren are not good people, but the emperor is not a good person, and that's a little more scary." Gao Tianlong was silent, but he had been in the imperial court for a long time, so how could he not understand Gao Yang's meaning? Since ancient times, how many of those who use poisonous tactics have come to a good end? But to let this grandson of his sit and wait for death, or even end up with a 5-horse and a full family, he couldn't do it. He wanted to take his life in his own hands. With this concern, and coinciding with such a talented person as Li Long, the thought of taking 500,000 taels of silver, therefore, with gunpowder, and today and the words of the empress, these 2 strategies to strengthen the country, no matter which one, cannot be separated from Gao Yang. That's the biggest thing to fall back on, especially the second one. It is even more necessary to rely on this grandson of his, only then the so-called middle way will be impossible. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with a complexity in his eyes. With this kind of power and backtracking, you are almost invincible and leave yourself plenty of time. This grandson of his, he's not simple. After finishing these words, Gao Yang continued, "If you don't take these 500,000 taels, once the empress changes her face, she will kill her grandson like a chicken or a dog. If you take 500,000 taels, under the entanglement of interests, Li Long and Son's son, 1 honor and 1 loss. Even if it really goes east, there is today's dragon slaying technique, and the strategy of governing the country, military and agriculture, all need Son's son. His Majesty will not turn the other cheek. If the empress does not have the intention to kill her grandson, then her grandson will be an able minister to rule the country. But if the empress wants a cunning rabbit to die, a dog to go, and a bridge to cross the river." Gao Yang raised his head, paused for a moment, and then said with incomparable seriousness, "Dragon slaying techniques can certainly be sold to the emperor's family, to achieve some hegemony, but yet, can also slay dragons." As soon as the words fell, outside the room, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up, and in an instant, sand flew and stones moved, rolling up the fallen leaves and dust on the ground. Above the 9 heavens, thunder snakes roamed and rumbled. The door of the room was suddenly blown open. The robes on Gao Yang's body were blown hunting. Gao Tianlong looked up in horror, and in his line of sight, the only thing that was there was Gao Yang's clear, calm face. The art of dragon slaying can certainly be sold to the emperor's family, yet it can also slay dragons. It is self-evident who this slaughter is. Just these words alone will be enough to destroy the entire family of the Duke of Ding. If grandfather feels that his grandson has committed treason, he can be righteous and expose the 500,000 taels of silver to his Majesty in public. Grandchildren will not complain in the slightest. Gao Yang's face was full of seriousness. The Dingwa Gongfu gave him the warmth he didn't have in his previous life, and even though he had a sinful father, it didn't stop him from liking this family. At the Golden Palace, Peak willing to Dingwei Gongfu land deed guarantee his locust extermination. 9 turns of the large intestine, the face of the power of Prince Rong. Gao Tianlong personally come for him as a backer. He didn't say it, but he kept it in mind. When a man is born in heaven and earth, he should repay favors with favors, take revenge with revenge, pit his enemies and protect his family, which is his code of conduct. If the empress raised the butcher's knife, heads would roll under the implication, which was something Gao Yang could never accept. The heart of the emperor is unmeasurable. which is why Gao Yang moved 500,000 taels of silver. With this silver, he can also secretly short Zhao Onyx and make huge profits. Gao Tianlong looked at this grandson in front of him, and the gale outside the window was still blowing, seeming to wreak havoc on the whole of Deqian. He could clearly see the subtle expressions on Gao Yang's face. It was a fearlessness. It was a defiance of royal authority. Now, Gao Yang put the choice in his hands. Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and suppressed all the thoughts within his heart. Although he had 3 sons, all of them had average talent. And when Gao Yang was naughty and unruly, every late night, he stood in this small courtyard and looked up at the sky with a sigh. Where will the Dinghua mansion go after his death? But Gao Yang showed up, and the black unicorn that is also a unicorn. As it turned out, Gao Yang studied capitalism and the art of dragon slaying, giving him a heavenly problem. He, Gao Tianlong, has been loyal all his life and has been born to die for Deqian. But suddenly, he smiled. Things won't get that bad. Gao Tianlong opened his mouth. This now made Gao Yang full of puzzlement. Why does grandfather have such confidence? He had studied psychology, but he didn't even dare to say that he could pin down an emperor like Wu Jiao, then let alone Gao Tianlong. Because the old man believes that you will take down the empress, and the empress will not be able to drive out the meritorious officials. If either of these two, but one of them happens, nothing after that will happen. Gao Yang revealed a stunned expression. Would you kill or not to kill meritorious officials? This he cannot say. After all, each person has each person's judgment. But taking down the empress, how did Gautiran see it? Dare I ask grandfather, where does this first one begin? Gao Yang asked curiously. At the same time, the tension in the room was suddenly washed away. Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and said, because you are handsome enough. Hiss. Gao Yang instantly drew a mouthful of cool air, then nodded his head incomparably seriously and said, grandfather deserves to be the #1 chess saint of Deqian. His insight and power of observation make my grandson admire him. Gao Tianlong laughed out loud and said, I haven't finished my words yet, but also because you are shameless and venomous enough. You're different from all the talent in the 7 kingdoms. The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. For a while, he couldn't tell whether Gao Tianlong was praising him or scolding him. Well, the old man will not tease you. 100 officials in Deqian, handsome and talented people are quite a lot. Shopping Rouge Pavilion is countless, but why only you shop greenhouses? The empress to manage? Not to mention the 9 turns of the great intestine, which the empress, in her day-to-day life, also went to watch in person? This means that even though the empress doesn't like you, she subconsciously has a soft spot for you. And furthermore, being shameless, thick-skinned, bold, and being able to arouse a woman's curiosity is supposed to be a couple of great killers for women. Young man of the world, only your poisonous schemes, your capitalism, gunpowder, can tickle the empress's emotions, can make the empress feel a pang of mystery? The rest of the people can't do this. Realize that curiosity would have been the first step in the fall. Gao Yang sniffed and stared with wide eyes. He looked at Gao Tianlong in shock. Grandfather, you seem to know a lot about it. Gao Tianlong laughed loudly. In terms of poisonous schemes and human nature, Lao Fu is not as good as you. But in terms of feelings and the situation of the dynasty, 10 of you are not as good as Lao Fu. The bottom of his eyes flashed with a light that pierced through everything. As you said, because Her Majesty is a female emperor, the feudal lords of the world are not convinced, and the 6 kingdoms may take advantage of this moment to wave their troops. But let's not forget even more. A female son as emperor. There will be another trouble. 5 years, or even 10 years? What about the throne of Deqian? When these words came out, it was like a storm sweeping through Gao Yang's brain. He looked towards Gao Tianlong, who was full of certainty. Will His Majesty today return the world that he has fought for? To his uncles and brothers? Or will he leave it to his own descendants? If you leave it to your own offspring and pass it on with the Wu surname, the child's father's clan must be able to suppress the world's feudal lords, civil and military officials. And your boy has the most venomous plans. And with the reasoning that the old man has given, it should be His Majesty's first choice. With children, there has been no need to cut them off since. Hiss. These words rang out, and Gao Yang instantly brightened up. That was something he had overlooked. According to this, it was quite possible that he had knocked up the empress. Sure enough, ginger is still hot, but it won't hurt you to prepare one more path. And if it doesn't work, I'll die a few years earlier. And after I die, never mind the flood. It's just that there's still a loophole in this matter of Prince Rong's residence, and that is that Prince Rong is still alive. Gao Tianlong's face was icy cold. Seeing this, Gao Yang said, His Majesty is fishing with Prince Rong, but now that the remaining Chang'an criminals haven't made a move yet, and Minister of Justice Lei Yun doesn't know about loyalty and treachery, His Majesty is still waiting. Otherwise the prison will force Prince Rong to cut his own throat, and this matter will be over. Gao Qianlong's gaze was ghostly as he faintly said, "Do you have a solution?" Gao Yang faintly said, "My grandson has long since submitted a report that His Majesty will intentionally reveal that Lei Yun, the Minister of Justice, is going to force Prince Rong to die in the next few days. Then the grandson and Lord Shangguan will go to the prison to try to find out the loyalty and treachery. And in 5 days at most, Prince Rong will die." Gao Tianlong's face showed a touch of satisfaction. He spoke, "It's good that you have it in your heart, but your body is too weak. Old Lu's ancestral secret medicine old man will give you a want. In addition, you need to exercise more, daily with 3 inches below the belly, hanging half a brick exercise. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly widened. "Grandfather, this isn't necessary, is it?" Gao Tianlong suddenly cursed. "Is the empress that easy to conquer? 100 years ago, there was once a strange man in the world who had no other skill but the ability to turn a tumwood wool 3 inches below his belly. With this, he mixed into the harem, became a fake eunuch, and made that Empress Dowager fall in love with him, even going so far as to kill her own son to help him accomplish something great. What has gone before is the teacher of what will come after. And you don't know how to learn from such experience? But if you can't, and the Empress has found a few more faces, then you will be a rebel and take over the Great Qian River and Mountain. And the history books will be laughed at for years to come." Gao Yang sniffed and was dumbfounded for a moment. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. "Wan'er, how do you think the Dingwood Guild will reprimand eunuch Gao? Wuju wore a simple dress that was less majestic and more feminine," she said as she casually flipped through the folders. Shangguan Wana thought of Gao Yang's words and couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "I guess I might have to receive a severe beating. After all, what Officer Gao said this time is too shocking." Wuju sniffed and nodded in sympathy. "The second policy of strengthening the country is good, but the first 20 levels of the military title system, and the way of harnessing the people behind it, are too vicious. Even if I pitch Wei Scholar, or Yen Daifu, so that they take the blame, but such a poisonous plan." A look from the handwriting of Gao Yang. "Who will believe it? It's normal for the Duke of Ding to beat him up violently, which is what I owe him." Takeshi's eyes sighed for a moment. Shangguan Wan'er also nodded. "This time, I'm also very surprised that Officer Gao is more forthcoming than ever, which is rare." Wu Jiu stood by the window as a breeze came and blew her 3,000 strands of hair, revealing that delicate and noble face. "This is something she shares. Wan'er, 20 levels of military honors system, and this people-oriented, science and technology to strengthen the country. Do you think, which one should I choose?" Wu Jiu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Shangguan Wan'er was shocked in her heart, then shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, I don't dare to say anything." This answer was not unexpected by Wu Jiu. This is a decision that only she can make. Let's first see how powerful the gunpowder tossed out by Officer Gao is, and see if it's really as powerful as he says it is. Wu Jiu's phoenix eyes were deep as she spoke. Then, she asked out loud, "Has the thundercloud moved?" Mentioning this, Shangguan Wan'er's eyes turned serious. "Your Majesty, Lei Shangshu has not moved, but the more this hibernation goes on, the more I feel that something is wrong." Wu Jiu's eyes turned cold. "Wait for 3 more days. After 3 days, try him and you'll see. Also quickly summon Elder General Lu and Elder General Qin to the palace." Shangguan Wan'er's eyes revealed a flash of surprise. "Does your Majesty really think that Gao Yang's speculation is true? That the 6 nations will come waving their armies?" Wu Jiu looked out of the window to the dim sky. She stood in front of the window with her arms crossed, a burst of muttering, as he said, "The world has been calm for so long, and I have succeeded to the throne not long ago. The political situation in Dakian is unstable, or the only female emperor, doomed to be disallowed by the world's feudal lords. This is supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I cannot believe it, but I cannot not prevent it." Wu Jiu, a pair of phoenix eyes, as if piercing through the space, across the time, as if she saw the face of the solemn army, is killing towards the Dakian. 3 days later, Dakian border. Hirakujo. This is a small city neighboring Dichen and Dichu. The city wall base soil round. The people in the city, although most of them are wearing rough cloth long clothes, but their faces are all with a smile. For small frontier towns, there is no war, and this is the best of days, the best of worlds. On top of the city wall, a middle-aged man in black armor with a beard was guarding the city as usual. The middle-aged man, named Zhao Tian, joined the army at the age of 16, with no connections, but climbed all the way up to the general of a city. Although it is only a small border town, it patrols day after day and does not dare to be slack. "My lord, Dichu and Dichen have been at peace for 10 years. You don't need to come every day. The border is bitter and boring. If you have this effort, why don't you go to a greenhouse and have some fun? There are brothers at the head of the city watching." Seeing Zhao Tian come, a vice general with a scar on his face immediately snickered. Guarding the city was bitter. so dirty jokes were a common occurrence. Zhao Tian didn't have much of a stance, and he was just about to laugh and curse a few times. But just then, the earth trembled and dust flew up, and for a while, even the people in the city were in a state of shock. On top of the city, Zhao Tian's expression instantly changed abruptly as he jerked his head up and saw a scene that he would never forget. Within the line of sight, a black torrent of steel was coming in so vastly that one could not even see the head at a glance. At a cursory glance, at least 100,000 people. In its center, a black military flag with the word Chu written on it fluttered in the wind and hunted, as if it had come to life. Zhao Tian was covered in ons. He roared hysterically, "Enemy attack! 800-mile emergency! Quickly transmit to Chang'an!" He drew his greatsword and tensed. The vice general followed suit and drew his sword. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but say, "Is this Chu crazy?" Across dozens of miles, they saw densely packed Chu cavalrymen with stern faces and fierce eyes. A heavenly murderous aura filled the air from their surroundings, seeming to make heaven and earth change color. They were like the purgatory cavalry of hell. Zhao Tian's face was pale, and he did not say much, but only gripped his greatsword tightly. But he knew in his heart that with this kind of force, with the strength of Pingcheng, he could not even defend it for half a day. A holocaust, here it comes. Now, it's up to the intelligence to get it out. At the forefront of the 100,000 Chu cavalry, there was a date-red high horse with a woman in soft armor sitting on it. The woman was valiant, and a sharp aura permeated her body. Behind him, a middle-aged war general rode up on a warhorse. "Second princess, give the order. After Pingcheng, our army can go all the way south. The guards of Longwan, which is known as the first majestic pass of Daqian, will rebel. After Longwan, Daqian will be a flat river, and I, Chu, with a pair of horses, will be able to completely kill to the foot of Chang'an in a swift manner." The middle-aged war general was full of excitement, his eyes carrying full ambition. Chu Qingwan, the second princess of Chu, since childhood, familiar with the art of war, set the art of war, trusted by the emperor of Chu. The middle-aged man is also not simple, named Chu Tianfeng, known as the great Chu god of war, a lifetime of 70 victories in large and small battles. One negative, Chu Qingwan strangled the reins, her gaze looking towards the walls of Ping City, an icy face with a stern look. "This time, let my Chu give Daqian female emperor a big surprise. We also have to thank this Daqian female emperor. If she is not the female emperor, Daqian feudal king, and how will deal with my Chu, so that the Dragon Pass guards rebel, and where such a heavenly opportunity." Chu Qingwan violently pulled out her greatsword, the icy cold greatsword exuding a palpitating cold light, the tip of the blade pointing in the direction where Pingcheng was. She raised her voice. "The great Qian empress ascends to the throne. This is a heavenly occasion. Kill the great Qian. There are countless gold, silver and jewels. There are women with skin so tender you could pinch it. You guys want it." Along with Chu Qingwan's words, the eyes of the Chu generals were red as they let out earth-shattering roars. "Kill! Kill!" Chu Qingwan's face was icy cold as she swung her large sword down suddenly. "Kill for me!" In an instant, the 100,000 Chu army was like a torrent of steel, crushing towards Daqian Ping City. For a time, the earth trembled as the horses' hooves stampeded through it. Chu Qingwan's face was icy cold, her eyes full of murderous anger, as if she had already seen the bloody storm in Chang'an. She said in a cold voice, "Trying to cut off the Kanglan and Yarlungzangpu rivers, making my Chu short of water, is really an evil poisonous plan. If I don't thwart you Gao Yang this time, I, Chu Qingwan, might as well die headfirst." Daqian, Chang'an City. The early morning sunlight enveloped the whole Chang'an City. The people of Chang'an picked their flat burdens, and the sound of shouting and selling resounded through the sky, a peaceful and beautiful. But Wuju inside the palace was even more disturbed, as if something bad had already happened. This premonition came inexplicably, but it was very real, and since returning to the palace from the Duke of Ding's mansion, this premonition has become more and more intense as each second passes. Wu Jiao put down the zhang folds in her hand and rubbed her brow. This Gao Yang, a guess of his, actually made me suspicious of the grass and trees. "Wan heir," Takeshi shouted. "I am." Shangwan Wanner wore a green official robe and quickly walked forward. Wu Jiao looked out the window and indifferently said, "Have Cui Xingha prepare a decree to summon the 7th Army of Changning, ordering them to come to Chang'an for arch defense." This statement was made. Shangwan Wanner was filled with shock. "Your Majesty, now that the scouts are out in full force, the major barriers of Daqian have been ordered to be tightly guarded, and the decree to raise vigilance has been issued. Is it too much to edict the 7th Army of Changning to come to Chang'an?" Wu Jiao's face was unchanged. No explanation, just aggravated his tone. "Do as I say. I always have a very bad feeling about this." Shang Wanwaner didn't dare to delay and immediately said, "I obey the decree." She hurried forward. "Gao Yang, this if there is no war, you can find a lot of trouble for me." But as soon as these words came out, Wu Jiu sensed something was wrong. To her, these were certainly means of preventing war, but it was naturally better to have no war. It was really the fact that Gao Yang's population was swelling like a chessboard swinging rice, as well as the special situation of today's Deqian that made her cautious. She now had some control over the court, but her control over the entire Great Qian world was still too weak. That was the root of her decree. The Changning army was subordinate to the imperial power, and although it was farther away, it was her personal army, and its loyalty was guaranteed. They came to Chang'an to arch the name. Even if it was a false alarm, it wasn't a big loss for her. Soon, Shang Wanwana returned to the imperial study. "Your Majesty, the edict has been prepared and issued." Although she felt that Wu Jiu was somewhat guarded against transition, but as Wu Jiu said, some things can be disbelieved, but not unguarded. "What's Mr. Gao doing these days?" Wu Jiu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. In addition to researching and developing gunpowder, Elder Lang Gao has been exercising at home these past few days, but I don't know exactly what he's been exercising. Shang Wanwana returned. "Exercise?" Takeshi was a little surprised. She hadn't seen that Gao Yang was actually someone who liked to exercise. "I also heard that Lord Dinghua personally went to old General Lu's residence, and afterward went to the pharmacy and dispensed a large bag of medicine." "Medicine?" Musashi froze, and she couldn't help but ask more questions. "The Duke of Ding is sick?" Shang Wanwaner's face looked strange. "I sent someone to the pharmacy and specifically asked. This medicine is a formula to strengthen the kidneys and aphrodisiacs. Duke Dinghua at this age shouldn't be eating it. It's either for servant Gao or for senior servant Gao, but the minister feels that most of it is for the high clerk." When Wu Jiu heard this, a stunningly beautiful and noble face was even more strange, and her mood improved a bit. She leaned on the dragon chair with a three-quarter lethargy, and with this movement, she revealed her high and white collarbone, her slender curves, and the corners of her mouth were hooked up in a smile. "I didn't expect that the No. 1 poisoner of Deqian would not be very good, which is a happy news for me. Tisk, if this is not toned up, whoever follows Officer Gao in the future will suffer." Wu Jiu sked, her eyes looking towards Shang Wanwaner. Shang Wanwaner's face was a bit flushed, obviously not expecting Wu Jiu to drive in front of her. "Your Majesty, this topic, for the minister, is slightly over the top." Shang Wanwana reddened her face and whispered. Wu Jiu's eyes carried a snicker. "That Song family withdraws from the marriage is just what I want. I'll betroth you to Mr. Gao Hao." The moment these words came out, Shang Wanwaner was filled with shock, and a stunningly beautiful face was filled with emotion. "Ah, Your Majesty." Shang Wanwaner was instantly confused, and she was in a state of disarray. "What? No? Or don't like it?" Takeshi laughed out loud. Shang Wanwaner held her tongue for half a day before she stifled a sentence. "I don't know myself." At first, she really couldn't look at Gao Yang, but with time, Gao Yang gradually subverted her perception. Although sometimes quite inhuman, no matter whether it is poisonous plans or talent, it is far greater than Shen Kai-zi. That's why Shang Wanwaner was also a bit hesitant, and in her mind, feelings were not important, but marrying there to be able to discuss arithmetic together with Gao Yang in depth made her very moved. Wu Jiu saw Shang Wanwaner's expression and understood everything. "You have accompanied me since you were young. To me, you and I are not kings and subjects, but relatives. Your happiness, you decide for yourself. Think about it and tell me, but I want to remind you. Song Qingqing of the Song family regrets. LV Yurong of the LV family. That day I see that she is also a little interested in Gao Yang. I am not optimistic about Song Qingqing, but this LV Yurong is definitely a formidable enemy of yours. She is, indeed, gifted." Takeshi spoke heavily. Shang Wanwaner subconsciously lowered her head, then silently nodded. "There are some things that really must not be dismissed. It's a matter of life and a lifetime of happiness, so I'll think about it again. And I thank you for your Majesty's holy grace." Shang Wanwaner opened her mouth, and Wu Jiu did not force herself. "If you really have a crush on Gao Yang, don't keep a cold face every day. No man likes a woman with a cold face. Think more about your archenemy." Shang Wanwaner bit her red lips, but still nodded. "I know." Seeing this, Wu Jiu did not say much and turned ice cold. "You go to the Duke of Ding's mansion and act according to Gao Yang's plan. If Thundercloud doesn't enter the game, he'll get rid of Prince Rong, and if he does, he'll kill them all." Wu Jiu's face wore a touch of indifference. Shang Wanwaner sniffed and also bowed her hand. "I'll get on with it." Thunder House. Inside a room, Lei Yun was dressed in an official robe, his brows almost knitted together. In front of him, Wu Guard's body was like an iron tower. He had an anxious look on his face. "Lord Lei, How is the king treating you? You know clearly in your heart. Now that the female emperor has crossed the river to break the bridge, and has sent Gao Yang's little child and Shangguanwaner to go to the prison, the king and the world's son will definitely be in danger of losing their lives. Will your lordship continue to hibernate? Lei Yun looked at the martial guards whose expressions were all wrong as he gritted his teeth. The empress sent someone forward to the heavenly prison. Why would she send someone to inform this official specifically of such a secret matter? This is clearly a setup for this official. This is a young conspiracy. If this official makes a move, you and I will be swept away. If not, the life of the king and the world's son will not be guaranteed. This is to force this official off. This doesn't look like Wu Ju's tactics, but rather like that Gao Yang's. Lei Yun gritted his teeth and let out a long sigh, understanding Gao Yang's sinister intentions. But now, he simply couldn't do it alone. Even if he killed the martial guards to silence them, there were Prince Rong's people in the court. If it is true that Prince Rong is dead, no matter if it is an execution or suicide, as long as the death is in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, and he has no action, then his end is also extremely miserable. What he did was long enough for him to die 100 times over. There's no way back. Knowing that it was a trap, it was now a fight to the death. Gather the men and prepare to strike. Thundercloud took a deep breath and made his choice. Ministry of Justice. The main prison. Shangguanwaner and Gao Yang stepped into the Ministry of Punishment's prison, and as they made their way down the steps, their sight was gradually getting worse, followed by a depressing aura. Under the dim candlelight, the walls of the heavenly prison were mottled and permeated with traces left by the years, cold and hard. Inside one of the cells, the prisoners reached out and raked their hands against the door, their eyes cold to the bone. If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be scared and their legs would go weak. If you look again, drag them all out and castrate them. Gao Yang turned to the crowd of prisoners and spoke directly and icily. Hiss! The many prisoners all stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Which living father has come to the heavenly prison? A prisoner with a face full of pockmarks, who had just been incarcerated in the past 2 days when he saw Gao Yang's face. He immediately said in a loud voice, "This is the Duke of Ding's house's elder Gao, the first living king of hell in Diqian." Everyone close your eyes. Other people say castration that may be talking for fun, but this living Yan Wan opened his mouth. This is really possible castration. When the crowd of prisoners heard of Gao Yang's great name, they hurriedly closed their eyes and shrunk back. The heavenly prison was bitterly boring, and their usual source of news lay in the chatter of the magistrates. On the recent period of time, the hottest person in Daqian, that is never Cui Xinghe, but the Ministry of Households, Gao Yang. The merchants who usually regard them as cattle and horses went bankrupt at the bottom of Gao Yang's hand. Then not to mention the extermination of locusts, the original flavor of the 9-turn sausage and other poisonous plants. A man's name, a tree's shadow. This voice of Gao Yang really scared them. Shangguanwaner, Lord Gao, this is more or less inhumane. Shangguanwaner blanked Gao Yang and spoke out, and for some reason, ever since Wu Jiao said that, she felt weird facing Gao Yang again. It was even a little afraid to look directly into Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang was also a bit embarrassed, not realizing that the crowd of inmates had reacted so strongly. This official is just looking at the atmosphere inside the heavenly prison is too heavy, so liven up the atmosphere. That makes sense, doesn't it? Gao Yang looked at Shangguanwaner and said with a burst of awkward laughter. He was also a bit helpless. Was he so famous now? Even the heavenly prison inmates are trembling? Several people walked down the long steps of the heavenly prison. The deeper the prisoners were locked up in the heavenly prison, the more heinous their crimes were. Again, that oppressive feeling is even heavier. Gao Yang didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he looked at these prisoners as if they were absolute treasures. This kind of person to test gunpowder, to contribute to the great Qian, that simply does not hurt, not to mention the slightest sense of guilt. For a while, the felons felt a little afraid. They may have heard that a few days ago, a gang of felons from the heavenly prison were sent to the Dinghui Gongfu and mysteriously disappeared. This living hell may have some weird fetish. Soon, Gao Yang and Shangguanwaner arrived outside Prince Rong's cell. Although Prince Rong's hands and feet were locked with iron cables, they still did not hide the bravery of that year. At the sight of Gao Yang, Prince Rong suddenly got excited, and under the implication of his movements, the iron cables made a loud clattering sound. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are all red in the eyes. Not to mention Prince Rong's hatred for Gao Yang. Little Gao Yang, how dare you still come? Wu Long gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red. Everything he had now was all thanks to this pair of dogs, Gao Yang and Wu Jiao. Wu Cheng didn't have that much restraint on him, but once he saw Gao Yang, he was also suddenly agitated. Gao Yang, you shall not die. The two spewed a fury of hate. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and laughed. Two rank and file, defeated men dare to be so wild? he said to Li Long, who had a face full of righteousness at the side. Brother Li, go, castrate these two for me. Hiss. Prince Rong and Wu Qing were instantly filled with shock as they took a few steps backward, the ferocious aura on their bodies suddenly disappearing. Li Long drew his greatsword and fussed with Gao Yang. Lord Gao, isn't this greatsword of this official's a bit of a waste? Don't kill a chicken with such a big knife. Gao Yang hemmed and hawed, pulling out a dagger from his robe. No harm done. This official here also has a small knife that cuts iron like mud. Liren, this is the rumor in the court that Gao Yang's little knife that specializes in killing the young and the old, right? Shangguan Wanner's face became even darker. Elder Gao, Prince Rong must be a royal relative. This castration is more or less excessive. Gao Yang watched as Wu Long and Wu Cheng's faces changed in unison. He put away his dagger and smiled. This official will scare Prince Rong and liven up the atmosphere. Wu Long and Wu Cheng's faces turned green. The moment that dagger was brought out, their hearts went cold. They really thought that Gao Yang was going to be so cruel. A prince can die, but he must never be castrated. Threats. Naked threats. But Wu Long also had to bow his head and pressed his voice. Gao Yang, this king is already miserable enough. What more do you want? Gao Yang said with a calm expression on his face. This prince has come to give the king and the world's son a final ride. Upon hearing this, Wu Long's face was very ugly, but he gritted his teeth and said, then does the empress really want to carry a reputation for slaughtering her kin, causing the world to hurl abuse at her? Wu Long's face was full of resignation. He, Wu Long, has spent his whole life on horseback, and there are tens of thousands, if not thousands, of people who have died in his hands, but in the end, he fell into the hands of Gao Yang. He didn't even resist one or two. He lost everything, all kinds of means, all turned into nothingness. Gao Yang said with a serious face, Your Highness, this official would like to correct you. It is not that His Majesty wants to kill you, but rather that you, Your Highness, are in prison, reflecting on the sins that you have committed, and are in a million pains and remorseful, and therefore commit suicide to thank the world, and will also leave a letter of blood to announce it to the world. This book of blood will wait until the king's death. This official will send someone to take the king's blood instead, and it will be guaranteed to be touching and heartfelt, so that those who hear it will be sad and those who see it will shed tears. His Majesty will also give the king a generous burial. Wu Long's eyes suddenly widened as he had a look of disbelief on his face. Dirty. It's too dirty. Bastard. This planting of evidence, the way of power, is kind of let them play to understand. Even the blood letters don't need to be written by him. Little Gao Yang, you fucking. Wu Long couldn't help but burst out. Gao Yang's eyes glared as he pulled out his dagger again. Your Highness, my Daqian is a state of etiquette. One must be a man of character and quality. This dirty talk, it doesn't fit the temperament of the king, so don't speak. When Wu Long saw the dagger, he endured it, but he scoffed at Gao Yang's words. Wu Long's face was full of unwillingness and even some despair. Was he, Wu Long, going to die here? But just then, the sound of killing suddenly rises. There's been a jailbreak. With a shout from the magistrate, the entire heavenly prison suddenly boiled over. A sound of killing swept out, and the sounds of killing and screaming instantly swept across the entire heavenly prison. As soon as Wu Long heard this voice, he suddenly revealed a big smile. Ha ha, this king is saved. He turned his gaze to Gao Yang with a wave of hatred in his eyes. Little Gao Yang, within the cell, the space is narrow. Without those dirty tricks, this king will be able to hold out until his men kill him. You don't want to let the king out and fall into his hands, or you'll be in for an old time's trouble. A sense of pleasure filled the bottom of Wu Long's eyes as he swung the chains that bound him in his hands with great force, barely able to shed a tear as he thought about what had happened to him during this time. His pair of eyes looked straight at Gao Yang. This was the one who started it all. This was the culprit of everything. He, Wu Long, could not escape, but this Gao Yang must die. But what Wu Long didn't expect was that Gao Yang's face was very calm. Your Highness, why do you think you've survived until now? And why did my lord and Lord Shangguan come? When Wu Long saw the smile on Gao Yang's face, a flash of shock suddenly appeared in his eyes. This is all a setup? Wu Long shouted. Shangguan Wanner added from the side. If no one comes to rob the heavenly prison today, the king is committing suicide to thank the world for his crime. But now the charge of forming a party and colluding with the Minister of Justice with the intention of plotting a rebellion can be set. When these words came out, Wu Long and Wu Cheng's faces changed. Gao Yang, Wu Jiao, you insidious and cunning people. You pair of monarchs and ministers are really working together. Beasts. When Shangguan Wanner heard this, she immediately rebuked. Bold, how dare you disrespect His Majesty? Wu Long looked at Shangguan Wanner. You're no good either. A hill of beans. 10 points for Wu Jiu. 8 points for you. Gao Yang voiced out. Your Highness, the king has become the king. It makes no sense to talk about this at this time. Wu Long looked at Gao Yang. 100% for you. You're the worst, but even if it's only this king, you'll have to pay a price if you want to kill him. Wu Long tugged at the iron cords bound to the wall, holding his strength as if to destroy this entire earthen wall. Li Long drew his greatsword as if he were an enemy. Shangguan Wan'er also suddenly drew her sword, her face grave. No one dares to underestimate the bravery of Prince Rome. Gao Yang's guards, Chen Sheng and Zhao De also had sharp faces, but just then, phew, a sleeve arrow from Gao Yang's sleeve suddenly cut through the air and hit Prince Rome's thigh. Hiss! You! Prince Rome glanced down at the sleeve arrow on his leg as he endured the pain in his body, his shocked gaze looking towards Gao Yang. You want to drug the king after applying a bit of hoodwink? Joke! Wu Long said in a cold voice, with a breezy face. As for the district's sleeve arrow, this was even less in his eyes. He's been hurt too much in his life. Sleeve arrows count for nothing. Gao Yang grinned, revealing a smile. This time, the coating wasn't masking agent. It was crane red. Ah, you brat! When this king goes to hell, he will blanch your Gao family's old ancestors. Wu Long looked down at the sleeve arrow on his leg and a gnashing of teeth took place. In just a moment's time, he could already feel the toxin pouring down his blood and into his limbs. Wu Qing had a face of fear and disbelief. Crane, Shangguan Wan'er, and Li Long were all shocked as they looked at Gao Yang's cuffs. Gao Yang dryly coughed twice and said, "The art of war is also a tricky way. Surprise is the best plan." It was even a bit of a pity for him that if he could get a gun and hide it in his sleeve, the #1 assassin in the 7 kingdoms would definitely be his. What first masters, martial arts masters, that can all be destroyed in one move. It's just too bad it's so difficult. Commander Li, quickly order the Forbidden Army to pacify the rebels, lest the night be long and dreamy. Gao Yang gazed at Li Long. Li Long immediately said, "Lord Gao, don't worry, these rebels will not be able to escape." He waved his hand, and the forbidden soldiers around him also killed towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Outside the heavenly prison, Lei Yin relied on his identity to transfer a large number of guards from the Ministry of Punishment's heavenly prison. The martial guards were leading hundreds of people in a furious attack, but the unusually lazy Yaman had, at this moment, exploded into a terrifying battle. And on the other side, there were even more forbidden troops surrounding them. Big brother, you can't fight your way in. It's a setup by the empress. Retreat, or you won't have a chance. Seiji, the martial guard gritted his teeth, but now even though he had a million grievances, he also could only grit his teeth and say, "Withdraw." The sounds of the fighting outside were getting smaller and smaller. Wu Long was also desperate. He covered his heart, black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring at Gao Yang in death. Gao Yang's gaze was calm, suppressing the emotions that were churning in his heart. This is ancient times. One careless move is a total loss. If he is not a little more ruthless, then the one who dies is not Wu Long, but him. In the world of the weak and the strong, whoever is merciful has a way of taking death. Not to mention the fact that the future is a time of great strife, where the strong will be strong and the weak will die, defeated in your hands. Although this king is suffocating to the point of being unable to do so, he is not wronged, but it won't be long before you come down to stay with the king. People like you are not destined to live long. Knowing that he would surely die, Wu Long revealed a rueful smile and uttered his last words. Gao Yang had a calm face and ignored it. That statement, had it been made earlier, would indeed have planted a seed of doubt in his mind, but now there was a burst of clarity in his thoughts. The trick of stirring up trouble is also quite underhanded. It's just a pity that it doesn't work. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wan'er again and instructed, "Don't be careless later. For an opponent of this caliber, you must send someone to make up the cuts and keep an eye on them personally. One for each of the left and right hearts. I've read some outrageous word novels where some people's hearts can still grow in their asses, so just in case, let's have a little bit of the ass, too." Shangguan Wan'er. Wu Long instantly became furious and a mouthful of blood spurted out. "Gao Yang, don't go too far. If you dare to insult the king like that, when this king goes to hell, he will blanch your old ancestors of the Gao family." In response, Gao Yang just shrugged his shoulders with a non-committal look. "Ancestors have their own blessings." The words came out. The entire heavenly prison's magistrates and forbidden soldiers were all dumbstruck. Who's got a heart up their ass? Is this the caution of the living hell? It's simply horrible as hell. All of them looked at Gao Yang with awe on their faces. "Lord Shangguan, this official is a bit bloodsick, so I will return to my residence first." Gao Yang stretched his back and spoke to Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er sniffed and hesitated for a moment. She thought of Wu Jiu's teachings in the day. "I'll leave this place to me. You're rather weak, so just go back to your house and rest properly." "Hollow?" Before Gao Yang could react, Shangguan Wan'er continued, "There's no need to call so rusty in the future. When there are no outsiders, you can also call me Wan'er." Shang Wanwanner's shell teeth bit her red lips, and her cheeks were a bit flushed. As those words fell, Gao Yang looked at Shang Wanwanner in shock. What was the situation? Very much 100% off. But dude is aiming for the Empress. For the sake of a more critical judgment, Gao Yang couldn't help but open his mouth. Wanner, look at the leg. Shang Wanwanner sniffed. She stared wide-eyed, a fair face suffocating red, but finally said, look at the leg another day. Hiss. Gao Yang could almost conclude that something was not right up, but looking at Shang Wanwanner's face that was inclined over, and this slightly shy look, Gao Yang's words reached his mouth, but he held them back. Well, some other time. It's a deal. Shang Wanwanner nodded heavily and said, well, it's a deal. The culture of Dakian is profound and profound. The same sentence means vastly different things. But until he left the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison, Cao Yang was dazed. Shang Wanwanner's looks and temperament were nothing to write home about. But compared to Shang Wanwanner's shy look, he preferred the cold and icy look. As for the Empress, since there was no need to say more, that look at everyone as if they were looking at a dog was even more unbearable. At this moment, it was already dusk, coupled with the fact that the criminal ministry's gate was littered with corpses. There were only a few sporadic people watching on the long street. Grand Duke, my subordinate feels that the way this Lord Shangwan is looking at Grand Duke is very slightly off, and that your son's strong kidney aphrodisiac pill might be of use. Chen Shang said with a squeeze. Even the serious-faced Zhao Dudu nodded approvingly. Prince Rong was solved. The remaining party this wave should also be folded as 7 or 8. The people are relaxed. Good people in front. The old man is blind and can't find his way home. Can you help the old man? Suddenly, an old voice rang out. The crowd stopped in their tracks, only to see an old man on crutches, trembling as he approached Gao Yang from one side. He had a withered face, and his cane tapped on the ground with a crisp clang. Zhao's big hand pressed down on the hilt of the knife. Chen Shang's smile tightened and his face was filled with gravity. Gao Yang's thoughts were interrupted. Staring at the oldest man in the dusk, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and shot a sleeve arrow. The gate of the Ministry of Justice full of corpses. In the dusk, the oldest man, still blind. This fool knows something is wrong. The old man knew you boys wouldn't honor the old and sinister. But if you capture Prince Rong, you must go with the old man. The old master dodged and avoided the sleeve arrows, then came towards Gao Yang to kill. That voice was not half as old. On the contrary, pale and strong. But at that moment, Zhao De and Shen Shang drew their swords at the same time, and then proceeded to kill the old master in the direction of one left and one right. At the same time, Zhao De roared, "Formation! Protect the Grand Duke!" The Gao family's ministers drew their swords and stood in front of Gao Yang. The old master's pupils shrunk, his face suddenly ugly. Military formation? He wanted to sneak attack, but he didn't expect either Gao Yang or the guards to react so quickly. And none of them are mediocre. He made a judgment call right then and there. Withdrawal. He drew his soft sword and blocked Zhao De and Shen Shang's attacks, and those eyes suddenly looked at Gao Yang with a scorching heat. Gao Yang, you can't get away. Soon, we'll see you again. After saying this, he immediately retreated. The Gao family guards originally wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by Zhao De. Don't chase after the poor enemy. Be careful of deception. Protect the Grand Duke for the first place. Zhao De and Shen Shang's hands were trembling. Just now, even though it was only a single strike, it made them feel the gap. Grand Duke, this person is an expert. Chen Shang categorically said, his gaze grave. Gao Yang stood in place with his hands in the air, looking at the back of this old master's departure. His brows furrowed tightly. See, indeed it's an expert. So close to the distance. I actually dodged this shot of sleeve arrows, Zhao De said with a serious face. This technique and force. It doesn't look like an old man. It looks like a Jianghu expert who has changed his face. Gao Yang's eyes were slightly cold as he muttered. Jianghu expert? His eyes were cold. This old master who came out of nowhere was highly skilled and powerful, but he didn't feel any killing intent and didn't look like Prince Rong's people. This was strange to Gao Yang. But this person definitely had something up his sleeve. Either he was craving his poisonous schemes or his body. Lord Gao. At this time, Shang Wanwanner heard the commotion and hurried over, followed by the Forbidden Army. I heard you had an encounter with an assassin. Are you okay? Shang Wanwanner glanced around at Gao Yang and asked again. Gao Yang shook his head. I'm fine. Why are you here? I heard my men say that you encountered an assassination outside, so I immediately came. This Prince Rong remnant, really hateful. I will definitely report to His Majesty and investigate Chang'an thoroughly, so that we can eliminate this gang of rebels and traitors in one fell swoop. Shang Wanwanner's face was murderous and icy. Gao Yang's heart warmed up, then said, although this person rushed at me, he didn't look like he wanted to kill me, nor did he look like Prince Rong's people, but rather like a Jianghu expert. Shang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Jianghu experts? They dared to strike at you. Is there some deep hatred? Gao Yang shook his head. Never. The enemies within Chang'an, other than Prince Rong, the ones who have offended are those few. Shang Wanwan immediately thought of Cui Xinghe. Solemnly, her eyes were serious. If it's really them, His Majesty will definitely give Lord Gao an explanation. Gao Yang nodded and did not say much. Shang Wanwan looked at Li Long. Commander Li, you personally escort Elder Gao back to his residence. Li Long arched his hand and said, yes. In this regard, Gao Yang did not refuse, but only asked a mouthful. Prince Rong. Shang Wanwan nodded her head and said, you can rest assured that I will do my job. With these words, Gao Yang was completely relieved. Soon, under the escort of the Forbidden Army, Gao Yang returned to the Duke of Ding mansion. He saluted Li Long and said, many thanks to Commander Li for escorting him all the way. Li Long hurriedly shook his hand and patted Gao Yang's shoulder. Elder brother Gao, no one is around. With your relationship with me, why be so polite? You and don't worry, this matter dude will definitely give you an explanation. If it's really that Cui Xinghe, or the Song family, they must pay the price. Liren made a promise. Gao Yang had to sigh. This was the power of entangled interests. There was no stronger relationship under the sky. But he shook his head and said, this matter is done too ostentatiously. Not like the tactics of the court. Brother Li does not need to make a move. Li Long froze. Then why did elder brother Gao just say this to Lord Shangwan? The assassination has already happened. So naturally I have to find a way to reap some benefits. And the Lord officers will spread the word to His Majesty's ears, knocking on the Song and Cui families and causing His Majesty's vigilance, so that even if they do have the intention of dealing with me, they will have to extinguish it. It's maximizing the benefits. Hiss. Liren was convinced. He was truly convinced. Elder brother Gao was really good at this. Then, after the two of them made some small talk, Li Long excused himself and left, and Gao Yang also turned around and entered the residence. As for this jungle master, he also remembered. We'll see. Dingui Gongfu. Back of the house. Gao Tianlong looked at Zhao De, a murderous intent permeating his face. A Jianghu expert has struck out at Younger? Zhao De looked serious and nodded. That person came straight for the Grand Duke. His methods were clean and his martial arts skills were so strong that he was able to easily repel Chen Shang and I. Gao Tianlong's face grew colder and colder. Although Chen Shang was following Gao Yang on his own, but for Chen Shang, Gao Tianlong had also figured out the bottom line, and was also an expert in practicing martial arts. Zhao De. Since needless to say, the battlefield killed out of the 100 battles of the soldiers. However, that person was able to force back Zhao De and Chen Shang with a single move, which was enough to show his level. No matter who he is, no matter what identity he has, take the old man's token and check for me. Check all of Chang'an. My Duke Ding Palace's people dare to move. Looking for death. Gao Tianlong's voice was icy cold and carried a strong killing intent. Accompanying these words, the ministry elites of the Duke of Ding's mansion also quickly left the mansion and killed in different directions towards Chang'an. Shang Wanwan also dealt with Prince Rong and entered the palace that night. When Wu Jiu heard the news, she was instantly shaken. Gao Yang was involved in the national fortune of Diqian, but now that someone had taken a shot at him, Wu Jiu immediately waved his hand. Check. The palace Forbidden Army dispersed out of the palace in all directions. One is to hang the remaining members of Prince Rong's party and capture Lei Yun, the Minister of Justice, and the other is to track down the murderer who struck out against Gao Yang. And that night Song Li, Cui Xinghe, were called to the palace by Wu Jiu. All knocked some. This night in Chang'an was destined to be very uneventful. For the next few days, Chang'an was plunged into purging, and the 100 officials had honestly retreated to their mansions. However, Wu Jiu's tactics were also very clever, showing her powerful wrist. This action of eliminating dissidents and getting rid of Prince Rong did not result in a large-scale bloodbath. Just get rid of Prince Rong's direct line, the rest of the stain not deep. Wu Jiu did not lay down a hard hand. In this way, the court can be smoothed out at the fastest speed, and even used for her, and the streets of Chang'an are restored to their former vitality. 5 days passed in a flash. Dragon Pass, the first majestic pass in Dakian. The city wall of Longwan was tall and the rammed earth was strong. It was an uncompromisingly majestic pass. In the past, there was no lack of great armies attacking here, but under the city of Longwan, they always returned in defeat and suffered heavy losses. The general stationed at the Dragon Pass is the famous General Shui of Diqian, with 10,000 Tianyi troops under his command, which is also one of the top elites of Diqian. But today, the gates of the Dragon Pass were wide open, and at the entrance stood an old general covered in murderous intent, which was clearly Dragon Pass guardian Shui. But in front of him, there was another middle-aged man in brocade robes with a dignified face. King of Wu. Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong took a deep breath. The bottom of his eyes flashed with indescribable ambition as he spoke disdainfully. That Wu Jiao, a woman, is also worthy of being an emperor? This world is destined to fall into the hands of this king. Shui Yi, who was on the side, laughed and said, the empress counts as having a keen sense of smell, but all this is ultimately useless. After today, the big picture is already decided. Dragon Pass is only 200 to 300 miles away from Chang'an. With the speed of Chu's cavalry, as long as they pass through the Dragon Pass, Chang'an is but a lamb to be slaughtered, and I'm afraid that the empress won't even be able to react. Wu Xiong sniffed and a smile filled his face again. It was as if the two were waiting for something, when suddenly the earth trembled, as if the hooves of a horse were trampling the earth. Wu Xiong and Shui Yi all looked into the distance, only to see that within sight, a black king's flag, which was blowing in the wind, was hunting, followed by a black steel torrent, which came towards Longguan in a vast manner, surrounded by endless killing intent. Coming! When Wu Xiong saw the Chu army in the distance, his face was filled with excitement. Shui Yi was also excited. Soon, Chu Qingwan was in the lead, dressed in soft armor, looking valiant, those icy eyes looking towards Wu Xiong. She was followed by Chu Tianfeng, who was covered in killing intent. Wu Xiong's eyes lit up and he hurriedly stepped forward. This king didn't expect that this time it would be the second princess of Chu and the Chu war god personally leading the army. The second princess is truly a woman of honor. Takeo's voice rang out. Chu Qingwan's gaze moved away from Wu Xiong and looked towards the lofty and tall dragon pass, and a touch of undetectable excitement appeared under her eyes. If the Chu army enters the dragon pass, that's half the battle. Chang'an is not a heavenly danger. As long as you cross the dragon pass, and beyond the dragon pass, it's a flat river with only a few small hills. As long as the cavalry is fast enough, with one person and 2 horses, then they can quickly kill the city of Chang'an and troop to the city. Chang'an is so empty of troops that it's practically within reach. Chu Qingwan suppressed her inner excitement and turned her gaze to Wu Xiong. Your Highness, King Wu, the news has not leaked out, right? Wu Xiong smiled and said, Second princess, don't worry. Along the way to report the scouts to this, all dead. Chang'an until now, are not aware of the situation. But that female emperor's sense of smell is indeed sensitive. Many days ago she sent out scouts, came to Dragon Pass, ordered General Shui to guard tightly and be careful of enemy attacks, and really let her guess. The words came out. Chu Qingwan was a bit surprised. Oh, then this empress has some skill to feel the crisis. Wu Xiong smiled and said, no one knows about General Shui's relationship with this king, and all of these scouts have been kept back. But once the army leaves the Dragon Pass, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it. Chu Qingwan laughed softly. Longguan is only a few hundred miles from Chang'an, during which it's a flat river, and I, Chu, have prepared for a double ride, even if she knows. So what? There is no more time for her to deploy her troops, Chu Qingwan said in a cold voice. The bottom of Chu Tianfeng's eyes also revealed ambition. Sacrifice the blood of the great Qian Empress to the soul of his great Chu army. This king has already prepared a banquet in the city, so I would like to invite the second princess to enter the city and take a rest. Takeo bent over. Shui Yi also had a humble face and lowered his head. In the future, they would have to rely on Chu Qingwan and turn their backs on Chu. However, Chu Qingwan shook her head. Soldiers are precious. This surprise attack is about surprise and speed. Be so fast that that great Qian Empress can't react. Fast to Chang'an unexpected. Fast until they lose their armor. Not to mention that there's still a poisoner in that Chang'an, and this princess won't give him time to deploy his troops. Chu Qingwan thought of Gao Yang's deeds. The bottom of her eyes were cold. Although she wanted to chop Gao Yang into mincemeat, she did not underestimate Gao Yang in the slightest. When Wu Xiong and Shui Yi heard the word poisoner, they both nodded. Gao Yang's poisonous plan has long been spread from the court, for the people a little bit did not pass. Poisonous plan spread throughout the world. Even they had to say it was toxic enough. With his power alone, it's difficult to turn over any waves, Wu Xiong added. Chu Qingwan shook her head. It must be known that when a lion fights a rabbit, it also needs all its strength. Not to mention that when 2 armies are fighting, this princess never underestimates anyone. What I promised you, De Chu, will do. As soon as Wu Xiong heard this, his eyes plummeted with joy. Chu Qingwan nodded, waved his big hand and said icily, enter the city and recuperate for an hour. In 1 hour, follow this princess to trample Chang'an on horseback and build an unrivaled career. Along with Chu Qingwan's words, the messenger behind him immediately waved his flag to convey the meaning. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking roar resounded. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent on Chu's generals suddenly swept out, charging straight up into the clouds, seeming to change the color of heaven and earth. Soon, the Chu army entered the Dragon Pass in great numbers. A cruel smile also appeared on Wu Xiong's face. This world's rivers and mountains should have been mine. Wu Xiong, a woman dares to call herself an emperor and dare to have the ambition of a great swan? Wu Xiong's face carried endless disdain. And soon, Chang'an City would fall into deep despair. An era that belonged to him, Wu Xiong, was about to begin. Daqian, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Wu Ju opened her mouth and asked, Chang'an scouts, have they returned? Lu Jun stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the scouts sent from Chang'an, except for those who went to the border, have all returned, and everything is normal at the various passes along the way. Qin Jinghua also spoke up and said, My Daqian army is strong, and even if there are wars at the borders, Your Majesty need not worry. When those words rang out, a flash of relief flashed across Wu Zhou's face. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang. Gao Yang also saw the situation and opened his mouth. Today's matter can be dangerous but not safe, can be worried but not congratulated. The very time, a little bit of caution, but also right. Wu Jiao nodded her head, deeply impressed. Elder Gao has a point. Scouts everywhere continue to patrol. Then, she turned her gaze to Lu Wen, the secretary of the Delizi Temple. Secretary Lu, the assassin hasn't been caught after so many days? Lu Wen was named by Wu Jiao, and immediately stood out trembling. Your Majesty, that assassin is a Jianghu expert, and will also have a hand in disguise, not yet investigated. I also ask Your Majesty to give me more time. Bang! Wu Jiao slapped the table with a wave of anger on her face. How long do you want? 10 days or half a month or a year? What if he tries to kill me next time? Wu Jiao's face is a bit untenable. Gao Yang for her work, but was assassinated by the assassin in the street. This is undoubtedly a provocation of her Wu Jiao's Majesty. But so many days had passed and she hadn't even seen the killer. I am aware of the offense. Lu Wen plummeted to his knees. Yan Zhang saw this and spoke up. Your Majesty, this gang of Jianghu people rely on practicing martial arts, defying the law. Some masters even dared to kill the constable in the street and get away with it. But relying on superior martial arts skills, it is difficult to capture them. And now they dare to openly assassinate Officer Gao in Chang'an. I think we should think of a way to weaken them. Takeshi's brow furrowed. This group of martial arts practitioners is indeed too bold. Do you have any brilliant ideas, my dear ministers? Wu Jiao gazed at the crowd. This is not in the Golden Palace, but in the Imperial Study Room. The presence of all are also the absolute core class of Deqian. Upon hearing this, the brows of the crowd all furrowed. Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, those who practice martial arts have only chivalry in their hearts, the word of righteousness, and their personal battle prowess is not bad. So I'm afraid it's difficult to punish them. Cui Xingha also added, if the imperial court openly suppresses it, I'm afraid that it will make them discontented, and if they fall into the trap and wreak havoc on one side, it will be even more troublesome. The crowd just found it too difficult to do. Then I'll forget about it? Wu Jiao increased her tone of voice and was very disgruntled. For a while, the ministers were silent, but then, Gao Yang stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a plan that will kill 3 birds with 1 stone, and will relieve your hatred and your worries at the same time. With Gao Yang's words, the eyes of the ministers suddenly looked at Gao Yang with shock and vigilance. What is this Gao Yang holding in his stomach? Who's going down? I already have a brilliant plan in my mind. I just need your Majesty's help for a second. Gao Yang continued to speak. What brilliant idea! Both Wu Jiao and Shang Wan'er looked at Gao Yang curiously. Gao Yang pulled out a booklet from his bosom and handed it to the eunuch. Your Majesty, please take a look. This is my masterpiece at home in the past few days, and it has taken a great deal of effort on my part. Hiss! The corners of Wu Jiao's eyes jumped, inexplicably thinking of the poisonous plan that Gao Yang had told her inside the Rouge Pavilion. What a lady husband! Teenagers don't get good grades. It's been so long. Wu Jiao has always remembered it, but she didn't even dare to look for Gao Yang. Instinctively, she felt that it was no good. Wu Jiao's face was slightly red and she said unhappily, this thing, although it has plagued the youth of the 6 countries, it is also too easy to backfire on my Deqian. This categorically does not work, not to mention that on such occasions, it's not quite appropriate for Secretary Gao to show it to me, is it? Gao Yang was instantly confused. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? I'm talking about a martial arts secret, a poisonous plan specifically for this Jianghu master. Takeshi froze, a little embarrassed. It was then that she realized she had made a mistake. She picked up the pamphlet presented by the eunuch, and Shang Wan'er, who was on the side, also saw it and looked at it. 100 officials also all faced curiosity. Against the Jianghu masters set up a poisonous plan. What martial arts secret so fluffy? Immediately afterward, Wu Jiao read it in shock. Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. The ministers were dumbfounded. However, Gao Yang had a proud look on his face. As the saying goes, take a step back and the sea is wide open. And the more you think about it, the more angry you get. And this old master has actually not caught it after so many days. This upsets him even more. And since he can do transfiguration, there is a high probability that the face is fake. Is he, Gao Yang, the one who suffers? When Wu Jiao saw the smile on Gao Yang's face, she realized that this matter was not simple, and that this so-called secret martial arts book was by no means simple. She hurriedly turned to the first page, but the 8 big words that came into her eyes directly caused her to draw a breath of cold air. Hiss. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize? Wu Jiao was shocked. Shang Wanwaner was also shocked. The ministers were also shocked. A book of martial arts secrets. But the first page says that in order to practice this skill, you must first self-cannibalize? Is this the poisonous plan you came up with? Wu Jiao could not believe the voice, her phoenix eyes full of shock. The 100 officials also looked at Gao Yang with numbness in their scalps. Gao Yang's gaze carried the thrill of retaliation. The Jianghu people who assassinated my minister. Who could repel my minister's 2 guards in one move? Must be Jianghu masters, but anyone who is a master. Then they can't resist the temptation of the secret martial arts books. Your Majesty can set up a situation to create momentum by placing this sunflower treasure code into a piece of an ancient tomb, and then hype up the news, such as if you have this divine power. You can dominate the martial arts world and become the #1 expert. The news will then spread throughout the entire Jianghu, causing martial arts masters to rush forward to fight for it. They shall kill each other. The person who assassinated Chen is superbly strong. There's no reason not to go and fight for it. And when he fights for this sunflower treasure tree, he'll be faced with a choice. If he doesn't self-camel, then even if he practiced it, it's ineffective and can't be blamed on the secret scrolls. But if he does, then he's fallen for the minister's tricks. Gao Yang smiled deviously and continued. Practicing martial arts. Most people are not good at women's colors, and daily hammering muscles and bones, quite ruthless to themselves, that wielded the sword to self-homicide, but also in the rightful. Accompanied by Gao Yang's voice, the ministers present instantly had a burst of scalp numbness, and even Wu Jiao's face changed wildly. Tough. It's too hard. This poisonous plan is a triple whammy. 1 can make the Jianghu people kill each other and eliminate the threat to the court. 2 may make the assassin pay, and 3 will make the Jianghu masters have no offspring since then. If a child born before dies, the legacy is broken. A group of ministers like seeing a ghost. A pair of eyes all looked at Gao Yang in unison. This Gao Yang, too shady. Su Xuanji wiped his sweat. Choi Singa touched his crotch. A chill ran down Son Li's spine. All that was left in their minds was that one sentence. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. Can a master of the jungle resist the temptation of this sunflower book? In the meantime, outside Chang'an, a wide official road led straight to Chang'an, an ancient city that had stood in the central plains for hundreds of years. On both sides of the official road, there was a group of bandits in the jungle, and the leader, Scarface, was holding a large sword and was looking at the official road. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Big brother, there are people coming not far away, riding horses and running wildly. Scarface brightened up, gripping the large knife in his hand, agitated. Brothers, follow me down. Since this man can come on horseback, he must not be simple. Rob him, even if he doesn't have much silver on him. Just a horse can be worth a lot of money. Excited, the group of bandits then went up the official road from both sides. Scarface revealed a face full of grimace and shouted towards the front. This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you want to pass from here, leave the money to buy the road. Stop it quickly for Grandpa. However, in the next second, when the person on horseback within the line of sight got closer and closer, Scarface's pupils suddenly shrunk. A general in battle armor with a blood-stained body was charging, his body shaking as blood and armor clung to him, and he shouted with all his hiss. 800 miles of urgent military situation. Those who stand in my way will die. Scarface was instantly like an enemy. And even his chrysanthemum suddenly tightened, directly stopping the brothers behind him. Yet, get out of the way. Get out of the way. All of you. They instantly made way for a spacious avenue, and the generals charged all the way, straight toward Chang'an City. A strong man holding a large sword asked in disbelief. Big brother, this person is only one person. We have more than a dozen brothers. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? As long as it's done cleanly and there's no evidence afterward. Even if the officials want to investigate, they'll have no choice. Scarface looked to the burly man, and the other bandits who were equally puzzled, a touch of disdain on his face. Evidence? Your name is Big Smart, and you really deserve the nickname Big Smart. Only strikes require evidence. Counterinsurgency only requires circling the wagons. 800 miles to urgently deliver military information. Rob him? How many heads do you have enough to chop? I'm afraid that all the egg yolks of our black wind-walled city will be shaken apart, and all the earthworms will be chopped in half. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd of bandits instantly had their scalps tingling and a wave of fear. Scarface looked at the generals who ran furiously all the way towards Chang'an. His face was obscure. 800 miles of emergency. This must be out of the urgent military situation. Hurry to change a costume into Chang'an City. See what the situation is. Scarface made his decision almost instantly. In the meantime, accompanied by the fastest speed of the mad dash, the lofty Chang'an City also finally appeared within this general's line of sight. At the entrance of the city, another group of people were entering Chang'an City. An excitement filled the bottom of this general's eyes before he held up a token and hissed, "By the holy decree of the empress, 800-mile rush, get out of the way quickly. Urgent military information." Almost the instant the voice rang out, the guarding generals were horrified, and they hurriedly stepped aside to disperse the people and make way. The generals held up their tokens and entered Chang'an straight from the city gates into Vermilion Bird Street, and then proceeded along Vermilion Bird Street all the way to the Imperial Palace, the highest watchtower in Chang'an. After noticing this scene, quickly waved its flag and sent a message towards the palace with a flag. Immediately, there were eunuchs, who quickly walked towards the imperial study. Get out of the way quickly. 800-mile rush, accompanied by the general's hissing. The people of Chang'an avoided him, and this general was unhindered all the way. Open the palace gates. As the generals sped along, the palace guards were also like enemies, quickly opening the palace gates. The 9 gates of the palace, one after the other, opened and then fell as this general entered. The general then rushed towards the royal library in this manner. As he approached the imperial study, there were steps, so the general struck his horse and quickly stepped forward, and with a body that had long been exhausted, pushed open the door to the imperial study. Inside the imperial library, Wu Jiao and a group of courtiers were originally talking about the details of laying out a plan to pit the Jianghu people against each other so that they would kill each other. As a result, the message was received. Wu Jiao's face suddenly grimaced, and an unpleasant premonition flashed through her heart. Shangwan Waner, Qin Xinghua, Lu Jin and the others all looked towards Gao Yang, their hearts and minds horrified. Gao Yang also frowned. The day came a little too soon. For a while, an air of tension permeated the entire imperial study. Soon, the general pushed open the door of the imperial study and knelt down directly to Wu Jiao. Your Majesty, urgent military information. In the area of Yangzhuang in Maidakian, a small group of Chu vanguard troops appeared, and I fear that a large army is coming afterward. This statement was made. Boom! The large imperial study was steeped in endless shock. Lu Jin's gaze changed, and his eyes carried endless horror as he immediately said in a loud voice, "Never! Yangzhuang is just over 200 miles from Chang'an, and the Chu army will not be able to reach Yangzhuang unless Longguan is lost. But the Dragon Pass city has high walls and thick walls, and it is guarded by Shui Yi with 10,000 heavenly artists, so even if an army of 100,000 attacked, it would be difficult to break through. Do you know the consequences of passing on false military information?" Lu Jin wore a majestic face, a face filled with endless killing intent. The general was anxious. His face was covered in blood. "Great General, my subordinate is also puzzled. But this military information is true. If it wasn't for my subordinate's fast running, I would have become a dead soul under the Chu army's sword long ago. My subordinate can die any way he wants, but the military situation is like fire. So please make a quick decision." "Great General, Your Majesty." For a while, the entire imperial study was silent. The faces of a group of ministers were ugly. They had thought that the 800 miles of urgent military information was that the border had started a war. But this is not so great that they are shocked. After all, border wars, since ancient times, 2 countries fight, each according to their own means. But the appearance of the Chu army around Yangzhuang is terrifying. More than 200 miles. If the Chu army is fast enough, it won't take more than a few days for the Chu army to point their swords at Chang'an and march on the city. Takeshi's fists clenched. She was also square. Gao Yang was right. His suspicions really came true. And Deqian is even more dangerous. The Great Chu actually killed through the Dragon Pass without God realizing it. In other words, it won't be long before it kills its way to Chang'an. It almost killed her. Lu Jin looked at Wu Jiao said, "Your Majesty, this must be false information. If there is a war on the border, it would have been sent to Chang'an in an expedited manner. Not to mention that Longguan is the #1 pass in Dakian. If the Chu army hits Longguan, we should have gotten the news long ago. Not to mention the fact that the Chu army has now crossed the Dragon Pass in force." This comment caused an instant wave of approval, because logically, this event would never have happened. Wu Jiao turned her gaze to Gao Yang and said in a deep voice, "Officer Gao, what do you think about this matter?" Gao Yang was named and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Gao Yang raised his eyes and looked directly at Wu Jiao, saying with great certainty, "I feel that this matter is true. Chu's army has silently crossed the Dragon Pass and entered my great Qian's hinterland, and it won't be more than a few days before it will be at the city." With Gao Yang's words, Lu Xun's violent temper instantly rose. "Kid, that's never going to happen. Unless that Chu's army is a godly army that appeared steeply behind the Dragon Pass, why hasn't a single bit of news been transmitted from my Dakian from the border, and then to the Dragon Pass? What is the explanation for this?" Lu Xun looked towards Gao Yang, his voice resounding through the hall like a bell. Gao Yang did not answer at first, but looked at Wu Jiao and said, "Does your majesty have a map of Daqian?" Wu Jiao said in a deep voice, "Fetch the map." Shang Wanwaner brought the map to Gao Yang, who took a deep breath after carefully examining it. He looked at Lu Xun and said, "Chu doesn't need divine soldiers to descend into the sky. As long as Shui Yi of Longwan collaborates with the enemy and defects, and surrenders to Chu, they will be able to pass through Longwan silently. Once Shui Yi defects, everything will make sense. When Chu's army enters my Dakian from Pingchang, this marching route will surely have to pass through my Dakian Dragon Pass, and similarly, when the border military situation is passed towards Chang'an, it will also have to pass through the Dragon Pass." Shui Yi withheld the information, killed the generals who sent the message from the border, and helped the Chu army cover their tracks. This also naturally explains the fact that Chu was able to pass the Dragon Pass without any effort, and from the current situation, this is the only possibility. Shui Yi has mutinied, and Long Pass has been lost. The words fell. A gust of wind swept in, blowing suddenly from outside the hall, causing the armor on Lu Xun's body to clatter. His eyes widened and his mind felt like it suddenly cleared. If it was really as hypothetical as Gao Yang said, then everything would be right, and the Chu army would really be able to enter the Great Qian hinterland silently. Qin Jinghua said with an ugly face, "Shui Yi is a famous general of our Great Qian. Why would he rebel? This is natural because Chu gives more." Qin Jinghua, "That's a good reason." Gao Yang continued, "But all of this is just my guess. Only this possibility is very high. And counting the time of news transmission, if the news is true, that the Chu army has already come towards Chang'an, this news cannot be hidden. Today, there will be news coming one after another, but without fear of the worst. Your majesty must make early preparations." These words were justified, and the ministers were all silent. Wu Jiao's fists clenched tightly, then she looked at Gao Yang. "Officer Gao, do you have a plan to retreat from the enemy?" As much as she hated to admit it, Wu Jiao instinctively felt that the news must be true. This kind of fake news doesn't make any sense. But Shan'an was nearly unprepared. Right now, she felt that the only one who could possibly break the enemy was Gao Yang, the king of living hell. For a while, Shang Wanwaner's pair of beautiful eyes also fell on Gao Yang, and the group of ministers were also gathered on Gao Yang. Although Cui Xinghe felt very envious, he lowered his lofty head, even as he realized the urgency of the situation. If Shui of Longwan really rebelled against the enemy and allowed the army of Chu to pass through Longwan unharmed, this would give them very little time to prepare. Gao Yang looked straight into Wu Jiao's eyes and said, "Your Majesty, I dare to ask how many large armies are in Chang'an?" Takeshi said, almost without thinking, 30,000 people. And of those 30,000, only 10,000 are considered elite. A word fell. A bitter smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Wu Jiao's words sort of abruptly extinguished the thoughts in his mind. "Your Majesty, my suggestion is to abandon Chang'an and retreat to the Jiangnan area and wait for the right time." The words fell. Shang Wanwaner could not hide her disappointment on her face. Wu Jiao was also very reluctant. "Even you don't have a plan to retreat from the enemy?" Her fists clenched. "Does she really want to retreat to Jiangnan?" Gao Yang voiced out. Now the whereabouts of the Chu army, as well as its strength, cannot be determined. But with such godly speed, and even to make a surprise attack, heading straight for Chang'an, this must be mostly elite cavalry. I conservatively estimate a minimum of 100,000 troops. If Shui Yi truly rebels against the enemy, then his 10,000 Heavenly Arts army will also be used for Chu. And from the perspective of interest, I also feel that Shui Yi is not the only one who has rebelled against the enemy. Gao Yang paused and then continued. To conspire with Chu, his volume is not quite enough. And even if it is true that Chu took Chang'an, Shui Yi does not have royal blood, making it difficult for him to sit on the throne. Behind the scenes, there should be someone else. Gao Yang's words called out. Behind this, besides Shui Yi, there was someone with more power, and even a royal bloodline. The feudal lords of the world. Some of them rebel. Wu Jiao couldn't help but blush even harder. Gao Yang's words were like a blitzkrieg. hitting her heart. Even though she had raised her guard at the first opportunity, and had even ordered the Changning army to return to Chang'an a few days before. But in the end, it was a step too slow. Gao Yang sighed. In that case, it is estimated that there is an army of 150,000, and Chang'an's 30,000 men are a drop in the bucket. Trying to hold on and wait for reinforcements to arrive is as hard as hell. With the words of Gao Yang, the entire imperial study is silence. Once Chang'an fell, they are all prisoners, no dignity. Lu Wen, the secretary of the Dalizi temple, couldn't sit still, and he spoke to Wu Jiao. What Elder Gao has said makes sense. I agree to avoid the front for the time being. When retreating to Jiangnan, for a while, several civil ministers all spoke out in agreement. Wu Jiao looked displeased. It's too early to tell about all this. The immediate priority is to figure out the authenticity of the military intelligence and the strength of Dechu's troops. Are you and others so greedy and afraid of death? These words of Wu Jiao fell, plus the fact that the information was indeed unknown, so Lu Wen and Song Li could only retreat. Come on people, send all the Chang'an scouts to me, riding 2 horses at a time, and make sure to probe everything as fast as possible. Also, a total news blackout. Soon, the morning court was dispersed. Gao Yang and Gao Feng returned to the Dingwa Gongfu in silence. As a matter of fact, an invisible panic had spread in Chang'an along with the entry of this general and the urgent military situation of these 800 miles. Wu Jiao stood inside the palace, looking out into the distance. She pursed her lips tightly and didn't say a word. She prayed inwardly that God would bless her for once. Into the night, Wu Jiao just finished dealing with the Zhangfu, mobilizing the various armies of Deqian. Just about to fall asleep, another ride rushed into the palace. Report. Southeast of Chang'an, 200 miles away, a large Chu enemy force has been spotted, roughly estimated at 100,000 men. I also ask your majesty to make a quick decision. Wu Jiao's face suddenly turned ugly. 2 hours later, another ride into Chang'an. Report. 800-mile rush. The king of Wu has rebelled. 30,000 troops will join the Chu army and arrive in Chang'an on the same day. Wu Jiao sniffed and blushed hard. More than 100,000 troops. Shui Yi's rebellion. King Wu's rebellion. Is this really the sky trying to destroy him? Deqian? Even Gao Yang couldn't do anything about it this time. What should she do? Retreat to Jiangnan or fight to the death? Wu Jiao stayed awake all night until the sky broke to reveal a sliver of morning sun. On this night, even the people who reacted more slowly could smell the storm coming. Chang'an some well-informed magnates, but also overnight packing luggage, waiting for the city gates to open. Fleeing Jiangnan, Dingui Gongfu. Gao Yang heard the news and immediately rushed to the inner mansion. This Deqian must not stay. But when he saw Gao Tianlong was already clad in battle armor and full of solemnity. Apparently, he hadn't slept all night either. When he saw Gao Tianlong opened his eyes and a lofty aura that Gao Yang had never seen before flashed in his eyes. Things are worse than expected? Gao Tianlong said in a deep voice. Gao Yang nodded. Within a day, 3 800-mile expedites. Sun's estimation. Not only Shui Yi's mutiny, but the minimum 100,000 troops of Dechu. Chang'an is in danger. When he heard that Shui Yi, the guardian of the Dragon Pass, had mutinied and that the lowest 100,000 troops of Dechu had entered the hinterland of Deqian, an extremely dense killing intent permeated Gao Tianlong's surroundings. This Shui Yi, the old man should have shot him in the first place. Gao Yang took a deep breath and said, Grandfather, it's useless to talk about this now. Run quickly this morning. The enemy is outnumbered. Chang'an is still this empty. The situation has been finalized. The gods can't save us. The firewood we left behind is not afraid of having no wood to burn. As long as my grandson is around. When I go to Jiangnan, even if I'm penniless, my grandson is confident that I'll be able to make a good living. It can also restore the honor of the Dingwa Gongfu. Gao Yang took a deep breath. He has soap. He has gunpowder. And a million poisonous plans. He has this confidence and confidence. Gao Tianlong glanced deeply at Gao Yang as he spoke out. I will arrange for elite guards from my residence to send you out of the city and straight to Jiangnan. As for the old man, has to stay. Gao Tianlong's eyes carried firmness and determination. Gao Yang's voice suddenly raised with incomprehension. Shui Yi's mutiny, hundreds of thousands of Chu's army effortlessly passed through the Dragon Pass, and more than likely, there is a rebellion by the vassal kings. Now that the situation has been settled, why would grandfather want to stay in Chang'an and send himself to his death for nothing? Is it bad to be alive? Gao Tianlong's face was calm. His pair of eyes looked straight at Gao Yang. I have spent my entire life born and died for Deqian. It was the late emperor who gave me glory, and gave the Dingui Gongfu glory. Now that Deqian is experiencing an unprecedented crisis, how can I live on? How many years does the old man have left to live? Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang. Again his tone suddenly softened and patted his shoulder. You are a poisonous warrior, with a focus on scheming for yourself, and this would have been the best choice for you. If there is no Dingwa Gongfu, no Diqian, you will have a wider world, which is not a bad thing for you. As for the old man, it would have been an honor to die in battle, and this homecoming is an honor and the best ending for the old man. Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, as if he had seen through everything. Gao Yang gritted her teeth, her eyes slightly red. He turned and hurried toward the room where Summit and Li were. If Summit can go, Gao Tianlong can't say he'll be swayed. Soon, Gao Yang came to the room where the peak was. As soon as he stepped into the room, Gao Changwen, Gao Ling all looked at Gao Yang. When Gao Feng saw Gao Yang, he was a bit surprised, but he immediately spoke with a face full of majesty. Sinful animal, you've come at the right time. This is the luggage packed for you. Take it quickly, and as soon as the city gates open this morning, take Changwen and Linger away with all haste. Zhao De and Shen Shang will escort you down to the south of the river with their elite. Gao Yang looked over as Li spread out her luggage, only to see that it was full of gold ingots and gold and silver jewelry. Li spoke, there are 10 gold ingots in here, and some other valuable gold, silver, and jewels, with my son's skill, as long as he goes to Jiangnan, for my mother is not worried. In addition, for the mother also wrote you a letter. Also in it, although for the mother and your grandfather relationship is not good, but after all, it is blood and bone relationship. You go to Jiangnan. If you encounter danger, you can take this letter to find your grandfather. He will protect you. Gao Yang's eyes were a little red for some reason, and he said word for word, you guys aren't leaving either? As soon as Gao Feng heard this, he immediately blew his beard and eyes and reprimanded. Sinful animal, what are you babbling about? His Majesty still wants to fight to the death. How can my servant retreat? I, Summit, have always known myself to be average in ability and average in intrigue, but this heart of loyalty to my king and country is extraordinary. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Li, the meaning of which was self-evident. Li's face was soft. Looking at Gao Yang's gaze was full of reluctance. She naturally knew what Gao Yang meant, but she smiled and said, marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. Since we are husband and wife, sharing the glory, wealth and prosperity, how can we fly separately in the face of a great disaster? If your father doesn't leave, I will live and die for my mother. Gao Feng's eyes glazed over and he held Li's hand. That's quite touching, ma'am, but chicken dogs are more or less inappropriate. Gao Yang took a deep breath as he turned his gaze to Gao Changwen. The warm winds of Jiangnan are intoxicating, and there are beauties everywhere. What about you? Once Gao Changwen heard about the beauty, his eyes suddenly lit up. Elder brother, you really know my humble brother's soft spot and have attacked toward that soft spot for a while. But Gao Changwen glanced at Gao Feng, then said to Gao Yang, brother, you have amazing talent. I'm just a waste. Following you will only cause you trouble. Furthermore, the last time the white whoring was too excited, so I ordered 10 at once, and the process was quite embarrassing, and now all the major neighborhoods say that I am not a man. This time, I want to man up once. But realizing that his words weren't quite right, Gao Changwen hurriedly said again, elder brother, I definitely didn't mean to say anything about you. It's just that your life, it's more useful, and you'll be able to rectify the Duke of Ding's house. During this period of time, I have painstakingly researched and come up with a new medicine that has the effect of melting corpses. Brother, bring it to Jiangnan. It might be useful. Gao Gao immediately reprimanded Gao Changwen and angrily scolded. You fop, what's the point of staying in Chang'an? Get the hell out of here and go to Jiangnan. Gao Changwen's tone weakened as he shrunk his head and said, Lord Father, this is not a good thing to say. If my child dies later than my parents, I can still collect the corpses for you and my mother. Summit's eyes glazed over and he began looking left and right. Where's the old man's baguette? Gao Yang looked at this scene and gritted his teeth, but a curse opened up in his heart. Crazy, all of them, so stupid even though they know they'll surely die if they stay. Wouldn't it be good to retreat to the south of the river and sweep in later? Gao Yang does not understand. This is clearly a 9 deaths and 1 life situation. 36 plans to go for the best plan. There's still a chance to go now, and the many families of Diqian are also fleeing. But why not? You all don't want to go. You all want to bury for Diqian. I Gao Yang don't want to. I'll go. Gao Yang turned around with a big stride. Wait. Seeing that Gao Yang was about to leave, Gao Feng shouted. Gao Yang paused and looked at Peak. Have you changed your mind? Gao Feng tightened his face and looked at Gao Yang. Sinful son, can you let me give you a beating before you leave? Just one beating. Let old me have a good time. In that case, there is no regret. Summit was filled with longing. Gao Yang ignored it and turned around, watching Gao Yang's determined back until he disappeared. Gao Feng sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to beat it in this lifetime. Although his peak ability is not top-notch, he also has his own temperament, and he will never serve two masters. He probably won't survive if the Chu army enters Chang'an. He turned to Uncle Fu and said, "Give the luggage to Zhao De, and make sure to protect Yanger." At the moment, the morning light was bright, and the sky was only cloudy. Gao Yang went all the way out of the Dingwa Gungfu and headed straight outside Chang'an. Chen Sheng and Zhao De and a group of other guards followed along the way, far behind Gao Yang. Crazy. It's all crazy. None of them will go. They all want to be loyal and die. He'll go. He didn't have such a high level of awareness. In his eyes, knowing that it was death and still having to wait for it was a most foolish thing to do. Capitalists, when risk aversion is the main focus. Shopkeeper, a bowl of noodles and clear soup. Gao Yang stopped at a stall near the city gate and shouted, "I didn't eat in the morning, so when I finish this bowl of noodles, I'll start running as soon as the gates open." Soon, a steaming bowl of noodles was served, but with 3 eggs added to it. Gao Yang instantly became furious and slammed the table. "Shopkeepers, this Gonzi said clear soup noodles. Clear soup noodles. You don't understand the words? Or do you have to make a fortune when the country is in trouble? Do you believe that this eunuch will overturn all your stalls?" Hearing Gao Yang's anger, a middle-aged man with a naive face walked up with a face full of urgency. He hurriedly explained, "Your Excellency is mistaken. This noodle doesn't cost anything, and the eggs are free." Gao Yang instantly froze. No money? He looked at the 3 eggs inside the bowl, which were inconsequential to him, but extremely extravagant to the stall owner. Why? Gao Yang looked puzzled. The middle-aged man was full of consternation and wiped his hands on his body. "You are Officer Gao. The little people had the honor of meeting Lord Gao at the food competition. I admire your plan. My old man, I just think that your life is precious. If you eat well, your safety will be greater. If you succeed in escaping, the great Qian will have one more hope. But I don't have any good things. Even the eggs are only 3 left. The Grand Duke is used to eating mountain delicacies. I'm afraid it won't suit my taste. After you're done, I'll have to go home and take refuge too." Gao Yang subconsciously looked to the side, only to see that the basket containing the eggs was already empty. 3 eggs, that was all he had. He bowed his head and took a bite. The smooth noodles with the earthy eggs were extremely flavorful and left him speechless for a long time. After a full dozens of seconds, Gao Yang suddenly got up and slapped a silver ingot on the table. He turned around and left, leaving behind only one sentence. "Grass. There's poison in the noodles. This time, I'm afraid I'll have to pull out all my tricks and stunts." The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, his face full of fear and said, "Your Honor, the little people are unjustly accused. But since it says it's poisonous, what's the point of giving him back his silver?" Chen Shang and Zhao De were carrying their luggage. They looked at the direction Gao Yang had gone before and instantly froze. "That's not the direction out of town at all. It's the direction where the palace is, the Imperial Palace." Wuing Hall. Candlelight illuminated everything in the dimly lit hall, which was the center of the entire palace, enshrining the portraits of successive great Qian emperors. No one is allowed to enter without authorization except Wu Ju alone. "Father, the king of Wu rebelled. The Dragon Pass guard Shui Yi surrendered. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the Great Chu crossed the Dragon Pass and killed all the way towards Chang'an. What should my son do?" Wu Ju stood in the center of the hall, her eyes looking towards a portrait that was enshrined. She, who had always been noble and full of majesty, actually revealed a touch of tenderness at this moment. There was a silence in the great hall, and there was no answer. There was a moment of silence from Wu Ju. At this time, Shangwan Waner carefully pushed open the door of the great hall and walked in. "Your Majesty." Wu Jiu looked at Shangwan Waner and asked in a deep voice, "What about the situation in Chang'an City?" Shangwan Waner sighed and said, "Although I have tried my best to cover up the news, the major families have heard of the commotion and are still frantically packing their luggage and preparing to flee." There was a touch of mockery in the corner of Wu Jiu's eye, but she was calm. Grilitalpa still steals a living, let alone a human being. It is human nature not to see the slightest hope in the face of a great enemy. Gao, member of the Lang? Both are poisonous soldiers, to seek their own main. Yesterday let me retreat to the south of the Yangtze River belt. Today only afraid to run the fastest it. Wu Jiu's voice was calm, but if you listen closely you could hear a slight tremor underneath the words. Obviously, her heart wasn't as light as she showed on the surface. Shangwan Waner lowered her eyes, converging all the emotions within them. Before the sky was fully lit, Officer Gao headed towards the Chang'an city gates. It's estimated that in another half hour, once the city gates open, they'll be out of Chang'an city and heading straight for Jiangnan. When Wu Jiu heard this, she burst into mute laughter. He really deserves his name as a poisonous warrior. And when he saw that the situation was not right, he ran away faster than anyone else. "Your Majesty, now while the Chu army has not yet killed Your Majesty should also quickly order an elite force to Jiangnan. Then the Chu army will surely send their elite cavalry in pursuit, and the later we leave, the more dangerous it will be, Chang Wanwaner said with a face full of urgency. Upon hearing these words, an endless imperial aura suddenly permeated Wu Jiu's body. She said in an unquestionable tone, I am the son of heaven of Deqian. How can I dishonor my ancestors? I can certainly walk away, but how can the hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an walk away? Can they run as fast as the Chu cavalry? Wu Jiu's eyes were firm, with unprecedented determination. I can die, and Deqian can die, but this Jiangshan and Jinji is what the ancestors fought with their lives, and it is what countless generals and soldiers of Deqian have exchanged for with their blood, and I'd rather be the king of a dead country, and martyr myself to the country, but I mustn't be such a wimp. Inside the wooing hall, the portraits of ancestors of all generations were fluttering by the wind, seemingly witnessing together Wu Jiu's clanking oath. Wu Jiu turned her eyes to Shang Wanwaner, her tone eased a bit. You may now leave the palace and chase after Gao Yang. With him by your side, I would feel at ease. If this battle can be won, heaven blesses my Dakian. I will then send someone down to Jiangnan to pick up you and Gao Yang. If heaven does not bless my Dakian, then if the Chu army wants to nibble down my Dakian, it will have to chip off a mouthful of his teeth. Shang Wanwaner's eyes glowed red as she said word for word, I won't leave. I will meet this unprecedented crisis in Deqian with your majesty. Even if I die, Shang Wanwaner will have no regrets. Wu Jiu's heart warmed as she pushed open the door of Wooing Hall and walked out with her slender jade legs. Her gaze was firm as she looked into the distance. Change your clothes and go to the morning court. Today's morning court is not a quiet one, Takeshi said quietly. She knew in her heart how much resistance there should be under this decision. The Golden Palace. Gao Tianlong was clad in battle armor and stood at the front. He didn't move a muscle, but a solemn aura permeated around him. Behind it, the civil and military officials are talking, full of gravity. A stormy atmosphere permeates the entire Golden Palace. The officials of the peace faction and the war faction are clearly separated, and everyone knows that today's morning court will decide the fate of the next Qin dynasty. Soon, Wu Jiu, wearing a golden-colored dragon robe, walked out from one side and stepped towards the dragon chair. She spoke directly to the 100 officials. The situation is urgent. I'll make a long story short. The situation in Deqian is critical. King Wu and Dragon Pass Guardian Shui have colluded with Chu, and hundreds of thousands of Chu troops have silently touched into our great Qian hinterland, pointing their swords at Chang'an. Within 3 days at the most, the soldiers will come to the city. All the courtiers, do you have a plan to retreat? A pair of phoenix eyes of Wu Jiu swept over the 100 officials and threw out this explosive news. Almost instantly, the entire Golden Palace was like a pot exploding, and the faces of the civil and military officials changed in unison. Even Gao Tianlong had a grave expression on his face. Shui had rebelled. The king of Wu had colluded with Chu, and more than 100,000 troops were about to descend on the city. Chang'an was taken by surprise and was left empty inside. How do you fight this battle? He was even a little glad that Gao Yang was gone, or else it would be just one more corpse in front of this great power. Lu Xun had a murderous look on his face and couldn't help but curse. These two traitors, they'd better not fall into Lao Fu's hands, or else Lao Fu will have to crush all their baskets. Lu Xun's face was filled with hatred. A murderous aura filled his face, and his back teeth hurt from clenching. Wu Jiu said in a deep voice, Old General Lu, it's pointless to talk about this now. The priority now is how to retreat. You've been in the battlefield for a long time. Do you have the confidence to retreat from the enemy? When Lu Xun thought of the huge disparity in strength, he said, I think that the only way to Chang'an now is to die and wait for reinforcements. Hearing this, Lu Wen, the secretary of the Delizi Temple, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the king of Wu and Shui have colluded with Chu, causing Chu's army to silently pass through our Dakian's #1 strongest pass. Right now Chang'an is empty and difficult to defend. The old minister feels that it is time to strategically retreat. The so-called strategic retreat is nothing more than running away. Just to put it nicely, Wu Jiu's face was icy cold, and her eyes looked toward Deqian Prime Minister Su Xianji. Does Prime Minister Su have a high opinion? Su Xuanji was named and could only stand out and say stiffly, Your Majesty, I support Lord Lu's strategic retreat. Minister of War Wang Hao also stood out and spoke. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. In addition to LV Zhen and a few other military generals, the entire court, most of the civil servants all have voiced. For a moment, a monstrous wave of sound assailed towards Wushu. Wu Zhou's jade hands gripped the armrests of the dragon chair, and her heart sank. But she looked at the 100 officials and said word for word, What if I don't want to go and I have to fight the Chu army? A word fell. The 100 officials looked horrified, but an even greater wave of sound hit them immediately afterward. Your Majesty may not. This move is too dangerous. As the sages say, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and it is a great taboo to do something you know you cannot do. If your majesty insists on fighting this battle, the old minister can only die headlong on top of this great hall. If I can use my blood to make your majesty come to his senses in time, what fear is there in dying? For a moment, Wu Ju's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. The 100 officials spoke out in unison, with a face of great righteousness. Some of the royal historians are even more desperate to die. Wu Ju was also furious. In her eyes, this was forcing the palace. It was thanks to Prince Roan's death. If Prince Roan didn't die, she didn't even have half a say. She suddenly sat up straight, her face full of anger. What kind of bullshit strategic retreat is nothing more than being chased by the Chu army like a dog? Today, my intention has been decided, to hold Chang'an and fight the Chu army, and those who delude themselves will be beheaded. Wu Jiu did not retreat in the slightest, and for a while, the entire Golden Palace was caught in a standoff. Lu Wen, Su Xuanji, Wang Hao, and a host of other ministers also felt a burst of headache. They can get the news. The living king of hell have run away. See the seriousness of the matter. This stay is tantamount to a life of 9 deaths. On the contrary, Wu Jiu refused to withdraw to Jiangnan, but just then, the eunuch's voice rang out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Gao Yang, a member of the Ministry of Revenue, is seeking an audience outside the palace. As soon as the words fell, the 100 officials and even Wu Jiu were astonished for a while. Gao Yang? Although Gao Yang's official position was small, no one dared to underestimate it. His reputation is all about one poisonous scheme after another that has actually been passed on. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong even turned back abruptly, somewhat incredulous. Isn't Gao Yang gone? Counting the time, now should be out of the city is right. How to come to this golden palace? The two looked at each other, their brows furrowed. Wu Jiu also looked surprised as she turned her gaze to Shangwan Air. Shangwan was also surprised and shocked, but inside her heart, for some reason, suddenly lit up a flash of hope, as if as long as Gao Yang is still there, De Qian cannot be chaotic. Lu Wen's eyes lit up. He arched his hand and said, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue has amazing talent, countless brilliant plans, and also knows some military law. The old minister thinks that your majesty should listen to more of Minister Gao's advice. Su Xuanji, Song Li, and Wang Hao all stood out and said, I second the motion. I second the motion. Yesterday, the Imperial Study Room. Gao Yang is a clear statement that this matter cannot be done, but also the first to propose the withdrawal to the south of the Yangtze River. Besides, the poisonous warrior is mainly concerned with scheming for himself, and it is already a miracle that Gao Yang didn't run away at the first time in this situation of certain death. Instead, Wu Jiu was thoughtful and brightened up. She directly shouted, summon Gao Yang, a member of the household ministry, to enter the court for an audience. With the sound of Wu Jiu's voice, outside the great hall, Gao Yang straightened his body and stepped into the hall one step at a time. At this moment, an indescribable domineering aura permeated his body. The Dinghua Gongfu is not going anywhere with a full house. Wu Jiu doesn't go either. Shangwan Wan'er doesn't go either. What's the point of him running off alone? Is it really true that a loner starts inciting the people to make money to become emperor? And, now that he has the Dinghua Gongfu to protect him and Wu Jiu to value him, going to Jiangnan is equal to starting from scratch. Even if she really accomplishes something great in the future, will there still be female emperors in the world? And, Shangwan Wan'er still owes him a day. That bowl of noodles was the last straw that crushed his thoughts of escape. Therefore, among the crowd of males fleeing for their lives trying to get out of the city, he chose to swim against the current. He didn't want to be a hero, and he didn't think he was much of a hero. But right now, Shang'an needs a hero. As Gao Yang stepped into the hall, the gazes of the 100 officials instantly gathered on Gao Yang. The king of hell has returned. Is there a change of heart? Cui Xing, his fists clenched, envious inside. Even though Gao Yang had said that there was nothing he could do and that he would retreat to Jiangnan, as long as he stepped into the great hall, he was still the center of attention in the crowd. The distance between him and Gao Yang had not been drawn in quickly since the reduction in grain prices, but on the contrary, it had gotten further and further away. It made him fall for a moment. Elder Gao, all the court officials want me to strategically retreat to the south of the river. What do you think about this matter? Wu Jiu spoke up. Lu Wen wore a smile on his face and looked at Gao Yang with an eager gaze. Both the lord and the faction were looking forward to it. Soon, Gao Yang's voice rang out with an unprecedented domineering aura. An inch of mountain and river, an inch of blood. I ask your majesty to stay in Chang'an. The son of heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the gods of the earth and grain. Die fighting. A word fell. Lu Wen, Su Xuanji all changed their faces as they looked at Gao Yang incredulously. An inch of mountain and an inch of blood? Deadly battle? You're so quick to change your mind? Yesterday was not also said that the Chu army cannot be defeated. Chanan internal emptiness. When the retreat to the south of the Yangtze River belt, temporarily avoid the front. This is a wise approach. Today, the Son of God will guard the gates of the country, and the king will die for the gods, and will fight to the death? Ah! Lu Xun let out a berserk roar, only feeling hot blood stirring from side to side within his chest. Although Qin Jinghua was also agitated, he looked at Lu Xun and said, "What do you want to do, old piker Lu?" Lu Xun's eyes were red. "I don't know what I'm going to do." These words are so much to the old man's liking. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were filled with emotion. Compared to the 100 officials in Wujiu, they knew better. Until this morning, Gao Yang was still focusing on scheming for himself and getting out in time. But now there was a steep change in attitude. Gao Tianlong's deep gaze looked straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood in the center of the hall, his eyes not slanting, with a cloudy look. However, Gao Tianlong's eyes were inexplicably a little moist. Even though he had long been accustomed to seeing life and death, and almost nothing could make him shed a tear, he still couldn't help but feel the corners of his eyes sour at this moment. It made countless grain merchants in Linjiang City go bankrupt, threw plague corpses from stone throwers, mixed grain with sand, pitted and killed hundreds of thousands of captives, and cut off rivers to cut off the water of Chu and Yen. The name of the king of living hell is true to its name, but it was this living hell that bucked the trend and chose to stay. He came to this golden palace and uttered that the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country and the king dies for the gods. How can he not know that once the Chu army enters the city, the 100 officials may be able to survive by kneeling down and submitting, but the probability is that he, who proposes to cut off the flow of water from Chu, will die without a chance of survival. But Gao Yang still came, a poisonous warrior, and offered to fight to the death. He, Gao Tianlong, had no regrets in death. A flash of movement also appeared on Gao Feng's serious face. This sinful son. He tilted his head, again with a bit of a sour look in the corner of his eye. When Wu Jiu heard this, she stood up straight with a jerk. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the gods. Good you Gao Yang. I was right about you. Wu Jiu was so energized that she turned her gaze to Lu Wen and the other group of lord and ministers. She spoke out. Is what Lord Lu just said still true? Lu Wen looked embarrassed and smiled sarcastically as he turned his gaze to Gao Yang. Somewhat difficult to get off the stage. Officer Gao. That's not what you said yesterday. He wondered for a moment. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Lu Wen, his voice resounding through the hall. Retreating to Jiangnan, this is certainly a path. But this official tossed and turned last night. His conscience just can't get over it. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an, and even more tens of millions in the northern lands. Once His Majesty retreats to Jiangnan, Chang'an will be tantamount to surrendering the city. Even the entire northern land will be slowly eaten away by the Chu army. The Chu army is brutal, slaughtering the city at every turn. Once they are allowed to enter Chang'an, what will be the fate of the people all over the city then? What shall become of the people of the whole northern land? The warm winds of Jiangnan are intoxicating, and all the court officials, along with His Majesty, can enjoy glory and wealth. But what about the people of the world? Gao Yang is not talented. Since the time when I read the holy books, I have made a vow to set up a heart for the heaven and earth, to set up a life for the people, to continue the great learning for the past saints, and to open up peace for the world. Hiss. As Gao Yang said these words, the entire court was nonplussed. The crowd looked at Gao Yang in horror as if they had seen a ghost. In fact, the words that Gao Yang had said were clear in everyone's mind. But under such a crisis, who cares about the people when it is difficult to protect oneself? And they would have stood in awe and guilt if these words had been spoken by any other person. But this person was Gao Yang, and that was a bit of a shock. You, a world-renowned living Yama, whose reputation for poisonous schemes has long been spread throughout the world, have ended up fighting to the death on the grounds that you are fighting for the people. What an inversion of the Big Dipper. Inside the large golden palace, a burst of civil servants' hearts were cursing, but with Gao Yang standing on the moral high ground, they couldn't say a word yet. Chuixing has stared at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost, and his heart fell for a moment. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the life of the people, to succeed the great learning of the past sages, and to open up peace for all times. This living hell not only outshone him 100-fold in ability, but even in ambition. Those are the words of a saint. Once the word gets out, the words of the saints will be sought after by all the literati in the world. But this actually came from Gao Yang's mouth. The living king of hell, who kills at every turn by pits and throws plague corpses by stone-throwing machines, is actually going to make a life for the people and a peace for the ages? Su Xuanji took a deep breath and also felt that he had seen a ghost today. God damn it. This living hell has actually changed his nature. This sentence for the heaven and earth to establish the heart, for the people to establish the life, for the past saints to succeed the extinct learning, for the world to open up the peace of one out. Straight up seconds killed them. He took a deep breath and said, "This minister admires the ambition of Elder Gao, but the crux of the matter now is that Chang'an is empty internally, and it will take at least half a month, if not a month, for reinforcements from all sides to arrive. So how will the city be defended once the hundreds of thousands of troops from the Chu army arrive?" For a while, everyone's eyes looked at Gao Yang, even including Songli, Cui Xinghe, Lu Wen and the others. Different political views are different political views, but it is clear in anyone's heart that under this situation, to hold Chang'an City, the entire Great Qian Chang'an, only one person may be able to do it. That is Gao Yang. Gao Yang met the gazes of the 100 officials as he looked at Wu Jiao and spoke directly. "I have some poisonous and wonderful plans, enough for the Chu army to drink a pot of water, or even, to break the 100,000 strong Chu army. But please, Your Majesty, grant me the power of life and death to temporarily take over Chang'an." Gao Yang this owns some poisonous brilliant plan out. The hearts of the whole court are much more solid. Wu Jiu's empty heart also suddenly settled down. Lu Xun thought of what Gao Yang had said about the art of war, and he brightened up. "Your Majesty, Elder Gao is quite accomplished in the art of war, as well. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I beg Your Majesty's favor." Qin Jinghua and Zhao Banu also came out in support. "I second the motion. I second the motion." Even Cui Xinghe hesitated for a moment and spoke up. "I also feel that I can let Officer Gao give it a try." This surprised Gao Yang a bit. However, Cui Xinghe just glanced at Gao Yang and averted his gaze. The deceased courtier has no dignity, then let alone a show of revenge in his chest. He does not want to lose. Wu Jiao looked at Gao Yang with little hesitation. From this moment on, Gao Yang, a member of the Ministry of Revenue, has been given the title of Minister of War to unify the command of the defense of Chang'an. Another grant of the imperial sword, to behead the imperial relatives on the top and the treacherous sycophants on the bottom, wherever the military order goes. The 6 ministries of the imperial court, the civil and military officials, including me, the military and the people as a whole will comply with it. Those who disobey, behead. As the words fell, the 100 officials were all shocked. He was given the title of Minister of War, plus the imperial sword that grants the power of life and death. Gao Yang can be a step up. Even the original Minister of War Yan Hao's face changed, but he didn't make a sound after all. The 100 officials were all silent for a while. Even Yan Zhang didn't raise any objections. Wu Jiao's determination, and Gao Yang's words, which determined that this battle must be fought. If we have to fight, then only Gao Yan will be able to save the day. They were also curious about Gao Yang's methods. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiao and revealed a smile. This empress, indeed, has vigor. If this isn't decentralized, then he'll have to drive and run if he digs a tunnel. But for now, there's still operation. Wu Jiao said in a deep voice. "Gao Yang, the entire dynasty is now at your disposal. You may begin." Wu Jiu's gaze was tinged with anticipation. She had sort of made a big gamble this time, almost putting all her hopes on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's gaze went to Wu Jiao, then to the full court. He took a deep breath and said, "King Wu and Shui Yi have rebelled, and the Great Chu army is coming towards Chang'an with lightning speed. Their aim is to kill Chang'an by surprise, feeling that it is empty and can be taken in one fell swoop. But that's something that they're never 100% sure of. The ear is deaf and the eye is blind, but the eye can be deceived. When two armies face each other, morale is king. If there are fewer generals at the head of Chang'an, then the Chu army's morale is high. On the contrary, if Chang'an flags cover the sky and the heads of the people are crowded, then the Chu army's morale will be drastically attenuated. So this first plan is to combine reality with falsehood, to build up momentum, and to create the illusion that Chang'an has many soldiers and many generals and is not empty by all means." A word fell. Wu Jiu's eyes lit up. Gao Tianlong and Lu Xun were even brighter. When two armies are at war, morale fails again and again. That's a good plan. Lu Xun's eyes were filled with surprise, but he quickly frowned again. But the soldiers with armor in Chang'an are only 30,000. So a clever woman can't cook without rice. So how can this create the illusion of a crowd of people? Gao Yang confidently returned. This involves the second plan, and the centerpiece of this defense, the people of Chang'an. Takeshi froze a bit. The people? Although Chang'an has fewer soldiers, just over 30,000, the people of Chang'an number in the tens and millions. The defense of the city is not a direct charge by a large army. The people can also be of great strength. These days, you can spread rumors in the city, declaring that the Chu army has arrived not far from Chang'an city. Out of the city will die, and the main general of the Chu army is the world's human butcher, breaking the city that is slaughtered. Under the butcher's knife, heads roll, Rumor has it that 3 people make a tiger. Only by blocking the people's back roads and breaking the boat can we inspire the people's hearts to fight. At that time, with the lure of silver money for killing the enemy, and even His Majesty's personal appeal, with the slogan of guarding Chang'an and our common homeland, the people, seeing that there is no way out, will be able to inspire patriotism, and transform it into the power to defend the city. As long as we can hold it, Dechu is a lone army, and the longer we drag it out, the better it will be for us. The eyes of the crowd were colorful. These were very feasible, and all of them could increase the strength of the defending city. Gao Yang, this playing with the hearts of people, almost calculated everything. People, if there is a way back, since they will not fight for their lives, but if there is no retreat, this is different. Gao Yang continued, but that alone is not enough. With the huge disparity of forces, to win this battle, we still need to use some external forces. Blacksmiths, artisans, throughout the city of Chang'an, our treasures, and in addition requisition the fine wines of the city of Chang'an, black sugar, even the feces from the major outhouses is of great use. This time, this official will means it's out. Let the Chu army know what is called the real cruelty. Also please the court hall of all the public trust this official once, together to tide over this difficult time. Gao Yang swept his gaze over the 100 officials, a grim smile on his face. This smile made the 100 officials tremble with fear. Since there is no way to retreat, it's better not to retreat and just lift the table. Inside the large golden palace, Gao Yang's slightly hideous voice rang out violently, and for a moment, the civil and military officials all looked at Gao Yang with shocked faces. The artisans of all Chang'an, the blacksmiths, and wine and brown sugar. The most outrageous thing is that all the feces in the pits of Chang'an City are of great use. How does feces break the enemy? The 100 officials looked at Gao Yang, and a thought surged through their hearts. What does the living king of hell want? No one in the entire Golden Hall could know. Even Wuju and Shangguan Wan'er were not sure, but there was only one thought left in their minds, and their hearts were vaguely anticipating that the living hell was going to make a move. Cui Xinghai instinctively felt a wave of fear. Although he and Gao Yang were considered political enemies, he suddenly surged with a very strong intuition. This battle, along with Gao Yang's strike, had a huge suspense. Then Chu was going to pay a huge price. For a while, the hall was silent, and the 100 officials were voiceless. Seeing this, Gao Tianlong slowly stood out, and as he appeared, the gazes of the 100 officials all looked at Gao Tianlong. His dull voice followed. The old man has been on the military horse for 50 years, and he has been born and died for Dakian all his life. To the old man, Chang'an is his home, and Dakian is his home. Here are the old man's loved ones, and all that I have dedicated myself to. Now the Chu army is attacking. They want to destroy the old man's home. They want to make the old man homeless. The old man will never agree. This Chang'an is not only my home, it is also the home of all of you. If Chang'an is broken, His Majesty will be the ruler of a fallen country, and we will also be the ministers of a fallen country. The king of Wu is colluding with Chu, and when he takes control of the dynasty, there will surely be a great change of blood. So how can you all be left alone? Longitudinal retreat to Jiangnan, thousands of miles along the way. The Chu army ride 2 horses. How many people can safely escape a disaster? For a while, the 100 officials were silent. Gao Tianlong's words poked them straight in the heart. Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and said, "Gentlemen, the great power is about to fall. No one can survive this crisis alone." Gao Yang is the old man's long grandson. Strategy, military tactics. All of you are familiar with the old man here. I do not dare to say that Chang'an will definitely be able to hold, but I dare to guarantee. Gao Tianlong paused, and those stern, majestic eyes swept over the 100 officials one by one, carrying 50 years of lofty killing intent. He said word by word, if Chang'an City breaks down, the entire family of my Duke Ding's house, 132 people up and down, will die in front of all of you. Buzz. With these words from Gao Tianlong, the 100 officials shook. Wuju was also quite moved. She also said in a deep voice, the enemy's attack is certainly a heavenly crisis against my Dakian, but Chang'an has Elder Gao with 10,000 wonderful plans. So as long as my Dakian's whole body and mind are of one mind, why should I be afraid of that Chu's 100,000 or so armies? Lu Jin, Zhao Broken knew, and Qin Jingguo looked at each other, then stood out one after another and said in a loud voice, we are willing to fully cooperate with Lord Gao in guarding Chang'an and guarding our common home. Lu Wen, Wan Hao sullenly looked at each other with hesitation. Lu Wen's eyes flickered as he stepped forward. Dare I ask Lord Gao how much certainty he has in defending the city this time? Gao Yang said with a calm face, Chang'an is united, and with the means in my mind, I am 90% sure I can hold it. Hiss, 90% sure. With Gao Yang's reputation as the living king of hell, this undoubtedly injected a strong dose of heartburn into some of the faltering officials. Wu Jiao also had her gaze fall on Gao Yang with shock. I'd rather die than be a servant of a fallen nation, and I'm willing to listen to Lord Gao's command. A lowly but righteous imperial historian stood out and said aloud, I second the motion. Immediately afterward, like a tidal wave, voices rang out one after another. I second the motion. I second the motion. One by one, the officials stood out, and they bent down towards Gao Yang and saluted. Lu Lin and Wang Hao turned back in shock, and what met their eyes was a face full of hot blood. Their faces were fearless and their eyes were ablaze with fire. If there is a glimmer of hope, who would like to be the vassal of a fallen country? And who would like to be the dog of the king of Wu and Chu, and be abused by the history books? The blood in their hearts is not yet cold. Among the officials, such as Gao Tianlong, Gao Gao and others who resolved to kill themselves and die for the country when the city was destroyed were not a few. Of course, the water is too cold and the minister with the itchy scalp is even more present. But in the immediate future, with the voices of Wu Jiu, Gao Yang, and Gao Tianlong, the main battle has become a major trend. Neutral ministers have fallen in line. Since the living hell didn't run away and said he had 90% hope, he could still fight. Cui Xinghao also stepped forward and said in a loud voice, I second the motion. Yan Zhang also looked at it and stood out one after another, saying in a loud voice, I second the motion. For a moment, Mu Shu laughed. Gao Yang smiled back. The downfall of a nation is never the capture of the king and the shattering of the mountains and rivers, but whether the subjects and people of that nation have hardened their bones. If the dynasty is cowering and bloodless, then the people will only become more desperate and lose their hearts. Even if the Chu army really wants to massacre the city, the people will never rise up and fight back. So let's not talk about counterattacks at a disadvantage, even if it is an advantage. Sitting on gunpowder and a host of other artifacts. So what? It's only a matter of time before the country dies. But as long as the people's hearts and blood are still there, then the battle can be fought. Gao Yang turned his gaze toward Lu Jin and said aloud, Old General Lu, the last general is here. Lu Jin stepped forward and said aloud, From this moment on, Chang'an scouts are out in full force, spreading over 100 miles in every direction. I, De Qian, must control the movements of the Chu army. In addition, you send out a large army, hold the wall and clear the field. Will be Chang'an city outside the fallen wood, rolling stone, a large collection. Take it all, take not away. A fire burned, and never give Chu left a tiny bit. Speed to be fast. As soon as the military order is issued, immediately blockade the city of Chang'an, from the princes and nobles down to the common people. Do not let anyone out of the city. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. If there is any disobedience, no matter the identity, all will be killed without amnesty. And spread the news of the incoming Chu army to the people, proclaiming that the Chu army has reached the perimeter of Chang'an and is massacring the people of my great Qian. Also, act according to the plan. Spread rumors while proclaiming that His Majesty's Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and that kings die for the gods of the earth and grain. Encouraging the people of my Dakian to join in defending Chang'an. Be sure to mobilize the people of Chang'an to camouflage the illusion that I, at the head of the city of Dakian, have a large number of soldiers and generals. Lu Jin directly arched his hand and said with a face full of solemnity, My general, Lu Jin, obey the order. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Qin Jinghua again. Old General Qin, take a large army and inspect Chang'an city, but those who plot against the world, and those who gather privately in the world, may be cut off before they can be killed. Another normal price, the acquisition of Chang'an major wineries of fine wine. Dare to temporarily raise the price of those who do not need to talk nonsense. Beheading, Qin Jinghua immediately said aloud. Qin Jinghua takes orders. Su Xiang, the Minister of Works. For a time, along with Gao Yang's methodical orders, the entire Great Qian, the entire Chang'an city, operated at an incomparably terrifying speed. It's all just a race to the bottom. Gao Yang took a deep breath. These have done almost as much as Chang'an city can do, but that's not enough. In order to deter Dechu and break their morale, these special means, it was still up to him. Now it was up to Dechu to give him as much time as he wanted. Inside the city of Chang'an, Lu Jin rode his high horse and strangled the reins. A powerful killing intent permeated his body, and one by one, the generals rode their high horses as their war horses swept across the city. Act according to Lord Gao's orders and make sure to spread the news throughout Chang'an city. Lu Jin's majestic voice fell. One by one, the generals hurriedly and solemnly said, Yes, depart. Immediately afterward, the warhorse swept through the street, and the general at its head hissed almost at the top of his voice. The king of Wu has rebelled, and the over 100,000 strong army of Chu has approached Chang'an city, and is massacring the people of my Dakian, wanting to massacre the city. His Majesty will not retreat in a deadly battle, vowing to live and die with the people of Chang'an. the son of heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the gods of the earth and grain. Elderly officer Gao stays in the capital. And with his brilliant plans, I hope that the hot-blooded people of Deqian will enthusiastically enlist in the army, and together they will guard Chang'an. For a while, Chang'an was filled with the hissing sounds of armored men and women from the Vermilion Bird Street and then the other 36 streets. With this shocking news, Chang'an was suddenly plunged into a great shock. Originally, the urgent military situation in the past 2 days had made them jittery and even wanted to flee. But they never expected that the Chu army had struck outside Chang'an. For a while, murmurs rose. It's over. What should we do? God damn it. My child is only a month old. She just came into this world. She shouldn't have gotten hit by this. The Chu army will not only attack the city, they will also slaughter it. And under the butcher's knife, won't we all die? Son of a bitch. Let alone slaughtering the city. Even if it doesn't, I'll fight them. Almost at the same time, on the streets and roads of Chang'an, there were countless more people, who were discussing, with a strong fear flashing across their faces. At the same time, there were people wandering among the people, and a voice came out. I heard that because of the king of Wu's cover, so the Chu army drove all the way in. Along the way the city old miserable, all were slaughtered, without exception. 10 rooms 9 empty. The Chu army even 8-year-old children are not spared. Not even an 8-year-old? Some of the people's fists clenched in anger. Someone picked up. My first cousin's third uncle's second grandpa is a high-ranking court official, and he also said that the Chu army is very brutal. And the leader of the generals eat raw chicken and duck meat all the time. His Majesty couldn't bear to watch and abandon the people of Chang'an, so he decided to fight to the death. What? These Chu army scumbags. What animals? The people were filled with pain at the words, and such conversations with provocations were staged on the major streets of Chang'an. And, as Gao Yang had predicted, the rumors were getting more and more terrifying as they were pushed forward. Have you heard? The Chu army killed all the way to Chang'an. Brutal and unkind. Even a 3-year-old child will not be spared. That the Chu army main general likes to eat raw meat, drink human blood. Full of perverts. What an animal. Not even a 3-year-old. Some people were full of anger, then turned their heads and said, have you heard? The Chu army slaughtered all the way to the city. Not only did they not even spare the 3-month-old babies, but the general of the Chu army also used the men's watsits as a drink every time, or else they couldn't eat. What? Is that really true? When that person heard that, he was not happy at once. This can still be false. My second brother-in-law's great-uncle's great-uncle is working in the palace, and he personally heard His Majesty say that. I secretly tell you, you mustn't spread it out. Hiss. The man nodded and turned to speak. Update. For a while, rumors flew throughout Chang'an City, and an invisible fear and anger was building up in the hearts of the people. This is not outbreak is enough. An outbreak is enough to make the whole Chang'an heard. And the news continued to ferment as time went on. While the empress's heavenly son guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods, also spread through the streets and alleys. In the meantime, a courtyard in the palace. Chang'an's top craftsmen and blacksmiths also began to work feverishly under Gao Yang's deployment. Gao Yang held up a simple model in his hand and spoke to a group of fengshi and craftsmen. Make it according to this model I'm holding. It doesn't matter if it's a little ugly and the look is a little off, but the metal grooves underneath this have to be there. Only then will it explode more easily and produce more iron pieces with more power. If there's anything you don't understand, my lord is right outside the courtyard. Come and ask any time. The crowd of blacksmiths and artisans stared at the grenade shape in Gao Yang's hand and nodded their heads in unison. Gao Yang looked at the crowd. Once this thing is built, there will be heavy rewards for all of you. Big as wives, glory and wealth. All of it. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, just cut and replace the batch. With Gao Yang's words, a sense of awe filled the eyes of all the blacksmiths and artisans. But then again, it has to be said that big-ass wives have a lot of temptation for them as well. Go on. With Gao Yang's words, a group of craftsmen were all involved in the development. Immediately afterward, Gao Yang summoned the founder. On the side, Wu Jiu and Shangguan Wanair listened to Gao Yang's series of maneuvers with puzzled faces. Gao Yang, what is this? Wu Jiu opened her mouth and asked. Gao Yang glanced at the object in his hand and turned to Wu Jiu and said, this object is called a grenade, and its root lies in gunpowder. Speaking of gunpowder, Wu Jiu's eyes lit up. Almost she forgot about this big killer. According to what Gao Yang said, the power of this gunpowder could give Dechu a big surprise. Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry. This gunpowder will take a while, and there's something else to add to it. Add what? Wu Jiu looked curious. First you have to add egg whites to turn the dusty gunpowder that the minister ordered these fonts to come up with earlier into granular gunpowder, and then add sugar to it. Gao Yang spoke out. He had hidden this move for a long time, but now that his life was at stake, he couldn't hide it. Egg whites can be used as a binder, and when added inside gunpowder, they can change dusty gunpowder into granular gunpowder. And the best thing about granular gunpowder is that it improves combustion efficiency. As for adding sugar to the inside of pelletized gunpowder, that's even easier. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrites, 3 charcoal, and a little sugar. Big Ivan. That's not just a statement. Otherwise the power of gunpowder is more limited. Dakian and even the 7 kingdoms did not have white sugar, only black sugar with more impurities. But as long as it's sugar, this will work. And he had a method for black sugar, to purify it, which would have been a great means of enrichment for him. But there's no hiding it now. Yellow slurry decolorization method. However, Gao Yang had only seen this method of purifying black sugar in Tiangong Keifu, so he was not sure how many days it would take. What's missing for Chang'an right now is time, but as long as the grenade gets out, it can definitely give Dechu a big surprise. Wu Jiu, however, was confused by what she heard. What's the use of mixing egg whites and adding sugar to a killing weapon like gunpowder? Gao Yang casually found a reason. Gunpowder belongs to the scientific and technological powerhouse that I told your majesty about. So technically speaking, gunpowder belongs to the science together with the sugar being sweeter and allowing the Chu army to feel the sweet science. The corners of Mushu's mouth twitched. Gao Yang, am I so much like a deceitful and dim king in your eyes? You say it properly. Seeing this, Gao Yang very directly said, then the minister will explain in detail. From the strict sense, sugar contains carbon inside. It is a kind of combustible material. Once the surrounding temperature is increased, the sugar in the heating and melting, it can be chemically reacted with the oxygen in the air, then release a large number of gases, and these gases will enhance the explosive power of the gunpowder. If I say so, will your majesty understand? Wu Jiu, Shang Wanwaner, Gao Yang sighed and said, but this thing, black sugar, has too many impurities. In order to ensure the power of the gunpowder, I will still purify it with the yellow mud paste decolorization method. Gunpowder with sugar. That's the safest. Wu Jiu was confused again. The yellow mud slurry decolorization method to purify brown sugar? And what is white sugar? Gao Yang continued to explain. Your majesty can literally understand that white sugar is sugar with a body like white jade, and the so-called yellow slurry is yellow mud, which is decolorized by mixing it with brown sugar that has been boiled to remove most of the impurities. Looking at the expression on Wu Jiu's face, Gao Yang added, yellow mud syrup has a relatively specific pore structure that is highly absorbent, so using this, it can absorb the pigments in the brown sugar syrup. Does your majesty understand? Wu Jiu lifted her head and nodded stubbornly, the principle of which I can hear some of myself. As Gao Yang looked at the empress with a fuss look, if it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't quite right, he would have laughed out loud. Shang Wanwaner, on the other hand, looked at Gao Yang, her face full of dumbfoundedness, as she very honestly said, Lord Gao, after hearing your words, I feel like my brain is going to grow a brain. Wu Jiu also noticed that Gao Yang's eyes were out of place, and she was also a bit embarrassed. This scientific way is so profound, but can a generation of emperors easily admit that they don't understand? She dryly coughed twice and changed the topic. These I am fully entrusted to you. You look after yourself. Up and down the Great Qian. Even I listened to your instructions. But what I am curious about is why you ran when you were 90% sure, and why did you choose to come back in the end? You proposed to cut off the rivers of the Kanglin and Yarlung Zangba to cut off the water of Chuanyan. Once the Chu army enters the city, you should know your end. When Gao Yang saw this, he said with a helpless face, Your Majesty, I'll just blow a fluffer. You won't really believe it, right? 90% is just to stabilize the hearts of the people. After all, your Majesty knows some of my reputation. Up to the court, down to the people still have a certain popularity. In this battle, if you want to hold Chang'an City, it's 50-50. Wu Jiu didn't have too many surprises. She also guessed it, but just still held a great possibility in her heart. If there was really a 90% chance, Gao Yang wouldn't be so ready to start running early in the morning. As for why I stayed, it was because of His Majesty. Your Majesty still wants to fight to the death. Why should I retreat first? Gao Yang had a big righteous face. The corner of Wu Jiu's mouth twitched. The first half of the sentence was 50-50. She believed it, but this second half of the sentence, she didn't believe half of it. The word loyal official was too far away for Gao Yang. But Wu Jiu's expression suddenly and solemnly said, no matter for whom you are left behind. For what reason? I rightly assume that you are left behind for me. I will remember this love for the rest of my life. And so will the people of Chang'an. I will stabilize Chang'an City as you said, and by time for you, but the great Qian River and mountain, and the millions of people in Chang'an City, I will leave it all in your hands. This time, you are the chosen and the one. Wu Jiu slowly bent down towards Gao Yang and bowed towards him as an emperor. Her tone dripped with a bit of affection. Gao Yang swept a glance without a trace before stepping forward to help Wu Jiu up. This is the duty of a minister. Why should your majesty be so? Shang Wanwaner glanced at Gao Yang. Her lips quirked, but she didn't say anything after all. After Wu Jiu and Shang Wanwaner left, Gao Yang said to himself, no matter what, it's not a loss to get a favor from the empress after leaking so many undercurrents. At this time, Qin Jinghua also arrived in front of Gao Yang. He saluted and said, Lord Gao, all the wine houses in Chang'an City have been swept and 13 people have been killed. 10,000 jars of wine have arrived outside the imperial city. Gao Yang collected his mind. He said with a twinkle in his eye, move them all in. A few dozen more cauldrons and a big fire. As soon as Gao Yang's military order came out, Qin Jinghua immediately ordered the forbidden troops in the palace to bring in all the wine altars. Soon, a strong aroma of wine filled the entire palace. The liquor is heated at high temperatures and turned into steam, which is cooled down before passing through a huge conduit made of bamboo tubes and turned back into highly concentrated liquor. The principle of distillation is not difficult, mainly because of time constraints. There is no glass conduit, so it can only be replaced by a simple bamboo tube. This thing doesn't even take much effort, because the bamboo-type mercury refining device used by these Fengsher and Dakian to make pills is a distiller. It's just that the drawbacks of bamboo tubes are not small. They are not heat-resistant. They are easily damaged, and the distilled alcohol can be a bit of a problem. But these are minor flaws, because Goyang wants a high concentration of alcohol. It's not for drinking. Qin Jinghua was an old gourmand, and when he smelled the rich aroma of the wine, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. This wine is so fragrant. It seems to be strong wine. Do you want to wine strengthen the courage of the people? To stimulate the blood of the frontline soldiers with strong wine? Qin Jinghua had a curious look on his face. When Gao Yang heard this, he just laughed. Grandpa Qin, that's not true. This batch of wine isn't for drinking. It's for the Chu army. With? Qin Jinghua keenly grasped the word. Yeah, buy them a barbecue. A smile bloomed on Gao Yang's face. Only this smile made Qin Jinghua shudder. The night passed quietly. On Chang'an City, the flags cover the sky. However, Lu Xun took a look and still felt that it wasn't spectacular enough, mainly because there were few people, and once they got close, the flags would reveal themselves. It wasn't enough to scare the Chu army. So, Lu Xun rode his high horse and found Wu Jiu, who waved his hand and did as Gao Yang's steps had been taken, and the list began to be posted all around the city. Conscription order. Emperor Fengtian Changyun, summoned, today, the king of Wu rebels. Hundreds of thousands of Chu's army pointing their swords at Chang'an. Chang'an is in danger. However, the foundation of our ancestors cannot be lost. I cannot bear to abandon the people of Chang'an. I am determined to the body of the Son of God. Personally town Chang'an 9 gates. The Son of God to guard the country's gates. The king died of the gods of the earth and grain. My Dakian men are more hot-blooded. May my Dakian hot-blooded men enthusiastically enlist in the army, and with my generation's hot blood, cast my Dakian military soul, and guard Chang'an together. Almost at the same time, this conscription order was posted throughout the streets of Chang'an. The news spread throughout Chang'an City with flying speed. If yesterday's rumor was to block the people's path of retreat, then this conscription order is testing the patriotic heart of the people of Deqian. Lu Xun and Qin Jinghua rode their high horses and stood on Vermilion Bird Street. Even they took a deep breath. Wu Jiu did not negate the people, and neither did Gao Yang. The entire dynasty stayed up all night just to keep Chang'an City running. Now, when the back roads are blocked, it's up to the people to choose. Wu Jiu stood on the second floor of a restaurant, looking out over the empty Vermilion Bird Street. Her fists clenched and she pushed down the tension inside her. To this day, Wu Jiu will never forget the words her father left for her on his deathbed. The king is like a boat, and the people are water. Water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn a boat. The people's heart in, Dakian Jiangshan is in, the people's heart no. Then to the time of Dakian's demise. It was a phrase she had always kept in mind, not daring to forget a word of it. If under such means, the people are still unwilling to come forward, then Deqian really should be destroyed. She looked to the major streets of Chang'an, only but it remained dead silent. It was as if they were gripped by the fear of the arrival of the Chu army and the imminent slaughter of the city, and they wanted to be the lambs to the slaughter, fighting for the hope that the Chu army would not slaughter the city. Takishi's eyes were a little disappointed. Wu Jiu just turned around, ready to leave. Shang Wanwaner also had dull eyes, but the next second, boom! There was a great clamor, a boiling noise, mixed with cursing and swearing, that went straight up into the sky. Wu Jiu raised her head in shock and looked straight ahead. Jubilee Street. One by one, the people carried hoes and kitchen knives and came out, and like rivers converging into the sea, they all flocked to Jubilee Street. Looking down from a high altitude, It was like a starfire suddenly starting a prairie fire and sweeping across Chang'an. Their faces were laced with anger, with desperation. Walking in the forefront was a scarred face, a long scar running down his face, revealing a face full of hideousness, carrying a large knife in his hand. He cursed and said, "Grandma, Chang'an is the place where I was born and raised. These Chu army bastards want to fight their way in? It's not that easy. The Chu army slaughtered the city. What will I rob later? Besides, with the king of living hell guarding the city and his majesty himself, this is nothing to be afraid of." He led a group of brothers in a fit of cursing. "Your mother's maids. The people of this Chang'an can only be robbed by the old man. Where is the turn of these bastards of theirs?" The other end. An old man, on crutches, walks out of a room. A burly man with a bare chest and carrying a hammer snickered. "Old Wang too. You're 60 years old. Can you still go into battle and kill the enemy?" The old king's head trembled, and when he heard this, his eyes immediately glared, and the cane in his hand struck the ground heavily. Protecting the family and defending the country. This is the duty and responsibility of every Dakian. Besides, His Majesty himself issued an imperial decree, wanting the Son of Heaven to guard the gates of the country, and the king to die for the gods of the earth and grain, and although old, I can still kill the enemy and protect my family and country. Those Chu army scum, I'll slash them one by one. For a moment, the burly man put away the teasing color on his face and turned solemn. Kill the enemy. The old king's head moved his cane and took a step. His eyes flashed with a killing intent, and he suddenly said. The burly man also carried the hammer in his hand and hissed after it with almost all his strength. Kill the enemy. With that voice, more and more hot-blooded men pushed open the doors of their rooms and came out into the streets, and on their lips they shouted, "Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" For a while, the people's spontaneous voices slowly converged, forming a huge wave of sound that resounded throughout Chang'an City. It was majestic wariness. This is the roar of a nation at the time of a national tragedy, in order to protect the common home. This is. Wu Jiu stood still. Shang Wanwaner also stood in place. Their eyes carried a wave of unspeakable excitement and shock, as Wu Jiu watched the scene and listened to the sound of a slaying enemy. His heart set off endless agitation. It was endlessly moving. Memory, since the understanding, she has never cried. Even if she fell, her knees knocked are red and swollen. She is also gritting her teeth to get up. That is not to mention the adult. She does not have older brother and brother. She is destined to become the empress. And how can an empress cry? To cry is a cowardly thing to do. Wu Jiu also disliked crying and thought it was the most useless thing under the sky. But at this moment, looking at the people in front of him, listening to a voice ringing in his ears, a wave of acidity from the heart-crazy stimulation of the tear ducts. Admittedly, there is a credit to the Goyang rumor mill. But more than that, the people of Chang'an have a belonging to Dakian in their hearts. Wu Jiu raised her noble head and looked towards the heavens. She wanted to hold back, as in the past when she faced the entire Daqian's Erui, to control her inner emotions. But at the moment, the ache was frantically stimulating her tear ducts. Eventually, 2 lines of crystalline tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Turns out, she wasn't alone behind her. She is not alone. She has Shang Wanwaner, Gao Yang, and countless loyalists behind her. There are even so many people. Jubilee Street. Gao Tianlong and Lu Jin were also filled with excitement. As they watched the scene before them, their tiger eyes were also moist. This is the kingdom they guard, the people they guard. With so many hot-blooded people in Daqian, how can Chang'an be empty? Gao Tianlong suddenly pulled out his greatsword, the blade pointing straight up to the sky. His red face, he hissed out, "Great Qian will win." On the Vermilion Bird Street, the Great Qian people who were full of hot blood gazed at the direction where Gao Tianlong was in unison. They followed by raising their right hands and roaring, "Great Qian will win! Great Qian will win!" The golden sunlight broke through the woven clouds above the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire Chang'an city and shining on Wu Jiu's noble face. Wu Jiu listened to a shout and looked at one of the Daqian people on the street. She couldn't help but laugh. Who said I was empty in Chang'an? I have so many hot-blooded people, and I have the living king of hell to assist me. Why can't I win this battle? Deadly battle, with my blood and the power of a city full of Chang'an. I will not rest until I die. Song House solemnly stood within the courtyard. He listened to the burst of mountainous sounds with a complex expression. Such a deadly situation has a silver lining. Gao Yang added the secretary of the Ministry of War to take charge of the entire Chang'an. If this battle is really defended, then my Song family will have done something heavenly wrong. Song Li took a deep breath, his intestines turning green with remorse. On the side, Song Qingqing's fair little face was also filled with complexity. It was a heavenly crisis, but it was also a heavenly opportunity for Gao Yang. "Qingqing, do you regret it?" Song Li suddenly turned his gaze towards Song Qingqing and asked out loud, if time could start over again, the day Gao Yang unveiled the Edict of Seeking Wisdom, he would have stopped Song Qingqing no matter what. The entire Song family, the fate of which has undergone a shocking transformation. Song Qingqing, faced with a touch of stubbornness, King Wu and Chu collusion, must have made sufficient preparations, although the people of Chang'an have responded, but on the battlefield, cannot be scared out of their wits. Of the people are few and far between. This battle, it's still hard to say. The Song family should make other preparations, and it's the king's way to protect oneself. She had grown up thinking highly of herself, wanting to marry the amazing talent, the hero of the world, but now she never expected it. The person she wanted to marry when she was a child, and until now, was right here in Chang'an City, but not too long ago, she was also withdrawn from the marriage by her own hand. Rationally speaking, De Qian holding is the best outcome for the Song family, but Song Qingqing's psyche is acting up. She doesn't want to admit this. She'd rather the city breaks down and Gao Yang dies, because the more radiant Gao Yang was, the more this was like a hard slap in her face. All of Chang'an, she's a joke. Song Li didn't say much, only looking in the direction where the palace was. The king of the living hell makes a move, and that's still in evidence. But the living hell king's face was not even out, which could only mean that everything was as he expected. And he was doing something more important than mobilizing the people. Fine wine, brown sugar, craftsmen, blacksmiths, even feces. What the hell is he doing? Song Li wasn't sure, much less could he guess. But he knew that all of this would be answered along with the time when Chu's generals came to the city. For a time, Chang'an was boiling, and the wariness spread through the streets and alleys, especially when the news of Guoyang's defense was rendered. It greatly cheered the people. This is something that everyone was not expecting. A poisonous reputation is sometimes better than any reputation. Gao Tianlong, Lu Jin, Qin Xinghua and other great generals screened the people and integrated them into the army, teaching them the art of defending the city as fast as possible. For her part, Wu Ju sat in the palace, commanded all the officials, and did the logistics of the backup provisions. The day goes by in a flash. The imperial palace, inside the major isolated courtyards, it was utter chaos. Gao Yang's voice was on the verge of smoking from shouting, "Grass! I have said how many times, this forging knife art, do not have to use water quenching, you can first use the animal's urine quenching. The animal's urine inside the salt, the cooling speed is fast, forged out of the knife is hard enough, and then after that the animal's grease to quench the second fire. If the temperature is too high, then use animal urine to quench it. If the temperature is too low, then use animal fat to quench it. The exact temperature, you can grasp it by yourselves. If a dog can't pee, give him water. If he doesn't drink it, pour it in. Horses and donkeys pour it in too. Human urine won't work. Some of this stuff is uric acid. Some of it is diabetic. And if you dare to ask if human urine will work, all of them will be dragged out and castrated." In the temporarily remodeled forge room in the palace courtyard, Gao Yang's voice resounded throughout the room. "Ta-da! Ta-da!" The blacksmith was bare-chested, his arm muscles bulging, hammer after hammer falling, the dull sound of iron beating, echoing throughout the palace courtyard. Gao Yang looked at the sky. Would you the bitch really emptied him? Not a drop left. By liquid quenching method, mainly a way of heat treatment of forged knives. Simply put, can make the forged knife harder. This in the previous life, there is a famous knife is used double liquid quenching method. He is named Stranger Knife. It's just that in comparison, the Stranger's sword used more complex forging techniques, such as clad steel techniques, and overlay burnished edges. This is what gave birth to the most powerful weapon of the Cold War period, the Stranger's sword. Gao Yang couldn't get a real Stranger's sword. It had to take a lot of practice or there was no point in talking about it. But it's absolutely fine to get a Stranger initial. Man, in ancient times, gunpowder was certainly a great killer, but knives were more cost-effective, especially the Stranger's sword. It's one of his cards. Nay, people in Chang'an, under the control of Wu Jiu, Gao Yang has been holding back, and did not let the blacksmith in the house to build. But if Wu Jiu has the intention of unloading, then he really has the ability to lift the table. But at the moment, it's impossible to hide. Alcohol, gunpowder wasn't enough. He was a cautious man. 50% was too little. There has to be a minimum of 99% certainty that this is worth a try. When two armies charge, this Stranger's sword is the biggest card. With the dragon banner moving forward and the Stranger's sword, even if the Chu army and the King of Wu attacked fiercely, they would be able to repel them hard. No way. Since he chose to stay, he naturally had to play all his cards. After this crisis, if you can't take Wu Jiu, this wave is simply a bloody loss. Must take the stop loss. Gao Yang's heart was dripping blood. Alcohol distillation techniques. yellow slurry decolorization method, white sugar, the art of forging knives, gunpowder. When Gao Yan thought of the Chu army, his heart was dripping blood. It was all silver as well as his bottom card. This wave was all forced out. If this doesn't beat the shit out of the Chu army, he, Gao Yang, can simply change his name to Gao Wan. Wu Zhou and Shang Wanwan looked from afar and only felt that Gao Yang's face carried a huge skull. They weren't close enough. Gao Yang then raised his hand and said with a scowl on his face, "Whoever is the first to forge the sword this official wants will be rewarded with 3 big-ass daughters-in-law." Hiss! The breath of the group of tired huffing and puffing Hans steeply roughened up, followed by a fierce look at Gao Yang, a strong, bare-chested man with a hammer in his hand. His eyes steepled. "My lord, is this true?" Gao Yang nodded his head and said without hesitation, "This official swears in the name of His Majesty. How can this be false? But if they can't be built in 3 days, then they will all be dragged out and castrated." For a while, along with Gao Yang's words, a group of blacksmiths let out roars of excitement. Grass! For the great Qian! For His Majesty! The originally stuffy palace courtyard seemed to have gotten even hotter, and the strong men seemed to have countless more strength in their bodies. Even though he hadn't slept all night, he was still in great spirits. Bang! 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 The sound of the hammer striking the iron seemed louder. Hiss! This surprised Gao Yang. This reputation of His Majesty plus the reward of a big-ass daughter-in-law. So useful? Wu Jiao didn't have the good sense to step forward. It's better to come early than coincidentally. Is my reputation good? When Gao Yang turned around, he saw Wu Jiao and Shang Wanwan. He coughed dryly. Didn't His Majesty appoint me as the Secretary of the Ministry of War, overseeing all matters in Chang'an? It makes sense for my minister to incentivize to motivate them. What's wrong with beauty? Does it have to be a big-ass beauty? How big is a big ass? Where can I find one? Wu Jiao didn't mind, but just voiced it. Gao Yan was almost tempted to say that one like His Majesty would be great, but the words were changed. Your Majesty, this is out of the minister's hands, but beauty and big-ass beauty, these are 2 concepts. Let's see. Your Majesty, did the power come up all at once? The corners of Wu Jiao's mouth twitched as she listened to the intensive hammering sounds inside, as well as the voices shouting for De Qian. For His Majesty. But I have to admit, having a big-ass daughter-in-law in one hand and castrating her in the other does provide plenty of motivation. All is now at peace in Chang'an, and the people are furious. I came to you to ask how the gunpowder and sugar are prepared. Wu Jiao listened to the sound of forging knives, did not pay much attention to it. Now the blades of the 7 countries are similar. She also did not know why Gao Yang would gather blacksmiths to forge knives, not to mention Gao Yang's crazy ideas. She cares more about gunpowder with sugar. Gao Yang nodded at this. Dusty gunpowder was added with egg whites, and after testing, it has become granular gunpowder. After adding black sugar, the power is good. But the minister always feel almost meaning, estimated that the impurities of black sugar is too much. Not good control of sugar and gunpowder then. But the yellow mud paste decolorization method, the fastest 2 or 3 days, before it can be crystallized into white sugar. Wushu's brow furrowed. But I'm afraid the Chu army won't give us so much time, Takeshi said sadly. Gao Yang spread his hands and said in a helpless manner, what we lack the most right now is time. This battle, as long as we survive the front attack, the further we get to the back, the more favorable it will be for us. But if Chang'an can't even last a day or 2, then even these means are useless. Wu Jiao nodded and also felt that Gao Yang had a point. She spoke. In the past 2 days I followed what you said and issued a conscription order, and the people of Chang'an responded in droves, and the results were better than expected. I am confident that I will hold out until reinforcements arrive. Gao Yang nodded his head and said, in this battle in Chang'an, apart from some of my minister's tactics, the biggest thing to rely on is the people of Chang'an. When the people's hearts are warmed and the Chang'an generals rise to the occasion, there is great hope for this battle. I happen to have a tune here with hard words that can greatly boost the morale of the generals and the people. I'll write it for your majesty, and your majesty can get a musician to play it, or it may work wonders. Gao Yang said and started to write. Almost he had forgotten that this song was very suitable for De Qian. Wu Jiao was filled with shock. Gao Yang still composes? She looked to Shang Wanwaner, who immediately followed. She is well versed in arithmetic, composition, and poetry, and she is an expert in composition, along with Gao Yang's writing and drawing on the paper. Shang Wanwaner's face changed from calm at the beginning to moved, shocked until she couldn't believe it. This song, Shang Wanwaner's heart set off monstrous waves as she looked at Gao Yang in shock. That made Wu Jiao curious. What kind of tune was this that actually caused Shang Wanwaner's face to change wildly for a moment? But just then, the general's voice rang out suddenly. Report! The king of Wu and the Chu army have sped all the way to Chang'an, burning and looting, and have arrived 30 miles away. Coming to the city, Along with this voice, Wu Jiu's face changed. What? Shang Wanwaner also clenched her fists. Gao Yang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. It came so fast. This Dichu's speed is faster than he imagined. 30 miles away. It won't take much longer to reach the bottom of Chang'an City. Since that's the case, let's give them a small dismay first and kill their wind. Gao Yang looked into the distance and faintly said, P.S. 2 first today. In a bit of bad shape, just about to burn out. I pulled down. I'm guilty. The head of Chang'an City. Wu Jiu stood at the very front. Shang Wanwaner and Gao Yang stood at her side, and behind her were listed the civil and military officials. Even though Gao Yang had long been psychologically prepared, at this moment, he still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and a chill. It wasn't a lack of guts, it was just that the scene in front of him was so appalling. Looking toward the front, I only saw a huge piece of black cavalry densely linked together, and a black flag of the King of Chu fluttering in the wind. Hundreds of thousands of cavalry and foot soldiers made up the elite, and the impact of them charging in unison was incomparable to any movie special effects. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled their surroundings, and above the 9 heavens, dark clouds were dense, adding to the oppressive feeling of the Chu cavalry. War horses trampled the earth and flying sand filled the air, as if the iron horsemen of purgatory were charging. Wu Jiu was an emperor, but she had never seen such a scene of 2 armies facing each other, and the moment the army came to kill her, her brain went blank for a short while. This is not to mention some of the Dacian civil ministers, and for the less courageous ministers, their legs have already begun to tremble. They were pale. With such a huge Chu army, can Chang'an City really be defended? Only Gao Tianlong, Lu Jin and some other veteran generals, their faces didn't change color, and even their eyes were burning with a majestic battle intent. They felt that their hot blood was returning a little bit. Lord Gao, Lu Jin couldn't help but open his mouth, breaking the atmosphere. Gao Yang's eyes were sharp. Taking a deep breath, he calmly gave the order. The Chu army is tired after a long run. Our army is waiting for the enemy to take advantage of the situation. The main general of the Chu army will never attack at a moment's notice. Now, according to the plan, mobilize the people, and with the loudest generals lined up in front, shout as hard as you can. Be sure to shout out my great Qian's vigor. My lord. Lu Jin and Qin Jinghua arched their hands and immediately turned around to go down. The Chu army is approaching the city. The test of Chang'an has come. Get to the top of the city quickly, and make sure you shout at the top of your lungs later. Give it to me. Accompanied by Lu Jin's voice, one general quickly stepped up to the head of Chang'an City. They had solemn faces. Gao Yang turned his gaze to the 100,000 or so Chu troops in front of him. He felt the powerful oppressive force, and under the heavy pressure, he actually revealed a smile. Wu Jiu was originally a bit nervous, but when she saw the smile on Gao Yang's face, she also relaxed a lot. The Chu army is pressing in, and you're still laughing? Gao Yang grinned a slightly perverted smile. For some reason, when I see the Chu army a rush of blood in my heart, it's like I can't wait. Gao Yang thought of his many means and looked like he was eager to try. The 100 officials were silent in unison, the corners of their mouths twitching. The army presses. Chang'an City suffered an unprecedented crisis. In the face of this situation, not soft legs is good. Gao Yang actually still able to laugh out a look of eagerness to try. Inverted Big Dipper. What an inversion of the Big Dipper. The Chu army is approaching the city. They must build camps. Camps for 100,000 troops. They must be close to the water source. It's really that the Jingshui River outside of Chang'an is too long, or else a large number of corpses and cows and sheep will be thrown into the upper reaches of the water source. And that's enough to make the Chu army drink a pot of water. But trying to pollute the whole Jing River, it's not very realistic, and there are other tributaries outside the Jing River, such as the Weishui, that are so poorly cost-effective. Gao Yang had a pitying look on his face. Water is the essence of life. Chang'an City, as the imperial city of the Great Qian dynasty, the water source was the top priority when it was built. These rivers, it would have to be astronomical to try to pollute them by corpses. Wu Jiu, civil and military. Hiss, contaminated water? Jingshui is such a big tributary. This king of hell really has some ideas, but it's not bad to discuss them. Gao Yang said to himself. Takashi realized the point. So, you still lost it? Just lost not long ago. The water of the Jing River is flowing. The Chu army does not know how much I lost. Most likely to see will be shocked. Can discuss them? Why not? What's more, it's just something that goes by the wayside when you're holding on to a wall. A minor tactic. Gao Yang had a pristine smile on his face. The corner of Wu Jiu's eye jumped. But whether it's a firm wall, or a tawdry maneuver to scare the Chu army, this makes Wu Jiu's heart more at ease. This is all a small trick. Then the tricks behind it are even more endless. It's nice to have the poisoner around and not across the street. Yan Zhang was full of words. On a moral level he was harshly condemning it, but in terms of the current crisis in Daqian, he could only say that it was well done. Cui Xinghe also held his breath. The 100 officials looked at Gao Yang in unison. At this moment, Gao Yang gave a very adequate sense of security. At the head of Chang'an City, the military and people of Daqian gathered. Wu Jiu took a deep breath and a pair of eyes looked at all the generals. She raised her right hand high, a rich imperial majesty permeating her body, and then said angrily, "Soldiers and citizens of Chang'an, I am with you. Ergo, fight and kill the enemy. Gallantly great Qian, together we go to the country. When I am in the city, I am in the city, and when I am out of the city, I am out of the city. Die fighting." With these words from Wu Jiu, the eyes of the generals at the top of the city steeply changed, and they raised their right hands with fervor and shouted, "Gallantly great Qian, together we go to the country. Great Qian, die fighting. Great Qian, die fighting. Great Qian, die fighting." A shout converged into a monstrous wave of sound that swept out and spread far and wide. "Ha ha ha, Chang'an is just around the corner. I, Chu, will create an unparalleled success." Chu Tianfeng rode his high horse and looked at the Chang'an city that could already be seen within his sight. His face carried an unconcealed exhilaration. He broke through the city of Chang'an and captured the female emperor of Daqian alive. They were all meritorious ministers of the Great Chu and were able to leave a colorful mark in the history books. Future generations will be proud of them. Chu Qingwan, dressed in soft armor, looked at the lofty Chang'an city not far away, and her haughty and icy face couldn't help but show a smile. Chang'an, finally. They sped all the way and plotted for 2 long months, almost as fast as they could to kill the great Qian. After long one, it was even all the way south, over the mountains, to the outside of Chang'an. It was all worth it. King Wu and Shui Yi rode forward, and an excitement filled their eyes as well. Once we break through this city, the kingdom will change hands. Wu Xiong even clenched his fists, his face filled with ambition. Where can you find such a good thing as kneeling down and claiming to be a minister and then you can kneel down and create a world? Chu Qingwan strangled her horse and looked out over Chang'an City. This Daqian's reaction is considered fast, but now I'm only afraid that it's still in deep despair. Wu Xiong smiled and said, Chang'an has 3 to 4 days of response time at the very least, and with just that amount of time, a letter requesting for help would only be difficult to deliver. The crowd of Chu army generals also laughed out loud with disdain in their eyes. The female emperor of Daqian has just ascended the throne not long ago, and her dynasty is unstable. And now that she has steeply encountered such a crisis of extinction, I'm afraid that she has already cried out in fear. When our army raids and drives in, Chang'an City is but a lamb to the slaughter. I've heard that the women of Daqian have delicate skin and many beauties, and this is something that this general must have a good time with when he rushes in. That Daqian female emperor is also heard to be a stunning beauty. Its appearance of the 7 countries no one can be out of the left and right. Or female emperor, this if you can make a shiver. TSK. Even if it is to reduce the life of 10 years is also worth it. The great Qian Empress is also something that we can fantasize about. This naturally has to be offered to His Majesty, but I've heard that there is a Shangguan Wanner beside that great Qian Empress, who is also a great beauty. So it can be taken. As all brothers know, this general dislikes waste the most. Fight Chang'an City, take Shangguan Wanner. Brothers, everyone has a share, but must have quality. Must line up. Ha ha ha. The crowd of Chu generals let out obscenities, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. It's as if the jig is up. Although Chu Qingwan was displeased, she didn't raise her voice to stop it. The nature of war is blood and cruelty. Not only was this true of the Chu generals, but it was even more true of the Chu generals underneath. Their eyes radiated bloodlust, as well as endless greed. Once Chang'an City broke, it would be a top-notch looting feast for them. But just as the Chu army let out a wanton laugh, incomparably rampant, in the distance, a voice suddenly swept in. Majestically, Great Qian, we will go to the country together. Great Qian, Wan Shang, Great Qian, Wan Shang, Great Qian, Wan Shang. This roar came from the head of Chang'an City, far away, and resounded throughout the entire sky. Chapter 132, is Gao Yang the only one who can use tricks? Chu Qingwan's stratagem for a time. The entire Chu army stared in disbelief, even startling Chu Qingwan. This, is the sound coming from the head of Chang'an City in Daqian? They actually want to die fighting? Taking the great Qian majestically to their country's death? As they got closer and closer to Chang'an City, they were able to see it more clearly, only to see that the flags on Chang'an City covered the sky and stretched out. From a distance, there were actually silhouettes everywhere. Chu Tianfeng's expression changed as he looked categorically at Wu Xiong. Didn't you say that Chang'an is empty? How come there are so many great Qian generals? Just this sound wave alone. This is at least 60,000 to 70,000 people roaring in unison. Another Chu general also spoke up. Gallantly great Qian, together we will fight for our country. This voice is permeated with a sense of wariness, without fear or trepidation. How many defenders are there in the city of Chang'an? For a moment, the Chu general's faces all changed. Chu Qinghuan also looked at King Wu and said, give this princess an explanation. Wu Xiong was also dumbfounded. It's not right. Logically speaking, this De Qian reacts even faster. It's impossible to transfer troops into the capital. Based on Chang'an City's establishment in the past, it's impossible to exceed 30,000 defenders. Chu Tianfeng aggravated his tone. Impossible. Just from the flags at the top of the city, this can't be less than 60,000 people. Wu Xiong was anxious. Second princess, General Chu, this king could have brought tens of thousands of my army, along with General Shui's 10,000 men. There's no reason for me to lie to you. Chu Qinghuan thought also. Her eyes looked toward the head of Chang'an City suddenly said, this defending general, so cunning. Along with her opening, the crowd of Chu generals all looked towards Chu Qinghuan. Chu Qinghuan coldly said, in here, most of them are mixed with the people. Their purpose is to affect the morale of our troops. As soon as the words fell, the Chu generals were no fools and reacted. Morale is something that cannot be seen or touched, but when fighting a war, it is extremely important. The Chu army went all the way south, and their morale was like a rainbow. Plus everyone knew that Chang'an was empty, so they all came with the idea of grabbing the gold and silver, and the credit. Such combat power was extremely terrifying. But now, at the head of Chang'an City, the heads of the people are gathered. Just like a hardcore appearance, the morale of the generals of the Chu army will be invariably weakened. This fighting power will also naturally decline. An excellent general must be able to mobilize the morale of his generals. And Chu Qinghuan was more than well versed in this. But it's like a young conspiracy. You know it's a fake. But this weakening of the Chu army's morale has been done invisibly. In the face of absolute strength, any demons and monsters are nothing but a joke. Chu Qinghuan let out a cold snort with a disdainful face. Send word to the entire army to prepare to make camp. As soon as Chu Qinghuan's order came out, the Chu army methodically began to set up camp. And Chu Qinghuan set up her tent since she was in the most central place. But soon, a Chu army scout rushed over and knelt down on one knee. Second princess, the large trees in the 10 miles around Chang'an City were either chopped down or burned with a single fire. And none of the villages were spared. We can only go farther, cut down trees and build fortifications. Chu Qinghuan's face was calm and unsurprised. De Qian is not a fool. It's normal to learn the news and make preparations in advance. Firm walls, just regular tactics. But this general of the Chu army raised his head with some kind of one-liner. Chu Qinghuan sensed something was wrong as she spoke. What else? This general clenched his teeth and said, we found no less than a dozen corpses in the Jingshui River, as well as some dead chicken and duck corpses. It should also be done by De Qian, but there's no way of knowing exactly how much. What? Bastard! When Chu Tianfeng heard this news, his face tightened and he abruptly cursed. Chu Qinghuan's mouth also twitched. A person's name suddenly flashed through her mind, followed by a gnashing of teeth. Gao Yang! This is definitely from the handiwork of the king of living hell. Firming up the walls and throwing bodies towards the water source. It's definitely this misbegotten brute. Other than him, no one of the old generals in De Qian could have done it. King Wu frowned, a flash of scorn flashing across his brows. Shui Yi, who was on the side, however, opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, the Jing River is dozens of miles long, and there are other rivers outside of Chang'an, so trying to pollute the water source with corpses, that's never going to happen, unless it is filled with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Most likely this king of living hell is intentionally trying to scare us, trying to get us to transport water from a distance to buy time for Chang'an. We just need to salvage the bodies, boil the water, and don't drink the raw water. If this is all Chang'an City has to offer, it will only take a few days to take it. Shui Yi, as the guardian of De Qian, he knew the direction of the mountains and rivers within De Qian. It's a ploy that won't fool him. Once these words came out, Chu Qinghuan's face looked a lot better. She ordered, ride quickly down the river and search up and down to see how many bodies there are. Although Shui Yi opened his mouth, after all, Shui Yi was a general of the great Qian dynasty, and caution can make a boat last forever. So Chu Qinghuan still wanted to make sure. After all, this is no small matter. Once you drink contaminated water and give birth to the plague, it's no joke. However, she preferred Shui Yi's words in her heart. Where there is a city, there must be a river. Let alone a huge city like Chang'an. How many lives would it take to fill the rivers outside Chang'an, trying to pollute them? Soon, the De Chu scouts returned. Report. Up and down the Jingwei, only a dozen bodies were found and have been salvaged. Inside the tent, Chu Qinghuan's face was grim. This king of living hell is really cunning. The city of Chang'an is again mobilizing the people and destroying the morale of my army. And it is also firming up its walls and water sources to put in corpses to stop my army from setting up camp. It seems that our opponent this time shall be this living Yama. Chu Tianfeng was a bit surprised. It's that Gao Yang Palm army? Chu Qinghuan's eyes were cold, and she nodded her head. Not bad. These means, conventional with a bit of sinister. Not like that gang of Deqian veterans. It should be that Goyang. Wu Xiong felt a pang of uneasiness as he spoke out. Second princess, why don't you wield your troops to attack the city? Chu Qinghuan's face was clear and cold. Our army has been running all the way. The generals have long been tired and exhausted, and Deqian is waiting for labor, so attacking hastily is not the best strategy. What's more, when two armies fight against each other, morale is the top priority. The first battle determines the morale of both armies, and once we lose, it will be a huge blow to our army's morale. The people of Chang'an are but a bunch of stragglers, with little fighting ability, so as long as the first battle kills them to make them cold, the city of Chang'an will be within reach. Chu Tianfeng nodded approvingly, not underestimating any of his opponents. Even though he was enraged, he was still able to make sensible judgments. He, De Chu, has produced a remarkable female general. When Wu Xiong saw this, he was reluctant. Then we'll just rest for the night? Of course not. Chu Qinghuan turned her head back to look at a youth with a tall body. Chu Hong, take a few elites with you at once. Go forward to the bottom of Chang'an City, and scream curses at the top of your voice for me. Blame it all on Gao Yang's poisonous plan to break the water and tell that great Qian empress, if you want to make peace, then agree to our army's two conditions. When Wu Xiong heard this, he subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to stop it. However, only Chu Qinghuan's eyes were deep as she said word by word. First, as the great Qian empress, she must kneel to receive my great Chu's holy decree, bow down to my Chu kingdom, and pay tribute every year. Second, we must kill Gao Yang before we can make peace. Chapter 133, Shall I force him to be sharp first? Fetch the arrow. When Wu Xiong heard this, he instantly became anxious. Second princess, do you really want to make peace? Chu Qinghuan's face was disdainful as she looked at Wu Xiong. Having fought under Chang'an City, does this princess still need peace talks? This living king of hell wants to be disgusted by this princess, then this princess is also disgusted by him. Do you really think that he is the only one in the world who can use the scheme? Chu Tianfeng's eyes lit up. How many people are at the head of Chang'an City? The great Qian empress herself knows it in her heart. If that great Qian empress doesn't agree, the 100 officials may be disgruntled, and our army has nothing to lose. If she agrees, then she's been tricked. This hand of disassociation by the second princess, beautiful. Takeo also looked better. If we can kill the king of living hell without bloodshed, then wield the army to attack the city. It is like getting twice the result with half the effort. Chu Hong was wearing his battle armor, and a fierce aura permeated his face as he smiled and said, Second princess, this matter will be wrapped up in the last general. Follow me. Chu Hong ordered a few Chu army generals and left the camp straight towards Chang'an City. Soon, above the city, the sharp-eyed Lu Zhen then said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, there are people coming from the Chu army camp. A few riders are coming towards Chang'an City. When Wu Jiao heard the voice, a pair of eyes looked over. What do they intend to do? Gao Yang's eyes were slightly cold as he voiced out, The good are not coming. The bad are not coming. Look at this majestic appearance. It's definitely not here to surrender. Soon, Chu Hong rode a high horse with a few cavalrymen, who were full of disdain and straightened their backs, and came to the bottom of Chang'an City. I am Chu Hong, captain of the Long Water of Great Chu, and I am an emissary of Great Chu. Where is the emperor of Great Qian? Chu Hong let out a shout, and his voice traveled far and wide. A messenger from Chu? For a while, the 100 officials were shocked. Lu Wen, Su Xuanji and the others were all puzzled. Song Li furrowed his brows and lowered his voice. Could it be that the Chu army is trying to make peace and is truly intimidated by my Dakian's formation? Gao Tianlong sniffed and said indifferently, The Chu army is already at the city's doorstep, with their swords pointing at Chang'an. So how is it possible to have peace talks? Wu Zhou's brows furrowed as she gave Shangguan Wan a look. Shangguan Wan'er immediately stepped forward and said in a loud voice, His Majesty is right here. What does Ambassador Chu intend to do? When Chu Hong saw Shangguan Wan'er reveal herself, his face first carried a wave of amazement. Then he said in a loud voice, Chu Hong has been ordered to come and wants to bring a few words to Emperor Qian. Shangguan Wan'er spoke out again. What words? Chu Hong is only a school lieutenant, not yet worthy of Wu Jiao's conversation with him. Chu Hong was full of condescension, and said in a loud voice, I, De Chu and De Qian, concluded an alliance, do not violate each other's borders, and would have enjoyed peace for thousands of generations. But Dakian wants to cut off the Yarlung Zanghua and Kanglin rivers. cutting off the water of my Chu, which is outrageous, and my Chu can't accept it, so I sent troops to Dakian, but I, Great Chu, am a great country, peace-loving, and cannot bear to see the two countries plunged into war. Therefore, as long as the Qian Emperor agrees to our army's two conditions, we can talk peace and enjoy peace again. With one word, the 100 officials shook, and a flash of excitement surged across the faces of Su Xuanji and Lu Wen. Chu's army has the intention to make peace. Even Musashi frowned tightly. What the hell is going on with the Chu army? To hit Chang'an? It could never be because of the vain policy of cutting off the water. This must have been premeditated. Even just after she ascended the throne, Gao Yang's brows locked, sensing that something was wrong. Shangguan Wan'er looked toward Chu Hong at the bottom of the city and continued to ask, what conditions? 4-1. Great Qian must submit to me, Great Chu, and henceforth become a vassal state of Great Chu, and Emperor Qian must kneel to receive the holy decree. Secondly, the culprit who proposed to cut off the rivers of the Yarlung Zangbua and Kanglan rivers and cut off the water of my Great Chu must die. Gao Yang must be killed before we can make peace. A word fell. Shock flashed steeply across the faces of the 100 officials at the head of Chang'an City. Brush up. Numerous gazes converged on Wu Jiao and Gao Yang, who were filled with shock. Gao Yang also froze. Not only did his poisonous plan get out, but even the Chu army commander knew about it. However, he had to say that this divisive plan was very vicious. Wu Jiao's face was grim. In order to make peace, she must kneel to receive the imperial decree. And secondly, she must behead Gao Yang. Her phoenix eyes were cold. Lu Wen took a deep breath and stood out, saying aloud, Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. How can you kneel? But I think the matter can be talked about again. Su Xuanji also spoke out. If we can have peace talks, it is indeed the fortune of Great Qian and the blessing of the people. Your Majesty is a body of 1,000 pieces of gold. You cannot kneel. As the Chancellor, I can kneel on behalf of Your Majesty to welcome the imperial decree. At the same time, some of the civil ministers who were frightened by the Chu army's momentum also stood out. Minister Su is righteous. Minister Su is righteous. Wu Jiao smiled as she looked at Su Xuanji and said, Then I have to thank Minister Su for the sacrifices he has made. Su Xuanji arched his hand and said with a righteous face, For the sake of Dakian, for the sake of the millions of people in Chang'an, I am righteous. But Wu Jiao suddenly drew up her voice and said, How can I, De Qian, have a prime minister like you who is afraid of death? Today, no matter who kneels, on behalf of me, is the entire Dakian. This kneeling, my Dakian up to the emperor and generals, down to the people's spine will be completely collapsed. If a nation has no straight backbone, how is that different from destroying the nation? What's more, Gao Yang is a minister of my Great Qian. He has not negatively impacted me. How can I negatively impact him? As Gao Yang listened, a ripple rippled in his heart. But when he saw these civil ministers who stood out, his gaze went ghostly cold. The sons of bitches were making it clear that they wanted him to sacrifice as well. Good. These sons of bitches. He remembered Gao Yang. Lu Wen. Su Xuanji topped Gao Yang's eyes and only felt like a manacle. But they still moved to say, Your Majesty, the Chu army is strong. Hundreds of thousands of tigers and wolves are unstoppable and sharp. For the sake of De Qian, for the sake of the millions of people in Chang'an, I and others ask Your Majesty to avoid the sharpness for the time being. I ask Your Majesty to hold off for a while. The crowd chimed in. Wu Jiao took a deep breath, and her pair of phoenix eyes suddenly looked at Su Xuanji and the others. At the same time, an extremely powerful imperial aura swept out from her body, like wild waves, filling the entire head of Chang'an City. I'll avoid him first? Fetch the arrows. At the head of Chang'an City, Wu Jiao's voice rang out like a sonic boom. Your Majesty, arrows coming. Lu Xun handed over a large bow with an ox horn from the side, as well as several sharp arrows. Wu Jiao received the large bow and arrows, a face filled with coldness. What she was trying to do was practically self-evident. For a moment, Su Xuanji and Lu Wen all jumped at the corners of their eyes, especially when Su Xianyuanji was scolded by a split face. He was even more unsightly. He hurriedly stopped it. Your Majesty, once you make this arrow, there will be no more room for Great Qian and Great Chu to turn around. Your Majesty, think twice. Sacrificing one person for the lives of millions of people in Chang'an, isn't that worth it? I think Lord Gao, too, is willing. Although he knew that it was very unwise to offend Gao Yang, he couldn't care less now. If the Chu army breaks through Chang'an City, the probability is that he, the Prime Minister, will not survive. Seeing this, Lu Wen also opened his mouth. Your Majesty, there is a death in human beings, either heavier than MT, Tai or as light as a feather. If we can really exchange one person's life for millions of lives, this is a great fortune. A handful of ministers from the main peace faction also stepped forward. Your Majesty, think twice. Lu Xun gritted his teeth. his anger flaring. Cowards, total cowards. It's just greed for life and fear of death. And you still have a crowning face. It's disgusting. Gao Yang's face was grim, but he was not surprised. Chang'an is full of hot-blooded men, and there are not a few bloodthirsty officials in the courtroom. But in this world, there are always some people who are greedy and afraid of death, especially the civil servants who read the holy books and know the pros and cons. They were seduced by the world's prosperity, and they were blinded by power. And how many of the scholars who were determined to serve the country and wanted to open up peace for the world for Dacian ended up as corrupt officials, obsessed with power and party rivalries? Gao Yang was well versed in human nature, and he was not surprised that Su Xuanyi and the others chose to do so. If fewer people could die, and if they could settle this matter through peace talks, they were willing to do so no matter how much it cost them. Because then humiliation. This is the emperor's humiliation. The humiliation of the great Qian. How much money to be compensated? This is the money of the treasury. This has nothing to do with them. But they keep their power and their lives. That's enough. But knowing doesn't mean he accepts it. He looked to Wuju, a pseudo-proposition on top of morality. Putting aside the question of whether or not the Chu army is sincere about peace talks, one man died in exchange for the lives of 1 million people in Chang'an City. This seems to be a big moneymaker. At this time, Wu Jiao suddenly opened her mouth, a pair of eyes with playfulness. Good. Since the death of one person for the millions of people in Chang'an City, for the lives of the civil and military personnel of the whole dynasty is a big profit. It doesn't matter if a few more people die. I ask Prime Minister Su, Aiqing Lu, and every one of the great and righteous Aiqing who has spoken out in support, your lives, the lives of your wives and children, and the lives of your parents, to die together. I think that you all feel that you have earned it. How is it, my lords? Wu Jiao's icy gaze swept over each and every one of the large and righteous civil ministers. This statement was made. Su Xuanji suddenly looked up, shocked, at Wu Jiao. Lu Wen and the group of royal historians who spoke out were even more pale. They stammered up a bit, though their inner courage made them really want to say yes. What's the harm in dying? But look at Wu Jiao's appearance. This is afraid to really let their whole family and Gao Yang together with the funeral. I will never make such a stupid decision because I'm afraid I'll be the one sacrificed. At this point, Chu Hong's voice rang out from below the city. Great Qian Empress, how's the consideration going? Neither of these two conditions can be missing, and as a sign of sincerity, no subject of the Great Qian is allowed to kneel to receive the imperial decree on his behalf. The Qian Emperor must personally kneel to receive the holy decree and execute Gao Yang. Otherwise, when my army is angry, hundreds of thousands of troops will easily break through the gates of Deqian, and Deqian will be removed from the 7 kingdoms. Chu Hong's voice carried a touch of recklessness, an endless rampage. In his eyes, Chang'an was empty, and even if the people were mobilized, how much fighting power could they have? Even if they went a bit too far, that great Qian Empress could only endure the breath. Even opening the city gates and treating him nicely with beauties. Moreover, Dacian has always boasted of being a country of etiquette, so what if he is reckless and humiliates Dacian to his heart's content? What can you do to him? In today's world, the strong are strong and the weak are dead. Along with his voice, a silhouette wearing a golden-colored dragon robe appeared at the top of the city. She had a stunningly beautiful face, with endless nobility permeating her body, and under the sunlight, she was like a fairy descending from the sky, not like a mortal. Chu Hong's eyes lit up. He did not expect Wu Jiao to look so beautiful. Emperor Qian, what are the terms of my Chu? He shouted loudly, his eyes looking straight at Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao stood at the head of the city, her face cold, her face with anger, with the bearish fury of being insulted. She was the Empress of Dacian, but she was beaten by the Chu army under the city of Chang'an. Not to mention, she was now being offered such outrageous conditions by the Chu army. It was a shame that she, Wu Jiao, could never wash away in her life. Then what does Chu think she is? A comatose king? A district lieutenant is worthy of negotiating with me? Do you think that you are victorious and that the city of Chang'an is already in your possession? Joke. Wu Jiao's voice echoed away from afar, attracting the attention of a crowd of generals at the head of Chang'an City. Even Gao Yang, a pair of eyes, also looked at Wu Jiao. Chu Hong's face was ugly. He clenched his fists. He did not expect Wu Jiao to say this. Emperor Qian, it is now my army that is approaching the city. Qian is in danger. You must not make a mistake. Wu Jiao sniffed and her face became even more disdainful. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Dead wrong. Chang'an City, there are tigers, leopards, wolves and horses. 100,000 troops. The Dacian court, there are loyal soldiers, the ministers, my Dacian heritage for 100 years. The Central Plains is standing for 1,000 years. My Dacian has the people of the people who are willing to give up their lives and forget about their deaths, and the courtiers of the abolition of sleep and food. There are swords, guns, swords and halberds, the 1,000 years of inheritance, the Guanzhong, Hebei, more than 1,000,000 troops. Wu Jiu's voice raised an octave and continued. Yes, King Wu rebelled against the enemy, Shui Yi rebelled against the enemy, and you bypassed the Dragon Pass and traveled all the way south, killing my people, plundering my women, and catching Chang'an by surprise. But do you think that this is a win for you? You're wrong. There are millions of people in Chang'an City, loyal and ambitious men who will lay down their lives to die, undercurrents that you can't imagine, and an army of 100,000 men who don't fear life or death. I am the son of heaven of Dakian, and you have used sordid means, bypassed the Dragon Pass, carried a few broken swords, and killed your way to the bottom of Chang'an City, just to insult the Emperor of Dakian. This is a disgrace for me, and a disgrace for the entire Dakian. Chu Hong's face was filled with fear as he sniffed. On Chang'an City, Daqian's soldiers and civilians were excited and feverish. Wu Jiu picked up the ox-horn big bow. The golden sunlight fell on her delicate face without any expression. Open bow, hitching an arrow. Phew! As Wu Jiu's hand loosened, sharp arrows accompanied by a burst of air-breaking sound, from the head of Chang'an City, shot explosively towards Chu Hong below. Chu Hong's face was filled with fear and he shouted at the top of his voice. When two countries are at war, they don't cut off envoys. Qian Huangyu. But before he could finish a sentence, Wu Jiu's arrow pierced straight through Chu Hong's chest, nailing him hard to the ground. Great Qian does not kill envoys from other countries, but kills animals. Wu Jiu face cold, icy phoenix eyes without half a bit of emotional fluctuations. The golden dragon robe shows endless majesty. She, looking down out of the corner of her eye. This scene stunned the Chu army generals who followed Chu Hong's arrival, their faces full of incredulity as they raised their heads to look at Wu Jiu in fear. The 100 officials were silent. Even Gao Yang had never seen such a Wu Jiu, domineering, disdainful, with endless majesty. Wu Jiu put away her longbow, her face was cold, and she looked disdainfully at several other Chu army generals. Go back and tell the main general of the Chu army that my great Qin land is all fought down with blood and sweat by my ancestors. It is the loyal bones buried in his mountain, and countless martyrs exchanged their lives for it. I'm not qualified to, and I will never let it. Dakian, since I started, the end of its dynasty, no peace, no vassal, no tribute, the son of heaven to guard the country. The king died of the gods of the earth and grain. Gao Yang is my man, a meritorious official of Diqian. I will never kill him. Let him come and fight. Come and attack as much as you want. I will tell him to know what is called Diqian Iron Cavalry. Tell him to kill the king of Wu and retreat immediately to avoid the destruction of his country. At this moment, at the head of Chang'an City, Gao Tianlong's gaze vibrated as he raised his right hand high. Kill the king of Wu and retreat immediately. You can avoid the destruction of your country. Gallantly great Qian, together we go to the country. All of the great Qian generals were filled with excitement. Such an emperor was enough to make them give their lives for him. The military and civilians at the top of the city, all of them were full of hot blood, with a sense of fearlessness, and their eyes were full of fervor as they looked at Wu Jiu. Kill the king of Wu and retreat immediately. You can avoid the destruction of your country. Gallantly great Qian, together we go to the country. At this moment, the morale at the head of Daqian City had almost reached its peak. Su Xuanji, Lu Wen and the others lowered their heads, comical as clowns in the many contemptuous eyes. Not only did they fail to make peace, they also offended the king of the living hell, and this deal was a total loss. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu's domineering face. Your Majesty, the way you looked just now was quite attractive. I'm afraid. Gao Yang looked at Wu Jiu and opened his mouth for a while. Even though Gao Yang has had a lot of experience and has seen too much human warmth and coldness, but Wu Jiu, under pressure, facing the Chu army's army pressing, this sentence that Gao Yang is her person and will never be killed, still caused a ripple in his heart. Wu Jiu's gaze went to Gao Yang, the corner of her mouth hooked up. Very touched? Your Majesty could argue the same. Gao Yang spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on Wu Jiu. Now he might be craving for more than just a body and power. Wu Jiu was unaware of Gao Yang's state of mind. She said with a haughty look on her face, I am not a dainty woman, a queen who is greedy for life and death. She turned her gaze in the direction where the Chu army camp was located, listening to the morale rushing in her ears. What I can do is the limit. The rest is up to you. Gao Yang was relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body, and he smiled faintly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, they're wrapped up in death. The monarch and minister looked at each other, then looked in the direction of the 100,000 Chu troops outside the city. Smiles raised on their faces. Chu army tent. Chu Qingwan and a bunch of other Chu army generals were inside the tent, their faces filled with self-satisfaction. Chu Tianfeng spoke out. The Queen of Daqian knows the moisture of the Chang'an garrison in her heart. and I'm afraid that once these two conditions are out, Dakian's inner circle will be able to make a big noise. If we really kill Gao Yang, this might as well be a heavenly good thing for us. Wu Xiong sighed in admiration. This discreet plan of the second princess really makes this king marvel. Great Chu with the second princess deserves to prosper greatly. Chu Qinghuan nodded, and a proud smile spread across her face as well. She also spoke out. This plan can firstly disassociate the relationship between Deqian's ruler and ministers, secondly make Deqian fall into civil unrest, and thirdly determine Deqian's reality. If Deqian tries to find a way to negotiate peace, and even go so far as to kill Gao Yang to seek peace talks, then it means Chang'an is empty, and mostly the people are making a lot of noise, so our army can take it down in one fell swoop. The general's eyes lit up. This is a wonderful plan. Second princess, this plan is far better than that great Qian living in king. The crowd of Chu army generals marveled, their gazes looking towards Chu Qinghuan. But just then, a voice rang out from outside the tent. Report! Second princess, something big is wrong. Chu Qinghuan fixed her eyes on the personal guards who had followed Chu Hong forward. Where's Chu Han? Chu Qinghuan's brows furrowed as a flash of bad feeling crossed her heart and she abruptly asked. Captain Chu, he was killed by that Deqian female emperor with an arrow, and his body is outside the tent. What? Chu Qinghuan slammed the table and rose with an open heart. She immediately walked towards the outside of the tent, and the Chu generals also got up and walked out together. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, what met his eyes was Chu Hong's dead body, pierced by an arrow. Chu Han, then how dare the great Qian empress? Chu Qinghuan's eyes glowed red and she gritted her teeth. More than 100,000 troops are camped not far from Chang'an City. How dare this great Qian empress? The other Chu generals were also shocked as they looked at Chu Hong's corpse on the ground incredulously. Deqian, how dare he kill their Chu emissary? Second princess, the great Qian empress also wants us to bring a message to the second princess, or else our little lives will only be lost. The previous general, after a moment of hesitation, eventually spoke slowly. What words? Chu Qinghuan asked out loud. The general of the Chu army clenched his teeth and whispered. The great Qian empress said that there are 100,000 troops and millions of people in Chang'an City, and all of them will die in battle. She said that all the lands of Dakian were bought with the lives of the martyrs of Dakian. She is not qualified and will never let. Dakian does not make peace, does not claim vassalage, does not pay tribute. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods of the earth and the gods of the country. She said, let our army execute the king of Wu and retreat immediately, and we can avoid the destruction of our country. Buzz. When this statement was made, it was as if it had instantly exploded. Chu Qinghuan, Chu Tianfeng's face suddenly changed. Their expressions were full of movement, as if they had heard something incredible. Chu Tianfeng instantly became furious. This great Qian empress dares to be so rampant, infuriating old me. However, there were still some Chu generals with panicked faces. The great Qian empress not only directly shot Chu Hong, but also dared to make a big statement. Is it true that there are 100,000 troops and millions of people in Chang'an, as Wu Jiao said, all of whom were going to die in the battle? For a while, the faces of the group of generals were much uglier. Chu Qinghuan also took a deep breath. She said in a cold voice, it's just demons and ghosts. Just break them with your strength. Since great Qian seeks death, then this princess will give them a ride. Pass the order to the three armies. Tomorrow at dawn, when the sky breaks, the whole army will attack, step through Chang'an City, and capture that great Qian empress alive. With Chu Qinghuan's order, the group of generals clasped their fists and led the way. Chu Qinghuan looked in the direction where Chang'an City was located. She said with a cold face, transferring the rattan armor soldiers into the vanguard of the siege. This princess is going to take Deqian by surprise and let them know what is called the invincible rattan armor soldiers. When Chu Tianfeng heard that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he also said with a sly smile on his face, wearing rattan armor, it is difficult for swords to break through the armor. Once they are allowed to attack Chang'an City, it will be a disaster for the Deqian defenders who are mixed with the people defending the city. The rattan armor of the Dechu rattan armor soldiers is made of Chu rattan and cooked tung oil, and then processed by a special process of Dechu. After making, it is difficult to break the armor of ordinary swords and knives, and the protection is extremely strong, especially in melee combat. It's terrifying. Chu Qinghuan also had an icy face. She muttered to herself, my army of aces of great Chu, it is time to spread your fame, completely, throughout the 7 kingdoms. The next day, dawn broke. A ray of sunlight shone through the weaving dark clouds that blanketed the earth. Chu Qinghuan was clad in battle armor and rode a high jujubred horse. Her pretty face was solemn, and she was followed by a group of Chu army generals. More than 100,000 troops had stern faces and were ready to go. Wu Xiong and Shui were sandwiched between them, and were also filled with excitement. As long as they take Chang'an City, the world of Deqian will be theirs. Chu Qinghuan saw that the time was almost up, and directly drew her great sword, and said in a cold voice, "March according to the plan. This princess will sit at the east gate to make the main attack, and you will swing your troops toward the west gate, north gate, and south gate of Chang'an to attack. Mobilize morale before the station, and by the words of this princess, pass the word to the three armies." With Chu Qinghuan's words, the Chu army's war generals were filled with solemnity. Yes, yes. Chu Qinghuan's face was cold as she strangled her warhorse. He looked toward the Chu army and said in a loud voice, "Generals of Deqian, Deqian is deceiving people too much. He wants to cut off the water of Tsanlan River and introduce it into the Yellow River, cutting off the water of my Deqian. And he wants to make the 10 million people of my Deqian suffer from drying up and having no harvest. Once the math is done, over 1 million people will starve to death alive. The viciousness of Deqian's heart is simply outrageous." Chu Qinghuan crossed her fingers to her greatsword, the tip of the blade pointing in the direction where Chang'an City was. "For the sake of Great Chu, for the sake of glory, for the sake of the millions of people who will not suffer from the drought, take up the swords in your hands, and with all your strength, charge with me, capture Chang'an and capture the great Qian Empress alive. Water has always been the source of life. Drought is a disaster that has always been uncompromising. In the eyes of ordinary generals, cut off the water of the Kanglan River, cut off half of the water in the territory of Chu. This is definitely the world's #1 poisonous plan." The name of Gao Yang has long been spread throughout the military camp, and countless Chu army generals are eager to eat its blood and flesh. Even though Chu mobilized grain and provisions far earlier than Gao Yang's poisonous plan to break the waters of the Kanglan River. But it doesn't hurt. That's the best morale booster of all. For a while, the Chu army was in a frenzy. Kill, kill, kill. They drew their sharp greatswords one after another, and turned those cold and bloodthirsty eyes towards Chang'an City. Tread through Chang'an City, capture the great Qian Empress alive, kill the culprits of all this, and plunder everything in Chang'an City. Wealth, power, beauty, everything beckons them. This is a chance, enough to change destiny. In this battle, there was no sneak attack at all, and it was even more impossible to hide in such a large-scale siege. As soon as Chu Qinghuan's order came out, all the major generals followed with their military orders, and with an army of over 100,000, it was impossible for the sound to be spread far and wide. But then there are the major lieutenants, who convey military orders. Step through Chang'an City, capture the great Qian Empress alive, kill for me. Chu Qinghuan's great sword fell. The generals of the Chu army raised their scarlet eyes, and like wild horses that had taken off their reins, they vastly killed from different directions towards Chang'an City. Here comes the most brutal siege in ancient warfare. Above the city, Gao Yang learned of the news and deployed the combat arrangements long ago. He looked up and saw the Chu army coming to kill with a horrifying sound. As the Chu army rapidly approached, one could even see the grim faces, sharp great swords, and muscular bulging arms. They've come to attack Chang'an City. They're coming to overthrow Great Qian. Gao Yang's face didn't change, and he was calm to the core. Drums of war rise, answer the battle. The Son of Heaven is here, equal to me, majestically Great Qian, together with the nation. Gao Yang roared with it. Knock knock. The dull and heavy sound of war drums rang out as if it was going to make one's blood run cold. The Deqian generals nervously gripped the great swords in their hands, their eyes dead set on the Chu army approaching Chang'an City. Wu Jiao could have waited in the imperial city, but she insisted on sharing life and death with the great Qian generals, so she also came to the city. Once she came, the 100 officials could only stiffen their backs and climb up to the top of the city. It's just that they were in a safer position, guarded by forbidden soldiers. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. The more this kind of time when he faced a life and death crisis and a big scene, the more calm he became. Within his line of sight, the distance between the Chu army and Chang'an was as if it was on its own scale. His eyes are the ruler. Not only do you look at the 36D and see it accurately, but the hold between such distances remains accurate. Lu Xun clenched his fists and looked at Gao Yang from time to time. This kind of combat distance, all depends on experience. Gao Yang practical combat aspect, he is still a little worried. He prepared himself for the reminder. But the moment the Chu army entered the attack range, Gao Yang moved. Release. His voice came out suddenly. The crier's flag fell with it. In front of them, the archers brought their longbows to full bow at an angle of 45 upwards. The moment Gao Yang's voice fell, the moment the messenger's flag fell, whoosh, thousands of arrows were densely packed, like a large net, enveloping the Chu generals towards the bottom. Pust, pust. The arrows passed through the protection and pierced into the bodies of the Chu generals, and for a while, there were screams of misery. on top of the battlefield. Once you fall, you will face the most terrible thing, which is trampling. The generals behind them would not stop. They would only step over their fallen comrades and continue to kill their way forward. Since ancient times, the sentinel has been the one with the highest mortality rate and the most generous rewards of all the military types. Chu Qinghuan sat in the center of the army, watching from afar with a confident smile on her face. Although the rattan armor soldiers are a little weaker on the protection of arrows, but unusual arrows, it is difficult to pierce my Chu rattan armor. Once relying on the rattan armor and the concealment of the sky, climbed up the city wall. Chu Qinghuan was very much looking forward to it. Lu Xun's eyes were sharp. Although the first round of flurry fire caused many of the Chu generals to fall, but he still felt much less powerful. The great Chu vanguard is not right. They're mixed in with the vine armor soldiers. Lu Xun's face was unsightly as he said in a loud voice, "Vine armor soldiers, are they tough?" Musashi asked with a frown. Gao Tianlong stood beside Wu Jiu. He explained, "The rattan armor is made of local rattan and tung oil from Chu, and it has been treated with a special process, so it is not only extremely concealable, but also difficult for swords to enter." Swords are hard to get into? Wu Jiu's face was unsightly, and her gaze went wide to Gao Yang with some worry. Gao Yang also did not expect that Chu actually had rattan armor soldiers. Coincidence? He turned back to Wushu with a smirk. "Your Majesty, it's time for barbecue." "Wu Jiu, barbecue? I happen to know something about grilling." As soon as Gao Yang's words were out of his mouth, he revealed another touch of grimace as he said, "Stone thrower, adjust the angle. 50 feet. Smash me." A small pitcher, filled with an altar of distilled spirits, threw it out. A large area of the Chuki's army was simply a smash and grab. For a while, the Chu vanguard were all smashed and confused, and when the wine altar shattered, a strong wine fragrance came from it, filling the entire battlefield. Burning arrows, ready, full bow. With Gao Yang's voice, the second round of archers ignited the arrows that had been greased long ago, and then drew their bows and arrows to full strength, aiming them at the Chu army. Gao Yang's face was cold and icy as he gazed at the Chu vanguard that was still charging. Previously, he would have been a little hesitant. After all, the poisoner is only responsible for mentioning the poisonous plan. As for the adoption or not, that is Wu Jiu's matter. There is a harm to the heavenly peace, and there is a harm to the Yin and virtue, and that's whoever makes the decision and whoever bears the responsibility. People still have to be superstitious sometimes, but when that one sentence from Wu Jiu passed, everything he thought was instantly shattered. Release. Along with Gao Yang's command, the archers in front of him let go of their hands in unison. In an instant, several thousand arrows that were burning enveloped the Chu army that was charging. For a moment, the Chu army looked up in unison at the arrows that were burning in midair. At the head of Chang'an City, a round of flush fire. Several thousand arrows with flames spread over the entire sky in the early morning of the breaking dawn. It was dense and covered the sky. It was like a giant net, enveloping towards them. At the forefront of the Chu vanguard army, a veteran soldier in rattan armor raised his head and looked at the scene. Veteran soldier named Lu Sanji, 16 years old for the Great Chu campaign, born into death. Every battle will be the first of 10,000 people. Fearless rush to kill. He has been in the military for 30 years and is a full-fledged veteran. When the time came for the Vine Guard to be selected, he did not hesitate to run for the Vine Guard. Chu Qinghuan called him the Great Chu Elite. Chu Tianfeng also praised him for his bravery. He was confident that as long as he was allowed to conceal his figure and use the ladder to rush up to the head of Chang'an, he would be able to go on a killing spree and buy time for his brothers behind him. He charged all the way towards Chang'an City to kill, but the moment this rocket enveloped him, he panicked, and he tried to dodge. But how to dodge so many arrows? Beside him was also a rattan armor elite soldier, in his 20s, with bulging muscles and strength like an ox, nicknamed the Barbarian Ox. Phew! An arrow unfortunately pierced his thigh and a sharp pain hit him, but he couldn't care less about the pain, because something even more horrible happened. From Lu Sanji's point of view, it can be clearly seen. The moment the flames touched the savage bull's body, they blazed up, not only from the spirits that came out of the shattered wine altar, but also from the rattan armor on his body. Rattan armor to tung oil and bamboo rattan secret. After several years of exposure to the sun, hard, unusual swords, difficult to break armor. But this has a fatal drawback. That is, oil burns when it meets fire. Ah! A mournful scream rang out as the barbarian bull desperately tried to undo the rattan armor on his body. But rattan armor was good to put on, but not good to take off. The brute became a roasted bull. Lu Sanji's pupils shrank. This is a torture. Even though Lu Sanji, who has seen life and death and killed countless people, a touch of fear welled up from the bottom of his heart. He, Lu Sanji, didn't want to turn into a roasted chicken. But something even more horrifying happened. The densely packed Chu army, The moment the wine altars shattered, got a lot of alcohol on them. Under the shroud of thousands of rockets, some ordinary Chu army generals were also set ablaze. They rolled desperately on the ground with horror on their faces, but more generals went towards the side regardless under the pain. Help me! Some of the Rattan armor soldiers violently panicked. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! One of the Rattan armor soldiers was careless and was stained by the flames on his robes, and almost instantly, the Rattan armor burst into flames, and such a scene is happening all around. These Rattan armored troops, mixed in with the vanguard, suffered a tremendous blow. The ground, too, suddenly swept a wall of flame. Ah! It hurts too much. Help me! Help me! The formation of the Chu army, in an instant, was in disarray, and the mournful screams resounded throughout the battlefield. The beauties of Chang'an City, the gold, silver and jewels, the brocade and silk, did arouse the greed within them and made them forget the fear of death. But at this moment, the mournful screams evoked their deepest fears, especially the Rattan armor soldiers. The strongest protection in the past, in the present, had become something that would kill them. Bears of flame, suddenly rising, burning everything. There are acquaintances all over the place. Chu army, center camp. Chu Qinghuan realized a wave of bad news the moment she saw a jar of liquor explode. When thousands of arrows with flames swept out like a giant net, she even suddenly stood up straight, her face unsightly. My Rattan armor soldiers. Her face was full of heartache and her body trembled. Chu Tianfeng's face was also ugly as he couldn't help but ask out loud, what is contained in that altar? I smell a wine. Could it be fine wine? But why is it burning so badly? Chu Tianfeng's face was filled with incomprehension and shock. At that moment, the messenger also hurried forward. Report! Second Princess, the South Gate, North Gate, and West Gate of Chang'an are all under fire, and the attack is blocked. Please also make a quick decision. Second Princess, Chu Qinghuan's brows furrowed. The wine in this altar is definitely not normal. This is trouble. She naturally knows where the disadvantages of the Rattan armor soldiers are. She wanted to catch Dakian by surprise. Once she borrowed the ladder to ascend the city wall. The battle strength of the Rattan armor army is horrible. But she did not expect Dakian to come up with wine plus rockets. Her ace in the hole. Opening on hell difficulty. Who is the person in command of Dakian? Such a fire attack. Is he not afraid of the wrath of heaven? Not a single rule for keeping the city. Chu Tianfeng couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. Chu Qinghuan forced herself to calm down. A pair of gazes cold and ghostly. Who else could it be? But that great Qian Liding Yin king. At this rate, he must have been prepared for this. In other words, from the very beginning, he prepared this poisonous plan. That wine must have been treated too. Wine and rockets. He was thinking of fire from the very beginning. My vine-armored soldiers are kind of on the up and up for him to burn. Chu Qinghuan's face became even more ugly when she thought of this. Frontline battlefield. No need to think she knew that the Rattan armor soldiers 10,000 miserable. Chu Tianfeng's face was ugly. The formation is in disarray. Second Princess, do we still need to continue the attack? Chu Qinghuan took a deep breath with a scowl on her face. Chang'an is empty in the first battle of the siege. How can we easily withdraw our troops? This is a huge impact on the morale of the entire army. Beat the drums of war, and charge the whole army in. This princess doesn't believe that this living hell is really not afraid of heaven's wrath. Knock knock. The dull sound of war drums rang out, carrying the call to attack. At the front of the Chu army, a Chu war general heard the sound of drums. He wore a scowl. Kill for me. Those who retreat, behead. Saying that, he chopped a retreating general with his sword, his face with murderous intent. The generals of the Chu army could only continue to attack with a stiff upper lip. The head of Chang'an City, looking down from above, it was an incomparably shocking scene of roaring flames, sweeping as if they were fiery snakes, spreading across the entire battlefield. The Rattan armor soldiers, in particular, were extremely miserable, whether they were hit by burning arrows or stained by flames from the robes beside them. At this moment, Wu Zhou and Shangguan Wan were shocked. The 100 officials had a moment of scalp numbness. It was definitely an image of purgatory that was constantly hitting their minds. They couldn't help but look at Gao Yang's back. It's too hard. This really turned the Chu army and those Rattan armor soldiers into a barbecue. Wu Zhou looked forward, her phoenix eyes vibrating. Xinjing's face was full of complexity. Oil ignites when it meets fire. Once this Rattan armor soldier is hit by an arrow and the Rattan armor can't be removed, he will die for sure. This plan is from his handwriting, but the style is not like this. Such a fire attack. I am afraid to be reversed. Xinjing's words, though exclamatory, rang like muffled thunder in Wu Zhou's heart. Poisonous man seeks his own. Gao Yang put forward a lot of poisonous plans, but in the end these poisonous plans, he just put forward. Use it or not is her thing. But the fire burned the Chu army without changing her face, without even asking her, "Is this?" Wu Jiao narrowed her eyes, her phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang's back. Gao Yang's pair of eyes looked straight ahead, and he was expressionless. Burning the Chu army, but saving 1,000,000 people in Chang'an. Is that a merit or a sin? In sight, the Chu army was closer. Gao Yang's gaze was cold, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. Smash it for me. The Chu army was like an ant nest, a steady stream. A piece of the front was dead, and even the battlefield was filled with flames. But it couldn't stop the Chu army from advancing yet. They haven't chickened out yet. Then kill them until they are cold. With Gao Yang's voice, the small stone thrower threw a pot of strong wine. Once again, into the battlefield. Snap! The wine altar smashed against the Chu army's body and hit the ground, shattering with it, and the highly concentrated alcohol flowed out with a rushing aroma of wine. One time, the pupils of countless Chu troops shrank. If the first time, they were defenseless, then this time, it directly evoked the deepest fear in their hearts. No good. Run! Run! Fire! That fire again! The generals of the Chu army were filled with chills, and among the crowd, Lu Sanji was even more flustered. As a vine armor soldier, he no longer had his usual pride in the bottom of his heart. Instead, an indescribable fear spread out in the bottom of his heart. This rattan armor had become the biggest life suppressor at the moment. He was madly facing forward, dodging the rain of burning arrows. Almost this instant, the head of Chang'an City, Gao Yang's death-like voice sounded again. Ready! 30 degrees up. Release! Another round of flurry shooting. Arrows with flames, like burning meteors, either pierced through the bodies of the Chu army, or ignited the alcohol on the ground, setting off a blazing fire and hindering the Chu army's advance. Even more miserable were the rattan-armored soldiers and the ordinary generals who had alcohol on their bodies but were unfortunate enough to be shot at. Their bodies were engulfed in blazing flames, as if they were being scorched by the flames of hell. Ouch! It hurts too much. De Qian is the devil without compromise. Run! Fire up the ass! Some of the Chu army generals were completely chilled. They couldn't stop the fear that arose and wanted to retreat. And at that moment, the generals of the Chu army, who had been killing at the forefront, arrived. The large siege equipment had long been prepared and assembled by Wu Xiong and Shui. This raid on Chang'an was destined to be a blitzkrieg. They quickly set up the ladder and held it steady. And the generals behind them then quickly climbed upward and began to attack the city. With his rich experience in war, Lu Sanji dodged around and escaped, but he also lagged behind a bit because of it. If this were usual, for the glory of Great Chu, he would definitely have no choice but to kill towards the front. But this time, he hesitated. The tall walls of the city, the endless layers of poisonous tactics, all became his concern. Rumble! A thick falling log was lifted by the Great Qian generals and then rolled down towards the ladder. The generals of the Chu army, who were climbing, looked up and almost thought it was dark, then looked again and saw a thick fallen log. Their bodies were as brittle as paper and they were slammed down hard. The battle for the siege was exceptionally brutal. This is the reason why many cities, only surrounded but not attacked. A city like Chang'an, once you make up your mind to defend it to the death, the cost of trying to take it down is too great. Falling trees, boulders, all sorts of tactics can kill and injure them. But the Chu army had no choice. They had to take Chang'an City as fast as they could. The longer it took, the worse it would be for them because of the urgent request for help from De Qian. And De Qian's reinforcements would kill with time towards Chang'an. Lu Sanji's first cowardice. He instinctively felt that it was impossible to capture Chang'an City today. I'll kill my way up to Chang'an. But not today. Gao Yang was filled with indifference, forcing himself to be calm and collected. At this point, mercy is the way to death. Madonna's heart, never. Dropwood, monolith, wine altar, hit me hard. With Gao Yang's order, the Great Qian generals and people on the city's head have been slamming down the fallen logs and boulders that have been prepared long ago towards the ladder ruthlessly. Bang! One by one, Chu army generals fell from the ladder, their bodies heavily smashed on the ground, and even some unlucky ones were directly smashed to pieces. The wine altar smashed down, spilling alcohol outside the city walls, and some Chu troops realized that it was not good, but it was too late. One by one, the lighted torches fell from the head of Chang'an and burst into flames the moment they touched the alcohol. The fire snake raged and the heat wave hit. Even the Chu generals holding the ladder were filled with fear and retreated. The sounds of death, the mournful screams, resounded through the sky. The Chu general roared behind him, "Death to those who retreat!" But at the moment the front line has long been disorganized and the momentum of the attack has slowed down, especially near the city wall. The flames were continuous, and there were Chu army generals constantly letting out miserable screams. Vulcan! Great Qian has the god of fire sitting on the ground. Whoever wants to go on, I'm not going on. This is horrible, horrible. A burst of screams rang out, and many of the Chu army's generals retreated directly. Central Army Camp. Second Princess. Retreat first. The flames are too great a blow to the heart of the army, so let's attack again at an opportune time. The Vine Armor army has suffered so many deaths and injuries that I'm afraid they'll all be burned out if we keep fighting, and this is seriously affecting the morale of our troops. Even though Chu Qinghuan was very unwilling, she knew that the first attack had failed. Sound the retreat. After the break, continue to attack again. Chu Qinghuan gave her military orders and turned her head away. When the gong sounded, the Chu army quickly retreated like a tidal wave. The head of Chang'an City. The generals of Diqian were all filled with excitement and let out excited cries. Hold! Hold! Great Qian! Will win! Great Qian! Wan Shang! Some of the people of Chang'an were even paralyzed and wept bitterly. Only by facing up to the brutality of war do we realize the preciousness of life. Shangwan Wan'er watched as the Chu army flew back, her eyes filled with incredulity. Musashi also loosened the fists that had been clenched. The first battle of the Chu army's big attack. Diqian's defense is not really tough. Gao Yang, you did a great job in this battle in Chang'an. Wu Zhou's noble face was filled with approval as she looked at Gao Yang and opened her mouth. This battle was made so easy thanks to these spirits. How about this barbecue that I gave to your majesty? Gao Yan looked at Wu Zhou and opened his mouth. Takeshi blushed for a moment in a strange way. Until this moment, she didn't know what Gao Yang meant by barbecue. The civil and military officials were even more headstrong. But I have to say, barbecue is a pretty apt word. I think it's pretty good, so I can come back a few more times in the future. Wu Zhou looked at the bodies of the Chu army on the battlefield that were all charred and starting to smoke, and opened her mouth for a while. I'm afraid this is going to disappoint your majesty. Just now this battle has already used a quarter of the stock, and I'm afraid the alcohol won't be enough. That much? Wu Zhou was a little surprised. Gao Yan nodded. There are quite a few people at the head of Chang'an. They need a battle to complete their transformation. This first battle. The ministers, since I want to give them confidence. As the saying goes, our army is strong while the Chu army is weak. Whether it is arrows or alcohol, have used a lot. Plus this battle caught the Chu army off guard, which has such an effect. The next battle, the Chu army has some defense after, only afraid to consume more. Itself the time is urgent, the wine is less. Just rely on this stockpile. This is not quite enough. Gao Yang a burst of meaning. Wine is brewed from grain. The price is not cheap. This had to be suppressed with a strong hand from Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou instantly understood. All the major wine houses in Chang'an. There must be private goods, as well as all the major families. There are a lot of fine wines in their collections. I'll send someone to rob it immediately. Wu Zhou's voice was cold and her tone was not to be questioned. Gao Yang coughed dryly and said, Your Majesty, your words are not right. Under Pu Tian, there is nothing that is not the king's land, rate of the land. There is nothing that is not the king's minister. Within Diqian, as long as there is, that are all your majesty's things. Taking your own stuff? How can that be considered robbery? It's considered borrowing at the end of the day. Even if his majesty wants to borrow their heads. Wu Zhou, that's, well, a little bit of truth. Then I will immediately send someone to them to borrow a loan. There is no negotiation on this matter. Wu Zhou spoke in a domineering manner. Lu Zhen stepped forward at this time. He looked at Gao Yang, penetrating satisfaction, and even burst into a fit of laughter. Cool, too cool. In terms of fighting, it's better to follow a guy like you who doesn't follow the rules and is ruthless. This battle to the old man cool, simply penetrating, especially the Dechu Rattan armor soldiers, was grilled. The old man is even more physically and mentally pleasurable. Qin Jinghua, on the other hand, spoke up, Kid, Rattan armor soldiers can be different from ordinary soldiers. Fire-attacking Rattan armor soldiers. Aren't you afraid of being countered one day? When these words came out, Wu Zhou and Shangwan Wan'er also looked at Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong also had a complicated face. Had I known that there were Rattan armored soldiers under the city, and to attack with fire, he should have commanded this battle. How long can he live with these old bones? What's there to be afraid of? Although we killed some of the Rattan armor soldiers, and the fire attack was a bit brutal, but if we don't kill them and let them get to the top of the city, the unlucky ones will be us. What's more, if Chang'an can be defended, it's equivalent to saving hundreds of thousands of Diqian people, and this heavenly merit can't outweigh these killings? If there really is any retribution, Cao Yang will just take it on himself. That, he really didn't believe. It's not as if 400,000 people were added to the kill, so what backlash could there be? However, these overbearing words fell on the ears of Lu Zhen and Qin Jinghua, but they were like a flood of bells. Gao family boy, just for your words, once this battle is over, You must come to the old man's residence and bring the wine you've come up with when you drink the 3 great whites. With a bold face, Lu Xun opened his mouth. Gao Tianlong, on the other hand, laughed and scolded. It's also you, old Lu, who is thick-skinned enough to even eat and take. Lu Xun immediately blushed. Old Duke of State, what you are saying is, am I not such a person? Lu Xun? For a while, much of the post-war tension was washed away. Gao Yang waited for the atmosphere to ease before he rubbed his nose and said, to say that the backlash is not a big deal, the vine armor soldier is nothing. But this next move, I'm afraid it's a bit poisonous. A word fell. The city was silent. Burning vine-armored soldiers, that's not even venomous. So what's the next tactic? The 100 officials all stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes. Wu Jiu first raised an eyebrow, followed by her phoenix eyes showing excitement. The more poisonous the plan, the better for the current Great Qian. You guarded the city for Great Qian, and you guarded the city for me. So how can you be the only one to suffer from these 10,000 karmic consequences? You just come up with a poisonous plan. I'll oblige. Act in my name. And if there's a backlash, I'll suffer. Wu Jiu's face was serious and her gaze went to Gao Yang. These words moved a group of ministers to immediately clap their asses. Gao Yang, however, coughed dryly and said, Your Majesty, this thing is not quite the same as the fire attack vine armor soldiers. I'm afraid that it will not have a good reputation if it gets out. You might want to take a couple of looks. This expression instantly filled Musashi with suspicion. It's not right. Very much 100% off. Gao Yang's methods were not fully known by others, but she knew them all. On that day, in order to stabilize the 100 officials, Gao Yang even made a point of saying, the blacksmith and artisan counterparts of the art of forging swords, grenades, the fawns corresponds to gunpowder, fine wine corresponds to distillation, the art of alcohol, that leaves only one, the feces in the Chanan latrine. Hiss, Gao Yang wouldn't be talking about this, would he? Wu Jiu was instantly nonplussed. Bring it up and show it to His Majesty and the generals. Gao Yang shouted with a big wave of his hand. When Chen Shang and Zhao De heard the order, although their faces looked strange, they still clasped their fists and led the way. Soon, the pair carried up a bucket of fecal water. The smell arrived before the fecal water did, and almost instantly, a foul odor hit. Rub! Who the hell is pulling on the town? It's Smoke and the old man. Lu Xun covered his nose and instantly became nonchalant. Wu Jiu's brows tightened, and a stunningly beautiful cheek directly changed color. This is what you're more likely to backfire on than a fire-burning vine-armored soldier? The feces that the court is talking about? Takashi pulled his voice straight up. The 100 officials also covered their noses and looked at Gao Yang with horror on their faces. Cui Xinghe was on the verge of vomiting. The smell, it's degrading. Gao Yang covered his nose while he hemmed and hawed. Your Majesty is really anticipating things like a god. The poisonous plan that I am talking about is none other than fecal water. This thing, it's a great weapon to crush the Chu army. The backlash can be 10 times as strong, 100 times as strong as a fire attack. He is a godless and insidious tactic. Hiss. At these words, Wu Jiu was shocked. She subconsciously released her hand over her nose and looked into the fecal water. Backfire tenfold, even 100-fold, on a fire attack. On this dung? As soon as Wu Jiu opened her mouth, she took a deep breath of the flavor and almost threw up. She was an empress, or had she ever smelled such a strong odor? But Gao Yang's words made her even more curious. For a while, the 100 officials were filled with amazement, and they all looked at Gao Yang. Lu Xun was even more unable to stop his curiosity as he asked, Kid, you quickly don't sell out. Quickly say it. How is this shit going to kill the enemy? Is it possible that the weapon is stained with shit? As if it were a demon god reincarnated? Gao Yang looked at the fecal water as if it was an absolute treasure as he looked at Lu Xun. Old General Lu, you've been in the military for many years and have seen a lot of things. Have you ever thought about how some of the wounded clearly have wounds that aren't fatal, but why they fester and even end up losing their lives? Lu Xun was suddenly startled at his words. Kid, why is this? On top of the battlefield, most of the injuries were not fatal except for the unlucky ones who were hit by an arrow in a fatal position, but some leg wounds, however, could fester and even jeopardize their lives. This made Lu Xun unable to figure it out and could only attribute it to the will of heaven. Gao Yang spoke directly. A medical book I read back then referred to it as a bacterial infection. Bacteria? What is this? Takashi frowned and asked out loud. The 100 officials looked thoughtful. Cui Xinghe clenched his fists even more tightly. Frustrated inside, Gao Yang was actually this well-read and had read medical books. The so-called bacterial infection is simply a wound that has been invaded by some lethal bacteria into the bloodstream, spreading all over the body, causing the wound to redden and fester until it dies. But these lethal bacteria, invisible to our eyes, are real, and the dirtier you are, the more likely you are to have bacteria. Lu Xun froze and fell into deep thought. For her part, Wu Ju turned her gaze to the foul-smelling fecal water off to the side. Fecal water, being the filth that it is, contains many bacteria, including E. coli, Salmonella, Shigella, anaerobic bacteria, and more than a dozen other bacteria, many of which can be fatal. Unusual weapons are difficult to break armor, and even if they do, as long as they are not in a fatal location such as the heart or the head, it is difficult to be fatal. Gao Yang flashed a classic smile and said, but if you dip your weapon in feces, that's a different story. A variety of deadly bacteria that will enter the body through the wound, causing it to redden and fester until it dies. This doesn't say 100% dead. At the very least it increases the mortality rate of wounded soldiers by 40%. This number, already, is very conservative. There's no such thing as a cephalosporin in Dachu. Antibiotics and bacterial infections absolutely kill you. Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang. Her petite body trembled, and this classic smile came back. The 100 officials, on the other hand, looked at Gao Yang with a burst of scalp numbness. On the battlefield, a 40% additional mortality rate for wounded soldiers is already horrific. They turned their gazes to the fecal water, their faces full of complexity. That such filth could be so powerful. Gao Yang looked towards Wu Jiao and continued to speak, his voice resounding through the city. Your Majesty should be aware of my younger brother's talent above making poisons, and I have also made him increase his production greatly in the past few days as a precautionary measure. I'm not only going to use fecal water, but I'm also going to add a large amount of laxatives, masking agents, aphrodisiacs, and poisons to the fecal water, plus the bacteria that come with this fecal water, which will definitely be enough to make the Chu army drink a pot of water. Arrows and swords dipped in dung water should not be wasted, but also a big fire to boil it. If the Chu army use ladders to attack the city, then pour from top to bottom to give. Ensure that the Chu army feel good. Hiss. At the head of Chang'an City, as Gao Yang's words fell, a silence instantly fell. The 100 officials stared in unison and drew in a breath of cold air. Raiding the chutes. Even if you dip the weapons of the Great Qian dynasty in fecal water, you have to add a lot of laxatives, perspirants, aphrodisiacs and poisons to the fecal water. According to the bacteria 1, plus these toxins, even if a trace amount entered the wound, then I'm afraid it's still enough for the Chu army to drink a pot. In the entire 7 kingdoms, only Gao Yang could do this. Lu Jin was even more numb for a moment. In terms of mischief, it's you kid. This wave, as long as we repel the Chu army's attack, we will surely demoralize them. If it was true that fecal water could infect wounds as Gao Yang had said, this could definitely increase the casualties of the Chu army on a large scale. Gao Yang revealed a simple smile. Grandpa Lu, see how you put it. This is not mischief. It's clearly exhaustion for my De Qian. It's all for the Great Qian. Lu Jin had a non-committal look on his face. For her part, Wu Ju thought of her first meeting with Gao Changwen in the Rouge Pavilion, and Prince Rong's misery. Her gaze was also more or less silent. In his mind, it was as if he could already visualize the image of the Chu army attacking the city. Fecal water is already invincible, let alone boiled fecal water. This scoop pours. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, these poisonous plans, at the moment, for the Great Qian are saving the country. And after all, it is Gao Yang proposed. She is more or less accustomed to it. This method, though somewhat inhumane, is no less a marvelous plan for retreating from the enemy. At the present moment, to treat your enemy with mercy is to be cruel to yourself. But I didn't think that you were even good at the way of medicine. Wu Jiao looked at Gao Yang for a moment in awe. Capitalist, Murray, legalist, soldier, now even the healers, this bacteria one said, are far beyond what the palace doctors have seen and heard. Collecting the strengths of 100 schools of thought. Just how many other secrets did Gao Yang have that she didn't know about? For the first time, Wu Jiao was filled with curiosity about a person. Seeing this, Gao Yang said very modestly, I am not good at treating the sick and saving people, but this means of scheming for money and killing people is a little bit of a billion points. It is not worth mentioning. Wu Jiao, that's something she believes. The legalists white whoring, specializing in exploiting the loopholes of the Dacian law, the capitalist suppression of the people, the Mahists' gunpowder tactics, and the medical doctor's use of bacteria, feces and water to kill the enemy. I didn't learn the good ones, but I'm good at all the money-grubbing ones. Shang Wanwaner's beautiful eyes were complicated for a moment. She suddenly felt a gap. When that day came, she must have a good and deep communication with Gao Yang. Your Majesty, the Chu army has traveled all the way south, striving for a quick victory, and has just suffered a great loss in alcohol and rattan armor soldiers, which is why they are unwilling to retreat. But they must be thieves with an undead heart, and I'm afraid they won't stop today, right now. It's time to prepare properly. Gao Yang looked at the fecal water with an intentional face. Wu Jiao looked towards the Chu army camp. She also felt that Gao Yang's words made perfect sense. The Chu army is coming in force, and this way south, colluding with the king of Wu and Shui. The long drive is to take Chang'an City at the fastest speed. Otherwise, the more it drags on, the worse it will be for Chu. Just this means, she at least a female emperor, with feces to kill the enemy. In contrast, she'd rather firebomb the vine-armored soldiers and barbecue them all over the place. But Gao Yang already, for the sake of the Great Qian, back the killing of the fire vine armor soldiers, and then let Gao Yang back the killing of bacteria to kill the enemy. Wu Jiao feel too inhuman, and you do it boldly. I'll take the blame for all this killing with you. Wu Jiao took a deep breath and made her decision. Seeing this, Gao Yang's gaze warmed slightly. Compared to Wu Jiao's irony and ruthlessness towards Prince Rome, Gao Yang was really quite good to him. There is no way to return the favor, but to return it in kind. After arching his hand toward Wu Jiao, he said to Zhao De and Chen Sheng, "Bring all the prepared dung and water up to the top of the city. Arrows and blades must all be soaked. A couple more cauldrons on high heat to bring it to a boil." After saying that, Gao Yang also took out some bottles and cans and added them towards the fecal water. "Take a stirring stick and give it a good stir. It's all good stuff," Gao Yang commanded with great interest. Fecal water, also known as golden juice in previous times, was a relatively common and vicious means of defending a city. After boiling, the kill is even more horrific. A double whammy, psychologically and physically. Lu Xun also roared, "The 9 gates of Chang'an, all of them will follow Lord Gao's law. Arrows and blades, soak them all, then burn them on high heat." For a while, in addition to cleaning up the battlefield and carrying down the wounded soldiers, a big project of soaking and boiling shit was started above Chang'an City. Gao Tianlong inclined his head, pretending not to see it. This Dingui Gongfu, the eldest son, since needless to say, reputation, prestige. The second son is not simple, although not good at poison plan, but in the poison together, has more than ordinary people's talent. It was a moment of straight up dry silence for him. If Chang'an City can be defended, the 2 sons of the Gao family, along with the entire Dingui Gongfu, will be renowned. As for Peak, a face was even greener. He could already feel the strange sights of the 100 officials, and even some of his eyes were filled with caution. Their minds are filled with ideas such as pretending to be a pig in a poke, being wise beyond their wildest dreams, and appearing to be mediocre but actually being a smart person. It doesn't make sense. Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, these are his peak seeds. The eldest son is good at poison plan, learning capital together, said 100 of the best. The second son is good at poison, proficient in all major poisons. What about him? Does he peak as the father of 2 and really have a lifetime of mediocrity? Or does he also have an untapped talent? He just hasn't realized it yet? Gao Feng raised his head and looked towards Gao Yang's busy figure, his gaze suddenly firming up. Soon, with the arrows and blades soaked, under the fire wildly burning, a peculiar smell is also spread out from Chang'an City. Chu army camp. Second princess. We suffered heavy losses this time. Thousands of people were killed in battle, and the wounded brothers were over 3,000. Among them, the rattan armor soldiers were the most damaged. Once they got caught in the flames, no one survived. They were all scorched. Chu Tianfeng looked towards Chu Qingwan and said with some heartache. Chu Qingwan sniffed with anger on her face. "This damn Gao Yang. He's so mean. My rattan armor soldiers." Chu Qingwan's heart was dripping blood. Although the rattan armor soldier had huge flaws, she had always used it as a secret killing weapon. Although it is more suitable for the 2 armies to charge head-on, but it can also be out of the cavalry, which is why she mixed into the vanguard army, wanting to catch Dakian by surprise. In an ordinary siege battle, both sides use fire attacks rarely, and in her anticipation, even if the Great Qian defenders found out, they faced 2 choices. First, prepare the burning arrows, but that would take time, and it was likely that the rattan armor soldiers had already charged upwards. Secondly, fire attack the vine-armored soldiers, but that hurt heaven and was to be retributed. This all delays and creates favorable combat opportunities. It turned out that the one defending the city was Gao Yang, the living hell. He had made up his mind from the beginning to fire the Chu army. This one isn't afraid of backlash at all. As it turned out, she also happened to also send in the vines. This is really lighting a lamp in a thatched pit and looking for shit. Those who were able to enter the vine armor soldiers, one by one, were almost all the elite of the Great Chu army, but the deaths and injuries were heavy in the face of fire. Another Dechu general spoke in a sullen voice. It's now confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. Dakian's wine is unusual. It will blaze when it encounters flames, far superior to my Dechu's fine wine, which greatly affects our army's morale. This Chang'an city is only bad to attack. For a while, compared to the excitement of just arriving at the bottom of Chang'an City and seeing it as if it was in your pocket. The current Chu army camp was frighteningly quiet. This hand-fire control technique directly dampened their arrogance. Chu Qingwan, a face full of ice cold. She suppressed the anger in her heart, looked at a group of Chu army generals indifferently said, "Bad attack, also have to attack. Both to the Chang'an City, even if it is to pay a big price, but also have to take Chang'an City. In 2 hours, continue to attack the city. Chang'an is defenseless. How many of these wine altars can there be? Even if we have to fill it with human lives, we have to take Chang'an City. If we don't take Chang'an City, you and I will be the sinners of Chu." Chu Qingwan originally thought it was very easy, and even with the high morale of the Chu army, a hit of Qian's morale, within 2 days to take Chang'an City. But there's no way around it now. It's a tough battle to chew on. Use human lives to exhaust Chang'an City's means of defense before launching a general attack. With Chu Qingwan's voice, Chu Tianfeng and the other group of generals all had a touch of bloodlust welling up on their faces. Immortality. Take Chang'an City. Cut that Gao Yang alive. Eat his flesh and drink his blood. Capture the great Qian Empress alive. And strengthen my great Chu's divine might. Chu Qingwan's icy cold eyes swept over, a touch of satisfaction in her eyes. All her Chu generals are also bloodthirsty. The fire attack was strong, but it was limited to that, and the advantage in this siege was still hers. Do you think you've got more tricks up your sleeve? Pass the order to the whole army. If we can capture Chang'an City, this princess will allow 7 days without sealing the sword. All of Chang'an, except for the great Qian Empress, can be slaughtered. As long as you step through the gates of Chang'an, no one is unkillable. No one is unrobbable. Chu Qingwan's words came out. The Chu generals in the entire tent all had their eyes lit up, and a touch of greed welled up in their eyes. Massacre. It is a very inhumane tactic, even historically condemned, but it has been commonplace since the beginning of time. Slaughtering a city means unleashing the beast. Killing, looting, and raping. They could enter the city with impunity, burn and loot, and seize wealth. Once this news came out, the Chu army generals would surely fall into a frenzy. Chang'an is the imperial city of Deqian. There are countless beauties and countless riches inside. Yes, we will pass on the second princess military order. A flash of greed welled up on the Dechu general's face, and he took a big step out. Seeing this, Chu Tianfeng couldn't help but say, "Second princess, once this military order comes out, you will become a target, and even become a stain in your entire life. Spurned by the world. Are you sure?" Chu Qingwan looked towards Chu Tianfeng with a calm gaze. "If you want your subordinates to fight to the death to kill the enemy, you can only do so. As long as Chu can win, everything is worthwhile. That living in King Gao Yang can be. This princess can also be. As long as the state of Chu prospers and achieves world domination. What's wrong with this princess killing millions of people?" Chu Tianfeng's face was agitated. It is truly a great fortune for Great Chu to have a second princess. Inside the camp, the major generals gave orders, and the lieutenants wandered about, conveying military orders. Pass on the second princess order. In 2 hours, the entire army will attack. Take Chang'an City. 7 days without sealing the sword. You can burn and loot as you please. Women, gold and silver, are waving at you. Just step through the gates of Chang'an. With these words, the Chu generals, who were originally somewhat demoralized, slowly raised their heads again and looked in the direction where Chang'an City was. At the bottom of their eyes, a touch of greed and bloodlust appeared. Massacre. It's a temptation they can't fight. When the benefits outweigh the risks, that heart of theirs, once again, stirs. Wu Xiong had an ugly face. Originally hoped that the Chu army was as strong as a bamboo, but the result was that the first battle met its Waterloo. Now that the news of the massacre had come out, he couldn't sit still and immediately headed towards Chu Qingwan's camp. "Second princess, you're going to slaughter Chang'an City? What will the king do if this is slaughtered?" Wu Xiong rushed into Chu Qingwan's tent, his voice ringing out with a burst of questioning. Chu Qingwan's face turned cold, and she directly said, "Your Highness is asking this princess to give you an explanation?" Wu Xiong's face suffocated and his aura instantly weakened. The king didn't mean that. Chu Qingwan let out a cold snort. That Gao Yang has many poisonous plans and is skillful in the art of fire attack, and my rattan armor soldiers have been killed and wounded. Chang'an City is not that easy to take. If we can't take it at the fastest speed possible, then the result will only be 10 times, 100 times worse than slaughtering it. Wu Xiong sniffed and suddenly fell silent. He also knew what Chu Qingwan meant when she said that it would have been very dangerous for a lone army to go deep. This damned Gao Yang. This king needs to kill him. Wu Xiong was furious, but at that moment, the scouts rushed in from outside the tent. "Second princess, a foul odor permeates the head of Chang'an City. I don't know what's going on. That stench is getting stronger." Chu Qingwan gazed at the scout and frowned. "Stench? What stinks? The scout's face tightened, as if he were remembering. The smell is too far apart to tell, but it's like the stench of fecal water. Extremely top-heavy. Chu Tianfeng's brows tightened abruptly. The smell of fecal water? A wave of disfavor surfaced in Chu Qingwan's heart. She walked out of the tent just as a gale was blowing from the direction of Chang'an City, and even though she was extremely far away, her nose could still smell the stench. It stinks. Who the hell shits in their pants pockets? No, this smell is like it's wafting over from the head of Daqian City. The generals of the Chu army had smelled the strong odor and opened their mouths to discuss it. Lu Sanji was resting inside the barracks. He smelled the odor and his face suddenly turned white. After so many years as a soldier, he had never been afraid of killing in the open, but this kind of underhanded tactics made him very slightly alarmed. A wave of ill will suddenly surfaced in Chu Qingwan's mind. The name of a person flashed in her mind. Goyang. What the hell is he up to now? A flash of ill will surged through Chu Qingwan's heart. After a short rest for the army, Chu Qingwan suppressed her inner uneasiness, drew out the greatsword at her waist, and once again gave the order to attack the city. It was a war of attrition, a big drain on Chang'an's means of defense. Only, this time, the rattan armor soldiers all took off their rattan armor and replaced it with normal armor. In front of the fire attack, the rattan armor army is not much different from sending to death, and can't play the combat power at all. Wow! The Chu army organized their formation and once again attacked towards Chang'an City like a tidal wave. Kill! 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 For a while, the sound of killing shook the sky. The head of Chang'an City. Report! The Chu army is attacking in force. With the voice of the messenger, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally! My lord was nearly sickened by the smoke while waiting. Gao Yang quickly stepped forward and looked at the densely packed Chu generals in front of him like a torrent of steel, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Fire first. Give them a bit of a kick in the pants and kill them first. Cao Yang was full of calm. Bang! 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 When the dense wine altar shattered and a volley of burning arrows struck, Chu Qingwan watched from afar with a disdainful face. Still want to do the same old trick? I gave you a good burn last time, but there's no vine-armored soldier for you to burn this time. Chu Qingwan's face was cold. Compared to the last time, this time the Chu army was obviously prepared and had some psychological preparation. The flames and arrows caused a certain amount of lethality, but they didn't stop the Chu army. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. One's fear deepens little by little, and the cards in one's hand are lifted one by one. Now it's time to show to Chu the power of fecal water. 50 feet. Full bow. Arrow of fecal water. Release. Shoo shoo shoo. Along with Gao Yang's voice, almost instantly, these arrows that were fully soaked in fecal water enveloped towards the Chu army with a thunderous momentum. Not burning arrows. The Chu army's crowd of generals brightened up, and easy smiles appeared on their faces. The district arrows are good. They are carrying leather armor. The penetration of arrows is average. As long as they don't hit the heart and other vitals, they can basically save their lives. Lu Sanji placed himself in the center and did not charge at the front. Years of war premonitions told him that these attacks would not go well. Pust! An arrow pierced the armor of a burly man beside him, seeping into flesh and blood. This strong man did not change his face, just about to continue to kill, but the result was that when he looked down, this arrow body was slippery. At the same time, a strong smell hit the room. The burly man's face turned green. The smell was all too familiar to him. Fecal water. It's definitely fucking fecal water. Is this Dakian crazy, smearing feces on his arrows? The strong man was trembling with anger, his eyes bloodshot as he killed towards Chang'an City. This shit. Got to cut these assholes down. Lu Sanji gulped and gripped his large sword. Is it really that simple to put feces on this arrow? Lu Sanji thinks not necessarily. I'm afraid there's still a pit here. With several rounds of arrow rain enveloping them, the arrows with dung water didn't repel them, but instead inspired the bloodlust in the hearts of the Chu army, making them even more courageous. They went crazy and climbed towards Chang'an City with the help of ladders. On the city of Chang'an, Lu Xun was holding a water ladle and wearing his black battle armor, and a breeze came and blew a few strands of white hair at his temples. He laughed out loud and said, "Heaven does not give birth to me. Lu Xun, guarding the city for ages is like a long night. Dung come." He directly scooped up a spoonful of boiling hot fecal water with a water ladle and threw it down towards the Chu generals on the ladder. A general of the Chu army was at the forefront, full of the glory that would come with the capture of the city by first boarding. He frantically climbed upwards, but when he was halfway up, he saw a pale but sneering cheek appear at the top of the city. With a wave of his ladle, a scoop of unknown liquid spilled. This Chu general's lips were slightly parted, somewhat frozen. Some unidentified liquids and also dripped down the mouth in a smooth manner. The next instant, the moment the liquid entered his mouth, his expression went green. The extreme temperature carried a pungent odor right to the head. What's even more horrifying is that the manure is boiling. Hot. Extremely hot. But the most gut-wrenching thing about it, compared to the stench, is that it's boiling fecal water. Almost instantly, where the fecal water touched the skin, a large blister visible to the naked eye rose. A sharp pain struck. His body fell down the ladder, dropped, and was filled with a twisted, hideous face that looked extremely gruesome. Ouch. It hurts too much. Not only this one Chu general, almost all the Chu generals who climbed the ladder and wanted to ascend to the city tower were all hit by this disaster. At the head of Chang'an City, boiling fecal water, like the water of a great river coming from the sky, splashed and enveloped towards the Chu army below. Those images are simply shocking. It's hot. It's piping hot fecal water. One by one, the generals of the Chu army fell down the ladder, and their entire body was curled up like a shrimp. They let out mournful screams, scalds and burns, which are unbearably painful. Behind them, the Chu army generals who are continuously killing are all chilled for a while. Lu Sanji watched from afar and his face changed. Boiled fecal water? But above the city, the Chen generals all looked happy. Cool. When dealing with this bunch of invaders, you should throw feces at him hard. Brothers, splash me. Scald the bastards. Make these bastards pay in blood. Lu Xun laughed freely, holding a water ladle as if he were a god of war. Even if he carries the city of Chang'an on his back and only has a dung scoop, he, Lu Xun, is just as invincible in the world. Scoop after scoop of boiling hot fecal water. Lu Xun didn't even look at it and directly poured it on the ladder. Then there was a chorus of screams from the Chu army. This boiling hot fecal water is literally better than falling wood. Great general, the dung is gone. One of the generals spoke up, and Lu Xun took a look, only to see that there really wasn't much fecal water left. Then let's give them something dry. Lord Gao said that raw fecal water is also extremely lethal. Lu Xun hemmed and hawed and didn't mind the nausea, and went straight down with a scoop of water. Other great Qian generals also faced this situation to a greater or lesser extent. Immediately, they learned to scatter in style. Under the walls, a Chu general was fearful, but when he saw that there was no dung coming, he was full of surprises. These turds in Deqian have run out of fecal water. Brothers, kill them quickly. But before he could finish a sentence, he saw a burst of something sticky and yellow fall from the sky. Have you ever heard of a move to retreat from the enemy from the sky? Snap! He was smashed straight in the face. Luckily for him, this was the original unheated soup. But unfortunately, because his mouth was slightly open, some of the dry stuff that fell from the sky went straight down his mouth and into his throat. Stink! Disgusting! Retching! Great Qian is truly an animal. Bastard! Deqian is so disgusting. Blanche! The old man's been blanched. I'm worse. I just opened my mouth and this went straight down my mouth and into my throat. Who the fuck eats enoki mushrooms and they're fucking chewy? I'm convinced. The Chu army wailed. This trick is too underhanded. Boiling hot fecal water is needless to say. That kind of power is absolutely terrifying. The original fecal water, however, wasn't too bad. Splashed down from the top, it was easy to splash the Chukis in the mouth, or into the eyes. It's all fatal on the ladder, and it's not very lethal. It's extremely insulting. When the round of manure was over, Dakian pulled out another boulder and dropped wood. Then there's alcohol with burning arrows. All of these tactics made the Chu army suffer. When they were able to rush up from the ladder to the top of the city, they were also greeted by great swords with dung water. This battle lasted for 2 hours, and thousands of people were killed or injured on the Great Qian side. But the Chu army was even worse. It was an undisputed big win for Dakian. As Wu Jiao looked at the Chu army that retreated like a tidal wave, she also felt a surge of excitement. Within a day, the Chu army attacked twice, and the second attack lasted more than 2 hours. But all of them were repulsed by Dakian, and it was a case of not too many casualties. I never thought that feces and water could kill the enemy. Musashi's eyes marveled. Gao Yang came to Wu Jiao's side and looked towards the Chu army camp. The bacterial infection that follows is the most deadly compared to the killing caused by boiling fecal water. Tonight's Chu army, I'm afraid it's just not too good. Then, Gao Yan looked at Wu Jiao. Your Majesty, it's time to take this opportunity to mobilize the people of Chang'an. Wu Jiao waved his dragon robe and said in a domineering manner, don't worry, such a great victory. I will spread it throughout Chang'an to inspire morale. Your Majesty misunderstands. What I mean is that in addition to using this great victory to inspire the morale of the people of Chang'an, I also want to mobilize the people of Chang'an to empty their cesspools. We don't have enough manure. Wu Jiu, Your Majesty had better issue a decree to encourage the people to empty their cesspools, and I have thought of the content of the decree. If only everyone would take out a little more poop, Chang'an would be a much better place. Wu Jiu, the head of Chang'an City. Gao Feng had a head full of black lines as he immediately stepped forward and said, Sinful son, In front of His Majesty, one should be careful with one's words. Gao Tianlong also had a strange look on his face. Fighting so many years, defending the city also fought a lot. The first time to see the mobilization of a city of thatched pit. Wu Jiu looked at Gao Yang's face that didn't look like a joke and was messed up in the wind. If only everyone would empty their feces a little more, the city of Chang'an would be a better place. It's not a bad thing to say, and it also sounds catchy. It's really worthy of him, Gao Yang. But this holy decree, it's so weird. Gao Yang, I am the 9 to 5, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Isn't this kind of imperial decree not quite appropriate? If I give this imperial decree, how will the people look at me in the future? How will the kings of the 6 kingdoms look at me? And how will the history books look at me? She could accept a tyrant, a dim-witted king, but a king who took out his feces. She couldn't bear it. Mind you, the historian was off to the side, quill in hand, staring right at her, even with an air of impatience. As soon as she opens her mouth, the history books have a record of it. Dacian female emperor ascended the throne. The first year, 100, 000 Chu army all the way to the south invasion. Chang'an is at stake. The critical time, the emperor decree, to dung water to meet the enemy. The people of Chang'an heard the wind. This is blowing up to the max just thinking about it. This holy decree is better dispensed with. Wu Jiu took a deep breath. Her face resolute. Gao Yang lowered his head inside. This is more or less ill-considered by the minister. I'm thinking of other ways. Just that there are not a lot of falling trees, boulders in Chang'an city, and the great Chu, even with the king of Wu, who had a hard time getting to the lower part of Chang'an, will never give up. Boulders and fallen wood, with a little less alcohol, not to mention, wine is made of grain, plus the means to dispose of. The loss is great, even if borrowed from the family. The number is not much. Counting, dung water, whether it is boiled or soaked weapons, is the most cost-effective thing to kill the enemy, not to mention the pits in the people's homes, which are fermented for years and years, and those bacteria are even more horrible. Tonight the wounded soldiers of the Chu army have festering wounds. This tactic can't be hidden. The commander of the Chu army will surely realize the minister's tactics, only to follow suit, and the defense of the city behind will only be even more disastrous. Wu Jiu sniffed and instantly fell into silence. 108 squares in Chang'an. Li Long led his personal guards and ran all the way through the streets, his voice resounding throughout Chang'an city. Great success! His Majesty personally town of Chang'an city, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua's brilliant plans are endless. The Chu army of 100, 000 was repulsed by our Dacian frontal attack, with heavy deaths and injuries, countless corpses under Chang'an city. Lord Gao set fire to the rattan armored soldiers of Dechu, boiled dung water, and imperiled the enemy outside Chang'an city. His Majesty has decreed that all the patriotic people of Dechen shall contribute their own pits to pound the Chu army, and then, all of them shall be the merit of Dechen. The stinker first. The people are mostly uneducated, so the simpler the words, the better, to express the meaning in the most straightforward way. It also felt weird for Liren to shout that out, to spread the news of the great Qian's victory throughout the city of Chang'an. As the saying goes, to bust up the outside world must first secure the inside world. A big victory is a huge stimulus to the morale. It could even keep some Chang'an families with ulterior motives honest and peaceful. Whichever way you look at it, Chang'an city needs a big inspiring win. But god damn it, this was a first for him. 2. One time, in Chang'an's 108 squares, one by one, the people walked up the street and looked at the forbidden army of the palace rushing through the streets, and they were as if they were in a different world. Dechen, a great victory? The empress herself is sitting in Chang'an city. And the king of the living hells is coming up with all sorts of brilliant plans? Countless people only felt a sudden sigh of relief in their hearts. On Vermilion Bird Street, the lame old man who was previously leaning on his crutches to go up to the city to kill the enemy pulled one of the generals, who was full of curiosity and asked, "Can this dung still kill the enemy?" Upon hearing this, the people on the side also all gathered around in curiosity. This general was in a good mood as he spoke. This is Lord Gao's plan. It is also a wonderful plan to kill the enemy. Upon hearing the name of Gao Yang, the people all looked solemn. Hiss, living Hades, the great name of Gao Yang is simply as good as thunder in the folklore. The general did not hide his admiration for Gao Yang. He said in colorful voice, "Lord Gao really deserves the name of King of the Living Hell. That kind of tactics is simply marvelous. Also, I'll talk to you properly today." Wu Jiu purposely issued an imperial decree to publicize Gao Yang's means of killing the enemy, and as long as the people have a backbone, the war will go more smoothly. The Chu army is tricky. First in the vanguard army mixed with many rattan armor soldiers. This rattan armor soldiers are extremely difficult to deal with. The body of the rattan armor is first poured with tung oil, And then with the ancient method of secret system, ordinary swords and knives are difficult to break the armor. This if the Chu army attacked the city, it would be dangerous. But guess what? This general intentionally sold out, paused for a moment. The lame old man and the surrounding Chang'an people are all full of curiosity. Can we let that Chu army have its way? The general laughed loudly and said, Gao Doran's brilliant calculation has long been prepared. Although this rattan armor can resist swords, but tum oil will burn when it encounters fire. Gao Doran's hand of fire attack directly make that rattan armored soldiers all over the place to cook people off. That scene, it was spectacular. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, the people instantly drew in a breath of cold air. It was as if their minds were filled with images of Chu's army littered with familiar faces. The living Yama. It's really a living hell. Ha ha ha. Yeah, treat these beasts who want to slaughter the city with fire. The crippled old man laughed out loud, not feeling cruel in the slightest. On the contrary, his face was full of pleasure. The surrounding people and even some of the children of Dakian also all worshipped. Lord Gao is truly brilliant, worthy of a living Yama. The old man then asked, what about dung water? Can dung water also kill the enemy? For a while, the people were all filled with curiosity. There's not much else, but they have plenty of this stuff at home. That all adds up over the years. When the general heard this, he worshipped it even more. This is also Lord Gao's brilliant plan against the Chu army. Lord Gao's teacher passed down the medical school, said that this dung water is the source of all evils. Dirty, once it enters the wound, it can seriously cause death. This dung water can be applied to the blades on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can be boiled to turn the Chu army into little yellow men. Once scalded plus feces, can also kill the enemy, and the Chu army accidentally, but also along the eyes, nose, and even in the accidental opening of the mouth. That can eat beauty. That's why His Majesty gave a decree to use feces and water as a means of defense against the enemy. Your excrement. That's all a sharp sword to kill the enemy. When these words came out, the people of Deqian were all stunned. They never thought that fecal water could actually kill the enemy one day. Really worthy of being the king of living hell. This means is simply too ruthless. This shall not give the Chu army a full meal. The picture is so strong that it's no wonder our army is winning big. The crippled old man turned his head and walked away. Someone couldn't help but shout out, Old Wang too. Where are you going? Old Wang didn't even turn his head back, but only left a sentence. I will respond to His Majesty's decree, digging out manure and doing my part for Chang'an City. For a while, many admiring eyes looked over, but immediately afterward, a growing cacophony of voices rang out. Ha ha ha, in terms of killing the enemy, 10 of me are no match for the great general at the head of Chang'an City. But in terms of emptying shit, 10 great generals are no match for me. Brothers, it's time to work. Coincidentally not. It just so happens that the old immortal stomach has a sharp pain. This is to go back to the Chu army's gang of deflated calves to add food. I eat leeks at noon. Count the Chu army blessed. This shall not be beautiful to death them all? For a while, the voices of the people of Chang'an rang out one after another, and even the picture of the streets changed. Old Li, where are you going? Go home and shit and kill the enemy. Coincidentally, I have to kill the enemy too. At this moment, it was as if the pit at home was so clean that it was a sin to be constipated yourself. At the east end of Chang'an, 3 youths with green faces felt the atmosphere, and their blood boiled. One of the slightly older teenagers spoke up. Husband said, the rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. We were born in Chang'an City. We should also contribute more. But we're not pikers. We're kids. Snap. The older kid slapped him straight across the face. You're the only one who can fucking barf. How come pikers don't include kids? The rise and fall of Chang'an. You and I children also have relatives. If you let the Chu army into the city of Chang'an, next door Xiaomei born so good looking, will be the Chu army poisonous hand. For Xiaomei's sake, the three of us, you and I, must strike. For a moment, the three of them, along with the beaten little boy, all had their gazes firmly set. I propose that, as well as doing something great, there should be a slogan and a combination name. Might as well call it the Dumpster Boys. One time. Blow up. All the cesspools in Chang'an have blown up, and all of them are hard to escape, especially with the people's colorful descriptions, coupled with Wu Jiu's imperial decree. All the people of Chang'an were in a state of boiling. Going to war is something that, after all, involves a small life, and many people, although they have the intention to serve their country, will still be afraid and will retreat. It's not that they're unpatriotic, it's just human instinct. But you'd have to say that pulling out a shithole can contribute to the Great Qian, and even help it defend the city, which is extraordinary. Chang'an has millions of people, the 5 valleys of reincarnation who cannot escape. Over time, this kind of heritage that is extremely horrible. even if they don't use the place of the 5 valleys of the wheel, just the natural daily excretion. That is enough for the Chu army to drink a pot. The people of Chang'an were too enthusiastic, so Gao Yang ordered again that only 100 dung carts were needed per day. The Song family. When Song Li returned to the mansion, the first thing he did was go straight to the room where Song Qingqing was. Lord Father, but the Chu army has struck in? The gold, silver, and jewels have been hidden by my daughter, Song Qingqing hurriedly said. Song Li said with a complicated expression. Qingqing, the Chu army is afraid that they won't be able to fight their way in for a while. What? Song Qingqing's face was shocked. Didn't you say that Chang'an City was taken by surprise and couldn't hold out for more than a few days? Song Li looked complicated, thinking of everything that happened at the city head. Before, the whole dynasty and the Chang'an family all thought like this, but with Gao Yang staying, it's different. Not only did he come up with a handful of fire attacks, but he also came up with a handful of dung water retreating from the enemy, and I personally saw the power of the dung water defending the city. It was horrible. This Chu army, I'm afraid we'll have to pile it up with human lives. Song Qingqing sniffed, her face filled with complexity. Can this Chang'an city really be defended? Song Li's voice continued to ring out. The most terrifying thing is that this is not the limit of his means. This time if Chang'an holds, while he didn't lay his hands on the Song family, there is still some love in the air. It is necessary to repair the relationship with this king of living hell. The old man has been in the dynasty for more than 20 years, but he has never feared a man like this. Offending him is tantamount to having a knife hanging over the Song family's full head. Song Qingqing looked at the fear on Song Li's face, inwardly shocked. Gao Yang did not even make a move on the Song family. Song Li even gave birth to fear. The Lui family. Lu Yurong also heard the news. Her pair of beautiful eyes carried shock, her chest heaving from a burst of surprise. Fire burning by armored soldiers and barbecuing all over the place. Weapons and feces. Feces to kill the enemy. Her face was scarlet with excitement, except for the fact that he asked his grandfather for medicine and some of it didn't work. The whole thing is just sickeningly perverted and heart-thumping. Inside the Rouge Court, Lu Yuer hurriedly ran towards the 3rd floor. She pushed open the door of the room and opened her mouth to the inside. Pavilion Master. Chang'an City was defended on the first day and defended with ease. Instead, the Chu army will suffer. Ruyan Lu turned back, her stunning face carrying a touch of shock. What? The Chu army is powerful. Even if it holds, it should be the great Qian who pays the price. How could it be the Chu army? A look of surprise filled her face. Lu Yuer said with a somewhat uplifted face. Because of Lord Gao. Lord Gao has come up with the art of fire attack and the art of retreating from the enemy with dung and water. We're making a lot of money with our supreme membership license. If we can hold Chang'an City this time, we must report to the island master and try to take down Lord Gao by all means. In that case, why worry that the great cause will not be accomplished? Ruyan Lu also nodded, her eyes flickering for a moment. For a time, the entire Chang'an City was shaken. Inside the palace, Achoo! Gao Yang sneezed several times in a row and rubbed his nose. Would you couldn't help but ask. Wind chill? It seems to be mist, but it doesn't matter. The key thing now is sugar. This thing get out, together with gunpowder. That can make the Chu army have a good time again, and become a trump card of my Qian. When Wu Jiao heard white sugar, her eyes also suddenly lit up. Gao Yang then looked as if he thought of something and hammed and hawed again. I'll incidentally have the artisans get some simple megaphones, and with the addition of generals with loud voices, I'll give the Chu army a little more torture this night. Amplifiers? Gao Yang explained. Commonly known as a loudspeaker. With this object in conjunction, I have another great and wonderful tactic. Shangguan Wanner and Wu Jiao looked at each other, although they didn't understand, but when they saw the treacherous smile on Gao Yang's face, a thought welled up in their hearts in unison that the Chu army was going to be in bad luck again. In the meantime, inside the Chu army camp, Chu Qingwan's face was extremely ugly. This Gao Yang simply does not talk about martial virtues. Dung water boiling to defend the city thanks to him to think of it. I heard that Duke Dinghui Gao Tianlong has lived a bright and honorable life and is quite renowned. How could he have such a grandson? Chu Qingwan clenched her teeth, and her entire body almost vomited blood. How can there be people like Gao Yang in this world? What kind of guarding tactics are these? First came the fire attack, then the boiling fecal water, which was poured out like a waterfall toward the city. Chu Tianfeng also said with an ugly face. The dung water of the Great Qian defense is mostly boiled dung water, and my attacking army suffered heavy losses. Even the unboiled fecal water, but also very powerful. Many generals directly into a small yellow man, and even unlucky, but also open the mouth. The psychological face great pressure. The corners of Chu Qingwan's mouth twitched, and there seemed to be images in her mind. That doesn't need to be detailed. This princess can imagine. Chu Qingwan held out her hand to stop the topic. Chu Tianfeng didn't extend when he saw this, but sighed and said, "There are certainly not many fallen trees and boulders in Chang'an City, and even fewer of those wine altars, but this dung, it's really hard to do. I'm only afraid that our army will have to pay a huge price. Chang'an City has millions of people. This long years of accumulation, Chu Tianfeng do not even dare to think." Chu Qinghuan was also distracted for a while. This was completely different from what she had expected. She spoke, "Things have come to this, we can only fill it with human lives, no matter how much it costs. This Chang'an City must be taken. The only thing that is somewhat fortunate is that our army does not have many seriously injured and killed in battle, and there are more lightly injured generals who only need to be treated and can also fight. Have a good rest tonight, and continue the onslaught tomorrow." Stretching out the time and attacking the city in batches, this princess doesn't believe it. His fecal water can be boiling all day long? Chu Qinghuan gave the order, setting the tone for the matter. The group of generals also returned to their respective camps and began to rest. Tomorrow morning, it would be another vicious battle, and this Chang'an City would be more difficult to take down than all of them had imagined. The night is slowly falling. Above the dome of the sky, the cool moonlight spread down, illuminating the earth. The entire Chu army camp was plunged into tranquility, except for the generals on sentry duty and those patrolling the barracks. All the generals were in dreamland, but a crisis, unseen, is spreading. Zira. In the wounds of one general after another, a large amount of bacteria mixed with the medicine given by Gao Yang was entering the bloodstream through the wounds. Red and swollen. Collapse. Finally, some of the more severely infected generals couldn't take it anymore. "Ah, it hurts. My legs hurt. The wound seems rotten. Army doctor, help me." Sparing one of the hard-blooded Chu men, they were tossing and turning at the moment, and they could clearly feel a huge pain coming from the place where the wound was located. "Something's wrong with my hand too. It looks like it's rotting too. What's with the fart wounds?" A single Hanyu cried out in horror, their faces filled with pain as they were staring at their wounds. Some of the older pawns, in particular, had their faces changed drastically, and any old pawn knew what happened to a red, swollen wound, or even a sore. Once it continues to deteriorate, it can be life-threatening. De Chu's military doctor heard the commotion and rushed forward. At the head of the group was an old man with a long beard and a pale face, a famous divine doctor of De Chu. Since following the army, healing people, sitting in the army, unusual injuries do not have to be his hand. He specializes in treating the generals whose lives are at stake. So far all praise. When he saw the wounds of some of the generals, a pale and originally calm face suddenly changed. He checked them over one by one, but the more he examined it, the more ugly his face became. "Hurry! Circulate to the second princess as fast as possible. This wound is not right." Soon, Chu Qinghuan and Chu Tianfeng and the others received the news, and they directly entered the wounded soldiers' camp. "Elder Wang, what happened when you called this princess here late at night?" Chu Qinghuan opened her mouth and asked, somewhat puzzled. Wang Lao's face was grave. "Second princess, I'm afraid the lives of these generals depend on their own creation. I'm afraid at least a third of them will die." This statement was made. Chu Qinghuan and Chu Tianfeng's faces were astonished. Chu Tianfeng was the first to say loudly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, this general will cut you with a knife. This is clearly a minor injury. How can it be life-threatening?" Elder Wang didn't argue and directly uncovered the cloth of a general's wound, revealing the red, swollen, and rotting wound. Then he lifted them one by one, only to see the wounds festering badly. Chu Qinghuan's face was very ugly. 8 out of 10 wounds are festering. What the hell is going on? Bacteria. This is now press theory, but almost everyone knows that once the wound begins to fester, red and swollen, and even produce thick sores, then life and death will depend on their own life, hard or not. It's a law. These injuries are clearly not serious, but 8 out of 10 can fester and even give birth to thick sores. According to my many years of experience in treating the sick and saving people, this should be the arrows and blades of knives smeared with some poisons, or else it would never be possible. Chu Tianfeng himself was in a bad mood, and the moment he heard this, it was even more like an explosion. He yelled out, "Bullshit! Poison is so precious. How much poison can be found in Chang'an City that can be smeared on arrows and machetes? If you dare to talk nonsense again, this general will really cut off your head with a knife." When Elder Wang heard this, his pale face didn't change in any way. He still insisted, "Other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. This is definitely a tactic used. Otherwise it's impossible for a large area of the wound to fester." Chu Tianfeng was instantly furious and was about to draw his sword, but Chu Qinghuan pressed down on the hilt of the knife as she said with an ugly face, "It's fecal water. This must be coated in feces." Chu Tianfeng was confused. Fecal water? One of the accompanying generals heard this and also spoke with a sudden realization. I heard my men say that Dechen did soak his arrows and swords in dung water. Elder Wang's eyes widened, and almost at the first moment, he agreed. Fecal water is the source of all evils, strangely dirty, and this, if applied to the arrows, might really be the culprit that causes the wounds to rot. Chu Qingwan's face became increasingly ugly after hearing this. She clenched her fists and could be almost 100% sure. It must have been smeared with feces without a doubt. This dung water is useful not only for boiling, but also for coating arrows, and maybe even with that Gao Yang's poisonous nature. He'll add some medicine to it. He wants our wounded soldiers to die. This is all deliberate on his part. Chu Qingwan was so angry that her back teeth hurt from biting them. That's a dirty trick. He can come up with any underhanded trick. Chu Qingwan gazed at Wang Lao and spoke out. These wounded soldiers are all my good sons and daughters of Chu. Can they be saved? Wang Lao shook his head, full of bitter smiles. Once the wound is red, swollen and festering, there are very few means that can be used. It all depends on the injured person's own creation. Medicine and stone have no cure. Coming out of the wounded soldier's camp and returning to her own tent, Chu Qingwan's mood was heavy. Chu Tianfeng's face was even more unsightly, and the hand that clutched the greatsword was shaking from the force. It is really a small knife pulling the ass, opening the eyes of this general. A dung water, actually played out by this living Yin Wang. This move is too damaging, now that the wounded battalion is demoralized, which in turn affects the whole army. What can be done? Chu Qingwan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Morale is good. Later this princess will go to the wounded soldiers' camp again, personally suck out the pus for a few wounded soldiers, supplemented with some hot-blooded words, spreading to the whole army. It can also make the generals turn their grief and anger into motivation. The moment these words came out, the Chu army generals were all filled with shock as they looked incredulously at Chu Qingwan's absolutely beautiful face. Chu Tianfeng even said, the second princess is a body of 1,000 gold. That wound not only has blood, pus, and fecal water from the great Qian. There may be some toxins. This can't be done. Even if that were true, it would be enough for this general to act in his stead. Then I'll be grateful to you, great general. When we take Chang'an City, this princess will personally ask for credit for great general. Chu Qingwan spoke directly. Chu Tianfeng. That's all. This matter Chu Qingwan indeed cannot do. Then Chu Qingwan under the highest status is him. With this wave, he's kind of suffered the same old crime. Chu Qingwan looked at Chu Tianfeng again and said, if this king of living hell is not a human being, we are not a human being either. Pass the order to the 3 armies. We will also collect them in unison. Soak the arrows and the great swords, so that they can have a taste of it too. Chu Tianfeng immediately said awkwardly, second princess, I'm afraid this isn't quite right. Why? Chu Qingwan froze. Just a few hours ago, our army unified treatment buried. This night, only afraid not necessarily how many Chu Tianfeng said this, clenched his teeth. For the sake of Dechu, this will be able to contribute more tonight, and so is the last general. I have always had a bad stomach. I will make that Dechen look good. Chu Qingwan, this battle is more or less disgusting. All of you go down and rest. Tomorrow will be another hard battle. Chu Qingwan rubbed her brows, a little tired. The generals, too, had been tossing and turning all day and were physically and mentally exhausted, so they went down with them. Soon, the night was as dark as ink, and the Chu army camp once again fell into silence. But through the night, several figures also touched up, and they glanced at each other, then pulled out simple megaphones in unison. And then in unison, they yelled into the megaphone, enemy attack from Dechen.